Chapter 1, Awakening. All the minor characters who serve as foils in stories will eventually be crushed into nothingness by the main characters. Suze couldn't describe this feeling. It was just now that he realized he had awakened to discover himself being a foil character within a book. Being a foil was bad enough, but worse still, he was the stepping stone for the crazy male lead, having taken the place of the real young master, and bullying him every day. Fortunately, Suze awakened early, but it's already too late, he's completely offended the male lead. He could no longer articulate his own ending. The touch at his feet felt very icy, while the thin figure lying back in the bathtub had a bruise near the corner of their mouth, pale as ever while lying there. Suze's foot was pressing hard on the man's body, on the body of Tianxian male lead Ji Hanjun. Truly worthy of being the male lead, Ji Hanjun is undeniably handsome with hair as dark as ink, long lashes framing deep brown eyes which are glaring crimson red directly at him right now. There was stubbornness and defiance in his gaze. Suze narrowed his eyes, putting some more pressure on his foot, but Ji Hanjun simply wrinkled his eyebrows, staying utterly silent. And what about you? The male lead? Still ended up like a worm under my foot, didn't you? Since I'm already a minor character anyway, and even woke up knowing all this, why not get rid of the protagonist? Why not make myself the male lead? Suze examined the person in front of him, an evil idea brewing in his mind. Retrieving his foot from the chest of the other man, he nudged Ji Hanjun's chin with his toe. Shed a tear for me, make me happy, and I'll let you off. Not speaking. Recalling his gruesome end to be, Suze stepped down from the high stool, crouched beside the bathtub, and grabbed a hold of Ji Hanjun's hair at the nape of his neck. Hurry up and cry. Weren't you usually the most obedient towards me? Ji Hanjun was actually the son of his nanny Lu Auntie. Auntie Lu had a sister who conceived out of wedlock and wanted her son to take on the family name, to bask in the family's wealth and luxury. Her sister worked as a nanny in the Su household, and after much pleading, they planned to replace the actual child of the masters. This arrangement continued for over a decade. Thus, Suze turned out to be the nanny's child, whereas Ji Hanjun was the true young master of the Su family. When Ji Hanjun was pulled by his hair and tilted his head upwards, his sharp eyes were fully revealed. Those eyes were unblinking and focused straight on Suze's face. That gaze, it seemed like he was looking at prey. Could it be that Ji Hanjun also awakened, planning to dispose of him? Suze held eye contact for 2 seconds before suddenly letting go of Ji Hanjun. Losing balance without noticing, he stumbled backward and fell squarely on his rear against a nearby stool. Instead of taking advantage of this situation, Ji Hanjun appeared anxious, quickly stepping out of the water-filled bathtub, ignoring the fact that his whole body was soaked, and came to stand in front of Suze. Are you alright, young master? Emerging from the bathtub, Ji Hanjun, though seemingly slim, was actually quite well-built, tall and imposing, carrying an undeniable aura of dominance. Ji Hanjun has always been bullied by Suze due to his mother Auntie Lu working as a nanny in the Su household. Why was he picking on Ji Hanjun today? He remembered. The little cake he made for his dream girl was thrown into the trash by Ji Hanjun, making him so angry that he smeared the leftover chocolate all over Ji Hanjun's body. Ji Hanjun hadn't shown any anger or irritation then, standing silently in front of him, asking if his hand hurt from hitting him, even pulling his hand which inadvertently smeared chocolate onto his body again. Hence, Suze chased Ji Hanjun into the bathroom, shouting that Ji Hanjun needed a good cleaning since such a filthy person wasn't fit to touch him. Whenever Suze beat Ji Hanjun never retaliated. Growing up spoiled, Suze was tender and fragile. As soon as he fell, his eyes immediately reddened. His eyelashes quickly turned red as tears trembled in his eyes. Rubbing his bottom with one hand, he suddenly looked up and glared at Ji Hanjun fiercely. Seeing Suze's tearful eyes glaring at him like this, Ji Hanjun's Adam's apple moved slightly as his dark eyes deeply gazed at Suze's neckline. Suze liked wearing baggy clothes, and from this angle, one could clearly see the white skin beneath his collar. What are you staring at? Don't you dare help me up. Ji Hanjun restrained the emotions surging inside him, bending down to pick up the person on the floor, then carried them over to the bed, kneeling on one knee to dry Suze's feet with a bath towel. Suze thoroughly enjoyed Ji Hanjun's service. Stretching his arms lazily, he pulled his feet away, burrowing into the covers. Ji Hanjun, if you ever dare to touch my things again, I'll throw you out. He'd been pursuing his dream girl for 2 months. A few days ago, she mentioned liking chocolate cakes, so he learned the recipe online. Unfortunately, Ji Hanjun discarded it as garbage. But now that he had awakened, he realized that his dream girl actually liked someone else, seeing him only as a loyal follower and treating him like an ATM for pocket money. Yes, young master. Ji Hanjun stood still in his place while Suze looked at the water on the floor with some disgust, as it had been brought out from the bathroom. I'm going to sleep. You clean the floor before you rest. As drowsiness overcame him, Suze hugged his little bear and pulled the blanket over his head to sleep, completely unaware that the person beside the bed had not moved at all. It was only after hearing steady, tranquil breathing that Ji Hanjun shifted his feet, refraining from climbing onto the bed as usual due to the water still dripping from his body. The covers were pulled back, and Ji Hanjun's gaze settled on Suze. The wide white shirt draped around Su Zhe's body had bunched up at his chest, revealing a slim, pale waist. Ji Hanjun gazed down at the figure in the bed, the warm light glinting in his pupils, but doing nothing to mask the fervor and desire in his eyes. Fiery and intense. The young master who adored teddy bears would not refuse the one he gifted, inside which Ji Hanjun had filled calming medicine powder. What a well-behaved young master hugging his little bear. Chapter 2, You Feed Me. The next day, Su Zhe woke up and stretched lazily as he got out of bed. His hair was a little messy from sleeping, his collar half draped over his shoulder, and his school uniform had been laid out by Ji Hanjun at the bedside. His phone rang with a message notification. Upon opening it, he saw it was from his goddess, Song Qin, which immediately caused him to furrow his brows. Before his awakening, he liked her as much as he could. After awakening, he realized that not only was he a licking dog, but also a walking ATM. Song Qin, Su Zhe classmate, sorry for missing our appointment yesterday. He was supposed to deliver a cake to Song Qin yesterday, but it ended up being thrown away by Ji Hanjun, so he didn't go to the milk tea shop and neither did Song Qin show up. Humph, who wants to be this licking dog in the future? As he went downstairs, the family's servants had already prepared the meal. Su Zhe took a bite and then put down the spoon, grabbing his backpack to prepare for school. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder, and the next moment, the backpack was snatched away by someone behind him. Master, please eat a bit more. Ji Hanjun held his backpack in hand, wearing the same school uniform, with a calm expression. His eyes were like a serene sea, captivating. He used to bully Ji Hanjun so much, but why does Ji Hanjun never fight back? Is it because Ji Hanjun thinks he is too easy to bully, deliberately letting him have his way? Su Zhe glanced at Ji Hanjun, then looked down at himself, his thin lips pressed together tightly, emitting an unsettling air of gloom instantly. He is shorter than Ji Hanjun, having been spoiled since childhood, so he never has to do anything by himself. Hence, he isn't even physically healthier than Ji Hanjun, let alone always being sickly when he was younger, looking perpetually weak. To make me eat, sure, you feed me. Su Zhe sat on the stool and arched an eyebrow while looking at Ji Hanjun. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although there was a radiant smile on his delicate, pale face, the joy didn't reach his eyes. Ji Hanjun bent down, reaching out and picking up the porridge from the table. His eyes, dark as ink, focused on Su Zhe's lips after lifting the bowl. A spoiled master like him not only acted delicately but also had mischievous tendencies. The spoon was brought to his lips, and Su Zhe opened his mouth to eat from it. In the next second, the bowl of porridge was violently knocked over, spilling all over Ji Hanjun's pants. It's not tasty, you made it the worst. Although the surrounding servants had long known about the bad temper of Master Su Zhe, they were dissatisfied seeing him continuously bullying Ji Hanjun. But still, they dared not express their discontent openly, it was already enough that he didn't mistreat them. Beside them, Aunt Lu, Ji Hanjun's mother, watched this scene silently. She picked up a towel, squatted down, and began wiping off the porridge splashed on Su Zhe's clothes. Did the young master get scalded? Aunt Lu gazed lovingly at Su Zhe, full of tenderness, but as soon as her gaze fell on Ji Hanjun, her eyes turned cold. What are you standing around for? Don't apologize to the young master. Ji Hanjun had no expression on his face, but his eyes intensely stared at Aunt Lu's hand resting on Su Zhe's leg, as if trying to endure something fiercely. Seeing Ji Hanjun remain silent, Aunt Lu instantly became enraged, raising her hand to strike. Su Zhe stood up irritably, snatching the towel and throwing it onto the table, causing a loud sound. Aunt Lu, frightened, immediately stepped back a step. Only I can hit Ji Hanjun, not even you, his own mother, can. Next to them, Ji Hanjun's eyelashes trembled slightly, then he looked up at Su Zhe. There was deep possessiveness and a flash of desire in his eyes. All this is driving me crazy. I'm going to school. Su Zhe waved his hand, and one of the servants quickly approached, using wet wipes to clean Su Zhe's hands. Afterward, Su Zhe snatched his backpack and left. Does knowing what will happen next count as a good thing? Male lead Ji Hanjun, female lead Gu Lisheng. If he hadn't remembered incorrectly, Gu Lisheng would transfer into Ji Hanjun's class in a few days. He wasn't clear about their detailed romantic line, but he knew that in the future, Ji Hanjun would rebel against him for her. This wouldn't be good. Not only does he want to survive, but he also wants to bully Ji Hanjun. Thinking about how Ji Hanjun broke all 4 of his limbs and threw him into the sea to feed the fish infuriated him. After attending classes for a whole day, Su Zhe went to the cafeteria to eat dinner. This university was famous for its food across regions. Su Zhe, today I got all the fried meatballs just for you. Jiang Mu stood holding a tray at the dining counter shouting towards Su Zhe. Su Zhe gave him a thumbs-up gesture and then sat down. He spotted Song Qin immediately. Song Qin was wearing a beautifully tailored short skirt. The white dress draped elegantly over her like a pristine flower untouched by worldly dust. After all, as the school flower, Song Qin attracted quite a few male students' gazes upon entering, but Su Zhe was not going to care about her this time. In the past, whenever other boys looked at Song Chin, he would have wanted to gouge out their eyes so they wouldn't dare look at her. Thinking back, he had been such an idiot before. Song Chin became anxious after not receiving a reply from Suze all day because, among all her suitors, none of them could compare to Suze. Suze was the only son of the Su family and was set to inherit all of the Su family's businesses in the future. He was undeniably a rich young master. Suze, why didn't you reply to my message today? Do you like my new dress? But it's a pity I don't have matching shoes. Let's go shopping together after school and buy a pair. The familiar words made Suze roll his eyes. This dress purchase was nothing more than an excuse for her to get him to pay while pretending they were shopping together. Why hadn't he seen through Song Chin's intentions earlier? Why don't you buy your own shoes? What does that have to do with me? Chapter 3, Did she kiss you? Song Chin was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting Suze to say that, and even the classmates around her were shocked. Isn't Suze usually the one who likes Song Chin the most? Why is he speaking like this today? Could it be reverse psychology? After all, he's been chasing her for so long but she hasn't agreed. I think Suze might have set his sights on another girl. Listening to the chatter around her, Song Chin couldn't help feeling embarrassed. She clenched her hand onto her skirt, her eyes slightly red as if she were about to cry, looking quite frail. Suze remained silent, just watching her. From beneath the dark strands of hair on his forehead, a pair of sharp eyes were revealed. Seeing the look in his eyes, Song Chin felt a pang of panic inside, and tears immediately started falling like broken pearls continuously down her cheeks. Student Suze, are you mad because I didn't show up yesterday? There was an issue at my house, so I didn't come. I'm sorry, please don't be angry anymore. Jiangmu walked over with 2 plates of food and saw Song Chin crying in front of Suze, while the latter looked clearly displeased. Suze had simply become annoyed by her crying, especially the curious looks from those around him, making him feel like a monkey in the zoo being mocked. Don't cry, I'm not angry. Then can you accompany me to go shopping after school? I'm a bit afraid to go alone. There it goes again. It was obvious she was treating him as the sucker. It was obvious she was picking out high-end luxury items for him to pay for. Even though he wasn't short of money, he wouldn't waste it spending on others for no reason. Seeing Suze remain quiet, Song Chin cried even harder, her little face tear-streaked. She should have known better than to go out with other guys last night. If she lost Suze, then the things she liked wouldn't have anyone buying them for her. No, she must give Suze some sweetness. After all, men were the easiest to seduce, and she wouldn't find another rich lapdog like Suze in this school. Song Chin's persistent crying made Suze's expression completely cold. Jiangmu wanted to go and smooth things over, but before he could, Song Chin suddenly approached Suze and kissed him. Seeing the magnified face in front of him, especially the suddenly overwhelming pungent perfume, Suze quickly turned his head away. Her lips ended up touching his cheek. Fortunately, if he'd been any slower, his first kiss would have been gone. This action thoroughly enraged Suze. He abruptly stood up, pushing the woman in front of him away, took out a tissue from his pocket, and continuously wiped his face. Are you sick, Song Chin? When I used to like you, you didn't like me. Now that I don't like you anymore, you're coming on to me. I've known all along that you pretended to care about me because of my money. Now that I've cooled off towards you, you're panicking, right? Song Chin hadn't expected her little trick to be exposed so easily. Though she was inwardly panicked, she couldn't let it show. No, it's not like that, Whether or not it is, stop coming to find me in the future. Suze, no longer like you. Suze didn't want to spend any more time with her. He exchanged a glance with Jiangmu, and the two of them moved to a different cafeteria seat. Amongst the crowd, Ji Hanjun had seen everything unfold, but he arrived at an awkward time and only caught the moment when Song Chin kissed Suze. Ji Hanjun carried his tray of food towards the trash can, dumping the rice, sweet and sour pork ribs, fried meatballs, and wontons into the bin. After Suze and Jiangmu finished eating, they went to the internet cafe outside the school to play online games. The two had grown up together and were best friends. After playing in the net cafe for over an hour, Jiangmu looked at the handsome and pale Suze beside him and brought up his doubts. Do you really no longer like Song Chin? Suze rolled his eyes at him, finishing off the last opponent and taking a sip of water from the side. As real as it gets. Before, I was stupid, now I'm smarter. Keep playing, I'll be back from the restroom. Suze removed his headphones and headed toward the restroom, which was further inside through a corridor. Meanwhile, Song Chin kept sending him conciliatory text messages on his phone, but since their relationship hadn't truly begun, there was nothing to reconcile. Suddenly, someone blocked his path. Suze moved left, but the person moved left with him. He moved right, and the person moved right with him too. Do you have eyes? Before Suze could react, he looked up to see Ji Hanjun's eyes, like a wild wolf's, filled with threads of anger. Suze's eyes widened. Before he could swear, his mouth was covered, and he was shoved into the corner against the wall. Ji Hanjun had a prominent nose, distinct features, and was handsome, but at this moment, his face was dark and filled with anger and madness. Did you let her kiss you? Ji Hanjun released his mouth and his gaze fell on Suze's plump, rosy lips. He could even still feel the touch that had pressed against them. Ji Hanjun, have you grown some guts? How dare you push me? Suze was fuming with rage and raised his hand to strike Ji Hanjun, only to be grabbed. His 10 fingers were then pinned against the wall, intertwined. You. Master, answer me. Ji Hanjun's voice was deep and magnetic, yet weighed down by heavy repression. His eyes glared like a venomous snake, fixed on Suze's face. Are you blind? She kissed me, but I dodged it. Didn't you see that? Chapter 4, The Transfer Student. Suze really disliked this posture. Ji Hanjun was already taller than him, and even though Suze suffered from malnutrition, Ji Hanjun's figure remained more robust. Such an ambiguous pose would make anyone who didn't know them wonder what these two men were doing. Ji Hanjun extended his hand and placed it on Suze's lips, lightly caressing with his fingers, then becoming increasingly forceful, until he was roughly wiping at them. It hurts. What are you doing? One of Suze's hands was pinned against the wall, interlocked with Ji Hanjun's. No matter how hard he hit or pushed, the man in front wouldn't budge. His lips quickly became sore from Ji Hanjun's forceful rubbing, which carried anger in its intent. Stop letting others kiss you. Or else I will lock you up. The pain in his lips and the humiliating posture scared Suze even more about being seen by someone passing by, but Ji Hanjun showed no reaction at all. Ing Ji Hanjun, I won't let this slide. Let me go, I need to use the restroom. Suze's face turned red as he glared at the man before him. He was in serious distress. If this went on any longer, he would embarrass himself publicly. Ji Hanjun's eyes darkened slightly. He cast a glance downwards, then chuckled softly afterward. Suze rarely saw Ji Hanjun laugh. He usually had no expression on his face, like a stoic individual. Even when he was bullied, he only furrowed his brows, never displaying such an amused smile as now. Go laugh your ass off, motherf ******. Suze clearly felt Ji Hanjun slightly pulling away from him, so he forcefully pushed him off and rushed to the bathroom. Just wait, Ji Hanjun. This young master won't forgive you. When they returned to school, it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As Suze and Jiangmu entered the classroom, they could hear hushed whispers and strange looks directed toward them. What the heck is going on? Why are they staring at us? Confused, Suze took his seat at the back row. Just after sitting down, 2 bold girls approached him. Suze, please apologize to Song Qin. Suze looked bewilderedly at the 2 girls in front of him, drawing everyone's attention. No way, why should I apologize to Song Qin? What did I do? Qin got beaten up, it must have been because you were annoyed this morning and found someone to bully her. She's such a good person, no one in the school dislikes her. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Suze burst out laughing, eventually leaning ungracefully on Jiangmu's shoulder, unable to stop. Did you hear that? Song Qin got beaten up. Ha 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 ha. Jiangmu couldn't help but smile seeing Suze laugh so happily. Normally, Suze always stuck around Song Qin. She reciprocated his advances yet rejected his confessions. Many other male classmates from the same school acted similarly. You. Don't go too far, Suze. Suze appeared elegant and refined with striking features, rosy lips, white teeth, and beautiful eyes exuding a mischievous charm. Beneath the surface lay a more rebellious and arrogant personality. So what do you want to do? Do you have any evidence saying I beat her? Without proof, you're accusing me baselessly. I can give you legal advice right now, talk to my lawyer. He had spent the whole afternoon gaming at the internet cafe. Where could he possibly find time to hire someone to beat Song Qin, not to mention he doesn't hit women. Indeed, the 2 girls had no evidence implicating Suze and left rather awkwardly. Suze scoffed, wondering why today was filled with such nonsense. An exclamation came from the front. Lifting his eyebrows, Suze looked and saw Ji Hanjun walking toward him, carrying an insulated box. With his tall frame and outstanding appearance, he deserved to be the male lead, garnering attention wherever he went. Master, this is your favorite kanji. Since you have stomach issues, you shouldn't skip meals. Ji Hanjun bent over to open the insulated box, taking out a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat kanji and placing it in front of Suze. Thinking about what happened in the morning, Suze grew irritated, pushing the porridge aside and picking up his phone to play games. I'm not eating, throw it away. Ji Hanjun's eyes became sharp, his facial features chiseled. Watching Suze open, Honor of Kings, his expression instantly turned cold. Playing games instead of eating, he'd probably end up with stomach pains again tonight. If Suze's appearance made him immediately look like a spoiled rich boy, Ji Hanjun's features could only be described as extremely aggressive and oppressive. Master, if you don't eat, your stomach will hurt. He just couldn't understand why Ji Hanjun kept being overly concerned. Even after being treated so badly by him, does Ji Hanjun have a masochistic tendency? Jiangmu, you haven't eaten either, try some. My family's nanny makes excellent food. Ignoring Ji Hanjun in front of him, Su Zhe pushed the congee toward Jiangmu, personally scooping it up with a spoon to feed him. Jiangmu's ears turned slightly red as he opened his mouth slightly to eat, but then felt it was inappropriate in front of the whole class. I'll do it myself. Su Zhe replied with an alright, and then handed the spoon to him. He then gave Ji Hanjun a provoking look. What are you looking at? Why don't you just leave? You were only here to deliver the porridge, right? It doesn't matter who eats it, does it? Seeing Su Zhe's mocking and beautiful expression, Ji Hanjun's eyes darkened further, and he wanted nothing more than to grab the person in front of him and drag him away. His young master always knew how to provoke him. Classmate, why do you keep bullying him? A clear and pleasant female voice reached their ears, but no one dared to intervene when Su Zhe was teasing Ji Hanjun. It wasn't only because they were afraid of Su Zhe, but also because they were scared of Ji Hanjun. I'll bully him if I want to. What's it got to do with you? The girl smiled and stood up, walking toward them with unwavering eye contact as she stared straight into Su Zhe's eyes. She had a pure and pretty appearance that carried a touch of cold beauty compared to Song Qin, but there was something calculating about her gaze that made people feel uneasy. I'm the new transfer student, Gu Lisheng. Chapter 5, A's Really Obedient. Gu Lisheng. Ji Hanjun's fated female lead. Not only is she blessed with the main character, aura, but she is also an extremely deep-minded woman, just like Ji Hanjun. Su Zhe even dares not to meet Gu Lisheng's gaze, his own fate flashes before his mind as vividly as a movie, which makes him dizzy and disoriented, trembling hands, and rapid breathing. Master Su, are you alright? Ji Hanjun was the first to notice his abnormal state. Moving forward to touch his forehead, his hand was harshly slapped away just as it made contact. In Su Zhe's eyes was hostility and vigilance. His pupils contracted, revealing a trace of fear, making Ji Hanjun catch his breath suddenly. Su Zhe didn't know how to describe this feeling, only feeling breathless, as if there was a huge stone blocking his chest. Su Zhe, what's wrong with you? Jiangmu saw Su Zhe's pale face and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. She quickly supported him. It's nothing, I'll just go to the restroom. With discomfort, Su Zhe stood up. But as soon as he got to his feet, he felt an intense wave of dizziness. The world went black in front of his eyes, and then he swayed and fell forward. Ji Hanjun immediately caught him, pulling him into his arms. Upon seeing the thin bead of sweat forming on Su Zhe's delicate face, Ji Hanjun carried him horizontally and rushed towards the infirmary. Jiangmu followed closely behind the two, leaving Gu Lisheng standing in place. Gu Lisheng looked in the direction they had left, her eyes showing indifference. Subsequently, her lips parted slightly. Interesting. Ji Hanjun ran with the person tightly held in his arms toward the medical room, yelling at anyone who blocked his way. The young master has a bit of anemia. The sudden fainting was caused by large emotional fluctuations. From now on, eat meals on time and sleep earlier. When Su Zhe woke up, most people from the school were already gone, even the medical room attendant had left. Only a small lamp remained lit. Ji Hanjun sat on the chair beside the bed, holding onto Su Zhe's hand and sound asleep. Ji Hanjun. Hearing Su Zhe's voice, Ji Hanjun suddenly woke up, then stretched out his hand and touched Su Zhe's forehead. Su Zhe had developed a sudden fever, but it had now subsided. I want to go home, I don't want to stay here. Su Zhe's head spun, the disinfectant smell lingering in the air made him uncomfortable. He wanted to sleep in his own little bed, hold his teddy bear. Su Zhe's face was pale and bloodless, with a touch of illness in his features. His frail frame curled up obediently in the bed, looking like a broken yet beautiful porcelain doll. His young lord always smiled happily to others, but towards himself, he always seemed fierce, his eyes full of distaste. But the more so, the more Ji Hanjun couldn't help wanting to get closer, possess him. The crazed thoughts in Ji Hanjun's heart took root and sprouted like grass, even his eyes becoming obscure and unclear. Alright, my lord, I'll take you home. In the darkness, Ji Hanjun's pupils were pitch black, terrifyingly deep and impenetrable. He leaned down and lifted the person on the bed into his arms, feeling the warmth emanating from within. How obedient. By the time they arrived back at the villa, Su Zhe had already fallen asleep again. Even when carried into the room, he did not wake up. With his small head drooping against his chest, under the glow of the light, his dark hair accentuated his fair skin even more. Ji Hanjun's Adam's apple moved as his eyes clouded with darkness. Subsequently, without restraint, he cupped his face. This face, so beautifully delicate, he had seen Su Zhe cry. When Su Zhe cried, those rippling eyes seemed to speak volumes, full of fan temptation. Since when had such inappropriate feelings arisen? Probably since the first day they met. That was the first day Ji Hanjun came to the Su residence. Unfamiliar with everything, he was bullied and pelted with stones by the neighbor's young master. But their own arrogant and haughty rich young master, upon seeing him being bullied, directly knocked down a boy half a head taller than him. Ji Han-jun is mine. If someone has to hit him, that someone can only be me. Perhaps starting from then, inappropriate feelings started to sprout within him. He had grown up alongside Master Su. Accompanying him all the way to university, as age increased, Ji Han-jun found himself increasingly tormented. He could only strive to conceal the evil thoughts growing in his heart. He wouldn't allow any other person to eye his young lord. Su-zhe slept deeply, dreaming that he was hugging a giant teddy bear. The teddy bear's body was very warm and hot. "Good night, my young master." A warm kiss landed on his lips, beginning as a gentle touch but turning increasingly violent, until all the air in his mouth was taken away. Unwillingly trying to open his eyes, Su-zhe couldn't due to the heaviness of his eyelids. The bear in his dream was so mean to him, it not only pinched his waist but also bit him, and he kept hearing familiar whispers in his ear. "A's really obedient." Early the next morning, Su-zhe was woken up by Ji Han-jun for breakfast, as the doctor said that 3 meals a day must be eaten on time. Yawning, Su-zhe sat up, looking like a compliant kitten. His fluffy hair was messy in a way that made one want to touch it. His clothes were wrinkled, and faintly visible on his neck was a not-so-obvious kiss mark. "I don't want to eat. I want to sleep." Ji Han-jun bent down and pulled the person who wanted to lie back down. Su-zhe furrowed his brows, trying to shake off Ji Han-jun's hand but failing. What for? I won't get up." Su-zhe kept trying to hide under the blanket, humming and complaining. He even started kicking Ji Han-jun while trying to burrow deeper under the covers. "Master, please get up." Ji Han-jun suddenly threw off the blanket, and Su-zhe stood up abruptly in displeasure. His delicate little face was filled with anger. The doctor had mentioned that breakfast should be eaten or else stomach issues would arise. So no matter how angry Su-zhe got, Ji Han-jun still had to make sure he ate breakfast. "If you bother me any more, Ji Han-jun, I'll kick you out." Chapter 6, He Only Cares About Su-zhe. Ji Han-jun said nothing because he knew Su-zhe would always say things without meaning to do them. His young master was always harsh in words but gentle in heart. Su-zhe, with his messy furry head, stood on the bed and gave Ji Han-jun, who was at the bedside, a scolding. "Man, you're always being so nagging about everything. Aren't you tired of that? I've already said I don't need your interference. Do you understand that? From today onwards, I'll lock my door from the inside. You won't be able to enter my room anymore." Ji Han-jun usually delivered clothes to him and woke him up for any reasons, which was why his bedroom door was never locked before. Ji Han-jun contained the tumultuous emotions in his eyes, gazing at the little lord scolding him with crossed arms and pointed fingers as he let out a slight snort. "Then lock it." Ji Han-jun pulled over the person lying on the bed and directly held him toward the bathroom, holding him with one hand while grabbing a towel from the rack with the other. Even though he appeared malnourished, it was actually Su-zhe whose health was problematic. He wasn't heavy at all when lifted. "Asshole, who gave you permission to carry me?" Su-zhe's struggles casted a shadow of gloom in Ji Han-jun's eyes, his voice becoming hoarse. "If young master doesn't behave, I will call your mother." Yes, Su-zhe feared no heaven or earth except for his mother. Ever since childhood, his mother had been very strict with him, raising him as the perfect heir. But for unknown reasons, his health has been bad ever since he was little, taking medicine constantly. Mother said if he continued neglecting his health, they'd have another younger sibling. He had enjoyed unlimited affection since birth, and adding another child into the household would surely divide the love of his parents. Ji Han-jun, well played. Su-zhe's small face puffed angrily, picking up the toothbrush with pre-squeezed toothpaste to start brushing his teeth. Ji Han-jun simply watched by his side. Walking down the stairs to eat breakfast, Su-zhe bit on her spoon while looking at the new roses planted by the family servants outside. "There are no classes today. Would young master like to see the newly acquired rose varieties after eating?" Aunt Lu approached with a kind expression, holding a vase filled with bright red roses. Su-zhe's favorite flower was the rose, thus, the entire estate was covered with them. After finishing his meal, Su-zhe placed down the spoon. As Ji Han-jun attempted to wipe his mouth, Aunt Lu suddenly rushed in and snatched the napkin from Ji Han-jun's hands to perform the task herself. Since childhood, Su-zhe had been spoiled. There was someone patiently feeding him meals, helping wipe his mouth, and carrying him wherever he went. While others may not know, Aunt Lu did. Su-zhe was a premature baby, hence the poor health condition. There were considerable efforts put into swapping him with the main house child back then. Ji Han-jun stared at his now empty hand, a chill running through his gaze, yet seeing it was his mother forced him to suppress the ominous intent in his heart. The moment Su-zhe got down from the table, he immediately ran to the backyard garden to check on the newly planted roses. The gardener had already brought down the flowers from the large truck. The flowers came in a dazzling array of colors, vibrant and splendid under the sunlight. In a hurry, Su-zhe took out his phone to take pictures. Given that he was awakened later, he thought he must take more photos to leave as mementos, considering he would eventually end up wandering the streets. Although he knew everything that would happen later, he couldn't guarantee whether his identity would be exposed one day. Henceforth, before anything happened, he could no longer indulge recklessly. Instead, he needed to fully enjoy life and learn to make investments and earn money on his own. After Ji Hanjun finished helping his mother clear the dishes and stepped out, he just reached the backyard when he saw Suze standing amidst the field of flowers. An uncle truck driver was using his phone to take pictures of Suze, while several other flower attendants around posed accordingly, filling the atmosphere with laughter and joy. Ji Hanjun didn't step forward, but merely stood there watching the vivid figure surrounded by the ocean of red roses. Dressed in an elegant white embroidered shirt, the figure stood prominently against the sea of red flowers, exuding a delicate gracefulness with a playful twinkle in his eyes. Ji Hanjun stood in the dim corner of the wall, dazedly taking out his own phone, switching on the camera and aiming it at the person amidst the sea of flowers. Bathed in golden sunshine, his arrogance turned somewhat brilliant. His smooth, fair skin carried a hint of youthful innocence. Most captivating were those stunning, ripple-like eyes, charming and enchanting, wetting slightly when crying while always looking at him innocently. Touching the figure's face displayed on the screen, Ji Hanjun's eyes turned shadowy and profound, indulgently staring at the person in the frame. That exquisite and outstanding young master under the sunlit bloom was untouchable by people like him with dark and evil intentions. Ji Hanjun. It was a familiar, warm voice full of joy. Ji Hanjun abruptly looked up from the screen and immediately saw the person amidst the vibrant and beautiful sea of flowers waving at him with a smile. Come take a picture with us. His pupils darkened, and the gloomy emotions within him stirred at that moment. His heart felt as though it had been struck by an immense shock, pounding violently. There were only two people of the same age in the entire villa estate, him and Ji Hanjun. Since childhood, Ji Hanjun had been raised by Aunt Lu, and in a way, they had grown up together. Suze was like a fiery, exuberant little son. Even when they were children, Suze, despite always teasing him, would share anything fun he found during outings with Ji Hanjun as soon as possible. Ji Hanjun's personality was gloomy and reclusive. Even now, there wasn't a single person close to him. The only one by his side was Suze. In the future, there would only ever be Suze. He wanted only Suze. No one could take him away. Chapter 7, Wearing a Little Dress. You scared me to death when you fainted yesterday. Jiangmu had just finished playing basketball. He was drenched in sweat. He lowered his head and roughly wiped his face with the hem of his shirt, revealing his beautiful 8-pack abs. Suze was sitting on the side holding a bottle of mineral water, which he threw at Jiangmu. Unhappy, Suze glanced at Jiangmu's figure, then looked down at himself. TSK, if only his health had been good since childhood. He could have an 8-pack too. Jiangmu twisted the cap off the water and took a sip, then picked up the phone on the stool. Today, the guys in the dormitory are going to see the Teased cosplayers. Are you coming? Suze immediately became interested upon hearing this. Of course he would go, he loved watching Teased performances. Is it still at that coffee shop? Yeah, I hear a lot of underclassmen will be there. There were 4 people in the dormitory. Suze didn't live on campus. Jiangmu and the other 2 roommates only occasionally went back to sleep. After all, as wealthy offspring, how could they possibly stay obediently at school? Suze and Jiangmu walked into the coffee shop. As soon as they entered, they saw various beautifully dressed cosplay sisters. Grass, my favorite Nakatani Mai. Suze excitedly shook Jiangmu's arm, his eyes full of excitement. He then grabbed his phone and ran over to the sister. Beautiful sister, can we take a picture together? Of course we can. Her voice was very sweet, like that of an elder sister. Only then did Suze realize that this sister, wearing high heels, was almost as tall as him. He was 175 centimeters, rounded off to 180 centimeters, and this sister must be at least 170 centimeters tall, her heels adding 8 centimeters. You've come. Chu Chen walked in from outside the coffee shop, carrying a big box, sweating profusely. Suze was closest to the door and saw him carrying such a big box, so he quickly reached out to take it, but Jiangmu stopped Suze. You stay here. I'll go move it. Jiangmu and Chu Chen were both athletic students. Suze knew he couldn't help much, so he bypassed the crowd and headed upstairs. The second floor was a little bar with a nice atmosphere. It was now filled with Teased teachers dressed in costumes. Sorry, no casual clothes allowed inside, and you need an invitation. Suze was stopped at the entrance. He glanced inside and noticed not a single person was dressed casually. His invitation seemed not to be on him, so he had to go downstairs. He saw the 2 carrying boxes into the restroom and hurriedly followed them. Why bring the box to the toilet? Chu Chen mysteriously opened the box, revealing clothes prepared several days ago. Casual clothes can't get in. I borrowed these from the anime club. We each get 1 piece and will enter later with the invitations. Chu Chen had already taken the clothes and walked into the inner room. Jiangmu also chose one among 3 pieces and went in. Suze watched them pick, and when it was his turn, only 2 remained, obviously women's clothing. Not cool, the two of you planned this. Are these two leftover clothes meant for me and Chinshu? Hahaha, there are really no other clothes left. You two will manage. Suze, we personally selected these for you. Chinshu had gone on a date at a nearby bubble tea store, it wasn't far, so he should be back soon. What kind of stuff is this? Bend over once and it would expose everything. It seems to be the female protagonist from a manga. One of the outfits in it was a red strapless cake dress. Suze hesitated for a long time, then finally chose a dress in a color he liked and put it on. A red strapless mini cake dress, a bit short, but the dress was truly beautiful. The corset cinched his waist extremely thin, and the red dress made his skin appear even whiter. On the side was a black slightly curled wig resembling seaweed cascading like a waterfall. And there's even a fluffy tail. Included were lace-edged wrist cuffs, cat ear headbands, exquisitely delicate gem pendants, and shockingly high heels reaching the thigh with white stockings. After getting dressed, Suze dared not to go out, striving hard to pull the hem of the skirt down. His face was bright red, he had no idea how to walk out in this kind of attire. He had been dressed by girls from the anime club before, but the dress back then was a trailing Lolita dress, nothing like the current one which revealed the thighs subtly. The two waiting outside had already changed. After waiting for half a day without seeing anyone come out, they gently knocked on the door. Suze, are you done changing? Suze was startled, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Not only did his legs feel cold, but his exposed back felt insecure. Ah. My stomach hurts a little, you two go ahead. Jiang Mu, dressed in Zhongli's cosplay outfit, glanced at Chu Chen next to him who was wearing Heino's costume. The two exchanged glances. Alright then, we'll go do makeup first. You come straight to the second floor to find us later. Oh, okay. As soon as Suze finished speaking, he saw his clothes hanging above the door being taken away by the other two. To prevent you from running away, we've put your clothes away. You can't possibly walk out like this, can you? You two are despicable lowlifes. It wasn't until the sound of their footsteps faded that Suze emerged from the cubicle with a red face, gripping the hem of his skirt. They were really gone, and Suze looked for his phone, only to realize these despicable lowlifes had even taken it with them. Annoying. Curse you two to have no seasoning in your instant noodles, no straws in your bubble tea, and end up with partners who have a dong. After Suze cursed, he stepped out of the restroom. As he grabbed the door handle, it suddenly opened before he could. Facing him was Ji Hanjun, dressed in the coffee shop server uniform. Ji Hanjun had recently started working at the cafe. He had been preparing drinks on the second floor when someone accidentally spilled some red wine on his sleeve. Who would have thought that he'd run into Suze right after walking in? Normally, Suze was always at the internet cafe at this time. The sudden visual impact of the red and white dress stunned Ji Hanjun, making his pupils contract. You. Don't look. Chapter 8, Meeting a Pervert. He had imagined countless embarrassing social death scenarios. But he never thought that Ji Hanjun would catch him in drag. Ji Hanjun was definitely going to laugh at him. After all, he had always maintained the image of a great man. Stop staring. Close your eyes. Suze's face felt scorching hot, and he knew it was red. Seeing that the person in front of him was still staring, he panicked and directly covered Ji Hanjun's eyes with his hand. Ji Hanjun. The view before his eyes was blocked as a pair of hands covered them, and the two were standing quite close. He could even smell the scent of the person in his arms. It was the imported shower gel fragrance from abroad, the refreshing and elegant rose-white tea scent. They both used the same brand. Why did Suze's scent feel more enchanting? He could still vividly imagine his earlier appearance, waist-length curly hair, cute fluffy hairband, and an eye-catching red off-the-shoulder mini dress that was both pure and seductive. Ji Hanjun's Adam's apple rolled harshly, his breathing became coarse without him realizing it, and his voice turned slightly hoarse. Master. He absolutely couldn't stay here any longer. If he stayed, Ji Hanjun would surely laugh at him. Suze's face was flushed with red, he pulled back one hand to firmly hold the skirt that barely covered his thighs, then tugged on the skirt and ran outside. As the warmth in his arms disappeared, Ji Hanjun stared deeply at his retreating back, his gaze shadowy and aggressive. The master liked red roses, but at this moment, he resembled that fiery red rose even more. How much he loved. How much he wanted to lock him up. Suze kept pulling on the skirt, barely covering his face as he rushed upstairs to the second floor. After scanning the room, he finally spotted someone familiar. Qin Shu was dressed in ancient Chinese attire, holding a folding fan, looking like a proper scholar of olden times, chatting with several girls nearby. So. Among the four of them, only he was wearing a skirt. This cosplay party wasn't as strictly regulated as the previous ones. There had been a session earlier where only girls were allowed in, but now it was changed to disallow casual wear. Qin Shu laughed while chatting with the surrounding girls, his gaze falling onto Suze who had just come down from the second floor. Suze was tall and slim, with naturally refined features and fair skin. Dressed in a red layered puffball dress, he stood out even more in the crowd. His long legs complemented the equally bright red heels. Qin Shu's eyes widened in shock, and when he approached Suze, he realized that Suze was hiding balled-up fists in the folds of his skirt. As soon as Qin Shu got closer, he took a solid punch to the shoulder. "How dare you three trick me?" Qin Shu, clutching his painful shoulder, smiled at the angry Suze. "Not at all, it was those two. I knew they'd trick both of us, so I bought clothes and arrived early." Qin Shu wasn't an athlete, but he was the most skilled fighter among them and also the toughest. Suze sulked silently, wanting to punch Qin Shu again, when his shoulder was grabbed by Jiang Mu. "Beautiful, I knew this outfit would suit you." Their faces were specially made up by professional makeup artists. All three had makeup applied except for Suze, though he looked good even without it. Suze wanted nothing more than to knock both of them out, but just as he was about to lash out, someone picked up the microphone, and rock music started playing around them. "Student Su, you are really beautiful. Let us do some makeup for you." The anime club girls also came to the party and immediately noticed that striking red figure amidst the crowd, initially mistaking him for a tall and pretty girl. If he hadn't spoken up. Suze sat on the sofa as the two girls in front of him blushed his cheeks, applying makeup. "Take off the hairband. I think a red rose pinned to your ear will look better," one of the girls suggested, her gaze sweeping around and spotting a flower in a certain vase. A delicate pale face, stunning eyes with fluttering lashes, and air bangs that added a playful touch, yet the red rose tucked behind his ear made him appear even more bewitchingly attractive. The party went on until nightfall. Throughout the evening, many people asked for his contact details. It was almost midnight before the event was winding down, and already, quite a few cosplayers had left early because they had to go home sooner. "Suze, we've put your clothes in the dressing room. We're going to send the girls home, so we won't be together anymore." Chu Chen and Qin Shu waved at him, then took 5 or 6 girls downstairs. Girls going home alone late at night weren't safe, so quite a few people gathered to discuss escorting the girls home first before everyone returned to their own homes. Suze originally planned to go home with Jiangmu, but Jiangmu had to return to the old house tonight because tomorrow was his mother's birthday. So he had to leave early. "Let's go ahead. A little later, the driver from my house will be here." After seeing off the 3 people, Suze returned to the dressing room to change clothes. He had been playing for a long time, and the high heels had rubbed his heels raw with pain. He took off his shoes and tossed them aside, thinking about sending a message to the driver at his house, and began rubbing his feet while looking at the phone. The light bulb in the room made a sound, and he looked up at the light bulb on the ceiling. Bang! The light bulb suddenly went out, plunging the room into darkness. A power outage? Why did the power go out all of a sudden, boss? I just entered the room and it turned black. I nearly died of fright. Don't push me. Everyone, please don't panic. It's just a power outage. Let's head downstairs to the lobby. Noisy sounds came from outside. Suze reached for his phone on the vanity, and just as he touched it, a hand suddenly came from behind and covered his mouth and nose. Hell. The person behind him was tall, with broad, warm palms that easily covered his mouth and nose while the other hand pulled him backward by the waist. That person was incredibly strong and could effortlessly hold him entirely down. The hand gripping his waist tightened its hold like a vice. While struggling, the flower pinned in his hair fell to the ground and was crushed underfoot. Suze continued to resist, but there was a sofa in the makeup room, and that person dragged him over and pushed him down onto it. He wanted to reach into his pocket for something but forgot he was wearing a dress. His 2 hands were caught by one of his attacker's hands without much effort, and the moment his mouth was freed, Suze screamed toward the door. Help! There's a pervert, MMPH. Brutal and aggressive, Suze tried to close his mouth, but the man forcefully pinched his jaw, making him tilt his head back. Intimate and resistant sounds echoed clearly in the silent room. Pervert. How could he encounter such a pervert? And even worse, this guy kissed him. He was a boy. Suze was tightly suppressed. The man above him exuded an overwhelming presence and held him firmly down. Clearly, this was a very tall person. There's a pervert. Someone come, hurry. Chapter 9, So Scared. He was so scared. Tears instantly filled Suze's eyes, streaming down the corners of his eyes as he struggled and choked back sobs. Hearing his cries, it seemed like that person became even more terrifying. Suze even felt like this person might want to eat him. The noise outside the door grew louder. The person on top of him suddenly got up, followed by the sound of a door opening. He hadn't heard the door open, which meant this psycho had been hiding in the makeup room. The psycho left, and Suze touched his sore lips before bursting into tears. In the darkness, all 5 senses were infinitely amplified, making his nerves much more pronounced. The door opened again. Suze stopped crying in fear and looked toward the direction of the door, then he saw the flickering light of a candle. It was Ji Hanjun dressed in a waiter's uniform. Master, are you here? Wah wah wah. Ji Hanjun. Hearing the familiar voice, Suze got up from the couch and ran to hug Ji Han-jun. Suze's tears fell like an unbroken string of pearls, his shoulders trembled in fear as he tightly embraced Ji Han-jun. Ji Han-jun's gaze locked onto the person in his arms. He moved the candle farther away and held the person with one arm, speaking in a restrained tone. What happened, master? I met a pervert. Suze had always been spoiled since childhood and had never encountered anything like this throughout his life. Don't cry anymore. I'll take you home. Ji Han-jun took off his coat and draped it over Suze's body, called the driver, and then they left the cafe. The whole street was pitch black. The cafe owner was angry, calling the electrician. I'm having a party today, how come the electricity went out without any advance notice? We did notify you, telling a tall, handsome waiter at your store. Inside the car, Suze was still extremely frightened, his eyes red, with tear streaks on his face. He clung tightly to Ji Han-jun's arm. With the wide coat draped over Suze, the thin dress he wore underneath didn't provide him with security. Not only on his lips but also the touch on his legs remained vividly in his mind. As Suze thought about what had just happened, his nose tingled with sorrow once again. Perverts are truly hateful. Next time, he must place a sign in the coffee shop warning girls to be careful of bad people. Master, we're home. The car smoothly entered the estate, giving him some semblance of safety when he arrived home. As soon as Suze got out of the car, he ran to his room, went to the bathroom to change clothes and take a shower, cursing while washing with red eyes. My first kiss is gone, stolen by a stranger. At around 1 a.m. in the middle of the night, there was a knock at Ji Han-jun's bedroom door. As soon as Ji Han-jun opened the door, he saw Suze standing there in his pajamas, holding a small plush bear. Suze's eyes were red-rimmed. He tightly hugged the little bear in front of him, without wearing shoes, looking at him with such, wrong translation for grievance. Ji Han-jun looked at his bare feet with a somber expression, walking barefoot through the house without shoes would definitely lead to a cold. Ji Han-jun. Can I sleep with you? I had a nightmare. After bathing, every time he closed his eyes, he saw the scenario of being dragged away in a dark room with his mouth and nose covered. Ji Han-jun led the person into the room. His room wasn't as good-looking or beautiful as Suze's room, it lacked the countless plush teddy bears found in his own room. Ji Han-jun tucked him in with blankets, then sat by the bed. Using both hands, he picked up his feet and warmed them, rubbing gently. His feet were cold, indicating that he had stood barefoot in front of Ji Han-jun's door for a long time, too shy to knock. Ji Han-jun. What's wrong, master? Suze buried his head under the blanket, revealing only his two eyes, looking at Ji Han-jun who was rubbing his feet. In the future, I'll listen to you and eat obediently. Could you accompany me to sleep every night? He knew his earlier fate was bad because he excessively bullied Ji Han-jun. But if in the future he didn't bully Ji Han-jun anymore and instead helped him with matchmaking with the female protagonist, then perhaps his ending wouldn't be so tragic. Besides, previously it was because he had taken a liking to the heroine that Ji Han-jun punished him. But on the day he saw Gu Lisheng, he didn't have any feelings for her. Therefore, Ji Han-jun wouldn't retaliate against him. Plus, after going through this ordeal, he couldn't fall asleep alone in the dark. Even when sleeping with the lights on, he was afraid. Okay. A disobedient kitten should be thrown into a scary world. Only after experiencing malice will it understand who truly cares for it and where safety lies. Then starting tomorrow, you can sleep in my room. And from now on, I won't bully you anymore. Ji Han-jun silently nodded, but his eyes were tumultuous, suppressing excitement and madness. Previously, he had been sneaking into the master's room to sleep in secret. Now, he could do it openly. Chapter 10, The Master's Exclusive Possession. Master, wake up and have breakfast. In the morning, Suze was woken by Ji Han-jun and wanted to go back to sleep, but then remembered what he said yesterday, so got up. Today, there were the small wontons that he loved to eat. Because of his crying the previous day, his eyes were still a little swollen and red, giving him a somewhat sickly and haggard appearance. Master, is something making you uncomfortable? Aunt Lu saw Suze's pale face and her eyes filled with concern as she affectionately reached out to touch his forehead. Suze dodged her touch, remained silent, and quietly ate his small wontons. Although he wasn't the true young master of the Su family, he deeply disliked the idea that his parents swapped their child for another just to give their own a better life. Aunt Lu's hand froze mid-air before awkwardly pulling back. Ji Han-jun, from now on, come and eat at the dining table. Only the master is allowed to sit at the master's table, servants like them aren't supposed to share the same table. Moreover, given the wealth, power, and influence of the Su family, even someone working there as a gatekeeper earns more than 10,000 yuan monthly. That kid isn't worthy to sit at the same table as you, master. As Aunt Lu spoke those words, her gaze fiercely glared at Ji Han-jun who had just finished watering the flowers. Upon hearing her say the word, baseborn, Suze frowned, displeased and threw down the spoon onto the table. Aunt Lu, he is your son. Isn't it inappropriate for you to speak this way? Aunt Lu was startled since Suze usually never interfered when she scolded or disciplined Ji Hanjun. The master is absolutely right. Suze glanced toward the emotionless Ji Hanjun standing by the door, and thought about how he grew up amidst verbal abuse. A strange taste rose in his heart. He had taken away Ji Hanjun's life. The position of being the Su family's young master was supposed to be Ji Hanjun's. He was nothing more than an imposter taking over someone else's identity. Ji Hanjun, come here. Ji Hanjun stumbled slightly but moved forward. Just as he approached, he was grabbed by the wrist. Suze's beautiful eyes were bright and clear, with long eyelashes casting shadows upon his eyes shimmering like ripples, radiating gentleness and vitality. Ji Hanjun steadily focused his gaze on him without hiding or averting his eyes. The ice in his expression seemed to melt. Listen carefully. I'm the only one who is allowed to bully you. From now on, no matter what anyone says, not even Aunt Lu's orders should be followed. Since they were young, Suze always claimed that Ji Hanjun belonged exclusively to him, and whenever anyone dared to insult Ji Hanjun, Suze would immediately retaliate. There was a subtle flicker in Ji Hanjun's brow ridge, but his tone stayed indifferent as he kept looking at Suze. I will obey master's commands. Who allows you to mistreat Ji Hanjun? Even if you hit a dog, you should look to its owner first. This was what Suze often said. While others might perceive these words as harsh, Ji Hanjun did not view them the same way. He belonged to the master. He was the master's exclusive possession. Suze had a very important mission today. He needed to find someone who could earn him hundreds of thousands per month. After Suze left, Ji Hanjun had barely finished tidying up things when Aunt Lu slapped him hard across the face. That slap carried considerable force, turning Ji Hanjun's handsome face red instantly. You traitor. Do you really think the master will let you sit at the dining table? You're lowly, worthless compared to the master. None of this belongs to you. Ji Hanjun pressed the spot that had been hit with his tongue. His expression grew even darker while his gaze was filled with deep ruthlessness and dominance. All of it is mine, and he's mine too. Aunt Lu was startled by his stare but angrier at what he had said. Of course, she knew that Ji Hanjun was truly the Su family's legitimate heir. If this fact were uncovered, she'd end up in jail and even Suze, her biological son, would be kicked out. She regretted not drowning the baseborn son after switching children so everything could remain unknown. Don't daydream about something that doesn't belong to you. Everything here is Suze's, you two are not part of the same world. Her face was already distorted due to rage, and her wrinkled features resembled a monstrous devil clawing with fury. Ji Hanjun didn't understand. Since childhood, he wondered why his mother disliked him. To win her favor, he worked hard to achieve perfect scores, obeyed every command she gave, and even listened to Suze completely. Whenever bullied severely, he remained silent and accepted it all without complaint. He couldn't figure out why his mother still disliked him, but now it didn't matter. He no longer needed his mother's love. Because he fell in love with someone else. What he needed was Suze's love. Suze went to a farm on the outskirts with the driver. The farm, due to poor income, was nearly bankrupt, but because of its unfavorable terrain, it simply could not be sold. Master Su. Suze got out of the car, and here all roads were dirt tracks. Especially after the downpour of rain from a few days ago, the ground was like paste. The driver watched as Suze's pair of white high-end sneakers became dirty. The next second, he pulled out a handkerchief and squatted down to wipe them. It's unnecessary. Compared to running around starving later, this little bit of mud meant nothing. Master Su, this is the contract. However, because the place has an unfavorable landscape, both animal husbandry and agriculture would result in losses. Are you sure you want to buy this piece of land? Suze took the contract. Although animal husbandry and agriculture would lead to losses at this place, such a large plot of land wasn't just for farming and raising animals. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, the scenery here was actually quite beautiful, and there were even some small villages nearby. The location might be remote, but that was only a matter of time. With the surrounding mountains, sunlight was scarce. Although the soil was good, there wasn't enough sunshine, so planting anything wouldn't work. But the view was pleasant, perfect for reclusion. Perhaps one day in the future, this would become his hiding place. Chapter 11, Because he belongs to me. His pocket money was usually plenty, and if he saved up, even if he were expelled later, he could still put it into the bank for interest. But he wanted to make big money. Master Su, will buying this land make Mrs. Su angry? No. In the past, his pocket money was spent on sports cars, but now he wanted to invest in something. This place wasn't suitable for growing crops or raising livestock, but with good views and fresh air, plus the quietness, it could completely be developed into a tourist spot. Beautiful mountains and clear water, there's everything, next to which was a very poor village. Perhaps it could improve the villagers' quality of life. After bringing the signed contract back to the mansion and locking it away in a cabinet, he decided that this should not yet be known to anyone. The school curriculum was always dull and monotonous. This was already the fourth yawn Suze let out. Weren't you up all night yesterday? Jiang Mu looked over at the teary-eyed Suze and showed off his newly purchased limited edition sports car. Look, the latest limited edition, there are only 3 in the whole world, my dad bought it for me. Suze yawned again and nodded. Not really, limited edition. Aren't you the biggest fan of sports cars? I'll give you one for your birthday. Nah, the one your dad bought you keep, don't give me everything. Outside the window, sparrows chirped incessantly. The classroom was quiet, one could only hear the sound of flipping through books. Jiang Mu, do you befriend me because of my identity? Among these aristocratic offspring, the ability to get along well often doesn't mean they had great relationships since childhood. Instead, their parents taught them early how to approach influential families, becoming friends so business could benefit each other later. Why do you say that? Nothing. He just wanted to know how Jiang Mu would feel if he knew he was an imposter who usurped someone else's position. The cafeteria today came up with a new dish, fried minced meatballs. Because Suze had eaten lunch outside while signing contracts earlier in the morning, he was determined to have the afternoon's meatballs. Suze pulled Jiang Mu into the cafeteria, thinking they'd have to wait in line for a long time. However, once inside, he spotted Ji Hanjun immediately. Sir, fried minced meatballs. Ji Hanjun held a plate, piled with lots of fried meatballs and sweet and sour pork. You've taken care of the meal for me, but what happened to your face? Suze was shocked and moved forward to grab the plate. That's when he noticed a very obvious palm print on Ji Hanjun's cheek. Who dared to bully Ji Hanjun in this school? Didn't they know Ji Hanjun belonged to him? I'm fine, sir. What nonsense, only I am allowed to hit you. Who the hell did this? Ji Hanjun was always alone. Though good-looking, his eyes carried a terrible aura, especially the prominent gloominess and oppressive vibe around him. Everyone in the school knew about Suze and Ji Hanjun's relationship. My mother, sir, please don't be angry. Aunt Lu. Suze narrowed his eyes slightly, hating it most when others touched his things. No wonder fried minced meatballs were his favorite. The stir-fried ones tasted just as good, and this spicy flavor suited his palate perfectly. Actually, after the news of today's fried minced meatballs was sent to the group chat, Ji Hanjun had already filled up a large plate at noon, but Suze still didn't show up. Why aren't you eating? Suze looked curiously at Ji Hanjun, puzzled as to why he was sitting in front of him without getting any food, watching him awkwardly. I'm not very hungry. If he wasn't hungry, why come to the cafeteria? Suze couldn't finish half of his portion and habitually pushed the rest toward Ji Hanjun. I can't eat anymore, you take it. Ji Hanjun had already fetched so many dishes that Suze liked, but even a full plate wouldn't be enough for Suze. If you can't finish, just throw it away. Is Ji Hanjun your garbage can? Gu Lixing arrived with her tray, glaring coldly at them, mocking a sarcastic smile. I'm not forcing him. Ji Hanjun, would you like to eat? From childhood onwards, foods he didn't like to eat always went to Ji Hanjun. When his parents forbade him from being picky and wasting food, he used to run with his bowl to Ji Hanjun's room and have him finish everything. Sure. Ji Hanjun picked up the chopsticks, grabbed a small meatball, and placed it in his mouth. Just as he took a bite, someone suddenly struck his chopsticks, knocking them off, and overturned the meal on the table. Ji, I will protect you here, he doesn't dare bully you. Ji Hanjun stared at his now empty hand, frowned deeply, his eyes turning fierce, and he glared unpleasantly at the woman standing next to him. Suze hadn't expected Gu Lixing to act directly. Was this the charm of the female lead? Ji Hanjun was glaring so intensely at her it felt like he could burn holes through her. TCH, so annoying. Thinking about how these two would fall in love later, Ji Hanjun would go all out for her, even spending a fortune on a one-of-a-kind diamond necklace in the world. Truly. No matter where, protagonist spotlight was something their canon fodder counterparts could never match. Suze lowered his eyelids, then stood up and left. Ji Hanjun, seeing Suze rise, immediately followed. Ji Hanjun, how can you still chase him after he insulted you so much? Her clothing corner was grabbed by Gu Lixing, who watched as Suze gradually disappeared into the crowd before her eyes. Anger and hostility spread across Ji Hanjun's entire face instantly, and his tone was icy with profound possessiveness. Because he is mine. Chapter 12, Nightmare. Gu Lixing couldn't believe what she just heard, and even after her hand was forcefully shaken off, she couldn't recover. What did Ji Hanjun just say? Suze belongs to him. It wasn't supposed to be this way. According to her investigation, Ji Hanjun and Suze were merely master and servant. She needed someone inside to help her secure the land deal contract from Su Corporation, and Ji Hanjun seemed to be the most suitable choice. Though Suze did not involve himself in the family business, his parents' doting affection towards him was known worldwide. A rich young master born with a silver spoon, once she got a hold of Suze's weaknesses, given the parents' indulgence, perhaps she could negotiate conditions with the Su family. Master. Ji Hanjun rushed forward and caught Suze's wrist as the latter turned his head with puzzlement. What are you doing? Don't you need to treat that girl for sticking up for you? Suze mocked sarcastically, trying to shake off his hand, only to find he couldn't, so he started prying Ji Hanjuan's fingers apart. Why was he holding so tightly? Don't leave me alone, master. Ji Hanjun looked at the angered face right in front of him, ears slightly red, beautiful eyes brimming with anger, much like an irate cat glaring at him. Adorable, wanted to stroke. I realize that you're just looking for punishment. Recently I haven't bullied you much, yet you keep coming closer. Ji Hanjun, are you a masochist? No, I'm master's dog. Suze's heart jumped when he heard those words, his face suddenly flushing red. No, how could he say it so easily? Was he really that effective in teaching Ji Hanjun? Ji Hanjun, clearly Gu Lisheng has complex intentions towards you. You know my rule, no one is allowed to touch or covet what belongs to me. Finally, Suze managed to pry his hand loose. He was just about to stretch his wrist and shoulders when someone pulled him, and he looked up to see a familiar person. What a coincidence, what are you guys doing? Nothing. Chu Chen leaned casually on Suze, glancing between the two of them briefly before leaning in closer and whispering secretly to Suze. A strange man held Suze, the two were so close that when they whispered to each other, the man's lips almost touched his ear. Ji Hanjuan's hand clenched tightly, his eyes had a sinister look, and his handsome face appeared somewhat malevolent. Why did so many people have their eyes on his treasure? Ha ha ha, are you serious? Then I'll go with you in a while. Suze laughed with his eyes bending into crescents like a bright little sun, unaware of what funny thing he heard, his eyes were full of light. Alright, let me go back to the dorm to get something first. Just as Suze was about to be lured away by this strange man, Ji Hanjun suddenly spoke up coldly. Master, have you forgotten about the pervert? This sentence caused Suze to stop instantly, even the smile froze on his face, as if he was brought back to the day of the power outage. What pervert? Hey, you! Ji Hanjun stepped forward, pulling Chu Chen who was full of questions aside, and pulled Suze over, circling him in his embrace. His voice was incredibly gentle, but his eyes were filled with a sickly state. Master, it will soon be dark. There are the most number of perverts at night. Let's go home. Suze was embraced and walked away. Chu Chen looked at his empty palm, still feeling the warmth from where he just touched his shoulder. Men understand men the best, that man was extraordinary. After returning home and taking a shower, Suze hugged the little bear and asked Ji Hanjun to sleep on the floor beside his bed. Don't turn off the lights, just sleep next to my bed. That little bear was a warm yellow teddy bear that Ji Hanjun bought for him during the summer vacation 2 years ago when he was working part-time. He was obsessed with teddy bears and liked all things and items related to cute teddy bears. There were many dolls, but he liked this one the most. Holding this doll, he could always fall asleep soundly. But ever since yesterday, he couldn't sleep anymore. Okay, master. Ji Hanjuan's eyes became deeply colored. He kneeled down gently and picked up Suze's foot, putting the teddy sock on his tender white foot. In his sleep, Suze slept restlessly, dreaming of a strange scene. It was a place without sunlight. The shiny new leather shoes in front were spotless, and the owner of the shoes pinched his chin and made him look at himself. He couldn't see the person's face clearly, but he could clearly feel the cold touch of the man, as if a poisonous snake had licked him. Everyone knows you're dead, no one can take you away from me. Stay with me forever. The dream suddenly changed. That man was severely beating someone in front, punch after punch hitting flesh, only hearing the heartrending screams of the person being beaten. I told you to hide him, why didn't you keep an eye on him? Why let him escape? The blood and flesh were mixed, it seemed that the man had gone mad, almost killing the other person until someone pulled him away, then his hands dropped lifelessly. When that man raised his head, those gloomy eyes and the more cold-blooded handsome appearance made him see clearly. Isn't that Ji Hanjun? Suze woke up in panic from the bed, drenched in cold sweat, and his heart was pounding fiercely. After awakening, he only knew his end would be tragic, merely cannon fodder, tossed into the sea, basically without any storyline. But what was that in the dream? Suze's sudden awakening also woke up Ji Hanjun under the bed. Ji Hanjun immediately woke up and checked on Suze's condition. Suze's face was deathly pale, obviously still immersed in the nightmare just now, his eyes filled with fear. Ji Hanjun watched him doubtfully, helplessly covering his own head, his body shaking slightly, moving forward and hugging the person. Suze's current state made his heart ache, but Ji Hanjun did not regret his actions at the cafe. Master was too disobedient and too innocent. Chapter 13, Crazy Ji Hanjun. Only after truly experiencing something terrible does one have nightmares. Suze glared angrily at the man beside him, thinking about the Ji Hanjun in his dream locking him up and torturing him like a devil, which infuriated him. Breaking free from his embrace, he grabbed his doll and threw it at Ji Hanjun. Master. Ji Hanjun tilted his head to dodge. The doll falling onto him wasn't actually painful, but he could clearly feel Suze's anger. It's all your fault, because of you I had a nightmare. Ji Hanjuan's eyes deepened. Did he already know that the person in the coffee shop was himself? It's all my fault, master, don't be angry. Suze pushed him away from his bed, grabbing his pillow and throwing it at him. Ji Hanjun, go stand outside, do not enter without my permission. Is the young master no longer afraid? As soon as these words came out, Suze's entire body bristled with anger, and he rushed forward to strike Ji Hanjun. His wrist was lightly caught and pulled towards Ji Hanjun's lips. Ji Hanjun held his hand against his face, rubbing it gently while staring at him with a gaze full of unnamed darkness. How could he have ever thought not to bully this person? Thinking of his tragic fate, he now wished nothing more than to trample Ji Hanjun underfoot. Go away. Get out. Ji Hanjun's deep features were striking, his pitch-black eyes filled with infatuation, his lips pressed into a straight line. After standing there for 3 seconds, he obediently released Suze and left. Suze calmed down a bit before burying himself under the covers. Ji Hanjun's originally melancholic personality made him fall for Gu Lishan, who was always defending him, so bright and cheerful. Because of his dark, possessive nature, Ji Hanjun had countless ways to torment people. If anyone was insane, nobody would be crazier than Ji Hanjun in the future. The next morning, Suze was woken up by Chu Chen's call. He had fewer classes today and had planned to find Jiang Mu yesterday. It was indeed hot today. Suze found a white sportswear outfit and, just as he stepped out of his room, he locked eyes with Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun's pajamas were similar to his, both in light colors with small bare patterns. But even such an adorable sleepwear couldn't hide Ji Hanjun's fierce aura. He was tall, and he stared at Suze with a gloomy expression on his face. It was already morning, yet Ji Hanjun was still in his pajamas, having stood guard at Suze's door all night. Suze shrank his neck under Ji Hanjun's piercing gaze. They locked eyes for a moment. Ji Hanjun didn't look away, making Suze feel uneasy. Alright, stop being a bother and go do your thing. Suze brushed past him and signaled the driver to take him to the Jiang residence, where he heard that Mrs. Jiang had arranged a match for Jiang Mu. Upon arriving, Suze sent the driver back first. As soon as he entered, Qin Shu covered his eyes from behind while Chu Chen spoke up. Guess who I am? Qin Shu. They looked at each other. The moment Qin Shu loosened his hands, Suze punched him, hating being surprised from behind the most right now. Wow, still so brutal. How did you guess? Together, they entered the living room. Qin Shu was particularly curious why Suze could always accurately guess who was covering his eyes. Isn't it simple? Chu Chen always plays basketball, so he constantly changes clothes and smells of laundry detergent. It's different for you, it's women's perfume. Qin Shu bent down to sniff. But today, he only dated one girlfriend who was very well behaved and never wore perfume. Young masters, please follow me. The butler led them to the hall in the backyard, which was filled with rich sons and daughters from the business circle. It seemed that Mrs. Jiang was quite eager to arrange a marriage for Jiang Mu. It was spacious, larger than any cocktail party Suze had attended before. Chu Chen brought Suze to a corner seat while Qin Shu fetched a cake. Didn't see Jiang Mu, but there's your favorite blueberry cake. Qin Shu placed the cake in front of Suze and just as he sat down, several girls approached asking for contact information. Suze took a bite of the cake, watching idly as Qin Shu exchanged WeChat codes with each of them. Brother Su. A little girl in a pink dress pushed through the crowd. Seeing her among them, Jiang Yan ran over with a rabbit in her arms. Suze smiled, standing up and squatting down to catch the little girl running towards him. Brother Su, you haven't been here for so long. Yan Yan missed you. 5-year-old cuteness stabbed directly at his heart. Suze pinched her cheeks, his eyes softening. Yan Yan looks beautiful today. He, Brother Su looks the best. Jiang Mu, dressed in a white suit, had styled his hair. His already elegant and handsome face became somewhat pretentious wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Why are you guys sitting over here? Sigh, I'm about to die from worry. Jiang Mu collapsed onto the couch, looking exhausted. Chu Chen patted his shoulder. Bro, didn't expect you to be the first one to get married among us. Not a chance, I'm not in a rush. Jiang Mu wanted to pull at his tie but remembered it was a public place and lowered his hand instead. His eyes fell on Suze in his sportswear, which made him appear even younger, youthful, and lively. Those captivating eyes appeared even clearer and purer. His neat head looked like something begging to be touched. Probably among all those people, only their trio wasn't wearing formal attire. Suze sat on the sofa holding Jiang Yan, picked up the blueberry cake and took 2 bites. Suddenly, he got choked by the cake and his face turned bright red instantly. Hurry, have some water. Chu Chen quickly handed over the water, and the cake in his hand was taken away by Jiang Mu. Qin Shu also came over to pat his back. Little master, how come you are not more careful? Chapter 14, The Ferocious Dog. Suze felt like all of his internal organs were about to be coughed out. After drinking a glass of water, he barely felt better. Jiang Yan tugged at Suze's sleeve. Brother Suze, are you okay? Suze's face was flushed, his neck also dyed with red from being choked, his eyes brimming with tears. I'm fine. The three only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him calm down, and they instructed the nearby servant to take the cake away. The gathering was still going on. Jiang Mu and Jiang Yan were called away by Mrs. Jiang, and Qin Shu was also called by a group of girls to play games. Why don't you go? Su Zhe looked beside at Chu Chen, slightly puzzled why he wouldn't join the girls for their game. I won't go. What if you get choked again? Ding dong. Ding dong. Chu Chen noticed that the notification sound from the message in Su Zhe's pocket kept ringing, but Su Zhe just glanced at it once and shoved the phone back into his pocket without any care. Whose message is it? Why don't you reply? Su Zhe rubbed his temple, feeling a bit headache. Because he had been choked earlier, his throat was still somewhat sore, making him a little irritable. Ji Hanjun. Upon hearing this name, Chu Chen's gaze flashed with a touch of coldness as he leaned forward and wrapped Su Zhe in his arms. Wouldn't it be better to call him over too? Su Zhe slapped off the hand that rested on his shoulder and pinched Chu Chen's waist, eliciting a sharp hiss of pain from the latter. What do you want to call him over for? He's just a psycho. Men understand men best. Chu Chen has long known that there's a dog-like character around Su Zhe since they were kids, quirky personality, eccentric temperament, and a whole body language oozing with ferocity. When they first met, Ji Hanjun turned out not to be an easy person indeed. His gaze towards Su Zhe was unmistakably filled with aggression and possession, as if looking at prey. Chu Chen looked at the delicate white-skinned young master beside him, breathing heavier as he moved closer and grabbed Su Zhe's phone. As Su Zhe sensed the proximity of the person beside him, the next second, he tightened his fist intending to punch him, but the person already grabbed his phone and stepped aside. You hate him so much, I should give him a lesson for your sake. Chu Chen opened Su Zhe's phone, and numerous unread messages popped up immediately on the WeChat interface. Once clicked, they showed Ji Hanjun's messages. Ji Hanjun, Master, where have you gone? Ji Hanjun, I'll pick you up. Ji Hanjun, don't wander alone, it's not safe. Ji Hanjun, Master, I'm worried about you. Ji Hanjun, is Master misbehaving? Ji Hanjun, I will find you. Chu Chen felt chills run through his scalp upon seeing these messages. This person's controlling nature was simply too strong, wasn't it? Did he have to report every single thing beforehand to him? Chu Chen sent his location to Ji Hanjun, then laughed and shoved the phone back into Su Zhe's pocket. Su Zhe didn't have time to bother with him, just finding the gathering perhaps boring, even more so than the ones he attended before. Unlike Qin Shu, who had a childlike heart, Jiang Mu was a very planned individual. Even though he agreed to his parents' arranged meeting, it doesn't mean he would marry right away. The two sat in a corner. Though difficult to be noticed, the atmosphere around them was quite prominent. Who is that guy wearing sportswear? Looks quite young. Zhang Su held a cocktail in one hand while whispering with someone nearby. They were all in formal wear, thinking to meet a few friends here. That guy. The only child of the Su family. I advise you not to provoke him. You might think he looks pure and harmless, but who doesn't know about last year's gathering where a man went up to talk to him? The young master ignored him, but then the man went up to touch his face. Right there, the young master chopped off 2 of his fingers. Zhang Su was shocked. In his eyes, Su Zhe now seemed even more curious and worth investigating. He has quite a temper, I like it. That person looked at Zhang Su as if he were dead, then sighed, shook his head, and left. The young master's face was extremely refined and elegant, his complexion very white and tender. His sportswear highlighted his youthful vitality, especially those beautiful eyes. He had never seen anyone so noble and pretty. Qin Shu called a few younger sisters over, and the group started playing poker. They hadn't played many rounds when the gatekeeper brought Ji Hanjun inside. Look, the vicious dog from your house has arrived, young master. Su Zhe, holding his poker cards, glanced up at Ji Hanjun, their eyes met, and Ji Hanjun's gaze turned notably colder, brimming with a sinister aggression. Su Zhe frowned slightly, he didn't like Ji Hanjun's sticky and obsessive stare. Keep staring. Look elsewhere. Su Zhe tightened his grip on the cards, glaring irritably at Ji Hanjun. The party played soft, beautiful music in the background, but it didn't hinder their group playing poker. Nor would they be noticed bullying Ji Hanjun there. Master, why don't you reply to my messages? That same obsessive, dark, sticky gaze once more. Su Zhe threw the cards forcefully onto the table, rising abruptly towards Ji Hanjun, which startled those around him. Then they saw Su Zhe, angered, stepping forward and grabbing Ji Hanjun's chin, who was taller than him. You're just my dog. Why should I reply to your messages? Ji Hanjun furrowed his brow slightly, taking a step forward, startling Su Zhe into stepping back, though he didn't let go. I may be master's dog, but a dog needs to always know where its master is. Ji Hanjun's stare was so aggressive and unsettling that Chu Chen, frowning, stood up and pulled Su Zhe behind him, his tone laced with disdain and mockery. Looks like you've been properly taught a lesson. You seem aware of your place. Qin Shu also discarded his cards, laughing as he put an arm around Su Zhe's waist, feeling up his head with playful hands. The young master really has talent, but be careful, even bad dogs bite when provoked. Ji Hanjuan's pitch-black eyes seemed like those of a wild beast ready to explode, fixating fiercely on the hand resting at Su Zhe's waist. After all, Ji Hanjun had awakened now. He wasn't afraid of Ji Hanjun. "Master, please come home with me." Chu Chen couldn't believe they'd already made things clear, yet Ji Hanjun showed not a hint of anger or embarrassment, refusing even to glance at them. This Ji Hanjun must have psychological issues. Su Zhe didn't want to see him and no longer wanted to deal with him, signaling the gatekeeper to drag Ji Hanjun out. Ji Hanjun noticed what Su Zhe intended to do, chuckling darkly and stepping forward again. "Master, don't you remember what I said before?" Threatening him. He hated being threatened the most. These words truly ignited Su Zhe's anger. Freeing himself from Chu Chen and Qin Shu's grasp, he stepped forward, yanking down Ji Hanjuan's collar and delivering a harsh slap. The sound reverberated across the room as Ji Hanjuan's head twisted sideways. Instantly, a red handprint appeared on his pale face. "Master, if I encounter any more freaks, I won't bother coming again." Ji Hanjuan's gaze grew deep and somber as he slowly turned his face back toward the noble young master standing before him, his focus lingering on his lips. He longed to claim them publicly right in front of these people who were scrutinizing everything closely. Let them watch and understand that Su Zhe belonged to him. How dared these scum try to contest against him? Chapter 15, The Madman. The unexpected slap shocked everyone watching. The slap confirmed that Su Zhe was truly angry. Does Master's hand hurt? Ji Hanjun suppressed his dirty and wild thoughts, gently extending his hand to hold the tender white hand that had just struck him. He'd lost his mind. Not only had he cursed him, but he slapped him in broad daylight as well. Yet, Ji Hanjun actually still worried if his hand hurt. Now Su Zhe didn't want to see Ji Hanjun one bit. His stubborn tantrums made Su Zhe attempt to withdraw his hand, only to find it tightly gripped by Ji Hanjun. "Let go." Su Zhe furrowed his brows, using all his strength to retrieve his hand from Ji Hanjuan's tight grasp. However, the harder he tried, the tighter the grip became. Chu Chen frowned, wanting to separate them. Just as he reached out, he witnessed Su Zhe using his free hand to deliver another resounding slap to Ji Hanjun. Everyone gasped in unison. This slap sounded even louder than the previous one, completing the symmetry on Ji Hanjuan's face. Ji Hanjuan's profile looked sharp and menacing as he slowly turned back his face, his piercing gaze resembling a wolf eyeing its prey, far more terrifying than before. Su Zhe could even feel numbness in his palm for a moment from the force of the strikes, yet he still berated the man in front of him. "You don't let go, and I'll hit you again. I'll let go if you come home with me." Ji Hanjuan's voice became darker and deeper than before, shadowed with danger. Su Zhe got upset once more. He despised being threatened above all. Since he already gave him 2 slaps, each perfectly symmetrical on both cheeks, he couldn't possibly hit again due to Ji Hanjuan's stubborn personality. Even if he broke his hand today, Ji Hanjun wouldn't let go. "All right then, beg me. If you get down and beg me, I'll go home with you." This was an insult. A blatant insult. Who would want to be bullied in front of so many people? This was trampling on one's dignity. Su Zhe was certain that no matter how crazy or perverted Ji Hanjun might be, there was no way he could endure such an insult and actually kneel in front of so many people to ask him to go home. Ji Hanjun might be deranged. But Su Zhe knew he wasn't a tame, obedient dog. Heaven's chosen male lead or not, now he was being openly humiliated by Su Zhe in front of everyone. For a moment after Su Zhe's words, Ji Hanjun fell silent, but there was little change in his eyes, he still wore a gloomy expression. The crowd around them even started jeering, laughter rumbling faintly through the air. Seeing that Ji Hanjun made no response yet refused to release his hand, Su Zhe immediately kicked at Ji Hanjuan's leg. Hiss. It felt as though Su Zhe had struck steel, Ji Hanjun showing absolutely no reaction while Su Zhe nearly doubled over from pain. "Beg me, young master, to go home with me." "What?" Startled, Su Zhe looked up, unwilling to believe what he'd heard, fearing he'd misheard. His hand remained tightly gripped as the person before him suddenly kneeled before him, in full view of everyone. Ji Hanjuan's eyes were deep, earnestly gazing into Su Zhe's eyes. In broad daylight, he parted his lips. "Beg me, young master, to go home with me." Crazy, Ji Hanjun was definitely insane. Feeling his cheeks begin to heat, Su Zhe truly hadn't expected Ji Hanjun to really kneel. No matter how much he disliked it, Su Zhe decided he no longer wanted to stay here amidst all the spectators. Suppressing his anger, he pulled Ji Hanjun towards the direction of the restroom, where people exchanged glances. Qin Shu hesitated whether to follow them or not. Chu Chen waved for the others to disperse and drank a glass of wine in one gulp. "Don't go, we can't help anyway." Upon entering the restroom, Su Zhe shoved Ji Hanjun against the wall and tightly grabbed his neck with one hand. "I mean, I told you to come down and beg me, and you actually did it. With so many people watching, don't you have any shame? If I lose my dignity, it's just so that master will be happy." Ji Hanjun slightly bowed his head, looking at the white, delicate hands pinching his throat. He seemed able to faintly smell Master's scent, which caused his breathing to become heavy and his gaze to grow infatuated. No, no. What look is this? Don't look at me with such disgusting eyes. Suddenly startled by Ji Hanjun's stare, Suze released his grip only for Ji Hanjun to lunge closer, forcing Suze back against the edge of the sink. Not tall enough compared to Jiangmu and now even shorter than Ji Hanjun, Suze found his lower back pressed against the edge of the sink. Faced with Ji Hanjun leaning forward with both arms spread out over the sink, boxing him in. Suze froze in fear, anger and terror intertwining, making him lash out violently. Pervert. Are you crazy? Get away, don't get so close to me. So terrifying. Would Ji Hanjun strangle him to death? Suze trembled lightly, his eyelashes flickering. A faint misty moisture clouded his eyes, but his mouth remained defiant. Crazy. Get away. Didn't you hear me? Ji Hanjun. Go die. I'm gonna kill you. Beautiful, adorable. Even though Master was yelling harshly, the darkening eyes of the man in front of him brimmed with rising passion. As Suze's voice softened, he grew more sure that Ji Hanjun was a true psychopath. Despite two handprints adorning Ji Hanjun's pale face, they did nothing to diminish his handsome appearance. Sharp features and a dominating aura matched his striking looks. Master. Beneath him lay someone with fair, tender skin and tear-filled, angry eyes. The intoxicating scent of Suze's rose-white tea wafted into his nostrils. Especially those plump red lips. Ji Hanjun's Adam's apple bobbed, resisting the urge to press a kiss onto them. Yet, he couldn't. Once some boundaries were crossed, addiction would ensue, and there might come a day when he truly lost control, giving free rein to his darker thoughts. Suze glared furiously, expecting to be struck but seeing instead compliance. Why would a heaven-chosen male protagonist willingly subject himself to be dominated by a cannon fodder like him? What was Ji Hanjun scheming? More malevolent thoughts crept into Suze's mind. Then he directly reached out and wrapped his arms around the neck of the person before him, tilting his head back to intensely focus on him. His tone was both spoiled and despicable. As long as I'm happy, does that mean I can tell you to do anything and you'll do it? Ji Hanjun's heart raced at his sudden approach, his pitch-black pupils trembling faintly. Yes. Anything Master says, I will do. Then I want you to wear ###### for me. What a joke. With the male lead nearly 190 centimeters tall, who wouldn't love seeing him in those clothes? He wanted to take photos and keep them as a future tool to humiliate Ji Hanjun. If Ji Hanjun ever sought revenge, he could simply release the videos and photos online. Hee, how smart of him. Chapter 16, A Predetermined Doom. The world of books is neither completely real nor entirely false. In fact, many people may not believe, but they really did exist. Suze provocatively looked at him. So, Ji Hanjun, are you willing or not? Ji Hanjun's eyes grew deep, gripping Suze's waist tighter as his lips neared Suze's ear. I can show you what you ask in person, but it absolutely won't be through videos or photos. Suze's face turned cold. If Ji Hanjun wasn't willing, he could just say so without any excuses about showing things in person. Ji Hanjun, you're no fun. Several days had passed since that day's incident, and Suze continued stirring up trouble, behaving more outrageously than before. One day, a new batch of flower seedlings arrived, and Suze directly ordered Ji Hanjun to plant them alone, disallowing anyone else from helping. Moreover, every night when sleeping, he locked the door to prevent Ji Hanjun from entering, forcing him to sleep on a mat outside his door. Today's sun was unbearably scorching, burning as though to peel a layer of skin off. Ji Hanjun's shirt was soaked with sweat, his head steaming hot, and his shirt stickily clung to his body. His broad shoulders, narrow waist, and eight-pack abs became even more prominent. Suze sat in the pavilion, watching Ji Hanjun's perfect physique, then glanced down at his own. This only made him feel even more irritated. Ji Hanjun, come over here. Ji Hanjun put down the flower seedling in his hands and walked towards the pavilion. As soon as he approached, he was doused with a cup of water. The water was cool, refreshing despite the sun's heat, cooling him down nicely with that splash of icy water. Master. Take your clothes off. Seeing the dirt on his hands, Suze frowned slightly, feeling disdainful. The reason he poured water on Ji Hanjun was simply because he found him unpleasant to look at. Ji Hanjun's somber eyes revealed little emotion, even though his cheeks were slightly flushed from the sun. It didn't detract from his strikingly handsome, melancholic features. The pavilion was covered in wisteria flowers above. Given its location and good ventilation, combined with an independent air conditioner, it remained pleasantly cool even on the hottest days. Ji Hanjun pursed his lips, silently stripping off his shirt without a word. His impressive physique was fully exposed, along with the glistening beads of sweat on his abs. Whoever said Ji Hanjun suffered from malnutrition? When clothed, he appeared ordinary, but once the shirt was removed, he rivaled even the strongest athlete. Lowering his gaze, Suze drank some water, then one of his soft hands stealthily reached out and touched Ji Hanjun's abdomen. Solid as rock. Could Ji Hanjun have secretly worked out? As his soft fingers caressed and lightly squeezed Ji Hanjun's abs, it sparked a fiery heat coursing through his body, hotter even than when he was planting flowers under the blazing sun. Unaware of his reaction, Suze touched and pinched a few times before begrudgingly withdrawing his hand. Get out of here. He just wanted to touch for a moment. And to think, the sensation was truly amazing. Ji Hanjun's gaze slightly dropped, his body feeling like it caught fire. Instead of returning immediately to plant flowers, he went elsewhere. Suze had once been inside Ji Hanjun's room, it was monotonous and dull. But his young master never bothered to notice much about his room. Since the Su family was wealthy, each room came equipped with a walk-in closet and a small study. Ji Hanjun connected the walk-in closet and a small study and used bookshelves to conceal his private sanctuary within the dim space. Seated in his repurposed closet area, all there was in the space was a computer desk and a chair. However, the walls were plastered with photos of Suze, sleeping, eating, bathing, and going to school. Even his computer's lock screen featured Suze's serene and gentle sleeping face. Ji Hanjun's eyes turned crimson red, fixating intently on the image on the screen. He eagerly anticipated the day if and when Suze might discover these secrets, wondering what expression his young master would display. Would he expel him or run away? He couldn't wait to find out. Outside, Suze noticed Ji Hanjun had disappeared after being momentarily distracted. This led Suze to believe Ji Hanjun must have been slacking off. Aunt Lu, find someone to finish planting the flowers. I'm stepping out. Aunt Lu, who had just returned from buying groceries, happened to meet Suze as he was about to leave. She had bought all the dishes that Suze loved. Master, it's so scorching today. You'd better not go out. The recent news reports warned of extreme weather causing heatstroke, even though it wasn't yet vacation time. It's no problem, I'll be back in a while. Suze was going out to check on the land he had purchased recently. He'd consulted many designers who were helping him with the house plans and even hired a geomancer to look over any bad spots. All that remained now was slowly building the house. Today's sun was indeed brutal. As soon as Suze got out of his car, he felt like stepping into a giant steamer. The mountains were somewhat cooler. Suze followed the geomancer, climbing from one hilltop to another. After examining the feng shui and birth chart, the master told him there would be an impending calamity in his destiny, but this place would become a turning point after the calamity. Master, can this calamity be avoided? This geomancer used to read fortunes for people, the older generation often sought him out for readings. Sometimes he charged money, other times he didn't. The geomancer, 50-something years old with already snow-white hair, took a deep glance at the Suze before him, then shook his head. Can't be avoided. It is your destined calamity, but luckily there will be someone beside you who can protect you for life. Suze believed the first half, but when it came to what this person could do for him, he didn't believe at all. He might forever remain cannon fodder. Even if he awakened now, no one could truly protect him throughout his life. He knew his own bad character and spoiled nature, which no one could endure. No one would put up with him. Accompanied by the geomancy master, they wandered around, mountains, waters, and even the neighboring village they visited. The remote village was somewhat impoverished, only a small village, yet populated. The villagers wore shabby clothes, patched up here and there. As soon as Suze stepped inside, many curious eyes turned towards him. His clean and distinguished appearance made him clearly appear to be the son of a noble family. The houses were also dilapidated, with many roofs having gaping holes. Suze frowned and called to inform the materials team that they should hurry and produce the needed supplies. These areas were too remote, and education was a huge issue. Not only did attending school pose a challenge, but they couldn't afford schooling either. Suze noticed two children standing by the door, around 6 or 7 years old, the age when children normally attend school. Master, what if we built a school here? The feng shui master stroked his beard, looked at the compass in his hand, and eventually nodded. Possible. He had met many wealthy families, but never encountered anyone who wanted to build a school in such a secluded area, not for anything else, but solely so these children could get an education. It was well known that the young Master Su had a bad temper and acted arrogantly, but it seemed that he also had a considerate heart. Young Master, you will eventually receive good karma. Thank you, Master. Chapter 17, The dog he raised died. Master, I brought milk specially for you. Ji Hanjun placed the freshly cooked food and milk he had fetched in front of Suze and kindly inserted the straw into the milk box. Suze waved his hand indicating Ji Hanjun to eat and then picked up the milk for a sip. Not trying to offend you, young master, but I could be the one fetching your meals. Jiang Mu sounded somewhat jealous, her gaze falling on the dishes on his plate, all foods that Suze loved. Ever since Suze left that day, she wondered what sort of background Ji Hanjun actually had. Although they grew up together, it seemed like Ji Hanjun was simply too obedient and diligent. Different, he's only suited for fetching my meals. As Suze took a bite of dumplings and sipped some milk, his eyes caught a man and a woman nearby. Gu Lixing smiled joyfully and stuffed something pink into Ji Hanjun's pocket before giving it a pat. Ji Hanjun wasn't smiling, his eyes dark and gloomy, gazing intently at the girl in front of him. The tall, handsome boy and the beautiful, youthful girl created quite a pair. An unexpected irritation welled up within Suze. He abruptly slammed his chopsticks onto the dish. Jiangmu was startled by his actions, she had only bitten halfway through her chicken leg when she noticed Suze's sullen face. What's wrong? Jiangmu looked at him, then his plate, noticing a green thing among the meal. It was coriander. Oh no, if you dislike cilantro, why didn't you say earlier? I'll eat it, don't be mad. Jiangmu was used to picking out the cilantro and popping it into her mouth. The delicate young master detested cilantro more than anything, and she couldn't believe Ji Hanjun had made such a rookie mistake. Suze had noticed the piece of cilantro earlier, but he just wanted to eat without starting an argument. The two were still conversing, and Ji Hanjun, who usually hardly spoke, seemed to have so much to say to her. In every story, the male and female protagonists always ended up with a perfect ending while someone like him could only serve as the stepping stone for their romance. Ji Hanjun's dark personality would certainly be cured by the heroine, leading to a happy, fulfilling conclusion. Suze stood up with a sullen expression, his cold eyes staring at Gu Lixing, whose bright laughter cut painfully through his vision. Ji Hanjun, get your ass over here. Gu Lixing was deliberately provoking him with her gaze that clearly challenged him, gloating about her actions. Ji Hanjun hadn't expected Suze to call him, but he walked over obediently. As Ji Hanjun approached, Suze reached into his pocket, pulling out something wrapped, chocolate engraved with words. Girls liked to give chocolate to boys they liked. What was this? A confession? Suze stared icily at Ji Hanjun, holding the chocolate in his hand before pushing it forward. Haven't I said it clearly already? I despise anyone coveting or touching what belongs to me. Ji Hanjun remained silent, his shadowy gaze carrying no response, yet his expression showed unusual seriousness. He didn't covet Gu Lixing, nor did he know how they'd even developed any connection. Master, I didn't. Suze's chin lifted slightly, finding it amusing. He sneered and curled his lips in contempt. You said you'd only ever be my Ji, so why do you run off to others so easily? You should know by now that I'm Suze. Men are not to be trusted, they're always eating from the bowl while eyeing the pot. Wasn't he better than Gu Lixing? He had more money, more power, and there were so many girls lining up to like him that the queue stretched all the way to France. Was Ji Hanjun blind? Tightening his lips, Ji Hanjun stepped forward and grabbed Suze's hand, thrusting the object back into it before turning around abruptly and walking away. Suze stood confused for a moment, realizing that in his hand was a crumpled wad of paper. Upon opening it, he found neat, elegant handwriting. It was a love letter, brimming with deep affection and infatuation, bearing the best of a girl's youthful emotions. A love letter written by Gu Lixing to Ji Hanjun. But when the paper wasn't fully unfolded, the final name wasn't Ji Hanjun, it was Suze. Ji Hanjun had learned to rebel, genuinely defying because the destined female lead had resisted him. Lifting his head, Suze watched the direction where Ji Hanjun disappeared, spotting the vivacious young girl by the canteen entrance waving toward him, her smile radiant. Ji Hanjun strode decisively toward her. Gu Lixing waved at Suze, urgently asking upon seeing Ji Hanjun approach. Did you deliver my love letter? Ji Hanjun stayed quiet, his piercing eyes darker than ever. Another letter to master, how bothersome. I've warned you once already, don't make me do it twice. Gu Lixing laughed cheerfully, what's wrong? You like but you're too scared to pursue. Don't allow me to try either. The handsome boys and pretty girls in school uniforms represented their vibrant youth, their pure love journeying straight from campus to marriage. It seemed. No one had ever firmly walked toward him. He had been the beloved treasure of his family until his identity was uncovered, and then he was cruelly cast out by the Su family. All this wealth and power, he had stolen them. Even his mother's love was stolen. Deeply moved within, Suze's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, tearing the note apart savagely. Saying he would only be his dog, yet he had left at Gu Lixing's beckoning. Suze. Jiangmu stepped forward to hold Suze's hand, but Suze quickly turned around to avoid his touch. Jiangmu paused his breath, noticing the red rims around Suze's eyes, which also shimmered with tears. Suze appeared completely lost and distressed. This was the first time Jiangmu had ever seen Suze cry. Sorry, I have something urgent. Alone, Suze went to a small tavern on the street. His tolerance for alcohol was terrible, his face turning red immediately after just one sip, falling drunkenly onto the counter, utterly intoxicated. Hey classmate, are you alright? The bartender happened to be a classmate working part-time and recognized Suze instantly from his uniform. With bloodshot eyes, Suze decided today to let loose and drink his fill. Classmate, are you okay? The bartender, also a classmate doing part-time work, recognized Suze by his school uniform. Determined, Suze's bloodshot eyes showed his intention tonight, to drink himself senseless. The boy could only guess that Suze's current state suggested a breakup, so he hid the strong liquor in front of Suze and replaced it with fruit wine. If you broke up, just find another one. You can't hang yourself on the same tree forever. Who the hell broke up? The dog I raised for years died. Under the blurred lights, Suze's face was pale and delicate, his beautiful eyes shimmering with tears, cheeks slightly red, glaring angrily at the bartender. But glaring had no intimidating effect, instead, he looked pitifully adorable. The boy's face turned red instantly, and he quickly averted his eyes. I've raised this dog for years. It just followed someone else with a single gesture. I treated him well normally. I fed him, clothed him, and drove away bullies when he was younger, and damn it, this is how he repays me. Suze grew more agitated as he spoke, downing the glass of fruit wine in front of him in one gulp and licking his lips afterward. Did you change my drink? This tastes different. I saw your face turn red after just one sip. Are you allergic to alcohol? Suze scratched his neck, stuck out his crimson tongue, licked his lips, his eyes unfocused, and his tone soft and tender. Allergic? Absolutely impossible. Bring me the strongest drink you have. Suze placed the glass on the table and swayed as he stood up from the stool. Just as he moved, someone grabbed his shoulder. Isn't this the young master of the Sue family? What a coincidence. Chapter 18, Don't Touch Me. Which idiot doesn't know better? Feeling the unfamiliar hand seem to caress his shoulder through the fabric, Suze slapped it away hard. Turning around, he found an unfamiliar face, someone he'd never seen before. Zhang Su looked at the person who was drunk and disoriented, feeling secretly pleased, not expecting such a pleasant surprise at this small bar. He'd been attracted to him at a banquet before but couldn't find him until the end. My name is Zhang Su, and I attended the Jiang family's banquet too. Seeing his suit and the watch on his wrist, Suze guessed he wasn't his age or a student. Oh. Suze didn't want to deal with him. He felt a headache coming on and his throat was burning. He wanted to go to the bathroom to throw up. People drinking alone are most easily targeted by villains. Seeing Suze's disoriented state, Zhang Su felt his chance had come. Looking at Suze's pale, delicate face, with his school uniform making him look even more youthful and energetic, just imagining it made his mouth dry. Are you going somewhere? Let me send you. Zhang Su reached out to put his arm around Suze's waist but was stopped by a bartender before he could touch him. Sir, he's drunk. We have dedicated staff to help him rest. Seeing the bartender, who also looked like a student, daring to ruin his fun, Zhang Su became angry. How dare you interfere in my business? Do you know who I am? Zhang Su shoved him forcefully and went directly to embrace Suze's waist. His waist is really slim. Let go, I warn you not to touch me. Though blurred in vision, Suze knew even while intoxicated that a stranger was taking advantage of him, his tone icy with warning. Hearing the warm and delicate voice, Zhang Su's eyes lit up immediately, pinching Suze's slim waist again. It's common to encounter situations like this in a bar, but since this person was a classmate from the same school, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Just as the bartender was about to call the security outside, he saw the drunk person forcefully break free from the grip on his waist and slam the hand onto the table. Ah! A delicate, tiny dagger was plunged into Zhang Su's palm, almost piercing all the way through the wooden tabletop. I told you, don't touch me. Suze's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, his tone cold and dissatisfied. He hated being touched the most. Normally, when the guys in the dormitory touched him, he would punch them. He certainly wouldn't tolerate a stranger, especially after warning him already. How annoying. Painfully trying to pull out his left hand, Zhang Su realized the blade was embedded in the table unless the person holding the knife above removed it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, young master, let me go. People around were drawn to the scene and saw a rebellious teenager gripping a sharp knife while the man in the suit had a bloody hand. Please, beg me, and I won't cripple your hand. Today had already been spoiled by Ji Hanjun, but then there were these fearless ones coming around. Zhang Su had probably been like this with other drunk people before, always so touchy and grabby. What a disgrace to society, at least he did something good today. Suddenly exerting more force, the dagger sunk deeper into Zhang Su's hand, eliciting an even louder cry of pain. I beg you, I won't dare again. Little master, please, I really won't dare anymore. Let me go. The severe pain in his left hand was almost unbearable, and remembering what someone had told him at the banquet, he became even more afraid. He truly feared that the person in front of him would chop off 2 of his fingers right then and there. Suze's steps were slightly unsteady as he tightened his grip on the knife handle and pulled it out. Zhang Su clutched his hand and curled up in pain on the floor. In my life, I hate most when others touch me or scheme against me. With that, Suze lifted the wine glass from the table and poured its contents over the man's hand and body. It was the strong liquor he had ordered earlier, with a high alcohol content, and it must have hurt quite a bit on his injured hand. Ah! Suze placed the blood-stained knife on the table and looked towards the bartender from earlier, leaning his face to one side and smiling at him. Would you mind cleaning this for me? The bartender, frightened by his brutal actions, couldn't bring himself to speak. His hands trembled involuntarily as he took the knife carefully and retreated to the back to rinse it. Looking closely, the bartender's figure somewhat resembled Ji Han-jun. Though not as handsome, with some training, he could become obedient. "Hey, how much do you earn here in a month?" The bartender's eyes flickered, not just out of fear but also because the earlier scene had made his heart race wildly. 3,000, plus a bit more. The bartender cleaned the knife and used a paper towel to wipe it thoroughly before placing it neatly in front of Suze. The sheath in Suze's pocket was made of pure silver. He picked up the dagger, inserted it into the sheath, and slipped it into his pocket. "If you stay with me for 3 days, I'll pay you 10 times your salary." If Ji Han-jun could find someone else, then so could he. Suze asked his teacher for leave and flew overnight with the bartender to another city. It was already past 11 p.m., and Suze stared coldly at the messages on the screen. "Ji Han-jun, master, where are you now?" "Ji Han-jun, it's very late, why aren't you coming home?" "Ji Han-jun, we agreed that you shouldn't be out past 11 p.m. "Ji Han-jun, master, I will always belong to you, I'll explain the matter from this morning." "Ji Han-jun," the call went unanswered. Seeing the incessant messages and calls, Suze ignored them all, blocking and deleting Ji Han-jun's contact information. Does Ji Han-jun really think that he can't live without him? He liked obedient dogs, but the morning's action had already irritated him. "Master, where are we going?" Suze pulled the SIM card out of his phone and threw it into the trash beside his seat. "To relax. By the way, what's your name?" The boy had a refined look, quiet and gentle, unlike Jianmu and the others, looking very honest. "Gu Qing. Last name Gu. What a coincidence." Suze nodded, wrapping a blanket around himself and closing his eyes to sleep. After drinking sobering soup, he was genuinely sleepy. Gu Qing looked at the person beside him. His skin glowed white, making it impossible not to stare. When sleeping, he seemed even more innocent. Especially the tear-filled gaze he'd seen earlier when Suze was drunk, truly mesmerizing. He had never seen a boy who could be so beautiful yet so bold in character. On his phone's Alipay screen, was the interface showing the money Suze transferred him. A full 30,000 yuan, just to play with the master for 3 days. With this 30,000 yuan, he could help ease his family's financial strain, sparing his sister some effort. Chapter 19, Do You Like Me? This was the 27th time he'd called the young master. Every single time, it remained unanswered, and his WeChat contact information had been blocked. Standing on the balcony, Ji Han-jun's expression blended with the darkness. Irritated, he took a drag from his cigarette, veins protruding on the hand holding his phone. That was the mark of his anger. Ji Han-jun had never been so furious. Usually, no matter how noisy Suze got, he saw him as a kitten with claws, each move cute and alluring. Ji Han-jun crushed the cigarette hard into the ashtray. The room was dark without any lights on, and he walked into the small dark room. The computer was still on, displaying a large map. On the map, a red dot was moving quickly. On the table was a ticket, the backstage pass to a famous pianist's concert gifted by Gu Lisheng. How could he not see through Gu Lisheng's little intentions? Still, this ticket was indeed hard to come by. In a few days, it would be Suze's birthday. This clumsy act of hers. The red dot on the map kept moving, this was the tracker he had planted in Suze's phone. As long as the phone stayed with him, Ji Han-jun knew exactly where Suze went. In the darkness, Ji Han-jun's expression turned terrifyingly cold. His precious one always liked to wander around, evidently, the lesson he taught at the cafe wasn't enough. Not only was Suze being disobedient, but even people around him were trying to snatch him away. Those 3 roommates from Suze's dormitory, none of them were simple-hearted, they all looked like wolves in sheep's clothing, just pretending well. For 3 whole days, Suze played with Gu Qing, they went to the aquarium, the zoo, and rode the roller coaster. 3 days felt too short, but the schoolmates were already anxious. Did the call go through? Qin Shu shook his head solemnly. Chu Chen was looking through surveillance footage near the school, while Jianmu dialed the number of the housekeeper at the Su residence. The Sus all knew Suze's temperament, given this situation, it was clear he must have gone out to play somewhere. They weren't worried about Suze getting into trouble, the young master's ruthlessness was something they'd witnessed firsthand. Ordinary people wouldn't dare approach him. The housekeeper was used to such antics and resumed watering his flowers after hanging up the phone. Each flower seemed like a child under his meticulous care, growing luxuriously, showcasing their most beautiful selves. Only flowers nurtured with love could bloom so splendidly. Another call came through, irritating the housekeeper slightly. He just said he didn't know where the young master was when an amiable voice came over immediately upon answering. "Uncle housekeeper, I'm at the airport. Could you come pick me up?" The airport was bustling with people. These past few days, Suze enjoyed himself thoroughly, dissipating the frustration in his heart. Before, he had always been with Ji Han-jun, but recently he realized that taking anyone along made him equally happy. Suze sent Gu Qing back first, then waited alone for the housekeeper to come and fetch him. He could have chosen to take a taxi home with Gu Qing, but he wanted someone to specially come for him, to pick him up and bring him home. Since childhood, his mother had been strict with him. All his parents cared about was having a perfect heir, only, he wasn't perfect. Back then, everyone else had their parents coming to pick them up. No matter if it rained or shone, he would walk home alone holding his own umbrella. For a time, others mocked him, an aristocrat without a mother's company, walking every day with a little umbrella, thought of as an unloved child. He understood that his mother was training him from a young age, but with his poor health, he fell ill within less than a week of walking alone. Master. The airport was vast, and the housekeeper thought it would be difficult to locate the young master. But right there among the crowd, he spotted a giant teddy bear taller than the average person. The young master adored teddy bears, especially soft, plush ones. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Zhe turned around and saw the kind-looking housekeeper rushing toward him. Clearly, he had dropped everything to come once the call was received. The young master must be exhausted from these few days. The family has prepared a meal to welcome the young master home. Home, was that really his home? After returning to the manor, Su Zhe placed the new teddy bear he bought onto his bed. It was huge, purchased from a toy shop in the city center. The warm yellow teddy lay sprawled on his bed, occupying almost half of it. With such a massive cuddly bear around, who wouldn't feel full of security? Even nightmares would vanish. Feeling leisurely content, Su Zhe decided to go downstairs for a drink of water. Upon opening the door, he saw Ji Hanjun standing there. "Forgive me, master, I shouldn't have argued with you that day. Please punish me, master." Ji Hanjun stood stiffly outside his room, lowering his head slightly so emotions were unreadable, yet his words carried submission. Su Zhe stared straight at Ji Hanjun, mocking tone slipping into his voice as he arched an eyebrow. "No need. During these few days, I've met someone more suitable to be with me. If you like Gu Lisheng, go after her. What does that have to do with me?" Ji Hanjun raised his head sharply, eyes turning icy before becoming chillingly dark. Taking a step forward, he shoved Su Zhe into the room and closed the door behind him. "What the hell? You dare push me?" Su Zhe paid no attention to the terror in his eyes, only noticing that he had just been pushed. With eyes wide open in anger, he glared furiously at Ji Hanjun. "Are you crazy? Am I too lenient with you? How dare you push me again?" The oppressive aura around Ji Hanjun was suffocating, his deep eyes cold and eerie like a frigid pool, causing Su Zhe to involuntarily shiver. Suddenly, his hand was seized. The tall man in front of him knelt down on one knee abruptly, gripping his hand devoutly and bringing it close to his lips. "Feel free to hit or curse me, but the young master cannot belong to anyone else." Again, that sticky, nauseating look surfaced. Su Zhe tried to pull his hand back, but the grip only tightened until warmth spread across his knuckles. Ji Hanjun's expression remained serious, his gaze hypnotic yet fiery madness simmering beneath. He piously kissed the back of Su Zhe's hand, locking eyes with unwavering loyalty as though worshipping a devoted follower. "If the young master dares to take someone else, I will surely kill him." Crazy. A psycho. Su Zhe violently yanked his hand back. The place where he had been kissed felt as if licked by a venomous snake, making him uncontrollably tremble. Under the glow of the lamp, Ji Hanjun knelt on one knee, his gaze sincere, reflecting myriad star rivers within his pupils. And those star rivers reflected the image of Su Zhe. Frowning, Su Zhe scoffed and curled his lip into a disdainful smirk before delivering a powerful kick to the kneeling man. The force behind this kick was fierce, it would leave bruises on his chest for days. Ji Hanjun narrowed his eyes, neither dodging nor flinching. The kick sent him crashing backward to the ground. "Cough, cough, young master, have you calmed down? Ji Hanjun, are you really so scared I'll take someone else, or could you possibly have fallen for me?" Approaching, Su Zhe squatted down, grabbing the collar of Ji Hanjun's shirt and pulling him closer, pressing his fingertip against his cold, thin lips. "Answer truthfully. Do you like me?" Chapter 20 Warning. Like? Of course, he does. He wished nothing more than to tear apart and consume the person before him immediately, yearning for him to be entirely his own. Ever since childhood, Ji Hanjun received no kindness from his parents, every action was met with their brutal beatings. On the first day he was brought to the Su residence, it was to deliver something for his mother who always left him alone at the orphanage. He didn't reside at the Su house until long after he gained memories. Though he had a mother, he lived in the orphanage, his clothes full of patches, his mouth always bruised from being beaten. That was his first time seeing such a magnificent place, akin to a beautiful grand palace where roses bloomed luxuriantly in the garden. A child dressed in an exquisite prince costume lay on the swing in the garden chatting with a teddy bear. He was obedient, adorable, those big eyes shining like gemstones radiating brilliance, while his pale face seemed fragile and delicate. With a soft, gentle voice, he confided secrets into the teddy bear's ear, whispering for an entire afternoon, while Ji Hanjun listened, captivated, for hours on end. It wasn't until he officially joined the Su family that he fully engaged with this noble and charming young master. "I'm asking you a question, why are you spacing out?" Dissatisfied, Su Zhe tapped his face. Did he kick too hard and stun him? I like the young master, I will always belong to the young master. Ji Hanjuan's mellow voice reached his ears. Deep. Mesmerizing. Husky. Su Zhe's gaze flickered, studying his face carefully but finding no hint of deception. Could Ji Hanjun truly have developed feelings after enduring so much abuse? What a good doggy. Tell me something nice to make me happy, and I'll pretend that day's incident never happened. To have a mere side character stepping over the male lead was unimaginable in others' dreams. Ji Hanjun focused intently on Su Zhe's eyes before gently lifting his hand to his lips and opening them softly. Happily appeased, Su Zhe stood up, stretching lazily, then reaching down to affectionately ruffle Ji Hanjun's hair. As promised, as long as Ji Hanjun followed him faithfully, he wouldn't hold that day's event against him. When Su Zhe returned to school later that evening, just as he entered the gate, 3 people dragged him to a small forest near the playground. Wait, what do you 3 want? Let go of me. Chu Chen hoisted him over his shoulder and carried him all the way to the pavilion hidden in the woods. This pavilion served as the secret dating spot for all the couples in the school. Few people were there at night, and even fewer noticed them. As soon as Su Zhe regained freedom, he swung his fist at Chu Chen in front of him, only for it to be firmly caught mid-air. Where have you been these past few days? Chu Chen gripped his fist tightly, no longer displaying the carefree look from before. It was as if fire ignited in his eyes, brimming with anger. Jiang Mu hung Su Zhe's backpack on his shoulder, his expression equally grim as he sat next to Su Zhe. Do you know how long the 3 of us have been looking for you? In the past, whenever you went out to play, you would always let us know. Why didn't you this time without a word? Su Zhe felt a little uneasy under their questioning. He habitually tugged at the edge of his clothes, glancing around nervously, trying to avoid the topic. Pulling at the edge of his clothing was his tell when he was flustered. Qin Shu patted his head. Fess up, do you still consider us your brothers? Each and every one of them stared at him, while couples could be seen dating nearby. I just went out to play. Not telling you was my mistake, so I'll treat you guys to dinner, okay? Lying. Anyone among them knew that Su Zhe only went out to play when he was upset, especially when he didn't inform anyone. If it were an ordinary outing like usual, he would have surely bragged about it happily in their group chat. The pavilion grew quiet, so silent that the only sounds heard were the evening cicadas and frogs croaking near the pavilion's pool. Jiang Mu glanced at Su Zhe beside him. He understood the situation most clearly. That day, Su Zhe had unmistakably cried over something trivial. Jiang Mu looked at him deeply. Su Zhe, what do you feel about Ji Hanjun? I don't have any feelings towards him. He's just the hashtag near me. Chu Chen rubbed his hair irritably, then grabbed Su Zhe's face seriously, his tone severe. Don't you think Ji Hanjun is rather sinister towards everyone else? A person like this isn't safe to keep around. You consider him as hashtag, but what does he consider you? To be hashtag, right? What else? His dad. It seems, they're speaking completely different languages. Su Zhe saw the 3 acting strangely, stood up, grabbed his backpack back, and gave them a look like they were all fools. You 3 are weird. I'm leaving. After Su Zhe left, Chu Chen picked up a pebble and threw it into the pond. Qin Shu also seemed lost in thought. Ji Hanjun doesn't seem like a simple character. We need to warn him. Jiang Mu shook his head, disagreeing with their methods. He shared the same major with Su Zhe and spent more time together, knowing Su Zhe better. I advise you not to do this. After finishing evening self-study, it was already 9:30 p.m. People in the classroom left in groups, heading out. Su Zhe stretched, yawned twice, then slowly wandered out of the classroom. There were quite a lot of people on today's path. Could someone have confessed? The small path by the playground, which was usually crowded during the day, now had even more people than usual. There weren't many people at this hour normally after the evening study session ended. Su Zhe moved forward. Just as he reached the playground, he noticed a large crowd gathered by the side. He stopped to take a look but couldn't see what was happening inside the crowd. Excuse me, classmate, what's going on over there? Su Zhe stopped a girl who had just run out of the playground. The girl seemed frightened. She had merely come to deliver water to her boyfriend, but suddenly a bunch of people started fighting. There's a fight inside. A fight on the playground at such a late hour? Don't they fear losing points for their academic record? Curious, Su Zhe ignored the girl's advice and headed inside the playground, squeezing through the crowd. Before he could get close, he recognized a familiar voice. What do you think you are? Stay away from him. Didn't you hear me? We've beaten you like this, yet you haven't said a single word. Are you mute? Today, we're teaching you a lesson. Better stay far away from him. If you continue to glare at me like this, I'll make sure you won't see tomorrow's sun. Unsettled, Su Zhe forced his way through the crowd and finally entered, seeing Ji Hanjun, his face bruised purple and blue with blood trickling from his mouth. Chu Chen stood in front of Ji Hanjun, his tone incredibly unpleasant and furious. Qin Shu nearby still held a baseball bat in his hand. They were all best friends. Thus, they should remember that Ji Hanjun was someone under their protection. So why were they bullying him? Even if it were himself, he had never struck Ji Hanjun so harshly. People surrounding them cheered, all of them followers of Chu Chen. Naturally, no one came forward to mediate. Ji Hanjun kept silent, lips pressed firmly together. Blood seeped from a wound on his forehead down his cheek, his dark gaze resembling a demon crawling out from hell. But the more he remained like this, the angrier Chu Chen became inside. Chu Chen gripped his fist tightly, bending down to grab Ji Hanjun's collar. He laughed as he looked at Ji Hanjun, who had been beaten up badly. What's so good about this guy? Why does Su Zhe always pay attention to him? He said he bullied Ji Hanjun and treated him like a dog, but in reality, he has long depended on Ji Hanjun greatly. Ji Hanjun didn't fear Chu Chen's fists. He maintained an indifferent stance, but his gaze had already wandered to the distance. Chu Chen, I thought I told you Ji Hanjun is mine. Chapter 21, Calculation. Su Zhe. When Chu Chen heard the voice, he turned around and saw Su Zhe standing amidst the crowd. That bright, handsome face now wore an expression of displeasure, with icy cold eyes glaring at him. Chu Chen felt a jolt in his heart, but soon relaxed. They were best friends, and he was just teaching someone a lesson. Su Zhe wouldn't be mad. Ji Hanjun glanced at Su Zhe over Chu Chen's shoulder, then suddenly turned away and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ji Hanjun. Su Zhe jogged over and supported Ji Hanjun, who was about to collapse. His tall figure leaned heavily against Ji Hanjun, making it hard for them both to stay steady. Su Zhe, he's faking it. We didn't hit him that hard. That's enough. You guys have been acting weird all day, you were just discussing how to beat up Ji Hanjun. Do you have a grudge against him? Even when I bullied Ji Hanjun myself, I've never made him spit blood before. And you don't just hit someone without considering whose side they're on. Sir, please don't get angry. It must be something I did accidentally, don't argue because of me. So quiet during the beating, now that Su Zhe has arrived, he starts talking sweet words. What a sly one. Chu Chen's gaze lingered briefly on Su Zhe's face, then shifted to the slender hand of Ji Hanjun, who was supporting Su Zhe's shoulders. His complexion darkened. I should have broken Ji Hanjun's hand just now. You are my friends and should know what kind of person I am. I don't like others messing with what belongs to me, and that includes you too. The man beside him coughed heavily, drops of blood from his mouth staining the white shirt. It didn't look good. Su Zhe cast them a deep look before turning his gaze to help Ji Hanjun move away from the crowd. We need some time to cool down. I'll take him to the hospital. Qin Shu threw the baseball bat to the ground after watching them leave. Chu Chen also called out Su Zhe's name, fearing Su Zhe would ignore him in the future. Su Zhe didn't turn back. But Ji Hanjun did, his lips curved as if he was smiling. It was the smile of a victor. But mixed into that smile were disdain, arrogance, mockery, and derision towards their stupidity. Su Zhe took Ji Hanjun to the hospital for a checkup. The conclusion was that Ji Hanjun had broken ribs due to heavy blows. His spleen shows signs of rupture from the impact, which caused the vomiting of blood, but it's not life-threatening yet. Still, he needs rest and avoid abrupt movements. Alright, thank you. After the doctor left, Su Zhe's fingers clenched tighter around the examination report. He hadn't expected his two closest friends to actually use lethal force. Master. Hearing Ji Hanjun's voice, Su Zhe put away the report and sat beside the bed, looking somewhat uncomfortable. After all, his own friends did this to him, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. You, focus on getting well, I will compensate you properly. Ji Hanjun had an four in his hand, and his eyes still carried the same look as before. But now his pale complexion lacked blood color, and instead of being terrifying, he appeared frail and gentle. Master, can you stay? Ji Hanjun extended his hand, gently pulling Su Zhe's, playing with his soft fingertips, his eyes full of pleading. How much Ji Hanjun resembles a pitiful little puppy trying to win favor from its owner. His head was already bandaged, his face pale, and the bruises more noticeable. Seeing him this way, Su Zhe suddenly felt heartbroken, withdrawing his hand but still remained unrelenting. So what, are you my master or am I your master? Well. Master. Can you stay, please? Fair enough. Su Zhe sat down again, and just as he did, thunder roared outside. The window in the ward wasn't closed. Su Zhe walked over to close it, and just after closing it, rain began pouring down, pattering loudly against the windows. The private VIP ward only had one bed and a sofa table, and Su Zhe glanced at the sofa, somewhat unwilling to sleep there. Ji Hanjun noticed the disdain in his eyes, moved his body slightly away, and pulled back the covers. Master, come up and sleep together. Without hesitation, Su Zhe took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed, being very cautious not to touch Ji Hanjun's hands. Outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared, but inside the ward, it was peacefully quiet. Ji Hanjun, why didn't you fight back when they were beating you? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Ji Hanjun looked adoringly at the beautiful, naive person lying there, then reached up to touch his own injured forehead. He couldn't retaliate. Otherwise, how could he highlight his own fragility? Su-zhe disliked impulsive and violent-tempered people. The calmer Ji Han-jun remained while letting them beat him, the more it showed those two roommates as hot-headed and out of control. It was all designed to create division between them, which was Ji Han-jun's main purpose. However, what came out of his mouth instead was, "I can't cause trouble for master." Under the dim light, Ji Han-jun no longer seemed gloomy, his profile was delicate, his eyes beautiful, truly a sickly beauty. Su-zhe's heart jolted. He pulled the blanket over his head and mumbled from underneath. "In the future, if anyone bullies you, fight back. Any issues will be my responsibility." Looking at this cute expression on Su-zhe, Ji Han-jun smiled faintly, then frowned at the four that was still dripping. The needle on his hand was hindering his movements, preventing him from holding his beloved properly. Reaching with his free hand, Ji Han-jun pulled out the needle on his other hand. As soon as it was removed, blood seeped from the puncture wound, like a decaying red flower blooming. Ji Han-jun carelessly pressed a band-aid over it, pulled up the blanket, and lay down. Feeling movement nearby, Su-zhe was about to lift the blanket, but a hand stopped him. As the light was switched off, the room plunged into darkness. "Why did you turn off the light? Is the infusion finished?" "It's done." A hand snaked around his waist. Su-zhe tried to push it away, but remembering the doctor's advice not to move violently and to rest quietly, he didn't resist. They had shared a bed when they were younger, it wasn't inappropriate between men. Finding a comfortable position, Su-zhe ended up facing Ji Han-jun directly. In the dark, no one would see. The scent of the person in front of him was pleasant, unlike the perfume worn by Qin Shu and others. This smell made Su-zhe feel at ease. In the darkness, Ji Han-jun's gaze burned hotly, fixated on the face nestled in his arms, suppressing indecent thoughts deep within. The rain continued outside, and the thunder grew louder. Greedy for every moment, Ji Han-jun stared at the sleeping face in the darkness until he truly fell asleep, then extended his hand to trace the outline of his brows and eyes. His young master slept soundly and deeply, looking like a well-behaved baby when asleep. Such an obedient person deserved to belong to Ji Han-jun alone. Chapter 22, The Difference Between Him and You. As dawn broke and the sky began to brighten, the cloudy weather after the rain resembled a ferocious beast. Noisy sounds came from outside the ward early, waking patients in multiple neighboring rooms. Su-zhe tossed and turned uneasily, frowning in Ji Han-jun's arms before burrowing closer. It's too noisy. The person in his arms behaved like a kitten, constantly snuggling deeper into Ji Han-jun's embrace, the fluffy hair tickling his neck. After several minutes, the shouting outside grew even louder. "How noisy? What's going on outside?" Su-zhe stretched his head out from under the covers, struggling to rise and look out to see what was happening. Why couldn't they let him sleep in the morning? An arm grabbed his waist roughly, trapping him tightly, speaking in a raspy, low voice. Seems like a couple on the third floor swapped their child with the rich child next door after raising them for over a decade. Now it's caused a commotion at the hospital. What? Su-zhe froze, his blood rushing to his head as the noise outside felt like raindrops battering against his heart. Breaking free from Ji Han-jun's hold, Su-zhe hopped out of bed without even putting on shoes, crouching by the door and cracking it open slightly to look out. An old, poor-looking couple clutched a sobbing little boy. The little boy cried heartbreakingly. He was shabbily dressed, suffering from malnutrition for years, making him visibly shorter than the rich family's boy of the same age. "Your child has enjoyed all the luxuries and wealth, yet treated my child with such harsh words and violence. I'm telling you, this matter is far from over. With all your wealth, how could you possibly give up on my child after raising him for so many years? There's more than just blood relation, there's sentiment. And you dare to talk about sentiment when it comes to treating my child like that?" The chaotic atmosphere in the hallway made Su-zhe feel suffocated, his heart pounding wildly as if he could foresee his own inevitable fate. A coat was draped over his shoulders, and Ji Han-jun squatted down to help him put on his shoes. Seeing Su-zhe's dazed expression, Ji Han-jun held his hand, rubbing his face against it gently. "What's wrong? If it's too noisy, the police will be here soon." Su-zhe looked at Ji Han-jun who was squatting down to tie his shoes, unsure of what he felt inside. Could it really be this coincidental? Was this some kind of divine warning sent by heaven to remind him? To remind him that he wasn't the real master. His mind conjured up the image of himself having his identity exposed and being driven out of the estate, with all his friends coming one by one to accuse and curse him. Feeling Su-zhe trembling, Ji Han-jun stood up, closed the door to block the troubling scene outside, and led him back to bed. "Master, what's wrong?" Su-zhe snapped out of his thoughts and grasped Ji Han-jun's hand tightly. "I mean, if you were the child of a wealthy family but were swapped by bad people, and ended up living like this now, what would you do?" Ji Han-jun stared earnestly into his eyes. "There's no if. But what if, suppose we switched roles, and I was the imposter who stole your life, would you hit me?" Su-zhe's voice grew quieter until finally, he couldn't look Ji Han-jun in the eye. A complex emotion surged through his chest. He thought about how much he had bullied Ji Han-jun, even treating him like a dog. Would Ji Han-jun force him to play submissive if their identities switched back? Faced with silence, Suze peeked up cautiously only to meet Ji Hanjuan's piercing gaze, making his heart skip a beat. Ji Hanjuan's eyes were shockingly deep, as though they belonged to an endless abyss that harbored something terrifying within. There's no if or what if. If the person who stole my life was master, then I would accept it willingly. Now he finally understood why Ji Hanjun was destined to be the male lead in his story. Every word Ji Hanjun spoke pierced right through him. That's what you said, but if something like that ever happens, you're not allowed to hit me or force me to be your submissive. Ha ha ha. Damn, Ji Hanjun laughed again at him. What are you laughing about? Is what I said really that funny? Angry, Suze jumped off the bed, trying to slap him, but his hand was caught effortlessly once again. As long as I live, I will forever be master's hashtag, let's make a pinky promise. Suze huffed and turned his head away, acting coy, but his hand was honest enough to stretch out a little finger and hook it with Ji Hanjuan's. We'll hook fingers and swear eternal loyalty for 100 years. May he, Suze, always find happiness for 10,000 years. We're truly sorry, we shouldn't have hit him. Please don't stay angry. Yes, your birthday is just 2 days away. Don't be upset anymore, Suze. Chu Chen and Qin Shu sat like guilty children before Suze, hanging their heads while taking turns apologizing. Suze ate his meal silently without paying any attention to them, treating them like air. Since Ji Hanjun was hospitalized, no one brought him food early, and the fried meatballs he used to eat regularly had been reduced from a large serving to only a few tiny ones. Chu Chen scratched his hair, looking at Suze, who was quietly eating in front of him, unsure of how to placate him. Qin Shu also hung her head, fiddling with her phone under the table. Suze, please listen to me. I can't stand it when you ignore me. Chu Chen was close to losing his mind since the day he left school with Ji Hanjun. He kept sending messages, fearing that Suze wouldn't reply. But instead, all he got were red exclamation marks. He actually blocked him because of Ji Hanjun. Suze looked at his best friend, they had known each other for years and should be the ones who understood his temper best. A notification came on his phone. As soon as Suze opened it, he saw a transfer in Alipay. The sender was Qin Shu. The best way to calm someone down is to transfer money, said Qin Shu expectantly, raising her head to observe Suze's reaction. She had transferred all her pocket money she'd saved for months, which was enough to buy a big villa in the city. You don't need to apologize to me, you should apologize to the one who was hit. And you know, I don't lack money. Suze sent the transferred money back and put down his phone, continuing to eat his meal. Chu Chen eventually couldn't hold his temper anymore, his voice turning a little hoarse as resentment bubbled inside him. Suze, are you really going to ruin our friendship over Ji Hanjun? How is he better than us? What can he do that we can't? Serving meals, carrying your bag, we can do those things too. Isn't he just a poor kid from a housekeeper's family? What about him attracts Suze? Suze put down his chopsticks and picked up the empty drink cup beside him, shaking it, I'm a bit thirsty. Seeing that Suze was trying to change the subject, Chu Chen quickly snatched the juice cup from him. Answer me first before drinking, okay? Suze looked at his now empty hand with a gloomy expression and then made a call right in front of the two. Ji Hanjun, I'm eating at the cafeteria and I'm thirsty. The sound from the other end of the call was not heard by them, but Suze only said one sentence before hanging up. In less than a minute, the aunt at the first serving window came over with a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Little master, here's the juice I prepared for you. Thank you. Suze took the drink and sipped it, which was his favorite sweet orange juice, cool and refreshing. Looking back at Chu Chen's face again, Suze's eyes carried an earnest tone. This is the difference, something you can't do. He had even mentioned disliking others touching his stuff and hated people acting without permission. Yet they still secretly attacked Ji Hanjun behind his back. If you want to beat a dog, at least get the owner's approval first. Chapter 23, Crystal Lamp. Tomorrow would be Suze's birthday. The night before his birthday, Suze decided to pick Ji Hanjun up from the hospital. The estate had already been fully decorated. His birthday party was to be held in his beloved Rose Flower Sea. As soon as they entered the house, there were piles of gifts sent ahead of time in the hall, but Suze turned away after just a glance. Ji Hanjun, check if there's anything you like among these, and I'll give all of them to you. Suze glanced back at Ji Hanjun, trying to see any other emotions on his face. Like happiness. But alas, Ji Hanjun maintained his usual gloomy and icy demeanor, still glaring at him like a venomous snake. I don't like anything. I only like you, my young master. The butler descended the stairs, seeing Suze's return, and handed over the items he had purchased. It was a large cardboard box, and the butler had the staff carefully place the box in the living room, for it was a very valuable item. The butler cautiously used a small knife to open the box, removing layers of paper packaging, gradually revealing the item inside. It was a beautiful, exquisite crystal lamp. From afar, it looked like a round ball but was actually a spherical crystal, with its base also made of crystal and embedded with diamonds. Suze had all the lights turned off and personally approached the crystal lamp, picking it up gently and placing it on the table, plugging it into the socket. Instantly, a dazzling radiance filled the hall, sparkling through the entire room, with the light reflected from the crystal resembling stars. Wow, so beautiful. So pretty, like being in a starry sea. Everyone in the hall was captivated, unable not to marvel, each feeling as if they were transported to a magical fairyland. All eyes were drawn to the crystal lamp, but Ji Hanjuan's gaze remained fixed on Suze. The crystal lamp was indeed beautiful, but it couldn't compare to his young master. Suze wore a smile, suddenly turning around and looking directly at Ji Hanjun. Amidst the starlit scene, their gazes met. With the starlight reflecting around, Suze resembled a prince from a fairy tale, especially his eyes. His irises were a starry ocean unmatched by the glow of the crystal lamp. Ji Hanjun, isn't it beautiful? A gentle smile lingered on his young master's face, whose fair complexion, delicate features, and slightly pouted lips made him appear more lively, youthful, and obedient. It's beautiful. If you like it, Ji Hanjun, this is my birthday gift for you. Happy birthday. Ji Hanjuan's stare was blinded by the crystalline shimmering glow, causing his heart to constrict painfully. This birthday present of his. The shining brilliance dazzled everyone's eyes, reminding Ji Hanjun of his childhood self. Mother, is this bear you stitched given to me for my birthday? The woman looked at the little boy beside her with obvious impatience, roughly shoving him to the ground. You don't have a birthday, this bear is for the young master, and you're not worthy of celebrating your birthday. His and Suze's birthdays weren't on the same day, but they were close, one before and one after. So, ever since he was young, he never celebrated his birthday. Growing up to this point, the only gift he had ever received was a scarf that Suze had given him as an act of teasing on his birthday. He knew that the scarf was meant for Song Chin, but she had refused it, so on his birthday, it was handed to him as charity. That scarf was still kept in the drawer under his computer desk. On his birthday, everyone prepared everything needed for Suze's birthday party in advance. Ever since he was a child, he had always been invisible, just a supporting role. The crystal lamp became blurry in front of his eyes, and these unpleasant scenes slowly turned into illusions, shattering into countless pieces. So, this was what it felt like to be cared about. The room was pitch black, and when the crystal lamp was turned on, its beautiful glow enveloped this dim, wretched little room of his. Ji Hanjun felt himself living in the light. At that moment, he felt normal, no longer the twisted monster his mother had described him as. He wanted to feel the sensation of being noticed by the young master forever. This desire burrowed deeper into his heart. It took root and sprouted. As expected, there were quite a few friends from school at the birthday banquet the next day, along with gifts sent by his parents' business associates. Jiang Mu came alone, and Ji Hanjun already knew it was right not to go find him that day when trouble occurred. Suze wore a custom-tailored suit, exuding a noble and tranquil aura. His hair was neatly groomed, shedding the youthful innocence of old and now resembling a new rich man in the business circle. Many people below couldn't help praising him. They remarked that he looked exactly like his father when he first entered the business circle. Master, your two classmates have delivered their gifts. Suze nodded, understood. There were many guests downstairs, all here to give birthday presents. One corner of the hall was already stacked full, and someone was recording each gift. The gifts didn't just come from friends, but also from strangers who wished to connect with him through the exchange of gifts. Suze's gaze landed on Jiang Mu down below, and their eyes met. Suze descended the steps, picking up a glass of champagne nearby and walked over. Did you really fall out with them because of Ji Hanjun? Suze sipped the champagne without answering, which implied acceptance. They hadn't really fallen out. Perhaps it was just slightly upset seeing Ji Hanjun beaten so badly that day. To be honest, I think it's better to talk things through face to face. After all, Ji Hanjun is someone with a deep mind. If Ji Hanjun wasn't deep, how could he be the protagonist? But none of it mattered to Suze anymore. Now, he just wanted to know if, once his identity was revealed, he could take his credit cards, money, and sports car with him. The two strolled side by side toward the back garden where quite a number of guests had gathered. Suze immediately saw Ji Hanjun standing amidst a sea of flowers. He was dressed in servant attire, tall and dignified, surrounded by several girls. He observed the girls talking around Ji Hanjun while Ji Hanjun appeared uneasy, wanting to leave, but was quickly pulled back by another girl. Unexpectedly, Ji Hanjun had such charm and quickly attracted his elementary school female classmates. These younger girls surely wanted Ji Hanjun's contact information. If he dared to give it, Suze would punish him by forbidding him food for 3 days. Jiang Mu noticed the look of his companion and followed his gaze to Ji Hanjun, who was encircled by the group of girls. It was obvious Suze cared deeply about Ji Hanjun, though he may not realize it yet. Seeing Ji Hanjun awkwardly trying to extricate himself, Suze felt delighted, but his smile soon froze. He saw Ji Hanjun take out his phone, and the crowd of girls swarmed around to scan it. Nice move, Ji Hanjun. Suze gripped his wine glass tightly and stormed forward. As he passed, someone suddenly turned back, spilling their drink onto his shiny leather shoes, wetting even his socks. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine. Suze shook off the water on his right foot, feeling increasingly annoyed inside. His socks were limited edition bear prints. Ji Hanjun noticed this situation and just looked over. Suze gave him an angry glare and promptly turned to walk away from the back garden. My apologies, but my lover is upset, so we won't add each other for now. Chapter 24, No Pretense. These were the limited edition bear socks he had purchased, ones with white bear prints. Suze sat in his room, lowering his eyes to look at the light yellow wine stain on the sock. His expression was dim and unclear. The wet socks clung uncomfortably to his feet, so Suze bent down to take them off. The sound of a knock resounded clearly in the quiet room. Come in. The door opened, and Suze looked up into a pair of long, dark eyes as Ji Hanjun entered and closed the door behind him before stepping closer. What are you doing here? Ji Hanjun didn't respond but slowly knelt down in front of Suze, using his elegant fingers to grip Suze's ankle and pulling off the bear socks. Realizing Ji Hanjun had come now after enjoying himself adding girls' contact information earlier, Suze growled. If you don't let me go, I'll leave. Suze tried to pull back his foot, but Ji Hanjun held tight, refusing to let go while retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket. Be still, don't move. Snorting coldly, Suze lowered his gaze to see Ji Hanjun's broad shoulders and extremely handsome back line. When he leaned closer, even his eyelashes were visible. Wasn't he good-looking enough? Why were there so few people who confessed their love to him? Ji Hanjun gently wiped Suze's tender feet, careful and serious as if tending to an artwork. When Ji Hanjun was with the female lead in the future, would he wipe her feet like this? Feeling discontented, Suze wriggled his foot, reaching out to grab Ji Hanjun's hair and twisting a tuft of it in his hand. Those underclassmen just added your contact info, push me a few of them, will you? Gripping Suze's ankle tightly, Suze winced in pain and curled up slightly. Ji Hanjun paused his action. The light shining on his head cast a shadow under his eyes, darkening his mood. I didn't understand what the young master is talking about. But I saw you take out your phone. Push that girl in the blue dress to me. My family won't interfere with my early romance anyway. If I fall in love, I'll ask you to be my best man. As soon as the words were spoken, an eerie silence fell over the room, the strange atmosphere seeming to suppress something. All those girls were actually adding me. Young master, you will meet someone better. No one except Ji Hanjun would be allowed near his little master. Ji Hanjun's tone was gentle, yet somehow strange and piercing to the ears, feeling quite bizarre. Was he mocking him? Mocking him because those girls were not adding him, but Ji Hanjun instead. Why do I feel like you're being passive-aggressive? You must have no intention of pushing anyone to me. Ji Hanjun even responded with a Suze pulled his foot back, looking like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exploding with anger toward the person in front of him. What's with that, Yesterday, I gave you a birthday gift, so what's wrong with you pushing one of those girls to me? Are you belittling me or what? Ji Hanjun ignored his shouting, knowing well that he could never possibly push those girls to him, unless he was dead. Furious, Suze grabbed a bear stuffed toy off the bed and flung it at him, only for the squatting person to suddenly stand up, seize his wrist, and shove him onto the bed. The person above loomed over him, pressing him down with overwhelming pressure, pinning his wrist against the bed. He forgot, Ji Hanjun was inherently a biting vicious dog. Ji Hanjun lowered his head, sharp eyebrows icy cold and menacing, evidently having reached his limit. A gloomy glare was directed toward the person below him. I remember saying that if the young master dares to seek affection from others, I will certainly kill him. Suze laughed, though his other hand was restrained. Fortunately, he still had one free. Collar yanked hard downward, leaving only millimeters between their lips, the sweet fragrance of rose-white tea emanating clearly from Suze's body. Ji Hanjun, so afraid of having someone by my side? Admit it, aren't you, liking me? The kind of liking I'm referring to. Beneath him, lips curled into a smile, mischievous and playful, eyes teasingly flickering down occasionally. He almost forgot over time. To outsiders, the obedient, soft, and agreeable young master was, in fact, malicious, mischievous, and arrogantly domineering. Even if sometimes fearful or angered like a provoked cat, the nasty nature remained intact deep within. A crimson flush appeared in Ji Hanjun's eyes, his Adam's apple rolling involuntarily, their breath intertwining as they secretly competed with each other. Would you dare to kiss me? Suze tightened his grip on Ji Hanjun's collar, eyes filled with ambiguity, simply staring at Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun could hardly bear his alluring appearance, knowing that if he got any closer, he might end up getting beaten. But Ji Hanjun didn't care. Ji Hanjun pressed down heavily. He clearly felt the body beneath him stiffen momentarily, struggling in response to which his actions became even more intense. Suze just wanted to tease him, but deep down, he knew Ji Hanjun was an unwavering man of iron. Yet when he truly felt the sensation on his lips, he was startled. Ji, let go. The dominating aura hovered around his nose, the hand gripping his wrist gradually moved upwards, intertwining their fingers together. Damn it, Ji Hanjun must have been driven mad by him. Suze released his collar and began pushing and hitting him repeatedly, his fingers fiercely gripping the fabric of Ji Hanjuan's back, wrinkling it severely. Suddenly, a hand lifted his lower back forcefully, pressing him entirely against Ji Hanjuan's body, feeling his temperature even through the clothing. "Master Su, are you in your room?" The sound of a knock from outside broke the tension, making Suze struggle even harder, terrified of being discovered. "Hush. If you don't behave, I'll open the door and kiss you right in front of everyone." The delicate, beautiful person beneath him was kissed until tears welled up in their eyes, lips swollen, cheeks slightly red with glittering tearful eyes glaring at him. Suze's eyes turned red while his other hand quietly reached into his pocket for a knife. Damn, he'd never felt so humiliated. The knocking outside was clear. Ji Hanjuan's gaze remained mesmerized as if about to claim another kiss. Suze gripped the knife in his pocket tightly. But he hadn't anticipated how fast Ji Hanjun would be. As he tried to pull out the knife, the hand resting on his lower back suddenly pinned the hand with the knife and squeezed it gently in his grasp. "I'll let Master Su do anything to me when I yield, but when I don't, it's time for Master Su to follow my orders." Freak, psycho. It seemed Ji Hanjun had dropped his pretense, there was indeed something inappropriate growing in his heart toward him. Why hadn't he noticed this before? He had always sensed those thick, disgusting gazes, not realizing they were similar to a wolf's predatory glare. The knife was forcibly taken away and thrown onto the bedside, his neck pinched to force him to raise his head and endure. Ji Hanjun originally didn't intend to expose himself so soon, yet now Suze had lured him into doing so. Regardless of the consequences, he accepted them. Chapter 25, Habit. After the birthday party ended, Jiangmu hadn't encountered Suze anymore, nor did he see Ji Hanjun anywhere. The estate was large, and despite their close relationship, Jiangmu had never visited Suze's bedroom. "Sorry, the upper floors are off-limits to guests." The butler stopped Jiangmu, who wanted to go upstairs to find someone, holding the list of gifts given during the birthday party. "Where is Suze? The party is over, why hasn't he come out?" "The young master has his own considerations. It's getting late, young Jiang should head home soon." Though Jiangmu felt an odd sensation, since he was blocked, he couldn't help but walk down the stairs. "Little June, where have you been? Aunt Lu has been looking for you." Jiangmu turned around at the sound of the voice, catching sight of Ji Hanjun coming down from the topmost staircase, and immediately noticed the palm print on Ji Hanjun's face. That slap wasn't light, indicating it was delivered by Suze. After Ji Hanjun left, Suze rushed to the bathroom and scrubbed his lips furiously. His suit was ripped open widely, leaving some noticeable red marks on his neck and chest. When exactly did Ji Hanjun start and maintain this disguise? But thankfully, Ji Hanjun hadn't gone too far, and Suze slapped him hard. The sensation on his lips was vivid, almost bringing back memories of the suffocating feeling. Such a dangerous person shouldn't be kept around, too fucking terrifying. His gaze fell upon Ji Hanjuan's birthday gift, a ticket to meet his favorite pianist backstage, along with a small and adorable bear pendant. So annoying. After this incident, Suze ran as far away as possible, even beginning to live at school in a dormitory. The four-person dorm wasn't usually occupied by any of them, so much so that cobwebs had accumulated, and no one cleaned it. Carrying a bucket full of water laboriously up to the 6th floor, Suze managed to spill most of it on the way while struggling. Having grown up without ever doing chores, much less carrying buckets of water, Suze quickly perspired from his forehead after 2 trips, soaking his white work shirt. "Master Su." Suze leaned against the wall to rest, hearing someone call his name behind him. Turning around, he saw an acquaintance, Gu Qing. Gu Qing had just returned after finishing a class, he usually stayed in the dormitory. Seeing someone carrying a bucket of water upstairs, he noticed the familiar figure from behind. When Suze leaned against the wall to rest, Gu Qing finally recognized him. "Let me help you." Gu Qing placed his books on the rack by the staircase and effortlessly picked up the bucket of water to head towards the 6th floor. Suze's back was so tired that he could barely straighten it, and he even felt dizzy and blurred vision. For someone like him who never did housework, a little bit was unbearable. When arranging things in the dorm, all he managed to do was fix one bed. It was piled high with dolls he brought from home, and there was even a stuffed bear bigger than a person. This school's dormitories were quite upscale, each person had their own 2-meter-wide independent bed, 4 beds in a room, 4 individual desks with wardrobes, as well as private bathrooms and balconies. "Are you moving into the dormitory?" Gu Qing looked at the thick layer of dust on the table. He knew that the 6th floor housed some noble young gentlemen who generally didn't like living in the dorms. "Yes, I'm staying in the dormitory for a few days." He originally wanted Ji Hanjun to stay in the school, but he didn't want to see Ji Hanjun. Used to being taken care of, it felt unnatural not having someone rub his feet before sleep, so he decided to practice being more independent. "I'll help you tidy up." Suze's white work shirt was already a little dirty. Moreover, Gu Qing had borrowed 30,000 yuan from him earlier, so it would count as mutual assistance between friends. "Thank you, let's clean together." "I'm not familiar with the shower in the bathroom, it's different from mine at home, can you teach me how to use it?" Suze didn't originally want to go downstairs to fetch water, but this heater was different from the one at his home since the faucet and the heater were connected. Besides, every day at home, there was always someone specifically preparing water for his showers, and Ji Han-jun even squeezed toothpaste for him yesterday morning. He felt inadequate and useless, not knowing how to do anything, which frustrated him. If one day he got expelled, he feared no company would hire him, leaving him to starve on the streets. By the time it grew dark, they finally finished tidying up the dormitory, and Suze promised to treat Gu-chin to dinner. The two went to a hot pot restaurant outside the school. On the way, Suze kept feeling as if there were eyes staring at him. Looking back, however, there was nothing. The unsettling sensation only disappeared when they left the dormitory and arrived at the hot pot shop. This hot pot restaurant was rather large. After ordering, they handed the menu to the server, and soon, a steaming pot of hot pot was brought out. Both were sweating profusely. Suze was about to get stupid from the spiciness and instinctively reached out his hand. Ji Han-jun, I'm spicy. His heart jolted, suddenly feeling empty. Only then did Suze regain consciousness and awkwardly reach for the fruit tea on the table himself. He forgot, Ji Han-jun wasn't by his side anymore. Fortunately, Gu-chin was also hit hard by the spiciness. In the midst of rolling steam and surrounding chatter, he didn't hear Suze's inadvertent comment. The fruity tea was cold and refreshing. Just like during meals in the past, Ji Han-jun had always disagreed with him eating overly spicy foods and wouldn't let him drink ice water. For several consecutive days, Suze avoided all places and times where he might bump into Ji Han-jun. But every day, at his usual seat in the cafeteria, there was a set meal prepared, filled with his favorite dishes, along with a cup of sweet orange juice. Suze knew it was from Ji Han-jun, yet his stubborn nature prevented him from eating it, forcing him instead to squeeze among the most crowded spots to pick his food. Jiang Mu apparently also noticed this situation, especially upon learning that Suze had moved back to the dormitory. The next day, he packed his belongings and moved into the dormitory as well. From now on, I'll bring your meals, we won't eat Ji Han-jun's food. Suze remained silent, but deep down, only he knew how uncomfortable it was sleeping in the dormitory. After 3 whole days of trying to sleep in the dormitory, Suze had spent 3 sleepless nights. Chu Chen also learned that Suze had moved back to the dormitory and broke into the room that very night to gather his belongings and move back too. Awakened in the middle of the night by all the noise, Suze, who had finally managed to fall asleep, was annoyed by the racket caused by the packing. Could you be quieter? Originally irritated by the noise and disliking the dormitory environment, thus opting to live at home, Suze now regretted his decision somewhat. Upon hearing his complaints, Chu Chen tried his best to minimize the sound. Qin Shu walked into the dormitory holding a newly bought bear doll to apologize. All of them wanted to make amends and apologize to Suze, as they hadn't seen each other for quite a while after that incident. Suze was growing increasingly frustrated, his dark circles becoming more pronounced as the irritable temperament within him threatened to burst forth. He wanted to try living alone without Ji Han-jun, because after all, he was a false young master who would have to rely on himself from now on. However, these past few days, he found himself habitually thinking of Ji Han-jun. He knew too well that Ji Han-jun was secretly watching him from the shadows, afraid to come any closer. After all, the terrifying and sinister look in Ji Han-jun's eyes could always be immediately sensed by Suze's sixth sense. Chapter 26, Encountering Evil. It had been 5 days since Suze started boarding at school. Ji Han-jun sat in his small room, the ashtray already filled with many cigarette butts, filling the entire room with the smell of smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke, his sharp and deep-set eyes revealed a crazed gaze, almost obsessed as he stared at the chat record on the screen. His young master had blocked him again. Annoyed, Ji Han-jun exhaled a smoke ring before pressing out the unfinished cigarette in the ashtray, tapping long fingers against the table. It had been 5 days, surely, his little one should have had enough fun by now. He'd let him roam around for 5 days. It was time for him to return home. Disobedient children must be punished. Thinking back to that birthday scene, Ji Han-jun's breathing became heavier, his eyes even tinted with lust. Crying hard during a passionate kiss, gasping and crying when unable to catch their breath, it was just how delicate they were. Suze, shall we watch a movie tonight? Chu Chen came out from the bathroom, catching sight of Suze gaming at the desk, causing an involuntary movement of his Adam's apple. Suze was only wearing a loose white t-shirt and thigh-length casual shorts, revealing legs that were both white and long. His slim waist made him appear alluringly pretty and obedient, making it impossible to take one's eyes off him. No, I'm not going. What are you still standing here for? Lane Long is already flying right into your face. Seeing Suze so absorbed in his game, Chu Chen stepped forward, gently pulling him into his embrace, his arms leaning on the desk as he looked down. Let me see which moron has our young master so upset. Since the day of being forcefully kissed by Ji Han-jun, Suze now especially resisted anyone getting so close to him. Feeling the chest pressing against his back, he suddenly stood up. Chu Chen nearly hit his jaw with this sudden action. What's wrong? I suddenly remembered I have something urgent. I'll go first. Watching Suze run out of the dormitory, Chu Chen picked up his clothes and smelled them. He'd just come back from playing basketball, showered, and didn't have any body odor. Suze aimlessly wandered the streets alone. These days, he hadn't eaten well, slept poorly, and overconsumption of ice water had caused his stomach to ache intermittently. He went alone to that previous little tavern, hoping to meet Gu Qing. But as soon as he walked in, he was pushed out by a huge man. "Where did you come from, kid? Get lost. We're having a private event today, no entry allowed." Suze pointed at himself with disbelief written all over his face. "Brother, I'm an adult. How can I be a kid?" The large man took one look at the tender, thin, obviously well-behaved youth before him, realizing instantly that this wasn't anything but a student, clearly not an adult but just some kid. On such a night, there was no other place on this street where drinks were served. With a muttered curse, Suze turned and left. As Suze walked away, several men emerged from the tavern. The large man pulled out a photo, handed it to them, then pointed toward the direction Suze left. This area was originally part of a food street, packed with people. Suze bought a serving of stir-fried rice cakes to munch on as he strolled along, considering taking a walk before heading back to sleep. Suze. Holding the rice cakes, Suze turned around, met with darkness, only to find a huge black canvas bag being directly thrown over his head. In broad daylight, right there on the bustling street, several men brazenly kidnapped a student, wielding shining knives as onlookers tried to step in but were forced back by the men with blades. Hot sauce from the rice cakes smeared all over himself as Suze couldn't believe human traffickers operated even under the sun. "Help! Somebody help!" Just as he screamed, a fierce kick landed on his abdomen, nearly forcing him to vomit the rice cake he had consumed. Passers-by gathered to block the group of 4 kidnappers, and police were already called. However, these men showed no fear, brandishing knives to carve a path through the crowd while carrying the bound person inside the canvas bag. Upon someone reporting and sketching their portraits, it turned out that these 4 fugitives were those sought after by the police, 2 of whom had already been identified in the police database. They were the ones involved in child trafficking of boys and girls. But the police couldn't figure out why these 4 individuals, who had hidden themselves for years, dared to openly grab people off the streets now. Suze was thrown violently into an abandoned warehouse. The canvas bag that had covered him was removed, and his hands and feet were tightly bound. The knife and phone in his trouser pocket had also been taken away. "You dare to kidnap me? Just wait. My parents will surely kill you." Suze's white clothes were soiled, and he was left in a corner looking disheveled. A large portion of the stain on his clothing came from the spicy sauce of the rice cakes. The 4 criminals exchanged looks, one of them tightening his grip on his knife as he moved closer, pressing the blade against Suze's face. "Kid, we just want to use you for ransom. If you're good, we'll give you back your body intact and keep your organs." The cold blade pressed hard against his cheek, while the rough rope chafed his wrists red. One of them took out Suze's phone, calling his parents twice but getting no response. They finally called the number marked with "Butler Uncle." Suze knew his parents wouldn't answer, they were busy working abroad, only answering calls made by him. The call was quickly answered, and the gentle voice of the butler came through. However, the kidnappers demanded 10 million yuan immediately and spoke cruelly. Suze glared at them, refusing to speak, looking at them as if they were fools. The one with the knife, seeing this defiant look, directly plunged it into Suze's left shoulder. After all, as long as he didn't die, they could torture him however they wanted. Suze didn't expect the man to be truly heartless, actually stabbing him, but despite the immense pain, he remained silent. The call was disconnected, and the ringleader kicked the phone aside and began delivering harsh kicks to Suze's stomach. "Not speaking. Let's see how much longer you don't talk." Curling up due to the pain, Suze's eyes revealed not a shred of fear, instead showing disdain and mockery. "If you have the guts, just kill me. When I die, you won't get a single cent." Blows rained down like hail, and Suze clenched his teeth tightly, emitting only a groan now and then. Soon, the captors became exhausted. "What a stubborn brat. What should we do, boss?" "Just ignore him. This place is not somewhere people easily find. If we can't get the money, let him rot here until he dies." The 4 men left, locking the warehouse door tightly and nailing wooden boards over the windows to seal it off completely. The wrist restraints had worn deep marks, and after seeing the group depart, Suze couldn't hold back his cries of pain. Although the wound on his shoulder wasn't deep, he would certainly bleed out if no one came to help. Why did those people on the street specifically choose him? What could he do? He was afraid now. If Ji Hanjun were with him, perhaps he wouldn't have fallen into the hands of bad people. Since childhood, everyone who saw him thought he was adorable, wanting to talk to him, yet the menacing stares of Ji Hanjun always scared them off. Would Ji Hanjun cry if he died? Sigh. He missed him a bit. Chapter 27, Rescued. Even though it was summer, lying on the cold floor of the isolated warehouse felt chilling to death. Suze felt like his blood was almost all gone. His consciousness grew hazy, and his entire body seemed to fall into a frozen cellar, the chill seeping into his bones. Outside, there was still no sign of rescue, and Suze gradually gave up hope. If his identity as a false young master were exposed, perhaps the retaliation would leave him in a similar situation. His limbs were numb from being tied up too long, his consciousness fading more and more. He suddenly realized that he wasn't in as much pain anymore. Footsteps approached from outside, followed by the sound of the door being shaken. But Suze's heart was indifferent. It must be the kidnappers coming to check if he was already dead. It had only been 5 hours since his abduction. They were eager to collect their spoils. The door didn't open initially. 2 seconds passed, then the door and lock were forcibly kicked open from outside. Ji Hanjun walked in holding a crowbar, leaning against the wall. Dressed in a stylish overcoat, beneath it was a white shirt stained with blood. A long cut ran along the side of his left leg, clearly inflicted by a knife. Blood dripped from his leg onto the ground, leaving bloody footprints. Upon seeing Ji Hanjun, Suze felt tears well up in his eyes involuntarily. Seeing Suze in the corner, Ji Hanjun threw the crowbar aside and took off his coat, draping it around Suze. Ji Hanjun. Suze's voice was hoarse, his face pale as a ghost, his whole body devoid of any warmth. Carefully untying the ropes binding his hands and feet, Ji Hanjun noticed that Suze's delicate, fair wrists had been deeply abraded. Ji Hanjun's gaze fell on Suze's shoulder, where the bloodstains had soaked half of his body. This caused Ji Hanjun's chest to tighten, and his eyes instantly turned dark. Hold on to me. Ji Hanjun helped Suze put on his clothes, grabbing his arm and wrapping it around his neck. He bent down and lifted him into his arms. The warmth of Ji Hanjun still lingered in the clothes. Suze hugged him tightly, burying his head deeply in his neck. As soon as they left the warehouse, the sound of sirens was heard. The butler, full of worry, came over and was shocked by the sight of their injuries. Ah! My young master, does it hurt? Suze raised his eyes to see his concerned uncle butler with reddened eyes, then shook his head obediently. It doesn't hurt. Of the 4 men, only 2 were caught, the other 2 had fled, now being held down by the police. The butler had watched Suze grow up from childhood, just like his own child, so seeing his child meet bad people made him ache. The butler also got teary-eyed, stepping forward and delivering a few kicks to the kidnappers. Held in Ji Hanjun's arms as they got into the car, Suze curled up in his embrace, feeling protected and reassured. Feeling the gaze from inside his arms, Ji Hanjun lowered his head and held him even tighter, lightly kissing his forehead. A strange sensation. Suze disliked being touched by others. But he didn't resist or feel aversion towards Ji Hanjun. I'm so cold. Suze buried his face in Ji Hanjun's chest, his head spinning, feeling bone-chilling despite being tightly embraced. The car sped fast, quickly entering the city center and arriving at the nearest hospital. Suze had already fainted, his bloodstains turning dark red, his finely chiseled handsome face pale without any color, barely detectable breathing. Ms. Lu hurried over, crying until her eyes swelled. The patient, Suze, had lost too much blood due to the wound on his shoulder and was rushed to the operating room. Not long after, a nurse hurried out. Are the family members here? We need to transfuse blood. Why are there no family members present? Someone needs to sign. The butler had already contacted the overseas patriarch and lady, who were still on the plane. When Ms. Lu heard about needing a blood transfusion, her entire face went black, tears stopping mid-flow, hanging on her cheeks. If they had to transfuse blood, when the lady returned, wouldn't the identity be uncovered? Both the patriarch and the lady had blood type A and O respectively, whereas if it was discovered that the young master's blood type was B, everything would be ruined. Ji Hanjun's leg was also bandaged by the nurse, who had just finished when he saw Aunt Lu leaning against the wall, filled with fear and confusion. Aunt Lu, upon seeing Ji Hanjun and noticing the butler signing forms outside the door, became more flustered. This hospital was originally part of the Su family's assets, where yearly physical examinations were conducted. The medical staff had access to Suze's physical examination reports from earlier in the year, knowing his blood type. Once the butler signed the form, the doctor immediately carried the blood box back into the operating room, taking along backup blood packs from the blood bank. It might have been possible to swap during a regular physical exam, but blood transfusions were an entirely different matter. Aunt Lu's heart felt like it sank to the bottom. Without thinking, she rushed up and grabbed the butler. I saw the lady. She has arrived and is downstairs. The butler hadn't expected the lady to arrive so quickly, this was an hour sooner than he anticipated. Leaving the surgery entrance, the butler descended to greet her while Aunt Lu shifted her sharp glare toward Ji Hanjun. Why haven't you done something? What are you standing there for? Ji Hanjun pursed his lips, his deep eyes locking on her before he turned away. There was nobody left at the entrance. Aunt Lu furiously beat on the operating room door, shouting and pounding until one of the nurses opened it angrily. Seeing the door open, Aunt Lu rushed inside, catching sight of the doctor preparing to administer a blood bag, then dropped to her knees. Don't transfuse. Don't transfuse. He's blood type B, not type O. The 2 escaped criminals returned to the original warehouse, which was still under surveillance by the police nearby. In their haste, they hadn't retrieved anything from inside. Brother, what should we do? The leader of the group looked disheveled, clutching the knife in his pocket as he departed the warehouse. In a small alley during the midnight hours, a muscular man from the tavern leaned against the wall, cigarette dangling from his hand, exhaling smoke rings. The employer had only meant for them to fake a kidnapping, lock him up overnight to scare him, without touching a single hair of the young master. But things spiraled out of control. The two men beside him were already pacing anxiously. Now we're under police surveillance. Give us some more money, and we won't implicate you. We were supposed to leave for the border anyway. We only took this job to pick you up, and now you need to take responsibility. We just scared the little master as you asked. You can't go back on your word, can you? Moreover, we took a huge risk for your job. The Su family acted too fast, immediately reporting it to the police. If we get caught, so will you. The big man remained silent, ignoring their endless complaints, not wanting to explain further. There was no way they could trace anything back to him. As long as he paid them enough money, they would keep quiet. He'd been in the game for years. Having been part of the underworld, he'd met many people involved in criminal activities like debt collecting. He accepted almost any job, except those involving hired killings. He considered this kidnapping a legitimate job, to scare the young master. But who knew these dangerous guys would try something more when leaving? The employer asked you to scare him but didn't allow you to harm the young master. And you insisted on taking this order. That little master is rich, right? He's still alive, isn't he? But we lost 2 brothers because of this. The leading man was becoming anxious and even started threatening, thinking that if he didn't pay, they would create a mess. When they learned about scaring the young master, they already had other plans in mind, aiming to make more money by taking someone else's order. Alright, I'll compensate you. Go to the alley beside the tavern, someone will give you the money there. Hearing this, the 2 men felt reassured. They glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then rushed toward the small tavern. The alley was dark and eerie, with only a few trash bins. Inside one of the bins was a black bag stuffed with cash. That must be the money. The 2 men quickly ran to the alley, grabbed the bag, and slung it over their shoulders. Just as they turned around, a group of police officers suddenly stormed into the alley, shining bright lights on them. Ji Hanjun stepped out from the crowd, his gaze cold and terrifying, a smirk playing on his handsome face. His eyes glinted with disdain but held no trace of warmth. His beloved one hadn't come home for such a long time, so of course he had to teach the beloved one a lesson about how dangerous the world really is. These people dared to hurt his precious one. That's completely unforgivable. The world isn't as good as people often imagine, the ill intentions of others are usually hidden well. Su Zhe woke up 3 days later, slowly opening his eyes and seeing an elegant, beautiful woman at his side. It was his mother, Yang Muxin. She was a strong woman, a legend in the business circle. The solid position of the Su family was built entirely by the efforts of his parents. Su Zhe looked blankly at the woman before him, his eyes reddening as he tried to call her Mom, but his throat hurt as if cut by a knife. Little Zhe is awake. You scared Mom so much. Chapter 28, Younger Brother. His mother was a powerhouse in business, a legend in the commercial world. The Su family's position was secured through the relentless efforts of both his parents. Su Zhe stared blankly at the woman in front of him, his eyes red and watery. He wanted to call out, Mom, but his voice rasped painfully. Little Zhe, it's all Mom's fault. I didn't expect that in this day and age, someone would dare to openly kidnap. Before I leave tomorrow, I'll definitely arrange for more bodyguards for you. There was an inexplicable sense of loss inside him. He knew that his parents were so busy, yet they made time to stay with him for these few days, undoubtedly having postponed many important tasks. Su Zhe managed to croak out with a hoarse voice, Where's Dad? Yang Muxin rubbed his head affectionately, her eyes filled with love. Dad has already gone back. He was very busy, but your parents promised that we'll definitely come back for the New Year celebration. Always the same story. Ever since he was a child, his parents said that as long as he behaved well, they would return for the New Year holiday. But in reality, work and excuses always piled up during the holidays. He thought he was the most cherished child in the family, so why didn't his parents come home to spend time with him? His mom stayed with him for only 1 day before boarding an early morning flight the next day. Su Zhe, wearing his hospital gown, stood by the window gazing at the scenery outside, lifting his head to look at the blue sky, wondering if his mom was already sitting on the plane. Ji Hanjun entered the room, holding a box of dumplings made by the family maid. Seeing Su Zhe standing barefoot again, his brows furrowed deeply. Master, your body is still weak. Don't stand without shoes. Ji Hanjun walked over to him, picked up the slippers by the bedside, squatted down, and helped him put them on. Seeing Ji Hanjun, Su Zhe felt a mix of emotions. It had been so long since he'd seen Ji Hanjun. To be honest, he missed Ji Hanjun very much. The little dumplings were still his favorite, fresh meat-filled ones. Ji Hanjun opened the insulated box, scooped one up with a spoon, blew gently on it, and offered it to Su Zhe. Su Zhe sat by the bed and took a bite, his eyes instantly reddening. Ji Hanjun saw the tears welling up in his eyes and picked up the water from the table. Is it too hot? Have some water. Su Zhe shook his head and his gaze fell on Ji Hanjun's left leg that had been injured before. Feeling Suze's gaze, Ji Hanjun put down the bowl and reached out to hold his cool little hand. Master, my leg is already healed. Ji Hanjun was always so good to him, no matter how he beat or cursed at Ji Hanjun in normal times, he still risked everything to save him. Ji Hanjun, go collect all the dolls from my dormitory. I don't want to stay in the dorm anymore. I don't want to line up for meals every day either. He also didn't want to live without being taken care of or having someone massage his feet before sleep. Does Master want to come back? Don't you fear me kissing you anymore? Ji Hanjun always knew he avoided him because of the kiss that day, revealing feelings he couldn't hide any longer. Now there was no need for pretense. Suze replied firmly, I'm not afraid. Ji Hanjun looked a bit stunned for a moment, then a flicker of hesitation passed through his eyes. Suze looked at him and said gently, all you want is to like me, right? As long as you don't kiss me or act recklessly, I allow you to like me. His young master was sometimes truly adorable in his ignorance. Not allowing kisses and reckless actions were impossible for Ji Hanjun. Sorry, Master, I can't do that. While I was away these days, Master surely felt uncomfortable without me, right? In truth, you missed me, didn't you? Ji Hanjun spoke earnestly, but Suze only felt a chill rise from his feet, as if being watched by something cold and dangerous. He was completely correct, Suze did miss Ji Hanjun and wasn't used to not having him around. Being cared for by Ji Hanjun for such a long time, he'd grown accustomed to having someone always by his side. With his inner thoughts revealed so openly by Ji Hanjun, Suze parted his lips slightly and spoke with a touch of displeasure in his tone. I guess I missed you, happy now? Ji Hanjun's sharp and aggressive appearance softened. His eyes, which were usually deep and penetrating, seemed to melt into warmth and gentleness. I miss you too, Master. Very, very much. A blush crept onto Suze's ear tips. He turned away and muttered a dispassionate directing his gaze at the small dumplings nearby, speaking arrogantly and dominantly. If you miss me, why don't you feed me quickly? Because many people on the street witnessed the kidnapping that day, some even filmed videos and posted them online, causing this incident to become quite a big deal online. People were talking about how audacious some traffickers had become in today's society, attempting kidnappings in crowded streets. Suze recuperated peacefully in the hospital during this time. Chu Chen and Jiang Mu visited several times, chatting briefly before leaving. Until one day an unexpected guest arrived. Gu Lixing had learned where Suze was hospitalized and came with a fruit basket. Student Suze, are you feeling better? Gu Lixing placed the fruit on his table and looked at Suze. She had heard that he was stabbed. Seeing Gu Lixing, Suze showed no eagerness to converse with her since they had nothing to discuss, let alone being just acquaintances, one a female lead, the other a supporting character. A lot better. Sensing Suze's coldness and distance, Gu Lixing wasn't offended. She picked up a knife herself and selected a nice-looking apple for him. Student Suze, you don't have to be so hostile toward me. I'm not a bad person. Her knife skills were quite adept, and her grip was standard, effortlessly peeling the apple. Suze knew that Gu Lixing's family situation wasn't ideal. In the original story, the female lead was lively yet possessed a clever mind. Gu Lixing, what do you want from me? You can just say it. Gu Lixing enjoyed dealing with smart people. It appeared that rumors of the ill-tempered young master weren't entirely true. Gu Lixing handed the apple to him, and Suze took a bite. My family's company has been suffering losses continuously. Before, I thought of getting close to you to gain some benefit, but unfortunately, your guard dog is too fierce. Turning slightly towards the door, she noticed someone standing clearly outside. She had noticed earlier, the man named Ji Hanjun definitely harbored more than simple loyalty between servant and master. Every time she observed Suze, she could feel Ji Hanjun lurking in the shadows, his gaze filled with possessiveness, unlike someone looking at his own young master. Instead, it was the kind of look that wanted to take possession of something with dark intensity and madness. Gu Lixing pressed her lips together lightly, so I'd like your family's company to help support our Gu family. If that's not possible, perhaps you could lend me some money. Suze was puzzled as to why Gu Lixing would think he'd agree to help her. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm really just a spoiled young master who doesn't care about anything. My parents handle everything at home. How much money do you need? Gu Lixing looked down with a lowered gaze. Her father gambled away the company funds and owed people large amounts of money too. The materials for the last batch of goods had all been delayed. Her mother fell ill due to this incident, so she desperately needed money. She used to be the miss of the Gu family, but selling all her jewelry and handbags couldn't even cover the deficit. 80 million yuan. Suze fell silent. The kidnappers only asked for 10 million yuan when he was kidnapped, and now it was 8 times that amount. Wouldn't you like to start a great business to make your parents look up to you? If you invest in me, I won't let you down. Aren't you afraid of being surpassed by your younger brother? What on earth was Gu Lixing talking about? Suze looked at her in confusion. I don't have a younger brother. Chapter 29, I agree with you. He was an only child. He enjoyed all the love from his parents. How could there suddenly appear another brother out of nowhere? Suze didn't want to believe what she said, but then he saw the picture of the woman holding a little boy. The little boy looked more like their mother. After Gu Lixing left, Suze picked up his phone and called the housekeeper to ask if his mother and father had returned with a little boy. The housekeeper hesitated, but it was already very obvious, his parents secretly had another child without telling him. So, for such a long time, they didn't come back, nor did they miss him. They had another child, giving the love they originally intended for him all to his younger brother. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Young master, madam didn't intend to hide this from you. Please rest well in the hospital. The housekeeper didn't hear Suze's voice and began to worry. Young master. Suze gripped his phone tightly, his vision becoming blurred. He remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a hoarse voice. I want to talk to my mother. The Su family only wanted one child, only one perfect heir. But his health wasn't good, and he showed no interest in managing the company, so his parents broke their promise, secretly having a younger brother behind his back. He remembered that before his parents went abroad, they told him to behave himself at home. Back then, he wanted to go abroad with them. They said they were too busy to take care of him properly. Could his younger brother really be taken care of well? Suze closed his eyes tightly and threw the phone onto the bed. Then he abruptly turned around and swept everything off the table onto the ground. Clang. Suze stared at the broken shards of porcelain scattered across the floor, still hearing the echoes of his crying and begging for his parents not to leave when he was younger. He wanted to stay with them. Cheats. When Ji Hanjun heard the commotion inside the room, he knocked and came in. At a glance, he saw the chaos inside the room, with Suze standing in the middle, tightly gripping a piece of porcelain in his hand. The sharp edge cut through his palm, letting blood drip down his hand, drop by drop, until it pooled around his feet. Ji Hanjun felt a pang in his heart. He approached Suze and tried to grab the shard from his grip, but Suze stubbornly refused to let go. Seeing Suze standing defiantly before him with tears glistening in his eyes, Ji Hanjun frowned, grabbed his neck, pulled him closer, and leaned down to kiss him. Ji Hanjun's eyes were dark, stormy with deep longing. Suze tried to struggle but was pinned to Ji Hanjun's chest. Inadvertently, he loosened his grip and the porcelain shard dropped to the floor. Even though he let go of the shard, Ji Hanjun clearly had no intention of releasing him. Not until Suze's face turned red, fought until he was too exhausted to stand, nearly collapsing under the force of the kiss, did Ji Hanjun slightly loosen his grip. Looking at the bright red drop staining the floor, his expression shifted slightly, though a flicker of light shone in his downward gaze. Young master seems to not care about your own body, so let me take care of you. As he spoke, the hand resting on Suze's lower back began moving upward. Where does he get the audacity to touch him like that? To act so familiar? Ji Hanjun. Dare you? Seeing Suze's wide eyes filled with shock, Ji Hanjun's gaze grew darker. Does young master doubt whether I'll dare? After all, I'm just an evil dog. Suze's pupils constricted violently, trembling in his voice, red-rimmed eyes, ready to burst into tears any second. Even you bully me. Already weak from neglecting his health, his entire person appeared pale and frail, tearful eyes, red rims making him seem more vulnerable than ever. When big fat tears rolled down his cheeks, Suze defiantly turned away, but his trembling shoulders exposed that he was indeed crying. Ji Hanjun's eyes slightly narrowed, and he sighed deeply. He withdrew his hand from inside Suze's shirt, encircled his waist, and lifted him up, carefully stepping over the shards on the floor to place him by the bed. Master, please don't cry. I'm sorry. Ji Hanjun knelt on one knee in front of Suze, gently taking his injured hand. The wound was a little deep, indicating that he had gripped the porcelain shard very hard just moments ago. Suze wasn't crying because of Ji Hanjun, he was crying for himself. When something happened to him, his parents only stayed a few days before leaving. He hadn't even managed to see his father. Was the child abroad more important than him? The three of them were doing fine outside, but it seemed that he was the most unnecessary one after all. Ji Hanjun, do you also know about the little boy my mother brought back? Ji Hanjun nodded, yes. As expected, if it weren't for Gu Lixing telling him, Suze would have been kept completely in the dark. He was no longer noticed by his parents, and he couldn't think of any way to regain their love. Suze lay in the hospital for nearly a week, lying silently on the bed without speaking. Ji Hanjun fed him his meals, and after eating, he simply lay back on the bed and spaced out. Jiangmu visited several times and realized that Suze's emotions were off. He had no smile, looking lifeless, and spent every day lying in bed staring out the window. Suze, is there something troubling you? The person on the bed didn't respond, merely lying still and blankly gazing at the ceiling. Jiangmu felt a pang of sympathy, unsure what exactly had happened. Ji Hanjun came in with a food box, walking past Jiangmu and sitting beside the bed. Master, let's eat. Suze's eyes were calm, like stagnant water, as if all of his vitality had been drained away. Jiangmu grabbed Ji Hanjun's arm. Don't you think there's something wrong with him? Ji Hanjun glared at the hand gripping his arm, shaking it off and opening the food box on his own. The porridge with century egg and lean meat made by the auntie was served. Ji Hanjun propped up the person on the bed, picked up the bowl, cooled the spoonful of porridge, and offered it to Suze's lips. Suze didn't resist and obediently ate the porridge until the whole bowl was finished. Afterward, Ji Hanjun wiped his mouth and let him rest again. Jiang Mu frowned. Ji Hanjun. Would I not know if the master isn't acting right? Don't bother meddling in things you don't understand. In fact, that day, he had immediately sensed that Suze was acting strange. He became unhappy and talked less. The only benefit Ji Hanjun noticed was how compliant the master had become, really, impossibly compliant. He liked a well-behaved master. But he didn't like a lifeless one. Even when Ji Hanjun held him tightly against his chest at night, Suze neither struggled nor made a fuss, he simply stared at him with wide eyes. Suze didn't want to deal with either of them and turned over to continue gazing at his view. His parents no longer wanted him. What was there left to think about? Anyway, he was just cannon fodder, so why fight anymore? It would be best if they exposed his true identity early, constantly reminding him that he was just an imposter. Reminding him that the paternal and maternal love he sought was merely stolen from someone else. Jiang Mu angrily left, casting one last long look at the person on the bed before going. The moment Jiang Mu left, the room fell silent. There was movement near the bed, followed by the heat of a warm chest pressing against his back as strong arms wrapped around him protectively. Master, I like it when you rely on me. The arms around his waist were firm and powerful, tightly pulling him into Ji Hanjun's embrace, making his warmth temporarily addictive. Ji Hanjun, if you like me so much. I agree. Chapter 30, Assistance. Another light rain started tonight. Pedestrians on the street were caught off guard by the sudden downpour, panicking under the rain. But inside the ward at this exact moment, a different scene unfolded. Suze leaned against the bathroom wall, its cold surface stimulating his back while a fiery presence in front of him left him feeling extremely tormented. Ji Hanjun braced one hand against his head while the other tightly grasped his waist to prevent his escape. Their breathing intertwined, creating a domineering sensation of possession, causing Suze to try to push away several times, but each time he only managed to break free for 2 or 3 seconds before falling back. Enough. Suze's eyes shimmered with tears, his hands clutching tightly onto his clothes, the corners of his eyes and cheeks flushed red. He felt like he was suffocating. Ji Hanjun was like a wild animal that hadn't eaten meat in a long time, while he was nothing more than a helpless little rabbit being ruthlessly devoured. The large hand at his waist clutched him tightly, preventing him from moving or retreating. Stop. Stop. Ji Hanjun, after all, still had a little humanity left in him and didn't really kiss Suze to death. Suze leaned heavily against Ji Hanjun's chest, gasping for air, his whole body supported only by the arm around his waist to keep him from falling. Ji Hanjun's eyes were deep as he stared at the slightly parted lips of the person in his arms, reigniting a flame within him. It was real, undeniably so. This wasn't a dream. Ji Hanjun felt the warmth of the body in his arms, every improper thought flooding his mind, yearning to claim him right there. But he still wanted to respect Suze's wishes. He was a madman, but one who understood how to respect his lover's feelings. As long as Suze stayed within his limits, Ji Hanjun would not cross the line. Suze's body felt weak, his arms feebly draped around Ji Hanjun's neck, struggling to catch his breath and avoid meeting Ji Hanjun's predatory gaze. Who would have thought that this small cannon fodder would end up capturing the heart of the male lead? Stop kissing me. My legs are weak, I can't stand. All according to Master Su's commands. After 2 days in the hospital, Suze finally returned home. Everything about the house seemed so familiar. His flower fields, the pavilion and swing, his doll-filled bedroom, this was where he grew up. But it wasn't the place he lived with his parents. Suze looked at the photo on his bedside table, taken during a childhood trip to the aquarium with his parents. Well, it never belonged to him in the first place. Why should he keep longing for something he could never have? Suze packed away the old photo into the drawer and replaced it with another one framed. It was taken in the flower sea, with him and Ji Hanjun standing center stage, along with everyone else from the estate. These were the people who truly raised him. Especially Ji Hanjun. Without realizing it, Suze had developed an incredibly strong reliance on him. Suze found Gu Lisheng at school, pulling out his savings, which though modest, could help fill the gap. Gu Lisheng looked gratefully at Suze. I didn't think you'd actually be willing to help me. I will definitely repay you. Suze smiled lightly. You have a clever mind, perhaps in business someday, you'll lend me some support. Gu Lisheng nodded. She borrowed money from everyone she knew, but no one else helped her. That's why she turned to Suze. She originally assumed he'd refuse her like before, but unexpectedly, Suze became the only one to provide her with such significant assistance. Master, it's time to go home. Gu Lisheng paused in mid-sip of her coffee, looking up as Ji Hanjun walked in from outside. Seeing Ji Hanjun coming to pick him up, Suze stood up. I've already paid for my share. I'll leave now. Gu Lisheng watched Suze leave, noticing their intertwined hands for just a moment. When she first met Ji Han-jun, she sensed that he was a very complicated man, seemingly inaccessible on the surface, but even more deranged beneath. As the two reached the school gate, they came face to face with Chu Chen and two others. Chu Chen was the first to notice them. Holding a basketball, he was about to wave hello when his eyes fell upon their interlocked fingers. The basketball dropped from his arms, his eyes full of disbelief as he stepped forward. "Suze, you and Ji Han-jun." Suze cut him off. "Yes, we're together." All three were astonished. When Suze was hospitalized, they all tried to visit but were stopped outside his room by Ji Han-jun's men. Ji Han-jun, this calculating devil, anyone could see what kind of person he was. How had Suze not realized? Their clasped hands irritated Chu Chen enough to step forward and try to separate them. Ji Han-jun glared coldly, his dark eyes like an abyss ready to swallow someone whole. Pulling Suze behind him, Ji Han-jun blocked Chu Chen's path, speaking icily. "Please don't touch my lover. Of course, if you want to start a fight, I won't hold back this time." "You." Suze rubbed his temples. "That's enough, stop arguing." Qin Shu and Jiang Mu knew Chu Chen had the shortest temper, ignitable with a single spark. Seeing Chu Chen's knuckles tightening until veins bulged, the two quickly pulled him back. Only after dragging Chu Chen a distance away did Jiang Mu and Qin Shu release him. "Let go of me. What are you two doing?" Jiang Mu told him to calm down. "If you charge ahead and start a fight, it'll only make Suze dislike you more." "But Ji Han-jun is really dangerous," asked Qin Shu. "That day when the two of us beat him, he didn't say a word or fight back, but after Suze arrived, Ji Han-jun started coughing blood and talking nonsense." Chu Chen paused for a moment, feeling even angrier inside. He muttered a curse and continued. "Do you two know? Before, wherever we went, Ji Han-jun would follow like a ghost, watching secretly even if he didn't show up. Isn't that creepy?" Qin Shu crossed his arms and leaned against the wall as if deep in thought, then suddenly remembered something and his expression changed drastically. "That's right, do you remember the video where Suze was kidnapped by human traffickers? The police said these four were desperados who hadn't shown up for years. So why did they target Suze specifically, right after this incident? I think there must be something suspicious about it." Each of the three had their own concerns, but all of them felt that the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Meanwhile, Ji Han-jun and Suze were already on their way home. There was a dedicated chauffeur to drive him to school. Normally, he sometimes skipped the ride, but after being kidnapped, he decided safety should come first. Suze had already accepted that he was just an insignificant extra in life. But now, he no longer regretted his situation. "Ji Han-jun, what were you thinking when I told you to study?" Maybe he was plotting how to kill him. Ji Han-jun's profound gaze looked at him, while Suze beside him tilted his head curiously waiting for the answer. Innocent and playful, he resembled a cute little kitten, pure and adorable enough to stir one's heart. This made Ji Han-jun feel a surge of warmth and passion. He pulled Suze close, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and whispering near his ear. Suze's ears turned red upon hearing such lewd words from someone so calm-looking beside him. What a pervert. Chapter 31, liked you from the first glimpse. Ji Han-jun, since the vacation is coming soon anyway, let's go out and play for a few days. The summer was perfect for visiting coastal cities, so Suze decided on Xiamen. After a couple of days of rain, the sunlight wasn't too harsh, leaving a bright blue sky after the storm which brightened everyone's mood. Holding hands, Ji Han-jun and Suze strolled leisurely through the peaceful streets of Galangjiu Island. Previously, he had always cared too much about what his parents thought of him, but after realizing they already had another child, the pain diminished over time. "Ji Han-jun, when exactly did you start liking me?" Wearing a sun hat, Suze glanced at Ji Han-jun beside him, only to find that he was already looking back at him. "The first time I saw you." Suze wasn't satisfied with his response. "But online, people say at first sight is just lust. I wouldn't stoop low enough to molest a young master back then." Suze curled his lips slightly. Indeed, both of them were quite young during their first meeting. What was the reason he chose to accept Ji Han-jun back then? Perhaps it was because he sensed mutual affection for each other. Or maybe because he realized no one else truly loved or accompanied him like Ji Han-jun did, and thus wanted to keep Ji Han-jun all to himself. Ji Han-jun. Suze stopped walking and gazed into the distance. "If you love me, then you have to understand, your entire life, you will only listen to me, endure any abuse without anger. And never leave or betray." Leaning down, Ji Han-jun cupped his chin, pressing their lips together tenderly yet possessively. His eyes conveyed unwavering devotion. "I am more than willing." For 2 summer nights and days, apart from trying every single delicacy available, what they did most was stroll along the beach and admire the sea. Going out with Gu Qing felt like having merely found a travel companion. It was different from being with Ji Han-jun. With Gu Qing, it was her enjoying the experience alongside others. However, Ji Han-jun devoted his whole heart and soul to Suze, unmoved by anything else and fixated solely on him. Any fluctuation in Suze's mood, Ji Han-jun could immediately perceive what he needed or lacked. Suze teased him multiple times. How well do you know me? Are you the worm living in my stomach? After returning from their trip, Suze planned to start working on the land he had bought earlier. He intended to transform it into a holiday village, restoring the villagers' houses and building a primary school. Watching the young man in a safety helmet directing operations, the construction team was surprised to learn that their boss was a college student, even a spoiled young master. Boss, why choose to build a resort here in such a remote place? Why not start a company instead? Suze shook his head. I like quiet places. This place is suitable for retirement, and if I hide here, no one will be able to find me. He always had to leave himself a way out. Ever since they came back from the trip, Suze hadn't seen Chu Chen and the other three. Even Jiang Mu didn't show up in class. Suze even specially went to the dormitory. The things inside had already been packed up by Ji Hanjun and taken home, but the belongings of the other three hadn't been moved. It was strange, where did the three of them go? While playing games before bed, Suze lay in Ji Hanjun's arms. The latter hugged him with great attachment. Did you, young master, visit your friends at the dormitory today? The breath from Ji Hanjun speaking behind him all sprayed on his neck, causing a ticklish sensation. That's right. Suze played games while trying to shake off the arm tightly around his waist. Ji Hanjun was holding him too tight, affecting his gaming experience a little. Ji Hanjun's eyes turned dark, and his gaze fell on the skin exposed by the collar of Suze's shirt. It was so white, it made him want to leave a mark. Hiss, that hurts. Without warning, he bit Suze's neck. Dropping his phone, Suze tried to break free from Ji Hanjuan's embrace but was held even tighter. What's wrong with you? Don't bite me. Using all his strength, Suze finally struggled free from his embrace and quickly ran to the other side of the bed to glare at him. You take my kindness for granted. With his delicate neck, fair skin, and pink lips, Suze looked incredibly beautiful and captivating when he was angry. Ji Hanjuan's throat convulsed a few times as his eyes couldn't help but linger on Suze's delicate, beautiful, and porcelain-like collarbone. If he were to leave some other marks on this pristine white skin, it would surely look even more beautiful. Seeing the increasingly frenzied emotion in Ji Hanjuan's eyes gradually tinged with something else, Suze's heart sank. He could guarantee Ji Hanjun must have been thinking of inappropriate things. When his wrist was suddenly grabbed, Suze instinctively tried to pull away but met Ji Hanjuan's gaze. Danger was drawing closer. Ji Hanjuan's eyes filled with obsession, his Adam's apple rolling sharply. Looking into those deranged eyes, Suze narrowed his own and raised his hand to slap him across the face. Snap out of it, don't keep staring at me with such sticky eyes. Even though the two of them were dating, there were still certain things they shouldn't do. After Ji Hanjun received a slap, he wasn't upset, didn't get up, but just stared at him with fiery and deep eyes. Suze's face flushed red, and instantly a trace of redness appeared at the corners of his eyes. He stretched out his hand to slap him again, but it was caught. Ji Hanjun captured the hand meant to hit him, then pulled it gently and placed it on his own cheek, over the spot where he had just been struck. Your hands are so soft, young master. Suze furiously retracted his hand. You're insane. Tightening his clothes around himself, he then sat up and kicked Ji Hanjun in the chest. Didn't you hear me? Get off. Ji Hanjun deeply gazed at him, then obediently followed the command, yet his eyes never stopped watching the person on the bed invasively. The little hands were soft and plump. Were other parts of him softer? Suze felt Ji Hanjun really liked him a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't be considering Suze's thoughts and constantly restraining himself. His gaze fell on Ji Hanjuan's figure from top to bottom. Suze got off the bed and sat on the edge, looking down at him. He scoffed, crossing one leg over the other, his eyes disdainful and malicious. Right now, he wanted to tease Ji Hanjun. If you're so obedient, what if I get married one day, will you still listen to me? Startled, Ji Hanjun gripped his ankle, his eyes crimson beneath the surface. Young master, don't joke about such things. There was no way he would let Suze marry someone else. If he were to get married, the person could only be Ji Hanjun himself. Suze extended his hand and lightly touched his head, a flicker of pleasure passing through his eyes. Then he lifted Ji Hanjuan's chin. Very good. Ji Hanjuan's expression dimmed as his deep gaze filled with emotions. I'll only behave well for you, young master. Seeing the excitement in Ji Hanjuan's eyes, Suze's ear tips turned red, unable to resist averting his gaze. Damn it, Ji Hanjun had succeeded in stirring something within him. Chapter 32, Disappointment. Suze, what happened with today's English exam? This time it's a joint exam with another school, and you've always been able to score full marks. Why exactly did you score so low this time? Teachers from various subjects were sitting in the office. Everyone knew how good Suze was at English. At Suze's level, he could easily become a foreign trade interpreter. Suze shrugged, Teacher, I suddenly realized that English is not suitable for me. Why did he work so hard to study English back then? It was to help his parents when he went abroad. Now that his parents don't want him and have given up on him, no matter how hard he tries, it's all useless. Alright, let me call your parents. Do you think we should have a talk? You are the most talented student in the entire English department. Suze watched as the teacher called Yang Muixin in front of him. The phone rang with a beep, but no one answered. Little by little, the light in Suze's eyes dimmed, until the familiar female voice came through the phone, bringing a glimmer back to his eyes. Who's calling? Mrs. Su, hello. I'm Suze's English teacher. There's been an issue. His grade 8 English exam didn't go well, but his English scores can easily meet the standard required to be an interpreter overseas. I feel like something might be wrong with the child, as if he doesn't want to or intentionally sabotage this test. The other end paused for a few seconds, then remained silent. The teacher felt a bit puzzled. Mrs. Su. The phone suddenly hung up, extinguishing even the last hope in his heart. Suze got up without saying a word. Sorry, teacher, I have something urgent to attend to. I'll leave early. Leaving the office, Suze wiped his eyes in and his heart was filled with dense pain. His grades were fine before, so he decided to make a bet on his academic performance, thinking it might draw his mother's attention this way. Even though he anticipated the worst outcome, he never thought she would hang up on him. The pain in his heart made him even more eager to know what was going on in his mother's mind. His phone kept buzzing with notifications. It was Ji Hanjun asking where he was now. Ji Hanjun, are you done with class? I'll pick you up. Ji Hanjun, it's going to rain in the afternoon. Stay in the classroom. Suze typed a response but thought about it, ultimately deleting it. There were always troublemakers outside the school, so after leaving the office, Suze went straight to the small alley where he often got robbed. As Suze walked closer, he saw some shaggy-haired teenagers leaning against the wall smoking. They were cursing under their breath. How uncouth, their curses were quite vulgar. With one hand carrying his backpack, Suze walked past them, imagining the scene that usually followed, but nothing happened this time. He wore limited edition sneakers, and from the looks of his school uniform, it was clear he attended an elite school. Why weren't they trying to rob him? Suze wasn't ready to give up. He turned around at the next crossroad and went back, walking past them again. One of the yellow-haired youths glanced at him and then lit a cigarette, continuing his chat with the person beside him. That guy has already passed us 3 times. What's he doing, coming back and forth? Look at what he's wearing. He's obviously the rich son of some wealthy family. Aren't we going to rob him? We can't afford to rob rich sons. We only dare bully kids from the neighboring school. If he comes again, and if he dares walk in front of us once more, we'll rob him. As they discussed enthusiastically, planning whether to ambush passing children tonight or head over to the neighboring school to rob, they noticed someone in a white-blue uniform heading straight toward them. The guy is here. When he gets close, we'll stop him. $200, and then we go drink tonight. Suze was moving quickly. They were ready to block him, but as soon as he got close, Suze swung a punch right at one of them. I've walked in front of you guys so many times, and you still didn't notice me. That person was hit out of the blue, then reacted instantly, cursing while rushing over. The incident of hitting people at the alley mouth was soon discovered, and the police arrived quickly, rounding up all the young thugs. Suze had a bruise on his lips, but otherwise, there were no serious injuries on his body. Everyone was confined in a room awaiting questioning by the duty officer. A policewoman had led Suze over. Before reaching the door, the policewoman received a call. As she talked, Suze entered alone. Upon seeing Suze walk in, the group stared at him with disdain and fear, rising to curse at him, but Suze beat them to the punch. With a gentle voice tinged with grievance but gleaming with mischief, he said. What's wrong? All of you ganging up on me. Shouldn't you be ashamed? The person who had been hit hardest was practically glaring with his eyeballs ready to pop out. They, a group of many, couldn't even defeat this seemingly frail rich young master. You're acting all high and mighty. You were the one who started it. And you hit the hardest. Suze softened his voice again, his tone still trembling as if on the verge of tears. I didn't do anything like that. Just as the policewoman who had finished making a call and 2 male officers who had rushed over to inquire entered, what they saw first was a delicate, fragile, and obedient-looking teenager being pointed at by a group of unruly young men. The female officer frowned and, seeing Suze's frightened appearance, stepped in front of him to shield him, her tone stern. Any more noise, and I'll sentence you all to stay at the police station for a month. At this, the group dared not move and obediently sat down. Despite their discontentment inside, all they could do was to glare at Suze with hatred. Suze's originally pretty face, adorned with the mark of injury, made him appear even more pitiful. Seeing them quiet down, the policewoman turned around and looked at Suze gently. Don't be afraid. Here, they can't touch you. Suze, eyes red, nodded, thank you, sister. There were no surveillance cameras at the mouth of the small alley, which is why they were so brazen in robbing passers-by. And since there were no surveillance cameras, there was no proof that Suze initiated the attack. The unruly youths talked themselves hoarse but found no one believed them. In the end, considering that everyone involved was still a student, and that some of the unruly youngsters were just barely of age, other than fighting, there was no further loss incurred. Hand over your phone numbers. I will call your families and have them come pick you up. All the phone numbers were reported. The male police officer dialed them one after another, and soon it was Suze's turn. Suze handed over his mother's number, his bruised, pale face looking even more heartrending alongside his red-rimmed eyes. The call was quickly answered, and the male police officer informed him of Suze encountering delinquent youths and getting into a fight at the alley entrance, also noting that his face had been injured. Suze stayed far away and couldn't hear what was being said on the other end of the line, but soon the officer passed the phone to Suze. Suze took it somewhat in surprise, and the sound from the other side came with a mixture of reproach and anger. Suze, your father and I are very busy. If something happens, you should call Uncle Butler or Aunt Lou. We work hard outside, please don't be reckless anymore. His mother scolded him without concern for how serious his injuries might be, only offering him a harsh criticism. But Suze did hear one thing, he heard the voice of a little boy. Mommy, hug me. Chapter 33, I won't share anymore. Your mom has work to attend to, and later, we will have the butler come pick you up. The phone was hung up again, and this time Suze's heart truly died. They always said he would be their only child, they wouldn't give birth to any younger brothers or sisters to take away his share of love, yet they ended up having a younger brother. They always said they were too busy working, it was inconvenient to bring him along, yet they kept the younger brother by their side. Suze returned the phone and left the police station alone, walking off into the night. It had indeed started raining. Falling on his face, the rain was slightly cool, and the streets became eerily quiet. Tears streamed down Suze's face in his sorrow as he walked and cried. Gradually, the rain grew heavier, striking against his body like shards of ice, piercingly cold. Why should it be so? What he craved so desperately, others obtained effortlessly. Even though he behaved well now, why couldn't he get even a little of the maternal and paternal love he longed for? In the pouring rain, Suze resembled a lost child abandoned on the road. Behind him, a beam of light flashed. A car drove past him, honking fiercely. The car stopped. Ji Han-jun, holding an overcoat, hurriedly got out and placed the umbrella around Suze tightly. Why didn't you respond to my messages? After something happens, you don't know to call me. This was the first time Ji Han-jun had raised his voice at him, and Suze felt even more aggrieved. My parents don't care about me, why should you? Ji Han-jun, upon seeing how pitiful Suze looked drenched in the rain, grabbed his wrist and led him into the car, using the entire umbrella to cover Suze. Once inside the car, the warm air immediately enveloped him. Suze wiped the rainwater from his face, but the water seeped into his eyes, causing a faint burning sensation. Warm, teary fluid slowly welled up in his eye sockets. Suze tried hard to look up, wanting to hold back his tears, but the tears wouldn't obey. Ji Han-jun took a blanket from the trunk, paying no heed to his own soaked clothes, removed Suze's wet coat, and wrapped him in the blanket. The car sped forward, almost as if carrying an unspoken rage within it. Ji Han-jun had obtained his driver's license upon reaching adulthood, mainly to make it convenient for him in the future to pick up and drop off Suze. It was almost as if Suze had pressured Ji Han-jun into taking the test. In the heavy downpour, the car moved swiftly, scaring Suze so much that he stopped crying and clutched the safety belt tightly. Through a sidelong glance, Ji Han-jun saw Suze, with tear-streaked cheeks, gripping the seatbelt with tiny hands while cowering fearfully on the passenger seat. Ji Han-jun sighed deeply and then slowed down the car. Back at home, Ji Han-jun carried him directly to the bathtub already filled with warm water. As Suze attempted to stand up, a strong force pressed him back down, and his cheek was suddenly pinched forcefully. What happened to your face? With red eyes, Suze refused to respond and managed to push his hand away, lying silently in the bathtub. Even though the tub was big enough for him to lie inside comfortably, Suze insisted on immersing his entire body. Exuding a chilling aura, Ji Han-jun leaned over and lifted the person soaked in the tub. Weren't we dating? Why can't you tell me what's troubling you? Suze looked at him quietly, I don't want to talk about it. Just consider that I lost my mind that time. Leave me alone. Let's break up. Break up? Who did Suze think he was, thinking he could start and end things at his own whim? Ji Han-jun stared deeply at him, his eyes darkening dangerously, struggling to contain his violent temper, veins protruding prominently on his forehead. Take that last sentence back. The figure in the tub was slim, his shirt clinging tightly to his body, clearly showing his narrow waist and exquisite butterfly bones. Suze defiantly raised his gaze and splashed water into Ji Han-jun's face. I hate when you argue with me, so I will not take back my words. Excellent. It seemed he had been too lenient, which made his darling young master lose all sense of propriety. Bending down, Ji Han-jun picked him out of the bathtub and threw him onto the bed without regard for the soaking wet clothes. What are you doing? Put me down. Suze's bed was soft, being tossed onto it didn't hurt but made him bounce slightly. Climbing up from the bed, Suze exclaimed, Ji Han-jun. Are you crazy? Suze, flustered and completely drenched, wanted to get off the bed, he didn't want to dirty his precious bear plushies scattered all over it. His arm was suddenly grabbed firmly, pushing him face down onto the bed. He struggled but couldn't escape, his hands were pinned behind his back, causing severe pain through his shoulders. It hurts. Let go quickly. He felt a burning hot body press against his chilled back, the pressure so intense that it nearly made him suffocate. Good young master, answer me properly, do we split or not? Suze was tightly bound, this awkward posture making him increasingly uneasy, anger rising. Why shouldn't we split? If you dare to do this now, over time, you'll surely beat me up. I've seen it clear, you're the type who ends up resorting to domestic violence. Domestic violence? He had spoiled Suze endlessly, cherishing him so much that he never forced himself, yet here Suze assumed he would become abusive. Ji Han-jun, using one hand to restrain him, looked at the trembling butterfly bones faintly visible beneath the shirt, so enticing. Such a beautiful individual, such an enticing body, it belonged solely to him, Ji Han-jun. A shirt was torn apart by something sharp, fingers tracing a path from the butterfly bone to the lower back. Struggling hard, Suze turned his head to see the object that had slashed through his shirt, a shiny blade. That knife was familiar to him, it was the one he had lost during the kidnapping. Knowing how sharp that knife was, seeing it in Ji Han-jun's possession only filled him with terror, fearing an accidental injury. Terrified, Suze's eyes reddened instantly, immediately becoming submissive. I'm sorry, I won't split. I won't. He could clearly feel the icy touch of the blade against his waist, almost making his soul depart in terror. How insanely reckless was Ji Han-jun. He was nothing less than a madman. Coldness radiated from Ji Han-jun's eyes, his tone low and sinister. Say you love me, and you'll never leave me. I love you, I love you. I will never leave you. Suze cried in panic, burying his frightened face in a pillow and sobbing uncontrollably, secretly hoping that if Ji Han-jun resorted to violence, it wouldn't be too harsh. Ji Han-jun observed his quivering shoulders as tears streamed down, an aura of insanity and obsession clouding his eyes. Why couldn't he just be obedient? He had never been loved by anyone. So he wanted Suze's love more than anyone else ever could. This feeling was akin to losing oneself in a dense forest, longing for someone to rescue him from this dark and deep hell. Ultimately, Ji Han-jun suppressed the evil thoughts lurking in his heart, tossed the knife aside, pulled him up from the bed, and embraced him tightly. He had once thought about locking Suze in a secluded place where no one could find him. A place only he knew of, unreachable by anyone else, where Suze would be entirely his. Wah! Ji Han-jun. I don't want to break up anymore. Don't stab me with the knife, wah. Chapter 34, The Truth. The person in his arms continued to cry into his chest, their tender arms clutching firmly around his neck. Ji Han-jun gently patted his back, his tone ominous and filled with warning. Master, I hope there won't be any incidents like that again. Otherwise, I'm capable of anything. Insane, Ji Han-jun wasn't just crazy, he was delusional. Holding him closer, Ji Han-jun looked at the beautiful face wet with tears, then lightly kissed the tears away. I'll take Master to have a shower. After being drenched last night, Master is bound to fall sick. If Master listens, I will always remain your loyal dog. Despite not wanting to comply, seeing those profound eyes of his, Suze endured the tears, nodded, and allowed Ji Han-jun to carry him to the bathroom. At dawn's first light, Suze finally realized what it meant to suffer excruciating headaches. It felt as if stones had been violently slammed against his temples. In addition to a pounding headache, his limbs were weak, waking up out of sheer discomfort. Although he had been completely soaked in the rain last night, he took a hot bath and drank ginger tea afterward, but it wasn't enough to stop his cold. The room was dimly lit. Struggling to sit up, Suze's feet barely touched the floor when an intense dizziness overtook him. Collapsing back on the edge of the bed, he gasped for air, too dizzy to even see clearly. Searching through his drawer, Suze found some cold medicine and fever-reducing pills, gulping them down without much thought. He decided to lie down and sleep further, sweating out might make everything better shortly. Throughout the night, his sleep was restless. In a hazy state, he felt a cool hand touch his forehead before he was suddenly picked up. Suze's voice raspy and feeble. Don't move me, my head hurts so much, Suze whined nasally, his mind clouded, unable to recognize who it was. Be good, I'm taking you to the hospital. Ji Han-jun carried him out of the bedroom and placed him on the couch in the living hall before heading upstairs to grab a thick coat. Half awake, Suze saw Ji Han-jun dressing him with care. Suze frowned slightly, shaking his head quickly. I don't want to go to the hospital, I don't want shots. His slight headache had already prompted him to take medication, sleeping would heal it without needing medical intervention. Yet Ji Han-jun paid no heed to his protests, gathering items swiftly before heading off with Suze to the nearest hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital and after receiving intravenous therapy, Ji Han-jun stayed faithfully by his bedside throughout. Tiredness overtook Suze almost immediately upon touching the bed, allowing him to drift back to sleep within moments. With all the recent occurrences, his young master was undoubtedly dispirited. It was only yesterday evening that he discovered Suze had intentionally instigated fights with small-time hooligans just to enter the police station and call her ladyship. But had he considered these ruffians similar in age to him? What if they were older? Would they let such a wealthy young master escape unscathed? Ji Hanjun stormed out of the ward, inner turmoil roiling, spurring irritation and dissatisfaction. Touching the cigarette in his pocket, considering it was a hospital, he refrained. By the time Suze woke up, it was evening. His fever had abated, apart from a sore throat, he felt nothing significantly wrong. Visiting the hospital too often lately, it seemed he might as well become a familiar face there. Here, drink some water. Ji Hanjun helped him sit up, poured a cup of warm water, and gently fed it to him, stroking his back softly to avoid choking. Unbeknownst to Suze, it occurred to him that Ji Hanjun remained consistently at his side through all these episodes, giving him an odd sensation. Even though Ji Hanjun had threatened and scared him the day before, he realized nothing harmful truly transpired. When will you ever learn to behave properly? Stretching out his hand, Ji Hanjun gently caressed the bruise on Suze's mouth, revealing faint sorrow in his gaze. Suze felt a twinge in his heart. He knew he hadn't exactly made Ji Hanjun's life easy since childhood, constantly dealing with trouble after trouble. But it wasn't that Ji Hanjun resented his disobedience, it was that Ji Hanjun resented how he recklessly endangered himself whenever acting impulsively. Since childhood, Suze's health had been frail, and injuries on his body would always take a long time to heal, causing Ji Hanjun much concern. The next morning, on his way back home, Suze encountered Jiang Mu, who was standing in front of his usual hangout pub as if he were on a call. Jiang Mu's face carried an expression of worry, and his voice on the phone obviously held anger. Suze pondered for a moment and decided not to approach him. He circumvented the street and went directly to school. After school, Suze had agreed with Ji Hanjun to try the new Korean barbecue all-you-can-eat place that had opened, but just as he stepped out of his classroom, he saw Chu Chen and two others leaning against the wall in the hallway. Considering it, they hadn't seen each other for a few days. Seeing them made Suze instinctively cover his face. The bruises on his lips and cheeks hadn't healed yet. If they spotted him, they would surely assume he'd been beaten. Qin Shu immediately noticed Suze walking quickly past them while keeping his head down. Wrinkling his brows, he stepped forward and grabbed the back collar of Suze's jacket. Why are you rushing away? We're not going to eat you. Suze's heart sunk. Originally, he thought their prolonged absence from school might have meant they were off having fun somewhere, and by the time they returned, the wounds on his face would be nearly healed. Suze kept his head as low as possible. What's your business? Chu Chen approached and bent over to look at Suze's face, instantly catching sight of a red bruise on his cheek. Did you get into a fight with someone? Hearing this, Jiang Mu came closer too, raising Suze's face with his hand. Ordinarily, when these four fought together, Chu Chen, Qin Shu, and Jiang Mu always protected Suze from actually participating. This had been their practice for a long time. How long had they been gone? Already Suze was getting into fights without them. With a grim expression, Chu Chen asked, where is Ji Hanjun? Is this person the one who beat you up? Shaking his head, Suze said, no, I fell accidentally. Please don't ask any more. This tone indicated reluctance to speak further. The three didn't press him any more since they came here with a specific purpose in mind. Suze, we have something important to tell you. It's about Ji Hanjun. They returned to the classroom where Jiang Mu forwarded all the evidence he'd found to Suze. It contained a chat log and a video. Confused, Suze clicked it open. The content inside made his heart suddenly clench. There was also a photo attached. It showed the tall man who blocked him outside the bar on that day. That man turned out to be the leader of a local gangster group, though not an ordinary hoodlum. He was deeply involved in the criminal underworld. He knew many fugitives and secretly accepted large-scale orders, such as punishing people if enough money was paid. If the price was right, they could do anything. All Suze felt was a buzzing sensation in his head as he realized Ji Hanjun had given this man hundreds of thousands of yuan to scare him. Black on white, clearly written. What? Have you been investigating this all this time? Chapter 35, Terrible. Do you remember Song Qin? For a brief moment, Suze stayed silent. Yes. Jiang Mu looked at Suze's pale face. Though harsh, Suze deserved to know. That girl, wasn't she falsely accused of hitting Song Qin? That incident was arranged by Ji Hanjun. He hired someone to beat her because he saw Song Qin kiss you that day. True, he used to like Song Qin. But after realizing that Song treated him as a desperate admirer, his feelings cooled off. Still, he never intended to bully a girl. Song Qin is still lying in the hospital now, Suze. We've warned you repeatedly, Ji Hanjun is calculating and not trustworthy. Chu Chen and the others, being sons of wealthy families, had no difficulty obtaining such information. They had uncovered much more than just this in their investigation. Suze originally thought Ji Hanjun cared about him and wouldn't harm him. Yet everything he had endured was orchestrated entirely by Ji Hanjun. And when he wanted to break up yesterday, Ji Hanjun had almost lost control, even trying to stab him with a knife. He already feared Ji Hanjun, and now his terror increased. Biting back the bitterness rising in his heart, Suze said, I understand. I'll keep my distance from him. Ji Hanjun waited for a long time but didn't see Suze coming out of the teaching building. Impatiently, he climbed upstairs to look for Suze, only to find 4 people in the classroom upon entering. "Master, let's go." The sudden voice startled everyone, especially Suze. Seeing Ji Hanjun's dark eyes filled Suze with fear. He knew Ji Hanjun was crazy, but he never imagined Ji Hanjun would go as far as hiring dangerous criminals to kidnap him. An involuntary glance landed on Jiangmu beside him. Jiangmu was also watching him and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Go back with him first. We'll talk tonight. Besides, I want to ask you something." Suze went home with Ji Hanjun, but all along his heart had been racing, worried about being found out. "Master, what were you guys talking about? It feels like you're a bit afraid of me." Suze jolted his head up, "Not at all. We haven't seen each other for so long, and they told me about their trip to a haunted house, which made me feel scared." Ji Hanjun's pitch-black eyes darkened slightly as he noticed Suze's evasive look and gave a mocking laugh, quietly controlling his emotions. Suze never locked his bedroom door when sleeping, but today after showering, he locked it. This was the first time ever that he locked his door. On his phone, Jiangmu had messaged him. He didn't know what important matter Jiangmu wanted to discuss, something even Chu Chen and Qin Shu didn't know about. "Suze, didn't you say you wanted to ask me something today?" "Jiangmu, do you remember that C.Splav party? I met Ji Hanjun there." Suze lay on the bed, hugging a small bear, remembering that day when he had also encountered Ji Hanjun, because he worked there as a waiter. "Suze, that day, he worked there as a waiter." "Jiangmu, I just want to know, what did you two do that day? Ji Hanjun came out of your dressing room and then went back inside shortly after. Did you two go all the way?" Jiangmu had come back that day to pick something up, and right after going downstairs, the power went out. He thought he'd wait until the electricity came back on before leaving. But he saw Ji Hanjun come out of the dressing room and stood at the doorway for a few seconds before going back inside. He found this peculiar, especially after Suze came out again with a dazed expression, tears welling up in his eyes, disheveled dress, and swollen lips. He had suspected something inappropriate might have happened, wanting badly to rush up and confront them both, but ultimately restrained himself. When Suze read these words from Jiangmu, a crucial string in his mind snapped, instantly pulling him back into the scene of that day's coffee shop. Suze felt suffocated, finding it hard to catch his breath. His headache started up again. Coming out and going back in. At the time, the pervert he had encountered seemed to be hiding in the room beforehand, kissed him, left, and immediately Ji Hanjun entered. The overwhelming fear of that moment re-enveloped him as the memory resurfaced, making his breathing quicken. "Jiangmu, I don't know what you two did inside, and it's not easy for me to bring it up either, but you know his character. In the future, stay away from him." Suze threw the phone to the ground and clutched the stuffed bear in his arms, curling into the covers. Only those who knew him best would know where his weakness lay. So Ji Hanjun, knowing his fears, acted like a pervert, forcefully kissing him, inducing terror and preventing him from stepping out alone at night. Until, to avoid him, Suze chose to move into the dormitory. Ji Hanjun tried using even more dangerous individuals to kidnap him to achieve his goal. How terrifying. Too terrifying. He felt a deep chill, still feeling afraid even while holding onto his cute little bear under the covers. If not for Ji Hanjun, he wouldn't have been kidnapped, nor would he have discovered the truth about his mother having another child. Why? Why did things have to turn out this way when he thought he had someone he could always rely on? This sense of fear and panic kept him from closing his eyes all night, until in the middle of the night he heard some sound at his door. Someone was trying to twist the doorknob. Suze immediately held his breath, terrified to make any noise. His heart pounded wildly, and the anxiety almost drowned him. He'd locked the door, so the person outside couldn't enter. Only after the sound disappeared did Suze finally breathe a sigh of relief. But no sooner had the sound gone than the door began rattling again, and the sound of opening reached him. That scoundrel outside actually had a key to his room. Suze was terrified, doing everything he could to keep his eyes closed so Ji Hanjun wouldn't see through him. But inside, he was close to breaking down into tears. Ji Hanjun stood by his bedside, holding the key, his gaze falling on the lump under the blanket. All his expressions were hidden in the darkness, his eyes like poisonous snakes lurking in the shadows, thick and obsessive. As Ji Hanjun lifted a corner of the blanket, he instantly spotted Suze peacefully pretending to sleep under the oversized pajamas, small and serene. With injuries still showing on his face, Suze looked even more fragile, inviting deeper marks on the white skin that was exposed. Suze knew that Ji Hanjun was looking at him, and the feeling of being stalked by a poisonous snake made him wish he could die right now. But he feared even more being discovered pretending to sleep. Ji Hanjun was now more terrifying and dangerous than they had imagined. Though they didn't know it, Suze did. He couldn't bring himself to break up with Ji Hanjun, let alone act as if nothing had happened. A cold hand stroked his eyebrows and eyes, as though observing an exquisitely beautiful work of art. But Suze felt as if a poisonous snake had licked him. Until that hand landed on his lips, pressing and caressing heavily, then 3 seconds later moving to his neck. Ji Hanjun gazed at his fair and beautiful neck, such tender skin. With just a bit of force, it would be enough to kill. Chapter 36, Escape. He was afraid, truly terrified. He could even feel the slight pressure from the hand gripping his throat. Suze's heart was beating fiercely and wildly, cold sweat breaking out through every pore. One hand inside the blanket clenched tightly. But soon the hand around his neck was removed, and Ji Hanjun pulled up the blanket to cover him. Good night, Aze. Have pleasant dreams. As the footsteps in the room grew distant, followed by the sound of the door closing. Suze's senses in the darkness were infinitely heightened, and he abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for fresh air in deep breaths. That bone-deep fear made him shiver uncontrollably. What should he do? If things continued this way and Ji Hanjun realized he already knew the truth, he would surely kill him. The next morning, Suze descended the stairs with dark circles under his eyes. It wasn't his fault he couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he dreamed of Ji Hanjun slicing open his veins with a knife, hugging him tightly even as he died. Saying he loved him, saying he'd kill him if he dared to leave. Breakfast was already prepared downstairs, and Suze sat there drinking soy milk absent-mindedly. Master, we made wontons this morning, would you like some? Ji Hanjun emerged from the kitchen carrying the small wontons and placed them in front of Suze. Suze looked at his clearly defined hands, recalling how this same hand had gripped his neck yesterday. Cough cough cough, frightened, Suze suddenly choked and began coughing. Ji Hanjun hurried to pat his back. Be careful, master. Suze didn't dare to show his fear or resist, allowing him to pat his back and wipe his mouth. Suze turned red from being choked and lost his appetite. I'm full, I don't want to eat anymore. Frowning slightly because Suze had only eaten a little, Ji Hanjun pushed the bowl of wontons closer. Have a bit more. How could Suze possibly refuse? He didn't dare to reject the request, so he picked up the spoon and quickly stuffed the wontons into his mouth. After eating, Ji Hanjun wiped his mouth like usual, but clearly noticed Suze always seemed to subtly avoid his gaze. You don't dare to look at me. Suze trembled all over. He dreaded most that Ji Hanjun would discover and question him. Lifting his face to meet Ji Hanjun's eyes seriously without dodging, his pupils reflecting Ji Hanjun's image. I'm not scared to look at you. In fact, Suze was secretly pinching his thigh. Only pain could warn him. Ji Hanjun stared deeply into his eyes, trying to detect any other emotions hidden within. Master, don't be afraid to look at me. After all, I am your boyfriend. Damn, he still thought he was his boyfriend. But would any real boyfriend harm their lover so cruelly? Suze gave a nervous laugh, just wanting to escape this place as soon as possible. After finishing breakfast at school, Suze found an excuse to leave after the morning class. It was a narrow alleyway, passing through which would lead to a residential area. Suze hurried his pace until stopping under a building. This was Song Chin Chin's home. Suze originally intended to find Song Chin Chin to ask who had hit her, but he couldn't bring himself to take that step. Not knowing how to start, and also feeling he lacked a reason to see her. Suze, what are you doing here? As Suze wrestled with his thoughts, he heard a familiar female voice. Lifting his head, he saw Song Chin Chin descending the staircase with a bag of trash in her hand. Song Chin Chin, the school beauty, was gorgeous even in loungewear, although her arm was in a cast. I'm looking for someone. Song Chin Chin threw the trash into the garbage can downstairs and ran over to Suze, crying. Are you looking for everyone else but not me? I've already been beaten by someone, and you don't even care about me. Don't you like me anymore? Among all Thedog, people who excessively flatter or follow her, Suze was the only one with money and influence. She should have never taken care of so many fish in the first place. If only she had directly hooked up with Suze, she might not have ended up with nothing. Suze's gaze fell on her arm. Do you know who beat you? Could it be that Suze still liked her after all, possibly planning to take revenge for her? Song Chin Chin sniffed, 2 women and a man, but it was too dark at the time, so I didn't see what the man looked like. I only saw him leaning against the wall smoking. Smoking. Ji Hanjun never smoked, at least he had never seen him do it. I see. Suze glanced at her, take this money. I'll come see you when I'm free. Song Chin Chin waved her hand in refusal, I don't want the money, I want you to stay with me. Suze handed her the cash and left without lingering, heading back to school. When he returned to the classroom, Suze immediately saw Ji Hanjun waiting for him, leaning against the wall. Ji Hanjun also happened to notice his return, stepping forward towards him. Where did you go? Skipping lunch. As Ji Hanjun stopped in front of him and suddenly reached out to caress his cheek, fear overtook Suze faster than reason, causing him to instinctively turn his face away. The hand Ji Hanjun extended toward his cheek paused mid-air, his once gentle eyes growing darker. You're indeed afraid of me. After turning away, Suze regretted it almost immediately as if wanting to slap himself. I'm not. You're overthinking it. Suze hurriedly explained, praying Ji Hanjun wouldn't lose control in front of so many people. He had already sensed Ji Hanjun's fear since seeing those 3 stupid roommates yesterday. He should have found a way to make sure those three dare not show their faces in school again. Seeing Ji Hanjuan's cold, dark eyes and pursed lips saying nothing, Su Zhe's heart started pounding from sheer terror. I have something to do. I'll leave first. The faster his steps became, the more frightened he was inside. Being around such a dangerous person would inevitably lead to him being discovered. Rather than being killed by Ji Hanjun, he decided running away was better. Su Zhe took a taxi home. The servants noticed his hurried rush upstairs and felt curious. The housekeeper knocked on the door upstairs. Master, are you feeling unwell? Su Zhe pulled out his suitcase, stuffing in some clothes before shoving stuffed toys in as well. He dared not tell anyone, he trusted no one right now. It's fine. I've agreed to go to a friend's house to play for a month or two. No need to worry about me. With all the events happening lately, it wasn't unreasonable for the master to go on a trip to unwind. The housekeeper said yes and left. Before even reaching the backyard, Su Zhe upstairs was already carrying a huge suitcase and walking out of the mansion. To hell with Ji Hanjun, let someone else deal with him. He wondered how Ji Hanjun would ever find him if he ran away. At the end of the world, Ji Hanjuan's dog nose certainly couldn't be that sharp, could it? Chapter 37, Found. All he wanted was to hide somewhere where no one could find him. At 10 p.m., he arrived at the Grand Hotel in the city center, planning to fly to a coastal city the next day to stay there for a few months. Relaxing music played softly in the room as Su Zhe lay in the bathtub, fully immersing himself in the water. After awakening, memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave, yet every ending led to him jumping into the sea and dying. After soaking, Su Zhe came out of the bath, brushing his teeth and washing up. He propped his hands on the basin and stared at his own reflection in the mirror. A scar had remained on his left shoulder despite medication, it would probably accompany him for life. It looked ghastly, resembling a centipede. All these were due to Ji Hanjun. He knew Ji Hanjun was a psychopath and a madman, but surely he shouldn't resort to hiring such dangerous criminals to kidnap him just to achieve his purposes. Nor should he act like a psycho scaring him to death. Who knows what kind of fright he endured on that day. Su Zhe walked out of the bathroom, taking the little bear from his luggage and placing it on the bed. In his pajamas, he leapt onto the bed. He hadn't told anyone that he was leaving, so nobody would find him. Even Ji Hanjun couldn't. Thinking of that, Su Zhe yawned and gradually closed his eyes, lying in the soft sheets. At 1:47 a.m. Ji Hanjun stood outside the door holding a room card, wearing a pure black casual coat, with a wide hat hiding his terrifying expression. Hotels can't disclose privacy, but he showed Su Zhe's photo to the front desk and lied that his lover was a bit mentally ill to get the room number and card. But in fact, it was himself who had the mental illness. The room card would make a beep sound when opening the door, and this sound was very clear in the darkness. Su Zhe had trouble sleeping in unfamiliar beds. Even when extremely tired, he couldn't rest comfortably. He heard the sound of the door opening and suddenly opened his eyes. The room was quiet and dark, he could see nothing. He just clearly heard the beep sound, but now there was no sound at all. Was he dreaming? Su Zhe turned on the bedside lamp and went out of the bedroom to check the door, which was still intact. His fear dissipated as he yawned and returned to the bedroom, closing the door. A hand came from behind and covered his mouth, pushing him forcefully and pressing him tightly against the door. A familiar scent rushed into his nose, making Su Zhe's eyelashes quiver in fear. His eyes instantly misted up, and his legs went weak. How did this person sneak in? He didn't tell anyone about his whereabouts. Ji Hanjun held him down, his expression hidden in the darkness. The oppressive atmosphere around him was extremely low, sinister, and terrifying. Feeling the trembling of the person in his arms, Ji Hanjun leaned close to his ear, his tone cold. Running? Ji Hanjun let out a cold laugh. Can you really escape? Hot tears dripped onto his hand back. Ji Hanjun slightly narrowed his eyes, removed his hand from Su Zhe's mouth, and pinched his chin, then roughly kissed him. Angry and filled with punishment, it was fierce and rough. Though scared inside, Su Zhe still pushed and hit the person in front of him with both hands. However, his hands were grabbed and pressed above, leaving them immobile. His legs wouldn't stop either, kicking Ji Hanjuan's legs with all his strength. Madman. He hadn't told anyone about his movements. Ji Hanjun slightly pulled away from his lips, wiped the blood on his lower lip with his fingertip, and licked it in front of Su Zhe's face. His eyes slightly narrowed, revealing excitement and madness, exposing naked obsession more extreme than what Su Zhe had seen before. Seeing Ji Hanjuan's crazed appearance, Su Zhe became frightened to the point where his legs went limp, subconsciously sliding down along the door panel. The hand around his waist firmly held him. Su Zhe's eyes reddened. I bullied you before, but you've already taken your revenge. Can't you leave me alone? His mouth hurt and even bled, certainly as part of the punishment for his actions. But he hadn't told anyone, even removing his SIM card before leaving. How did Ji Hanjun find him? Could it be Ji Hanjuan's nose was really so sharp? How did you find me? Did you secretly follow me? Su Zhe shouted at him. This was the only reason he could think of why Ji Hanjun could find him. Ji Hanjun looked down at the person almost crying with fear in front of him. A shadow fell in his eyes as he lowered his head and wiped away the tear from his eye. I'll find you wherever you go. The hand tightening his waist gave an angry squeeze. Suze paled. Suze tried to kick him again with great force, yet Ji Hanjun didn't even flinch, mocking Suze's lack of judgment, keeping him immobilized on the door. Something cold pressed against his waist. Was it a knife again? Suze felt both anger and fear. Totally enraged, though his hands and feet were restrained, he could only open his mouth to bite. Suze glared at Ji Hanjun and bit onto his neck, hoping to tear off a piece of flesh. It was said online that the neck is the most vulnerable area. Biting a blood vessel by accident could lead to sudden death. But Ji Hanjun wasn't afraid at all. Despite the pain, seeing his blood, Ji Hanjun didn't loosen his grip. Psycho. Freak. You're disgusting. Biting didn't help. So Suze started cursing, verbally attacking him continuously. My grass. Your mother. Leave, No kissing. Every time Suze attempted to curse, Ji Hanjun immediately blocked his words with firm kisses. Suze wanted to cry, feeling things shouldn't be like this. He shouldn't have stayed in the hotel but should have directly gone to the airport. Unable to endure any longer, tears rolled down his cheeks. He was shaking as he cried, scared and crying like never before. This was the first time being frightened by a madman to the point of tears. The bedside lamp was dim, but it was still bright enough to clearly see Suze crying his heart out with streaks of tears. His lips were dyed red with blood, as if he had worn lipstick, making him look both pitiable and alluring. Suze stopped struggling, knowing that no matter how much he struggled, Ji Hanjun would still easily control him. What are you crying for? Are you really that upset about being kissed by me? Suze raised his arm to cover his eyes, turning his head away not wanting to look at Ji Hanjun, sniffling in an utterly wronged manner. Seeing his compliance, Ji Hanjun's anger subsided by more than half, pulling down the arm covering Suze's face. Speak up. Where does my lord plan to run to? Ji Hanjun always threatened him, constantly placing fear within him. With a lump in his throat, tears gushed out even harder, filled with fury and helplessness as Suze shouted at the person in front of him. I want to break up. You're nothing but a disgusting pervert. That pervert who kissed me at the cafe was you. I hate you. You sick pervert, let me go. Ignoring Suze's cursing, Ji Hanjun felt a slight discomfort when called a disgusting psychopath. Do I really make you feel so repulsed? Chapter 38 Truth. Ji Hanjun had already anticipated the consequences when he decided to hide beforehand in the makeup room that day. But he held no regrets, he didn't regret any of his actions. The pervert at the coffee shop was you. Even those bad guys who kidnapped me were arranged by you. Your mind is even more twisted than theirs. Ji Hanjun stared deeply into Suze's eyes, showing no changes in expression. Without denying, it was as good as a confirmation. All those terrifying things you did were just to make me depend on you, couldn't live without you. You're disgusting, a psycho, a sick pervert, I want to break up. I might have bullied you before, but I never treated you too badly. How could you do such things to me? Do you know how scared I was every time you did these things? I despise you so much. Suze almost shouted these words out. When he first learned the truth, he was overcome by fear. Everything he did from then on was accompanied by anxiety. At that time, how frightened and isolated he felt. Now it turns out the real culprit was someone he trusted all along. How could he possibly accept this? Are you finished? Ji Hanjun watched silently as Suze paused, his eyes suddenly hinting a faint smile, the tone becoming even more chilling. Then let me tell you something you don't know yet, didn't you visit Song Chin today? What your 3 stupid roommates said was right, I had them beaten up. When your roommate attacked me on the playground, they insulted me. I also said things back to them, claiming you already belonged to me. Your entire inside and outside, everything about you, belongs to me. They got furious and started hitting me. But all these things I've done are because I love you. Otherwise, do you think I'd let you bully me like this willingly? Aze, you're too charming. People with impure thoughts towards you aren't just limited to me. When Ji Hanjun said this, his gaze became darker, all traces of happiness gone from his eyes. Having been around Suze for so many years, anyone who took a liking to Suze was immediately obvious to him. He intercepted every love letter sent to Suze, hiding in dark places daily to spy on Suze's every move, fearing others might start noticing him. Still, his vigilance failed when those 3 roommates got involved. Suze found it hard to believe that reality was this way. Yet, Ji Hanjun spoke without an ounce of remorse, his excitement palpable. Could there be someone crazier than Ji Hanjun in this world? A burst of pent-up anger erupted within Suze's chest, leading him to strike a resounding slap across Ji Hanjun's face, the sharp sound echoing unmistakably within the room. Ji Hanjun turned his face away upon being slapped, instantly leaving a vivid red handprint on his pale skin. His palm tingled, shaking furiously in anger as terror mingled with rage, urging him to tear Ji Hanjun apart alongside himself. Believing Ji Hanjun would be angered after receiving the slap, Ji Hanjun slowly turned back instead, his eyes brimming with excitement. Suze's heart skipped a beat, suddenly realizing whether his present situation would lead to getting stabbed. Grabbing his wrist, Ji Hanjun thrust a gleaming silver weapon into his hands, his hot breath brushing against Suze's ear. Why should you be afraid of me? Take it back, I'll accept whatever you do. Accept what? Did it mean handing the choice over to him, letting him stab Ji Hanjun? Suze knew Ji Hanjun was crazy to the extreme, but he hadn't imagined Ji Hanjun would act this wildly. I love you, so I respect your choice. But don't cross my bottom line. If you don't act this time, then next time you won't get another chance. Just this once. Suze woke up again in a strange place, in an odd room. The room was very clean, not as luxurious as his own room, but what shocked him was that the four walls of the room, including the ceiling, were all covered with dolls. All walls were doll-covered, even the carpet was a plush one with a little bear pattern. Suze's mouth hurt a bit, and his body felt bitten by mosquitoes. He didn't want to think about what happened yesterday, he couldn't bring himself to harm someone. He also dared not confront Ji Hanjun directly. There was no sign of Ji Hanjun around, so Suze quickly sat up in bed. Only then did Suze notice that his calf was ice cold, and something was fastened on his delicate, pale ankle. Crazy person. Leaping off the bed, Suze started knocking on the white door. After pounding for half a while with no response, the door handle simply turned and opened. Ji Hanjun trusted enough in him not even locking the door. Pushing open the door to escape, Suze stumbled immediately onto the soft carpet because of something attached to his foot. The object allowed him just enough range to reach the door, not beyond it, explaining why the door wasn't locked. Feeling dazed after falling down, his ankle stung a bit, but just as he was getting up, a pair of shiny sneakers appeared before him. Ji Hanjun, dressed in a school uniform, squatted down, gently lifted his little face, and gave him a crooked smile. Aze, you're in such a hurry to get out, do you miss me? Suze slapped his hand away forcefully, glaring at him angrily, how dare you lock me up? Aren't you afraid of being found out? If he disappeared, his family would certainly notice, how could Ji Hanjun dare lock him up? Ji Hanjun gazed into his rippling beautiful eyes, wet and filled with anger, like a cat glaring when mad. Bending down, he reached out to lift him waist-high from the floor. The carpet was specifically laid down by him so Suze wouldn't be hurt upon falling. Startled by the sudden action, Suze instinctively held tightly onto his neck. This move clearly caused Ji Hanjun's pleased lips to rise further. After being placed back on the bed, Ji Hanjun pulled out a delicate little box from his school uniform pocket and handed it to Suze. I've prepared a gift for Aze. Suze didn't reach out to take it, yet Ji Hanjun showed no signs of impatience or anger, simply watching him calmly. Suze's heart went numb under his gaze, his scalp tingling with fear. Angrily, he snatched the box, only to throw it to the ground after taking a glance. What does this mean? Is this something a human wears? Ji Hanjun frowned slightly at the discarded present, picked up the box with some displeasure. This suited the pretty, delicate Aze perfectly. Seeing him picking it back up, Suze feared that Ji Hanjun might forcibly put it on him, so he moved further inside the bed, creating some distance between them. Ji Hanjun, I'm advising you, better return me now. If I don't come home for a day or two, my family will definitely report it to the police. Ji Hanjun slowly took out the item inside, ensuring it wouldn't hurt him. Getting worried due to his silence, Suze exclaimed impatiently, did you hear me? Show some common sense and let me go quickly, and I'll pretend nothing happened, release me. Aze, Ji Hanjun casually interrupted him, do you forget? You told them you'd be going out to play for 1 or 2 months. No one will know where you are during this time. How could this be? How did Ji Hanjun know, and indeed, he had forgotten this fact himself. Could it be that Ji Hanjun installed listening devices in his room? That was terrifying. Suddenly grabbing his wrist, Suze trembled all over looking at Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun smiled contentedly, don't make me angry. Chapter 39 Escaping Again. Where mine? Unable to shake off his grip, Suze directly went forward to bite. But the moment he opened his mouth, he was restrained. Ji Hanjun's expression grew cold, not enjoying how Suze kept biting him. He grabbed his chin hard and pinched his neck, pulling him closer. A kiss landed on his lips, more like a bite than a kiss. Hearing sobbing sounds, Ji Hanjun reluctantly released him, his tone turning gentle, as if comforting him. So tender, stop crying. Be good and listen to me, and I won't bite you anymore, alright? He wanted to leave, he wished to escape this crazy person. Suze hung his head, remaining silent. He quietly sniffed, big teardrops falling onto the quilt. Ji Hanjun, seeing his heavy weeping, softened instantly. He no longer forced him, throwing the thing onto the bedside cabinet and extending his arms to comfort him in his embrace. Don't cry, don't cry. If Aze doesn't like it, then you won't wear it. Ji Hanjun pulled him into his arms, wrapping his waist and stroking his head to comfort him. Master Su, don't cry, don't cry. Suze's face was buried in his chest, clearly hearing his strong heartbeat. All of them were people with hearts, yet Ji Hanjun acted worse than a beast. Suze wanted desperately to dig out Ji Hanjun's heart and see if it was as dark as his deeds. Aze, do you know? Everything I've done is because I love you, but that didn't stop me from hurting you. I know this is my fault, but I just can't bear seeing you staying far away from me. I know you may think this is moral coercion, thinking I'm harming you under the name of love, but I truly don't want to do it. However, I'm even more afraid that you might be taken away by someone else. I love you more than myself. What was this? Was this some kind of sick confession? He didn't want to hear any of it right now. He just wanted to stay far, far away from this lunatic. He really regretted not recognizing Ji Hanjun's true nature sooner. Ji Hanjun kept consoling him like this until he heard steady breathing from the person in his arms. Only then did he gently lay him on the bed and cover him with a quilt. This room was something he had prepared long ago. He truly wanted to possess Suze entirely. Now, this dream had finally been realized. The sleeping figure looked tranquil, lips red, teeth white, tears still streaming down his face, looking innocent and pitiful. Ji Hanjun's eyes fell onto the object on his foot. He pulled up the quilt near his feet to inspect his chafed ankle. It was somewhat red, even peeled. He removed the thing, opened the drawer of the bedside cabinet, where there was a previously prepared first aid kit. Gently squeezing out some ointment, Ji Hanjun applied it to his wound. After finishing, he left and closed the door. Time passed minute by minute. Suze wasn't really sound asleep. The moment Ji Hanjun left, he shot his eyes open. After a while of silence outside, he dared to get off the bed. This Ji Hanjun was indeed careless. He hadn't locked his ankle this time. The layout of this room consisted entirely of little bears, and one window was tightly sealed shut. Glancing down from the window, Suze estimated it must be at least 6 floors high. Jumping down would surely result in death. Outside, no sounds came. Suze carefully approached the door, twisting the knob, only to find the door wasn't locked. It seemed Ji Hanjun rented an apartment, 3 bedrooms and a hall, including a separate kitchen. On the table was his phone, beside which stood his suitcase. His phone was dead, but he had no time to charge it here. Should Ji Hanjun return, he'd have no way to escape. Not only was his room door left unlocked when Ji Hanjun departed, but also the main door of the apartment, opening with just a touch. Suze hesitated. He wasn't sure if Ji Hanjun had done it carelessly or deliberately. Regardless of whether it was accidental or intentional, as long as he didn't run now, there'd never be another chance. Gripping the phone tightly, Suze dashed out of the room, avoiding the elevator and running towards the staircase at the end. It turned out Master Su couldn't withstand even the slightest test. Ji Hanjun appeared from around the corner, holding a cigarette between 2 fingers. Leaning against the wall, he exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze shadowy. Suze had no idea where this place was, so he could only aimlessly run down the streets. When he grew tired, he squatted at the street side to rest for a while before continuing to run. He even asked pedestrians on the street for their phones, but no one lent it to him. Their reasons were the same. They feared he was a fraudster. He even suggested he wouldn't need to touch their phones, just asking them to call the police on his behalf would suffice. Still, no one helped him, saying it could be another trick for scams. In today's world filled with scammers, some wariness wasn't bad. However, sometimes the genuinely needy ones were left out. This silenced Suze. Not too long after, he spotted a mobile phone repair shop. Holding his phone, Suze entered, hoping to recharge his phone. "Boss, can you help me charge my phone?" The boss was a kind-looking uncle in his 40s. "Sure, let me take a look at your phone," said the uncle. Suze handed over the phone, sitting down to wait as the phone charged. Once the phone powered up, he could call home. However, half an hour had passed, and the phone still hadn't turned on. Suze began to panic, fearing Ji Hanjun finding him. "Boss, hasn't the phone turned on yet?" The boss looked down, then shook his head. "Young man, otherwise let me repair it for you, it might be broken." With no other options available, Suze could only have the boss fix his phone. He stood by as the boss dismantled the screen of his phone. "Whoa, what is this?" The boss pulled out a round object connected to the phone's battery. After so many years of repairing phones, he had never seen such an additional hardware piece. Suze didn't know what this was either. "Isn't it something that comes with the phone?" The boss inspected it carefully and thought it looked familiar, yet couldn't confirm it right away. "This thing looks so much like a tracker. There was a case before where a husband cheated on his wife in a neighboring community, and she gave me one of these things to install into his phone." A tracker. Suze's pupils shrank slightly, feeling lost standing there, while all sorts of thoughts started bubbling up inside him. His phone had never been changed, always updated to the latest model. He disliked losing his phone but loved removing the SIM card. So Ji Hanjun could find him so quickly because of the tracker. If so, the position must have been revealed to Ji Hanjun long ago after Suze had run for such a long time. Suze felt numb, a chill running from his feet straight to the top of his head. Realizing the situation, he turned around and walked fast toward the door. He didn't care about his phone anymore now. All he wanted was to go home as soon as possible, and escape far away from that madman. As Suze hurriedly left the store and pushed open the glass door, he saw a car parked at the intersection. Ji Hanjun was leaning against the side of the car looking at him with fiery eyes. Had enough fun? Time to go home. Chapter 40, Another Failure. Go home, he did not want to return. How could Ji Hanjun install a tracker on his phone? Was that something any normal person would do? Seeing Suze standing there without moving, Ji Hanjun stepped forward, pulling Suze into his arms and kissing lightly on his forehead. If you're not going to be good, do you want me to carry you back in front of all these people? Suze raised his head abruptly, slapped his hand away, and glared furiously at him with red eyes. Both hands clenched tightly into fists hanging at his sides. You actually installed a tracker in my phone. Ji Hanjun, do you even have a heart? Don't you think your actions are too obsessive? Since the tracker was already installed, had it not been discovered today, he would have been found forever no matter how long he ran. Next time, would Ji Hanjun install a listening device on him? Or perhaps place a camera somewhere in his house? Ji Hanjun's eyes remained tender, reaching out to grab his hand and bringing it close to his lips, but his voice carried a dangerous undertone. Be a good boy, don't cause trouble anymore. My patience has limits, Aze. Suze trembled all over, frightened by his threatening words. He knew Ji Hanjun was crazy enough to do anything. After some mental wrestling, Suze eventually returned to the apartment under duress. He should have realized this from the start. How could someone like Ji Hanjun with such deep thoughts ever forget to lock the door or make such a basic mistake? All of this was nothing more than a test designed for him. Back in the room, Suze laid face down on the bed silently. Fear and anger swirled around within him. There was a noticeable dip beside the bed, indicating Ji Hanjun was sitting at the edge of the bed. Did you visit all the rooms well? Suze didn't answer, all he wanted was to escape. Where was he supposed to have time to check every room out? Aze, take a look if you like this. Don't refuse me, or I'll get angry. He really wanted to cry. Ji Hanjun was indeed a complete psychopath. Why did he keep threatening himself like this? Despite his fear, Suze sat up on the bed. Ji Hanjun happily handed over the item to him. Take a look, do you like it? Damn pervert. Ji Hanjun was a sick, disgusting pervert. Deadly so. He wouldn't dare wear that thing. It was clearly a blatant insult. Ji Hanjun was surely retaliating against him. Pervert. After saying this, Suze feared Ji Hanjun might lose control, so he cautiously watched for Ji Hanjun's reaction. Contrary to expectation, Ji Hanjun seemed pleased and wasn't upset at all. Instead, he smiled at Suze. Ji Hanjun pulled him close, hugged him into his chest, and pressed the item into Suze's hands. His tone became extremely gentle. Suze was a bit afraid, genuinely terrified. Reflecting on their current situation, his nose tingled with emotion. They were so close, the warmth of each other's breathing palpable. Even more so, crying in front of Ji Hanjun felt impossible. Ji Hanjun's gaze was deep, hugging him gently as he softly spoke. Aze is truly a little crybaby. Suze held back his tears, turning his face away and tightly clenching his fists. He would punch this pervert, he had to hit him once to make him behave. His actions were faster than his thoughts, and Suze clenched his fist and swung it at the person in front of him. The person before him didn't dodge, and took the punch directly. Ji Hanjun gazed deeply at him, his lips bleeding, as his entire face turned sideways. Does your hand hurt? Let me blow on it. Suze felt a chill down his spine. He feared Ji Hanjun's excitement more than anything else. Just like that night in the hotel, Ji Hanjun was all overwrought with emotion. Even though they hadn't gone all the way, it was still exhausting. But now, he dared not resist even a little bit. Suze's hands were trembling slightly, as the man before him pulled his punching hand gently, softly blowing on it. Throughout this, Ji Hanjun's burning eyes stared at him without breaking contact. This motherfucking visual stimulation. Suze could feel his cheeks heating up, but he refused to look, even as his ears gave him away by blushing furiously. Ji Hanjun tilted his head and used his nose to rub against Suze's chin, his warm breath tickling Suze's neck. His voice dripped with intimacy and longing. Do you like it, Aze? Suze flushed completely red. He could accept that Ji Hanjun had some special preferences and liked weird things. But he couldn't handle seeing Ji Hanjun acting this way in front of him, it was just too damn vulgar. Suze violently struggled to get out of his embrace. I hate you. You psychopath. Dead pervert. Aze, you always hit me and insult me. They say hitting is a sign of affection, and cursing shows love, so deep down, you must like me a little, right? You don't like this side of me. But didn't you want me to wear ## for you to see before? Say you love me, that you love me so much, just humor me a little, alright? Ji Hanjun extended his hand, gently stroking Suze's delicate features, pouring out his strong emotions. Through tear-filled eyes, Suze glanced at the small teddy bear toys around them, their black eyes staring at him. It was eerie and terrifying. Their dark eyes looked exactly like Ji Hanjun's dark and sinister ones. He suddenly felt he didn't like teddy bears as much anymore. Ji Hanjun was usually gloomy and frightening, giving off an intimidating vibe. But why was his true nature like this now? A madman who was stubborn and obsessive. Aze, why won't you tell me you love me? Hearing Ji Hanjun's words, Suze tried hard to hold back his tears, scared to the point that his lips quivered lightly. I love you, I fucking love you the most. I love your damn head. You disgusting pervert. Someday, I'll definitely have you locked up in a psychiatric hospital. How could someone like this be a male lead? The writer's mind must be extreme, twisted, to create something like this. Ji Hanjun was extremely satisfied with his actions and words, leaning down to kiss him lightly on the lips and tenderly wiping away his tears. You're such a good boy, Aze. I love you the most. With bloodshot eyes, Suze nodded, enduring Ji Hanjun's crazy confession and inappropriate advances. He had only failed today. Next time he'd surely escape. The first thing after escaping would be to call the police and have this psycho arrested. But could he really escape? Chapter 41, Don't Leave Me. The thick foliage blocked the speckled sunlight, casting shadows on the ground. Suze stood by the window looking outside. A chain had been locked onto his right ankle again. To prevent injury, Ji Hanjun had added a strip of cotton fabric inside the chain to avoid abrasion. The cool morning breeze blew in from the open window, and Suze, with a blank expression, gripped the heavy reinforced iron pillar of the window. What was the difference between him and a criminal? Restricted freedom made him no different from a bird with its wings clipped. Fourth-year students were supposed to be doing internships by now. After finishing his early morning class, Ji Hanjun hurried back to the apartment. Today he brought along small dumplings that Suze loved. But as soon as he stepped out, Chu Chen and two others stopped him. Let's talk. Ji Hanjun passed them indifferently, having no intention to chat with these three people. All he wanted was to go home quickly to see his Aze. Chu Chen saw Ji Hanjun not even sparing them a glance, maintaining his superior demeanor of ignoring everyone. A fire ignited in Suze's chest, and he stepped forward, grabbing the bowl of small dumplings from Ji Hanjun's hand and throwing it on the ground. Chu Chen stood behind Ji Hanjun wearing a vertical stripe work shirt, basketball shoes, and large shorts with his hands nonchalantly stuffed into his pants pockets. What are you eating? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Ji Hanjun narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing the scattered dumplings, his gaze turned fierce as a sneer escaped his lips before he suddenly spun around. Chu Chen hadn't expected him to suddenly lash out with a violent punch straight to his face, knocking him down onto the ground. Qin Shu and another companion stared wide-eyed with astonishment as they helped Chu Chen up from the ground. Ji Hanjun, why are you attacking people for no reason? Jiang Mu paused briefly, then pulled out a card and handed it to him. 10 million yuan. You go abroad, leave Suze. Chu Chen was already irritable. After being hit by that punch, he tried to retaliate but was held back by Qin Shu. With a nod, Qin Shu signaled Chu Chen to calm down. They were here to negotiate, not fight. Ji Hanjun didn't take the card, instead looking at them mockingly like they were clowns, his voice filled with disdain and provocation. You're incapable of making Suze fall for you, so now you're trying to get rid of me? Too bad, because he's mine already. Lying on the bed, Suze was bored out of his mind, with no phone or comics to entertain him, leaving him only to stand by the window and watch the scenery outside. Could he really be stuck here for a month or two? Suze's eyes landed on two little girls sitting next to a flower bed downstairs across the street. The two girls were enjoying cotton candy, and if they had just looked up once, they could have easily spotted Suze. The windows were merely reinforced, not completely sealed shut to soundproof them, but before Suze could shout out, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. He closed his mouth quickly, then pulled back the blanket and lay down on the bed. Ji Hanjun bought another set of small dumplings and placed them on the table, opening the thermal lid. Other snacks were available in the room, but Suze hadn't touched any of them, only drinking a bit of water from the table. Aze, eat something. Suze sniffed audibly, clearly catching the scent of the dumplings. He wasn't eager to give in so quickly, but his stomach was betraying him terribly. They were the best small dumplings from the 1,000-mile fragrance shop on campus, his favorite place, and Ji Hanjun always seemed to know exactly what he wanted without being told. Starving yourself might make your body suffer, but feeding it was a necessity. Reluctantly, Suze surrendered, crawling out of bed to reach for the dumplings, but before he even touched the spoon, he was stopped. Confused, Suze glanced over at Ji Hanjun, puzzled. Hadn't Ji Hanjun urged him to eat just moments ago? Why was he stopping him now? Ji Hanjun looked straight into Suze's eyes, pointing his finger to his own lips. The meaning was obvious, he wanted a kiss first. Alright then, let's play it this way. No more eating, let whoever wants these dumplings have them. Suze rolled his eyes and burrowed back under the covers, turning away from Ji Hanjun and the dumplings. Even if he starved today, he wouldn't voluntarily kiss Ji Hanjun, that psycho. I ran into your 3 roommates today. They gave me a lump sum of money, asking me to leave you. Holding his breath, Suze listened carefully, secretly hopeful that maybe this time, freedom would come through them. They were all wealthy young men willing to offer big sums for this cause. That kind of money was enough to pay for 10 other boys like himself. Turning over, Suze peeked from under the blanket, half of his head visible, blinking innocently. So, why don't you accept it? They're being generous, and you'll benefit from this too, Ji Hanjun. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I refused. Ji Hanjun lowered his gaze. Money wasn't an issue for him. He'd been studying software design all along, and never told Suze about his earning potential. Every month's salary paid to him by the Su family came from their housekeeper. It had always been enough to live well, considering his upbringing as Suze's study companion. And now, even independent of the Su family, he could still make a lot of money. Pouting, Suze muttered, why refuse? To be honest, there's no way you can keep me imprisoned forever. If you let me go now, we can still be friends. Ji Hanjun locked eyes with Suze. But you know I want to be more than just your friend. Before leaving, Ji Hanjun tossed him a tablet computer. Confused about Ji Hanjun's strange behavior, Suze finished the dumplings and began playing with the tablet. It had no SIM card and no internet access, so Suze was limited to downloaded single-player games and some novels. Suze lost interest in playing after a while. When he got hungry, he ate, and after eating, he slept. By the time it was completely dark outside, Ji Hanjun still hadn't returned. He felt inexplicably empty inside, yet he still thought about escaping, but there was no way to get rid of the iron chain on his ankle. In the middle of the night, Suze vaguely heard someone calling his name. Aze, Aze. The only person who could call him that name was Ji Hanjun. Suze turned over, reached out, and turned on the bedside lamp. The digital clock on the tablet beside his bed showed it was already 2:30 a.m. Frustrated, Suze couldn't fall back asleep and got up to open the door and take a look. He hadn't even touched the doorknob when the door opened by itself. I love you, Aze. Ji Hanjun embraced Suze tightly as if he were holding onto the whole world, like he'd finally found his anchor in endless darkness. Suze strained his body just to keep from being crushed under the person before him, and Ji Hanjun held him so tightly that it made breathing difficult. In Suze's memories, Ji Hanjun had always been completely abstinent from alcohol. Sometimes, Ji Hanjun would go out with friends and drink, but Ji Hanjun would always sit in the corner drinking water, watching over him. I don't want to be your friend, I want more. You belong to me, and nobody can take you away. Ji Hanjun hugged him close, rubbing affectionately against his cheek and peppering kisses all over the side of his face. Don't leave me. Without you, I really will die. Chapter 42, The Strange Room. Why does Ji Hanjun suddenly start behaving so crazy again? As Suze tried to hold him upright, he also struggled to twist his head around, dodging Ji Hanjun's kisses. Could he have the key on him? If Suze could find the key, he might have a chance to escape. Thinking about this, Suze reached for Ji Hanjun's coat pocket, but both pockets were empty. Could it be in his pants pocket instead? Suze lifted his head and initiated a kiss, slipping one hand underneath Ji Hanjun's shirt and feeling for the pocket of his pants. The pocket bulged noticeably, clearly containing something. Of course. This guy must have hidden the key in his pants pocket. Suze supported him, guiding him towards the edge of the bed, then pushed him down forcefully. As he fell, Suze took out what was in the pocket, but it wasn't the key. Instead, it was a beautiful purple water drill gemstone. It was wrapped carefully in paper, layer upon layer, shimmering brilliantly under the light. Why did Ji Hanjun have a diamond in his pocket? And one that was as big as a pigeon's egg, too. Looking at its sheen and quality, it didn't seem fake, it must be worth a fortune. Staring blankly at Ji Hanjun lying on the bed, Suze noticed his eyes opening. Though disoriented, they gazed deeply at him, filled with an infinite amount of love. Remember? Aze liked shiny things. When you were little, you said you wanted a diamond. Later, we grew up, and you bought yourself one, but no one ever gave it to you as a gift. Holding the diamond in his hand, Suze felt his heart stir sharply. The bright and glittering light brought back memories from childhood. When Suze was little, he sat on the grass in the garden, with another boy nearby. It was Ji Hanjun. Pushing the comic book in his hands toward Ji Hanjun, there was an illustration inside showing a prince presenting a dazzling and radiant jewel to a princess. Look, isn't this diamond beautiful? It's crystal clear like a star. In the future, when I grow up, I hope someone will give me one. Ji Hanjun had memorized those words. Since master likes it, someone will definitely give it to him someday. Even as a child, he had loved diamonds. There were many crystal chandeliers in his home, and even his own bedroom had a crystal light fixture. What he adored most was how crystal and diamonds refracted stunning lights in the air. Back then, he gifted Ji Hanjun a crystal chandelier. Though crystal wasn't as valuable as diamond, it was the second best. Inside the lamp he had given, embedded within the shining centerpiece was a diamond. Diamonds were expensive, but after saving several months' worth of pocket money, Suze managed to buy 3. One pink diamond and 2 white ones were purchased at an auction and kept in a small box on his bedside cabinet ever since. Then came Ji Hanjun's voice, "I've always wanted to give this to you, everything you desire, I want to give them all to you." Tears welled up in his eyes as he stared at the gem, his hands trembling, his heart pounding loudly. People say only girls love diamonds, but he was a boy and he'd always loved them too. A tear slid down his face, making Suze sit down helplessly and cry over the long-desired object in his hands. Something had always felt missing throughout his life, even though he eventually bought it himself. But now, why did he feel that something within his heart was finally being filled, a promise made in childhood? Ji Hanjun still smelled strongly of alcohol. He got up from the bed and knelt on one knee beside Suze, holding his face with both hands and kissing away his tears. "I beg you, don't leave me." Suze looked at him and threw a punch at him the next moment. "Get out, I don't even like diamonds anymore. I've seen those tricks online. I refuse to become love-addled." Suze sniffed again and continued, "I don't want your diamonds, I want freedom." Ji Hanjun, seeing his red nose from crying, found him both soft and proud, "So? Will you give the diamond back to me?" Suze immediately tightened his grip and hid the diamond behind his back. "No, you said it was mine. All are yours, everything I have is yours." Ji Hanjun was clearly drunk. As much as Suze had asked for freedom, he didn't go crazy today. Suze told him to get out. Ji Hanjun reeked of alcohol. After watching him leave, Suze hid under the blanket and started looking at the purple diamond in his hand. It was truly beautiful, incredibly so. Suze yawned and fell asleep shortly after. Ji Hanjun took a shower, changed into pajamas, and had just made some soba tea to wake himself up. Upon returning, he found the person on the bed was already sleeping. Seeing he was deeply asleep, Ji Hanjun gently pulled back the covers and slipped in. In a daze, Suze felt someone nearby, and without hesitation wrapped an arm around his waist, pulling him close into a tight embrace. Hot. Ji Hanjun's burning breath touched his neck, his arm around Suze's waist was immovable like an iron clamp, making him feel slightly suffocated. Ji Hanjun caressed his forehead softly, "Be good, let me hold you." The person in his arms ignored him, sleeping soundly while still gripping the diamond tightly. Ji Hanjun only pressed his lips firmly against his face and held him tighter. He hoped to hold Suze forever. He could give him everything he wanted. But not freedom. The next day, Suze had an incredibly peaceful sleep, probably due to the valuable diamond he received. For once, there wasn't any dissatisfaction in staying inside the room all day. Instead, he stayed on the bed observing the diamond throughout the day. Days had passed. Wasn't anyone going to find him? Suze tossed and turned in bed, unable to understand if he would indeed spend the rest of his life in this room. Thinking about the little girl he saw at the window, Suze quickly got up, standing by the window looking outside. The little girl he saw by the flower bed wasn't there now. It seemed that this was not the time when school ended. Suze looked at the blue sky. For days the chain on his ankle had actually been removed, allowing him to walk freely within the entire room. However, the only thing he couldn't do was open the door leading outside. He inspected other rooms too but found only one locked room. Suze thoroughly searched the living room and eventually found a key. The key didn't unlock the main door but opened the locked room. The room contained nothing but a single bed, no bathroom or closet, no furniture at all. Strange, it was just an ordinary room, why lock it? Perplexed, Suze sat on the edge of the bed. It was very hard, not soft at all, feeling just like a wooden plank. Curiosity drove him to stand up and lift the bedding off the bed. Beneath the blanket and sheet was a normal bed, yet the frame was unusually large. Clearly, knocking on it revealed something hollow inside. There must be something inside the bed frame. With great force, Suze tore the sheets entirely to the ground. Only then did he notice a small hole on the wood. Suze placed a finger inside and bent it upward to raise the bed frame lid. He finally understood why Ji Hanjun had mentioned checking it out before. This whole bed was full of surprises. Everywhere were pictures of him, photo shoots and intimate photos. Chapter 43, Cameras. As Suze viewed these pictures, his head spun. There were photos of him sleeping, going out, laughing, getting angry, being upset. How could there even be shots of him taking a shower and using the toilet? Ji Hanjun showed absolutely no consideration. He even had pictures of Suze wearing various revealing outfits, clothes he'd never seen before, nor known he had worn such things. But every picture shared a common feature: they were taken while he was asleep, with the backdrop always being his room. Suze tore up the pictures one by one. For the entire day, he did nothing else but sit on the floor ripping them apart. On the back of each photo were words written, and after reading a few, Suze's entire body chilled. Trembling, Suze finished reading the words, too scared to look at the even more vulgar, shameful, and twisted sentences. This made him feel more horrified than any terrifying novel or movie he had ever encountered. These sentences clearly originated from a pervert. Buried deep within their heart were the dirtiest real thoughts. By the time Suze had torn halfway through, he realized it. How could Ji Han-jun let him casually see this room so easily? And those photos were deliberately arranged to ensure he saw them. A deeper chill crept over Suze. His gaze scanned the entire room until he spotted something glowing in the corner by the window. That red dot was flashing directly at him. Shit, that's a camera. Ji Han-jun must have wanted to see his reaction upon seeing those pictures, whether he would be shocked, afraid, terrified, or pretend not to notice. Ji Han-jun, you freaking never stop, do you? Suze dragged a stool from the living room, stood on it, and reached up with difficulty to pry off the small square box glowing red from the corner of the window. Drenched in cold sweat, Suze returned to his room, only to find the dolls stuck on the wall staring at him with lifeless eyes. It was entirely possible that these dolls' eyes concealed cameras. At the thought of eating, drinking, and sleeping under constant surveillance, all under Ji Han-jun's control. Ji Han-jun was crazier than any lunatic. Love shouldn't be like this. Does liking someone mean keeping them locked up and hidden? In anger, Suze approached and violently ripped the dolls glued onto the wall, though it took him a long time to tear just a few down. Feeling challenged, did Ji Han-jun think he wouldn't play dirty? The refrigerator in the kitchen was already stuffed with food. When Ji Han-jun didn't have class, he loved cooking for Suze without fail. Inside the fridge, there were several cans of juice and colorful beverages. Enraged, Suze swept all the seasonings and soy sauce on the kitchen table to the ground, then splashed the juices and drinks onto the dolls hanging on the wall and the bed. In less than an hour, both the living room sofa and the bed and carpet in the bedroom were in complete disarray. Suze even found a camera in the bathroom, not pointed at the toilet but aimed directly at the bathtub. His fury surged once more as Suze stared directly at the red dot hidden in the corner near the bathtub. He hadn't noticed it before, but now when he concentrated and looked hard, he could spot cameras in various places. There were shards of a broken glass cup on the bathroom floor. Suze bent down, picked up the sharp fragments, and lightly scratched his pale neck. With a defiant look toward the camera, ignoring the pain along his neck, Suze even smirked, directing a malicious smile toward the lens. As if through the camera, he was smiling at Ji Han-jun who might be watching the video. Sitting in the study room, Ji Han-jun had been watching the surveillance footage since Suze woke up. Watching him get angry and break down while tearing the dolls off the wall gave Ji Han-jun a sense of pleasure. Watching him create chaos around the house felt like observing a cat that bites, scratches, and makes messes everywhere. But this little cat wasn't behaving, it tried to threaten him with its own life. Ji Han-jun slammed shut his laptop, stood up, and left the study room, his gaze colder than ice. The crimson blood trickled down Suze's neck as he tossed the shards onto the floor, then stepped out of the bathroom back into the bedroom. Standing by the window, he accidentally caught sight of the little girl playing in the flower beds upstairs. Suze tightly grabbed the iron bars sealing the window, it resembled the gates in prison used for visiting inmates. "Kid! Look up! Kid!" Suze shouted loudly, trying to grab the little girl's attention outside. The child soon heard the noise and looked around but couldn't see anyone upstairs. Panicking inside, Suze ran down and grabbed one of the dolls he had pulled off earlier. It was small enough to squeeze through the window gaps and throw outside. The little girl saw a brown plush bear fall from the sky. She looked up curiously and spotted someone waving at her. She put down her drawing pencil, stood on the flower bed, and stared at Suze. But when she saw the fresh red wound on Suze's neck, she became a little frightened. "Kid, can you call the police for me? My boyfriend abuses me, please call the police for your big brother, okay?" Seeming to understand, the little girl quickly ran back into the house and came out with her mom's phone, raising it high towards Suze. "But I don't know the password to my mom's phone. She doesn't let me use it." The girl's voice was too faint for Suze to hear, so he could only try his best to analyze what she had said. The front door was suddenly kicked open, and Suze jumped in fright, instinctively turning back. It was fine, he had locked the room door just now. Ji Han-jun couldn't get in, he had even pushed the bedside table behind the door to block it. Suze quickly refocused and tried to communicate with the little girl again, but instead saw a woman coming out from the opposite side and snatching the little girl's phone away. It must be the little girl's mother. "Help! Someone's killing me. Call the police. Please call the police for your big brother." Chapter 44, Let Me Go. The last hope was dashed. The little girl had been called home by her mother. The person outside the main gate now stood at the entrance of Suze's room, twisting the doorknob but finding it unopened. He already knew Suze had locked the door with the key. Ji Han-jun's tone was icy cold, and his eyes full of ferocity as he panted, presumably having run upstairs after getting out of the car at the neighborhood entrance. "Aze, open the door. Don't make me angry." Hearing this, Suze became even more afraid to open the door and immediately pulled the blanket from the bed to curl up into a corner, yet he still gripped a sharp shard in his hand. Ji Han-jun let out a heavy breath. He stepped back a few steps, then kicked the door hard. The door opened slightly, but obviously, there was something blocking it behind. Ji Han-jun's gaze grew colder. He kicked again, pushing the cabinet behind it some distance away. Once inside the room, Ji Han-jun didn't see anyone. But after walking a few steps forward, he spotted the moving blanket in the corner. The blanket moved clearly, obviously Suze was hiding inside. Ji Hanjun, seeing his fearful look, tried his best to suppress his anger inside, knowing that upon hearing about the injury, he had rushed back right away. "Aze, why can't you behave? Take off the blanket and let me see your neck." He had originally liked Ji Hanjun, liking how he submitted to him, how he cared about him, and most importantly, how Ji Hanjun's eyes and heart only held himself. But things were different now. All of these supposed feelings came from this sick individual's distorted and deformed perception of love. The stronger the possessiveness, the more extreme the actions would become. Ji Hanjun watched as Suze wouldn't come out from under the blanket, patiently approaching and crouching down in front of him. Suze felt him crouching down in front of him, even sensing a hand pulling on his blanket. This was his chance to escape. Suddenly rising, Suze covered Ji Hanjun completely with the blanket and gave 2 kicks while doing so. The door was still open, it was his only way out. Standing up, Suze ran, leaving his own room and noticing the living room door was closed, but the keys were still in the lock. Quickly running to the door, he turned the key and barely managed to unlock it before immediately trying to open the door and rush out. A hand reached out from behind, pressing the door back down and closing it, while another hand from Ji Hanjun grabbed Suze by the waist and pinned him against the door. "So, this is your plan?" Suze was pale as death, all his fear from being restricted and monitored surged into his mind once more. He pressed against the door, terrified and frozen, looking helpless and pitiful. "Let me go. I have money, I'll give you a lot of money. If you're rich, you can find anyone you want. I'm really not worth it." Ji Hanjun's eyes were terrifyingly chilling, and his voice like a knife dipped in ice. "I only want you. Since you're so disobedient, I guess locking you up might be better for you." The person beneath started sobbing and struggling out of fear. Ji Hanjun, aware of the injury, subconsciously released his grip, wanting to check his neck. Suze suddenly spun around, brandishing an unknown object in his hand to slash at Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun raised his hand to block it. Severe pain erupted from his hand, a shard of broken glass had cut him, its edges sharp, quickly causing blood to flow. Suze instantly became terrified, his eyes misting over. "Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you." Ji Hanjun's eyes darkened, wishing nothing more than to tear apart the person before him, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. His voice softened. "Don't cry. It doesn't hurt." Suze only wanted to escape. He didn't want to be a trapped bird in a gilded cage without freedom. Suze began pleading, reaching out to clutch the hem of his shirt, eyes full of desperate entreaty. "I won't break up with you. We can date normally, you let me go, please. You'll meet someone better in the future. Let me go. Please Ji Hanjun, if you want to sleep with me, I will. Then will you let me go?" His crying was utterly useless. Begging was the same. His usual crying and begging only made the psychopath in front of him more excited. Ji Hanjun remained silent all along, merely staring at him with deep eyes. The stubbornness and madness in his gaze clearly indicated that he would never let Suze go. Blood still dripped from his hand, drop by drop, onto the pristine white floor, red and glaring. Suze, with reddened eyes, pressed his lips together slightly, then stepped forward on tiptoe, encircling Ji Hanjun's neck with his arms, and leaned up to kiss him. His Aze rarely took the initiative to kiss him. Even though Ji Hanjun knew this time it was for escape, he still didn't want to push him away. Ji Hanjun, lowering his head, took charge, pressing Suze's back of the head as their kiss deepened. Suze began feeling dizzy and his legs grew weak, but the strength wrapped around his waist prevented him from falling. Until Suze lifted his hand, gripping the shard tightly and pressing it against Ji Hanjun's neck. Ji Hanjun noticed the foreign object against his neck and realized it was the same thing that had cut his hand earlier. He wasn't afraid, instead tightening his grip around Suze's waist even harder, growing crazed with desire. As the pain in his neck became increasingly evident, he stopped. Ji Hanjun's eye rims were a little red. Aze. All his initiative was just for escaping. Did his Aze not feel even a shred of affection for him? Suze dared not use too much force, but this was the only way he could think of. "Let me go. I don't want to hurt you." Ji Hanjun gazed deeply at him, lifting his hand to grasp Suze's and forcibly pressing toward his own neck. "What are you doing?" Suze was shocked by this action, attempting to withdraw his hand, but it was held firmly in place. The sharp end of the fragment had already pierced into the flesh, yet Ji Hanjun's grip only grew stronger, and he actually smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. "I would die without you. If you want to leave, you might as well kill me. You're insane. Let go." Suze struggled using both his hands and feet, using all his strength to try and pull his hand back. No matter what, he couldn't allow someone to die because of him. Ji Hanjun had immense strength, one hand alone could usually subdue Suze easily. "I won't leave anymore, all right?" Suze shouted while struggling, his eyes all bloodshot from crying. During the struggle, his foot slipped on some juice spilled on the ground, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. His back hit the edge of the shoe cabinet, resulting in Suze's vision immediately going black, leaving him completely powerless. Ah Zay. Ji Hanjuan's pupils shrank drastically. He rushed to embrace him and touched the back of his head, but upon withdrawing his hand, it was covered in blood. The porcelain shards in his hand also fell to the floor, breaking again into smaller pieces. Ji Hanjun quickly removed his clothes to wrap Suze up, bending down and cradling him in his arms before rushing downstairs. Don't be afraid, I'll take you to the hospital. Suze felt as if his eyelids were weighed down heavily. All the blood seemed to rush to his head, as if trying to drain completely dry. Looking at Ji Hanjuan's anxious face, Suze was entranced. Ji Hanjun, is letting me go really so difficult? Chapter 45, Amnesia. A streak of lightning shot across the sky during the night, followed by a deafening thunderclap. Pattering patters echoed, the rain beating down on the glass window. Suze curled up into a small ball on the hospital bed, his forehead wrapped in a layer of bandages. His eyes held an innocent and pitiful look, filled with confusion and uncertainty as he looked at the doctor in the ward. We've examined everything thoroughly, this could possibly be temporary amnesia caused by a blow to the back of the head. Ji Hanjun sat silently by the bedside, originally assuming timely treatment at the hospital wouldn't result in any after-effects. So why did he wake up like this? After the doctors left, Ji Hanjun and Suze remained alone in the room. Suze tightly clutched the blanket. He had no idea how he ended up here or who this man in front of him with the dark expression was. Ah Zay, do you really not remember me? Suze tilted his head naively, my name is Ah Zay. Ji Hanjun stared at him deeply, locking gazes in an inquisitive stare, but there was only bewilderment and questioning in Suze's eyes. He truly lost his memory. Or was he faking it? Was this a new escape plan devised by Suze? Seeing that Ji Hanjun kept staring at him, Suze became scared. Tears quickly gathered in his eyes, prompting him to shrink closer to the edge of the bed, where he was suddenly pulled back by a strong hand. Your name is Suze, mine is Ji Hanjun. I'm your lover, and we love each other very, very much. Ji Hanjun spoke obsessively, his eyes locked intently on him. Glancing for a moment, Suze flipped the covers and bent down to pick up the person on the bed. Carrying him up, he grabbed the jacket from the bed and walked out of the ward holding him tightly. The on-duty nurse saw them and said, Sir, he hasn't fully recovered yet, we can't leave just yet. Ji Hanjun gave her a cold glance and hugged the person in his arms tightly. Didn't you say that there's no telling when he will recover? So why stay here for no reason? Suze clutched his neck tightly, pressing his cheek against Ji Hanjun's chest. He looked at Ji Hanjun with confused eyes. If we truly love each other so much, then why am I in the hospital? Ji Hanjun carried him into the elevator, leaning down to place a kiss on his forehead. You were angry at me for not keeping you company, threw things around the house, and accidentally slipped on something. Suze half believed him but didn't resist. Instead, he smelled the same shower gel scent on both of them. Ji Hanjun took him out for dinner, and by the time they returned to the apartment, it was already late. Ji Hanjun gently placed him on the sofa. All over every room, the floor, the bed, and the blankets were covered with juice and soy sauce, with plenty of shards still on the ground. Everything could only be described as a chaotic mess, a sea of disarray. The only clean thing in all this was a single-person sofa. Suze curled up in the sofa, staring at the wrecked room, unable to believe this was his doing. Ji Hanjun gently patted his head, tied an apron, and started cleaning up the room. He threw away the carpets and blankets in the room, then went downstairs to buy new ones. During this time, Suze stayed very obediently, neither shouting nor making a fuss. He simply hugged his knees and curled up into a tiny ball, waiting for Ji Hanjun on the sofa. Ji Hanjun finished tidying up the rooms as quickly as possible and planned to tidy up other areas after soothing Suze back to sleep. Tossing the apron aside, Ji Hanjun approached to carry him to bed, but before he could even get close, Suze had already opened his arms wide. Ji Hanjun paused, suddenly stopping. Seeing him clean since morning, Suze thought he was coming over now to embrace him. Suze kept his arms open, gazing at him with a hopeful expression, his tone soft. Aren't you going to hold me? Ji Hanjuan's gaze darkened as he looked at Suze's innocent, pure, and obedient face. He strode forward quickly, bent down, and picked up the person in front of him. Suze clung onto him like a koala, tightly hugging his waist. After placing him on the bed, Ji Hanjun cradled his face and pulled something out of his pocket. It was the same thing Ji Hanjun had worn before. A red box. Was it a gift? Suze tilted his head, looking inside the box with puzzled eyes. Ji Hanjun gently caressed his face, enticing him with soft words, be good, it's for Ah Zay. Ji Hanjuan's eyes darkened as he recalled the scene from that day. Whenever he tried to kiss Suze, Suze always resisted and would even attempt to bite him. But Ji Hanjun loved Suze's stubborn refusal. That day was also. His heart churned with waves, and an uncontrollable storm brewed within him. Ah Zay, can you kiss me? But they were lovers, so kissing was normal, right? Having forgotten many things, including when exactly he agreed to wear this item, Suze leaned forward, their noses brushing against each other. He lightly pressed his lips to Ji Hanjuan's. With just this light touch, hearts raced faster. Thinking about pulling back, Suze found one hand gripping him tightly, preventing him from retreating. He was too forceful. Every time Ji Hanjun closed his eyes while kissing, but today he wanted to watch whether Suze was really suffering from amnesia or pretending. Suze couldn't push him away. His eyes tightly shut, his lashes quivered slightly, and he firmly held on to Ji Hanjuan's clothes. This made Ji Hanjun even more unrestrained, crazier. It's enough. I love you, Zhe. Ji Hanjun gently reached out, brushing the tears from the corners of his eyes. His gaze carried boundless madness, followed by a deep stare, hoping to see resistance in Suze's eyes. But there was none. Could it be that he really had amnesia? His Zhe was born beautiful, pampered from childhood, unruly and arrogant, but he alone knew. Zhe was the sweetest person in the world. Beautiful and delicate, like the prince in a fairy tale book, sometimes obedient and sometimes mischievous. Like a temperamental but affectionate toy cat. And all of this belonged to him. This precious, spoiled young master belonged to him, Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjuan's eyes grew dark for a fleeting moment before turning intense and obsessive, filled with unshakable resolve. Zhe, let me hold you. Chapter 46, Zhe is his. They were both adults now. Who didn't understand the meaning behind that single word, hold? Zhe always resisted him, calling him disgusting and a pervert, forbidding him from touching. Ji Hanjun had thought his words would provoke disgust, fear, or anger in Suze's eyes. Instead, what he saw was Suze's beautiful eyes clouded with mist, his lips slightly parted, tears streaming down his face, and his eyelashes trembling in fright. I don't want to. I'm scared it will hurt. Ji Hanjun lowered himself and kissed him tenderly, coaxing gently, I'll be gentle. Since you've lost your memory, you may not remember, but this isn't our first time. It won't hurt. Was Suze really suffering from amnesia, or was he pretending? It didn't matter to Ji Hanjun. What he desired remained Suze himself. In the end, Suze would always belong to him. He'd merely been considerate enough to ask for consent. Now that Suze was showing signs of amnesia, wasn't it perfect for Ji Hanjun? Tears welled up in Suze's eyes as uncontrollable tremors coursed through him. He tried resisting, opening his mouth to refuse, only for another kiss to silence all his protests. Rain began to fall again outside, its sound pattering against the window. The room grew dim, with shadows cast by the light falling over the two figures inside. The night was still long. And a ravenous beast that had tasted its prey would never let go. Like a starving wolf, Ji Hanjun gripped Suze tightly, knowing how delicate and sensitive his little lord truly was. Whenever ill, Suze would whimper and cry. So very delicate, and also such a crybaby. Ji Hanjun held him tightly, staring at his serene sleeping face and lightly stroking it. You are finally mine. You will never escape this life. Suze woke up in the afternoon, his first movements instantly triggering tears from the pain. He was thirsty, wanting water. His head felt heavy and foggy, his mind unclear. He remembered helplessly trying to flee but being pulled back whenever he managed to move away even a bit. Suze's throat burned so much he wanted water, but there was nothing in the room. Just then, Ji Hanjun entered from outside, seeing that Suze was awake and helping him sit up. Are you feeling any discomfort? Suze stared at Ji Hanjuan's exposed neck, noticing a small V-shaped mark on his Adam's apple. Did he bite him there? I want some water. His throat felt scorched, and his eyes stung so badly that blinking seemed like it would make him cry. Ji Hanjun placed a pillow under his waist and went out to bring a cup of water for him to drink. After Suze finished drinking, Ji Hanjun returned carrying a bowl of lean meat porridge he'd prepared. Suze was obedient, drinking water and eating before retreating back into the covers. He didn't cry or throw a tantrum, instead lying quietly in bed hugging a stuffed bear while gazing at Ji Hanjun. Every day, he'd crawl onto the bed, fiddling with his phone, which had no internet, and chatting with Ji Hanjun about their past. For 2 days, Suze stayed in bed, refusing to get up until eventually walking again. During these days, Ji Hanjun never left his side, staying at home just to keep him company. For several days, Ji Hanjun exhibited no unusual behavior. Even when names of other people were mentioned, Suze couldn't recall who they were. As if in Suze's world, only Ji Hanjun remained. Holding a bowl of instant noodles from the kitchen, Suze came out wearing an oversized black shirt that draped over his legs. Ji Hanjun, I can't finish this. The room where pictures used to be stored had been converted into a study, complete with a desk, computer, and bookshelves. Walking in with his bowl of instant noodles, Suze noticed Ji Hanjun chatting with someone via video call on his laptop. Placing the bowl aside, Suze approached from behind, clinging tightly onto Ji Hanjun's back. Who are you talking to? Before Suze could see the person on the screen, Ji Hanjun turned off the computer. What kind of thing was this that he wouldn't let Suze see? Ji Hanjuan's gaze darkened. He gently lifted the small sticky figure clinging to his back, pulling him to sit on his lap. How about I take you abroad for vacation in half a month? Confused, Suze replied, you taking me out to play is fine, but I don't want to go overseas, it's too far. Ji Hanjun narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable and tinged with coldness. Those three foolish roommates of his weren't easy to deal with after all, they had somehow discovered Suze was right beside him. But within half a month, it would be more than enough time for Ji Hanjun to resolve everything and obtain visas to leave the country. The software he developed sold for a lot of money, and being a hacker himself, he had enough to buy a villa abroad. Once abroad, no one would be able to snatch Suze from him anymore. Suze's arm was draped around his neck. Seeing Ji Hanjun lost in thought, he shook him slightly. You're spacing out. I don't want to go abroad, I just want to go out and play. Ji Hanjun bent down and kissed his lips gently. Be a good boy, it will be fun abroad too. Are you hungry? Why are you eating instant noodles? What do you want me to cook for you? Ji Hanjun held him as they walked out of the study and sat on the couch. He turned on the TV for Suze to watch while he went into the kitchen to prepare food. This place that had once been barren and cold gradually felt like home. Furniture had been bought, hand-painted art by the two now hung on the walls, along with their photographs from a few days ago. Even the crystal lamp Suze had once gifted him was brought here and placed in the bedroom. Suze didn't understand why Ji Hanjun always said it was dangerous outside after he accidentally fell and hit his head. He wasn't allowed to use electronic devices except for an internet-free tablet and TV. After dinner, Suze lay on the couch watching a movie when Ji Hanjun took a phone call and left. Aze, stay at home while I take care of some things. Suze didn't know where he was going but, seeing his hurried expression, nodded silently to let him handle the matter. But still, he really wanted to go out. The door was locked. He ran to the study, standing by the window looking out at Ji Hanjun drive away and into the garage. Ji Hanjun drove out of the neighborhood toward a nearby park. As soon as he parked, he saw Jiangmu and Qin Shu holding up photos of Suze asking people questions. These three were truly persistent, managing to track them here. And only a couple of days earlier, Chu Chen even told the lady about Suze's disappearance. But Yang Muxin wouldn't report it to the police. Concerned about her public image, she didn't want it escalated to the authorities, making her look like an irresponsible mother. Yang Muxin and Su Han had already returned from overseas with their young son Suyu several days ago but showed no intention of looking for anyone. Ji Hanjun stared at the three people on the street with a sinister gaze, his body radiating aggression. These people couldn't take good care of his Aze. No one in this world loved Suze more than him. Chapter 47, Why Stop Pretending? Suze waited a long time without Ji Hanjun returning, eventually falling asleep. Just before nodding off, he heard the sound of the outer door. Could Ji Hanjun be back? Holding a stuffed bear, Suze opened the door. He switched on the light only to hear sounds from outside. Kid, isn't it a bit inappropriate breaking into someone's house like this? Chu Chen became impatient, what's all your talk for? I've paid you well. There was an obvious noise of someone trying to pick their lock. Suze watched the turning doorknob, holding his breath. It seemed like the doorknob was going to fall off at any moment. Suddenly, screams erupted outside. Suze tightened his grip, his heart pounding fast, clutching the little bear doll tightly. Chu Chen hadn't expected Ji Hanjun to return so quickly. Getting punched enraged him immediately. Where did you hide Suze? Ji Hanjun's face twisted into a dark expression. In his hand, he tightly clutched a knife, its blade gleaming under the hallway lights. The locksmith, seeing this display, was scared stiff and ran off with his tools. Family disputes were not his concern, and getting stabbed wouldn't be worth the money. Chu Chen saw the shiny knife and stepped back as well. Ji Hanjun, you're insane. Suze listened carefully to the commotion outside until the sounds gradually diminished and almost disappeared. He lightly pushed the door open, it had already been unlocked by the locksmith. As he opened the door, the hallway outside was pitch black and empty. Suze swept the area with his eyes, hugging the doll tightly. His actions were quicker than his thoughts, he discarded the doll and rushed toward the staircase, taking the same route, unwilling to risk the elevator. Just as he entered the stairwell, a figure emerged suddenly from behind the doorway. This person looked at him with a gloomy expression. Why stop pretending? A blade shimmered in the light, stained with blood. Suze was terrified, yet could not endure the loss of freedom anymore. How much fear had he endured acting as if he'd lost his memory, feigning dependence and affection for Ji Hanjun. But in fact, Ji Hanjun had known all along. Suze instinctively tried to retreat from the stairwell to run in the opposite direction, only to be caught tightly by someone behind him. Let me go. You're a madman. Freak. Actually, I've known all along that you were pretending to lose your memory. To escape from me, you became so obedient. I really thought you had fallen in love with me. Now that the act is over, it's quite heartbreaking, isn't it, Aze? This escape plan had failed again. Ji Hanjun smiled at him, but his eyes did not reflect any warmth as they watched Suze's eyes turning red with tears. Ji Hanjun felt pity and leaned forward to kiss him. Why are you crying? I will be good to you. Suze tried to avoid the kiss, his red eyes dodging. The next moment he was caught by the nape of his neck, met by an overwhelming cascade of kisses. Suze reached out to strike him, but all efforts were futile. His mind grew dizzy, and when he regained consciousness, it was too late. He knew there was no way to escape now. From the time his memories awakened, he should have fled with money. But could he have run before? Would it have ended up like this? A vicious dog can't be tamed anyway. If you keep being this stubborn, I might end up hating you. Suze stared deeply at him, his tearful yet clear eyes firm and resolute, filled with determination, defiance, and hatred, seemingly trying to bring back Ji Hanjun's reason. You won't love me, so hate me instead. Suze didn't know how he fell unconscious, only aware that Ji Hanjun had been fierce and angry. There used to be some semblance of sanity, Ji Hanjun wouldn't torment him cruelly. But now it was like punishment for his disobedience. As his consciousness began fading, he thought he saw his grandmother. In his dazed state, he felt like a dying fish struggling helplessly for air. Surrounded by darkness, unable to open his eyes, especially feeling excruciating pain in his lower back. Was Ji Hanjun actually cutting his flesh with a knife? It hurt so much. Blind and confused, all he could hear was Ji Hanjun whispering softly, sentence after sentence. Aze, be good, soon it will be over. The sunlight streaming in through the windows was blinding, but quickly dimmed as someone drew the curtains shut. Carefully listening, one could hear the waves crash against the shore, sound after sound, growing clearer each time. Suze opened his eyes, long-term unconsciousness making bright light hard to bear, resulting in temporary blindness. When his awareness cleared, Suze panicked, looking around in the unfamiliar house, attempting to get up until he noticed his hands and feet couldn't move. Where was this place? Was he really taken abroad by Ji Hanjun and tied here? The room was lavishly decorated in European style, comparable to his large estate at home. His plan of pretending to lose his memory started since waking up in the hospital, yet Ji Hanjun, such a clever man, must have known long ago. You can fool someone for a while, but not forever. He suspected Ji Hanjun had gone mad and stabbed him. Woke up. So delicate, you've been asleep for a whole week. Ji Hanjun came in carrying a vase of roses in full bloom. Suze feared him upon seeing him and became furious, wishing he could find a knife to fight Ji Hanjun to the death. Freak. Ji Hanjun put the vase on the table, sat beside the bed, and affectionately caressed Suze's cheek. His gaze was intense, focusing on Suze's furrowed eyebrows caused by anger. Aze, are you hungry? I made you something nice. How dare he ask if he was hungry? Wasn't this situation all Ji Hanjun's fault? Suze turned his face away to avoid his touch, looked out of the window, and silently ignored him. Outside there was the sound of waves, so there must be a sea nearby. Could this be a private island? But how could he afford it? This shouldn't be possible. Suddenly, the restraints on his hands were untied, surprising Suze, who then noticed the ones on his legs were also undone. If you're awake, why don't you stretch a bit? I'll cook for you. Ji Hanjun threw the things holding Suze aside, leaned down to kiss his forehead, and walked off. Suze sat upright, still incredulous that Ji Hanjun just left like that, without fearing he would try to escape again. Sitting up, he winced from pain in his lower back, reaching instinctively to check, it wasn't missing any flesh. Unable to see behind his waist, he went to look in the mirror. Standing in front of the mirror and lifting his shirt, Suze froze, his eyes immediately losing all life. A vividly red rose tattoo marked his slender, pale lower back. It was as vibrant as the flowers on the table just now. Even more red than the actual flower. Chapter 48, Hide and Seek. Leaving behind something so humiliating. He'd rather die. Suze raised his head defiantly, his eyes reddening instantly as teardrops formed at the bottom of his gaze. Footsteps sounded outside the bathroom, and Ji Hanjun walked in, holding him from behind in a smooth embrace. Do you like it? Aze, that's my mark of possession on you. Being held in his arms, Suze trembled with anger, his beautiful tearful eyes glaring at Ji Hanjun's reflection in the mirror. Outrage. Suze struggled out of his embrace and immediately slapped Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun didn't dodge, he just stood still, letting Suze hit him. After all, it wasn't the first time. Are you sick or what? Why don't you tattoo yourself instead? You're disgusting, a pervert. Suze's voice broke into sobs, his palms tingling, and his whole body trembling in fury. He feared he might pass out from sheer anger. No one had saved him back in that apartment before, and now, abroad, no one would come to rescue him. What was he supposed to do? Thinking about the knife Ji Hanjun had held in the stairwell, bloodstains were visible. Whose blood was it? Was it Chu Chen's? He really hurt Chu Chen. Ji Hanjun poked the spot where he'd been hit, then reached out to embrace him again, his tone apologetic. Stop being angry, Aze. Let's go have dinner, alright? You bastard. Did you stab Chuchen that day? Ji Hanjun, you're insane. The word Suze struggled to say darkened Ji Hanjun's expression slightly, his voice becoming hoarse. You care about him. Realizing Ji Hanjun was upset, Suze deliberately tried to provoke him further, intentionally saying things to infuriate Ji Hanjun. Yes, I care about him. He's better than you anyway. At least he wouldn't lock me up or force me, it wouldn't hurt so much if I were with him. Before Suze could finish, his neck was grabbed by a hand, cutting off his words. Ji Hanjun's eyes darkened, full of wrath. The hand around Suze's throat tightened, but he still dared not use too much force for fear of hurting him. Hadn't he treated Aze well enough? Why was he choosing others over him? He couldn't bear the thought of Aze in someone else's arms or being seen by other men. Aze, whoever you like, they will die. If you don't believe me, try it. If you like Chu Chen, I'll make him disappear tomorrow. Suze was crying, his beauty heartbreaking, small hands gripping Ji Hanjun's wrist as tears streamed down his face. Ji Hanjun softened, releasing his grip on Suze's snow-white neck and pulling him into an embrace to soothe him. Don't cry, Aze. It's my fault. I shouldn't have choked you. Fear, anger, yet helplessness gripped Ji Hanjun. And so, he chose to temporarily compromise. On the dining table lay all his favorite dishes. Ji Hanjun always remembered his preferences and habits. He cooked lean meat porridge Suze loved, watching as he finished the shrimp before serving the soup. Suze silently drank the porridge, taking tiny sips until he finished. Well done, Aze. You finished it all. Ji Hanjun wiped his mouth, gazing contentedly at him, the gentleness in his eyes almost overflowing. He hadn't eaten for days and was indeed starving. Though Ji Hanjun was a madman, he was undeniably meticulous when it came to these details. During the short time they spent eating, Suze observed the villa. His assessment, huge, absolutely enormous. A seaside villa near the ocean, large and magnificent. For the entire day, he wandered through the villa. It had 6 floors with countless rooms, but only one main door on the first floor living room. This wasn't easy to escape from. Worried, Suze locked the door as soon as Ji Hanjun hadn't entered for the night. Thinking Ji Hanjun would kick the door down, this made him instantly abandon blocking the door. Sure enough, Ji Hanjun simply used a key to open it. Suze closed his eyes pretending to sleep, cursing Ji Hanjun 100 times inside his mind. Why wouldn't he sleep in one of the many other rooms instead of cramming into his space? The soft bed sagged as Ji Hanjun slid in, lifting the covers on one side and pulling Suze, who pretended to be asleep, into his arms. Suze's eyelashes twitched slightly, careful not to let Ji Hanjun discover he was faking sleep. He adored the scent on Aze's body, some inexplicable aroma. Especially the soft, fragrant feeling when held close, making him press the person tighter against himself. Suze furrowed his brows in pain. Was this man trying to crush him into pieces within his embrace? Don't pretend to sleep, Aze. Would you play a game with me? So he knew he wasn't asleep and was deliberately rough because of that. Suze opened his eyes and glared at him, looking straight into his affection-filled gaze, deep, like the sea. Endless, tumultuous waves. Suze's heart tightened as he struggled to sit up and started taking off his clothes from within Ji Hanjun's embrace. Honestly, it was just about wanting to sleep with him. If Ji Hanjun wanted that, wouldn't giving him be enough? Ji Hanjun stopped him from unbuttoning his shirt, his dark eyes burning with desire. Aze, let's play a game. Their breathing intertwined, the atmosphere becoming intimate, especially Ji Hanjun's words which seemed laced with seductive temptation, rippling like waves. Suze's lips curled into a sneering, vicious smile, pretending for what? Aren't you just after that thing, playing what kind of MC nonsense? So what if he got bitten by a dog? It would pass soon enough anyway. The person beside him chuckled then picked up a glass of water. Ji Hanjun handed the water over to Suze and dumped a packet of something from the table into the water in front of him. It dissolved colorlessly and odorlessly upon contact with water. Suze's sixth sense told him this wasn't anything good. Ji Hanjun took a sip and immediately pulled Suze into a kiss, transferring all the powdered water into Suze's mouth. But he refused to let go, forcing Suze to swallow unwillingly, causing him to instantly turn red in the face from choking. Could it be poison? Suze whined as he hit him. Are you crazy? What did you make me drink? As he spoke, he tried to scratch his throat but was stopped. Aze, go hide. Crazy, Ji Hanjun was definitely insane. You go to hell, play by yourself, psycho. Ji Hanjun smiled quietly at him, the emotions in his eyes twisting and fervent. In front of Suze, he finished drinking the remaining water. Gazing into each other's eyes, Suze felt Ji Hanjun's gaze becoming increasingly sinister, giving him an ominous feeling. Aze, aren't you going to run? Ji Hanjun placed the empty glass aside, a grin forming in his eyes. Why should I run? Kidding, right? Suze's body trembled. Earlier he had also taken a sip. Now he suddenly felt hot, uncomfortably so. Ji Hanjun then took out 2 more items from his pocket and stuffed them into his ears, yet his eyes remained fixated on him. If I catch you, no matter how much you beg, I won't let you go because I can't hear you. After inserting earplugs, Ji Hanjuan's face flushed slightly. Now, you can start running. Chapter 49, I Caught You. There were so many rooms, none of which were locked. This was clearly a meticulously planned hunting game. Ji Hanjun was deliberately doing this, just to satisfy his twisted tastes. Su Zhe's heart raced wildly. He didn't want to play any stupid hide-and-seek, but Ji Hanjun was truly a psycho. The heat coursing through his body grew stronger. Just one sip had felt this intense. How overwhelming must it be for Ji Hanjun, who drank a whole glass? He didn't dare stop now because he didn't know what the consequences would be if he got caught. Each room he looked through lacked any hiding spaces. I'm coming to find you. Ji Hanjuan's voice echoed on the second floor, making Su Zhe even more nervous and afraid. Even the fourth floor rooms held nothing, but one had a window. Perhaps trying to climb out might work. Though his body felt uneasy, Su Zhe approached the window and tried opening it with all his strength, but it wouldn't budge. It was sealed shut. Outside, Ji Hanjuan's voice kept ringing, ghostly, tempting, and terrifying. He could even hear Ji Hanjuan's footsteps climbing the stairs. If he ran now, it would surely grab Ji Hanjuan's attention, resulting in a 100% chance of being captured. After pondering, he decided to go to the opposite room. The opposite room was luxuriously decorated too, and inside the bathroom stood a cabinet, not very big, perfect for hiding. No matter where he hid, he might still get found. But he could lock the bathroom door. If he just stubbornly refused to open it. That was his thought, but as soon as he hid in the cabinet, fear overwhelmed him. Where are you hiding? Ji Hanjuan's deep and raspy voice sounded again, as if gasping heavily. It was like a demon's whisper, driving him into despair and madness. Su Zhe embraced himself tightly, hugging his arms around his head, crouched down, trembling non-stop. Under the stimulation of the drugs and the psychological fear intertwined. What went wrong? Why did Ji Hanjun, the male lead, become gay so easily? What happened to his rightful female lead, Gu Lisheng? Footsteps drew closer, Su Zhe's heart pounded fiercely. He grew more anxious, terrified Ji Hanjun would kick the door down and storm in. Scalding tears streamed down his cheeks. Not only was it psychological, but the physical abnormalities were becoming increasingly evident. The heat was intense, making the small cabinet unbearable and suffocating. Footsteps stopped at the door. With heavy steps drawing closer, Su Zhe held his breath. The doorknob jiggled twice but didn't open. Ji Hanjuan's voice came from outside. Why don't you go to the top floor? I have a special room prepared just for you. It was a demon's whisper outside the door, making his scalp tingle with fear, and he dared not speak. I've already found you, sweetheart, come on, open the door yourself. Whoever opened the door would be the fool. Su Zhe bit into his wrist fiercely, bringing his mind back to clarity momentarily. With drugs in his system and earplugs in, Ji Hanjun was like an emotionless machine. Who could bear him? This perverted possessiveness wasn't something normal people had. Ji Hanjun only thought that Su Zhe was overestimating himself by hiding in such a small room. On the top floor, one of the rooms he renovated was filled with toy bears and installed with two-way glass. The floor was covered with plush carpets, and the walls were lined with photos. They were all of his The windows allowed clear views to the outside, where the ocean stretched near and far, while no one could see inside from outside. Suddenly, the noise outside ceased entirely, so quiet that even footsteps were inaudible. Had Ji Hanjun left? He felt Ji Hanjun might be tricking him to come out. After about 2 or 3 minutes passed, there was still no sound outside. Su Zhe cracked the cabinet door open a little to peek, then his pupils contracted sharply. He saw the doorknob twisting from side to side. The next moment, it fell off. Ji Hanjun was dismantling the door. Su Zhe quickly slammed the cabinet door shut, tightly gripping the internal latch until he heard the second metallic clatter of the doorknob hitting the ground. The door opened, and the footsteps grew nearer. This time, it was really over. Still not coming out, baby. The footsteps stopped outside the cabinet, then a force started pulling on the cabinet. The man's strength was immense, overpowering any resistance Su Zhe could muster to keep the inner latch closed. As the external pull intensified, so did the pull from within, and finally, the weaker force gave way. Due to the momentum, when Ji Hanjun yanked the cabinet door, Su Zhe went flying out. His knees hurt as he fell. With teary eyes, he looked up and met Ji Hanjuan's gaze directly squatting before him. Throwing yourself at me? Ji Hanjun squinted at his face, his gaze dropping downwards, turning dark and deep. Finished? Shouldn't someone who drank that stuff be weak in the legs, barely able to move? Why did Ji Hanjun have so much energy despite drinking so much, whereas Su Zhe's legs were trembling uncontrollably? Afraid, Su Zhe shrank his neck. He only noticed Ji Hanjuan's red cheeks, damp forehead hair strands, and wide-open collar. And further down. Ji Hanjun, I warn you, don't act recklessly. Climbing to his feet, Suze attempted to retreat into the cabinet again, but Ji Hanjun blocked the door just as he tried to close it. Aze said what? Can't hear you. Ji Hanjun's calm eyes glimmered with endless excitement and madness. His hand pressed against the cabinet door, while the other reached into his pocket to take out something. Suze stared at him in shock. Ji Hanjun. Suze lunged to snatch it away but was immediately seized by the same hand pressing the cabinet door. Ji Hanjun's flushed face showed unbridled desire, his eyes burning with passion that made Suze cringe backward in fear. Even wearing earplugs, how could one possibly hear nothing? Clearly, Ji Hanjun was faking deafness. Ji Hanjun, if you dare mess around, I won't let you off. Oops. Ji Hanjun chuckled, looking at his adorable reaction with a touch of mockery and seriousness. I wish Aze would cling to me for a lifetime. The teasing tone lingered. Was this due to the drugs? He knew Ji Hanjun could hear, yet chose to pretend otherwise. Suze glared at him with fiery red eyes, the grip on his wrist feeling unbearably hot, as if caught by fire tongs. He'd been enduring for quite some time, looking at the person in front of him with a desire to capture them in his arms right now. You sicko, I hate you. Oh, Aze hates me again. The hand on his wrist suddenly yanked him out, pulling him close. Just as he tried to bite, the hand predictably loosened and grabbed his chin instead. After the kiss ended. Ji Hanjun, damn, you, M. Chapter 50 Deliberately being naughty. All of it was beyond his endurance, beyond imagination. It was like being a goldfinch with broken wings, forever locked in a cage. He slept for another 2 days and woke up feeling dazed. As soon as he moved, he was pulled by the waist into someone's embrace. Opening his mouth to speak, his throat hurt, and his eyes ached from all the crying. When will you let me go? Everything you want, I've given you. Can't you just let me go home? Right after those words escaped his lips, the hand around his waist squeezed him painfully. This is home, our home. Indeed, trying to reason with an unscrupulous person only tired out one's own mouth. Without anyone to help him, he might be trapped here forever. Since Ji Hanjun came abroad, he had been busy leaving the house for work and meetings, only hugging and stealing kisses during his rare idle moments. There had been constant phone calls lately. Ji Hanjun would always look calm, even a little annoyed when answering them. He didn't know what Ji Hanjun was so occupied with all day, but his own freedom remained non-existent. Today was no different. Ji Hanjun left the house, locking the door before heading out. A prepared breakfast still sat on the table. Ji Hanjun cooked for him, washed his clothes every day. Eating for such a long time had almost given him a beer belly. But birds yearning for freedom couldn't be lured or held back by these acts of kindness. He still wanted to run, just by other means. He tried hunger strikes and cold wars. Every time, it ended with special punishments that made him cry. So he didn't dare anymore, he decided to try other methods. According to online advice, the way to make a man bored was to be overly enthusiastic. The more passionate one acted, the more a man would feel disinterested, because men generally liked challenges. The less obedient and colder you were towards them, the more they loved you. The more compliant and clingy you were, the more they would lose interest. By noon, Ji Hanjun would return home to cook for Suze. Just as he pushed open the door, he smelled something strange. It smelled like something burned. Thinking of Suze, he quickly followed the smell to the kitchen. The range hood wasn't turned on, and smoke filled the room. The figure inside wore his apron, holding a spatula in one hand and a lid in the other. Aze. Suze heard the voice and turned around, noticing Ji Hanjun already standing at the door. He immediately placed the pot cover down. You're back, I've made dinner for you. Ji Hanjun paused, his gaze landing on the few dishes beside the pot, blackened objects. Next to them, there was also an odd-colored porridge that was neither purple nor green. Suze had never stepped foot in a kitchen before, clearly clueless about cooking. Probably, this was learned secretly over these past days by observing Ji Hanjun. The youth in the kitchen continued busying himself, fearing Suze might hurt himself if he left. So he waited patiently until the meal was ready. After finishing the meal, the fried egg tasted overly salty due to burning and contained eggshells inside. Soy sauce was added to boiled rice. The green vegetables hadn't even been washed, all burnt dark with excessive oil. Suze lightly served a small portion of the food onto a spoon. It was clear that the rice wasn't fully cooked since he had merely added water and rice without plugging in the rice cooker. Following Suze's instruction, Ji Hanjun obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the food containing the shell along with the unbearably hard rice. Is it delicious? Looking at Suze happily, Ji Hanjun's gaze softened. Nodding, he replied. It's delicious, everything Aze cooks is delicious. Suze wasn't foolish, this obvious culinary disaster was clearly unbearable. Why did Ji Hanjun not show any reaction on his face? Did he lack taste buds? Suze took most bites, citing Ji Hanjun's busy schedule while insisting it was made specifically for him. In reality, most of the food went into Ji Hanjun's stomach. After eating, Ji Hanjun got up to wash the dishes, but Suze rushed to take them away. I'll do it, I'll do it. The young man ran joyfully, visibly pleased from head to toe. Could it be that Aze finally accepted him? When changing clothes upstairs, Ji Hanjun discovered all his clothes were in the washing machine in the bathroom. All sorts, shirts, socks, underwear. And not just clothes, they were a jumble of colors. Then came the noise from the kitchen downstairs. Ji Hanjun rushed to see, finding shattered plates all over the floor. Oops, I didn't mean to. What should I do now? I accidentally broke them all. We'll have to buy new ones later tonight. Suze stood aside, holding a dish towel, appearing utterly contrite. But hidden behind his brows was unmistakable happiness and mischief. He had figured it out. Cooking, laundry, washing the dishes, all of it was deliberate. The primary goal wasn't the chores themselves but going outside. Suze raised his eyes to Ji Hanjun and found him non-reactive. He had ruined all of Ji Hanjun's clothes, leaving only the one he was currently wearing. Don't be angry, I'll clean it up. Suze picked up the kitchen trash can and deliberately walked toward Ji Hanjun. When he got close, he tightened his grip on the trash can, ready to splash its contents onto him. Ji Hanjun had anticipated this, so he stepped back, out of the room, but his shoes and pants still got dirty. Oops, now my clothes are dirty. Give me money, I'll go buy you new ones. Aze, do you know? Right now, you're like a cat that's deliberately causing trouble. I might indulge and spoil you, but it doesn't mean I won't deal with you later tonight. What did he mean? Did he want to punish him again in that room? Ever since that incident, he'd been afraid, the big window, such an obvious big window. He didn't know if anyone saw him, but if they really had, he'd rather die. Suze was lost in thought while Ji Hanjun simply watched him quietly, their thoughts wandering far away together. His Aze just loved crying. Even when not sad, he cried a lot. Crying until his shoulders shook softly, flushed, and his nape and butterfly bone were especially beautiful. He constantly bit his lips, shedding tears, his handsome face adorned with dark hair strands falling onto his snowy white neck, his rippling eyes full of tears. Suze had always been refined and pretty since childhood, resembling a handsome little prince straight from a fairy tale. When he cried, he became even more beautiful. His nose tip turned red during his tears, his eyelids smeared red, and those lustrous tear-filled eyes made people unable to resist loving them tenderly. Appearing fragile and broken. Just one glance and Ji Hanjun wanted to make him cry forever. That day's scene was still vivid. Suze realized Ji Hanjun was just a devil. Aze, you are mine. I will always love you. Aze. Aze, tell me you love me, deeply, passionately. Ji Hanjun was crazed and obsessed, his voice seductive yet hoarse, almost pleading. Just humor me, tell me you love me. I love you. He didn't want to say it. But how could he match Ji Hanjun's strength? One couldn't stand against a madman head-on. To maniacs like Ji Hanjun, whether true or false, they just needed to hear those sweet words from their beloved ones. But for those being forced, it was merely self-deception. Forcing someone to say, I love you, was that real love? Self-deceived and fragile. He didn't understand the madman's world, nor what went on deep inside Ji Hanjun's mind. With the excuse of love, it only drove the other party to despair. Chapter 51, Thought I was liberated. The man kept begging for Suze to utter the 3 words, I love you. Regardless of truth or lie, Ji Hanjun simply yearned to hear these words spoken by Suze. Aze knows how to say it properly, right? Meeting Ji Hanjun, this lunatic, was unexpected. Being targeted by a madman was beyond anything Suze could foresee. Unable to escape or save himself, he could only try his best to placate Ji Hanjun under such threats. Before fainting, Ji Hanjun had held him with a terrifying, eerie gaze, a sick obsession clearly evident. It was nothing like a normal person's. Extreme possession. He now didn't understand how he had gotten himself into such a mess with Ji Hanjun. With all this mistreatment, shouldn't Ji Hanjun hate him instead? Was this Ji Hanjun's way of retaliating? What are you thinking about, Aze? Are you planning your escape? His thoughts were pulled back, Suze hastily shaking his head, No, I am truly sincere. If you don't believe me, let someone else buy the things. I'll go upstairs first. Back in the room, he immediately locked his bedroom door upstairs. Exhausted, he slid down the doorframe and gently hugged himself. He longed for freedom so much. In the past, he enjoyed playing everywhere. Now he was confined indoors constantly. No gaming, no internet either. He had been missing for such a long time. Logically, his family should have noticed something odd by now. Why hasn't there been any sign of the Su family yet? This so-called prison of love, he only wished to escape it. Faintly, he heard the wind blowing outside. Since yesterday, it had been fierce and the weather wasn't good. Wind. Suze abruptly stood up and immediately ran to Ji Hanjun's study desk, finding paper and pen. He tore a piece of paper into numerous fragments, writing his name and home address on them, hoping some passerby might find it and report it to the police. Opening the window, the cold wind immediately rushed in, making it quite chilly. He stretched out his hand and scattered the papers he was holding into the sky, carrying his hope with the written words. Countless pieces of paper were carried away by the wind, drifting farther and farther until they disappeared from sight. He suddenly envied how the paper could be freely blown by the wind and sway in the air, while he remained confined without any freedom. He had been gazing for a long time when Ji Han-jun came from behind and embraced him, pulling him into his arms and reaching out to close the drafty window. Suze didn't know how Ji Han-jun got in, but he no longer had time to care. "Isn't it cold opening the window?" Ji Han-jun tightly held onto him, speaking gently, "I know you yearn for freedom, but there are so many people like me in this world. But not everyone will treat you as kindly as I do you understand?" Suze didn't want to understand, nor did he want to respond. He just kept silent without a word. Ji Han-jun's eyes grew much deeper, leaning closer to his neck and biting down on Suze's pale nape. "Playing the Cold War again?" Suze still said nothing, only feeling mentally exhausted. Whether resisting or not, he knew Ji Han-jun wouldn't let him go. So he thought Ji Han-jun might someday grow tired of him, bored with playing, and perhaps would set him free then. The punishment for a Cold War was receiving special lessons. Ji Han-jun turned his body around and saw Suze's expressionless face, his gaze devoid of emotion as he stared at him. "Speak. Say what to you. Aze, listen up. Don't make me repeat myself. I hear you. Ji Han-jun's eyes darkened. He grabbed him and swept all the things on the desk to the ground, picking up Suze with one hand and placing him on the table. The table was cool, even through the fabric of his pants it felt chilly. Ji Han-jun stood before him, looking down from above, their noses almost touching. The table was cool, but his heart was colder. "You know the consequences of a Cold War, Aze. Don't provoke me." Suze looked at him earnestly, his tone mocking and disdainful. "Ji Han-jun, you force my submission with despicable means, you're truly useless. To be honest, your skills are really bad. If you dare, just kill me already. Dying under a peony is glorious even in death." It seemed Suze had decided to fight back, unleashing all his frustrations and accumulated grievances over these many days. "Your skills are so lousy, any random person off the street would do better than you. If you don't believe me, I'll bring someone over right here for you to see, and maybe you can learn from them." The pressure emanating from Ji Han-jun plummeted rapidly, his eyes turning crimson and icy cold, his breathing becoming hurried. Ji Han-jun knew Suze was provoking him. But he wouldn't allow Suze to speak of himself in such degrading terms. "Either you'll kill me sooner or later, or lock me up. If I escape, I'll find another man immediately, one who's better than you." Unexpectedly, W blocked his words, the pain in his lips instantly filling his eyes with mist. In that instant, Ji Han-jun wrapped one arm around his waist and used the other to grip the back of his neck. It wasn't kissing, it was biting. Ji Han-jun was genuinely angry. He had never acted so fierce before. Even during the initial escape, Ji Han-jun hadn't been this terrifying. Ji Han-jun's dark, frigid eyes glared at him, filled with infinite obsession and madness, his eyes burning with anger. "Don't even think about finding other men. And certainly stop dreaming about leaving his side. Since he loved him so much, why did he refuse to stay by his side?" Ji Han-jun went crazy, his eyes red with fury as he tightly gripped his shoulders while staring at him. "I only want you to love me, is it really that hard?" When brought once more to the room that frightened him, Suze no longer felt fear inside. Instead, he began thinking, if anyone sees, let them. He didn't care anymore. He didn't know what had happened to his mind, he didn't feel afraid anymore, he just wanted to rebel. Anyway, his goal today was to enrage Ji Han-jun, testing just how much patience Ji Han-jun had. He had thought he'd die for sure, but unexpectedly Ji Han-jun surrendered first, holding him tightly without letting go. Scorching tears dripped onto his neck, they weren't his own. They belonged to Ji Han-jun. "All I ever wanted was for you to love me, and to stay by my side." Suze didn't have the energy to talk to him anymore, feeling his eyelids grow heavy. He eventually fell deeply unconscious in Ji Han-jun's embrace. Before losing consciousness, his heart stirred a little. Love? Had he loved him? Or was it simply dependence? He couldn't tell. He woke up in the hospital, the white ceiling and the faint smell of disinfectant in the air. It turned out he was injured. Because his consciousness had been blurred, he hadn't felt any pain at all. Aze. Ji Han-jun had been by his bedside the entire time, evident from the dark circles under his eyes and his exhausted demeanor. Suze moved his lips slightly, causing Ji Han-jun to quickly help him sit up and feed him water. Suze gently held the cup as he drank. Why haven't I died yet? What a pity, I thought I'd be free. Chapter 52, Love is Submission. I will make you fall in love with me. Don't speak about yourself like that anymore. I'm sorry for hurting you, Aze, forgive me. I promise it won't happen again. Suze had originally thought Ji Han-jun was a heartless madman. Who would have guessed he knew how to apologize? But apologies mean nothing, freedom is what matters. He intended to provoke Ji Hanjun so intensely that the man would kill him. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to plan. Suze sighed and stared silently at the ceiling, thinking he'd probably spend quite some time in the hospital. Unexpectedly, Ji Hanjun took him home that very day. Could it be Ji Hanjun feared his escape? Still, even if Suze wanted to flee, he couldn't do it now in this state. Later, he learned he once said he disliked hospitals and the smell of disinfectant even more. The estate's courtyard was vast, full of flowers he loved. Today, as soon as he walked in, he noticed something was off. There were people in the estate. Ji Hanjun held him on the sofa while several servants lined up in the hall, responsible for taking care of Suze's flowers and their daily needs. Suze looked up at Ji Hanjun from within his embrace. Are you not taking care of me anymore? Ji Hanjun hugged him tightly, resting his chin on the boy's head, his tone soft and filled with longing. Aze, are you implying you want me to take care of you? Previously, all of Suze's meals and routines were managed by Ji Hanjun alone. Someone would hold him every morning to brush his teeth, cook the dishes he adored, handle all his clothing, underwear, shoes, and socks. Everything was done by Ji Hanjun himself. He didn't know why he had said it, he just let it slip. You're imagining things. Suze avoided looking at Ji Hanjun and instead scanned a group of people before locking eyes on someone who shouldn't be here. If Ji Hanjun could control everything in his life and track his every move, then surely he should also know everyone around him. Why was Gu Qing here? He didn't find it strange for anyone else to be here except Gu Qing. It seemed odd for her to show up. Aze, in the future, everything about you will still be my responsibility. These people are only here to clean and take care of your flowers, Ji Hanjun assured him. Suze tried not to look at Gu Qing so as not to draw Ji Hanjun's attention toward her. Gu Qing had learned of the situation from Suze's sister. After much deliberation and investigation with her, they finally found Suze's overseas address. Gu Qing gazed at the young man in Ji Hanjun's arms. He looked more obedient, beautiful, and refined than before. Although previously thin, he now carried a slight baby face without losing any appeal. Clearly, Ji Hanjun had taken great care of Suze. After being brought back to the room by Ji Hanjun, Suze kept pondering how to get Gu Qing away from this place. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, rather, he didn't want to drag innocent people into this mess. He didn't fear what Ji Hanjun might do to him, but he didn't know what this madman might do to others. Ji Hanjun tucked the blanket around him snugly, lightly kissing his cheek. In the future, I'll avoid playing those bizarre games with you, Aze. I'll treat you well and give you time to fall in love with me. You're insane. No one would ever love a madman. Suze rolled his eyes with disdain, speaking irritably, let me leave, and I'll love you. Ji Hanjun fetched a tablet since he knew Suze wouldn't sleep anyway. Climbing onto the bed, he held Suze in his arms and handed him the device to play games. This tablet had internet access, unlike the previous one that was limited to standalone games and novels. Ji Hanjun embraced him from behind, resting his chin on Suze's shoulder as he watched him play. Frankly speaking, keeping a frequent visitor of internet cafes like Suze from online gaming felt almost unbearable for him. Without scolding Ji Hanjun, Suze accepted the tablet and started playing, ignoring Ji Hanjun's presence behind him and treating him merely as a cushion. Due to love and a pathological obsession, Ji Hanjun resorted to force and manipulation to confine him. Even though Suze was right there in his arms, he still felt the distance between their hearts was immeasurable. Suze was playing Honor of Kings on an account he bought online, an expensive one worth 10,000 RMB. Ji Hanjun knew how much Suze loved gaming. He bought numerous game accounts online but demanded that Suze play only in front of him. Suze chose Li Bai for the game and was frustrated by Han Xian from the opposing side, who stole his blue and red buffs early on and taunted him. Han Xian, is Li Bai capable? Li Bai, what's your damn dog bark? As a result, Suze got repeatedly killed by Han Xian hiding in the grass or by his teammates who overran the tower together with him. This really pissed off Suze. Ji Hanjun also saw the other side deliberately targeting him and gently kissed Suze's neck. Don't be angry, I'll help Aze fight back. Suze looked up at him, doubting whether to hand over the tablet. Can you do it? Don't you avoid gaming? Watch carefully, honey. Ji Hanjun wrapped him in an embrace, adjusting his gear and runes before entering the grass near the bottom lane. The moment he reached the second grass area, he encountered Han Xian. He then used the second phase of displacement to dodge Han Xian's ultimate, returned to the original position after arriving, as the moment he arrived using one skill point, his second skill dodged and added a normal attack, brushed out the ultimate skill that instantly killed Han Xian. Suze watched dumbfounded. Though these were standard moves, how did Ji Hanjun know Han Xian would be in the grass by the bottom lane? Moreover, Ji Hanjun never played games. Suze watched him counter-squat just like Han Xian had done to him. After killing Han Xian several times, the other side started breaking down their defense. Thus, it turned into Ji Hanjun playing while Suze typed abuse messages. After winning the game, Suze took control for the next match. Aze, don't you have even a little affection for me? Suze mocked him, I've said it, if you let me go home, I wouldn't love you enough. Gee, why don't you like me? Sue, because you're a sick pervert. Gee, I'm a sick pervert. They spoke to each other in such a way. Gee, I believe there will come a day when you will love me. Sue, oh, you're truly daydreaming. Time can erase everything and change everything. Time will turn into a stream, forever eternal, slowly flowing continuously. As long as he didn't love himself, he had to remain confined by his side. After only 3 games of King Glory, he didn't want to play anymore and wanted to switch to PUBG but didn't know the account. He looked up toward Ji Hanjun as a cue. Account. Ji Hanjun tightened his arm around him and leaned close to his ear, his tone less forceful than usual, pleading earnestly. Could Aze kiss me once? What does that mean? Kiss him to get the account. His breath brushed his earlobe, fervently begging, whispering softly into the deepest part of his heart. No. Ji Hanjun affectionately rubbed his face against Suze's. If Aze doesn't want to kiss, that's fine. Weird, very weird. Normally, his refusal was useless, even if he expressed unwillingness, he'd still be pinned down for a kiss. Now, it seemed he'd actually comply with his wishes. Suze couldn't quite understand, but his inner being was deeply touched. If you're this obedient, would you follow all my orders? Ji Hanjun stared seriously into his eyes, the depth of his affection glowing brightly. Except for letting you leave, whatever Aze says, I'll follow. Then. Could you wear a ### suit for me to see? Love is submission, willing to do anything for him to make him happy. Aze dislikes his overly domineering nature, so he intends to take it slow with Aze. Ji Hanjun reached out and caressed his face, his gaze lost in fascination as they made eye contact, his fingers tenderly tracing along the corners of his lips, staying on the edge of his lips for a long time. Of course, I'm willing. Chapter 53, Fake Young Master. Encountering Ji Hanjun was undoubtedly the biggest disaster in his life. Impossible to avoid, impossible to escape. Knowing I'm the one for you, then withdraw those servants. I don't like too many people around. Suze looked directly at him, holding his gaze firmly. Don't involve Gu Qing. Since Ji Hanjun could master everything about him, he must know about Gu Qing too. Then kiss me once, alright? Again, this unreasonable request. Previously, whenever Ji Hanjun wanted to kiss, he just did. Asking now for permission was as useless as blowing air. Suze rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth, turned around, held Ji Hanjun's neck, and lightly kissed him. It was a gentle touch that passed by quickly. But it stirred his heart even more. The young man's lashes slightly flickered, soft and fragrant. Ji Hanjun tightened his grip around his waist, his voice rough and low, #########. What? Suze pinched his cheeks, pressed hard onto his lips again, trembling slightly, blushing somewhat embarrassedly as he tried to pull away but was stopped by his hand gripping his nape. Again, something unbearable for him. You're crazy. No one would ever fall for a madman. Suze gave him a disdainful glance and spoke irritably, let me leave, and I'll fall in love with you. Ji Hanjun fetched a tablet since he knew Suze wouldn't sleep anyway. Climbing onto the bed, he held Suze in his arms and handed him the device to play games. But this time, the feeling was different from before. Dominant but gentle, as if unwilling to use too much force, yet impossible to escape. The roses outside bloomed more vigorously, bright and passionate. He couldn't control himself. Once he touched Suze, he wanted to go crazy, wishing to melt into his very bones. Aze, I will definitely treat you well for a lifetime. Please fall in love with me. Fortunately, Ji Hanjun, this guy kept his word. After the kiss, he took him to the garden. Because of physical inconvenience, he needed a wheelchair, but Ji Hanjun insisted on carrying him instead. Ji Hanjun was really in good shape, strong, and carried him like a child with just one hand. Perhaps it was also because he was too weak. Upon arriving at the garden, a tall young man stood out in the crowd, looking refined and gentle, sunny and trustworthy. He looked different from Ji Hanjun's aggressively handsome appearance. Gu Qing was truly straightforward, easygoing, and obedient-looking at first glance. Inside the garden, under the sea of flowers, there was a pavilion where Ji Hanjun placed him. Aze, if you don't like someone, let them leave. Ji Hanjun gazed deeply at him, glancing at a few people far away. Suze ignored him, observing the people in the garden while pretending to look around. Suddenly, the calm was interrupted by the ringing of a mobile phone. Ji Hanjun opened it and then gently leaned down, kissing Suze's forehead. Stay here and look around. I'll be back later. I know. The garden was in the front courtyard, and sitting in the pavilion allowed you to see the entrance of the estate. Suze watched Ji Hanjun drive out of the estate gate. Through the iron fence's gaps, the car disappeared in the distance. This bastard, finally gone. Suze held onto the pavilion pillar and stood up, but his body ached immediately, his legs powerless and weak. Ji Hanjun was truly a devil. His gaze fell on the gates, which automatically opened and closed, requiring a password. Gu Qing had noticed Suze earlier. After seeing Ji Hanjun leave, he came over holding many flower seedlings. Master, where should these colorful flower seedlings be planted? Suze glanced at him, turning his head to check around and motioned toward him with a wave of his hand. Take them away. Unsuitable things shouldn't stay here. The same goes for people. The meaning was already quite clear, keeping unsuitable things would only lead to ruin. Gu Qing looked at the exquisite and beautiful Suze closely, indeed finding that his complexion was better than before. The clothes he wore were limited edition of the current season. Suze, my sister, and I have agreed. At 8 o'clock in 3 days, once you step out of this estate, we can take you away. Eavesdropping might occur. Why was this guy so blatant about speaking? Wasn't he afraid of being overheard? Suze wasn't inexperienced with running away. How many times had he tried various methods, each ending in failure? Rallying a few people to help him had only meant having more people suffer alongside him. If we're discovered, not just me but you won't be able to escape either. You should leave first and find my family to rescue me. Hearing this, Gu Qing was taken aback, confused as he looked at him, then suddenly remembered that Suze might have been confined and unable to know what was happening outside. Patting his phone in his pocket and handing it to Suze on screen. What are you doing giving me your phone? Don't you care if someone sees? Gu Qing unlocked the screen. I know you don't want me to stay here, but I genuinely want to save you. Beside the pavilion was a big tree, its leaves rustling softly in the breeze, creating ripples of unease within Suze. His intuition told him that something huge must have happened when he was cut off from the internet. Taking the phone, the latest domestic breaking news appeared right before his eyes. It felt as though a hand tightly clenched his heart. The pain spread through every nerve, making it hard to breathe. Hashtag lost heir to the Su family, Ji Hanjun. Explosion hashtag real or fake Su family master hashtag. Morality and destruction of humanity, swapping lives hashtag. He had anticipated his true identity being revealed, but never expected it to be exposed online like this. That was why the Su family hadn't come to find him, because they knew he was an imposter. The internet was flooded with curses and malicious rumors, mocking, abusing, criticizing. Criticizing him as an intruder, taking what doesn't belong to him. Cursing him as a thief who stole someone else's life. Condemning him as a despicable person who deserved to die long ago. All kinds of hurtful words swamped him, drowning him in toxic insults. Suze returned the phone to him with trembling hands, unable to utter a word for a long time. After a while, he moistened his lips and spoke. When did it explode? Half a month ago. It was just around the days when Suze was about to come abroad. So, had Ji Hanjun kept him locked up, imprisoning him as revenge? Ji Hanjun's tragic life was all because of him, but could this method really quench his hatred? He should have been treated like any normal person, beaten, cursed, tortured until he wished he were dead. Ji Hanjun must already know he was a thief. Why then was Ji Hanjun still treating him so tenderly and considerately? A storm of emotions surged within him, refusing to subside. Aze, come on, open your mouth. Ji Hanjun sat by the dining table, feeding him food. Everything on the table was what Suze liked, not what Ji Hanjun preferred. Every day, Ji Hanjun would feed him. One bite after another. This game of pretend family. Ji Hanjun seemed never to get tired of it, thoroughly enjoying it without end. Afterward, he would praise him and sometimes let him go upstairs to play on the computer. Suze watched his gentle and earnest face, his heart surging with suppressed emotions that almost reached their peak. Yet, he obediently opened his mouth to eat. During regular feedings, Suze would often scold Ji Hanjun, intentionally refusing to eat just to annoy him. But today, he was unusually docile, compliant. Ji Hanjun set down his chopsticks and utensils, lifting his hand to gently rub Suze's head. Then, he pulled over his stool, bringing Suze closer. What's wrong? Is Aze unhappy? Ji Hanjun, you already know I'm a fake young master, I've stolen your brilliant life. Why don't you beat me or curse me? Chapter 54, known for long. Even though he knew himself to be a thief, having stolen away Ji Hanjun's rightful life. How could Ji Hanjun not hate him? Why won't you talk? Ji Hanjun remained silent all along, quietly peeling a sweet shrimp and handing it to him. Suze looked at him in confusion and opened his mouth to eat. I've known for a long time. What? Suze's pupils shrank as he stared at Ji Hanjun in shock, known for a long time. Ji Hanjun gently rubbed his cheeks, I've known my own identity since I was very young. Stunned. Too stunned, Ji Hanjun had actually known from a young age that he was the fake young master. Then why hadn't he exposed him? Why had he stayed by his side for so many years, suffering silently all that time? So, you. This matter was leaked out by someone else. I didn't tell anyone. And I don't want to be the young master of the Su family. I only want to stay by your side. Ji Hanjun's gaze was deep. He'd learned his true identity one day in his childhood, the memories hazy yet fresh, unforgettable. That day, he had gone to the Su residence looking for Aunt Lu to ask his mother for permission and her signature. His mother had always refused to allow him anywhere near the Sue house, but he had an urgent need for her help that day. He wanted to participate in a citywide exam held by his school, which required parental approval. Although it was just a midterm joint exam, if he performed well, he could be accepted early into one of the best schools. As a newly transferred student, he had barely been there for 3 days. Students who usually took such exams were those who excelled academically. But he also wanted to try. The result was as predictable as the consequences. You want to take the test. Do you even deserve to take it? This is how your life will always be. Stop dreaming of greatness and don't dare to covet what doesn't belong to you. Ji Hanjun stood frozen, holding the exam paper in his hands, an exam where he had scored a perfect mark. Aunt Lu saw the person in front of her and grew irritable, especially when she noticed the full marks on the exam paper. She absolutely wouldn't let Ji Hanjun have a shining future, nor would she allow him to take anything that belonged to Suze. Her snatching of the exam paper resulted in its violent shredding, scattering countless pieces across his body. Just like his heart. It had always been this way. Whenever he brought home awards from school, they would be destroyed by his mother, who also forbade him from attending classes. It was only through desperate pleading that his father allowed him to continue studying. But after his father passed away, he had to earn money by working part-time in a fruit shop near his school. His mother hadn't contributed a single penny toward his education. Yet, her verbal abuse never ceased. When his mother left, he wiped away tears and crouched down to pick up the fragments of his shredded exam paper. It was too torn to piece back together quickly. Suddenly, a person squatted in front of him, and the little white hand handed over several fragments. Here. Ji Hanjun looked up. It was the boy he had seen before, who was reading comic books while crouching in the garden. Suze was dressed in all high-end custom clothes, beautiful, clean, and brand new, whereas he was wearing school uniforms that were almost faded white. Ji Hanjun silently took the fragments from his hands. Where are you from? Why have I never seen you? Suze looked at the person in front of him. His hair was a bit long, covering his dark eyes, and his entire body was quite thin. My mother works here. Your mother? Who is she? Ji Hanjun didn't want to tell him, but just then, the manager uncle came to call Suze for dinner and shouted Ji Hanjun as Little Ji. Only then did Suze know that Ji Hanjun was Aunt Lu's child. From that day on, it seemed like that young master got attached to him. You will live here from now on, go to school with me, wherever I go, you go, understood? They were the same age, yet Suze was several grades lower than him, causing his school record to slide down to accompany Suze in school. Because he was good at studying from an early age, he had a photographic memory. While peers of his age were still in junior high, he had already skipped 3 grades. Suze always liked bullying him, but when encountering something interesting, he would immediately share it with him. After all, within the vast Su family, there were only them 2 kids of the same age. After a long time together, he realized that children from noble families didn't have genuine friends. No wonder Suze always said there was no one to play with, not knowing how to get along with friends, so he bullied him since he was little. That day, as usual, he went to look for Suze, because they had agreed to go out together to borrow books from the school library. He encountered his mother. Since he moved in, she had tried her best to drive him away and even threatened him to leave. But Suze always blocked her, not allowing her to succeed. He didn't know why Suze wanted to keep him around. Sister, little Zay is living well now, enjoying boundless wealth and luxury. Back when we swapped the children, we were worried about being found out, but no one has noticed until now. Ji Hanjun tightly gripped his backpack and stood in the corner. This area belonged to the back courtyard, which was remote, with few people around. Of course, only the 2 of us know about this matter. Ji Hanjun, that kid must be driven away sooner or later. But I don't know why little Zay just wants to play with him. If the Su family finds out that Ji Hanjun, that kid, is the true young master of the Su family, it would spell disaster for us. That was the first time he knew about his own past. And finally understood why his mother disliked him. He didn't continue listening. Instead, he chose a detour to find Suze. Suze was currently crying on the floor in the room, and the butler was beside him, helplessly trying to console him. Was this the treatment given to the young master of the Su family? Ji Hanjun, the crystal ball we made together broke. Wah, it can't be fixed anymore. The person on the ground stood up, tiny tears streaming down his face, running towards Ji Hanjun's embrace to show him the crystal ball that had developed cracks. The person in his arms smelled soft and sweet, fierce and cat-like in normal days, but crying like a rabbit. It doesn't matter. We have plenty of time to make a new one. He didn't want to expose the truth. If he did, could he and Suze still stay together? He had already gotten used to this dark, gloomy world. But could this spoiled young master get used to it? Therefore, he concealed it, accompanying Suze in going to school, eating meals, and going out to play. Gradually, he rejoiced at the correctness of his initial decision. Flowers grown in greenhouses should remain inside the greenhouse. Ji Hanjun deeply gazed at the person next to him, chewing the shrimp delicately. I want to know, why did Azay insist on keeping me around when he learned I was Aunt Lu's son? Yes. Back then, knowing he was Aunt Lou's son, why did he want to keep him nearby? Because he saw Aunt Lou trying to seduce his father when he was little. In fairy tales, stepmothers were all wicked. So, he didn't want his family to be broken apart, nor did he want to bully a lonely woman like Aunt Lou. After all, she was pretty nice to him in daily life, but he couldn't accept her intruding into his family. Therefore, upon learning Ji Hanjuan's identity, he thought of keeping him by his side, to bully him. No matter what, Master Su will always be A's, and so am I. He was deeply moved inside, knowing Ji Hanjun cared for him. But he couldn't bear the loss of freedom. So after 3 days, he had to figure out a way to leave the villa and meet Gu Qing outside to escape from here. Sorry, Ji Hanjun. Chapter 55, Successfully Escaped. 3 days, not long but not short either. Aside from restricting his freedom, Ji Hanjun never mistreated him in terms of food, clothing, or other aspects. If the price of stealing Ji Hanjuan's life was losing his own freedom, he couldn't accept it. The sky outside was filled with dark clouds, pressing low, signaling an impending heavy rain. Su Zhe stood barefoot at the balcony edge, lifting his face and stretching out his tender white hand toward the sky outside. Even if he really escaped, where could he go? His parents already knew his true identity, probably only feeling disgust toward him by now. Zhe, why aren't you wearing shoes again? Ji Hanjun came over from the outside, putting his coat on him. He also held slippers, bending down to help him put them on. It's going to rain, don't walk around without shoes when it's cool. Su Zhe nodded, allowing himself to be led away from the balcony. The moment they turned around, the rain started pouring heavily outside. It rained so quickly. The room's heater was set quite high. Su Zhe curled up in bed hugging a teddy bear, glancing intermittently at the phone on the table. At 8 p.m., he must escape this manor villa. Ji Hanjun sat nearby looking at data on the computer screen, tiredly rubbing his temples before turning to look at the person lost in thought on the bed. Zhe, I'm stepping out for a bit. Stay obediently at home. Su Zhe furrowed his eyebrows. Could it be that coincidental? Ji Hanjun actually planned to go out. Could it be real or just another test like last time? Su Zhe didn't dare to reveal any emotions, fearing that Ji Hanjun, who was deeply calculating, would notice. There's no need to tell me. It's as if I can even leave. Ji Hanjun reached out and gently rubbed his head, a subtle emotion flickering in his eyes. I hope to see Zhe when I return. Su Zhe didn't want to deal with him, pulling the blanket over his head and curling up completely under it. The bulging lump under the blanket moved slightly. Ji Hanjuan's expression shifted slightly, wanting to reach out and touch but stopped halfway. Zhe, wait for me to come back. Don't wander off. I'll make your favorite fried meatballs tonight. Ji Hanjun got up and left, his footsteps fading further until the sound of the door closing. The room suddenly felt empty, accompanied only by the sound of rain and thunder outside, incredibly quiet. Faintly, he heard the sound of a car engine starting outside. It seemed Ji Hanjun truly left. Su Zhe sat up in bed, glancing around the room. He got up, put on his shoes, and headed to the door, finding it locked from the outside. He knew Ji Hanjun wouldn't trust him so easily, still locking the door before leaving. Su Zhe glanced at the phone on the bedside table, it was almost 8 p.m. The rain poured heavily outside, accompanied by rumbling thunder, the sky pitch black like a fierce beast swallowing everything. Ji Hanjun underestimated his determination to escape. He didn't want to be a golden canary. He yearned for freedom. He wanted to return to his parents' side, even if his identity were uncovered. There was no way his parents would abandon him, his mother may have rarely taken care of him since he grew up, but she spoiled him when he was little. He absolutely did not want to stay by this lunatic's side. He was the false young master awakened afterward, the cannon fodder whose end was tragic. He wasn't the protagonist, so he shouldn't have anything to do with the main character, and should instead quietly live a small and peaceful life alone somewhere unnoticed. But he had a heart and emotions too, he would feel sorrow and empathy. Over the years in the Su family, he longed deeply for parental affection. Despite enjoying countless honors and riches, he felt like a child left behind, being alone every year longing for his parents to come home to celebrate the new year with him. Su Zhe pulled open the balcony window, standing at the edge. Some rain blew onto his body. Chilly. Below were rose bushes, large flower fields trembling under the beating rain. Everything here was arranged according to his preferences, Ji Hanjun clearly put in a lot of effort. Su Zhe tightened his coat, the floor wasn't high. He tied the bedsheet to the balcony railing, but there was still some distance between the sheet and the ground. Even knowing he might injure himself, he was fearless now. Just as he had expected, due to the insufficient distance, after letting go, he directly fell into the flower bed below the balcony. The roses had thorns and could grow along tall fences, but in this flower sea there were not tall fences, just some short ones that the roses grew on. Among them were mixed plenty of red roses, which appeared even more fiery and beautiful than the roses. His calf was scratched by thorns, and the blood flowed out but was washed away by the rain. Su Zhe gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground, heading towards the main gate. There were people guarding at the main gate, so it was impossible for him to leave through there. There were only 2 guards, but the heavy rain caused them to chat merrily in a pavilion without paying any attention to Suze hiding in the dark. It was very dark outside, making it difficult to notice anyone. Accompanied by a thunderclap, Suze slowly moved to the edge of the gate, slipping out through a gap on the right side. Before leaving, he glanced back at the 2 people who were discussing gossip about online celebrities at that moment. The main gate hadn't been fully closed when Ji Han-jun left earlier. He looked one last time at the mansion shrouded in darkness, bathed in dazzling lights, reluctantly acknowledging its style was indeed what he preferred. The exterior of the villa was pitch black with the rain continuing, and the shadows of the night seemed like fierce beasts waiting to devour someone. Suze took a deep breath and walked into the rain curtain. This time, he must completely escape from the cage that deprived him of his freedom. Things were going smoother than expected. But it also made him feel even more fear. Chapter 56, High Fever. The rain curtain was pitch black, dim and terrifying. At a crossroads not far from the trees near the main gate, a car was parked. The person inside clearly saw the figure emerging from the main gate. Ji Han-jun threw the cigarette out of the window, his dark eyes impenetrable. As expected, some damned rat had devised a way to snatch his treasure away from him. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, the madness and obsession in his eyes almost spilling over. Not knowing what had come to mind, he finally lowered his eyelids and loosened his grip on the steering wheel. He picked up the phone nearby and started making a call. Master. Send someone to follow closely, and report any situation immediately. Suze was walking in the opposite direction. If he turned back, he could have seen the black car not far from the lamppost at the intersection. However, he was too hurried and feared Ji Han-jun might return suddenly. The downpour soaked his body, and the pain in his leg became increasingly noticeable. Already physically weak, he now felt dizzy and disoriented, seeing black spots in front of his eyes. But he dared not stop. Because it concerned his freedom. Not long after, a car came toward him from the front and stopped steadily beside him. The rain is too heavy, get in the car quickly. Gu Qin opened the door and helped the person into the car without even using an umbrella. Inside, the car heater was on full blast, enveloping him in warmth the moment he entered. Suze sat by the side, his head spinning, glancing at the outside, lost in endless thoughts. Had he successfully escaped? Gu Qin took out the first aid kit, gently wiping the mud and water stains around the wound on his leg with a tissue. Her actions were gentle, careful not to hurt the young master. Only after finishing bandaging the wound did she realize Suze had remained silent throughout the journey, sitting quietly all the while looking out of the window. Aren't you happy to have escaped? Suze's vacant eyes turned toward Gu Qin seriously before bitterly lowering his head. After my identity has been exposed, where can I possibly go? He had thought about where he would go after escaping, but currently abroad, he didn't know anyone or anything here. If he returned to China, he didn't know how to face his parents. From a young age, he had been spoiled and indulged until now when Ji Han-jun was always around. He couldn't even fry an egg. How was he supposed to live? Gu Qin gazed at him with determination, their eyes meeting as her voice softened but remained firm. It won't be like that, I'll take care of you. Gu Qin came alone overseas, leaving Gu Lisong to manage the family company affairs domestically and already busy beyond measure. After returning to the hotel, she discovered Suze had a high fever. You stay put, I'll go buy medicine. Gu Qin tucked the blanket around him securely and swiftly grabbed the phone on the table to hurry downstairs and buy medicine. Across the street from the hotel downstairs was a pharmacy where she purchased disinfectant alcohol, antipyretics, and trauma ointment. She returned to the hotel quickly, dashing all the way despite sweating heavily and having no time to wipe it off. When she opened the room door ready to feed the medicine to Suze, she found that the person who had just been burning with fever and lying flushed on the bed was now missing. The items in his hand slipped silently to the ground. His first thought was that Ji Han-jun had been there. An indescribable feeling weighed heavily on his heart, causing discomfort. After all, he had already managed to rescue him. It was all his fault for not keeping a closer eye on him. Although Suze had a fever, he could still walk and even left a message at the reception desk before leaving. His clothes were the same as before, though they had been dried by now. Still, there were traces of dirt here and there. The rain outside had stopped, and it had taken several hours to travel from such a remote place to the hotel. It was now almost dawn on the second day. Suze walked along the street without a phone or cash on him. He originally intended to borrow a phone from someone, but there wasn't a single soul around. He regretted not borrowing a phone back at the hotel. He found a bench in the park to sit on, which had some water stains on it. He didn't care, he just wanted to find a place to rest properly. As a nobleman's son, deep down, he didn't want others to see him in a sorry state. And yet, here he was looking so disheveled. He absolutely didn't want anyone laughing at him. Sitting on the bench, he watched the faint sun rise in the distance, gradually dozing off. He had chosen this particular park bench for its secluded location, and soon enough, he fell asleep leaning against it. The person on the long bench had slept for quite some time before someone finally emerged from the shadows. Ji Han-jun stood tall in a black windbreaker, looming beside the bench. His dark eyes revealed no emotion as he quietly observed Suze. With slightly flushed cheeks and a sickly pale complexion, Suze's injured calf had already been bandaged and cleaned. His clothes, though dirty, unmistakably belonged to a high-end brand. Curled up into a small ball, he looked pitiful on the long bench, like an abandoned aristocratic cat left by the roadside. Ji Hanjun removed his coat and gently draped it over Suze, then with one fluid motion bent down and securely lifted him into his arms. Suze's head throbbed. In a daze, he felt someone kiss his forehead. He tried to resist, but the familiar scent surrounding him and the broad, warm embrace made him relax. So warm. Ji Hanjun took him to the hospital, where the doctor administered medication and gave him an injection. Once the doctor left, Ji Hanjun sat quietly by the bedside, gently touching the hand that had received the needle, with a tender lightness. As a child, his young master had always dreaded pain, even injections. But now, to escape from his side, he was willing to jump off the balcony. When Suze woke up, he found a nurse removing the needle from his hand. He remembered falling asleep on the park bench. "Excuse me." After speaking, Suze realized how dry and painful his throat was. The nurse was a strikingly beautiful young woman, and despite himself, he felt a bit smitten. "Hello, are you feeling unwell? Is there anything I can help you with?" Suze had assumed she might be a foreigner, but surprisingly, she spoke fluent Chinese. "Who brought me here?" "A boy who was jogging in the morning brought you here. You had a fever. He had something urgent to attend to and has already left." Suze didn't give it much thought. After the nurse left, he carefully examined the ward. It was a private room, complete with sofas and other facilities, a VIP ward. This person must be very wealthy. Such kindness, he'd even arranged for a VIP ward. But why did he feel like he saw Ji Hanjun when he was feverish and unconscious? Was Ji Hanjun aware by now that he had escaped? What was he doing right now? Suze didn't know why he felt like crying a little, but he wouldn't allow himself to show his vulnerability. He simply pulled the blanket over his head and curled up tightly inside. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Hanjun stood outside the door. Leaning against the wall, after the nurse exited, Ji Hanjun peered through the glass at the lump under the blanket. His gaze was dark and unfathomable, brimming with possessiveness, emotions almost ready to burst forth. Yet he restrained himself. He would make his young master understand who he could truly rely on, and who in this world loved him the most. Chapter 57, Need for Love. "How do you feel? Have this bowl of porridge." "So kind. Thank you so much." The nurse placed the bowl of porridge from earlier on Suze's table and handed him an envelope. Suze noticed that the nurse kept speaking Chinese to him, and her ID badge prominently indicated that she was Chinese. It seemed like she was here to assist friends who couldn't speak English. After sleeping for a whole day, Suze felt much better. He only took a few sips of porridge before losing interest. The envelope was new, thick with contents, but he didn't know what was inside. Apparently, it was left by the boy who had brought him here. Wearing his hospital gown, Suze still appeared pale from his illness, appearing fragile and weak. Even a simple fever seemed to have made him skinnier. As Suze was about to open the envelope, Gu Qing already arrived first after receiving a message outside. The door burst open, startling Suze into stopping his action, and before he could react, a shout came from in front of him. "How could you run off like that? Do you know how hard I searched for you? Do you know how worried I was about you?" Suze jumped, staring at Gu Qing, drenched in sweat, feeling utterly lost. I left a message for you." Seeing that Suze was safe, Gu Qing tried to calm down the emotion swelling within him, gradually composing himself. "Sorry, I just got too excited." Suze lowered his gaze slightly, shaking his head lightly. "It's fine." Gu Qing had received a strange phone call earlier from an unknown number at the hotel, instructing him to come to the hospital. Although he found it odd, he still rushed over. "Let's go back home today." "All right." In the end, Suze didn't open the envelope, instead slipping it into his clothing. Once they returned, he'd ask someone to carefully investigate who had helped him. Almost 2 months later, Suze stood once again in front of his family estate but hesitated to enter. Because he knew who awaited him inside, his parents and that so-called younger brother. He had no idea how he could enter now that his fake identity had been uncovered. Should he apologize first or call out, "Mom and Dad"? Alone at the gate, Suze hung his head, lost in thought, unaware of the approaching footsteps behind him. "Azay." A familiar yet long-absent voice called out from behind him, echoing as if from another lifetime. Suze trembled, bowing his head even lower, instinctively wanting to leave. His wrist was suddenly grabbed tightly, preventing him from looking up. Knowing who held his wrist, broad and warm, it dawned on him, why would he still obey? Ji Hanjun looked at his clothes, loose and creased, and realized that the pants almost dragged on the ground. Had Gu Qing not even bought Azay a proper set of clothes? Ji Hanjun's pupils darkened as he stepped forward, lifting Suze's head gently with both hands. Suze, upon seeing Ji Hanjun, felt an immediate lump in his throat. Stubbornly turning his face away, his cheeks were gripped forcefully to face the other man. What are you doing? Ji Hanjun observed Suze's red eyes with a tinge of heartache, speaking softly. I'm taking you home. And yet, where was his home? His home had long ceased to exist. Suze regretted coming back. As a fake son, hadn't his return only invited disdain? Trying to escape, Suze's gaze fell sharply on a little boy standing by Ji Hanjun's side. The boy more resembled his mother, cute and handsome, in high-end custom-tailored suits, shyly clinging to Ji Hanjun's garment. Hanjun, why don't we go in? There's a banquet tonight. The sound of their mother approached, her tone unusually kind and gentle. Young Mushin emerged from inside, holding a bouquet of narcissus flowers just delivered. Walking toward the gate, she discovered Suze. Suze. Knowing his true identity, he should not have returned. Anticipating disdainful curses or rejection, instead, he noticed that all present wore seasonal designer outfits except for him, in mismatched clothes. Perhaps due to the bizarre atmosphere at the dinner table, Yang Mushin initiated conversation. Little Zay has gotten thinner. Come, try some sweet and sour pork with pineapple. The kitchen staff created a new recipe. Yang Mushin placed a piece of meat onto Suze's plate, her pretty face showing a touch of maternal warmth, not directed at Suze, but toward the adorable boy in her arms. Suze remained silent at the meat in his bowl, quietly eating rice without comment, hesitant to pick up any dish. Dad went to the company for a meeting and rarely came home, now he was preparing not to develop abroad anymore. Suze didn't have to think much to know it was because of Ji Hanjun. Little Zay, why aren't you eating the meat? Yang Mushin knew he wasn't her biological child, but she still had feelings for him. She also noticed that Suze always avoided eating the piece of meat in his bowl. No reason. Suze hastily picked up the piece of meat with his chopsticks, intending to eat it. Just as it reached his lips, Ji Hanjun suddenly snatched it away and put it into his own mouth. Ji Hanjun's gaze was deep, whispering faintly. Pineapple flavor. Yang Mushin glanced lovingly at Ji Hanjun, with much more tolerance in her tone. How old are you? Stop competing with little Zay for food. Of course sweet and sour pork with pineapple has a pineapple taste. He's allergic to pineapples. Ji Hanjun's gentle words caused Yang Mushin to hesitate momentarily and made Suze's eyes well up with tears. As a child, due to his greed, he once ate a slice of pineapple and ended up being rushed to the emergency room for gastric lavage in the middle of the night. Ever since then, he had never touched pineapple, unable to withstand any exposure to it. Severe allergy reactions covered his whole body in red rashes. After so many years, Mom ultimately didn't truly care about him. Yang Mushin put down her chopsticks, overwhelmed with indescribable emotions, feeling chest tightness. You guys keep eating. I'll go upstairs to change my clothes first, there's a banquet later. Yang Mushin took Qinchin upstairs, leaving only the two people at the dining table. Suze didn't want to focus on anything anymore, even the little love he yearned for deep in his heart had disappeared. Whether the real young master or fake one, they didn't show any affection toward him. It was hard to eat rice soaked in tears. Ji Hanjun sighed, pushing the dishes towards him and placing several fried small meatballs in his bowl. Are you doing everything to escape me? Is this what you want? Suze remained silent, then looked up seriously at Ji Hanjun and countered. Do you even know what I want? Why did his young master begin acting cautious? Why did the formerly arrogant and mischievous temperament start to vanish completely? He wanted parental love too much, causing him to lose sight of what he truly desired. No one understood Suze better than Ji Hanjun. Love, you need a lot of love. Chapter 58, Favoritism. Nonsense, he doesn't need it at all, not one bit. Suze quietly finished his meal and returned to his room, where everything was just as before. There were also his dolls. Suze collapsed onto the bed, hugging the bear doll on his bedside tightly, it felt warm and nostalgic. Ji Hanjun watched him go upstairs, then followed silently, standing by the door, ready to knock, but his hands stopped midair. His expression was full of restraint, trying hard to suppress the possession-driven desires inside. Azay is in the room, right next to him. Now there's no way to make Azay like him using other methods. Azay has always failed to understand his own inner desires. Master, get ready to change your clothes, we're heading to the banquet. Suze lay on the bed and dozed off for a while, drowsily hearing the steward's voice from outside. He was already the fake young master now, he shouldn't be invited to such banquets anymore. Suze opened the door, allowing the steward and maids to come in with the clothes. He picked the set randomly, then took it to the dressing room to change. The clothes fit perfectly, unlike Gu Qing's clothing which was a bit big on him. The scent he loved had been sprayed on them beforehand. The custom black high-end suit gave him an aristocratic and noble look. When Suze descended the stairs, led by the steward to the car, upon opening the door, he saw Ji Hanjun who had waited for him for quite some time. Ji Hanjun wore a high-end custom suit with a black overcoat, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, tall and imposing, carrying an intangible air of pressure, appearing even more like a gentleman of high society. He is after all the real young master, naturally appearing more elegant and distinguished. Su Zhe got in the car, and the driver started the engine. The atmosphere along the way was unusually quiet. Zhe, when we enter the banquet, stay close to me. Ji Hanjuan's magnetic voice echoed beside him, deep and hoarse. Su Zhe didn't want to speak, continuing to silently look out the window, pretending not to hear. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed and firmly held in someone else's grip, startling his whole body. What are you doing? The driver was ahead. If the driver raised their head to look at the rearview mirror, they would see their hands clasped together. Su Zhe's expression carried a hint of anger, while Ji Hanjun remained expressionless, his eyes still as dark as they had always been. The grip on Su Zhe's hand tightened further. Listen to me, stay by my side. Su Zhe had no idea what Ji Hanjun was up to, why he had suddenly grabbed his hand like this. Fine, you're the real young master, you're so great, I'll listen to you, alright? He didn't know what kind of banquet it was, but when he stepped into the hall, he realized all his old friends and acquaintances were there. Qin Shu hadn't expected to see Su Zhe either. They had spent a long time searching for him without finding a single trace. In that residential complex, they found a record of Ji Hanjun renting a place, but unfortunately, they arrived too late. Chu Chen's forearm was slashed with a knife, yet he failed to prevent Ji Hanjun from taking Su Zhe away. Today's banquet was known by everyone as the day the Su family would reveal their true heir. All noble families had come at their invitation. Jiang Mu and Chu Chen refused to attend under any circumstances, so Qin Shu was the only one who showed up. From the moment Su Zhe entered the hall, he felt all eyes on him, along with whispers. Insults, curses, and confusion filled the air. He felt like a buffoon being discussed by them, talking about him as the fake young master. Su Zhe felt panic rising in him, his right hand began trembling uncontrollably. This sensation of being watched made him very uncomfortable. Ji Hanjuan's gaze was cold and commanding, an imposing presence radiated from him as soon as he entered. His grip on Su Zhe's hand tightened, leading him through the crowd before stopping in front of Yang Muxin. Yang Muxin hadn't expected Ji Hanjun to bring Su Zhe along, her beautiful face showing a touch of displeasure. Hanjun, why did you bring him here too? Ji Hanjuan's stare was icy, revealing little emotion even toward his biological mother, his tone remaining cold. Zhe is also a young master of the Su family. Why shouldn't he be here? Yang Muxin hadn't anticipated him saying this. After such a long absence, she already knew Su Zhe's arrogant and unruly nature. Especially knowing he wasn't her biological child and yet constantly bullied Ji Hanjun, the resentment in her heart had only grown. The Su family doesn't raise useless people, they need a perfect heir. The eyes of everyone around were focused on the trio, as if this were some kind of dramatic performance. The real young master and the fake one. Su Zhe despised these kinds of situations, feeling like a clown standing in the spotlight for others to gawk at, making him feel entirely uneasy. Annoyed, he raised his head and violently shook off Ji Hanjuan's hand, his tone mocking and harsh. You brought me here just so I could be ridiculed like a clown. Did Ji Hanjun really bring him here just to let him get mocked? Yang Muxin frowned slightly, deciding it was necessary to clarify certain matters with the boy. Su Zhe, you know your position now, don't you? The Su family has already supported you for many years, it's more than enough. A sudden flood of abandonment washed over him, the realization of being discarded stinging deeply. We'll give you a sum of money to leave. It should ensure your life isn't poor or hungry. Su Zhe sneered inwardly. For so long, he yearned for recognition and affection from his parents, but in the end, he was blindly chasing after something unattainable. They wanted a perfect heir. Compared to Ji Hanjuan's appearance, physique, academic performance, and temperament, Su Zhe paled in comparison. It was clear he had been cast aside. Su Zhe said nothing, and Yang Muxin waved her hand, signaling the servants who had been nearby to bring her coat. From its pocket, she pulled out a card and handed it to Su Zhe. Being a young master for so many years is more than enough. I didn't bring him here for you to humiliate him. Ji Hanjuan's deep voice interrupted the woman mid-sentence. With a swift movement, he took the black card and threw it aside. If you won't support him, I will. In Ji Hanjuan's household, he will always be a young master. Ji Hanjuan's voice sounded calm, but underneath it hit a storm of turbulent emotions. Spoiled by indulgence, Su Zhe often behaved arrogantly and ruffled many feathers. Now, with his secret revealed, there would surely be those looking to cause trouble out of malice. By bringing Su Zhe here today, Ji Hanjun wanted to make it clear to everyone present. Even if their roles were reversed, Su Zhe was still someone not to be trifled with. Truthfully, Su Zhe was still somewhat unable to believe that Ji Hanjun would argue with Yang Muxin on his behalf, especially in front of so many people. As for Ji Hanjun, it didn't matter much to him, as he was well aware of the purpose behind this banquet. Qin Shu had already called Jiang Mu on the side. Gu Lixing stood among the crowd, her heart greatly moved. This was truly an obvious favoritism. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Zhe, and those who wanted to cause trouble slightly restrained themselves due to Ji Hanjuan's presence. Ji Hanjun turned around and held Su Zai's hand with one hand, gently leaning down to kiss the back of his hand, the action tender, as if he were holding a priceless treasure. His gaze was serious and devout, mixed with stubborn obsession and madness. His voice could almost be heard throughout the room. Being a fake young master, what of it? I will always be a Zai's #. Chapter 59, I Like You. Who in the noble circle didn't know the arrogant Su family's young master, Su Zai? Especially that infamous dog by his side. Those who already feared Ji Hanjun now dared even less to provoke him. Especially those who previously caused trouble for Ji Hanjun at school, they were now trembling with fear. But many still couldn't understand. Su Zai never treated Ji Hanjun as a person before, using him like a servant. Why would Ji Hanjun willingly let himself be bullied, especially now that Su Zai's identity has been revealed? Shouldn't Ji Hanjun hate him? Could there be something wrong with his mentality? Is he insane? Yang Muxin was genuinely shocked by this scene. She wouldn't allow her son to bow down to a fake heir. Su Zai also felt very uneasy. Although Ji Hanjun's actions were for his benefit and his words were said so that no one would dare to bully him later. He knew Ji Hanjun was standing up for him. Ji Hanjun's deep gaze brimmed with obsession and possessiveness, casting a cold look around the surroundings. He was enduring. He wished for everyone to know that Su Zai was his. Not just in the future, but always. Regardless of status or gender. Su Zai grew uncomfortable under the stares from those around him, awkwardly pulling his hand back. The spot where it was kissed tingled. The back of his hand still retained the warmth from the lips. Ji Hanjun's gaze locked onto the red ears of the person in front of him. At just one glance, scenes of the past would float through his mind. His Zai, beautiful when crying, and more stunning ###, with reddened ears. Ji Hanjun's Adam's apple rolled, inconspicuously shifting his eyes from the other's ear, the veins on the hand at his side bursting out in strain. Enduring this was extremely difficult. If it weren't for pitying Zai, he might have chosen to keep him locked up in the estate abroad. He'd be happy to live that way forever. But he loved Su Zai too much and knew Su Zai didn't understand his own feelings clearly. Ji Hanjun clenched his fists tightly, a flash of excitement passing through his eyes. He was giving Zai a chance. If Zai didn't understand his own feelings and still wanted to run away, then being locked by his side would be the only peace of mind. When Jiang Mu received the call and rushed over, he saw Qin Shu leaning against the wall drinking wine sip by sip. Jiang Mu knew Su Zai had returned. He hadn't even changed out of his pajamas and drove almost instantly to the banquet. Where's Su Zai? In his haste, he was even breathing heavily while speaking. Since the day he told Su Zai the truth, he hadn't seen him again, not until now. He regretted it somewhat. If they three hadn't exposed Ji Hanjun back then, would Su Zai not have torn things off with Ji Hanjun? And thus not have been confined and lost contact for such a long time. Chu Chen rushed into the banquet hall upon arriving from the company and immediately began searching for Su Zai's figure. His eyes scanned through the crowd, until he spotted the person beside the table with cakes. That place wasn't prominent, and in the crowd, almost no one would notice it. Su Zai had a habit. Every time he attended a banquet, he liked to hide in an unobtrusive spot and eat the desserts on the table. Even now, it was the same. A wave of emotion surged within him. God only knows how long he'd searched for Su Zai. If he liked Ji Hanjun, and if Ji Hanjun allowed it. Why couldn't he do the same? Chu Chen was dressed in a high-end suit shirt, he had been attending a meeting at the company, and seeing the message, he drove here immediately. He wanted to make himself stronger. These days, he was constantly working hard to cultivate himself, diligently learning the family business. Ji Hanjun stood beside the table, placing the cake he had fetched in front of Su Zai, considerately peeling off the outer crust that Su Zai didn't like eating. You didn't eat much tonight, so eat more to avoid being hungry later. Su Zai didn't refuse the cake Ji Hanjun handed him, indeed, he was really hungry. The cake in his hand had just been chewed and swallowed when he opened his mouth to bite into the piece Ji Hanjun held. His fingers touched a spot of warmth that disappeared instantly. Ji Hanjun paused for a moment with his fingers, still able to feel the warmth and softness from just now. It seemed like it had been a long time since he last kissed Zai. Su Zai ate happily, his cheeks puffed up like those of a hamster secretly storing food. With a dazed expression, he looked up just to meet a dark gaze full of intense ardor. The motion of chewing immediately stopped. Don't always look at me like that, it's scary. He was most afraid of Ji Hanjun's burning, deep gaze. Like Ji Hanjun, this kind of abnormal person, one could tell what bad thoughts were going through his mind just by looking at his eyes. Suppressing the heat inside, Ji Hanjun reached out and pinched Su Zai's cheeks. I wouldn't bear to scare Zai. Su Zai rolled his eyes at him, scanning the table and discovering there was nothing to drink. Stay here. I'll get you some juice. Don't touch the alcohol. Ji Hanjun somewhat unwillingly released his warm, soft cheek, letting him stay in place while he turned to fetch the juice. Su Zai didn't plan on running off either, as he was waiting for Ji Hanjun to send him home anyway. Just as Ji Hanjun left, Chu Chen stepped forward through the crowd, gripping Su Zai's arm firmly. Come with me. Before Suze could react, especially given the strong force on his arm, he was almost forcibly dragged away. The little cake in his hand wasn't held steady, falling onto his chest, smearing a large patch of cream on his clothes. What are you doing? You're hurting me. The hand gripping his wrist was like an iron clamp, impossible to shake off or loosen. Chu Chen's handsome and rugged face bore a strong sense of dissatisfaction as he directly pulled Suze to the entrance of the banquet hall. You like him and depend on him. Although I didn't know you first, am I not good enough? Chu Chen had never been humble before, nor had he ever said such words in a tone close to tears. He was more domineering than Suze and more arrogant. His efforts to learn, improve, and manage the company all stemmed from realizing he had different feelings for Suze initially. He feared he was unworthy of him. Suze was almost startled by his words, but lifting his eyes to meet the red rims around Chu Chen's eyes, he realized Chu Chen wasn't joking. What was this? Even his best friend day after day liked him too. Suze's pure black, high-class suit was visibly smeared with cream, and there was even chocolate residue near the corner of his lips. Chu Chen stared seriously at him, but Suze remained silent, choosing not to speak. Why can Ji Hanjun do it, but I can't? Suze gave in. It's different. Chu Chen became somewhat anxious. He didn't want to hear these 4 words. What difference was there between two men? He was also rich, whatever Ji Hanjun had, he had it too. What's so different? What he can give you, I can provide as well. Suze didn't want to talk much with him. In the past, he might have retorted, but circumstances had changed. He was a fake young master who stole someone else's life for over 20 years. If it weren't for taking someone else's identity, he might not have even met Chu Chen. Chu Chen, you deserve better. I'm not worth your liking. I prefer being friends with you. But I don't want to be your friend. I've never wanted that. Chapter 60, I Only Love You. He didn't know when Chu Chen started liking him, but if he had to choose, he would still choose friendship. Lovers might not always remain lovers. But good friends are always good friends. I won't accept you. If you're unwilling to be friends, we can be strangers. Having enjoyed good times for too long, he forgot he was just an expendable character himself. His identity has already been exposed. The next step would probably be vengeance leading to death. How should he put it? Without any lingering attachment, he rather hoped death would come soon. Lowering his eyelids, Suze no longer looked at Chu Chen's expression and turned back into the banquet hall. Ji Hanjun leaned against the wall, holding a glass of orange juice, and no one knew how long he'd been eavesdropping there. Whatever, none of that mattered anymore. Ji Hanjun walked over and extended a wet wipe, carefully cleaning the cream off Suze's clothes. His lips were rosy and moist, with a noticeable black chocolate stain clearly near the corner of his mouth. As the wet wipe was about to touch his mouth corner, Suze twisted his face to avoid it. Just as he turned away, a hand grabbed his face and forced him back. Ji Hanjun standing in front of him was tall, radiating an intense pressure. His whole demeanor was gloomy and distant, his eyes full of fierce desires and anger, along with a trace of annoyance. Could it be that Ji Hanjun heard Chu Chen's confession and got angry? Are you refusing me to clean up so I could help Aze instead? What a shameless person. Suze subtly rolled his eyes, slightly tilting his head as he let the person in front of him wipe his mouth. His eyes were clear and innocent, behaving extremely obediently. Ji Hanjun's gaze was profound. In an instant after cleaning, he quickly leaned down and fiercely kissed him. This was at the banquet, and Ji Hanjun, this madman, really didn't care if anyone saw. People at the party were either dancing with their partners or talking with some company executives. Even some rich youngsters who liked to play were gathered together playing poker. No one would notice what happened at the entrance of the banquet hall. Ji Hanjun tenderly wiped the cream off Suze's clothes on the chest, his gaze shifting over the person in front to the distance behind. Why? What exactly was so great about Ji Hanjun? How did he fall short of Ji Hanjun? Chu Chen stood by the door, glaring at the open provocation in Ji Hanjun's eyes, almost unable to contain the dissatisfaction welling up inside. Qin Shu was invited to attend the banquet, wearing a perfectly straight suit not far from them, his golden-rimmed glasses adding a demonic charm to his appearance. Jiang Mu also stood not too far away without coming over because both of them knew clearly. Liking Suze wouldn't work, Suze had to like them back. Declaring love at this time might even cost them friendship. Yang Muxin stood at the second-floor staircase, overlooking the entrance of the banquet hall. She saw her son in a tailored suit, gloomily wiping the fake young master's face. His movements were gentle, and when looking at him, the gloom in his eyes transformed into tenderness and indulgence. But there was much more obsession and possessiveness. Suze looked very pretty and delicate, appearing compliant with painted brows and an aggressive character, but in reality, he wasn't like that. She knew Suze hadn't been a bad child since he was young, he was just spoiled. However, the heir to the Su family couldn't possibly be someone who was spoiled and knew nothing. The banquet hadn't ended yet, but Ji Hanjun had already left with Suze. What kind of banquet was this? Why are we leaving so early? Sitting inside the car, Suze looked at Ji Hanjun, puzzled. Ji Hanjun's gaze was dark, his tone calm. An engagement banquet. Just 3 words made Suze's heart jolt sharply, feeling as if a huge rock suddenly blocked his chest. Thinking of something unknown, he softly asked. Is it between Gulizing and you? Ji Hanjun remained silent, which amounted to an acknowledgement. He was here this time to ensure that everyone knew he wouldn't marry anyone else, and that there was only one person he cared about forever. He should have known all along that the story eventually pushed toward the moment of Ji Hanjun's engagement with Gulizing. On the surface, it was an ordinary banquet, but actually, Yang Muxin wanted to announce the alliance marriage between the Su family and the Gu family. He already knew it. In novels, the ending always involves the male and female leads living happily ever after. Side characters never had good endings. He was always the observer. Suze pressed down on the feelings of depression inside him, turning his face to look out of the window. This road wasn't leading back to the Su residence. Did he plan to lock him up again? Suze was somewhat surprised, unsure where this road led to. Suddenly, a wine-scented breath wafted towards him. Ji Hanjun had somehow moved next to him, so close that even when turning towards the window, their noses almost touched. I'm taking you home, our home. From now on, I'll support you while you quietly live as your little young master. Suze stared blankly at the person in front of him. Before his brain could process it, a burning kiss descended. The hand around his nape tightly controlled his backward movement, preventing him from struggling. Ji Hanjuan's eyes were bloodshot, suppressed yet self-controlled, but showing absolutely no gentleness or restraint. Fierce like a man-eater. Suze clutched Ji Hanjuan's lapels tightly, his eyelashes trembling. The hand on his lower back didn't allow any retreat. Not until they reached the villa did Ji Hanjun get out of the car holding the flushed face in his arms. The wind coat was already draped on the person cradled in his arms. This villa was newly purchased by him, located in a prime villa area not far from the school with excellent geography. Suze was laid on the sofa downstairs, his face and ears under the clothes covered in redness, with a few spots of red around his collar. Do you like it? Although it's not as big as the manor, all the decorations are the ones Zay likes. The garment over his head was removed to reveal a warm yellow atmosphere. On the beige-colored couch where he sat, there were several little bare cushions. The villa's yard wasn't renovated. Outside, there was only green grass, but in the backyard, there was a greenhouse garden. Suze looked up at the crystal chandelier above him, which was luminous and dazzling, illuminating the entire room. The person before him suddenly knelt down in front of him, gently holding his hand and pressing it against their cheek. Their eyes held depths darker than the ocean, like whirlpools pulling him into their grasp. Azay, please love me. Suze's heart trembled violently, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He even dared not meet the other's gaze. What exactly is love? He had such a bad temper, spoiled and wicked, yet why was Ji Hanjun always so obedient to him? Suddenly, he recalled what was said earlier in the car, causing even the faint blush remaining on his face to disappear without a trace. His heart felt as though tightly clenched by an invisible hand, a dull ache piercing through. Will you get married? To someone else? The expression turned sincere and devout, glowing under the dazzling crystal light, filled with endless obsession and passion. Ji Hanjun affectionately rubbed his hand against his lips, as if sealing a vow of fidelity like a devoted believer. No, I only love you. But my personality is so strange, and I stole your life. So what? I only love you. And my temper. Besides, I am just a supporting character. You will always be the protagonist to me. I only love you. Chapter 61, Floods of Abuse. The little bear still cradled in his arms was the same one Ji Hanjun gave him initially. This doll was a warm brown color, soft and gentle, nothing like his other expensive dolls, beautiful and intricate as they were. Yet, he liked this one the best. Not only at home, but even since being confined, this doll had always been by his side. He remembered that on the day he ran away, this doll lay on his bed, yet he jumped from the balcony without hesitation and left it behind. He didn't expect that Ji Hanjun would bring it back and clean it meticulously, placing it carefully next to the bed. Even the carpet in the room had a fluffy pattern of little bears, every item in the room decorated more thoughtfully than his previous room abroad. After soothing Suze to sleep, Ji Hanjun went out to retrieve some things from their old house, asking him to rest soundly. But he had no mood to sleep. The phone he gripped was the latest model for the season. In the past 2 months, Suze rarely engaged with online activities, believing himself capable of handling it. But he underestimated himself. There's nothing but filth, occupying someone's identity for years, even bullying others, how truly evil. Nauseating, absolutely nauseating, someone like this deserves death. Replaced the real son, how devoid of conscience is this fake young master? Deserves to die, someone like this should have long ago gone into the grave, switching identities with the rightful young master of a wealthy family for years, crazed for wealth. Not to mention, the spoiling of this fake young master has made him insufferably arrogant. Every banquet turns him into the center of attention. I'm in the same school with him. I can confirm his explosive temper and atrocious character. He always bullies the real young master. Go die already. It's disgusting. If I ever see him, I'd throw rotten eggs at him, garbage person. Absolutely ridiculous, enjoying such opulence for years, utterly corrupted inside. The internet buzzed with countless vile abuses, some even more outrageous accusations fabricated. The room had only one small night lamp lit. Sitting on the carpet and leaning against the bed, Suze clutched the little bear tightly, his eye rims red. He wasn't a garbage person. He wasn't repulsive either. It wasn't intentional for him to switch places with Ji Hanjun's life. Things from the banquet had already been captured and posted online, stirring up heated discussions. And now, not only were there people cursing Suze, but there were also those cursing Ji Hanjun. To put it bluntly, both deserve scorn. One willing to do, another willing to endure. Why does everyone curse them? As a passerby, I feel your cursing is crude. Recently writing fiction, stories about real and fake young masters, I feel his eyes brim with love. Upstairs, blindly pursuing anything will harm you in the end. He no longer wanted to look at the content on his phone. Overwhelmed by emotions, he threw it forcefully onto the ground. The screen of the latest phone model was shattered into pieces, just like his heart being torn into several parts. He quietly sat alone at the edge of the bed, gazing at the silent night scenery outside the window, listening peacefully to the ticking of the clock on the wall as time flowed by. The little bear in his arms was almost deformed from being tightly clenched, while tears silently streamed down his cheeks and dropped onto the bear. He had forgotten. Since childhood, he was spoiled and could not endure or hear such vicious gossip online. He didn't have the strength to bear it all, and he knew exactly his own limitations. He wasn't worthy of Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun had regained his true identity as a young master, and the Su family had already begun cultivating him as their heir. In the future, they would surely arrange for him an equally matched marriage, such as with his predestined heroine, Gu Lisheng. And he? He was nothing but a spoiled, insecure, ill-tempered, fragile-hearted villain. He knew all too well that his character was spoiled and abhorrent. He hated studying but worked hard to learn English so he could be better suited to be with his parents. Yet they didn't like him. Suze's eyes were hollow, feeling an inexplicable ache in his heart, oppressing him until he could barely breathe, forcing back his tears. His blurred gaze fell upon the broken phone on the ground. He placed the little bear aside, stood up, and approached to squat down, picking up the fragments. With trembling fingers, he attempted to piece together the shattered phone. The screen was blackened and wouldn't turn on. Tears suddenly poured uncontrollably onto the phone screen, and his solitary figure seemed to mutter to itself in the dark. It's broken. Ji Hanjun will be angry. Someone like me isn't worth liking. It was 2-something in the morning. After having finished organizing everything in the villa, Ji Hanjun returned. Upon entering the room, he found the person who should have been asleep curled up uncomfortably. The night lamp was still lit. He walked closer and noticed the tear marks on his face. Had he been crying secretly? On the bedside table lay a phone smashed beyond repair, the one he had given Suze right before leaving. The sleeping person's eyelashes lightly trembled, with droplets still hanging from his lashes, appearing both broken and pitiful. Huddled like a shrimp inside the blanket, clutching the small bear tightly in his arms. Flower houseplants should always stay within their greenhouses. He hadn't known how the matter of their identities got revealed so suddenly. He'd originally planned to keep it hidden forever. Aze seemed joyful and carefree on the surface, yet deep inside, he couldn't withstand the malice lurking in certain places. Ji Hanjun clearly understood, Suze possessed everything except love and a sense of security. Ji Hanjun's brows slightly moved as he bent over and planted a kiss on his forehead. Sleep now. I will always love you. By the time Ji Hanjun woke up in the morning, breakfast was already prepared, and he even squeezed the toothpaste ready for him, then called for him to get up. After washing up, Suze sat on the chair, looking at all the food he loved before him but without any hint of happiness in his heart. Don't you like them? They're Aze's favorites. Ji Hanjun placed the jam-coated toast in front of him, but he didn't take it. What's wrong, Aze? Suze clenched his hands, suddenly standing up, causing the chair to screech unpleasantly against the floor as he swept the bowl of soy milk before him to the ground. Can you please stop calling me Aze? Suze resembled a provoked cat, his entire body bristling with thorns. Facing him was a person with deeply defined features, high cheekbones, and calm, tranquil eyes. But beneath the stillness raged tumultuous waves. This look reminded Suze of the times when Ji Hanjun had relentlessly pursued him. The atmosphere around them grew subtly awkward, even dangerous. Under Suze's gaze, the person seated rose from the chair and walked toward him. Instinctively, Suze took a step backward, thinking himself exceedingly rude. Ji Hanjun must be angry and about to hit him. But the expected punch or slap never came. Instead, the person before him only gently held the hand he accidentally smeared with soy milk. With an intense, obsessive gaze, his posture erect, the fingers of the hand holding his long and distinctively knotted. You don't like me calling you this way. Then tell me what you want me to call you. I'll follow your lead. Suze didn't expect that after acting so unreasonably, Ji Hanjun would not be angry at all. He suppressed the bitterness rising in his heart, reverting to his previous arrogant, unruly, and vile demeanor. So, what do you think you should call me if you want me to feel happy? Chapter 62, Drunkenness. Ji Hanjun noticed Suze's change. As if it were a relationship where one side lacked security, trying to make trouble and creating issues endlessly. Maybe his whole body resisted, but his mouth remained the hardest part to soften. Suze had thought that going to school might again be unbearable due to all the curses from yesterday, but surprisingly, it felt alright. From the moment he stepped into the classroom, along the way, he heard many whispers and abuses. Perhaps because he cried yesterday, his tolerance today was higher, and he didn't feel as much pain in his heart. But his spoiled temper from a young age made it impossible for him to show his vulnerable side to these people. Anyone who whispered behind him on the way, Suze would stop his steps and throw an intense glare back at them. Those people, after all, still feared him as young Master Su, even if it's fake. They feared more the Ji Hanjun who helped carry his bag. Ji Hanjun insisted on sending him to the classroom, despite Suze saying unpleasant words on the way, but Ji Hanjun never responded. When the students in the class saw Suze come back for lessons, the originally noisy sounds instantly disappeared completely. All eyes were fixed on him with curious gazes. Suze's heart trembled slightly, but his face still bore the same arrogance as before. What are you looking at? Suze coldly spoke up, returning to his seat while being stared at by many. Jiangmu had assumed Suze would return to school after a few days, not knowing he was already back today. Suze, are you okay? I'm fine, what's wrong? Suze's tone was indifferent, his expression carefree, seemingly unaffected by the abusive remarks online. Nothing. Jiangmu carefully observed Suze and found him truly like usual, showing no odd expressions or actions throughout the class period. It's great, looks like he wasn't affected. Suze knew what Jiangmu was thinking. Even if he was affected, there was no way he'd let it show. Let's gather together tonight. We haven't gone out in ages. Jiangmu rested on the table, propping his cheek with one hand, watching Suze daydreaming beside him while listening to class, hoping to bring him out for some fresh air. Where are we going? To our old place, the one we frequently visit. You've been away for so long, everyone misses you. At the end of the 5th floor of Kgongvi, their private karaoke room has always been there. Jiangmu invited quite a number of good friends they used to play with. There were about 7 or 8 guys in the karaoke room, with wine bottles scattered across the table. A boy had broken up a few days ago, standing alone on the stage singing song after song. They all got along well, and they all knew what happened to Suze. They did not take advantage of the situation, but showed more sympathy instead. They all knew that Suze appeared as an inexperienced young master. But actually he tried very hard to change himself, just to gain his parents' approval. Leaning against the sofa, Suze drank a lot of alcohol. For reasons unclear whether it was due to the alcohol or not, his eye rims turned red as he drank one cup after another, trying to drown his sorrows. The music inside the private room was deafening, and his phone in his pocket kept vibrating continuously. Suze frowned deeply, noticing the call, stood up, and answered it outside the room. Where have you been? Why weren't you waiting for me in the classroom? Suze leaned against the wall in the corridor. After drinking a lot, his face was flushed, yet his words lacked the harshness from the morning. Kgongvi, don't bother about me anymore. I've got legs, I can go back myself. You've been drinking. This was a declarative sentence. Ji Hanjun could tell from this one sentence, which immediately caused him to frown, his tone turning rough. Can you please stop bothering me? Even if I die, don't bother me, alright? Suze said these words impatiently and turned off the mobile phone. This phone was still placed into his pocket by Ji Hanjun in the morning, and inside was only Ji Hanjun's contact information. He put the phone in his trouser pocket and went to the restroom to wash his face. Having drunk a lot, his stomach felt some stabbing pain, and his walking was even unstable. His head felt dizzy, making him want to die, and he vomited several times in the restroom again. By the time he returned to the private room, he didn't notice the atmosphere at all, knowing only that the music was still deafeningly loud. Suze sat on the sofa, picked up the wine bottle in front of him, and started drinking again. The wine bottle in front of him was suddenly taken away. The hand that snatched his wine bottle had distinct bones and exuded full strength. Ji Hanjun stood before him, lips tightly pressed, the black eyes under the light profound as the sea, carrying a sense of oppression. When did he come? Really fast. Suze's gaze fell on the wine bottle in his hands, palms spread open. Give it back. The person in front lowered their eyelids, hiding within them unseen dangers. Go home with me. There it was again. Suze reacted as if he had been provoked, springing up from the sofa. I don't have a home anymore. That's your home, not mine. Even amidst the noisy music around them, his shout brimming with emotion could not be drowned out. Ji Hanjuan's gaze blurred under the colorful, dim light of the karaoke room. You have a home. Ha. Suze let out a sarcastic laugh, his thoughts wandering somewhere before becoming irritated. His tone grew harsher. Why are you still calling me in the morning? Not listening to you today. The surrounding onlookers were already drawn into their argument. They knew Ji Hanjuan's arrival often disrupted Su Zhe's mood. Ji Hanjun set the wine bottle on the table, then squatted directly in front of Su Zhe, his voice gentle yet steady. #person, I'm following your orders. Su Zhe snorted, chin tilted up while commanding him. Then pour the alcohol, and don't bother controlling how much I drink. But Ji Hanjun did not move, instead, his eyes stared upward dangerously and deeply. He softly spoke. You're drunk. Su Zhe's ill intentions became even stronger, fueled by alcohol, which angered him further. On the table stood a glass filled with red wine. Snatching it, Su Zhe poured its entire contents over Ji Hanjuan's head. Those around them flinched at this display, believing it would be wise not to provoke Ji Hanjun when Su Zhe was already acting this way. After all, times had changed. If Ji Hanjun retaliated, what would they do? Red liquid trickled down Ji Hanjuan's handsome face, immediately soaking his white shirt and staining his chest with large splashes of crimson. This indeed painted a unique and captivating picture. Ji Hanjuan's expression remained calm, devoid of anger. But within his deep gaze, a stubbornness bordering on obsession began to form. I should have locked you up, this way, you wouldn't have gone out drinking with others. Come home with me. Su Zhe didn't want to go back, nor did he want to be disciplined. Why should Ji Hanjun, a nobleman, degrade himself by appearing and lecturing him? Su Zhe paid no attention to him, bypassed him once more, and opened another strong liquor bottle, chugging it straight from the mouth. Before he had taken more than a few sips, the bottle was forcefully snatched away and shattered onto the floor. Then he felt himself lifted off the ground and thrown onto someone's shoulder. Put me down. Are you not hearing me? Strong alcohol already burned fiercely inside him, making being carried uncomfortable. Now, he felt an urge to vomit. Ji Hanjun placed him down at the building's bottom, retrieved a bottle of water from the car. Su Zhe collapsed near the flower bed, tears streaming down as he couldn't stop throwing up, feeling nothing could soothe his inner anguish. A hand held his cheeks, offering an icy cold bottle of mineral water. Drink some water to rinse your mouth. At this moment, Su Zhe was utterly intoxicated, fat tears rolled down, and his sorrow was overwhelming. His sobbing choked his throat. Ji Hanjun. I also want a mother who loves me. Why do others have it, but, why don't I? Absolutely no one likes me. Chapter 63, Anger. Ji Hanjun looked at him with pity, his heart welling with a similar ache. I've already tried so hard, why, does she never like me? Just because I'm not her biological child. That's wrong. Even if he were a biological son, mothers would not love him anyway. Su Zhe wept, his shoulders trembling lightly as teardrops fell heavily upon the marble railing next to the flower bed. His mind raced chaotically, only knowing the pain inside overwhelmed him. Tears came unbidden, but he did not wish to expose his vulnerable side. Hastily wiping them away, he reminded himself. I can't cry. Mother hates when I cry. The fiery burn of the alcohol in his stomach grew worse. Now not only was he unable to control his tears, but his body shuddered from the agony, drenched in cold sweat. Through the haze, he felt Ji Hanjuan's arms encircle his waist, pulling him close and tightening his embrace. Warmth seeped through the fabric, lessening the physical pain somewhat. They may not like you, but I do. You're the best, many people will love you. Liar. Su Zhe's red-rimmed eyes filled with fresh tears as he looked into Ji Hanjuan's eyes, shining with renewed sadness. You will eventually get married. No. Ji Hanjun reached out, brushing the tears away gently with his fingertips, his voice low and raspy. I won't get married, nor will I leave you. A person so severely lacking security needed endless affection. He genuinely understood that Su Zhe was deeply troubled by his past entanglement with Gu Lishan, even though it was just a facade. Su Zhe's throat tightened, his eyes rimmed with tears, his eyelashes trembling lightly, tear marks still drying on his face, looking utterly pitiful. Especially that strong liquor, the burning sensation it brought after going down made him appear pale now. The night wind was still a bit cool. Ji Hanjun could see he was uncomfortable, bending down to pick him up and forcefully place him in the car. He strapped Su Zhe into the passenger seat and locked the door, then started the engine and drove off. That icy cold red wine had poured over his head, sticky red liquid sticking to his body, making him look disheveled. But Ji Hanjun didn't care about his own disheveled state. Those few sips of strong alcohol would cause Su Zhe pain for the whole night. The person in the passenger seat seemed to still be throwing a drunken tantrum, clutching their stomach in pain at one moment, muttering nonsense words the next. But mostly they were rubbing away their tears there, crying. Unjust. After such a big change, how could they not feel unjust? On the way home, Su Zhe threw up once in the car. When Ji Hanjun carried him by the waist into the bedroom, Su Zhe was still murmuring nonsense words. Wah wah wah. I'm so pitiful. Why am I the cannon fodder? I also want to be the main character. If only I knew earlier. I'd take the money and run, but surely I wouldn't be able to escape. On the way, Ji Hanjun heard quite a lot, but this sentence about running away was the first time he had ever heard it. In the bathroom, he turned on warm water, placed the person by the bed, and spoon-fed him sober-up soup he had just bought roadside along with some stomach medicine pills. Jo always got stomachaches in the middle of the night. This stomach medicine was prepared beforehand. Ji Hanjun held the person with one arm around him while holding a spoon with the other hand, feeding it to him bite by bite. No. Not tasty. Suze's brain was clouded, his mouth bitter from the drugs, and instinctively he spat out what he had swallowed. Ji Hanjun quickly reached out, opening his palm to catch the white pill pieces Suze spit out and patiently coaxed him. Eat no medicine and your stomach will hurt, listen and stop throwing it out. Ji Hanjun took a tissue and wiped his mouth, putting the drug back into his mouth, then used the spoon to feed him water. So bitter. Just like his fate. Suze's delicate eyebrows wrinkled slightly in this state where swallowing the pill was impossible. The water went down, but the pill remained in his mouth. The pill began to dissolve, slowly becoming increasingly bitter. In a daze, Suze struggled free from Ji Hanjun's hand and spit out the pill he couldn't swallow, starting to complain. Medicine. You really are trying to poison me. Suze's whole body reeked heavily of alcohol. His voice after crying sounded hoarse, but it was mainly soft. Though drunk and almost unable to stand steady, he still tried to break free from Ji Hanjun's embrace and walk away. As Ji Hanjun stood up to support him, just as he touched him, his hands were abruptly shaken off. Don't you dare touch me. I want to leave here. Suze was like a spiky cat, refusing to be touched. When shaking him off, Suze even used strength, almost losing his balance and falling backward. Ji Hanjun paused his breathing, his deep dark gaze under the light appearing somewhat gloomy, his breathing becoming heavy. Are you still thinking of leaving me? His tone was deep and hoarse. I have endured so much effort not to lock you up, say those 3 words of leaving me again, and I will lock you up for life. He has been patient enough with Suze. Upon knowing Suze drank alcohol, he wanted nothing more than to grab him directly and lock him up. But upon seeing those fervent tears, he finally softened his heart, deciding to try another way to make him like himself. He could give Suze everything, money, power, affection, patience. But why did Suze still want to leave? Lock up. Chain up. His biased possession desire was beginning to stir up trouble, his distorted monopolizing desire nearly driving him mad. He even began to regret letting Suze slip away from the manor that day. Going out to drink with so many people, Suze's body must have picked up someone else's smell, right? The bathing water in the bathroom had already filled the entire bathtub, plastic little bears floating on the water. These toys were just like plastic ducks for children to play with during baths. When Suze was thrown inside, he choked on a lot of water, waking up from his drunken stupor a little. Cough, cough, cough. Being tossed inside caused him to choke on several mouthfuls of water, instantly feeling an itch in his throat, coughing dryly. The person standing beside him had broad shoulders and narrow waist, the veins on his hand back burst out, trying to endure something. Suze made an effort to sit up, wiping the water off his face while coughing. He slowly opened his eyes and looked up, catching sight of the person standing beside him. Ji Hanjun's gaze was shadowy, carrying an obstinate desire for possession, standing there with a sinister air. The dirty coat and tie were thrown aside, and on the white collar of his shirt, obvious traces of spilled red wine could be seen near the neckline. The top 3 buttons near the collar had been undone, and due to being soaked, his flawless figure appeared faintly through the material. Are you feeling sober yet? Suze's head was still dazed, but he certainly felt better than before. He felt a little dizzy. He couldn't understand why Ji Hanjun suddenly let him go. What are you doing? Suze wanted to stand up, but was held down by a hand pressing on his shoulder. The hand resting on his shoulder slightly gripped it, but with considerable force, preventing him from rising. Ji Hanjun stared at him deeply, lips slightly parted. Is it only when I lock you up that you'll listen? Wanting to restrict his freedom again? Crazy. Psychotic. Suppressing his emotions, Suze's eyes carried a hint of coldness and confusion as he looked up at Ji Hanjun, locking gazes with him. The eyes filled with anger were pitifully weak. Ji Hanjun let out a soft chuckle, his tall figure slowly crouching down so their eyes were level. Today I'm very upset, so it's my turn to do what I want to you. Chapter 64, Why am I locked again? What? What did Ji Hanjun mean? Suze swallowed hard, the effects of alcohol hadn't completely subsided, but instinctively he knew Ji Hanjun wasn't joking around with him. He struggled forcefully again, but was unable to break free from the hand holding onto his shoulder. And Ji Hanjun's gaze clearly wasn't playful either. You can't go back on your word. Suze's eyelashes trembled slightly in fear, his heart beating rapidly, even causing the slight pain in his abdomen to fade. Ji Hanjun remained silent. But his gaze was like that of a fierce beast hiding in the dark night, shadowy and obstinate. We made a pinky promise. Suze began to panic. Ji Hanjun wouldn't force him to call him that, would he? After all, he used to bully Ji Hanjun this way before. Ji Hanjuan's eyes focused on Su Zhe's face, moving the hand from his shoulder to his chin. His grip grew increasingly heavier. Aren't you the one who loves crying? Cry now, and if you cry me to submission, I won't scare you anymore. Psychotic. Such a demand was impossible for him to meet. Su Zhe wanted to curse him, but his mind momentarily cleared amidst his drunken haze, remembering a scene. It was the day he woke up to his abilities. It seemed to resemble this situation, just exchanged roles. The hand on his lips started pressing hard, as if punishing him for spacing out. Su Zhe frowned and reached out to grab it. But the hand clamped down on his jaw like a steel clamp, and even with both his hands, he couldn't pry it off. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward. Ji Hanjuan's deep gaze fell upon him, truly presenting a magnificent sight. Two small, delicate hands tightly grasped his hand, trying to push it away. Unable to move it, an expression of anger and pity emerged, glaring at him fiercely. Ah Zhe was so adorable, like a kitten tickling his heart. Not knowing what Ji Hanjun was thinking, Su Zhe helplessly watched as the shadowy look in his eyes turned fiery. You have no shame, Ji Hanjun. Drinking too much alcohol, emotions taking over, he would surely cry. But now, he was much more sober, possibly because he was tossed earlier or perhaps due to drinking the antidote soup just now. Ji Hanjun suppressed the thrill in his heart, breathing heavily, his voice slightly hoarse. Isn't Ah Zhe being disobedient and wanting to leave me? Yes. He wanted to leave, even going to the places he invested in. If possible, he wanted to go somewhere where no one could find him. Will you let me go if I want to leave? No, I will break your legs. This was the first time Ji Hanjun openly said he'd break his legs. He didn't doubt it. Ever since this psychopath threatened him with a knife, he believed Ji Hanjun would definitely do it. Ji Hanjun loosened his grip on Su Zhe's chin, and they silently locked eyes. Don't think about running away. It's exhausting chasing after you. He wouldn't break Ah Zhe's legs, as it would be imperfect then, and he couldn't bear to do it. Does your stomach hurt? As soon as those words came out. No, my stomach doesn't hurt, I'll wash myself. Su Zhe reached out to stop him, but it was futile. Why is A's always so disobedient? Ji Hanjuan's gaze was profound, his voice hoarse and low. I will buy you new clothes. Su Zhe was bathing in the bathtub until almost boiled before he was fished out. Ji Hanjun dried his hair, lightly holding his strands with one hand while holding a hairdryer with the other. The whooshing sound of the dryer made him drowsy. Ji Hanjun tenderly dried his hair, his eyes resting on Su Zhe's red ears. There were a few faint, V-shaped marks left behind on his neck, like stamps declaring possession. The stubborn desire for possession in his eyes did not fade but deepened instead. A's belonged to him and no one else. He wouldn't let go, nor give him up to anyone. A's grew up under Ji Hanjuan's watchful eye from a young age, only Ji Hanjun was ever around. And it would be this way in the future too, only him. Sitting on the stool, Su Zhe had fallen asleep, his head drooping occasionally. He gently placed him onto the bed and tucked him under the blanket. Su Zhe slept deeply but restlessly, his brows constantly furrowed. Ji Hanjun, unable to sleep, lightly patted his back to soothe him. He spoke about many things Su Zhe didn't know, his voice standing out prominently in the night. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Zhe's furrowed brows relaxed. The person curled up in his arms tightly gripped his collar, their small face nestled against his chest, sleeping sweetly. Everyone was cursing A's, calling him out for stealing someone else's life. But if there were no A's, Ji Hanjun would rather not have that glamorous and brilliant life. They had been switched at birth and never given the right to choose. Why were all the curses directed at A's and not the people who swapped the children? A's was clearly the most innocent party in all of this. The throbbing headache of a hangover always comes in the end. Su Zhe woke up groggily in bed. He opened his mouth slightly, his throat already hurting. He recalled what happened yesterday. Ji Hanjun did care for him after all, just giving him a little punishment. There was no sign of Ji Hanjun by his side. He must have woken up early. After finishing his morning routine in the bathroom, Su Zhe wanted to go downstairs but found the room door wouldn't open. What was going on? Reluctant as he was to believe it, there it was, the facts laid bare. The door was locked from the outside. He went to the bedside table to grab his phone. The contact list had only one person. Without hesitation, he called them. A's, are you awake? Why did you lock me up? I have 2 English classes this afternoon. Didn't you promise you wouldn't lock me up anymore? There was silence for a moment on the other end, then the call was hung up. Thoughts swirled in Su Zhe's mind. He was about to dial again when the door opened. Ji Hanjun was wearing loungewear, holding a tray containing the breakfast he had just prepared. Why did you lock me up? The breakfast was bountiful, but since Su Zhe had a stomachache from drinking too much last night, today's menu only included white porridge and light vegetables. Seeing him say nothing, Su Zhe silently placed the breakfast on the bedside table. Walking forward, Su Zhe grabbed Ji Hanjun by the collar and pulled him down angrily. Talk, why did you lock me up again? Ji Hanjun looked at him with burning passion, his lips parted slightly, yet his tone carried an imperceptible danger. Because A's was disobedient. As for A's classes, I've arranged for someone to come over especially to tutor you privately. Chapter 65, Bite Back. On what grounds? Why did he lock him up again? Suze frowned, tightly clenching his fists. His handsome and delicate face turned red from anger. If he had said something disrespectful yesterday because he was drunk. Yesterday's punishment should have been enough, so why was he locking him up again? Wasn't the punishment enough yet? Why did you lock me up again? Aren't you worried that I'll try to escape? Ji Hanjuan's gaze was deep, his lips curved into a smile, but his tone was dark and sinister. Cut off your legs, A's won't run away then. He wanted to shower him with endless love, making him see the truth about his heart sooner. But he feared that before that day came, A's might have already fled secretly. He was mad originally, any bizarre act could easily stem from his mood swings. Suze noticed the door wasn't completely closed when Ji Hanjun entered just now, leaving a gap. He was calculating how likely he could succeed if he tried to open the door and run away. If he failed to get out, would he be punished? Ji Hanjuan's deep gaze turned somber, the strands of hair on his forehead accentuating his sharp and handsome features, making him appear even more gloomy and intimidating. He had known all along that A's never wanted to stay by his side. But it didn't matter. He had already prepared everything. Suze usually acted before he thought. The moment this idea sprang to mind, his feet were already racing towards the door. Grasping the unshut door handle, he flung open the door and bolted outside. This villa was surrounded by neighbors, unlike the overseas manor, which stood alone amidst desolate mountains and wild ridges. He didn't want to be placed under house arrest as soon as he returned to his home country. The front gate of the villa was a password lock, and Suze knew the password was his birthday. Strangely enough, no matter how many times he entered it, the display kept showing an incorrect password. Ji Hanjun slowly descended from upstairs, watching him like a disobedient little kitten attempting to escape. His face wore an indulgent smile. The password relates to me. Does A's want to know what it is? Breaking out in a sweat from his frustration, the error prompt sound echoed through the spacious living room, agitating his nerves. Damn it. He'd already tried several passwords, but none worked. Footsteps approached him closer and closer until they quietly stopped behind him. A hand encircled his waist, casting a shadow over him, and the breath of the man fanned against his earlobe as if whispering softly. So cute. Does A's want to know the password? Enraged, Suze lowered his head and tried to pry off the hand around his waist, struggling harder only for the hand to grip tighter. Ouch. His neck was bitten again, this time with such force at first, then gradually easing up. What do you really want? If you want me or my love, you can have it all. I haven't said anything offensive. Why are you keeping me locked up? Ji Hanjuan's towering figure overshadowed him, resting his chin on Suze's shoulder, affectionately rubbing his cheek against Suze's. His tone sinister. It's because I lack love. I'm afraid you'll run away. I feel most at ease when you're by my side. He originally planned to proceed slowly. Hadn't it been said that one speaks truthfully while drunk? If he hadn't heard yesterday that A's wanted to leave, he probably wouldn't have made the decision so decisively. Suze maintained a calm expression. At least, he had been detained once before. If he could just coax Ji Hanjun properly, everything would be a trivial matter. I won't run. Tell me what it is. Ji Hanjun curled the corner of his lips and moved closer to his earlobe, his voice low and husky. Hashtag hashtag and hashtag hashtag dot. For half a moment, Suze couldn't make sense of what these things were, until he heard a deep chuckle. Suddenly, he understood. His entire face flushed instantly, the redness spreading from his cheeks down his neck to the tips of his ears. Suze muttered curses under his breath. Perverted freak. How was he supposed to know what the password was after being told something so twisted? Ji Hanjun had anticipated that Suze wouldn't know the password and also wouldn't guess it. Laughing, he loosened his grip. A's can try, who knows, maybe you'll figure it out. As soon as the person behind him let go, Suze immediately turned around and glared furiously at Ji Hanjun, clenching his fists. He had slapped Ji Hanjun countless times before but had never struck him with a fist. But this time, he intended to knock Ji Hanjun down. Tightening his clenched fist, he hurled it fiercely at the person in front of him, fast as a gust of wind. Yet, he didn't even touch the fabric of the other's clothing before being effortlessly caught. Ji Hanjuan's eyes grew dark, any trace of amusement gone. The extended hand firmly grabbed the incoming punch. A's hands will hurt. You could slap me instead. Caught with ease, Suze's fists were tightly held, pulling his entire body close. The handsome face in front of him magnified as Suze stared closely. Witnessing the rising excitement and heat in Ji Hanjuan's eyes, even the palm clutching his fist felt scorching hot. Suze chuckled mockingly, his eyes filled with sarcasm as he opened his mouth to jeer. If you want sex, why didn't you say so earlier? After having your fun, you'd get bored eventually. His words carried a tone deserving of a beating. If anyone else spoke like that to Ji Hanjun, he might very well kill them. But for A's, Ji Hanjun found it endearing. Ji Hanjun stared deeply into his eyes, focusing on his lips. Crying baby. Yesterday, he indeed got angry and bit harshly, accidentally breaking A's lips. To make me lose interest, kiss me. Suze was seething, her eyelashes quivering slightly as she glared at the person in front of her, trying to bore a hole into him with her gaze. Both remained motionless in their standoff. Suze exhaled, knowing full well that even if he resisted, he would still be easily controlled. And Ji Hanjun was clearly just messing around, his alcohol-induced forgetfulness made him lose track of what was said last night. His right hand was held in someone's palm, while his left wasn't restrained, but Suze knew better than to think he could win in a fight. With tightly pressed lips, Suze extended his left hand and grabbed the collar of the person before him, pulling him down for an aggressive kiss. Ji Hanjun's eyes instantly turned dark, fierce, and urgent. The smell of light rose white tea filled his nostrils as they kissed, but it was clear the other party lacked any technical finesse. Despite this clumsiness, it ignited something deep within him. Suze sneered inwardly at the opportunity, sharply opening his mouth to bite down, a metallic taste instantly flooding his senses. In an instant, his head and clenched fist were freed from restraint. Ji Hanjun's breathing grew slightly heavier, with the mood in his eyes darker and more invasive as he wiped the blood from his lips. The head wound bled immediately, indicating how fiercely the other had bitten. Though victorious, Suze couldn't help but smirk triumphantly, mockery laced in every line of his face. You bit me first, so it's only fair I retaliate. Ha ha ha. That's what you get. Chapter 66, A's is truly cute. Cute. The mischievous A's was truly cute. Still wrapped in smug satisfaction, Suze leaned against one side mocking relentlessly, his stunning eyes sparkling with derision. So consumed by mocking, he failed to notice Ji Hanjun's excitement. A's, you're so cute. What? This sentence froze Suze momentarily, leaving him stunned until he realized Ji Hanjun's breaths were now heavier than before. Trouble. It seemed like things had escalated further than anticipated. Now wanting to escape, Suze planned to lock himself inside a room to hide, but the moment he moved, he was hoisted onto someone's shoulder mid-stride. Put me down. I apologize. I apologize. I'm sorry I laughed at you. I won't bite again, alright? This was the first time he discovered that the villa had such a sinister basement. He'd never been to such a dark and damp place. The Su family also had a similar basement, except their stored wine jars, thousands upon thousands of barrels. The person carrying him walked robustly, steady even without lights in the pitch black. Though it was dark, vision remained faintly discernible. Once set down on the ground, Ji Hanjun feared his escape and thus interlaced their fingers tightly. A's, guess what this is? Similar to cages designed for large tigers. Real fear bubbled up within him after so long. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bitten you, nor should I have laughed at you. Please don't lock me away. Suze clutched onto Ji Hanjun's coat hem, revealing genuine terror on his handsome face, glancing at horrifying shadows nearby. His heart raced almost to the point of popping out. Escaping from a locked room would eventually come in time. But here, locked in this place, meant no hope for life beyond. Silence lingered beside him in the darkness, enhancing an air of danger exponentially. Even Suze's voice quivered with a touch of crying tone, holding desperately onto Ji Hanjun's clothes. Don't stay silent, I'm scared. The trembling hands betrayed true emotion. Ji Hanjun enveloped him into his embrace, lowering his head to meet his gaze eye to eye. The tone conveyed unshakable anticipation. Will you obey me then? I will, I'll obey. Without thinking, Suze responded and even embraced Ji Hanjun back to ensure he stayed put. This dimness was intentional, massive hashtag placed precisely where some visibility revealed its shape. Paintings covered the walls, photographs lined up everywhere. This was the absolute worst-case scenario he had imagined. Also his contingency plan if things got bad. If A's were to run far away one day without his knowledge, and if ever recaptured. This place would become A's home. Don't cry, I won't confine you. As long as A's is obedient, my love for you will last forever. Sniffling hard, Suze pushed the tearful intention back upon hearing he wouldn't be confined. I love you too. Can we go upstairs? I'm scared. Satisfied with the reply, Ji Hanjun tilted his head, curving his lips, picking up the person with one arm. A bag sat by the couch. He carried the person with one hand, the other holding the bag, moving them away from this place. Suze tightly clasped his neck, fearing being tossed aside once Ji Hanjun changed his mind. When they truly returned to the living room, he exhaled, casting his glance towards the recently fetched bag. This, what? An ominous feeling arose in his heart. The bag was quite exquisite, a white leather paper bag. Ji Hanjun placed him on the sofa, stuffing the bag into his arms with a light tone. Put it on, finish eating obediently and come upstairs with me. Suze could guess from the first two words that it must be clothing. He had already anticipated what kind of state he might end up in after dinner. When he took out the clothes in the bag, he realized it was the same outfit he wore at the cafe during their CVS event. Unpleasant memories surged back to him. He clearly remembered instructing the butler to throw this piece of clothing away when he returned that time. Yet, there it was, the same bright red strapless little evening dress, and even the wig from last time was still inside. All planned ahead. Ji Han-jun was good at scheming. Suze's fingers trembled as they gripped the clothing. He felt rather like being forced into some worse situation than expected. Though reluctant in 100 ways, seeing Ji Han-jun about to help him dress, Suze immediately hugged the clothes and retreated into the room. The clothing was exactly the same as before, yet he didn't wear any head decorations or accessories. The wig was carelessly put on, and the outfit hastily worn. He clearly remembered telling the butler to throw it away. As he went downstairs, he could feel Ji Han-jun's gaze darken and focus intently on him even while eating. Beautiful as it was, Suze felt insecure about exposing his rear. Breakfast was eaten under heavy oppression. Suze dared not lift his head for fear of meeting the eyes of the person next to him. Quietly shoveling the rice in his bowl, he thought about what he should do after finishing the meal. As soon as the food was finished, a hand crept under the table. Only heaven knows how slowly he ate deliberately, like a bird nibbling grains one by one. Ji Han-jun looked deeply at him, his tone low. "Are you done? Let's go upstairs." The person beside him had already gone upstairs without waiting for him, seemingly sure that he would follow eventually. Suze underwent much internal struggle, thinking the worst result wouldn't be too different from being bitten by a dog. From the hide-and-seek game abroad, he had already known how depraved Ji Han-jun could be. Trying to comfort himself, he kept his head down, tightly gripping the clothing in both hands, and ascended the stairs with the air of a martyr. Pushing the door open and entering, Ji Han-jun was already seated at a small table in the living room, awaiting him. Ji Han-jun wore a white shirt, black suit pants highlighting his long legs, which were crossed gracefully as he sat on the chair, looking at him. Like a cool, dignified, yet morally bankrupt man. "Ace, come here." What had to come eventually arrived. Suze slowly walked over and was pulled into an embrace as soon as he approached. He didn't dare to look up, knowing it wasn't good to do so. "Look up, what are you thinking about? I'll give you your 2 English classes missed this afternoon." That deep, husky voice entered his ears, making him almost sense the change in the body holding him. Then teaching him English. All right, why didn't you say earlier that you'd teach me English?" Suze's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down, and he even voluntarily picked up the English test paper placed on the nearby table. But upon glancing at it, he noticed something was off. This test seemed to be an international examination, a worldwide joint exam, extremely difficult. For him, it was manageable, though it was impossible to answer every question correctly. Ji Han-jun reached out and grabbed a strand of his long hair, winding it around his fingers to play with. "A's, do the questions well. One wrong answer, and you'll repeat it #10 times. Chapter 67, Cost. DJ's bedgen will punish children. 52 missing. The test papers neatly spread on the table now crumpled ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### caught hashtag 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 hashtag. Suze's eyes brimmed with misty tears hashtag 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 hashtag. And Ji Hanjun, indeed lived up to hashtag 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 hashtag. DNP distract. Ji Hanjun's voice was deep and hoarse, especially fluent in English, giving a gentlemanly rogue feel. Locked. Jet black hair draped over highlighted his delicate white butterfly bone, almost drawing an unrelenting gaze. Suze's eyelashes lightly trembled, crystal clear teardrops hung hashtag 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 hashtag. He did not want to. But there was no way. On Ive, VU. I love your whole family, you big dummy. Faint murmurs. A's hashtag 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 hashtag. The bright red color hashtag 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 hashtag. I love you too, A's. Hashtag 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 revealing even a faint trace of a rose tattoo on his lower back. Such a beautiful and passionate rose. It was gorgeous. But he was more stunning. The sun slowly dipped below the horizon, painting half the sky in fiery hues as if it were a flame. Suze didn't know how he finished that exam paper or how many questions he got wrong. He lay on the bed hugging a small stuffed bear, too exhausted to lift his arms, listlessly staring at the ceiling. Ji Hanjun had some peculiar quirks. Why did he have to touch his tattoo? This single-person bed was quite large, with a cute teddy bear on the nightstand. Everything in the room was warm and cozy, covered in plush textures. Click. The door to the room opened. Suze, facing away from the door, lay sulking and uninterested in Ji Hanjun. Meow. What sound was that? Suze heard a soft, adorable kitten's meow and flipped over in bed. Still holding his stuffed bear, he slightly sat up. He saw a beautiful pure white doll-like cat with blue eyes. Meow meow meow. It's a kitty. And a short-legged pure white doll-like cat with a pink bow tied around its neck. Its blue eyes gleamed like gemstones, and its snow-white fur looked like a little ball of cotton, with a pink nose and tiny teeth visible when it meowed. Suze's eyes lit up instantly. He almost immediately placed his little bear aside and cradled the kitten in his arms. The cat was so affectionate, looking up to rub its face against his chin as soon as it was held. Its fur was so soft, chubby and fleshy, with pink paw pads. Suze's eyes shone like stars as he lovingly cuddled the little kitten. He loved cats, but his mother disliked pets because they shed. Therefore, she never allowed him to keep any animals. Ji Hanjun stood at the doorframe, holding a bag of cat food, quietly watching Suze. Suze's eyes sparkled, his pale complexion innocent and sweet as he pouted while kissing next to the kitten's face. Cats aren't as cute as A's, Ji Hanjun thought, recalling clearly how little A's once held a kitten. It happened near a trash can not far from their home. The kitten seemed abandoned, covered in mud despite being snow-white. Its wide-open eyes showed fear as it cowered inside an old cardboard box by the garbage bin. That was the first time he'd seen A's chubby face dirted. There was a smudge of mud on one cheek, along with a red scratch mark on the back of his hand, where the kitten had unintentionally scratched him, no bleeding, just broken skin. The kitten had been afraid at first but calmed down once held close. Ji Hanjun, I want to raise it. I'll take it home, Suze declared. His clothes, custom-made and pristine, quickly got stained with dirt on his chest from hugging the muddy kitten. But alas. When the kitten was brought back to the Su household, Yang Muqing living abroad wouldn't allow him to keep any pets. As a child, A's always listened most to Yang Muqing. Afraid that keeping the kitten might lead Yang Muqing to dislike him, yet unwilling to part with the pet, he eventually gave it away. Later, when the kitten grew up, it turned out to be adorable but belonged to someone else. Only after showering kisses to the kitten did Suze notice Ji Hanjun standing at the doorway. Is this for me? Leaning against the door frame, Ji Hanjun revealed a hint of warmth in his gaze and nodded. True to his prediction, A's eyes became even brighter. He adored seeing such a cheerful and vibrant A's. Let's call it Tuan Tuan. Suze tucked Tuan Tuan into the blanket, alongside the little bear. He hugged both tightly, the kitten between them. Ji Hanjun set the bag of cat food aside, walking over with long strides. His face radiated indulgence and sincerity as his tone softened. A's raises Tuan Tuan, and I will care for A's. His heart was stirred profoundly by those words, beating wildly. Lying on the edge of the bed, Suze tilted his head to look at Ji Hanjun. Their eyes met. The man's gaze was deep as an ocean, boiling with affection, free from his usual gloominess, brimming only with fervent love. Suze averted his eyes almost instantly, adopting a proud tone. Don't think giving me a kitten means I won't run. This isn't over yet, and neither is my grudge against you. Holding the kitten, Suze turned his back toward Ji Hanjun. As he spun around, his eyes brimmed with redness. Everything he hadn't received as a child had now been given to him by Ji Hanjun. That dazzling and beautiful purple diamond. An overconfident, definitive favoritism. And a kitten he had failed to raise as a child. No, the plot doesn't make sense. Would he turn into someone who only thinks about romance? Would this small extra get enchanted by the male lead? People with only romantic thoughts in mind would end up being sent to dig wild vegetables. Being spoiled since childhood, Suze was accustomed to such treatment, let alone digging wild vegetables, he couldn't even identify them. Ji Hanjun gazed at his disingenuous demeanor, his eyes gentle as water but hiding turbulent emotions. He would give A's everything he desired, money, power, anything. The only condition was that he must stay by his side. Forever and ever. Chapter 68, Heartbroken. To pacify Suze, Ji Hanjun had been looking at kittens many days ago. But recently, he realized A's stopped causing trouble or getting angry at him, instead focusing all of his attention on the kitten. Tuan Tuan, come for food. Suze held the cat bowl and ran to the side of the sofa. Then, he bent down to look under the couch. Tuan Tuan was indeed sleeping under the sofa. Tuan Tuan, don't sleep anymore. There's freeze-dried food in the bowl. The kitten, lying on its side under the sofa, extended its pinkish paw and licked it. Seeing this adorable scene, Suze wanted nothing more than to record it with his phone. Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind, grabbing his arm and lifting him off the floor. Ji Hanjun leaned over and rubbed his knee gently. Ji Hanjun frowned slightly as he wiped some cat treats from A's face, his tone somewhat displeased. You don't eat your own meal, yet you feed the cat first. Unhappy, Suze slapped his hand away, not wanting him to wipe the cat treats off his face. Do you understand anything? If I have cat treats on my face, Tuan Tuan will like me. This technique was something he learned online for bonding with cats. A flicker of intrigue crossed Ji Hanjun's eyes as he fixed his gaze on those plump, rosy lips of his. Watching the cat was one thing, but watching A's himself, it made Ji Hanjun want to melt. If only he ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### What do you like most? Startled by the question, Suze subconsciously thought about what he truly enjoyed. Just as he opened his mouth, a hand reached out and covered it. Excluding freedom. Wow, this guy was shrewd. After pondering for a while, Suze liked so many things, countless in number, all valuable and beyond price. Spoiled since youth, everything he touched cost tens of thousands, even millions. But all these things required a lot of money. Was Ji Hanjun going to offer him whatever he desired? Money, I want a lot of money. Ji Hanjun frowned. Money doesn't taste good on lips, does it? Still, he pulled out his phone and tapped on the screen. Not long after, Suze's phone rang with a notification. Confused, Suze looked at him, then picked up the phone on the table and swiped the screen open, his eyes nearly blinded by the string of zeros in the bank card alert. How can you have so much money? With this amount, he could buy several limited edition sports cars. Has Ji Hanjun always hidden his wealth like this? Besides money, is there anything else Ace likes? Can you put it on your lips? Divine gold. Suze rolled his eyes, seemingly already seeing through Ji Hanjun's intentions. Today was the third day of his imprisonment here. Suze listlessly lay on the balcony petting the cat. Under the balcony, Ji Hanjun had planted pot after pot of thorny shrubs to prevent him from jumping down again. Every day Ji Hanjun went out, locking the door securely before leaving. So far, he still didn't know the password, and the windows were all custom screens. Even under the balcony, they had filled it with pots of sharp spikes. He did have a phone, and it allowed him to access the internet. But yesterday, Ji Hanjun warned him, don't even think about contacting others through your phone. The phone's listening device and GPS tracker replicate every action you take straight onto my phone. He originally intended to leave when Ji Hanjun wasn't home, but found all possible exits blocked. Deep down, he was still terrified of the threat from last time in the basement. He lay on the balcony for a while, and below, the sound of a door unlocking echoed. The kitten in his arms quickly jumped up and scurried downstairs. Suze hurriedly followed. Ji Hanjun returned, holding many unopened toys in his hands. Why did you buy so many toys? He placed the toys on the shoe cabinet by the door and even had a box of premium tea. Today is Suyu's birthday. Suyu, whose little name was Chen, was the youngest son that mother loved the most. Suze fell silent with a somewhat disheartened look. The next moment, he turned around to walk back inside with a calm tone. So you should go home and celebrate his birthday. I'll send someone to deliver the gifts. I will stay home and accompany you. Suze stopped in his tracks and looked back at Ji Hanjun with confusion. He's your own brother. If you don't show up for his birthday, won't you get scolded? Their identities were swapped back again, so much so that he hadn't even called Yang Muxin mom, let alone acknowledging her as the mother of his brother. He had never planned to take on this identity, all he wanted was Suze himself. By evening, Yang Muxin still hadn't waited for Ji Hanjun to return. The food she prepared on the table had already started to cool. Mom, why hasn't my brother come yet? I want to see him. Suyu, wearing a birthday hat, sat on the chair in the middle but couldn't see his brother's figure. Yang Muxin frowned and asked the housekeeper to bring over her phone. She dialed Ji Hanjun's number. The voice from the other end of the phone was firm, and Yang Muxin's eyes even revealed a trace of injury. In the end, it seemed like she had compromised. You come too, bring Suze along. The birthday celebration was quite lively, though they didn't invite guests. Still, the outside decorations alone showed their emphasis on celebrating. Suze stood by the entrance of the villa with the gift in hand, his heart pounding nervously. He felt uneasy about what to say once inside. Don't worry, I've got this. Ji Hanjun took the gift bag from his hand and tightly held onto it as they walked into the villa together. He thought that after last time's banquet, Mom might dislike or even hate him. But it didn't happen. Su-han returned from the company too. Upon seeing Suze, he also said nothing. After all, Suze was often sick when he was young, so Su-han had long since abandoned this fake son. Even at the dinner table, the atmosphere was harmonious. Yang Muxin occasionally spoke a few words to Suze, showing more gentleness than before. Suyu was a talkative child who loved playing with toy planes endlessly and remembered to thank Suze, saying, "Thanks, brother." But all of this was an illusion, a false impression on the surface. After the meal, Suyu insisted on dragging both Suze and Ji Hanjun upstairs to open the gifts. They followed him accordingly. When Ji Hanjun was halfway through opening the gifts, he received a call from the school. It was about his computer science thesis, so he had to step out first. The call lasted merely 2 minutes when he suddenly heard Suyu crying. Su-han and Yang Muxin were the first to hear it because they were working in the study on the same floor. In the room, Suyu was stepping on the gifts playfully, crushing the gift boxes. Suze tried to stop him. Chen, don't step on them. You'll ruin the things inside. But Suyu didn't listen and kept stepping on the expensive little boxes with his fancy leather shoes. Then, when he accidentally stepped on a small car inside one of the boxes, an accident happened. Since the small car had wheels, due to inertia, Suyu stumbled backward and hit his head against the corner of the side table. Wah! Yang Mushin was the first to rush in upon hearing the cry, with Su-han following closely behind. They immediately saw Suyu sitting on the floor, sobbing, blood flowing down from his forehead. Meanwhile, Su-zhe held a crystal ball stained with blood, which he used earlier to help stop the bleeding. Su-zhe's eyes were filled with urgency, and he didn't have time to put down the blood-stained crystal ball. Instead, he was using tissues to press on Suyu's head. Mom, Dad, just now Chin-chin. Pa. The sentence wasn't finished as a slap interrupted him, landing harshly without warning. Su-zhe's face was struck hard, instantly leaving a mark on his pale cheek. That slap shattered all of his illusions. Chapter 69, My Heart Hurts for Him. No one gave him the chance to explain. Judgment was made solely based on what they saw right there. That slap effectively proved that he wasn't loved. As Ji Han-jun arrived at the room, he saw Su-han carrying Suyu with Yang Mushin rushing anxiously downstairs. Han-jun, Chin-chin's hurt, let's go to the hospital. Yang Mushin's face was full of anxiety, and a bit of blood was on her hands. Her worried emotions flowed from her eyes. Ji Han-jun passed by her without uttering a word, not even giving her any expression. His only concern was A's. On the ground, the gift boxes were trampled into ruins. The music box with the broken crystal ball lay shattered on the floor. Su-zhe hung his head, gripping a tissue stained with blood while helpless tears fell onto the back of his hand. A's. Hearing the familiar voice, Su-zhe raised his head at the sound. The brightness and brilliance that had previously shone in his eyes had already faded, his tear-filled eye sockets contained an empty and bewildered gaze. The mark of a clear slap was especially prominent against his pale face, reddening an entire side. Ji Han-jun felt as if an invisible hand had tightly clenched his heart, making it painful to breathe. Ji Han-jun, I didn't bully him. Su-zhe's hollow gaze let tears slide down his cheeks, his eye sockets bloodshot. Sitting on his knees, he appeared frail and helpless. His voice carried an undertone of wronged feeling. I didn't hit him. Ji Han-jun took large strides forward, crouching before him and wiping away his tears with his fingers, his eyes filled with deep empathy. Does it hurt? I believe A's did not bully him. Su-zhe extended his hands, where traces of blood still remained faintly on his palms. The person before him cried to a point that made Ji Han-jun's heart ache, tilting their tear-streaked face anxiously toward him and extending trembling palms. His voice came out like a whisper. It won't wipe off. My heart feels heavy, my heart hurts. Ji Han-jun leaned closer, hugging the person tightly in his arms, covering the back of his neck warmly while enveloping him fully. That broad and warm embrace was akin to a shelter from the storm, tears flowed even more profusely. Was he really so inadequate? From childhood until now, his parents had never cared for or shown him any love. They hadn't even let him finish explaining, assuming immediately that he'd harmed Suyu. He'd already come to understand this, no matter the reasons of identity, they would never truly care for him. All they ever wanted was just the perfect heir. I believe you, A's is the best and most obedient, I will always believe you. Ji Han-jun held him firmly, the depth in his dark pupils intensifying with both harshness and craziness. He always believed A's was broken, needing much affirmation and love. Difficult flowers to nurture require endless affirmation and affection to grow. Ji Han-jun's own childhood wasn't happy, all he ever wanted since growing up was Su-zhe alone. No one must be allowed to harm A's. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, Ji Han-jun pulled over the corner of his sleeve and gently wiped the redness on his palms. We'll go home. On the way back, Ji Han-jun's phone wouldn't stop ringing, the incessant ringtone echoed throughout the car. It was undoubtedly Yang Mushin calling. During the wait at a traffic light, he picked up his phone to switch it off. Answer it. A soft voice broke through the quiet atmosphere of the car. Su-zhe sat in the passenger seat, his slightly reddened eyes gazing upon the phone screen next to the control panel. Ji Han-jun refused to answer, leaving the car immersed in silence. Back in the day, whenever he called his mom, the call always ended up being rejected. Now, though mom showed her preference and concern for Ji Han-jun, it didn't quite match what she gave to Suyu, but it was far more than he could ever have hoped for himself. Su-zhe reached over and grabbed the phone, spotting the text message containing the hospital address. Chin-chin is crying and looking for you, Han-jun, please come to the hospital. What he cared about the most was A's, he had no intention of worrying about whether his younger brother lived or died. You might call him ruthless, scold him, yell at him, but he couldn't allow anyone to hurt Su-zhe. Su-zhe told him to first go to the hospital before heading home, promising that he would wait patiently in the car. I won't run away. I'll wait for you to return. Ji Han-jun frowned deeply, quietly observing the handprint on Su-zhe's face, his gaze immediately turning somber. I'll listen to A's. Inside the hospital ward. Suyu's forehead had been bandaged already, his eyes were nearly swollen from all the crying. He kept shouting for his brother Han-jun to come see him. Yang Muxin and Su Han had spent considerable effort trying to comfort him, but to no avail, adding urgency to their expressions. When the door opened, Yang Muxin caught sight of the arrival and immediately lit up. Han Jun, you're here, Chen Chen has been looking for you all along. Seeing the person standing in the ward, Su Yu quickly jumped down from the bed and ran towards Ji Han Jun. Brother. Ji Han Jun maintained a cold demeanor, glancing coldly at those inside the room. As he saw the little boy rushing towards him, at the very moment he was about to touch Ji Han Jun, he instinctively stepped back a pace. Su Yu, confused by his brother stepping back, once again found his eyes brimming with tears. Yang Muxin also didn't understand why he suddenly stepped back. As she looked up, her eyes met his directly. Han Jun. Ji Han Jun's sullen black eyes stared back at hers, his words icy, radiating an overwhelming sense of distance. Madam, you can stop indulging Su Yu, but there was no need for you to hit A's without understanding the truth. I have no interest in the heir of the Su family. Haven't I been asked before why I've always been so nice to him? I like him, I love him, it should be obvious already. Since he was little, you never cared about him properly, yet A's loves you all the most. Do you know how much time and effort I spent trying to make him happy, to light up his eyes? It's because of your neglect that A's often hides in his room crying while looking at pictures of you. Now he feels inferior, constantly burns himself inside, overly sensitive, even thinking he isn't worthy of being loved. So you treat him as if he doesn't exist and focus all your efforts on raising Su Yu. You don't like him and only want a perfect heir. But I feel sorry for him. Ji Han Jun stood firm, clearly explaining to them his thoughts and attention towards Su Zhe. Setting boundaries and making everything obvious. Su Zhe had said he would wait in the car, but he also wanted to check the severity of Su Yu's injury. More than anything, he feared Ji Han Jun might get into an argument to protect him. After all, this maniac could do anything. Leaning against the wall outside the ward, Su Zhe's eyes were bloodshot from listening clearly to every word of their conversation. He knew everything about him, keeping it not just in mind, but truly in heart. Yang Muxin had once doubted if Ji Han Jun cared too much about Su Zhe. But if it was love, then it far exceeded her tolerance level. What about Lu Fang? They swapped you and Su Zhe, leaving you to suffer all these years. These hardships should have been his. Yang Muxin spoke sharply. After all, she'd been around in business circles for many years and had long sent people to investigate. That kidnapping case revealed a woman named Lu Fang made some fatal mistakes due to impatience. One doctor inside who was Su family's private doctor conducted regular physical exams for Su Zhe. Blood samples had been pre-taken, allowing for someone to make the switch without discovering the issue with blood types. When the surgery was interrupted, he reported this directly to her. He has played the part of a young master long enough, and now when I think I raised someone else's child, it disgusts me. Chapter 70, Slap You. Aunt Lu's real name is Lu Fang, her sister is Lu Yuan. Unmarried but pregnant, Lu Yuan lacked the means to raise a child and didn't want to face the judgment. Lu Fang, married early, her husband an ordinary honest man, they'd been married 2 years without conceiving, so were very willing to take the baby. But they forgot. They were poor, unable to offer good clothing, food, shelter, or education. So blinded by greed, they came up with the idea to swap children from a wealthy family. Only Lu Yuan and her sister knew about swapping the children. Yang Muxin couldn't tolerate the fact that the child she had raised wasn't hers, while her real son suffered bullying at the hands of this fake son since childhood. Their whole family is nothing more than scum. Why do you think Su Zhe doesn't share bad genes with them? Lu Yuan had countless boyfriends, unmarried and pregnant, and Su Zhe's biological father's identity remains unknown. He's essentially a child of no lineage. Realizing one day his true identity would be revealed, in the storylines, things would get much worse for him. Yet hearing these words, there was still an inexplicable sense of oppression and pain throughout his chest and organs. Enough. Ji Hanjuan's eyes turned bloody red, his fury and melancholy in his dark pupils completely unveiled. What did he do wrong? Did he have any choice? Do you know how hurtful those 2 words, wild seed, are to him when he hears them? He couldn't bear to hit him, couldn't stand to scold him. He wishes he could place Su Zhe high in the palm of his hand. Ji Hanjuan's thoughts were twisted, distorted long ago. He was insane, capable of anything. He had even thought of killing anyone who touched A's. But then reconsidering, if he committed such grave crimes, the worst outcome would be prison where none could care for him. In the neighborhood incident, being provoked by Chu Chen, he truly lost control and considered homicide, but thought of A's. Without A's, what would happen to him? Everything he does prioritizes Su Zhe. You really don't deserve to be called a good mother. Ji Hanjun didn't want to waste time here. He gave her a deep look and turned to leave. As soon as he walked out of the ward, he saw Su Zhe leaning against the wall with his head down. A's, how did you come out? Ji Hanjun was a little flustered, and an apprehensive emotion arose in his heart, fearing that he had heard the evil words Yang Muxin said. Thank you. A's was expressing his gratitude to him. Su Zhe's tear-streaked details were still red, but now his eyes looked clear and fresh as he approached Ji Hanjun closely. The warm breath sprinkled on his face, and a soft kiss landed there, stirring his heartstrings. Thank you for speaking for me. When they returned to the villa, it was already late at night. Ji Hanjun got out of the car, opened the passenger side door, bent over, and carried the person out from the car. The night grew deeper, leaves gently swayed in the breeze. Warm yellow halos from the streetlights flashed on the two people, casting long shadows. Tuanchuan had already obediently lain down on top of the shoe cabinet waiting for its master to come home. The person in his arms slept soundly, the swelling on his reddened face had already been treated at the hospital. His movements were very gentle, fearing he might wake up the person in his arms. Carefully, he placed him on the bed and covered him with blankets. Tuanchuan remained quiet on the side, trying several times to nuzzle against Su Zhe's face but was pulled back each time. Ji Hanjun took the kitten out and gently closed the door. In the living room, the little cat stood on the table and meowed a few times, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. If you keep meowing, there won't be any freeze-dried food in your cat food later. Tuanchuan meowed a few more times, jumped off the table, and lay on the sofa, turning away with its buttocks facing Ji Hanjun. You're as arrogant as A's. In the early morning, the sunlight shone into the room, and the chirping of sparrows could still be heard outside. Su Zhe rubbed his eyes, still dazed with sleepiness, while Tuanchuan rested happily by his head making small snores. He felt some soreness in his eyes and tried to get up from the bed but was drawn back by an arm around his waist. The arm was firm and domineering, pulling him back tightly confined within its embrace. It's still early, go back to sleep. Su Zhe made a groaning sound, moving slightly, only to find the grip around his waist tightening. The person behind tightly hugged his waist, their breathing touching his neck, providing a warm, broad hug. The hands around his waist held on tightly. Su Zhe let him hold him until his eyelids began to feel heavy again, slowly closing his eyes to drift back to sleep. He was awakened next time by the cat. He could feel the warm sensation on his face, ticklish and tingling, which directly woke him up. Stop fooling around, Tuanchuan. After he spoke, he felt the touch on his face becoming more obvious, until finally, there was a heavy kiss pressed upon his lips. It wasn't Tuanchuan, it was Ji Hanjun. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw an enlarged handsome face before him, while the perpetrator was looking at him with eyes full of tenderness. This freak doesn't even let people sleep properly. Seeing that he was awake, Ji Hanjun reached out and lightly pinched the cheek of the person on the bed, speaking softly. Go freshen up and have breakfast, A's. All the food on the table were things he loved to eat. Ji Hanjun knew everything about him, yet Su Zhe himself knew nothing about Ji Hanjun's preferences and interests. A's, do you want to go to the amusement park? How about going out to relax a bit? No. Do you have any place you'd like to go? I can take you. No. Previously, he would really want to go out, but now he had no interest whatsoever. Ji Hanjun looked at his somewhat pale face. The red mark on his face had subsided overnight, but he looked a bit haggard, with a sickly pallor. There seemed to be a loss of all interest in his eyes, unresponsive to anything suggested. He liked the spirited and feisty A's. Su Zhe suddenly felt a shock inside upon seeing Ji Hanjun fall silent. He didn't know if he had said something wrong. Or perhaps Ji Hanjun wanted to go out, and he didn't want to. Yesterday, Ji Hanjun spoke up for him, yet today he refused to even accompany him to the amusement park. Feeling uncomfortable, a certain indescribable emotion arose, causing him to blurt out instinctively. If you want to go, then we'll go together. Not because he wanted to go, but simply because his one and only hobby was Su Zhe. As long as you don't leave me, I can promise you anything. In the past when we dated, you unilaterally wanted a breakup with me, and I didn't agree. Su Zhe put down the chopsticks in his hand, giving Ji Hanjun a skeptical glance, So, couples should understand each other thoroughly. I don't want you to hide anything in your heart that makes you unhappy. Ji Hanjun looked at him, his eyes concealing a storm of emotion, as if he had already uncovered the truth. His lips parted lightly. Your happiness is more important than anything else. Don't instinctively try to please anyone. I love you deeply, you can unconditionally cause me trouble. Instinctively trying to please others. Su Zhe didn't know how he had turned into this. Losing more and more things around him left him feeling insecure. Deep down, he feared Ji Hanjun was the same way. He didn't want to keep becoming someone he didn't recognize. Su Zhe turned away with a cold snort, unhappy that his thoughts had been read. He lost his appetite for eating entirely. Then he rudely threw the chopsticks onto the table, lifting his chin high, speaking with malicious intent. I'm not trying to please you, stop being self-centered. Guessing what's in people's minds. You should be beaten with a stick for that. There's a stick upstairs, go ahead and punish yourself. Chapter 71, to the amusement park. He was just saying it offhandedly. But when he was brought upstairs, he realized there really was one. He didn't know what it was made of, but just looking at it made him feel pain. Ji Hanjun must be crazy. Ji Hanjun's voice was low but carried an undertone of warmth, his gaze fixed on Su Zhe's face. I only hope you're happy. You've always thought about me, why don't you consider yourself more? Everything about himself Ji Hanjun knew, even his emotions were transparent to him. But towards Ji Hanjun, he wasn't the same, he couldn't detect Ji Hanjun's mood changes. My moods all come from A's, if you want to comfort me, all it takes is a kiss. Ji Hanjun was truly excellent, now Suze finally understood why he was the main character. A warm sensation welled up inside Suze's heart. This was the feeling of being cared for, being loved. He discarded whatever was in his hands. Suze suddenly remembered something, and his expression became odd. Why is there such a thing in the house? Because it was prepared as a gift for A's. Ji Hanjun suppressed the shadow of darkness in his eyes, his voice somewhat hoarse. I thought if A's ever misbehaved, this could make A's obedient. Of course, he's still a psycho. And likely this storage room contained more than just this, there might be other things he wouldn't expect, tools exclusive to perverts. At this realization, Suze instantly felt coldness crawl down his back, some fear driving him to step backward, turning to leave. But the person behind him was quick-witted, embracing him from behind, stopping his intention to leave. His back pressed tightly against someone's chest, arms circling his waist, tightening their hold. I won't punish A's right now. Then why won't you let me leave? Suze grew angry, forcibly prying the arms encircling his waist, struggling and cursing. Let go, you disgusting psycho. You tricked me upstairs just to torment me with those creepy things. Pfft. Damn freak. Ji Hanjun's eyes held a deep, somber gaze, quietly listening to the person in his arms rant like a furious cat cursing endlessly. He could almost picture it, the small mouth opening and closing while cursing, so adorable he wanted to kiss it. A's words were actually correct. The room did indeed have other perverted items. But he didn't intend to use them on A's now. Ji Hanjun lowered his head and buried his face in his neck, tilting his head slightly to nibble gently on the side of his neck. Shut up. It felt like being both nipped and bitten by a giant dog. Don't leave, there are other things in the room. The voice behind him carried an enticing tone, whispering intimately near his ear, brushing against it softly. Suze's ear tip started turning red. Are you gay? Stop doing that. This storage room indeed had many items, including several large boxes, and even a piano tucked in a corner. Suze's attention was drawn to the piano in the corner. This was the very piano he took lessons on as a child, a birthday gift from his aunt. His aunt was a famous celebrity who won several awards as Best Actress, and she was also the one in the family who cared for him most deeply. After the incident, he hadn't even dared to seek her out. Would his aunt hate him too, like a mother would? Ji Hanjun stepped forward to open one of the boxes inside. Inside were neatly arranged toys, clothes, handmade items and paintings, albums, and little trinkets from A's childhood. He had already sorted all these items out from the Su family estate long ago. As they approached these boxes, Suze found it hard to believe. How could Ji Hanjun have found and brought back all these things that held every memory? Why are all these my things? Didn't you bring any of your own? Suze rummaged through the boxes for a long time, but it seemed everything inside was related to him. All his belongings. Not one thing belonged to Ji Hanjun. He bent down, searching with his hands in several boxes, but indeed, there were none of Ji Hanjun's. Ji Hanjun stepped forward, stretching out his long, slender fingers, and pulled Suze's shirt that had ridden up while bending down back into place. I don't have anything. He only had A's. That's right. Ji Hanjun had endured the hardships meant for A's and didn't even have a happy childhood. A bitter feeling welled up inside Suze as he raised his head from the box to look at Ji Hanjun. Let's go to the amusement park. I want to go. When Suze was a child, he went to the amusement park a few times, taken by the steward. After meeting Ji Hanjun, they had never gone again, and until now, the two had never been to an amusement park together. He felt gloomy inside, knowing deep down how tough Ji Hanjun's childhood must have been. Recalling how he used to bully Ji Hanjun in the past, guilt rose within him. The amusement park was indeed lively. It happened to be the weekend, so there were lots of children. Suze noticed a vendor selling balloons at the entrance to the amusement park and tugged Ji Hanjun over. I want the little bear ones. 2 of them. After paying, Suze took the balloons, joy unrestrained in his eyes, beaming with happiness. Ji Hanjun looked at him, deeply moved. Finally, A's was happy. 2 little bear balloons, pink and yellow, round bodies with tiny separate ear balloons printed with cute, round eyes. Suze tied the pink balloon onto Ji Hanjun's wrist. 1 for each of us, tied to our wrists so we won't lose each other in the crowd. When he was young, he often lost sight of the steward at the amusement park because it was too crowded, always getting separated. Holding hands, the two bought tickets and entered the amusement park. At the ticket counter, they spotted Gu Lisheng and Gu Qing. They stood by the flower bed at the entrance, apparently having an argument. Gu Lisheng's heart was heavy with frustration towards Gu Qing when she turned around and saw the 2 balloons among the crowd, and then noticed Suze. Her gaze fell on the interlocked hands of the two, a flicker of excitement crossing her eyes as her lips curved slightly as she glanced at Gu Qing beside her. I told you they're a perfect match, look how tightly their hands are clasped. After saying that, Gu Lixin walked over alone to greet Su Zhe and Ji Hanjun. Hey, what a coincidence. The weather is nice today, isn't it? Su Zhe glanced at the sky. It really is quite good. Su Zhe hadn't expected to meet Gu Lixin here. He quietly glanced at Ji Hanjun to see how he reacted. Finding no reaction on the face of the person beside him, he appeared calm. Because of hearing about Ji Hanjun's impending engagement to Gu Lixin earlier, Su Zhe had developed a slight resistance to the meeting. Even though this encounter was purely accidental today. Gu Lixin and Gu Qing had come to discuss business. Amusement parks were always popular among children and students. Their company launched a study machine and hoped to sell it in the amusement park. They had come today to discuss cooperation. Standing aside, Gu Qing's gaze fell on the interlocked hands of the two, strange emotions rising in her heart. The two really did suit each other. Chapter 72, Eyes Only for You. The amusement park had countless attractions, carousels, Ferris wheels, roller coasters, and giant swings. As the roller coaster sped past on its track, the screams of some passengers could be heard throughout the entire amusement park. Colored balloons and ribbons were tied all over the various areas of the amusement park, with all kinds of toy shops and food stalls available. Gu Lixin never liked playing with these things when she was young, and Gu Qing had played but wasn't interested anymore. She left at the gate citing something she had to do. Su Zhe, however, was brimming with enthusiasm, dragging Ji Hanjun to browse in the gift shop, where they bought several plush dolls. The staff also gifted them 2 animal hair bands. There were only rabbits and cats left. These hair bands would light up during the fireworks display in the evening. Su Zhe put the cat one on his head. Just as he picked it up, the person next to him leaned slightly closer to lower their head. This made it easier for him to fix the hair band without having to stand on tiptoe or raise his arms so high. It somehow looked oddly contrasting. Ji Hanjun's appearance was already classically aggressive beauty. He was nearly 1m9 tall, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, wearing a white shirt on top with his jacket draped over his wrist. It had to be said that Ji Hanjun still carried a hint of youthful innocence, but he usually appeared rather gloomy, always preferring to stay in the shadows. If his life hadn't been switched, Ji Hanjun's life would have undoubtedly been brilliant and bright. Did you see that? He bent down. I thought they were different from the moment we walked into the shop. I got shippy vibes. He looked so handsome and well-behaved. The tall boy beside him seems rather intimidating and cold. This is definitely the most attractive couple I've ever seen. The BL fangirl spirit burns fiercely. Look closely, girls. The cute boy has a hickey on his neck. Lower your voices. It looks like they're noticing us. The 3 girls hurriedly lowered their heads, pretending to look at the toys in their hands as if they were shopping. Su Zhe had already noticed them and had heard what they said. Instinctively, he glanced over at Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun was also looking at him, and their eyes met. Anyone can tell just by looking that you're mine, and it makes me so happy. This was the first time Su Zhe saw Ji Hanjun smile genuinely, with joy radiating from his face and eyes filled with love. He looked really good when he smiled, with the melancholy in his eyes and his demeanor softened by laughter. Su Zhe shifted his gaze, stretching out his hand to pretend to adjust the hairband on his head, trying to hide his flushed face. But the racing heartbeat had already given him away. After finishing the purchase, they went to the restaurant for dinner before playing games. It was a themed restaurant, a little yellow bear theme restaurant where many people came to take photos. Although the seats inside were almost full, they arrived at a perfect time when a table guest had just paid and left. The menu offered all sorts of desserts, cakes, main courses, and even some daily limited items that had already sold out. Su Zhe ate happily, loving the desserts here, especially the juice which was particularly refreshing. The 3 girls they had met earlier in the shop also arrived, sitting diagonally opposite them. Not too far away, this position allowed them to hear the conversations among the girls, who were talking about the fireworks show later in the evening. Everyone knows the Ferris wheel legend at the amusement park. At midnight 0 o'clock, ride the Ferris wheel up to the highest point with your loved one, and you'll be together forever. I know. Others say it's extremely effective, especially if you kiss while reaching the highest point. You will stay together for lifetimes. Wrong, it's not kissing. A deep hug once, One of the girls didn't finish her sentence because she was covered by the other 2 girls' hands. The 3 looked at Su Zhe and Ji Hanjun, who were quietly eating, and sighed in relief. One girl lowered her voice, "You're being too obvious. We've told you to stop reading so much hate oni." Did they hear? We'll find out tonight. I've bought tickets long ago. The legend of the Ferris wheel, he'd heard it when he was a child. His steward wanted to ride the Ferris wheel in the evening back then. However, riding the Ferris wheel at night was significantly harder due to the overwhelming crowds compared to daytime, making it impossible to buy tickets. Now, thinking about it, it seemed like there were indeed more young couples. Su Zhe subtly glanced sideways at Ji Hanjun, who showed no reaction. Probably, he didn't hear. He made a decision. He would secretly buy tickets ahead of time and then go to ride the Ferris wheel in the evening. Su Zhe pulled Ji Hanjun to play bumper cars. Both of them were sitting in one car, yet they couldn't compete with a child around 7 or 8 years old. On the roller coaster, Suze's voice nearly went hoarse from screaming, and his legs were shaking after getting off, but Ji Hanjun seemed completely unaffected. They were strolling near the grand flower bed in the center of the amusement park when Suze suddenly felt thirsty and stopped walking. "I'm thirsty." Ji Hanjun looked around and spotted a fruit tea stall nearby. "I'll go buy some. Wait for me here nicely." "Okay." When Ji Hanjun left, Suze, seeing his retreating figure, immediately stood up and headed in the opposite direction. The reservation for the midnight Ferris wheel was indeed highly sought after, especially the last one approaching 0 o'clock. There were no more tickets available, they had been snapped up early. Suze badly needed tickets, so he spent 5 times the regular price to buy 2 from a young couple. Holding the tickets tightly in his hand, he then carefully placed them in his pocket as if they were treasures. By the time he returned, Ji Hanjun had bought the fruit tea. The fireworks display officially began at 8 p.m. and continued until 3 a.m. The two stood in the crowd, at the center of the amusement park where people were gathered in great numbers. Many held their phones up to the sky as they began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Bang! Beautiful and brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky like shimmering, dazzling flowers, radiant and dazzling. Colorful fireworks blossomed across the sky like beautiful flowers. Suze turned to look at Ji Hanjun and noticed that Ji Hanjun had been staring at him the whole time. No matter how lively and spectacular the surroundings were, no matter how dazzling the fireworks, Ji Hanjun never glanced once. The delicate glow of the lights was reflected in his pupils. In those dark, deep pupils lay Suze's image. Why didn't Ji Hanjun look at the fireworks? Why keep looking at him? Was it because he thought the fireworks weren't pretty? Maybe Ji Hanjun didn't like fireworks. Suze pressed his lips together, wanting to ask why Ji Hanjun wasn't watching the stunning fireworks when he noticed Ji Hanjun saying something to him. The sound of his words was drowned out by the surrounding noise and explosions of fireworks, but Suze figured out what Ji Hanjun said by reading his lips. "I love you." Chapter 73, Won't Run. The legend of the Ferris wheel was always romantic and dreamlike, the amusement park's fireworks show was splendid and breathtaking. The two stood beneath the Ferris wheel as the ticket collector for the midnight session had already started. The tickets in his pocket were slightly crumpled, and Suze wondered if Ji Hanjun had heard the girls' conversation earlier. It was better if he hadn't. If he did hear, would Ji Hanjun think that he liked him? Those who ascended the Ferris wheel to its highest point would be together forever. He certainly wasn't. At most, he just didn't want Ji Hanjun, this obedient Ji, to leave him. Definitely not liking. How could he possibly like a pervert? Suze repeatedly tried to brainwash himself as he saw many people boarding the Ferris wheel. His heart grew restless. Ji Hanjun, extend your hand. Ji Hanjun was searching through his pockets when he heard the voice. He paused and slowly opened his palm. A crumpled double ticket for the Ferris wheel lay in his palm. Beside him, Suze's face was as red as a tomato. Hardly turning around, he stuttered a bit while speaking. "You. Don't overthink it. I found this ticket. There's no reason to miss the Ferris wheel if we have a chance." Even though his face was red from embarrassment, he still put on a haughty demeanor. Truly adorable in his stubbornness. Ji Hanjun clasped the ticket in his palm, with gentleness gleaming in his eyes. Another clean and neat double ticket from his pocket contrasted starkly with the crumpled one. "Coincidentally, I also found one." Ji Hanjun's lips curved into an arch, his usually gloomy black irises sparkling brightly throughout the day. His eyes were luminous. The flush on Suze's face extended all the way to his ear tips. He inwardly regretted ever revealing it. And his excuse was too feeble anyway, he hadn't bent down all day. How could he have found a ticket? Even when his shoelaces came undone, Ji Hanjun tied them for him. The view from the Ferris wheel was indeed picturesque, ascending slowly to clearly see all the illuminated entertainment facilities below. The vast amusement park was visible in every detail, and the fireworks seemed to be right beside them, dazzling and bright. At the central fortress of the amusement park, there stood a giant clock that continuously ticked away. It would soon be 0 o'clock. Suze was captivated by the scenery outside the window, clinging to the little window, full of excitement in his bright eyes. As the Ferris wheel slowly rose to its highest point, the massive clock struck 0 o'clock with a soft, ding, sound. Suze excitedly grabbed Ji Hanjun, pointing at the couple inside the opposite cabin. "Holy crap, they're kissing." The hand from behind turned his face, a dominant and tyrannical kiss pressing forward. One hand effortlessly gripped his hands and pinned them behind his waist, while another hand lightly clenched his jaw, preventing him from retreating. This time, he wouldn't get to watch others anymore. Instead, he became the ones being watched. From a nearby private cabin, the 3 girls screamed upon seeing the scene. "My gosh, so dominating, look at that neck pinch kiss. I told you they hurt us. Ah. Look, there." With tightly gripped wrists, Suze's eyelashes quivered lightly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he stared directly into Ji Hanjuan's dark and deep irises. The dimly stubborn gaze locked onto him firmly, plunging him into the abyss, like being hungrily stalked by a wolf. Ji Hanjun pulled away from his lips, loosened the hand gripping his neck, and rested his forehead against Su Zhe's. His thumb tenderly caressed Su Zhe's swollen lips. Our lifetime, we will never separate, right? As won't run, will he? His gaze was as deep as the ocean, his tone hoarse, obsessive, and stubborn. The hand on his lips seemed to exert force. Su Zhe's eyes reddened from the kiss, his eyelashes lightly fluttering now, and a mist of emotion clouded his beautiful gaze. My mouth hurts so much. Seeing Su Zhe remain silent, Ji Hanjun leaned down again, biting his lips heavily. Speak. Though they had been happy all day, why had Ji Hanjun suddenly turned so obsessive and crazy? Su Zhe nodded fiercely, his voice softening. Understood, understood, I won't run. Only then did Ji Hanjun smile, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Although he smiled, his words were quite terrifying. As has already run many times. If there is another time, your legs will be broken, and you'll be locked in the basement. Shit. How could this guy threaten him like that? I haven't said anything about running. Let go of me, my wrist hurts so much. Su Zhe glared at the person in front of him, his hands, held behind his waist, now felt sore and numb. Ji Hanjun gazed deeply into him, as if whispering softly. As long as you don't run, and stay by my side, I will give you my life. When the two returned home, it was already midnight. After showering, they went to bed. That night, Ji Hanjun held on to Su Zhe tightly. He had a lot of nightmares during the night, and every time he woke up, it was Ji Hanjun clutching him like an octopus. After breakfast the next morning, Ji Hanjun gave him the house password and even allowed him to attend class. Aren't you locking me up anymore? Ji Hanjun reached out to brush off some cat hair from his face, his voice raspy. Yes, and didn't as promise me yesterday not to run. It seems he had made such a promise. Ji Hanjun looked at his beautifully obedient form, his eyes shining brightly while playing with the little cat. Of course, he wanted to keep him locked up. But subconsciously, he didn't really want to completely control Az, because Az should be lively and cheerful. Not someone who lives forever in darkness like him, without any place to go. If Az really tried to escape, he would definitely catch him back and control him tightly, making him his true canary in a gilded cage. A canary whose wings were broken was the most beautiful. Because it would be exclusively his. Su Zhe finally returned to school, but under the condition of keeping Ji Hanjun informed about what he was doing. Today was art class, and after sending a message, Su Zhe walked towards the classroom with his drawing board. As he passed the teaching building, he came across a small grove. Just when he walked past it, he saw Gu Lisheng. The first time he met Gu Lisheng, she had long straight hair, but now her hair was curled. Dressed in a high-end short skirt suit, she leaned casually against the pavilion, smoking. Huh? No. Didn't she, in his memory, used to be lively and cheerful, radiating the sun-like charm of a cute teenage girl? Why does she feel so mature now? Gu Lisheng blew out a ring of smoke. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and her gestures were incredibly skilled as she extinguished the cigarette quietly. Seemingly sensing someone watching her, she turned around and immediately saw Su Zhe standing nearby with his drawing board. Ah, you've seen me smoking. A cool breeze swept through the pavilion, stirring Gu Lisheng's beautiful wavy hair. The man before her looked at him with a smile. Su Zhe still remembered the overly dramatic declaration of the female lead in Mary Sue-style novels from their first meeting. Don't look at me like that. It makes my heart uneasy. Su Zhe's eyes held a hint of oddity, expressing his confusion. Are you Gu Lisheng? Chapter 74, Fighting. Gu Lisheng was the miss of the Gu family, beloved by everyone. After some trouble at home, she sought various ways to borrow money. She initially collaborated with the Shen family, who agreed to help invest in her ventures but secretly planned to bring down the Su family. So, she wanted to get close to Su Zhe but was always closely monitored by the menacing dog near him. She tried winning over Ji Hanjun, yet Ji Hanjun was obviously cold-hearted and ruthless in handling affairs. Thus, she adopted another approach, writing love letters to Su Zhe to get closer to him, but they were intercepted by Ji Hanjun. Even the chocolate she bought was caught too. Since Shen family and Su family weren't friendly, and her mother had once been Yang Mu Xian's secretary. That man instructed her to get close to them to bring down the Su family. With one hand propping her cheek, sitting on the stone bench of the pavilion, Gu Lisheng slightly arched her red lips, speaking with a tinge of amusement in her voice. Of course I'm Gu Lisheng, just not the goody two-shoes image in front of others. Su Zhe carefully looked at her, thinking Gu Lisheng had awakened like him. Gu Lisheng took out the bank card from her bag and pushed it to Su Zhe. Here's double the money I borrowed from you back then, young master. Su Zhe let out a bitter laugh. I'm no longer a young master. How could you not be? Ji Hanjun says you'll always be a young master. His obvious favoritism towards you is so clear. Gu Lisheng's voice carried a hint of envy. When she learned that Ji Hanjun had improper intentions towards Suze, following his insane logic, it might involve forced love. But who would have thought it turned out to be pure love? And don't overthink about that engagement thing. It was Su Lady's personal decision. I only knew after attending the banquet. Turned out, neither Ji Hanjun nor Gu Lixing that day knew what the banquet was for. If he hadn't returned home that day and hadn't met Ji Hanjun, there wouldn't have been a chance for him to be taken to the banquet. And if he'd been late, their engagement news might really have spread. Suze felt as though a huge rock in his heart was finally lifted, and it seemed Gu Lixing didn't fancy Ji Hanjun at all. Teach me how you control people. Ji Hanjun follows your every move, it has left me envious. If the person she liked could also openly favor her like this, that'd be great. Do you have someone you like? Suze was surprised, first by the mismatched personalities, then how the originally fated female lead had feelings for someone else now. Could his awakening have changed the plotline? Gu Lixing sighed, her eyes becoming somewhat sad. What can I do? That person doesn't like me. Love is something you can't force. She wanted to force love too, but she wasn't strong enough. As for the repaid money, Suze went directly to the bank and transferred all the money to the mountain village he bought before and funded. After such a long time without going there, the school should have already been built. When he entered the classroom with his drawing board, the teacher had already started teaching. He sneaked in through the back door and immediately saw Qin Shu sitting in the corner. Qin Shu was also surprised to see Suze and quickly pulled out the stool behind him. Suze walked over and sat next to him. After such a long absence, he momentarily didn't know what to say. Qin Shu clearly noticed Suze's mood change and gently spoke up. We are forever friends, no matter if you're a real or fake young master. That's right. For all these years, he definitely had several true friends. In one class, the two were like they used to be, quietly chatting in the corner about the latest gossips and things Suze didn't know. This long-lost feeling warmed his heart. Previously preoccupied with getting Yang Mu Xian's recognition and maternal love, he ignored Ji Hanjun who truly cared for him and his friends. During lunch when the two went to eat, many gazes fell on them. There were too many rich and powerful people in the noble school, and the Su family ranked high among them, making many reluctant to offend them. Those who once disliked him, now disliked him even more. Seeing the newly released mulberry sweet dessert at the restaurant, Suze just grabbed it when a boy beside him bumped into him. The milk tea fell from his hands, dirtying his shoes. Nearby laughter arose, and the guy who deliberately bumped him laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. Qin Shu walked forward, tightly gripping the collar of that person. His face cold, he raised his fist but stopped just before it landed as someone caught it. Let it go, Qin Shu, I'll clean it myself. Suze knew these people harbored resentment towards him. Things were different now, and surely, they would find ways to bully him. If it were before, he would have fought back long ago, but now he was no longer the Su family's young master. He told Qin Shu to eat first while he went to the restroom to wash off the milk tea stain. Qin Shu watched Suze walk away until he disappeared around the corner. The guy who caused the collision was still laughing with his friends, spewing vulgar words teasingly. Qin Shu clenched his fists and stepped forward. A figure had already reached the offender faster. The boy responsible was sitting down having dinner when he sensed someone stopping beside him, then suddenly being grabbed by the collar. Ji Hanjun yanked him by the collar, throwing him to the ground. The pressure on his foot increased heavily as if he intended to break the legs of the person beneath him. The man underfoot kept pleading. Ji Hanjun's gaze was gloomy, his eyes ruthless, his hoarse voice sounding like a demon from hell. Go and clean up the spilled milk tea properly, and I'll make sure your hands remain unscathed. Suze was unaware of what happened outside. He squatted in the restroom, wiping his shoes clean. Fortunately, his socks hadn't gotten wet. The small bear-patterned socks on his feet were the same style as Ji Hanjun's. He wore a pair of blue ones, while Ji Hanjun had pink ones. Suddenly, an uproar came from outside. It seemed someone had come in. To avoid trouble, he quickly hid inside a stall. The two boys who came in were still shaken by what had just occurred, having abandoned their friend to hide in the restroom, fearing that Ji Hanjun might also attack them. Do you know why Ji Hanjun would stand up for that fake young master? In the past, he treated him like a slave. Who knows for sure? Do you think those two are romantically involved? But Suze really is handsome, I thought we could bully him a little for fun. Forget it. I don't want to get beaten. Ji Hanjun's truly a psycho. Crazy as hell. No wonder they call him Mad Dog. Maybe being a dog has become a habit, subconsciously protecting his master. Curses, mockery, vulgarities filled the air. Suze heard everything clearly inside the stall. He originally didn't want any trouble, but criticizing Ji Hanjun in front of him was unacceptable. You insult the dog, yet you must respect its owner. The door to the stall was kicked open, cutting short the laughter of the two people, who then turned around to see Suze, his face full of aggression. One of them started to say something before Suze rushed over and delivered a heavy punch. In the past, he was famous for being arrogant, tyrannical, and wicked. Of course, he knew how to fight. The punches landed heavily on flesh, clearly showing he was enraged. Even with 2 against 1, he still managed to press them both down on the ground. Dare to let me hear your trash talk again, and I'll tear out your tongues. Chapter 75, Taking Photos. Ji Han-jun may have done many wrong things, but it's just due to some personality flaws in being obsessive. Even if he locked him up, Su-zae doesn't exactly hate Ji Han-jun. On the contrary, given that he stole Ji Han-jun's life, Ji Han-jun should hate him instead of so blatantly favoring him. The dagger he always carried was still with Ji Han-jun. That was his tool for self-defense. Otherwise, these two wouldn't just be suffering punches, it'd be far worse. We're sorry, we understand now, please stop. We won't do it again, ever again. The boy's beat cried and pleaded. The one standing beside already had blood gushing from his nose, holding it in pain. Su-zae yanked his hair at the back of his head, stopping only after thinking about dunking his head into the toilet bowl. Then he threw the boy aside, casually washing his dirty hands, speaking lightly. So what if my status isn't the same as before? I can still flatten you. After all, he is a man who stands tall. He knows how to fight. The boxing classes he attended as a child weren't for nothing. But unfortunately, his health wasn't good, so he cried after going just once. Walking out of the restroom, he found the cafeteria unusually quiet, quite different from its usual clamor. What's going on? So quiet. Chin-shu stuffed some broccoli into his mouth, sounding a bit moody. Ji Han-jun came here and fetched lunch for you. Only then did Su-zae notice the food ready on the table, his favorites. Even the mulberry dessert that fell earlier had been replaced on his table. He thought Chin-shu had simply helped bring his lunch. Chin-shu felt a bit uneasy because he wanted to beat those boys earlier, but Ji Han-jun got there first. By the time he wanted to fetch lunch, Ji Han-jun had already done so. Jian-mu was in the same department as Su-zae, usually eating together during lunch, yet none of them told Su-zae how efficient Ji Han-jun could be. Su-zae put a small meatball into his mouth, only to find multiple messages waiting for him on his phone. Ji Han-jun, I'll be giving a speech at the nearby school this afternoon. Be good. Ji Han-jun, the fruits are prepared. You can just pick them up from the fruit shop. Ji Han-jun, I'll pick you up in the evening, take you to that restaurant you wanted to try. Ji Han-jun, love you. Ji Han-jun, puppy on guard mode. Su-zae chuckled stupidly biting onto his chopsticks, finding it odd indeed that the text sounded so much like Ji Han-jun, yet seeing the cute emoji felt strange. Why send such an adorable emoticon? Since childhood, Ji Han-jun had never sent him such cute expressions or anything about puppy guarding duty. This afternoon, he actually didn't have many classes anyway. Thinking of going to the library initially, it had been ages since he visited that little villa. Afraid the phone had a tracker, Su-zae left it in the dorm, exchanged cash beforehand, and hailed a taxi to go there. Sure enough, things unfolded exactly as he imagined they would. The school was beautiful, really beautiful. The newly built library was already being expanded, and the bumpy roads had all been turned into cement ones. The village chief became excited at the sight of Su-zae, almost kneeling down with his eyes red. The white-haired old man was deeply moved. This remote little village originally drew no attention, and getting an education was a problem for the children in the village. Without learning, they wouldn't leave these mountains, it would take 3 hours on foot to reach the nearest school. This place was far away from the city. One would need to sit in a car for 2 hours to get there. Su-zae knew that it was far. It always took him around 2 hours to get here. Village chief, what are you doing? Su-zae quickly held him up, preventing his attempt to kneel. Little master, you are our benefactor. It's because of your help that we have repaired our houses and roads, and built a school for the children. Su-zae's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The internet signal here was poor, with limited access to information. He was not a master anymore long ago. It is my duty. Encourage them to study hard to walk out of these mountains, this is more important than anything. These children were different from him. They lived in poverty. Usually, only mothers and children stayed at home, while fathers worked far away for better lives for their families. Children living here were truly loved by their parents. The village chief was genuinely grateful. Once upon a time, he hated rich people who bullied others due to wealth the most. In fact, rich people were not all bad, and there were those who had good hearts. Little master, tell us your name so we will remember it forever. That's right, he had been here for such a long time, but the people here only knew that he was a young master without knowing his real name. Yan Mushin, remember this name. She is my mother, a strong woman. He just wanted a peaceful place to stay, which is why he chose such a remote location. All the money he invested belonged to the Su family. If there was someone to remember, it should be her name. Su-zae was taken on a tour of the school and the residential area. On the road, children gave him candies, while some women handed him sweet potatoes or potatoes. The sweet potatoes were something they painstakingly grew but couldn't bear to eat themselves. Candies were also things the children cherished greatly but didn't want to share. Looking at the full pockets of his coat, Su-zae felt a lump rise in his throat. This is Xiao Ying's house, where the best student in our village lives. She's one of the most ambitious girls, but recently her mom said that Xiao Ying might have an online boyfriend. The village chief led him to a dilapidated little house, which had clearly been renovated, and the yard was neatly swept. Su Zhe glanced once, thinking about giving extra funding to support this studious girl. However, she was too young now and needed to focus on studying. Having a boyfriend seemed too early. Inside the room stood an ordinary bed. The girl looked plain, tall with a simple ponytail. Facing difficult questions on the test paper, Xiao Ying instinctively turned to the boy on the phone. What's wrong? Baby, is there a difficult question? Xiao Ying confirmed yes, then read the whole question aloud to the person on the other end. The signals in the village weren't great, making the connection a bit crackling. Even the mobile phone used was her father's old discarded model. The screen was cracked, and it wasn't even a very smart phone. Xiao Ying frowned at the low-quality signal on her phone with just 2 or 3 bars, doubting whether the other side had heard her clearly. Just as she intended to hang up, the voice came from the phone. Baby, I can only hear your voice, but I cannot see you, I miss you. The man's breathing was slightly uneven, and his voice broken, suggesting he was busy doing something else at the moment. Xiao Ying was a simple girl, and when she heard that he missed her, her face lit up with youthful shyness. When I go to college, we can meet. That time is still far away, baby. Can you send me a picture to look at? Xiao Ying timidly replied, but I've sent you my photo before. The man gently coaxed, even sounding a little aggrieved. I want a picture of you without clothes, baby. Xiao Ying froze, instinctively whispering back. No, I cannot do that. This is inappropriate. There's nothing improper about it. I won't show anyone. Please baby, I beg of you. Chapter 76, Heavy Rain. Young, naive, kind-hearted girls often encounter men with sinister intentions. Good baby, we've been together for such a long time. Don't you know what I am like? Just send me one photo, I miss you so much. If you don't send me a picture, I will be very sad. I love you so much, and I wouldn't possibly show anyone else. I want to keep it when I think of you, it's a proof of my love. Xiao Ying frowned, gripping the test paper on the desk tightly, wavering in her heart. Alright, okay, just a little. Is it true? Baby, then take the picture and send it to me. Don't hang up the phone. The voice on the other side was filled with excitement and anticipation as he waited for Xiao Ying to send the photos. The girl sitting at the desk wore a shirt, it was an ordinary school uniform undergarment. She could take it off by simply unbuttoning it. Xiao Ying felt some resistance in her heart but didn't want him to be sad, trusting that he wouldn't share the photo with others. Her fingers reached for the buttons, unfastening the first one. When she prepared to unbutton the third one, the door was suddenly pushed open. Take your hand off, don't take any pictures. Su Zhe's face was serious as he walked forward and gently took her hand away from her clothes. If you send it, your whole life will be ruined. The person on the other end clearly heard the stranger's voice and became frightened and angry. Who the hell are you? This is none of your business. Xiao Ying usually stayed alone at home. Her mother worked during the day, leaving only her studying all day at home. She didn't know a stranger had suddenly appeared in her house. Xiao Ying blushed with embarrassment for a moment, hurriedly buttoning her clothes back up. Her eyes instantly reddened. Su Zhe gave a gentle smile to the girl in front of him, taking her phone with one hand while patting her head comfortingly with the other. I'm her brother. Why should she send photos to you? The person on the phone hesitated, not knowing Xiao Ying had a brother who caught him red-handed asking for photos. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. It's normal to ask for photos. Su Zhe chuckled coldly, then you send me one first. Take your clothes off too. What the hell? Are you some perverted psycho? You're cursing yourself. I've never heard someone calling themselves a pervert before. Realizing he'd been insulted indirectly, the man burst with toxic masculinity and started getting defensive. The words grew nastier and more disgusting. Su Zhe wouldn't give him a chance, immediately blocking and deleting him. Xiao Ying was a smart kid and now understood the true face of such men. There are too many people like this. If you send them photos, they'll not only show others around them, but also post them online, which will become a weapon to threaten you later. The girl held back her tears, just moments ago, her entire future was almost destroyed. This person had asked her for these kinds of photos before, but since her mother was at home, she didn't dare to do it. Thank you, brother. Su Zhe ruffled her hair, his gaze landing on the perfect scored exam paper on the table. I heard you study well. Do you have any plans to go to school in the city center? I can sponsor you until you achieve success. Really? Can I go to school in the city center? Then can I participate in exams there? Su Zhe looked at the bright light that rose in the girl's eyes, deeply moved. Of course. Once you succeed, you can bring your mom and dad, who's far away, back. You can live happily together as a family. Yes. I will work hard. Su Zhe looked at the girl's innocent and kind face, wishing he had a sister too. Keep it up. Study hard. You're still young. Don't think about dating yet. In the future, once you enter college and achieve success, you can pick any man you like. Xiaoying glanced carefully at the handsome and good-looking person in front of her, the scene earlier still revolving in her mind, her heart thumping wildly. Can big brothers count too? Su Zhe was sent to the roadside by the village chief, who killed the old hen that had been raised for 2 years at home and insisted on putting a bowl of chicken into Su Zhe's hands. Accept it, accept it. I live alone, and my greatest obsession has always been the children in the village. The young master isn't much older either. At home, he must be very spoiled. What a blessing for Mrs. Yang to have such a good son. Su Zhe got into the taxi returning to school, holding a bowl of chicken in his hands that felt like it weighed thousands of pounds. All the best parts of the chicken were picked out and placed in his bowl. His coat pockets were also full of candies, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Tears dropped from his eyes, one after another. The restaurant was always packed at night. Ji Hanjun pulled Su Zhe's hand and made him sit inside, sitting herself at the aisle side. Don't order so much. I'm a bit full today. Su Zhe wasn't just full, he was very full. There's a limit to how much pockets can hold, but it still wasn't little. On the road, he ate the entire big bowl of chicken and all the sweet potatoes in his pocket. The remaining candies were still stuffed in his pocket. Originally, the ants had given him a large bag of potatoes and sweet potatoes, but there was no way he could carry that much. But taking one without anything would be rude. After all, they gave it out of kindness. The ants wanted him to try some, they had cooked them ahead of time. Did you eat snacks today? Your belly is so round. Ji Hankuan glanced down at Su Zhe's round stomach, which looked like a ball. Yeah, I still have candy in my pocket. Su Zhe pulled out the candy from his pocket. There was a word on the wrapper, sour girl. He had eaten one in the car earlier, and it nearly acidified him to death. He even thought he might mutate in the back seat because of it. A mischievous idea sprang into his mind, and Su Zhe tore open the candy, extending his hand to Ji Hankuan's mouth. Little hashtag, open your mouth. Ji Hankuan's eyes became deep as she gazed at him, then opened her lips. The moment the candy entered her mouth, sourness immediately spread throughout, leaving her feeling terrible. Ha 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 ha. You're gonna die laughing, right? Pretty sour, huh? Ji Hankuan's eyebrows were completely furrowed, it was indeed extremely sour. People around laughed heartily, their laughter loud and cheerful, filling the air. His brows curved with amusement, and his presence seemed softer under the restaurant lights, his eyes twinkling like stars. It was as though the whole galaxy was hidden within his gaze, yet the charmingly defiant young master was more radiant than any galaxy. Ji Hankuan almost couldn't tear her eyes away. Ha ha ha, you sent out the guard expression package yesterday, was the candy sour or not? Ji Hankuan's eyes held a hint of warmth, melting away any gloom and replacing it with affection. Not sour, it's sweet. Ha. Such sour candy, it was absolutely devastating, and the instant it touched the tongue, it was practically lethal. It was only sweet after the sourness. Freaky tastes are different from normal people. Next time, I'll buy you a packet of sour powder. The dishes they ordered had already been served. Su Zhe tasted each item with just a small bite, leaving the rest for the person beside him. After eating dinner, as soon as they walked out, they were met with a heavy downpour. Their steps were halted by the rain. The rain was intense, cascading loudly in the dark night sky, and thunder rumbled in the distance. It was a bit frightening. This reminded him of an unpleasant memory, the time he ran away from the estate, also in such a torrential rain. High-end restaurants always prepared umbrellas for their customers. The waiter handed an umbrella to Ji Hankuan. Thank you. Ji Hankuan reached out to take it, then grabbed the hand of the person beside her, only to find that the other stood rooted in place, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong, Ace? Ji Hankuan, there's a woman across the street waving at me. Ji Hankuan followed his gaze, but saw no one beneath the lamppost across the street. She hid when you turned around. She looks like Aunt Lu. Chapter 77, Mom. Since the incident last time, he hadn't seen Aunt Lu again. The rain poured continuously, and the figure who had just been standing by the roadside disappeared, as if she'd never been there. Could he have seen wrong? He assumed it was just a brief interlude, but on his way to school the next day, he encountered Aunt Lu at the entrance. Lu Fang stood at the school gate, rushing forward when she saw Su Zhe approaching. Little Zhe. Su Zhe looked at the 30-something woman in front of him, whose face appeared weary, dark circles under her eyes as though she hadn't slept well for days. Ji Hankuan's classes started earlier than his, so he had come alone, reporting to Ji Hankuan beforehand. Is there something you need from me? Although everything Lu Fang did was for him, to let him live a good life, he didn't approve of her methods, unable to truly accept them from the bottom of his heart. Lu Fang's eyes carried regret. She had been looking for Su Zhe, but they kept missing each other. Even during the incident, Su Zhe vanished, and she assumed he'd been locked up by the madam as punishment. Little Zhe, the identity issue has been exposed. They didn't do anything to you, right? After the exposure of the identity, she had been dismissed from the house by the madam. She worked for the Su family since her youth. The madam not sending her to jail was already the greatest mercy towards her. But she didn't give in. No, is there something else? If not, I have class. Lu Fang panicked when she saw Suze trying to leave. Little Zhe, go home with me. Suze froze for a moment, confused as he turned his head to look at Lu Fang. He owed it all to Ji Hankuen's trust that he could come out now. If he were to leave, Ji Hankuen might go berserk. Forget leaving, if he even dared think of it, he wouldn't be allowed out again forever. Lu Fang held Suze's hand, her tone tinged with pleading. Will you go home with me for a moment? Don't you want to see your biological mother? Biological mother. From the start to this day, he didn't even know what his mom looked like, let alone seen a single photograph. Pass. It's been so many years, there's no more feeling left anyway. Suze pulled his hand back. Right at such a conspicuous place by the school gate, several pairs of eyes had already glanced over. He didn't want to be made into a laughingstock and knew well that he had no bond whatsoever with this family. Just meet her for once, alright? She really wants to see you, it won't take long. She misses you. The voice persisted from behind, but Suze remained silent as he took step after step into the school. He assumed Lu Fang would leave after being rejected, but surprisingly, as soon as he and Ji Hankuen left the school gate at dusk, they were blocked again. The instant Lu Fang stepped forward, Ji Hankuen yanked Suze behind him and fixed a dark glare on the woman before them. Lu Fang was still intimidated upon seeing Ji Hankuen since she used to always bully and beat him. Now that their positions were reversed, it would only take Ji Hankuen one word to end her life. Families like theirs couldn't possibly stand against the Su family, a house of wealth and power. Little Zhe. It was an unfamiliar woman's voice, not Aunt Lu's. Hearing this, Suze peeked out from behind Ji Hankuen and saw a woman in a blue long dress walking towards them. She was very beautiful, her face gentle and her figure tall and elegant. She appeared much younger than Lu Fang, yet she was almost 40 years old. Her eyes gleamed like winter sunshine, bright and tender, brimming with profound affection. This was his birth mother, Lu Yuan. Suze's good looks were entirely inherited from his mother, both sharing a handsome and delicate appearance. Lu Yuan's eyes overflowed with maternal love as she waved gently to Suze. Little Zhe, I'm your mom. If Yang Mu Xian represented the image of a strong businesswoman, then Lu Yuan was undoubtedly the epitome of a gentle beauty. In her high heels, Lu Yuan approached them, her lustrous hair draped over her shoulders. Her dress was simple yet sophisticated, radiating nothing but warmth and elegance. Mom has gone through difficult times and endured a lot these past years, Little Zhe. Could you come home with me, please? Mom misses you so much. The sadness was evident in her eyes as they turned red immediately upon speaking, arousing great pity. Suze gazed at the gentle woman before him. He had never heard such a soothing voice growing up, profoundly moved inside. Could this really be his birth mother? Just as he wanted to step out from behind Ji Hankuen, his hand was grabbed again. The grip was firm, like a vice locking down hard on him, causing slight pain as Suze lifted his head. He instantly met those shadowy black eyes, piercing through him like they were assessing his every move. Haven't you said that you wouldn't leave? Remember that? Ji Hankuen's voice was stern, rough, and low, filled with warning. His gaze was impenetrable. That's right, he had promised Ji Hankuen. But this person before him was his biological mother. I didn't say I'd leave you. Lu Yuan's eyes fell on the intertwined hands between them but showed no change in emotion, her soft tone continuing. It's normal that Little Zhe doesn't want to return with me, we're still unfamiliar. Would you like to join me for dinner, Little Zhe? Her voice was incredibly tender, and the maternal affection in her eyes was something he had never experienced from Yang Mu Xian. No. Ji Hankuen coldly interrupted, his sharp eyes focusing on the necklace around the woman's neck. This woman claimed she had suffered and endured hardships, yet the bracelet on her wrist and the necklace around her neck were the latest designs of the season. Her clothing, posture, and demeanor clearly indicated someone who lived lavishly and refined her look over time, traits far from ordinary people. It's just a meal. It won't take too long. The four of them ended up at the nearest restaurant and ordered a few dishes. Suze was allergic to pineapples, and so was Lu Yuan. It's all my fault, Little Zhe. I lost my mind back then, but it was all for you to live a better life. I made a mistake. I'm sorry, Little Zhe, and also to Master Ji and Mrs. Su for causing so much trouble and inconvenience. Lu Yuan's heartfelt apology weighed heavily on Suze. After all, switching two children in an instant altered their fates irrevocably. Tears welled up in Lu Yuan's eyes, rolling down silently as she spoke, the epitome of a beauty shedding tears. From the moment they entered, many male guests had their eyes drawn to Lu Yuan. It was undeniable, despite being 40, she looked like a young girl, her figure just as impeccable. Ji Hankuen placed a piece of shrimp on Suze's plate, filling it with food not just from him but also this unfamiliar woman. The possessive emotions bubbling inside Ji Hankuen became almost uncontrollable as his gaze grew darker on the food in the bowl that came from others. This woman had come to take someone away, trying to convince Suze to go home with her. Does Little Zhe live with Master Ji? Wouldn't that be a bother for him? Does little Zay want to come home with me? Su Zay paused for a moment, the sudden outpouring of maternal love leaving him at a loss. Having never been loved by parents, he struggled to distinguish whether this abrupt affection was real or fake. Lu Yuan's face remained soft and kind, her voice pleasant. Throughout the meal, she kept serving food to his plate. Little Zay likes stuffed animals, right? Mom bought you a super big one at home. Mom will make up for all the love I lacked these past years. Her intention to persuade him to return home was painfully obvious, while the atmosphere around Ji Hankun became increasingly oppressive. Unnecessary. If he wants a stuffed animal, I'll buy it for him. The love he lacks, I'll give it too. Anything I provide is free for your choosing. Ji Hankuin's voice was deep and hoarse, holding back an impending storm as he pulled the person beside him and left the restaurant. Su Zay knew he was angry from his tone, yet there was no need to drag him so abruptly from the place. Let go. I didn't say I'm leaving you. Can't you stop losing your mind? Chapter 78, Are you crying? Losing my mind. Ji Hankuin gave a cold laugh, his expression growing even more terrifying, his tone filled with obstinacy and possessiveness. At the dinner table earlier, Ace clearly seemed a bit awkward, eating silently under the gazes of the two women shifting between gentle and calm. Not simple. Have I not treated you well? Did Ace say he wouldn't leave me? Would you follow that woman if given the chance? You promised to listen. By now, the sky had turned dark, and the wind from last night had brought a slight chill. Obey? Isn't Ji Hankun fully aware of his temperament? Su Zay shoved his hand forcefully away, anger evident on his beautiful face. Do you not know my nature? I'm not a master anymore, and I've contained my temper already. How much further should I control myself? Su Zay couldn't understand why Ji Hankun constantly exhibited such overwhelming control and possession over him. Even if it stemmed from love, one shouldn't impose limits on everything, right? And the reason he didn't dare run away was because Ji Hankun threatened to lock him in the basement. I am human, not a pet. Even without you, I can still survive fine. Without him? Ji Hankun took slow steps toward him, his features hidden in the darkness, resembling a snake lying in wait. Like a serpent flicking its tongue, inching closer and closer, emitting a heavy sense of oppression. If I weren't here, how would people who don't see eye to eye with your spoiled attitude treat you? And those who lust after you, what do you think they would do? Has Ace considered any of this? Taken aback by his words, Su Zay tightly gripped his hands. What else could he say? Now, everything made sense since he'd awakened. Before he awakened, his identity had been exposed, and the people he once bullied began retaliating. He became a public target, cursed by everyone, reduced to having not a penny to his name and stealing buns off the street. His body bore no intact spot, until he despaired and hatched an evil plan, to drag the male and female leads into hell together. Unfortunately, it failed, and Ji Hankun, as the main protagonist, personally had his limbs broken and tossed into the sea. Even now, he felt an excruciating pain in his arms and legs, as though someone had severed the tendons. This mysterious sensation of pain caused his face to suddenly turn pale, even trembling. What's wrong, Ace? Ji Hankun noticed something was off and moved forward only to be forcefully pushed away. Don't touch me. Enormous fear and resistance shone in his eyes, his whole face pale as if severely frightened. Ji Hankun froze at the sight of him. He could almost hear the waves crashing, wave after wave, despite the absence of any ocean nearby. Ji Hankun stepped forward, pulling him into a tight embrace and lifting a hand to his forehead, his tone growing anxious. Are you feeling a headache? Why are you sweating? His vision began to blur, and he could even hear the humiliating insults and mocking laughter that had once plagued him. Su Zay felt fear grip his heart. These were events he shouldn't remember, so why were they flooding back now? The voices were crystal clear in his ears. Ji Hankun. Can you hear it? The howling wind. Can you hear their mockery? The person in his arms was pale-faced, with bloodshot eyes, clutching tightly to Ji Hankuin's collar as he kept asking whether Ji Hankun could hear those taunts. But there was nothing around them, no sea, no jeering crowd. As his consciousness faded, the hateful ridicule continued to echo in his ears. It reminded him of the moment when his identity had been exposed, and he'd been cornered by some rich kids in an alleyway. They'd beaten and humiliated him mercilessly. They said, crawl through our legs, and we'll let you off. The hospital at night was quiet, save for hurried footsteps echoing along the empty hallway. Ji Hankuin's hair was disheveled, his coat draped over the person in his arms, sweat beading on his forehead. Where's the doctor? My partner has a headache and passed out. Su Zay woke up the next morning to Meow Meow's cries. His head still throbbed, but Ji Hankun had already risen early. After washing up, he carried the cat downstairs. Standing at the top of the stairs, he could see Ji Hankun preparing breakfast below. Meow. Hearing the sound, Ji Hankun placed the milk he was holding onto the table and walked toward the stairs. What are you doing? I can walk, I don't need you to carry me. Ignoring Su Zay, Ji Hankun picked him up horizontally and carried him downstairs before gently setting him on the sofa. You fainted yesterday because of your headache. Don't take chances. Yesterday, he remembered having a headache, then fainting. After that, everything went blank. And what if I fell? It's none of your business anyway. You were angry with me yesterday too. As a good boy, you should listen when I say not to carry me. Just thinking about being thrown into the sea by Ji Hankuin made him grind his teeth. He was determined to defy him, refusing to be compliant or the kind of cannon fodder who obeyed Ji Hankuin. Su Zhe didn't want to comply, he wanted to be the coolest supporting character, one that trampled on the male lead. A obedient person is just a puppy. But I'm disobedient, and you promise to be my hashtag forever. How dare you threaten me? Do you think I'm lying? I dreamed something terrible. In the dream, you broke my arms and legs and threw me into the sea. No one would believe that he had awakened, that he was living inside a book. To make it sound plausible, he told Ji Hankuin it was a nightmare instead. Ji Hankuin's gaze bore into him with an unusual intensity, serious yet earnest. I know. I'll behave. I'm hashtag. Don't be mad anymore. Sitting on the couch, Su Zhe looked up at the towering figure of Ji Hankuin leaning over him with intense oppression. He deliberately dragged out his tone, speaking haughtily and rudely. An underdog can't look down on me. The moment these words left his lips, Ji Hankuin knelt before him, staring at him with fiery intensity. A man whose face exuded aggression and dominance, now kneeling obediently in front of him, grabbed Su Zhe's hands and pressed them against his chest, where the heartbeat could be felt beneath the fabric. The emotions swirling in Ji Hankuin's eyes magnified, tinged with both supplication and resentment, as he spoke softly. The Ji Hankuin in your dreams must have been cruel, but I'm not like him. I won't break your limbs and throw you into the sea. Please don't hate me. I wasn't trying to force you to obey, only hoping you'd be gentle with me alone. If you're kind to me, it makes me feel special compared to everyone else. My previous confinement and mistreatment of you were due to my nature, but I will control myself from now on. I won't force you. I'll change. Speechless with shock, Su Zhe couldn't form any coherent words, not because of what he heard, but because of Ji Hankuin's bloodshot eyes. His hand could distinctly feel the beating heart against his palm, full of life and vigor. Ji Hankuin, are you crying? After breakfast, Su Zhe was heading to school for an English lecture, with the English book prepared by Ji Hankuin beforehand. Before leaving, Ji Hankuin fed the kitten and handed Su Zhe a small white pill without any engravings on it. Su Zhe was puzzled. What's this? Ji Hankuin took a cup of water, his eyes still slightly red, and placed the pill in Su Zhe's palm. It's vitamin. Taking it will stop your headaches. Chapter 79, Fret. The morning was refreshingly cool. Just as he entered the school, walking through its rear courtyard, Su Zhe could still hear the chirping of birds in the trees. He couldn't figure out why Ji Hankuin had been crying. It was just too strange. While lost in thought, Su Zhe absent-mindedly walked to the teaching building. He planned to head back to his dormitory to get his English lecture notes. Hey Su Zhe, are you coming to the party tonight? Suddenly, a hand clamped onto his shoulder from behind. It was Jiang Mu, who'd already been up early for basketball practice. In one hand, he held a basketball while the other hung on Su Zhe's shoulder. Qin Shu had just emerged from the dormitories looking half asleep, his newly dyed hair bright yellow. What kind of party? And why did you dye your hair yellow, Qin Shu? Qin Shu sighed dramatically, I've dated so many girls, most of them pursued me, and I just don't know how to say no. You get it, right? Now they all say I'm such a scumbag. Qin Shu looked heavenward with another exaggerated sigh, yesterday suddenly deciding to dye his hair yellow. He'd seen some posts online saying most girls disliked guys with blonde hair. They say I've had countless girlfriends, I've barely even held their hands. Like hell. Su Zhe and Jiang Mu both exclaimed at once. Teasing each other as usual, the three were clearly good friends who never ran out of things to talk about. Where's Chu Chen? After what happened at the last banquet, Su Zhe hadn't seen Chu Chen again. Was it because of the confession attempt that made him avoid him deliberately? Jiang Mu lowered his eyes. He's abroad now. He has already taken over the family business. Among their group, Chu Chen was always the one whose temper flared easily, but he was genuinely a good guy, fiery-tempered yet upright. Once, when they went out to the night market, they saw two men harassing women at another table. Without hesitation, Chu Chen had dropped his chopsticks and charged straight into them, even knocking out their front teeth. A fiery rich kid, who knew next to nothing about the family business he was destined to take over. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Su Zhe realized he had several unread messages on WeChat, but none from Chu Chen. The last message he sent, during some late-night hour, was withdrawn, so Su Zhe would never know what those words were. By the time the English lecture finished, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. After tidying up his notes, Su Zhe prepared to return to his room. Each time he attended these lectures, he inevitably caught some whispers from people around him. Though trying hard to ignore them, he ultimately failed. People must have wondered why, having already had his true identity exposed, he still showed up for classes, and worse, dared attend an elite academy like this. Whenever surrounded by crowds, Suze felt a tightness in his chest as if a stone was pressing against it, making it hard for him to breathe. Exiting the teaching building, Suze decided to visit the library. But as he headed down the usual route, he noticed someone he wished he'd never see again. A face he hoped to avoid forever. Their leader, not particularly handsome, had narrow eyes and dressed in the style favored by street hooligans. Behind him were always 2 or 3 followers. Between him, Jiangmu, and Pei Shen's gang, tensions had always run high, like natural enemies ready to clash at any meeting. Every encounter ended with heated exchanges or violence. They despised each other intensely. Memories surfaced, memories of Pei Shen's fists and kicks along with his insults and taunts. These images were engraved deep within Suze's mind. Before his awakening, he had been trapped in an alleyway by them, forced to crawl under their legs like a dog. In that instance, Pei Shen even broke one of his fingers. Suze tightly gripped the book in his hands and turned to go back. "Why are you running away? Do you think we'll eat you?" Pei Shen stepped forward to block his path, smirking arrogantly with his arms crossed over his chest. "How alone you are. Fake noble status revealed, and now your pals don't want to hang out with you anymore." Suze's eyes darkened. Despite his calm appearance, his fingers whitened from clutching the book too tightly. "Get out of my way." His tone remained as unpleasant as ever. Pei Shen stared in disbelief. With the false nobility identity blown and the Su family connection long gone, how dare this fake still act so arrogantly? "You dare tell me to get lost? Times have changed. Do you believe I could crush you with just a flick of my finger?" Suze watched the enraged person in front of him, his heart pounding. He held onto the book with one hand while balling his free hand into a fist. Hatred, loathing, fear, and dread intertwined. He hated that he had been treated like a dog to be toyed with, punched and kicked, insulted and cursed at. His fears and anxieties over what had happened in the past lingered deep in his heart as if they had left indelible shadows there. Speechless. Fake imposter taking someone else's place, how despicable you are inside. Ready to change your identity for someone wealthy, huh? As soon as the words were out, a punch silently came hurtling towards Suze's face. The henchman jumped, "Boss." Pei Shen landed a blow on Suze's face, sending him reeling several steps back with an astonished look on his face. Suze felt a burning sensation where the punch hit, the real pain oddly making him feel abnormally exhilarated. Don't ask for death. Before his awakening, he had wandered outside for too long, never eaten enough to have strength to fight. But now, it was truly different times from the past. He was going to reclaim everything from before. "You bastard dared to hit me. I'll kill you, and here you're so cocky alone." Pei Shen rushed forward like a madman, shaking off the 2 underlings holding his arms. A slight flicker passed through Suze's brows as he gripped the book tightly in his hand. This book might become his tool for fighting. His wrist was grabbed by someone pulling him backwards. A familiar scent invaded his nostrils. Ji Hankuen's eyes flashed with ferocity as he delivered a hard kick, knocking away the man approaching. "Go to hell, Pei Shen, do you really think we're dead? How dare you bully Suze? You son of a hammer, always picking on isolated people." Voices of rage resounded from the distance. Qin Shu's fists were the fiercest, pummeling with a storm-like intensity. Jiangmu had planned to attend a gathering, calling some acquaintances. They walked up just in time to witness this bullying scene. Originally, they were strolling when they encountered Ji Hankuen. There being only one path, they had no choice but to walk silently one after another. Just then, Ji Hankuen suddenly sprinted past them, and only then did they see Suze. 4 or 5 people pressed 3 individuals down and started beating them. Passers-by students who witnessed the brawl all stopped, captivated. Some even raised their phones. "Did you get hurt?" Ji Hankuen clearly showed worry and urgency as he turned Suze around on the spot. "No, I hadn't gotten the chance to fight back before you guys arrived. 3 definitely could not contend with 5, until a few student union members from nearby came over to mediate, thus ending the farce." Pei Shen's nose bled profusely, glaring venomously as he left, extremely reluctant. "Suze, wait for me, I will kill you sooner or later." Chapter 80, Don't Leave. "Are you alright?" Jiangmu and others approached, seeing Suze's face and hands unharmed without visible wounds. I'm fine. Suze suppressed his emotions, still hearing the ominous, "I will kill you sooner or later," ringing in his ears before Pei Shen left. When he was young, he experienced auditory hallucinations, doing something and suddenly hearing his parents call his name. Yet, every time he looked back, no one was there. "If you guys hadn't come, I could have taken them alone. Now, we should prepare to go to the gathering. Let's go." Jiangmu furrowed his eyebrows, finding Suze strange. In the past, even after Pei Shen left, they would curse fiercely. On the way to the gathering, Suze was evidently distracted. Ji Hankuen saw everything, lowering his gaze as he clenched Suze's hand tightly. "Does your head hurt again?" Suze shook his head. "No, don't worry about it." The gathering venue was a restaurant, and they even invited some girls, all coming for fun to the party. Ji Hankuin reminded him to stay safe, saying he'd return to the school to fetch something and would pick him up after the gathering ended with a phone call. Suze felt irritated inside. Before Ji Hankuin left, he still tightly held his hand, verbally agreeing to let him go but refusing to release his grip. Looking at Ji Hankuin, he seemed pitifully unwilling to part, like a little boy who didn't want anyone to leave. After sitting down, everyone ordered food. One male brought a deck of cards for truth or dare. Among the cards was a ghost card. The person receiving it had to choose from another deck whether it indicated truth or dare. Everyone must play, no excuses. Qin Shu dyed his hair bright yellow, making him stand out among the group of black-haired individuals, truly a conspicuous sight. He immediately drew the ghost card in the first round. Goodness, it's a big dare. The people around started laughing as a girl took the card he chose and saw the words on it. Big dare, to the third person on your right, go up to them and hold their face tenderly, gaze deeply into their eyes for 10 seconds while whispering sweet nothings. The third person was an architecture major, wearing a pair of round glasses, who resisted having the yellow-haired Qin Shu come near to cup his face. But there was no escaping fate, his glasses were taken off, and then with tender earnestness, his face was held as he listened to 10 seconds of sweet talk. The atmosphere grew lively at once. Suze had excellent luck. After a full round, everyone had drawn the ghost card except him. The dishes ordered were served in full by the waiter, and everyone ate and drank heartily, deciding to head to the karaoke bar next after finishing their meal to sing a few songs. Suze joined in the chat, laughter lighting up his face when they spoke of old memories. You should ask Qin Shu, the time he ran away from home after arguing with his family, he met some delinquents on the road. I even took a stab wound for him. Really? No way. Are you serious? Were you hurt? It must have been severe. Qin Shu rolled his eyes exaggeratedly. Does a nail clipper count as a knife? The group enjoyed each other's company immensely, and after the meal, they headed over to a newly opened KTV lounge where all expenses were free on the opening day, attracting quite a crowd. The private room buzzed with energy as everyone sang a few lines. Suze dared not drink alcohol, fearing he would lose control if drunk. The last time he passed out from drinking resulted in days of headache. They played until nearly 10 p.m., and the boys decided to drive the girls home first. Let me take you home, Suze. Jiangmu parked his car steadily right in front of Suze, who was busy typing on his phone, preparing to tell Ji Hankuin that the gathering had ended. Xiaoze. Jiangmu heard a voice and saw a woman walking towards them. Suze hadn't anticipated meeting Lu Yuan here. Dressed in a violet body-hugging long dress, she looked beautiful and charming, her allure still strong. The two boys standing nearby gawked. This sister was incredibly pretty. But how could she look so much like Suze? Lu Yuan walked over, standing beside Suze, brushing the loose strands of hair behind her ear gently, her tone soft. Did you come out to play? Mom will send you home. Mom. Jiangmu inside the car, along with the two boys standing beside Suze, widened their eyes. Could this woman be Suze's biological mother? Before he could hit send on his message, Suze didn't know how to respond to Lu Yuan. No need, someone is picking me up. Jiangmu, you guys can go back too. Suze stepped back, maintaining distance from the woman, politely refusing her offer. Jiangmu and the two boys hadn't been drinking since two others were already assigned to take the girls home. Jiangmu had originally intended to escort Suze. Look, they're both so drunk. Let's take them home first. Suze opened the car door, and sure enough, the two inside were very drunk, leaning against each other just to stay upright. While being pushed into the back seat, they mumbled incoherently, clearly completely intoxicated. Jiangmu stared deeply at Suze and then turned his gaze towards the woman standing beside him, reluctant to leave. Alright, then I'll send them home first. Take care. Now only Suze and Lu Yuan remained. Lu Yuan extended her hand and grasped Suze's, her warm palm encompassing his, and she even smelled faintly fragrant. Lu Yuan hadn't expected to encounter Suze here, she had come with someone else but sent them away upon seeing Suze. Xiaoze, Mom will take you home. Though her face radiated affection and her hand was warm, he still withdrew his hand. No thanks, really. As Lu Yuan looked down at her now empty palm, an unfamiliar emotion flickered across her eyes, and her eye rims began to redden. Do you still hate Mom? Then Mom won't see you home. There's a gift in my car for you, something I wanted to give you last time. Would you come with Mom to get it? The woman's red-rimmed eyes and honest, pleading tone made his heart waver slightly. Suze followed Lu Yuan to the parking lot. Lu Yuan opened the car door revealing a cute warm yellow butter bear inside and beside it, a gift box containing clothes for the bear. This is Mom's gift to Xiaoze. Suze couldn't tear his eyes away from the bear, it was indeed incredibly lovely and adorable. Taking a step forward, he approached the car, placing one foot inside as he reached out to take the bear from within. Azay. A familiar voice from behind made his hand pause, and Suze stepped out of the car, turning back to see Ji Hankuin. Ji Hankuin ran over to him, stumbling into his line of sight. The usual gloom and fierceness in her eyes were gone, replaced with panic. How did you come here? Suze had not sent the message, so Ji Hunkuin should not know the gathering was over. Ji Hunkuin stared at the person in front of him, tightly gripping his hands. He had never returned to school. He had been following Aze all along. Those were Aze's friends, not his own, so he had chosen to silently observe in the shadows as before. Moments ago, he was hiding behind a pillar and saw Suze about to get on Lu Yuan's car. Was he going home with this woman and leaving him behind? He became angry, furious, with possessive emotions almost bursting in his heart. His aggressive aura was hard to suppress, and he wanted to carry the person away to take them home. The stubborn and obstinate thoughts in his mind amplified endlessly. He wanted to lock this person who belonged only to him tightly by his side so they couldn't escape. But he didn't dare. He was afraid that Aze would fear him. The extreme actions of such an obsessed and crazed individual, Aze wouldn't like him if he behaved like that. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall in front of Suze, especially those reddened eyes, looked fractured and broken. Ji Hunkuin gripped his hand tightly, revealing sorrow and deep pleading for the first time in public. Don't go home with her, alright? You promised you wouldn't leave me. I will fix my issues and won't make you feel scared anymore. Xiao hashtag will listen and change. Don't leave, please. His eyes were filled with pleading, his voice trembling and hoarse, piercing deeply into Suze's heart. I wasn't going to leave, I just came to get something. Liar, your foot was already inside. Apparently, Ji Hunkuin really misunderstood him, thinking he was going to leave. Suze sighed, holding his hand in return and looking apologetically towards Lu Yuan beside him. Thank you for the gift, but I'm sorry I can't accept it. What I want, someone will buy it for me. With that, Suze turned around, a trace of warmth spreading through his gaze as he deeply gazed into Ji Hunkuin's eyes. Let's go, little hashtag, always getting red-eyed, you cry quite a lot too. Chapter 81, Removing the Tracker. At 10 p.m., there weren't many pedestrians left on the road, only some people coming out to play or eat late-night snacks. It was quiet. Too quiet. Surprisingly, Ji Hunkuin didn't lose control. Normally, based on past behavior, this guy would surely have lost his temper under the influence of his jealousy. The person next to him tightly held his hand, obediently walking beside him, head lowered in silence. Why aren't you talking? Suze turned to look at him. Under the lamplight, his face had distinct features, and in those deep-set eyes, there lay hidden emotions. Only his eye rims were still red, previously fierce and obsessive, now sad and broken. Little hashtag will change, Aze, don't leave me. Suze had never seen such a pouting Ji Hunkuin, not even once in his memory could Ji Hunkuin be described as yielding. I didn't say I would leave you. Walking along the roadside, some stores nearby were still open. Suddenly, the person gripping his hand stopped, forcing Suze to halt as well. Puzzled, he turned his head to look at Ji Hunkuin. Ji Hunkuin's eyes were profound, tightening his grip, seeming to make a certain decision. This was a mobile phone repair shop. The owner was sitting in front of a small TV, one leg crossed over the other, chewing barbecue skewers. Suze looked at him confusedly, why did you bring me here? Ji Hunkuin took out the phone in his pocket and placed it on the counter in front of the owner. After finishing the skewer in his mouth, the owner picked up the phone to check it. Is it broken? Remove the tracker and listening device in the phone. Suze was startled right there. Ji Hunkuin turned around, his gaze meeting his. His expression was serious, love-filled stubbornness brimming in his eyes. Aze loves freedom, but I love Aze more. A golden oriole locked in a cage or with broken wings may indeed be beautiful. But that's not what he wants. What he liked was Aze's vibrant and lively spirit, not the fear and estrangement brought on by the loss of freedom, nor the disappearance of interest in life. He hadn't understood it before, but now he does. Perhaps from the start, he had done it wrong. He hopes Aze remains forever happy. Without freedom, Aze wouldn't find happiness. Previously, when he kept him in prison and sought bad people to scare Aze must have been terrified and hated him. The tracker and listening device in the phone were entirely removed. Ji Hunkuin threw the items into the trash bin, his eyes reflecting obsession and madness, but also filled with love and heartache. He loved Aze, and he pained for Aze even more. If it weren't for his previous radical actions, Aze wouldn't have been plagued by headaches and nightmares. This move left Suze with mixed feelings. He had thought Ji Hunkuin was just saying that for show. When they returned home, the family's little cat came up to them, carrying a fluffy little ball. The ball dropped at their feet as Tuan Tuan rubbed against Suze's legs, emitting soft purring sounds. Baby Tuan Tuan, let me give you kisses. Suze immediately scooped up the cat, swapped into slippers, and carried the cat to the couch where he turned on the TV before flopping down completely. Meow meow. Tuan Tuan's neck sported a pink butterfly bow bell, which he had bought. It was utterly adorable. At this sight, Ji Hunkuin felt a surge of possessiveness and desire, then sharply averted his gaze, pressing his temples with his hand. The more he saw Suze being happy and well-behaved, the stronger his desire grew to keep him locked by his side. Such thoughts had been buried in his heart since childhood, taking root and sprouting into towering trees. Fearing that his possessive nature would take over, Ji Hunkuin lowered his gaze and headed to the kitchen. After Suze finished bathing and stepped out of the bathroom, he noticed someone on the bed right away. Ji Han-kun was wearing pajamas that matched his, adorable little bear patterns printed on them. One set was yellow, and one blue. Why are you wearing long sleeves? Aren't you hot? When they originally bought the pajamas, the top part was short-sleeved with large shorts. The shop assistant had also given them some long-sleeve tops. With a slight movement at the brow ridge, Ji Han-kun pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from behind his back. His face appeared pale, and his eyes looked pitiful as they gazed deeply at Suze. Suze, drying his hair, walked over and waved his hand in front of Ji Han-kun. Why are you acting strange? Did you go dumb? Ji Han-kun easily grabbed Suze's hand and pressed a kiss on it near his lips. Aze, could you write me a love letter? On Suze's small face was written immense confusion. He couldn't understand why he had to write a love letter late at night. As his hand was being played with by Ji Han-kun, his long white fingers brushed past Ji Han-kun's lips, the pad of his fingers touching the warmth there. He wanted to pull back, but Ji Han-kun held tighter. Can you? The look in Ji Han-kun's eyes became intoxicating and suggestive, brimming with desire, his tone even carrying an air of plea. His eyes were sticky with full invasiveness. Even his fingertips revealed such a fascinated and lewd expression. Though everything else could be modified, this perverted attribute seemed unchangeable. In the end, Suze wrote the letter. Being not very clever, he struggled greatly, sitting downstairs on the sofa, biting the pen for a long time without coming up with many words. He hadn't received many love letters either, otherwise, he might have copied them down. The person holding him from behind leaned their chin on his shoulder, with strong hands wrapped tightly around his waist, preventing him from scribbling carelessly. Add this, I belong to you. Suze will only ever love Ji Han-kun. Each word spoken aloud and then written down by Suze. Suze felt a bit puzzled. Whose love letter was it anyway, his or Ji Han-kun's? The page was filled with writing, some done by himself and others dictated by Ji Han-kun for him to write down. It's finished. Let me go now, I'm going to sleep. Writing a love letter while being hugged the whole time, it was already quite late, and Suze was feeling sleepy. Ji Han-kun looked at the love letter, a warm light shining in his eyes as he read through it carefully. I'm going to frame it and hang it on the wall. What? You, crazy, framing the love letter and hanging it on the wall. Writing the love letter was already embarrassing enough, especially with some pretty explicit phrases. Ji Han-kun held him tightly, placing scorching kisses on his earlobe. Because this is Aze's love for me. Breathing softly on his ear, sending tingles down Suze's spine, his face flushed red, turning his head to try to evade. Especially the hand at his waist, which was already getting too improper. I like Aze. Ji Han-kun didn't want him to dodge, pressing him closer, burying his face in his neck, sounding aggrieved. The living room lights were warm yellow, illuminating the area near the sofa where Tuan nestled soundly next to the plush teddy pillow. Suze restrained Ji Han-kun's wandering hands, a trace of panic and irritation appearing on his beautifully delicate face, yet his burning ears exposed his true feelings. Don't touch me everywhere with your hands. Ji Han-kun's eyes became deep, stopping the movement in his hand and reaching from behind to pinch Suze's jaw. Can I kiss Aze? No, you are not allowed to kiss me. Aze said something but I didn't hear it. Chapter 82, We Are Dating. Suze stood in front of the mirror with reddened eyes. With such pale skin, any mark was very obvious. There's no way he could cover this up, how could he go to school now? Hashtag it definitely wasn't a kiss. You damn lunatic, can't you act a bit more gentle like a little bird? Sitting on the edge of the bed hugging the cat, Ji Han-kun tilted his head upon hearing Suze's words. A little bird? Sure, but especially one that really likes Aze. Such an absurd response. These weren't normal words at all. The years he'd spent studying Chinese characters were wasted if they were used for such perverted talk. Suze decided to ignore him, jumping onto the bed and lying down while hugging a small teddy bear. Tuan took the opportunity to come and rub against his head. Good night, Tuan. You haven't said good night to me yet, Aze. Good night #. Yawning, Suze was genuinely tired, tightly hugging the stuffed bear as he turned over to sleep. Time passed minute by minute, the breathing of the person next to him grew steadier, indicating deep sleep. Ji Han-kun opened his eyes in the dark, turning over and pulling the person on the bed closer into his embrace. Still in his arms was the same little bear filled with calming medicine powder. Before crawling into bed had been inconvenient, so he had prepared this little bear. He didn't need it anymore. The little bear was pulled out and carelessly tossed to the side of the bed, as if the person in his arms sensed some lack of security and turned over. The teddy bear is here. The voice beside his ear was low and gentle, warm and comforting, arms encircling Suze entirely. Ji Han-kun tightly hugged the person in his arms, feeling a sense of unprecedented fulfillment. Good night, Aze. The morning sun shone through the gaps in the curtains, casting light across the room. After breakfast, Ji Han-kun placed a pill in Suze's palm. Are they still vitamins? He doesn't want to take them, he hates taking medicine. Suze showed resistance on his face, sitting on the chair. On the dining table in front of him was a glass of lukewarm water already poured. My head doesn't hurt anymore, I don't want to take medicine. Vitamins are good for your health. Suze felt like he didn't even have any illness, why did he need vitamins when his headaches were gone too? Seeing his clear reluctance, Ji Han-kun handed him the bottle from his pocket. Alright, take it when your head hurts, okay? That seemed fair enough. The white medicine bottle had no label, it wasn't clear what kind of medicine it was, and there was certainly no vitamin label either. Suze carelessly shoved the bottle into his pocket and reached out to pat Tuan Tuan's head, his gaze landing on Ji Han-kun. Don't you have class? Why aren't you leaving? After class, can Aze pick me up? Standing by his side, Ji Han-kun looked straight at him, his thin lips slightly parted, gazing intently at him. Something seemed to come to mind, and suddenly he squatted down. Not looking down on people, can Aze pick me up after class? Is Ji Han-kun being so obedient? Is this just an illusion? Sitting on the chair, Suze watched Ji Han-kun who was squatting beside him with interest, lightly raising a brow. What if I don't pick you up? The man kneeling had black eyes filled with depth, a vague madness and possessiveness reflected within. Suze watched him full of mischief, harboring thoughts of bullying him a bit. Since that bite hurt quite a bit, Ji Han-kun may seem well behaved on the surface, but deep down he was still that mad dog. The man standing upright stretched out his hand, pulling Suze closer as he leaned towards his ear. His voice was seductive and hoarse, certain that Suze would definitely come to pick him up. Hashtag 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 tonight, anything Aze wants. I'll do it. Anything was possible. Wearing whatever Suze asked Ji Han-kun to wear would be fine too. Alright, you've convinced me. After your class, I'll come to pick you up. Suze played games at home all day, making his eyes ache terribly. He only left for school once the time was roughly appropriate. Today, he wore a white hooded sweatshirt with two little bear ears on the cap, and he also specifically put on a mask. With the mask on, hopefully, no one would recognize him. Suze stood near a tree and flower bed by the teaching building. At this time, there were quite a few students around, forming groups. An unusual feeling crept into his heart. The more people there were, the more nervous and uncomfortable he became. He lowered his head and adjusted his mask higher, exposing only his beautiful eyes. Even with the mask on, his aura and the two exposed eyes still drew attention. Two girls approached hesitantly and greeted him beside the tree. Classmate, are you from the computer science department? Could we add you on WeChat? Sorry, it's not very convenient. Suze instinctively turned his gaze away, he wore the mask to avoid being recognized as the fake young master of the Su family. Yesterday, while attending class, he had tried his best to keep his face emotionless. However, inside, he had been shattered by the gossip spreading around. Still, due to the upbringing he'd received since childhood, he couldn't reveal his true feelings in front of others. After clearly rejecting them, a hand suddenly fell on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a familiar face. Suze. What are you doing here? Are you looking for me? Song Chin wore a pink skirt that hugged her curvy figure, her makeup thick, especially her overpowering perfume. Suze slightly pulled her hand off his shoulder with disdain, but didn't expect to be recognized even with a mask on. When the two girls asking for WeChat heard Suze's name, they paused for a second, looked deeply at Suze, then quickly ran off. Indeed, once someone was recognized, no one dared to approach this imposter. Why do you wear a mask in such hot weather, Suze? Song Chin linked arms with the boy next to her, her new boyfriend, an ordinary rich second-generation kid. Truly stingy, unlike Suze who was more generous. Though Suze had told her he no longer felt anything for her and she already knew Suze wasn't really the young master of the Su family. He had acted like a young master for so long and surely still had plenty of money. Plus, he got along well with those few young elites from prestigious families like Jiang and Qin. I'm waiting for someone. A girl or a boy? Song Chin let go of the boy's arm, moving closer to Suze. Her tone was sweet and flirtatious. It's been so long since we last met. How have you been? Let me treat you to dinner. The overwhelming smell of perfume made Suze frown with distaste. Why did she spray so much? In the next moment, someone grabbed his arm and pulled him forcefully into a familiar embrace. Ji Han-kun's gloomy eyes brimmed with menace, and his voice carried a chill. Stay away from him. I've warned you not to target Aze anymore. Don't make me warn you again. Hearing the familiar voice, Song Chin immediately felt a cold chill run through her body. That day, when she was cornered against the wall while smoking, it was the same voice. Song Chin retreated fearfully, not daring to come any closer. That day, after being blocked, she encountered Zhu Ning from the neighboring campus on her way home. Because she had stolen Zhu Ning's boyfriend before, she ended up hospitalized. An ominous feeling welled up inside her as she looked at them in shock. You, what is your relationship? Ji Hankuen's dark eyes flickered with impatience as he looked down at Song Chin from where he held on to Suze. The kind of relationship you're thinking about. She had seen internet rumors about fake young masters, thinking that the two should dislike each other. Even though Ji Hankuen might show favoritism towards Suze, she never imagined that they would actually be involved in that kind of relationship. Suze didn't want their relationship to be revealed so soon to others. He was just about to explain when Song Chin and the boy fled hastily. You shouldn't speak nonsense like that. If it spreads, there will be more trouble. Suze struggled to free himself from the grip around his waist but found himself pulled closer instead. Aze, we are dating. There's nothing wrong with saying it. Suze became flustered and glared up at Ji Hankuen, locking eyes with him. They will criticize you. Originally, because of identity issues, the criticism might only target him. But if this relationship were revealed, Ji Hankuen would also get criticized. One person getting scolded was enough. Chapter 83, So Many Suitors. The afternoon sun painted a stunning picture, the clouds blushing red, dyeing half the sky. He still didn't know why Ji Hankuen insisted on making him come to pick him up. The afterglow illuminated the two walking side by side, creating a gentle ambience around their shoulders. Aze, let's watch a movie. Suze was captivated by the red hues in the sky and momentarily froze upon hearing movie, his tone tinged with surprise. Why do you suddenly want to watch a movie? Ji Hankuen gripped his hand tightly, gazing at him faintly as emotions churned in his eyes. A new movie has just come out recently. A lot of couples have gone to watch it, and I also want to watch it with Aze. The new romantic movie at the cinema had brought many of Ji Hankuen's classmates there with their girlfriends. He wanted to take Aze too. There were quite a few people at the cinema, and Suze kept his mask on all the way. He genuinely disliked crowded places now. Ji Hankuen went to buy tickets while Suze sat alone on a bench in the lounge area, looking down at his phone. Suze, are you here to watch a movie too? Hearing the voice, Suze looked up and immediately spotted that striking blonde hair among the crowd. Chin Shu waved at him and walked over to sit on the empty seat beside Suze. How did you end up here? Are you on a date? Chin Shu wouldn't come to the cinema alone. He usually only came when he was on a date with a girl. Leaning against the chair next to him, with his hands casually resting on the armrests, the guy's golden hair made his devilishly handsome face even more dreamlike. Yet, those seductive peach blossom eyes carried an unusual emotion, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Could he mention that he'd followed Suze after seeing him at the mall entrance? No, I was just passing by. You're here with Ji Hankuen. Watching a romance film. Suze nodded, his gaze landing on Ji Hankuen who was standing in line at the counter. This movie had just been released, drawing in many young couples, some even bringing their secret crushes along. It was about unrequited love and romance, basically a confession special session. If they really were together, then he would stand no chance. Chu Chen had confessed, though the timing was wrong, but he could try another approach. Suze, are you two together? If not, I wonder. If there was a friend who also liked you, would you accept them? Chin Shu stared at him earnestly, his usually carefree eyes full of seriousness. Suze turned his head to meet Chin Shu's gaze, which reminded him so much of Chu Chen's look that day. A strange premonition welled up inside him as Suze hesitantly asked. You, don't tell me you like me. The person next to him had porcelain-like pale skin, delicate features with an innocent charm, those gorgeous rippling eyes filled with confusion as he looked at him. Chin Shu gritted his teeth and resolved not to hide his feelings anymore. Yes. Two close friends liking him simultaneously was a shock beyond words for him. Suze felt flustered and helplessly averted his gaze, trying to appear calm. I'm dating Ji Hankuen. Wasn't that clear enough? He was already in a relationship, surely, that should mean Chin Shu shouldn't like him anymore. Chin Shu nodded seriously, his gaze still firmly locked on Ji Hankuen. I know, I'd be willing to be the third party. He couldn't compete with Ji Hankuen, so he decided not to. What? Most of Suze's expressions were hidden behind his mask, but the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. Chin Shu realized he might have startled him, but everything he said was serious. He could buy Suze a villa, teddy bears, and give him all his money. Suddenly, his collar was yanked, and Chin Shu was roughly lifted from the chair by one hand. Ji Hankuen glared at him, eyes full of hostility, knuckles white as they clenched his shirt, ready to burst into action. His tone dark and gritted through clenched teeth. What makes you think you have the right to be the third party? Chin Shu didn't flinch under Ji Hankuen's glare. Even though Ji Hankuen's stare was terrifying, he wasn't going to give up either. Why are you rushing? I'm asking Suze, not you. Ha. Ji Hankuen gave a cold laugh, his voice deep and hoarse, struggling to suppress his rage. How dared these people dare to vie for Aze, and worse, be willing to be a third party? Aze could only belong to him, no one else allowed. He wouldn't share Aze with anyone. Do you want to die? The cinema was crowded, and such commotion had already drawn the attention of several onlookers. Suze feared they might start fighting and hurriedly stood up, separating them, pulling Ji Hankuen back. Sorry, Qin Shu, he was just joking around. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Qin Shu noticed Suze subconsciously protected not him, but pulled Ji Hankuin behind him. Do you like him that much, or you're not willing to even let me be the third? Otherwise, fine, I'll be the zero. Does this guy have any shame? Ji Hankuin's rising tension continued to escalate as he was just about to step forward but was firmly held back by Suze. Don't argue, let's talk it out properly. The three of them were exceptionally handsome, instantly drawing the gazes of those around them. One person, despite wearing a mask, still showed off his beauty through just his eyes, a boy with striking features. The other two weren't any less impressive. One had dazzling golden hair and an ethereal look while the other, with black hair, possessed a commanding and assertive presence. In the crowd, Gu Lisheng stood at the ticket counter ready to check her tickets after having bought them. The surrounding people began whispering amongst themselves. What's going on over there? Why is there commotion? Gu Qing stood next to Gu Lisheng, lowering her eyes as she played with a small bunny doll given to her by the counter girl. When Gu Lisheng saw that Gu Qing remained silent, she tapped him lightly on the head. Stop playing with that doll. The young lady said there aren't any others left. You got the bunny, be content. Since you're taller, see what's happening in the waiting area. Gu Qing shoved the doll into his pocket, turned around, and scanned through the crowd behind him. His eyes quickly fell on a familiar figure. The man wore a white hoodie, standing between two boys, his beautiful eyes wide and glistening with panic like a startled fawn. Before he could think twice, Gu Qing darted out from the line and headed towards the lounge area. He hadn't seen Suze in a long time, he wanted to but was always told not to fantasize by his sister. As more eyes from the surroundings gathered, Suze also struggled to keep Ji Hankuin's emotions under control for fear they might start fighting. Suze, are you alright? Gu Qing approached Suze and looked seriously at Ji Hankuin and the unfamiliar man beside him, thinking Suze must have encountered some trouble. And that trouble came from these two individuals. If meeting Qin Shu here wasn't enough, now Gu Qing too. Ji Hankuin eyed Gu Qing darkly, growing increasingly annoyed at how many people seemed interested in his treasured one. Unable to contain his possessiveness any longer, Ji Hankuin pulled the person before him tightly against his chest, gripping his shoulder firmly. Azay, you sure attract a lot of admirers. Unwilling to back down, Qin Shu extended his hand to hold on to Suze's. He had never dared to embrace Suze in public before. Suze, everything I've said comes from my heart. Please consider me. Was Suze being harassed? Gu Qing cast a dark glance as he stood between the two, surrounding Suze in the center. Suze, do you need help? With great effort, Suze raised his head from Ji Hankuin's tight embrace, finding one of his hands caught by Qin Shu. He then noticed three people standing near him. Azay, tell these two who you belong to. The crowd watching didn't seem bothered by the spectacle. It was hard to ignore four handsome men causing such a scene, especially in the lounge seating area. Gu Lisheng squeezed through the crowd and started laughing when she saw this amusing drama unfold. What's happening? Can I join too, Mr. Su? Chapter 84, Let Azay decide. Faced with this massive social disaster moment, Suze felt entirely uneasy. Gu Lisheng pulled Gu Qing back while lifting her head toward the blonde-haired Qin Shu. Haven't you loosened your grip yet? Lovebirds deserve peace and quiet more than anything. Both of you stop meddling. Qin Shu scowled. Who are you, Grandma? Grandma? Gu Lisheng burst out laughing, irritated. Determinedly stepping forward, she forcibly pried Qin Shu's hand away from Suze and pushed him away. Ji Hankuin glanced at Gu Lisheng. She was dressed simply today in a flowing dress with her hair tied back into a ponytail, looking youthful and sweet. Take Mr. Su to watch the movie first. With so many curious eyes on them, Suze gave an anxious gaze toward the crowd, obviously feeling flustered and uneasy. Ji Hankuin pressed his lips together briefly, pulled the hoodie over Suze's head, and gently guided him away. Qin Shu attempted to step forward but was intercepted by Gu Lisheng. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do by stopping me? Ignoring him, Gu Lisheng grabbed Gu Qing, who had intended to follow them. What's wrong with the two of you? Today's cinema seat is meant for couples. Those two lovebirds are enjoying their movie, why stir up trouble? Gu Qing knew that his sister had plans for today. She'd brought him along solely to irritate that man. Qin Shu stomped angrily in frustration but couldn't bring himself to fight a woman. Pointing a finger at Gu Lisheng, his voice carried irritation tinged with danger. I'm not done with you over this matter today. Who's not done with whom? A calm male voice echoed from the entrance. The man appeared refined and handsome, carrying an aura of stability and dignity, dressed in a custom-tailored suit. He had clearly rushed from a meeting. Upon seeing the man who had just arrived, Gu Lisheng's eyes immediately brightened, and she ran over to hug him with a look of indignation. Husband, if you hadn't come, I would have almost been bullied. Gu Qing was left speechless and rolled his eyes at her. What, husband? Clearly, it was just a blatant hook to upset someone. Don't shout randomly. The man pushed away the woman who was showing off in his arms, with a serious face and even a touch of severity in his tone. But a closer look would reveal that his ears were gradually turning red. On the surface, Gu Lixing appeared happy, mocking the overly stoic man. After checking their tickets and seating down, Su Zhe still seemed a little uneasy. "What's wrong, Zhe?" Ji Hankuan tightly held his hand, looking at the person beside him who seemed completely covered up like a zongzi, rice dumpling, only revealing 2 eyes when the hat was worn. Su Zhe didn't like crowded places. When there were too many people, he felt palpitations and tightness in his chest. "There's nothing, just feeling a bit uncomfortable with too many people around." Subconsciously, he was still afraid of being recognized, worried about being cursed at face-to-face, and more scared of the teasing and ridiculing looks from the crowd. His temples slightly ached, and Su Zhe raised his hand to massage them. "Did you not take your medicine?" Su Zhe nodded. "I didn't bring it." Ji Hankuan reached into his pocket, finding a bottle of identical medicine there. He got up and went to the counter for a cup of hot water, handing both the water and pills to Su Zhe. "Taking this will make you feel better." Su Zhe accepted it with some confusion as to why Ji Hankuan always carried medicine on him. Even vitamin supplements belong to the category of health products, and consuming too much might not be good either. The movie quickly started, filling the banquet hall with people. Gu Lixing and Xiao Lanqing sat in row 17, while Su Zhe and Ji Hankuan sat in the back row 24. Qin Shu did not get the answer he wanted, but since there were so many people, he couldn't locate Su Zhe. Worse yet, for this particular movie, only 2 people could enter together. Qin Shu and Gu Qing looked mutually unfavorably upon each other, jointly buying tickets and sitting in the 3rd row. Tickets near the large screen are usually less popular, and by the time they bought their tickets, only the front few rows were available. This movie certainly deserved its highest rating. After the film ended, several girls lamented and cried due to the years the leading characters spent separated because of misunderstandings. Gu Lixing didn't enjoy watching movies, nor did she like being a compliant girl, but she still pretended to cry using a tissue. "Don't cry anymore." "How can one not cry? Lovers always end up together. Why don't we have any possibilities?" Xiao Lanqing sighed. "The probability is too low, so I dare not attempt." Su Zhe rarely watched romance films. Usually, he watched horror films with Jiang Mu in the dormitory. The female lead had cancer, and due to misunderstandings, they parted ways for years, making it the biggest tear-inducing point of the entire story. In love yet unable to be together, going to find each other but missing out and passing each other by. "Ji Hankuan, if we argue and separate because of misunderstandings, will you look for me?" Su Zhe wasn't crying. He quietly watched the movie, occasionally taking small sips of juice beside him. "There won't be misunderstandings between us." Sitting in the front row, Qin Shu watched with an aching heart, especially during the tear-inducing moments. He wondered why they should cry. Why didn't the main male and female characters simply clear up their misunderstandings? By the time the movie ended, Qin Shu intended to look for Su Zhe but could not find him after searching all around. As a matter of fact, before the movie ended, the two had already exited. The sky outside had already darkened, the moon hanging high above, and the moonlight shining down onto the road illuminated the 2 people standing there. "Zhe, why didn't you finish watching the movie?" Su Zhe didn't want to watch the movie, recalling halfway through what Ji Hankuan had promised him in the morning. "Do you still count the favor you said you'd do for me this evening?" Ji Hankuan gripped his hand firmly, gazing deeply, with eyes brimming with stubborn infatuation. "Of course it counts. Whatever Zhe wants to do with me is fine." Ji Hankuan looked at the side profile of the person next to him, his eyes filled with affection and possessiveness surging forth. In the instant Su Zhe turned his head, he swiftly averted his own. Since they returned home early, the last scene of the movie was a confession dialogue, and today's screening was essentially a confession session. Ji Hankuan tightened his hand inside his pocket, the ring in it causing him some discomfort. No matter, the ring would eventually be given away. Just getting home, they saw the courier package at the door. It seemed the morning order delivery had arrived. Su Zhe happily picked up the package and entered the house, quickly unpacking the gift box, which contained a large black and white set of ### toys for teasing cats. As Ji Hanjun took the clothes in his hands, there was little expression on his face. But gradually, his eyes grew warmer. "Hurry up and put them on. Does Zhe really want me to wear this?" "Of course. Just hurry up." Su Zhe sat cross-legged on the couch with a bowl of ice cream, sucking on the spoon while casually tossing a hairband from the box at him. The ice cream in the bowl was something Ji Hanjun had fetched from the fridge. It was Su Zhe's favorite blueberry flavor. Time ticked by, and as Su Zhe finished most of his ice cream, Ji Hanjun still hadn't come downstairs. He decided to carry the ice cream upstairs, knocked on the door which was slightly ajar and unlocked. Stepping inside, Su Zhe immediately saw Ji Hanjun fully dressed. Ji Hanjun had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his figure was already quite good. The clothes were slightly small on him, tight against his body, clearly outlining the muscles of his abs. Damn, the scene practically oozed tension. Su Zhe stood there in the doorway, completely mesmerized by the sight, holding his bowl of ice cream. It seemed like the person inside noticed him coming, stepping closer and pulling him into the room before shutting the door. When Su Zhe was suddenly pulled, he lost his grip on the bowl of ice cream. It fell onto the carpet, unfortunately landing on him. Ji Hanjun. You got my clothes dirty. Feeling the burning gaze, Suze was more worried about the ice cream stains on his pajamas. Shaking off Ji Hanjun's hand, he sat on the edge of the bed and used a few tissues to clean himself up. His feet and the carpet were also stained, and it wasn't easy to clean it all up. Bad guy, come over here and clean it up for me. Chapter 85, The Ring. The broad-shouldered and slim-waisted person in front truly looked suitable in these clothes. Beautiful. The faux tail felt just like Tuan's soft and fluffy fur when touched. Ji Hanjun squatted down, grabbed his foot gently in his hand, and started cleaning it. Tuan appeared to love this outfit, leaping around trying to catch that tail at the back. The wristbands also had lace frills, perfectly matching the outfit. The black fabric carried delicate white lace edges. Suze took out his phone and quickly snapped a photo of Ji Hanjun. From above, you couldn't see Ji Hanjun's face but could only glimpse ears and the soft dark hair covering his head. He was clearly cleaning Suze's feet. Broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, the contrast of black and white made his strong and sturdy arms even more noticeable. Alright, let me take a few more photos and pose for some pics. Ji Hanjun looked up and smiled humorously, his amusement clear in his eyes. I don't know how to pose for selfies. Can you teach me? Can't even pose properly. Suze shifted his focus from his phone and met eyes with the crouched man. In the deep depths of his eyes lay affection, adoration, and an endless stream of love spreading through. Hot, persistent. Dressed in such an outfit, looking at him with such eyes, Suze found it hard to meet his gaze directly. Ji Hanjun stared deeply at him, his eyes warm, voice low and husky. I'm like this because I like Aze. You pervert, psychopath. Suze turned away, avoiding his intense gaze and deciding to finish taking pictures first. He snapped several photos by the wall and searched online for some similar shots. He had always wanted him to wear this. Initially, his plan was to take compromising photos to threaten Ji Hanjun. Now, he was simply carrying out his original idea. Ji Hanjun was indeed some kind of pervert, looking incredible in every shot. Aze, aren't you feeling anything seeing me like this? His tone dipped lower, filled with allure. Suze blushed red, can't you stop making those poses? Like this? Go die. Get out of here. Finished taking enough photos, Suze sat on the couch admiring his work. He hadn't dared take overly suggestive ones, fearing Ji Hanjun might get too excited. But Ji Hanjun eagerly joined in the excitement and enthusiasm of shooting. Are you hungry? Have some cake. Ji Hanjun brought out a piece of blueberry cake from the kitchen, standing before Suze and offering it to him. Having just eaten the ice cream, Suze wasn't interested in eating cake now. Without shifting his gaze from his phone, Suze pushed the hand holding the cake away. No, take it away. Ji Hanjun's eyes turned deeper, forcefully pressing the cake towards him, his tone tinged with pleading. Aze, please have a few bites. But he really didn't feel like eating it. Why do you insist that I eat it? Did you poison it? How could he possibly poison it? He just hid something inside it. The two were mutually yielding to each other, one insisting on making the other eat while the other refused to eat. Pushing back and forth, Suze was almost at the end of his patience. He suddenly grabbed the cake and threw it at Ji Hanjun. I said I don't want to eat it. Are you trying to die? Cream stained the clothes and fell onto the floor. From between the layers of the cake, a circular object fell out. Ji Hanjun didn't get angry at all, his eyes lit up with fervor as he extended his fingers, dabbing some cream from his clothes. Suze frowned as he watched Ji Hanjun open his mouth to consume it. Aze looks so cute when angry. This scene had too much of an impact, Suze swiftly turned his face away. So perverted, how could Ji Hanjun act like this? Ji Hanjun knelt down beside him, picking up the ring from the ground. What is this? Suze looked at the thing in his hand, realizing that it had fallen out from the cake. The ring was wiped clean on the table, revealing its true form. It was a round couple's ring for men, with patterns and initials carved on the inside. It seems he always wanted Aze to eat the cake because he had hidden the ring inside it. I originally planned to give it to Aze after the movie ended, but Aze apparently didn't like the movie, so I had to resort to this method. The surface was engraved with a little bare and delicate patterns, the inside more intricately carved. Deeply moved, the person in front displayed earnest love without reservation. Suze's gaze sharpened as he reached out to pick up the ring. Under the lamplight, the ring gleamed with a silver luster, very exquisite. His hand was captured, and the ring taken away. Ji Hanjun held his hand reverently, slipping the ring onto his ring finger, the size perfect. It suits Aze well. The warm light of the living room shone on them both, while Tuan sat nearby nibbling on a ball of fur. Just moments before, he had thrown the cake at him, but Ji Hanjun wasn't upset at all. A lump formed in Suze's throat as his beautiful, shimmering eyes looked at Ji Hanjun. His tone was gentle. But I have nothing to give you. Ji Hanjun really gave him a lot of things, and he had nothing in return to offer Ji Hanjun. Aze has already given me a gift. What Aze is wearing now is the present. This piece of clothing had been regarded by him as a gift. Suze glanced at the clothes Ji Hanjun was wearing. It was already dirty after being thrown with the cake earlier. Your clothes are dirty. It doesn't matter, they can be washed. Suze glanced at the ring on his finger, then towards Ji Hanjun, pressing his lips together. Get closer. Let me give you a new gift. Ji Hanjun was startled, glancing at his red ears, those beautiful, glittering eyes filled with avoidance, not daring to meet his gaze. Why did this guy freeze up? Suze made a sound of disdain and leaned over, lightly kissing his cheek. Right after finishing, he quickly pulled back, turning his face, eyelashes quivering, earlobes red enough to drip blood. Ji Hanjun was indeed somewhat stunned. The warmth on his face disappeared momentarily, soft and fragrant, carrying a pleasant scent of rose and white tea. He never expected Aze would take the initiative to kiss him. In fact, he clearly understood in his heart that Aze was gradually accepting him. Warmth welled up in his chest, immense happiness enveloped his entire body, and Ji Hanjun smiled joyfully, his lips curving upward. Thank you, Aze. I like this gift very much. Suze haughtily turned his face away, looking down on him arrogantly and muttered. Don't misunderstand, all right? You gave me a gift, and this is merely returning it. From this higher vantage point, he could clearly see Ji Hanjun's gentle hairline. Under the warm light, his hair seemed to be coated with a layer of light, appearing soft and fluffy, inviting to touch. His hand was captured and pressed against his cheek. Looking down into his eyes revealed endless affection in their depths. I love you. Chapter 86, I like you Ji Hanjun. As night fell, Suze was already asleep. After Ji Hanjun came back from washing the dress, he saw Suze lying peacefully hugging a teddy bear. He had changed into pajamas and noticed Suze's blanket wasn't properly covering him, reaching out to tuck it around him and set the air conditioner on a timer. The person on the bed slept quietly, half his face buried in the pillow, looking obedient and adorable. Ji Hanjun climbed into bed, pulling the person into his arms. This happiness was something he'd never experienced before. Both he and Aze had their identities swapped since childhood and neither had ever been loved by their parents. The Liu family was selfish and only thought about themselves, solely focusing on how they could obtain endless wealth. Yang Muqi merely wanted an heir, treating her children like commodities without ever considering their feelings. The moon hung high in the sky, and the night wind began to blow, rustling the trees outside with a soft whispering sound. Suze was woken up by the noise. Opening his eyes, the room was pitch black, but he could feel that someone was holding him. He couldn't fall back asleep, the wind outside made his heart uneasy, and his thoughts drifted back to the scene at school. His head started to ache again, and just thinking about the way those people had looked at him during the day filled him with inexplicable anxiety and discomfort. Suze carefully slipped out of Ji Hanjun's embrace, grabbed his phone from the bedside table, turned on the flashlight, and left the room. He remembered leaving his medicine on the sofa. Under the illumination of the flashlight, he immediately spotted the white medicine bottle on the table. He didn't know what was wrong with him, his chest felt heavy and uncomfortable, and in his ears, he kept hearing insults and abuse. Headache. Feeling his way toward the medicine bottle on the sofa, Suze's trembling fingers struggled to unscrew the cap. Rustle. He dumped 5 or 6 pills into the palm of his hand, swallowing them whole in one quick motion without blinking. There happened to be a glass of water on the table beside the sofa, which he picked up, drank from, and swallowed all the pills at once. When Suze was about to place the cup back on the table, he suddenly noticed the ring on his hand, freezing mid-motion. In the dimness of the room illuminated only by the faint light of the flashlight, the little bear pattern on the ring came clearly into view. Ring. His eyes stung slightly, misted over with tears until he could barely make out the outline of the ring. The wind outside seemed to pick up. Suze wiped his eyes and placed the cup back on the table, accidentally knocking it over so it shattered into pieces on the floor. The loud sound reverberated noticeably through the quiet living room, mingled with the sound of the wind. Feeling somewhat flustered, Suze stood frozen for several seconds before trying to pick up the shards. Mixed with the rush of footsteps, the strong winds continued as Ji Hanjun suddenly caught his hand right before he could touch the broken glass. How can you pick up glass with your bare hands? Ji Hanjun's eyes carried a look of anger. When he saw that Suze wasn't in bed, he became worried, even forgetting to put both shoes on properly. As he approached the staircase, he heard the sound of a cup dropping to the floor. How many pills did you take? Ji Hanjun's eyes fell upon the medicine bottle on the sofa with its lid still off. Picking it up, he noticed that it originally contained no more than 16 pills. Now almost half were missing. An ominous premonition crept into Ji Hanjun's heart. His pupils contracted in shock as he stared at Suze. Spit it out fast. Suze silently watched him, unresponsive under his gaze. There were no more pills in his mouth, they had already been swallowed. Ji Hanjun forcibly gripped Suze's jaw, his hand feeling around his face, desperate to pry open his mouth. Suze winced from the pain, firmly keeping his lips closed. Clearly, this person intended to force his mouth open. Ji Hanjun's eyes moistened, practically pleading in a tearful voice. Aze, please spit it out, I beg you. You can't eat too much, it will cause trouble. A wave of sharp pain surged within him, but Suze obediently opened his mouth, showing there wasn't a single pill left. His soft voice resonated clearly in the darkness. I've already swallowed it, isn't this actually not vitamin C? Indeed, these weren't vitamins. They were mood stabilizers, psychiatric drugs, one could only take one per day. Suze pushed away the hand gripping his jaw, instead catching Ji Hanjun's wrist. With frightening red eyes, tears rolled down his cheeks and onto his palm. Ji Hanjun, I saw you go into the kitchen that day. Once such disturbing thoughts formed, they were impossible to erase. Ji Hanjun knew he had psychological problems, he was a monster with serious emotional disorders. Whenever he liked someone, his possessiveness and desire to control grew so overwhelming that he'd do anything to keep that person by his side, even if it meant using questionable methods. Having grown up without experiencing love, his personality had become wildly extreme. But when he met Aze, he believed himself capable of being loved. Suze pulled up the sleeve of Ji Hanjun's pajamas, revealing several bright slashes on his arm under the weak light. Earlier when Ji Hanjun wore the dress, the attached sleeves of the garment had conveniently covered these marks. That day, Ji Hanjun mistakenly thought Suze wanted to leave with Lu Yuan. After coming back, he went straight to the kitchen. At the time, Suze assumed Ji Hanjun was upset about something and quietly went to find him in the kitchen. Before he even got close, Suze saw Ji Hanjun standing with his back to him, drops of blood falling onto the floor. His arm hung by his side, and Suze could clearly see the wounds on it, 2 old scars that had already healed, and 1 fresh cut. Why can't you tell me what's wrong? Why do you hurt yourself like this? Ji Hanjun lowered his eyelids. It's my own business. Hearing these words, Suze froze for a moment, his hand gripping Ji Hanjun's arm beginning to tremble as if he couldn't accept it. Aren't we lovers? Why had everything been fine before bed but turned into this now? It's because we're lovers, I can only use pain to remind myself not to hurt Aze. Aze, I'm a pervert, I'm crazy, but I really love you. I don't want to do bad things, and I don't want you to keep your distance or be afraid of me. Suze was trembling with anger, yet his heart also ached. You haven't distanced yourself from me. If something is wrong, get treated. Why resort to hurting yourself as a reminder? I don't like seeing you this way. The words, I don't like, were more effective than any other words of resistance or persuasion. The weak light from the phone only illuminated a bit near the sofa, with both of them facing each other in the dark, each being the only person visible to the other in the endless darkness. But ultimately, there would be a beam of redemption shining through. Aze, as long as you don't leave me, I'll do whatever you say. Even now, all he could think about was stopping Suze from leaving. Suze looked at Ji Hanjun with regret, his lashes wet with tears, sparkling tear droplets spinning in his eyes. Ji Hanjun had promised not to marry anyone else, that he would only ever love Suze and remain loyal to him. But he hadn't given Suze any sense of security, so Ji Hanjun lacked security himself and wanted to lock Suze by his side to make sure he wouldn't leave. He was also afraid that doing so would make Suze angry or sad. Ji Hanjun didn't intend to tell Suze about this, he had even thought whether his extreme personality should go see a doctor for counseling. But he needed to guide Aze, Aze was more important than him. The doctor had told him that a good lover is worth 10 psychologists. Ji Hanjun, with red-rimmed eyes, raised his head to help wipe away Suze's tears. Just as he lifted his head, his collar was suddenly grabbed forcefully, pulling him forward. A salty kiss landed on his lips with tears streaming down. I like you, Ji Hanjun. Chapter 87, Send Me a Bouquet. Aze had always struggled to clearly understand his own feelings. But now he seriously told Ji Hanjun that he liked him. With tears glistening in his eyes, Ji Hanjun took Suze's hand and placed it beside his cheek, laughing happily. Aze finally admits that he likes me. Suze knew he was stubborn, he had even said many times before that he didn't yearn for any kind of love, but he couldn't fool himself. He had previously thought that maternal love wasn't meant for him, yet deep down he craved it more than anyone else. That's why he had done many childish things in the past, hoping to gain his mother's attention and care. Now, he finally realized that even as a true young master, Yang Muqin would never love him. In the dark, the two of them stared at each other, their eyes filled with tears. In this moment, they confirmed their feelings for one another. Sorry for not realizing my feelings sooner and making you wait so long. They faced each other, with broken glass scattered between them. The light from the phone shone on this small area, making the reflection off the glass somewhat blinding. Aze hasn't done anything wrong. It's me who did bad things before. Was Aze scared? Did Aze hate me? Previously, when Aze tried to leave him, Ji Hanjun truly went mad, unable to control himself. I don't hate you anymore now. Now, I like you. This feeling of Aze liking him made him incredibly happy, but there was an even more pressing matter at hand. The wind outside was howling, and Suze absolutely refused to go to the hospital for stomach pumping after consuming so many pills, which was definitely harmful to his body. He wanted to take Suze to the hospital, but Suze rushed into the bathroom instead. Suze wouldn't let him come in. He went in alone to force himself to vomit out the pills. Gagging sounds came from the bathroom, filling Ji Han-jun with anxiety as he tried to open the door but found it locked from the inside. Suze was crying from the effort of vomiting. It was extremely painful to induce himself, but fortunately, some of the medicine had come out. There were floating pills in the toilet bowl, along with some blood traces. But why was there blood? Suze paused, reaching to touch and realizing it was blood flowing from his nasal cavity. He grabbed tissues to clean it, but the bleeding wouldn't stop, and his stomach felt like it was burning. If Ji Han-jun hadn't noticed him secretly taking the pills, would he have died once the medication kicked in? Aze, are you alright? Hearing the worried voice from outside, Suze grabbed a large amount of tissues to plug his nose. He then washed the blood off his hands, and only when his nose stopped bleeding completely did he go out. Suze's face had turned pale from vomiting, without a single bit of color. His thin figure looked like it could break at any moment. A sudden tightening began in his chest. Ji Han-jun, with heartache, carried him to the edge of the bed, squatting down and grabbing his feet with both hands. Downstairs earlier, Aze hadn't worn shoes, so his feet were especially cold. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Suze shook his head. Han-jun, let's not take medicine anymore in the future. Taking too much medicine creates dependency. What the heart suffers needs healing by the heart. Ji Han-jun agreed with the decision not to take more medicine. He would treat Aze well from now on, and after tonight's incident, he wouldn't dare leave the medicine solely with him anymore. Medications have side effects that aren't good for the body. The warm large hand enveloped his feet, which started to warm up and gradually regain heat. Suze looked at him and wiggled his foot. Hold me to keep me warm, I want you to hold me. His voice was weak and gentle, airy as if teasing. Ji Han-jun looked up, meeting Suze's beautiful, red-tinged eyes full of ripples, pale in color, gaze earnest, obedient yet shattered. Seeing that the person in front wasn't responding, Suze pouted, bringing a hint of stubbornness into his tone. Why haven't you come to hold me yet? Yearning rose in Ji Han-jun's eyes. He stood up, pulled back the blanket, and drew the person by the bed into his arms. The person's body was slightly cool, and Ji Han-jun held him tighter, his tone possessive. I love you so much, Aze. The embrace was incredibly warm. Suze buried his face in Ji Han-jun's chest, finding great security in the hand resting on his waist. Ji Han-jun pulled the blanket over them and reached to turn off the night light. Go to sleep, we'll visit the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. Suze didn't respond, just feeling sleepy as his eyelids grew heavy. The wind outside continued howling until dawn. The early morning started to feel a little chilly, and Ji Han-jun looked for an overcoat, thinking about wearing it on the way to the hospital later. Suze sat in a chair eating the congee in his bowl while Tuan snuggled in his lap, meowing softly. Don't bother Aze while he's eating. Ji Han-jun immediately pulled the cat away, who responded by arching its back and mewing unhappily at him a few times. You stop teasing him, I'm almost full. Suze gripped the spoon, eating the congee into his mouth. As he scooped another spoonful, he felt a warm flow down his nose. The congee in his mouth hadn't been swallowed completely yet when some blood mixed in. The smell of blood blended with the congee. Ji Han-jun froze in shock. In the next second, he grabbed the tissue from the dining table and wiped the blood off Suze's face. Suze put down the spoon, tilting his face slightly upwards allowing Ji Han-jun to wipe his nose, but the blood kept flowing more. Eventually, Ji Han-jun panicked, his eyes filled with worry, and his hands trembling. We're going to the hospital. The hospital in the morning was quite crowded. Suze wrapped himself in a scarf, burying his small face into it and obediently waited seated on a chair in the hallway while Ji Han-jun went ahead. Ji Han-jun held several forms for various physical examinations. Some tests required fasting due to breakfast, making them impossible to conduct right away. Ji Han-jun broke into sweat from anxiety, emerging from the consultation room with a few boxes of medicine and 2 nurses following behind. Aze, let's get in for drip. The private room on the top floor served as the individual patient ward. Suze sat on the hospital bed with the needle inserted into the back of his hand, while Ji Han-jun sat on the chair beside the bed, having prepared hot water and placed it aside. His face was pale, his lips devoid of any color, his eyes void and emotionless. A piece of paper was stuffed into his nose, where it had bled again moments ago. Ji Han-jun no longer said a word, quietly sitting by his side and peeling an apple for him. Suze peeked at him quietly, speaking lightly. Are you mad at me, Ji Han-jun? It's all because I took the medicine recklessly. The man sitting on the chair hung his head slightly, his expression unclear, but the rapid movements of peeling the apple revealed his trembling hands. Suze instinctively raised his hand to touch Ji Han-jun, but before he could do so, a warm large hand gently pressed down on his. The person in front had red-rimmed eyes glistening with tears as he looked at him, then spoke in a hoarse voice. I'm not blaming Aze, I'm just scared. I'm terrified something happens to you. Who knows how afraid he had been seeing Aze's nosebleed. Suze managed a faint smile, jestingly opening his mouth as though nothing had happened. I'm fine. It's just that I took too much medicine yesterday. I won't do it next time. Suze knew he was afraid and worried, all his attention was on him. He thought of a way to shift his focus elsewhere, perhaps so he wouldn't overthink anymore. There is a flower shop across the hospital. Buy me a bouquet of flowers. I want it. Chapter 88, Tender Dependence. He didn't want to leave Suze at all, but since Suze wanted flowers, he still came out to buy them. There were many flowers in the shop, and he bought a large bunch of roses. The red roses were fiery and passionate, not as gorgeous as roses, but they were no less beautiful. Roses climb along walls and supports, very resilient. When they flourish, one glance shows only flowers. Ji Hanjun held the flowers and finished paying before preparing to leave. As soon as he went out the door, he saw Gu Lixing walk into the flower shop. Wow, what a coincidence. Gu Lixing didn't expect to meet Ji Hanjun here. He looked around but did not see Suze. Ji Hanjun didn't want to stay any longer, so he responded perfunctorily and quickly left the flower shop with the flowers. The owner of the flower shop was a young woman with long black hair who wore a white dress that reached her waist. She looked innocent and pure. How did you get here? Gu Lixing took out his phone and placed the pictures he took yesterday on the storage cabinet. I watched a movie yesterday, Xiao Yanqi. If I really marry him, will you give us your blessing? Xiao Yanqi paused momentarily as she arranged the flowers but showed no change in expression. Of course, I will bless you both. Gu Lixing coldly snorted and knocked the vase from her hands onto the ground, anger laced in his voice. You're heartless. You must know why I'm chasing after him. Xiao Yanqi's face remained calm but inside she felt a mixture of emotions. Lily, we are no longer kids. We need to move forward. Ji Hanjun brought the flowers back to the ward. There was a card attached. The bouquet wasn't very large because it couldn't be wrapped too big. The flowers were beautiful, seemingly freshly picked that morning, with dewdrops still on them. Suze liked them very much and thought about planting the backyard full of them once he recovered. By the time the 4 drip was done, it was already past 1 p.m., and Suze had awakened, his needle already removed by the nurse. Do you feel hungry? I bought you light white congee. Once you recover, I'll cook the dishes you like. Suze glanced at the white congee but had absolutely no appetite. When can I go home? The disinfectant smell is unpleasant. We'll go home right now. Going home was indeed the best thing. Leaving the hospital, Suze felt like he came back to life, especially when he returned home. Tuan was sharpening its claws on the scratching post beside the shoe cabinet at the door. Suze squatted down to look at it. Tuan, should we cut your nails? Suze reached out and held Tuan close, opened the drawer under the living room TV cabinet, and took out the pet nail clippers. The cat was well behaved, letting him cut its nails. Ji Hanjun entered carrying things and happened to see Suze cross-legged on the sofa cutting Tuan's nails. Aze, let me cut your nails. Suze looked up at him. I am not a cat, I can cut my own nails. In Ji Hanjun's eyes, Aze was cuter than a cat. Just one look made him want to pull him into his arms, kissing and nibbling and sucking, watching Aze play with the cat. He really wanted to play with Aze himself. How could he refuse? After saying this, Suze felt Ji Hanjun sit next to him. The nail clipper was in the cabinet beneath the table within reach. Seeing that Ji Hanjun had already taken out the nail clipper, Suze turned sideways and obediently extended his hand for him to cut. Feeling the scorching gaze on his face, even though he had already extended his hand, there was still no action from Ji Hanjun. You. I want to hold Aze while cutting. The gaze of the person in front was deeply burning with infatuation, his eyes stuck to Aze like thick glue. Suze felt nervous under the stare, not understanding his twisted thoughts. Sometimes, you don't need words, just a single glance to make a person act weird. The person behind hugged him, enveloping him in his tall frame, gently holding his hand while cutting his nails. It was exactly the same as how he had just held Tuan in his arms to cut its nails. Would he really think of him as a cat? But Suze considered Ji Hanjun more like a dog. Warm breath tickled his ear, and he could even hear Ji Hanjun's heart pounding heavily. Why was Ji Hanjun's heartbeat so intense? His hands really were soft, and the person in his arms smelled just as sweet and felt just as soft too. The scent on his body was of the same kind, captivating and alluring. Aze also liked him, so whatever he did fell within the realm of things couples should do. Ji Hanjun, your belt is poking me. Suze spoke up faintly, his innocent and harmless gaze fixated on the hand that was cutting his nails. Not sure what he had thought of, Suze suddenly jolted. Does Ji Hanjun's clothes even have a belt? Ji Hanjun held him with his chin resting on Suze's shoulder. His voice was deep and husky. Just a moment more. He cursed himself inwardly. Aze was still sick, and yet here he was thinking of other things. Was he really that perverted? Not really, he thought he was pretty normal, only tainted by a hint of perversion. Suze didn't dare to speak and obediently kept quiet. When the nails were finally done, Suze got up from Ji Hanjun's embrace, his gaze falling. I think you need a trim too. Ji Hanjun lifted his eyes but didn't look at him. His burning gaze held a touch of grievance. Aze used to say I wasn't dependent enough, but I am dependent. Bullshit. Suze recalled the shameless words this dog had said earlier, which related to this sentence. Tuan came over and brushed against his leg, and Suze squatted down to pick up the cat, moving to the other side. You should take a shower. Ji Hanjun hung his head, feeling that Aze must consider him a complete pervert who could think about such things anytime. He hadn't meant to. It was because Aze was too obedient. When Aze gets better, I want to play VX with Aze. Games. Confused, Suze looked at Ji Hanjun as he went upstairs, shocked. Then maybe he shouldn't get better after all. No one could handle this pervert, although Suze had admitted his feelings. But he hadn't admitted to anything else. The ring on his finger gleamed with light, and Suze raised his hand to look at it. The ring was truly beautiful. The patterns and carvings were exactly his style. Ji Hanjun had definitely put effort into preparing this ring. The phone buzzed with a notification. Suze reached for it on the table, finding it was a picture sent by Ji Hanjun. Sliding his screen, Suze opened the WeChat chat window and immediately widened his eyes upon seeing the photo. How could this guy send everything? Does he have no shame? The notification sounded again, followed by several messages that appeared right after the picture. Ji Hanjun, can we call Aze wife in the future? Ji Hanjun, wife, don't be angry anymore. Ji Hanjun, I like you. Ji Hanjun, you asterisk you. Suze, get out. Ji Hanjun, _. Chapter 89, Softness. After pursuing someone, one turns coquettish. Speechless, Suze glanced at the phone screen and scrolled down to see the principal's notice from Haiching University. Mr. Su, Lin Ying has been successfully enrolled, and she has already taken the exam. She's been assigned to her class. It seemed Littling had already arrived at school. This school was at least ranked top 3, so if she studied well in the less than a year remaining, she would definitely be able to get into a good university. Suze replied with thanks and asked him to take care of her more. Girls who grew up in villages might find it difficult to integrate into big cities. He hoped no one bullied her. Before long, the city's resort should also be completed. Once it opens, it will attract many people. Ji Hanjun probably didn't know that he secretly sponsored a mountain village. Well, there'd be time to tell him later. Lying on the couch for a while, scrolling through videos, Suze discovered that the fake young master's previous hot search basically couldn't be seen now. Its popularity had been overshadowed by other celebrities' affairs, and searching for the topic of the true or false young master of the Su family produced no results. Had it been taken down? Upstairs, Ji Hanjun had finished bathing. It wasn't dark yet, but without wearing any clothes, he simply wrapped a towel around himself and came downstairs. Suze gave him a quick glance, recalling the picture he had just seen, and instantly turned away. This guy wouldn't come stand in front of him and make him look, would he? Ji Hanjun sat down beside the couch, his gaze deep and shadowy, landing on Suze's slightly red ear tips. Wife, why don't you dare to look at me? Suze flushed red, even to the roots of his ears. His eyes shone with a gentle glow, and his eyelashes trembled lightly. Aze being shy was truly adorable. Ji Hanjun curved his lips and pulled his hand, pressing it onto his own chest. The latter tried to pull back but was held even tighter. Do you have no shame? Go and wear some clothes. Suze, feeling angry, tried to pull his hand back, raising his eyes to meet Ji Hanjun's fiery gaze. Come to think of it, it wasn't the first time he had touched him. The feel of those abs was truly amazing. Unfortunately, Suze didn't have that kind of body. Do you like it? He started being lewd again. Suze stretched out his other free hand, clenching a fist and punching Ji Hanjun on the shoulder. Ji Hanjun took the punch but gripped even tighter, excitement flashing in his eyes. It doesn't hurt, it feels soft. Suze had quite some strength. He used to punch people too, Qin Shu and others were no strangers to his fists. By the way, did you take down the trending topic online? Such a big deal couldn't just disappear without someone specially handling it behind the scenes. Ji Hanjun paused for a moment, Yang Muxin took it down. The number of trending topics started decreasing drastically from the day before yesterday. Ji Hanjun had also blacklisted a lot of bloggers who posted about it. With such a huge storm online, professional help was indeed necessary, taking time and effort to resolve the matter. Yang Muxin messaged him, saying she had taken down the trending topic, and that she wanted to meet Suze. Why? Could it be because the online attention affected the company? Otherwise, Suze could not imagine why she would remove it. It definitely couldn't be because of him. The sun spread a golden glow across the campus, tall trees swaying gently in the breeze. The wind had picked up a little during the day. Suze sat in the classroom propping his chin on his palm, gazing at the sparrows perched on the tree branches outside the window. Suze, the basketball match starts at 2:30 this afternoon, same spot as usual. Jianmu sat beside him, dressed in a sports uniform, planning to finish this class and take a break to prepare for the afternoon's basketball game. This annual basketball match was against an external school's team. Suze nodded. Since morning, he had noticed many students from other schools entering the campus. Most likely, they came for the basketball match. When Ji Hanjun came looking for Suze was with Jiangmu waiting in the gymnasium for Qin Shu and the other basketball players. Come on. Captain Jiang, we've choreographed new dances, we'll cheer for you later. These were the younger girls from the basketball club, along with some girl members from the manga club who formed the cheerleading squad. Jiangmu secured his knee pads, fastening them around his elbows and knees to prevent injury in case of accidental falls or collisions. As Ji Hanjun entered the gym, his eyes immediately caught sight of the well-behaved youth amidst the crowd. Suze wore a white leisure suit with a high collar, slightly oversized, his chin buried in the fabric as he stood aside holding a basketball quietly. His sparkling eyes reflected beautifully, blending joyfully with laughter alongside those around him. Qin Shu entered carrying a box of mineral water, wearing the same basketball uniform. He placed the water aside. Seeing Suze present, he resembled a golden retriever bounding over eagerly. Suze, are you thirsty? You haven't answered me yet that day. My answer is no. Qin Shu looked somewhat aggrieved. Why can't I do anything? No. Ji Hanjun walked over with a cold face, pulling Suze into his arms, refusing directly and plainly. His dark gaze was icy, his tall stature emitting an intangible pressure. How shameless this man was, where does his face even come from? Qin Shu gritted his teeth, glaring coldly at the hand resting on Suze's waist, finding it rather obnoxious. Suze stood in the middle holding the basketball, reminiscent of the awkward situation they were in at the cinema that day. The stands were already full of spectators. A dispute now would clearly invite ridicule. Captain Qin, the coach wants you to gather. A nearby girl called out, holding a large sign with the school emblem and the name of the basketball team printed on it. Suze handed over the basketball in his arms, having already spotted Pei Shen. Be careful. Although Pei Shen is from our school, he's playing for the opposing team. Look at his eyes, I suspect he'll try to trick us. Qin Shu took the ball, turning to see Pei Shen sitting in the waiting area, his unreturned gaze filled with malice and calculation. Suze sat on the spectator seats, spotting Gu Lixing nearby, accompanied by a girl with her hair tied into a high ponytail. The sports field was already bustling with noise, brimming with energy as the game was about to begin. As the referee blew the whistle, the match officially commenced. Jiangmu and Qin Shu were originally part of the basketball team. Chu Chen, being a physical education student, played basketball even more skillfully. The surrounding female spectators were nearly shouting themselves hoarse, waving their lightboards and cheering loudly. Big brother Qin Shu, go for it. We will always have your back. Iowa. Gu Lixing felt like her eardrums were about to burst from the cheers. She glanced at Xiao Yanqi beside her. The girl next to her was dressed in a white dress, with her hair tied into a high ponytail. Since they entered the school grounds, many boys had approached her for her WeChat ID, she was undeniably a goddess of the type that represented white moonlight. Gu Lixing was a vibrant and radiant beauty, while Xiao Yanqi exuded icy elegance. Lily, why haven't I seen your younger brother? Xiao Yanqi had come after Gu Lixing had pleaded tirelessly to have him cheer on Gu Qing. It's probably because he has diarrhea, he can't participate in the game. The atmosphere off-court reached its peak as the home team utterly dominated the visitors. In no time, the opponent hadn't scored a single point, whereas Qin Shu had already hit 2 consecutive goals. The young players on the basketball court brimmed with energy and passion, bright and lively. And the girls in the audience screamed so loudly with each goal that it felt like their eardrums would shatter. Suze watched them play excitedly. He used to be a basketball player too but was prohibited by his coach due to poor health. Playing recreationally was fine, but participating in matches was out of the question. Chapter 90, Baby, Am I Handsome? The first match was won, followed by a brief rest before the second match commenced. Qin Shu gulped down some water, grabbed the towel handed to him by someone nearby to wipe his face, and exchanged a glance with Jiangmu. If Chu Chen were here, he could have crushed them all by now. Let's wait. Chu Chen said he'd return once he's done with his commitments over there. The second match began. Qin Shu scored again. The opponent's defense seemed altered, becoming much tighter. Suze, seated in the front row, could clearly observe the field situation. He kept an eye on Pei Shen the whole time. Pei Shen was a tricky individual. If he refrained from causing trouble in the first half, he'd surely do something devious in the second. As proven, worries were valid. The ball passed to Qin Shu's feet again, who just needed a chance to stabilize himself, take a stance, and even the toughest defenses wouldn't stop him. As the tension on the court mounted, Suze remained focused on Qin Shu. During a pass, Pei Shen suddenly stepped forward, tripping Qin Shu, who was attempting to dribble past defenders. At the same moment, another player was also tripped by someone from Pei Shen's side using the same method. What is this? Foul play. Most people weren't fools, it was obvious whether something was intentional or not. The referee blew the whistle to call a halt, stopping the second match. Although Qin Shu had knee guards, being tripped could still cause ankle sprains. And getting tripped while dribbling caused intense pain. Jiangmu rushed forward to support him. In a split second, the opposing team eliminated 2 players through foul tactics. Pei Shen's plan succeeded, grinning smugly as if avenging some great feud. Qin Shu, I don't care about winning or losing, but seeing you fall makes me happier than anything. After the foul calls, the second game was stopped, with direct disqualification reserved for rule breakers. This wasn't best of 3 but best of 5 matches, with nearly 2 hours of rest between 3 games. Players Pei Shen and those guilty of fouls were substituted out, and Qin Shu could no longer participate either. Suddenly standing up, Su Zhe was about to leave for the court below. Ji Hanjun quickly grabbed him. You're not well enough to play, and we do have substitutes. There simply weren't any substitutes, though. This year's basketball tournament was held earlier than usual, and they only had 1 substitute who couldn't cover 2 missing players' positions. Swinging his arms around, Su Zhe appeared restless, eager to feel what it might be like to participate in such a game. I don't care, I'll feel dissatisfied if I don't blow them away on the court. It's not like I don't know how. Ji Hanjuan's gaze softened as he extended his hand to ruffle his hair. I'll play for you. Promise, they won't win a single game after that. Full of doubts, Su Zhe tried hard but couldn't imagine Ji Hanjun knowing how to play basketball. Ji Hanjun led him down to the courtside resting area. The coach, also a physical education teacher, was on the phone calling another substitute over, sounding somewhat anxious. With anger coursing through him, Qin Shu could hardly stand the throbbing pain in his ankles. He wanted nothing more than to strangle Pei Shen right then and there. Having been tripped, how could he continue impressing everyone? If he couldn't charm the crowd, how could he possibly capture Su Zhe's heart? Coach, let me play. Holding his phone, the coach looked suspiciously at Ji Hanjun. He didn't recognize this student. How have I never seen you? Do you even know how to play? Su Zhe was about to speak when a hand suddenly clamped over his mouth. The person beside him grinned happily while looking at Su Zhe. I will, my name's Su Zhe. Ji Hanjuan's voice was deep, and his tall stature exuded strength. His appearance was strikingly handsome with an aggressive charm. And the name Su Zhe seemed familiar from the basketball club roster. I've heard of you, sure, go change quickly, get on the court, and just hold out until the substitute arrives. Ji Hanjun swapped into a jersey, its black and white colors uniform, showcasing powerful arms wrapped in black arm guards. Before stepping onto the court, Su Zhe struck him angrily on the shoulder. Why did you say my name? Ji Hanjun stepped in front of Su Zhe, blocking other players' gazes behind him, then gently grasped his hand and kissed it. Because Zhe is my wife, and I'm playing on behalf of my wife. What's wrong with using her name? Su Zhe snorted coldly, casting a mischievous glance as he pulled his hand away, grabbing Ji Hanjuan's chin threateningly. Don't call me wife in broad daylight. How fierce, yet how cute. Ji Hanjuan's neck was gripped by soft little hands with barely any force, just a tooth-bearing show meant to scare him. His eyes instantly flared with fiery excitement, his gaze darkened with infatuation, his tone husky. Will you reward me if I win? Startled by his gaze, Su Zhe abruptly released his grip and thrust his hands behind his back. Do you still want your prize? How about getting slapped instead? Sure, I like that most. The broadcast announced Su Zhe's name, but Ji Hanjun was the one who entered the game. Jiang Mu looked around after noticing Ji Hanjun approaching and immediately spotted Su Zhe sitting in the rest area. Su Zhe sat on a chair conversing quietly with Qin Shu nearby. Qin Shu had a wound on his leg, and since his charm couldn't shine anymore, he wasn't happy, even more so seeing Ji Hanjun enter the field. What was this? If Ji Hanjun played brilliantly later, how could Su Zhe possibly fall for him? Ji Hanjun must be doing this for attention. You already said you didn't know he could play basketball, Su Zhe. Wasn't I cool earlier? Think about me. No. Su Zhe handed him water, her eyes trailing down to Ji Hanjun resting on the sidelines. Under the sunlight, the player on the field appeared passionate and dazzling, capturing many female spectators' attention right from the start. Gone was his usual melancholy and madness, now replaced by sunshine, brilliance, and allure. Qin Shu wouldn't give up, watching hopefully for Ji Hanjun to make a mistake, perhaps soon witnessing him utterly embarrassed on the field. The whistle blew again, marking the start of the third match. It turned out Ji Hanjun not only excelled at basketball but also at tricking opponents. He deftly maneuvered past the defense, completing a smooth layup followed by an aggressive dunk. His aggressive looks were captivating, his side profile was finely sculpted and sharp, combined with his towering frame brimming with strength. Wah! So handsome. What was the name of that player again? I love him. Called Su Zhe probably. The sound surrounding them began to echo once more, the shouts shifting towards calling Su Zhe. Hearing this name, how could they not recall the internet rumors about the real or fake young masters? But no one brought up the issue of being the real or fake master. What dominated their ears were cheers and praises. 2 matches passed, and the opposing team didn't score a single point. Until the last match, there was only 1 minute left. Ji Hanjun carried the ball to beyond the 3-point line, locking eyes with Su Zhe standing outside the court. Lifting his chin slightly, his grin widened, sweat gleaming on his forehead, his gaze bright yet filled with profound affection. Without saying a word, merely mouthing the actions, Suze already understood. Wife, am I handsome? Chapter 91, Wife Hits Me. Exuberant and intense, he truly shone brilliantly. Sitting amidst the crowd, Suze gazed into Ji Hanjuan's eyes on the court, surrounded by many people, yet their eyes held each other exclusively. Qin Shu seated with frustration beside him, driven by masculine competitiveness, rising immediately to challenge Ji Hanjun for a one-on-one duel. What are you going to do? Isn't your foot sore? Suze tugged at Qin Shu, the match was over, and there was no need to head to the field again. You keep staring at him, unable to look away, I can't help feeling. Among the group, his golden hair stood out noticeably, attracting several female admirers offering water wherever Qin Shu went. Suze still held a cup of bubble tea given by a girl before. He's my boyfriend, if I don't look at him, who should I look at? Suze's voice was calm, his gaze very serious. His beautiful eyes sparkled with starlight and no longer held room for anyone else. It was all Ji Hanjuan's fault, leaving him with no chance at all. Qin Shu felt as if a huge rock was pressing on his heart, and sat down unhappily. Jiang Mu jogged up carrying a basketball, took a sip of water, and sat down beside Suze. His jersey was almost soaked through, sweat beaded on his face. Equally sunny and handsome, he wore a black and white headband. Suze, come to the library for the evening. The group assignment the teacher gave us hasn't been finished yet. This group assignment had been assigned several days ago. They shared the same major and were supervised by the same teacher, always working in pairs. Suze nodded, glancing over the court but could not see Ji Hanjun anymore. He had just been there, where did he go? I'll head to the library in a bit. I'm leaving first. Suze stood up, thinking Ji Hanjun might have gone to change clothes in the locker room. As they watched him walk away, Qin Shu's face was filled with jealousy, and he threw the half-drunk bottle of water to the ground. What's so great about Ji Hanjun? What he can give Suze, I can also provide. It wasn't even a matter of whether or not he could offer those things. What Suze truly wanted, they didn't know, and that's why they failed here. Jiang Mu looked at Qin Shu's golden hair, her gaze piercing, her tone laced with some doubt. Did you confess to him? For a moment, the air fell silent. They had played for so long, and neither of them was foolish, both understood what the other thought. Qin Shu turned his head toward Jiang Mu, suddenly curving his lips into a smile, stretching himself lazily as if delighted. Of course, Suze agreed to let me be his little lover. The sound of a deformed bottle echoed as Jiang Mu's expression turned cold. He's not the type of person you think. Don't fool me. I'm not lying. We agreed initially that whoever manages to win his love gets to keep him. To be a subordinate also counts, which means I managed to get him. In the hallway outside the changing room, many players who had already changed clothes prepared to leave. Suze shoved his hands into his pockets, walking past the crowd. Surprisingly, only a few people recognized him. Your boyfriend plays pretty well, Suze. A male voice called out from behind. Suze stopped and turned around, seeing Pei Shen emerge from a room changing his ball uniform and leaning against the corridor wall. Very few people at school knew about the real relationship between him and Ji Hanjun. Such a loud remark probably meant everyone in the corridor would hear it. Pei Shen leaned against the wall with a derisive smile, speaking without restraint and even laughing with contempt. Humph, I understand now why the true young master wouldn't let the fake one escape, revealing this kind of relationship privately. TSK. Suze pursed his lips, irritated and wanting to beat him up badly. But fighting in the hallway in front of so many people was something he didn't want to do, being made fun of like a clown wasn't his thing. Suze turned around, pulling his hand out of his pocket and showing a thumb-up gesture, then slowly lowering it. His tone was even more maliciously derisive than Pei Shen's. Underdog, loser. Pei Shen's temper was volatile anyway. Not winning the game was a fact, and now being called garbage angered him further. Do you want to die, Suze? The shots you boasted about weren't even yours. Suze clicked his tongue once, his eyes brimming with arrogance. A faint arc rose at the corner of his mouth. It doesn't matter whose shot it was, the fact is you lost. Aren't you upset and unbalanced because no one fights for you, which is why you're causing trouble here? People nearby may not have known the exact situation, but they all watched eagerly, ready for drama. Enraged, Pei Shen rushed forward, wishing he could knock the arrogant man in front of him down immediately and make him beg. When he was still little Master Su, he had been unpleasantly arrogant, and now, even not a master anymore, he was still detestably haughty. Pei Shen's intention to attack was too obvious, and fellow players hurried to hold him back, urging him to calm down. Suze didn't want to quarrel with him in such a place, he still needed to find Ji Hanjun. Just as he turned to take a few steps, the lights in the hallway went out with a sudden snap. There were no windows in the corridor of the sports hall's locker rooms, it depended entirely on lighting. Complete darkness enveloped everyone. People shouted loudly, asking what happened, but footsteps gradually approached him. Is Pei Shen trying to sneak attack? Listening as the footsteps drew near, Suze clenched his fists. As someone placed their hand on his shoulder, he swiftly spun around and punched downward. A large hand caught it steadily, pulling him into an embrace. In the dim darkness, Suze could feel the body's temperature scorching hot. Instinctively, his hand pinched gently around the waist. "Honey, it's me." Ji Hanjun had just changed clothes and went out, circling around but couldn't find anyone. Worried Suze might be looking for him, he returned to the changing room. Suze retracted his hand. Ji Hanjun's reflexes were indeed fast, anyone else would have surely taken a direct punch. The corridor was in an uproar, the further away from them the chaos got, the quieter it became here for the two of them. In the darkness, Ji Hanjun held him and asked for a kiss like a child pleading for attention. Suze's breathing was slightly disordered, the sweet breath making someone's heart tighten in the darkness. With a flushed face, Suze lowered his voice, "Stop fooling around, there are so many people around. It must be a short circuit in the electricity. The corridor cameras aren't powered on either, no one can see us." Suze's face turned bright red, luckily the surrounding darkness hid it, but he could feel Ji Hanjun becoming even more unrestrained. In frustration, Suze slapped him. "Are you asking for it, pervert? Don't you know where we are?" It wasn't hard, hitting his face felt like a kitten's scratch. Ji Hanjun tightened his breath, excitement gleaming in his eyes, but ultimately still managed to control himself, rubbing his cheek with feigned grievance. "Honey hits me. He liked it too much." People around them used their phone flashlights to illuminate the way out. Ji Hanjun tightly gripped his hand, leaving the corridor together. Even though it was dark, the person in front of him pulled him by the hand to the front, protecting him from being touched by others. Until light appeared ahead. "Ji Hanjun, I'll go to the library to do the group assignment soon." When they reached the basketball court, it was all lit up, and most people had already left, with half remaining. There were so many people around, Suze looked at their interlocked hands wanting to pull back but was held tighter instead. "You should hold on even harder when there are more people around. What if my honey gets lost?" Chapter 92, Learning to Let Go. Suze first went to the library. The group assignment didn't take long, they needed to use the English they learned to write an original story. A group of 2 originals. Suze sat at the farthest corner position, a place they both used to like. Jiangmu hadn't arrived yet, so Suze opened the computer alone and started writing half of it. Summer vacation had passed, and the weather gradually turned autumnal. "Suze, you came so early." Suze looked up upon hearing the sound, seeing Jiangmu walk over and sit across from him. Placing his brought computer on the desk, Jiangmu rested his arms on the table and looked at him with bright eyes as if something great made him happy. "I just came earlier since I didn't have anything to do. You seem very pleased." Suze's eyes were truly beautiful, long eyelashes framing those clear eyes, with a beauty that couldn't be described. Jiangmu hesitated somewhat before speaking. But if he didn't say it now, maybe he wouldn't get another chance later. "Suze, Qinshu can become little, and you accepted him. Can you give me a little bit of that acceptance?" Suze instinctively held his breath, the typing hand pausing on the keyboard. "Am I really that good? Why do so many people like me?" Before Suze could answer, a key was pushed towards him right in front of him. Jiangmu's gaze was fervent, hiding emotions deep within. "The key to my flower field, I want to give it to you." He wasn't as popular with girls as Qinshu nor as physically strong as Chu Chen. He preferred not to compete, rather focusing on contemplation. He thought that perhaps one day Suze would look back and see him. He certainly wasn't as considerate as Ji Hanjun, or as openly favoring, but he still wanted to express his feelings so that he wouldn't regret it later. Suze sighed and pushed the key back. "I used to not understand my own feelings, but I do now. I like Ji Hanjun. He was bad before, and his actions were obsessive and terrifying. However, due to issues in their personalities, the fact that 2 people with problems in their emotions managed to come together wasn't easy. We're best friends, you will bless us, and I hope you're also happy." He had no other feelings for anyone other than Ji Hanjun. If he didn't like someone, it was better to reject them early, otherwise dragging it on wouldn't be good. Jiangmu understood everything in his heart, he just didn't want to leave any regrets behind. "I wish you happiness even more." Jiangmu curved his lips, deeply staring at him. This person in front of him was etched into his memory forever. If Ji Hanjun treated Suze poorly in the future, he would definitely take him back. He wouldn't stay passive anymore, learning to take initiative. Acidic, burning, indistinct but growing stronger emotions gradually surfaced. In truth, there was still a bit of regret in his heart. If back then the 3 of them had taken the initiative, perhaps there wouldn't have been any Ji Hanjun issues. Back then, the 3 proposed a condition, to pursue together and agree to share. Suze stretched lazily, breaking the tranquility first. "Stop thinking about it, what do you think of mine?" Suze turned the computer toward him, revealing the outline of the story he just finished on the screen. It was an emotional story about family. The task involved writing stories in English, for classmates to choose one, which could then be acted out by the drama club. Jiang was impressed by his outline, where Suze beautifully depicted longing for familial love that went unfulfilled, achieving it too late. The ending was both regretful and unforgettable. Wow, really good. Suze softly laughed, with a trace of sadness at the bottom of his eyes. Over these many days, he had been learning to let go. Romance can't always be pursued, sometimes the more you want something, the less likely you'll get it, so we must learn to let go. Like how he would no longer long for Yang Muxin's love, which didn't belong to him. Even if the young master were truly his, he wouldn't seek that anymore. The boy looked pretty and obedient, slim-framed, tiny, wrapped loosely in a slightly oversized leisure suit, somewhat capturing Jiang Mu's gaze, who found himself unable to look away. Hadn't the once unruly young man now become obedient? Was this because he had truly received love? Meanwhile, Ji Hanjun sat in a cafe outside the school, while Yang Muxin stared at him deeply. She had made her demands, but Ji Hanjun had rejected every single one of them. You want to take Suze back? I don't know what Mrs. is thinking, but I will not agree. Yang Muxin took a sip of coffee before setting down her cup. Ji Hanjun had taken Suze's phone and blocked their entire family, making it impossible for Yang Muxin to contact Suze. I'm willing to treat him as my own child, definitely paying more attention to and caring for him in the future. Suze is still master of the Su family. He disagreed, he absolutely would not push as to anyone else. The person he loved should only be nurtured by him, Ji Hanjun. He has no ties to the Su family. Do not drag him into anything. Ji Hanjun's pupils were deep and shadowy, with an eerie coldness in his eyes, sitting tall enough to bring intangible pressure into the air around him. As Yang Muxin watched the gloomy figure in front of her, she pondered whether the current person before her would have been cheerful and open if they hadn't switched the children. The atmosphere sank into a deadlock. Ji Hanjun glanced up at the clock on the wall. It was already quite late, time to leave. As should have finished his homework by now. Ji Hanjun paid for the drinks and got up without sparing her even a glance. I'll talk to him separately. He craves my love, doesn't he? Ji Hanjun ignored her, fearing that if he stayed longer, the fierceness within him wouldn't be suppressed any longer. He believed that as would choose him, not Yang Muxin. As surely wouldn't. Walking into campus, he arrived at the library building and saw a familiar figure coming out holding a laptop. Suze seemed happy, bright eyes and a smiling mouth, exiting alongside Jiang Mu. Ji Hanjun stood still, the surroundings devoid of streetlights, shrouded in darkness. Concealed within the night, his expression was unclear. Jiang Mu left first, leaving Suze texting messages, hesitating briefly before deciding to call instead. The ringtone was particularly distinct in the silent darkness. His gaze roved to find its source. On the small road to the right of the library, a path still without lights, it was pitch black. Ji Hanjun had intended to answer the phone, but the call had already ended on the other end. Ji Hanjun. A familiar voice filled with joy reached his ears. Ji Hanjun looked up to see the figure rushing toward him from the light until stepping into the shadowed area, free from illuminated light. He embraced the arrival fully, the familiar sweet scent filling his nostrils. The embrace felt real and warm. Stretch out your hand. The young man's voice rang clear and full of happiness. Ji Hanjun paused momentarily. After a few seconds, he slowly stretched out his hand, palm facing upward, fingertips trembling slightly. The fierceness within him gradually dissipated, calming the waves in his mind into perfect stillness. The anger and gloom vanished completely, replaced by the warmth of fingers touching his palm, as if gentle affection flowed into his heart. Suze fished a candy out of his pocket, its wrapper blue. He placed the candy in Ji Hanjun's palm. Someone gave me 2 candies. I've saved one for you. Chapter 93, Little Dinosaur. Just a girl gave it to me. This candy is quite tasty. Next time we'll also buy this kind. Ji Hanjun stared at the candy, lost in thought for a long time, his eyes softening. Did he dislike eating candy? The person in front of him showed no reaction. Suze scoffed, if Ji Hanjun didn't like it, he should have just said so, he shouldn't have kept it waiting. I guess you don't want it. Suze reached to take it back. Ji Hanjun reacted quickly, closing his palm and holding onto the candy firmly. The gloom that had been in his heart was instantly dispelled by warmth. Of course I'll take what my wife gives me. Suze watched as Ji Hanjun unwrapped the candy, popped it into his mouth, and even tucked the wrapper into his pocket. It's sweet. It was just an ordinary sea salt mint candy given to them earlier in the library by a girl. He ate one and found it quite delicious, so he decided to save the other one for Ji Hanjun. Well, let's go home then. Suze took the initiative to hold his hand, their fingers interlocking, and led him away in the opposite direction toward the lit-up path. As they left the darkness behind, they walked into the light. After the locker room incident, Suze had thought that Patient wouldn't let things rest. Sure enough, the very next day, a post appeared on the campus forum about the real and fake young master. It also talked about the relationship between him and Ji Hanjun. This. What can I say? If they're dating, let them date. Both are quite handsome. I'm more of a looks-focused dog. I can't deal with two men together. I feel kind of sick. Isn't that the mean Su family young master? I heard he's pretty bad and has a terrible temper. I saw him during the basketball game. He really is handsome. Don't follow your three views just because of someone's looks, sister. To be honest, you guys should blame the people who swapped the children instead of focusing on criticizing both the real and fake young masters. It's quite something. Online matters no longer affected him. After all, he now lacked the energy to pay attention to the rumors circulating online. His entire focus now was on the garden at home. Wearing big shorts and an oversized white work shirt, dirt covered his feet and hands, with flower seedlings placed nearby. The midday sun still held some heat. Initially, he had been checking his phone to see the time, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the forum post. There was still dirt on his feet as he put down the water pot and sat on the swing chair in the garden pavilion. He wiped his hands clean with a tissue and then cleaned his phone. Wife, I've finished bathing Tuanchuan. Ji Hanjun emerged holding the cat, placing it on the grass. He immediately noticed Su Zhe sitting on the swing chair playing with his phone. That oversized white work shirt actually belonged to him, it was a mistake made by A's. The boy's black hair looked well kept, and his pale face had a slight blush due to sweating after planting flowers. His long lashes framed beautiful eyes that sparkled. The shirt was truly oversized, so much so that one could see the attractive pale skin from the collar. How obedient, how likable. Su Zhe glanced over and noticed Ji Hanjun standing there, transfixed by him. Looking down, Su Zhe spotted the mud on his feet, which gave rise to a mischievous idea. With interest, Su Zhe observed Ji Hanjun, arching an eyebrow slightly, a smile curling his lips as he gestured toward him. Come over here. Dressed in a crisp white shirt paired with tailored slacks, Ji Hanjun exuded elegance despite appearing clean-cut. When Ji Hanjun reached Su Zhe, sensing what he intended, he knelt down on one knee right away. So obedient. Su Zhe chuckled, raising his foot from above and pressing it against Ji Hanjun's chest. An immediate yellow-brown footprint marred the pristine white shirt. All loving husbands are obedient. Ji Hanjun's eyes deepened, flashing a determined gleam filled with passionate affection. His gaze burned intensely as it swept over Su Zhe, making him feel like prey to a hungry wolf. Without hesitation, Ji Hanjun extended his elegant, dirt-free hand and grasped Su Zhe's muddy foot, not caring about the mess. Watching him do this, Su Zhe's lovely eyes narrowed slightly, his tone becoming casual. Let go, you're not allowed to grab my foot. He enjoyed teasing Ji Hanjun, and it seemed Ji Hanjun wasn't getting angry either. However, he wouldn't allow anyone to touch his feet, it made him insecure. Seeing that look while his foot was tightly gripped caused him unease, fearing if they got carried away, he might not be able to run away. True to form, the person in front of him let go, freeing his right foot, which moved restlessly, wiping additional mud onto the clothes. These flowers were supposed to have been planted by Ji Hanjun originally, but since Su Zhe had nothing better to do, he wanted to try his hand at gardening. Never having planted flowers before, he relied solely on observing the procedures followed by the house servants in the past. First, he used a small iron shovel to dig a small hole, planted the flower inside, covered it with soil, and then watered it. Some things seem simple once you do them yourself. Now that he knows how to plant flowers, this is quite telling. There were still many flower seedlings on the ground, not yet planted. If he didn't do it today, tomorrow would surely be too late. You go plant the flowers. I'm so tired, I don't want to move. Su Zhe retracted his foot and leaned back in the swing, revealing his slender calves as they swung gently in midair. Among today's flower seedlings were some other types of flowers sent over. They'd all bloom together next summer, a variety of colorful blooms. Ji Hanjun stood up, grabbed a tissue from the table under the pavilion, then squatted down again to hold Su Zhe's foot and wipe it clean. Both of their slippers were the same style, just different colors. A's shoes were also covered with mud. Ji Hanjun took off his own shoes and put on the muddy ones in front of him, which were a little small but still wearable. I'll wash your feet after I've finished planting the flowers. And he'll give him a bath while at it. Su Zhe waved his hand, lying on the swing to rest. The sunlight was no longer as scorching as in the summer, but being under it for a long time still generated some heat. Ji Hanjun went to plant the flowers. Wearing the slightly small, muddy slippers, with a mud footprint on the chest of his white shirt, all traces of his previous refinement had vanished. Su Zhe watched joyfully, remembering Ji Hanjun planting flowers in front of him in the past. Ji Hanjun, take your clothes off. They're dirty. Hearing this, the man under the sun turned around smiling happily, and an indescribable emotion rose in his eyes. I'll take them off when I'm with A's. What kind of game is this? Su Zhe's smile froze on his face, what was this dog thinking? His mind was full of strange ideas. Tuanchuan meowed and ran over, jumping into Su Zhe's arms right after its bath, its fur smelling fresh. Tuanchuan is so cute. Su Zhe held the cat tightly and smelled it repeatedly, unable to let go. Every time he saw Tuanchuan, he wanted to hug it close, it was just so adorable. The doorbell rang from the front hall, as if someone was pressing it. Suze put down the cat, slipped on a pair of clean slippers, and left the backyard to open the door. There were 2 large boxes outside with a delivery guy standing by, holding an order form for him to sign. Before leaving, the delivery guy helped push the boxes into the living room. The boxes were almost as big as him. Suze found scissors and tore open the package. Inside were a set of green dinosaur plush costumes and a set of white angel costumes. What were these things? Chapter 94, Playing Games. The green dinosaur costume was truly large, looking cute in its cartoonish design. As for the angel costume, it wasn't cartoonish at all, it was a real angel-like outfit. The costume featured white clothing, complete with 2 wings and a golden halo. At the sound of footsteps behind him, Suze turned around with a look of astonishment on his face. Why did you buy this? Ji Hanjun cleaned his feet in the backyard, carrying his slippers in his hand, but he didn't change his clothes. For the game, wife, Ji Hanjun said calmly, his gaze falling on the angel costume in Suze's hands, a smile playing on his lips. His voice was deep and husky, carrying a touch of heat. Wife, do you like angels? Suze's face tensed up as he gripped the clothes tightly. In the next second, he threw them to the ground and stomped on them. No. I don't like them. And I won't wear them either. His feet weren't clean, he merely wore clean slippers, so mud still clung to his feet. White clothes got dirty easily, and just like the shirt, the costume already had several footprints on it. Suze's face flushed red in anger, he needed to destroy the clothes quickly before they ended up making him wear them. Ji Hanjun walked toward him, his eyes gradually becoming more intense. A distinct smile curved his lips. You stepped on the wrong one. The wife is supposed to wear the little dinosaur. Originally, the angel clothes weren't meant for A's anyway. A's suited something cute yet fierce, nothing could fit better than the little dinosaur costume. The costume was light and not heavy, but wearing it meant the person inside couldn't have anything else on underneath. This pervert had been planning this whole time. Furious, Suze kicked the clothes aside and lunged forward to grab Ji Hanjun's collar, gritting his teeth. You wear it. The aggressive A's was so cute. Just like Tuanchuan intentionally kicking over the trash can, getting himself dirty but refusing to take a bath. Each time, A's would say Tuanchuan was adorable. Sensing the look in front of him becoming increasingly alarming, Suze sneered and started giving commands. I'm the boss at home. How dare you disobey me? Absolutely not wearing it. Although at first glance he thought the little dinosaur plush toy was truly adorable, he still wouldn't demean himself by wearing it. He refused to indulge in such a sick interest. Ji Hanjun reached out and grabbed his hand, which was still tightly clutching Ji Hanjun's collar. Wife, I always give in to you, but there are some things I just can't. Like this one. Suze retreated under the excited look Ji Hanjun was giving him, his eyes carried an intense pressure, a sense of certainty that made Suze's heart race. He started brainstorming other ideas. If he couldn't escape tonight, then he had to think of another way to avoid it. No matter what, he wasn't going to wear it. How about this, we'll have a drinking contest tonight. The loser has to wear the costume. The emotions flickering across the face in front of him were obvious, the small schemes were practically playing out on his face. Ji Hanjun chuckled, warmth creeping into his eyes as he leaned closer. All right. Suze insisted on going out to buy alcohol himself and forbade Ji Hanjun from joining him. He didn't want Ji Hanjun tagging along when A's went alone outside, though Ji Hanjun wasn't allowed either. No problem, Ji Hanjun would secretly follow him anyway. Suze changed into clean clothes, grabbed his phone, and headed to the convenience store outside the residential area to buy some alcohol. There weren't many choices at the convenience store, and not exactly what he wanted. But he saw a bottle of strong white spirit. Mixing this high-proof liquor into lower alcohol content drinks could easily get someone drunk without noticing. Ji Hanjun had never been seen drinking before, and when Suze once tried forcing him, he fainted after only one glass. After paying, Suze left the store holding the alcohol and ducked into a hidden spot near a flower bed where no one could see him. He opened the white spirit and retrieved other bottles of fruit wine from their original packaging, asking the shopkeeper for an empty bottle. With the glass bottles sealed with corks, Suze poured the mixtures into them again, sealing them back up perfectly. It was flawless. Peach-flavored and lime-flavored fruit wines were uncapped, their contents poured into the empty bottle by Suze. He added white spirit, mixing them thoroughly, buying 6 bottles in total and altering 3. This little troublemaker crouched beside the flower bed, his mischievous plan all set with a gleam of victory in his eyes. It reminded him of a cunning cat. Leaning against a tree nearby, Ji Hanjun let his amusement slip through his watchful eyes, quietly observing Suze mix the alcohol. After finishing the mixing process, Suze peeked around cautiously. Seeing no one, he squatted down again. He took a small sip from the mixed bottle, testing the taste. One sip made his eyes light up immediately. The original fruit wine tasted delicious, sweet and not too sour with a noticeable alcoholic scent, yet the alcohol percentage was low. Perfectly suited for his palate, Suze's eyes sparkled brighter, taking another mouthful of the peach-flavored drink. Since it was still early. Adhering to his principle of not wasting anything, Suze finished off the mixed fruit wine from the empty bottle and stuffed it back into the bag with the rest, bringing everything home. He had a good tolerance for alcohol, so tonight it would be either Ji Han-jun dead or himself standing tall. Back home, Ji Han-jun was sitting on the couch admiring the little dinosaur costume in his hands. Suze clicked his tongue, placing the alcohol on the table. I bought it. 3 bottles for you, 3 for me. Let's see who finishes faster. Finishing faster was secondary, getting him drunk after one drink was most important. What if I win, wife? Win. Impossible. He'd marked the bottles. As long as he didn't grab the wrong one, the one falling won't be him. Do whatever you like if you win. I'm hungry, go cook. Suze snatched the doll costume impatiently and tossed it aside, curling up on the sofa while kicking Ji Han-jun playfully. I want ribs. Truly nasty but irresistibly cute. His kicks were soft, like affectionate pouting. A hint of darkness flashed through Ji Han-jun's eyes as he caught Suze's ankle and pulled him close, pressing his lips firmly against his. Tasting of fruit wine. Then I'll put the wine in the fridge. Ji Han-jun stood up and picked up the fruit wine on the table, walking into the kitchen where he placed it. There was a perfect opener in the cabinet, capable of extracting the corks fully. Seeing that 3 bottles each had a small corner of their labels lifted, Ji Han-jun felt this game wasn't fun enough. Drunkenness should happen together. Inside the cabinet rested a previously unopened bottle of white spirit meant for deodorizing food. He poured out half the untouched fruit wines, following Suze's example and blending the white spirit into them. If Suze mixed wine, they might as well share the drunkenness. Now all 6 bottles had been tampered with, and no matter which one was chosen, the outcome would be the same. Ace truly overestimated his own tolerance for alcohol. The wine Ace had consumed before were always specially prepared by someone, they tasted like strong liquor when entering the mouth, but their alcohol content was actually lower than fruit wines. He was somewhat looking forward to the evening now. He wanted to see who would get drunk first between the 2 of them. He was bound to win this competition for the cute little dinosaur plushie. Chapter 95, The Wife Lost. Night fell, and the table in the living room was filled with bottles of wine. Fruit wines and cans of beer were laid out on the table, covering the long table in front of the sofa in the living room. Suze sat on the carpet and saw that the person in the kitchen hadn't come yet, so he hurried to look at the bottles of wine on the table. The bottles he marked were mixed. The unmarked fruit wine was placed where he could easily reach it. Suze supported his chin with one hand and poured the fruit wine into his glass. It was a sweet peach flavor. Footsteps came from behind, and Ji Han-jun placed a plate of fruit on the table. Wife, if you're afraid of getting drunk, eat some fruit. Suze supported his cheek with one hand, his gaze fixed on him as his fingertips lightly tapped the rim of his wineglass. His tone was scattered and lazy. You're the one who's afraid of getting drunk. The person next to him seemed not to hear, sitting down on the carpet to the right of Suze, and took a sip from the wineglass on the table. Suze's eyes slightly narrowed as he saw him drinking the mixed wine, and inside, he was thrilled. There was no way Ji Han-jun could endure an entire bottle, or even a cup. Still, there was nothing to say about Ji Han-jun's appearance. His profile featured sharp features, a well-defined jawline, long lashes, and thin lips. Viewed sideways, his face wasn't as fierce as when seen fully. Ji Han-jun didn't have bad looks either, but there was an aura of melancholy surrounding his whole being, making him hard to approach. Even if there were girls who tried to get close, one glance from him sent them running. Suze gulped the alcohol down, directly drinking from the bottle. Ji Han-jun was secretly watching him too, his peripheral vision occasionally drifting to the side while drinking. Drunk Ace was cutest. Girlish and tender, also affectionate, speaking nonsense and prone to crying. At the thought, an inexplicable impulse rose within him instantly, his dark eyes flashing with excitement. Wife, I'm looking forward to it. Suze paused for a moment, staring into Ji Han-jun's eyes which carried a flicker of brightness, and his lips bore traces of wine stains. His gaze was dazed and puzzled, as though he hadn't understood the meaning of his words. He gripped the bottle of wine with one hand, dumbfoundedly looking at him. Ji Han-jun locked eyes with him, his gaze not shying away and his madness completely unhidden. Expectation of what? Why was Ji Han-jun drinking so slowly? With such tiny sips and occasional bites of fruit, how long will it take to knock him out? You're drinking too slowly. Drink faster. Suze looked at the cup in his hand and moved the glass further away. Drink from the bottle. Suze tilted her head up, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her voice was softer than usual. All right, as my wife wishes. He initially planned to watch carefully how Ace got drunk, but apparently that wouldn't happen. Ji Han-jun picked up the bottle and drank it straight down, raising his chin and his Adam's apple moving up and down. In an instant, half a bottle was gone. Drinking so intensely. Seeing this, Suze started to chug the wine in his hand just as ferociously, until both had finished a whole bottle. The peach-flavored wine bottle was carelessly placed on the table, already emptied. After consuming a bottle, he felt a slight warmth in his face. Suze rubbed his eyes and turned to look at the person beside him. Surprisingly, Ji Hanjuan's face wasn't red, not even a sign of drunkenness. Why isn't your face red? Suze leaned forward to touch his face, holding both sides of his cheeks and turning his face toward himself. A's waist could be circled with one hand, and upon approach, a sweet smell of peach fruit wine could still be smelled. Ji Hanjun pretended to scratch his head nonchalantly, his tone indifferent, but his eyes focused on his lips. Don't know, wife, but I feel a bit dizzy now. Feeling dizzy? That meant Ji Hanjun must be a bit drunk too. Suze laughed aloud, withdrew his hand, and prepared to drink the second bottle while opening Ji Hanjuan's bottle of wine in front of him. After finishing the second bottle, the lime-flavored wine clearly had a much stronger scent than the peach-flavored one. Suze massaged his head, remembering that the degree of the fruit wine shouldn't be too high, but why did he feel a bit dizzy too? Could it be he picked the wrong one? He lowered his gaze to check the label on the bottle, but the small corner wasn't secretly lifted, confirming he hadn't made a mistake. The light flickered softly, reflecting off the bottles and creating a faint glow, making the atmosphere a bit intimate. Suze turned to look at Ji Hanjun and found that he had only drunk half of the second bottle. Why was he drinking so slowly, and why was he looking at him like that? His eyebrows instantly creased, and a surge of displeasure welled up inside him. Suze leaned in, reaching out to grab Ji Hanjuan's wine bottle, pinching his chin with one hand, and pouring the wine down his throat. The person in front was wearing a clean white shirt, with a few buttons at the collar undone, and the sleeves slightly rolled up. Ji Hanjuan's eyes were pitch black, the strands of hair on his forehead stuck to his brow, his eyes slightly squinted, full of dizziness and excitement. With his chin pinched, the wine flowed down from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the white shirt. The fruit wine has a light color and won't stain the clothes. A's was inherently handsome and delicate, with red lips and white teeth. The tips of his eyes were flushed, and the beautiful eyes sparkled. Obedient yet provocative. Even drunkenness couldn't conceal his nasty and arrogant personality as he directly poured wine into him. Suze saw a large area of his shirt was wet, and the wine had been mostly poured down his throat. A glimmer of mockery arose in his eyes. Who told you to drink so slowly? I have no choice but to force it down your throat, and it seems like you enjoy it. Ji Hanjun could feel the warmth and delicacy of the hand under his chin. The person before him seemed domineering even while obviously showing signs of intoxication. Enjoy it. He enjoyed such an A's even more. Suze snorted, only feeling a slight dizziness in his head, but the person in front still seemed sober. He remembered marking the bottles. As they each drank their own alcohol, both were lost in thought. No, if Ji Hanjun doesn't get drunk, he will definitely make him wear the little dinosaur plush costume. Suze slowed down his drinking and fixed his gaze on Ji Hanjun beside him. At this moment, Ji Hanjun was supporting his head with one hand, holding the wine bottle, swaying slightly. What's wrong with you? Ji Hanjun shook his head, the tips of his eyes somewhat red, gazing at Suze with drunkenness evident in his eyes. Dizzy, so dizzy, I probably can't drink anymore. He figured out that Ji Hanjun gets drunk without his face flushing, no wonder his face isn't red. Suze felt a sense of joy welling up within. His head was also somewhat dizzy now, as he hugged the wine bottle closer. If that's the case, then you've lost, which means you have to listen to me. I'll do whatever my wife says. The person beside him suddenly slumped onto the table. There was still more than half of the third bottle left, yet he had already passed out. Suze reached out to shake him, but didn't manage to wake him up. Really unconscious. He leaned in closely, sniffing. He smelled a strong liquor scent on him. It must be hard liquor, so he truly passed out. With such a low tolerance for alcohol, how dare you drink with me, humph, overestimating yourself. Suze stopped paying attention to him and drank the rest of his own wine. By the time the third cup was almost empty, his vision started blurring. Has my tolerance decreased? Why are stars starting to appear before my eyes? Suze finished the last sip of wine, his eyes blurred, and the red on his face spread down to his neck. He got up intending to wash his face, but upon standing, he felt the road sway beneath him. Stumbling just a few steps, he tripped over something. His foot slipped, and he fell directly onto the doll. Not painful. In a daze, Suze struggled to rise, but before he could stand up, a hand circled his waist and lifted him steadily from the ground. Wife, you've lost. Chapter 96, Explosion. Let go. I'm not drunk. The person in his arms reeked of alcohol, the scent hitting his nose forcefully. Fruit wine itself is sweet, and it was now sweet straight to the heart. Ji Hanjun held him close, lowering his gaze, his voice hoarse. He turned him around, embracing him so he wouldn't fall. Their eyes locked. Ji Hanjuan's face hadn't flushed at all, whereas Suze was red all the way down to his neck. Few people can handle hard liquor normally, especially when high-proof alcohol is used in cocktails and bars, where some bartenders add pure liquor. Strong drinks shouldn't be consumed excessively, and doing so harms the body, causing stomach pain the next morning. Wife, what number is this? Ji Hanjuan's eyes were dark, one hand encircling him, and the other slowly raising two fingers in front of him. The fingers in front of his eyes were doubled. Su Zhe squinted, mimicking the gesture. 2. A deep laugh echoed in his ears, and the arm around his waist tightened. Wrong, it's 1. My dear wife sees double because she's drunk. Su Zhe froze for a moment, then grabbed the two fingers in front of him, squinting to examine them carefully. Not only did he see two fingers, but touching confirmed there were 2. It's 2. It's 1. Ji Hanjun, this psychopath, was bluffing, and his alcohol tolerance was exceptionally good. No wonder he agreed to this condition. Bastard. Su Zhe's legs went weak, unable to stand steadily after drinking too much, and he leaned on Ji Hanjun while cursing. Freak, show off, mix, bastard. Such beautiful curses. Ji Hanjun held him tighter, his infatuated gaze falling upon Su Zhe's face before shifting to the doll lying on the ground. Really cute. Heavenly gold. Su Zhe wasn't completely drunk. At most, he swayed a little when walking and saw double, but his subconscious remained clear. He was slightly angry with Ji Hanjun for playing dirty. Su Zhe straightened up and seriously looked at the person in front of him. His eyes were both innocent and filled with desire, red lips slightly parted, his voice soft. Ji Hanjun, you, lower your head. The light shone into his eyes, as if there were countless star rivers, his eye corners tinged with red and a bit of mist. Too adorable. Ji Hanjuan's Adam's apple moved, his fiery gaze locked onto Su Zhe's lips, obediently lowering his head. The lips drew closer, about to kiss, but just as he bent down to get close, he received a hard slap out of nowhere. A drunk person doesn't have much strength, it wouldn't hurt much when slapping, instead causing something else entirely. Like Ji Hanjun. The fervor in his eyes became uncontrollable, the sensation on his cheek almost drove him mad. His voice turned hoarse and deep. Weren't you going to kiss me? Kiss you, M. If he knew he would still fall for the trick, why did he even bother drinking so much? Now he can't escape. That slap almost drained all his energy, and after striking, he tried to move down. Fortunately, someone tightly embraced him, now he also felt a bit hot. He should have known better than to drink so much. Ji Hanjun was too scheming. The game starts. The small green dinosaur was irresistibly cute. He wasn't by tie, a reference to bias, he genuinely liked A's. He grew up with A's. Such a well-behaved person should belong to him. Ji Hanjun stood aside, his eyes darkly gazing at the pale green object on the floor. Since childhood, this young master, spoiled and refined, wanted to give only the best to A's. Su Zhe's head was dizzy. He supported himself on the ground and managed to stand up by leaning against the nearby sofa. Seeing that he could stand up by himself and even walk toward him, even kicking him. So adorable. Loves it. Can't resist. Today, the sun came out late, somewhat cloudy, and there was even a sign of rain. Gu Lixin wore a small tank top and overalls, her long hair scattered as she leaned against the wall and threw away her cigarette. Gu Qing, how long has it been since you've gone home? Are you neglecting our family business? Gu Qing's hair was a bit messy, the vibrant and sunny aura gone, replaced by weariness. There were red bloodshot eyes as if he hadn't slept well for days, leaning against the bedpost, raising his head to look deeply at her. Sister, do you want me to manage the business, or are you like those people on the board, wanting me to marry some rich man's daughter for an alliance? After the Gu family repaid their debt, the company was still not as good as before. All the industries of the Gu family would eventually belong to Gu Qing, and she would not compete with him. You don't want to marry, and I haven't forced you. Gu Qing was irritated, scratching his hair restlessly, displeasure rising in his eyes. He will not marry someone he doesn't love, he will only be with someone he loves. To alleviate his sister's burden, he initially worked part-time jobs and studied hard. He also borrowed money from friends he used to hang out with, but they were bad influences who didn't lend him any. The repayment issue was resolved thanks to the money borrowed from Su Zhe by his sister. Sister, if I take over the family business and become equal with the Su family, can I snatch Su Zhe away from Ji Hanjun? What nonsense. What kind of talk is this? Gu Lixin frowned, stepped forward, firmly grabbing Gu Qing's collar, her eyes filled with danger, her tone warning. Don't fantasize about what doesn't belong to you. Discard those impractical thoughts. Why are his thoughts considered impractical? When Su Zhe disappeared for many days, the sister found him and asked Gu Qing to bring him back from abroad. At the time, in the estate, he saw Su Zhe being cradled under the pavilion, quietly sitting in someone's arms, obedient and docile. His impression was still of that cruel, vicious young master who had injured someone's hand. Turns out, everyone has another side. Who doesn't like someone who is both pretty and obedient, especially a beautiful golden bird like a young master? No wonder Su Zhe was locked up and hidden away by Ji Hanjun. What did he think when he saw Su Zhe again in the estate last time? It's not about rescuing him and letting him go home. It's about showing him the news of the real and fake young masters, making him understand that the Su family is no longer a fallback, and he's no longer the young master. Rescuing the golden oriole from another man's hands, when the golden oriole has nowhere else to go, and he alone comes to the rescue. Hiding the person again, keeping them locked away where they belong to him alone, where no one will know, and no one will suspect him. They would only suspect Ji Han-jun, who covets his own young master, dark and somewhat deranged. As Gu Lishan watched the changes in his eyes, anger welled up in her heart. She swung a slap directly. Do you like Suze? Don't make me laugh, you just like pretty and unique things. Like how you liked my beautiful doll when you were little. To get it, you even dared to push your own sister into the pool. Chapter 97 Tuan Tuan bites me. Gu Qing, don't even think about what isn't yours. I'm your elder sister and can let it slide, but Ji Han-jun is different from me. Ji Han-jun has been known since their first contact to be insane, anything related to Suze drives him crazy. His possessiveness toward Suze has reached an extreme level. When Suze disappeared before, she found out through Xiao family investigation that Suze was overseas. He didn't contact the Xiao family because he didn't want Xiao Yanqi to worry. A trace of restlessness showed in Gu Qing's eyes, with his gaze darkening and his hands clenching tightly into fists. Other ideas started forming in his mind, perhaps suggesting something worth trying. If Ji Han-jun were to disappear from the world, then he wouldn't have any competition. His feelings for Suze may not be love, more like an inexplicable desire to possess and claim as his own. Indeed, he enjoys pretty and unique things. Affection can be cultivated over time. Seeing that Gu Qing was still obstinately infatuated, a sense of foreboding arose in Gu Lisheng's heart. I warn you, don't dare touch Suze. If you dare, there'll be no end between us. Suze had helped her too much, during times when she was isolated and abandoned, with no one willing to help her. Suze willingly lent her money and isn't a malevolent person, in fact, he's very likable. Gu Qing nodded lightly with a nonchalant tone, I won't harm him. His plan revolved around Ji Han-jun, only if this person disappears, could he find a way to approach without restraint. Pain. Tuan Tuan, lying on the bed biting a wool ball, turned over and brought the ball close to Suze's face. Meow meow meow. Suze stretched out his hand to grab the wool ball, enduring discomfort while throwing it away. Tuan Tuan, good boy, bring it back. His voice slightly hoarse called for Tuan Tuan. Using all his strength, he threw the soft wool ball onto the ground. The next second, the cat pounced and brought it back. Someone knelt on the other half of the bed. Suze raised his eyes and looked at him, gritting his teeth angrily, wanting to punch him but finding it hard to lift his arm. Ji Han-jun was truly mad. The punch intended to hit never came. The person on the bed just stared at him with beautiful eyes full of anger. His eyelashes flickered lightly, and the corners of his eyes were still red. Now he glared furiously at him. Ji Han-jun's eyes deepened a shade, stiffening his back, and reached out to grab his fist. Wife, I like you the most. A surge of warmth spread throughout his body, not a single part of him unaffected. He could clearly feel the warm temperature transmitted from his clenched fist, unlike the cold hands from yesterday outside. Crazy person. Suze's face reddened with fury, avoiding even looking at him. All along. Little fear. Thinking about being tricked made Suze angry again. He abruptly sat up on the bed, clenching a fist and swung toward his face. Once again, his fist was effortlessly grabbed. Capturing him was as easy as catching a cat. Ji Han-jun's hair was slightly disheveled, his towering figure kneeling obediently beside the bed since waking up. He effortlessly caught the hand, smiling slightly with a look filled with happiness, fanaticism, and affection. Wife, how fierce you are. His tone carried laughter and arrogance, but filled with overwhelming indulgence. The grumpy little kitten, truly adorable. Husband, ##. At his words, Suze suddenly turned bright red, his ears doing the same. It was all Ji Han-jun's fault, Suze complained loudly, blaming the person in front of him. Isn't it because you made me say it? Tuan Tuan placed the ball next to Suze, then lay down exposing its belly, asking him to rub it. Meow. Ji Han-jun felt a warmth in his heart from Suze's little glare. It was Suze who first switched the drinks and acted unreasonably. Tuan Tuan meowed nearby, wanting Suze to play with him. Suze was too tired to have the energy to play with the kitten. Ji Han-jun let go of his hand and took the wool ball, tossing it away. Good boy Tuan Tuan, don't disturb me and my wife. The wool ball landed by the bed. Tuan Tuan glanced at it with round eyes, then turned his head away. Why didn't he pick it up? Ji Han-jun reached out to touch Tuan Tuan's belly, but before he could, the cat swiped at him with claws that left red marks on his hand. Usually, Tuan Tuan wouldn't have such a bad temper. Suze was also confused and reached out to stroke Tuan Tuan. Wife is small. His words were cut off when the cat that had just bitten and scratched him now nudged its face against Suze. It stretched out its fluffy paws around Suze, rubbing its head against the palm of his hand. He remembered. When Suze was crying heavily, Tuan Tuan had been frantically pacing in the room, trying desperately to open the glass door with its claws but failing until the door opened, at which point it seemed to have even bitten him. Could it be that Tuan Tuan thought he was bullying Suze? Suze was deeply moved by the cat's actions, gently massaging its belly with an unusually tender tone. Tuan Tuan is so good, knowing how to protect me. The cat bit the dog. Later, I'll give Tuan Tuan some freeze-dried cat treats as a reward. Such gentleness, accompanied by a coquettish tone, was something Ji Hanjun had never experienced from him. Ji Hanjun's eyes darkened, glaring disapprovingly at the cat on the bed. A feeling of irritation grew within him. He felt as if this cat had taken away some love that should have belonged solely to him. So envious. Wife, my stomach hurts, can you rub it for me? Rub your. Suze frowned, angrily pulling back the other hand, his beautiful eyes glaring at him. The tenderness from before vanished, replaced with fierce reprimand. Get lost. Starting today, you're not allowed into my room. Ji Hanjun lowered his head, remembering how he had indeed been bitten yesterday, not only by Suze, but also by Tuan Tuan. There were 2 circular puncture marks from last night on his right arm where the kitten bit him. Wife, Tuan Tuan bit me yesterday, I must get a shot today. He really did bite. Suze grabbed his arm, sure enough, there were fang marks on the strong, muscular arm. Animals' bites require shots, a tetanus shot. Worry creased his brow, you shouldn't exceed 24 hours. Go get the shot immediately. Suze tried to get dressed, the initial anger toward him dissolving instantly as pain rose in his lower back, causing his eyes to mist over. Damn, it hurt. A hand extended from behind him and pressed against his lower back. Ji Hanjun rubbed it softly with his large hand. First rub the wife's back, then we'll go get the shot. Ever since returning home, Tuan Tuan has especially favored Suze. He usually ignores Ji Hanjun altogether. Even getting bitten doesn't matter, Tuan Tuan truly lives up to being the kitten he picked, one who understands how to love and protect Suze. Just go and get the shot. Look at what time it is, don't go past 24 hours. Suze pushed him slightly, urging him to quickly go for the shot. He stroked Tuan Tuan's head and held the cat close. You go. In a few days, I'll take Tuan Tuan to finish the remaining vaccines. Stay home and wait for me. Chapter 98. Will you leave me? The weather wasn't good today. The wind was picking up outside. Another rain would make the temperature drop soon. Suze was afraid of cold. By then, he'd buy more plush teddy bears to place around the house and prepare a few thicker clothes in advance. Before leaving, Ji Hanjun had already prepared breakfast and neatly placed fresh sleepwear beside the bed. Though his body was indeed feeling quite uncomfortable, he couldn't stay in bed forever without moving. Suze went downstairs and ate a few bites carelessly. Losing interest in the rest, he went to the kitchen to cook chicken breast for Tuan Tuan. Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside. He had put the meat in the pot but hadn't yet turned on the fire because he rarely enters the kitchen and didn't know how to operate the gas stove. Placing the cat on the sofa, Suze looked through the peephole to see who was outside. Yang Muxin. Is she here to find Ji Hanjun? Suze saw that familiar face, once he had longed for her care and attention. After a moment of thought, he finally opened the door. Madam, Ji Hanjun went out on some business. Yang Muxin came alone, with her hair tied up, wearing a black overcoat and a hat. The boy in front of her had red lips and white teeth, wearing pajamas with cartoon bears, his black hair messy. He stood at the door looking very obedient. Yet there were some red marks exposed at the collar around his neck. I'm not looking for him, I'm looking for you. Suze invited her in and poured her a glass of water. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, Suze felt as if sitting on pins and needles. He rarely chatted alone with Yang Muxin. Not to mention that their true identities have been revealed now. He wondered why she came to find him, after all, he was no longer of any use to her. A softness appeared on the woman's face, showing some tenderness in her eyes. Xiaoze, do you want to come home with me? After all, we lived together for so many years. What I said before was just a flash of anger, it was Mom's mistake. Mom. Suze kept silent, lowering his head, gripping his hands tightly. Yang Muxin sat beside him, reaching out to grasp his hand. The warmth in her palm was indeed warm. Xiaoze, you can return to the Su family with me. You'll always be the young master of the Su family. What did she intend to do? If only moments ago, she spoke those cruel words in the hospital room, why is she acting like an entirely different person now? Indeed, the warmth in her palm was what he had once dreamt about. But it was too late now. Suze withdrew his hand, moved aside to create distance between them. Is there something specific? He didn't believe that someone who never liked him for all these years could suddenly treat him this well. He wasn't stupid. It was impossible for him to go back just because someone hit him first and then gave him a sweet afterwards. Yang Muxin hesitated for a moment, withdrawing her hand and pulling out a childhood photo album from her bag. There were only 3 people in the photo, there was no younger brother then, and he was still a child. The background of the photo was a field of flowers. Yang Muxin was arm in arm with Su Han while he was just a 5 or 6-year-old kid standing in the middle. Your father and I will stay now. Come home, you'll be the young master of the Su family again. Tuan Tuan meowed and jumped into Suzai's arms, carrying a mini stuffed bear in its mouth. When Yang Muxin entered, she hadn't seen the cat. When she noticed the long-haired creature, she immediately moved further away. Disdain filled her eyes. She disliked any pet, especially cats and dogs. Xiao Zhe, if you go home with mom, don't bring the kitten. Let the housekeeper take care of it for you. Instead, I'll buy you more teddy bear toys. He didn't plan to go back and didn't trust this sudden change of heart. I haven't said I would go back with you. Moreover, you're no longer my mom. Outside, one could vaguely hear the wind, but the room inside was quiet, temporarily falling into silence. Yang Muxin pressed her lips together. Is Xiao Zhe angry? So much so that you don't recognize your mom anymore. Su Zhe shook his head, rubbing Tuan Tuan's belly and looking down at the ring on his hand. His voice was calm but carried an unprecedented certainty. You wanted a perfect heir, but I'm not a commodity. I have the right to make my own choices. I want to keep a cat, I want to be with the person I love. I don't want to look forward to things that aren't meant for me. It has no meaning. Yang Muxin clearly had no real affection for him. This visit must have been for some other reason. She wouldn't have come otherwise. The sound of a car engine rang outside, and Su Zhe looked up when the entrance door opened. Ji Hanjun brought a small cake and dumplings from the place he loved to eat. As soon as he entered, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Indeed, upon walking in, he saw the woman sitting on the couch. Annoyance surged within him, even his whole demeanor turned colder by several degrees. His tone was icy. What brings you here, madam? Yang Muxin looked at the two of them. Originally, she was quite confident, but now it seemed unlikely. She wanted to take Su Zhe back, let him continue being the young master of the Su family. She didn't want Chen Chen to step into the public eye. Having mixed in the business circle for so many years, there were quite a few people who found her displeasing. Su Zhe had been the young master for so many years, everyone knew he was her child. Yang Muxin, seeing Ji Hanjun return, figured there was no need to continue further. Ji Hanjun was exceptionally handsome, radiating an aura similar to Su Han's. His academic performance was also good, and his health robust. But he was unwilling to be the heir of the Su family, or even have anything to do with them. Yang Muxin left. What did she say to you? Su Zhe hugged the cat and looked at him, carefully observing the expression on his face. Ji Hanjuan's face showed no other emotions, just standing there quietly. He forced a laugh but his eyes were dark. Was he angry? Did she ask you to leave with her? How did you respond, dear? His voice was low and hoarse, clearly displeased. Su Zhe glanced at the small wontons in his hand. She didn't say much. You bought them for me, why don't you bring them over? It seemed like he really disliked Yang Muxin. Even more so when it came to Ji Hanjun being close to Yang Muxin. Ji Hanjun put the items on the dining table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and extended his hand towards Su Zhe. Come over here and eat something, it's for you. Su Zhe stood up and walked towards the dining table. As soon as he got close, he was pulled into someone's arms. A hand clutched his waist, cool fingers sliding across his face. Dear, you won't leave me, will you? The arm around his waist tightened significantly, showing clear signs of anger and lack of security. Su Zhe grabbed his hand and softened his tone. I won't leave you, I won't go with anyone else. There was still an underlying anxiety in his heart. He was deeply afraid that if one day Zhe would be taken away by someone else and leave him, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Although he had changed because of love and was less obsessive than before, deep down he was still insecure, fearing Zhe would tire of him or get deceived by others. If Zhe leaves, he might go crazy. Ji Hanjun, I will never leave you. Chapter 99, Possession. Su Zhe took the initiative to hug him, wrapping his arms around Ji Hanjuan's neck to comfort him. My feelings are certain, I definitely won't leave with anyone else. No one in this world could love him more than Ji Hanjun. The hand around his waist gripped tightly, making Su Zhe wrinkle his eyebrows slightly as it was somewhat constricting. You should loosen a bit, my waist hurts. Su Zhe tapped him lightly, discontented with Ji Hanjun holding him too tight. The person in his arms smelled sweet and felt soft. Glancing down, he could see long eyelashes, further revealing a unique scene. Indeed, last night wasn't well controlled, those marks would take a few days to fade. Ji Hanjuan's mind was still restless, burrowing his face deeper into Su Zhe's neck but loosening the grip a little. The feeling of possession grew stronger, casting a shadow of irritation and obsession over his face. Deep down, he wanted Zhe exclusively for himself, wishing to confine him in a place only he knew. That way, no one could bother them. Yang Muxin wanted him to return home, Lu Yuan also wanted him back. And then there were Zhe's shameless roommates always hanging around. Just thinking about it made him feel unable to endure it, wanting to lose control, but he couldn't. I love you so much. I believe Zhe absolutely won't leave me. Su Zhe clearly sensed the oppressive aura beginning to dissipate, along with the gloom in his eyes. Comfort worked. Ji Hanjun, like before, lacked security. There was some wind outside. The group project they worked on the other day had already been submitted, needing electronic signatures to be added. Finding his coat, Ji Hanjun helped him wear it, and fetched a hat from upstairs. You're almost wrapped up like a dumpling. Standing by the door, Suze thought, not just the jacket but also a scarf around his neck. If he wears the hat, probably all that would be visible are his 2 eyes. I haven't rested well last night, let me go. This signature required the presence of the person himself. Ji Hanjun knew that, but also knew his body wouldn't be able to handle it. After all, he cried hard last night and passed out twice. It was no wonder, he hadn't slept with Zay for a long time. Suze gave him a scornful glance, refusing to wear the hat, his tone somewhat angry yet more complaining. It's all your fault, I'm just signing it, you wait patiently for me. He didn't want to wear the scarf either, but if he didn't wear it, the marks on his neck would be seen. Ji Hanjun drove him to school, dropping him off at the school gate, where Suze asked him to wait in the car. Can't I go with my wife? Suze unbuckled his seatbelt, turning to see Ji Hanjun's pitiful, pouting face. He was only going to sign and would be right back, it wouldn't take long. Looking into his eyes, Suze spoke gently, you behave and listen to me. If I don't listen, then my dear needs to pamper me. The intensity of Ji Hanjun's gaze made Suze subconsciously moisten his lips, then he grabbed Ji Hanjun's collar, pulling him closer to kiss. As they were breathing in unison, the other person soon grasped his neck, reversing the dominance. Suze was bitten and a hazy mist arose in his eyes. Suddenly, he pushed Ji Hanjun away, slapping him hard. Why did you bite me? He touched his lips with his fingers, discovering it was bleeding. Suze froze for a moment, trembling slightly as he glared at Ji Hanjun with red eyes. He had just tried to comfort him, but instead, he got bitten like a dog bites. Ji Hanjun stared deeply into his lips, mysterious emotion surging within his eyes. It was evident he had been bitten. Ji Hanjun wanted everyone to know that Suze belonged to someone. Suze obviously slapped him because it hurt, but the slap wasn't very forceful, landing softly on his face. Ji Hanjun touched the side of his face, where the slap landed, and spoke obstinately, filled with madness. I want to bite my wife. Great, now even he thought this was justified. Suze frowned, clearly upset by being bitten. He directly pulled the car door open and slammed it hard. For 3 days, I won't speak to you, Ji Hanjun. Signing didn't take long, and when Suze entered the office, some members of other groups who had finished signing were leaving. Brother Su, what happened to your mouth? On the way, Suze had feared others might notice. Still, it couldn't escape their keen observation. Feeling guilty, Suze touched his lips and explained, I accidentally fell on the way here and bruised my lips. The 2 girls glanced at each other. It was apparent they didn't believe him. From the moment he entered, they noticed a wound on his lips, which even had blood traces. Hadn't his boyfriend bitten him? The wound looked fresh too. So intense in possessiveness. What was circulating on campus forums turned out to be true, and the 2 girls shone brightly with excitement in their eyes. Jiangmu walked into the office just as the 2 girls were whispering something about bruises. What bruises? Feeling puzzled, Jiangmu signed next and immediately spotted the injury on Suze's lips. Your mouth. It's from an accident earlier. That must be the accident mentioned, but it certainly didn't seem accidental, as the lips were even swollen. After signing, Suze quickly left, walking with clenched fists and eyes tinged with red anger, glaring as though he could ignite fire. All thanks to Ji Hanjun biting him. Even the teacher gave him extra looks while signing. He decided not to talk to Ji Hanjun, extending it from 3 to at least 10 days. Back home, Ji Hanjun didn't realize how genuinely angry Suze was. Upon arrival, he began hugging Suze to placate, only getting hit more than patted. Even during the night's sleep, the door was locked against him, and his pillow was thrown outside. With keys in hand, all entrances were still tightly blocked. Wife, let me in. I'm sorry, please allow me back. Every night, Ji Hanjun hugged Suze to sleep. Now, being denied access to the room, missing those hugs, felt unbearable. Suze ignored him, lying down on the bed, playing games, even finding and wearing his earphones. If no lesson is taught, Ji Hanjun will go unchecked. Holding the teddy bear he rarely used these days was comforting again tonight. Though old, the teddy remained soft, carrying the familiar scent after careful sniffing. Originally expecting sleeplessness, he actually slept soundly embracing the bear. In the morning, it was messages disturbing his rest, from the group chat with Qin Shu. Stretching, Suze woke up with his hair tousled, his pajama buttons partly undone, rubbing his eyes and heading to freshen up. After finishing his wash, opening the bedroom door, he locked eyes immediately with Ji Hanjun standing at the entrance. Ji Hanjun wore similar pajamas, however adorable, the aura around him seemed menacing, dark circles under his eyes showing signs of having stood there all night. 10 days ignoring you. Pushing the man aside coldly, Suze snorted descending the stairs, arms folded. Ji Hanjun watched his silhouette retreat, thinking for a second, quickly followed. Breakfast was already prepared downstairs. Could he have stood the whole night, done breakfast, and resumed standing afterward? Not waking him, allowing him to wake naturally. Suze stood at the foot of the staircase observing the table with breakfast, unusual emotions flickering through his mind. Would it be too unreasonable if he continued acting like this? Could Ji Hanjun think he was capricious and ignore him thereafter? Or worse, start disliking him? Chapter 100, Hello, Pervert. Then shorten it from 10 days to 5. Suze was thinking this way when suddenly his arm tightened, and a powerful force pulled him into someone's arms. The embrace was still wide and burning, one hand tightly holding his waist, the other pinching his chin. Ji Hanjun forcefully lifted his face and leaned down to press against him. What's going on? It was very light and gentle, not as overwhelming as before. He was still upset, Ji Hanjun shouldn't kiss him. Frowning, Suze struggled but was held tightly. Filled with anger, he directly opened his mouth to bite. At the moment of biting, he didn't let go, kissing deeply for a while before being released. Phew phew phew, a taste of blood. Suze raised his hand to wipe his mouth, unable to understand why Ji Hanjun went crazy early in the morning. Wife bit me back, can you stop being mad? Biting hurt a little. His voice was a bit hoarse, even reaching out to help him wipe his mouth, the tip of his finger brushing the blood stains at the corner of his mouth. Suze swatted his hand away, his tone haughty. Still mad, but I indeed bit you back, so 10 days should be shortened to 5. 10 days were halved to 5 days. But he couldn't stand even one day, not being able to hold him made him unable to sleep peacefully at night. Ji Hanjun began to show weakness, his eyes slightly red, Ly grabbing his hand and putting it on his face. His eyes were filled with sorrow and brokenness, especially after a sleepless night, looking rather haggard. Not even one day. Coaxing plan failed again. A's ignored him, the whole day, except for that one sentence in the morning changing it to 5 days, he hadn't spoken to him. Transfers, flowers, buying butter teddy bears, even wearing the maid outfit from before had no effect. In the evening, Suze took the newly bought shower gel to take a shower, taking off his pajamas and throwing them into the clothes basket next to him. The bathtub had already been filled with water, Suze happily entered and soaked in the bath. The bedroom itself came equipped with a bathroom and a shower room, and the bedroom door was locked by him. He wouldn't let Ji Hanjun into the room today. After washing up, he realized he hadn't brought another set of pajamas inside, so he had to wrap himself in a towel and go out to get them. Opening the bathroom door and preparing to go out, he looked up and saw someone standing by the door. How did this person come in? He had clearly already locked it. Startled, Suze quickly tried to close the door, but someone blocked it with their foot, making it impossible to shut. Get out. The depth in Ji Hanjun's eyes was dark, his Adam's apple moving, his gaze falling on him, his voice somewhat hoarse. I will help my wife blow-dry her hair. Before bathing, every day's hair was dried by Ji Hanjun. Only yesterday wasn't because he locked the door too early. The steam from the bathroom reddened his cheeks, even his shoulders carried some pinkish hues, his eyes clear. I don't need it. I don't want you to blow-dry my hair. Unable to close the door, Suze directly kicked the foot stuck between the door, unable to move it, then tried stepping on it. Completely unmoved. A's was truly beautiful and cute, her eyelashes damp, her eyes foggy and inviting, her lips looked like they wanted to be kissed. There was some heat in Ji Hanjun's eyes, forcefully squeezing in, his tone conciliatory. I'll just help my wife blow-dry her hair, then I'll leave. Was this person lying through their teeth? Suze stared at him like seeing a ghost, subconsciously blushing and averting his face. Do you even believe yourself? In the end, Suze still let Ji Hanjun blow-dry his hair. Suze sat on the edge of the bed, the person in front of him gently blowing dry his hair. The method was still gentle, the force light, even slower than before. Ji Hanjun looked down at him from above, at this angle he could clearly see the neck. Like a sign. Blowing it too slowly, Suze knew he was intentionally doing it, so he directly pushed him away and rudely stopped him from drying. Go out. Ji Hanjun didn't move, standing by the bedside staring deeply at him, misty eyes appeared, pitifully hanging his head by the bedside. Don't pretend. I won't fall for your tricks. Clearly, he knows that he gives in easily under gentleness, hence acting pitifully in front of him. Bad. Seeing that my wife's clothes weren't washed earlier, I'll wash the clothes and then leave. He never touched any laundry, it was always Ji Hanjun who washed them, even when he lived at the Su family house, it was the same. Suze watched him as if tears gathered in his eyes, a look of grievance, an even more aggrieved tone. His heart softened, he really ate this kind of trick. Suze squinted his eyes and turned away, stepping on him harshly as he added a more hostile tone. Get out after washing, I'll go downstairs to check on Tuan Tuan. Men shouldn't be spoiled, the more you spoil them, the more they will act presumptuous. That's what Suze thought. Sitting on the sofa with the cat in his arms watching TV, there were freshly cut fruits on the table that he had just taken from the fridge. A drama episode was over 20 minutes, yet the person in the room still hadn't come out. Could it be that he was lingering in his room and wouldn't come out? After finishing chewing the watermelon in his mouth, Suze went upstairs. When he pushed the door open and entered the room, there was no one. It seems that the person really was in the bathroom washing clothes, but for such a long time. Suze walked toward the bathroom and pushed the door open. His pajamas and intimate wear were rolled up together, and someone had their face buried in the clothes. Ji Hanjun saw him too, without the slightest bit of panic. Lifting his gaze from the clothes, his eyes stared at his like a wolf during a hunt. There wasn't a hint of uneasiness or avoidance, only a deep look as he took a deep breath within the clothes. The long, pale hand gripped his clothes tightly, revealing prominent veins. You pervert. Suze stepped forward and pulled the clothes out, throwing them on the ground and stomping on them several times. He truly felt stimulated by what just happened. Damn, this was pure perversion. Ji Hanjuan's emotions weren't hidden in the slightest. The person who was teary-eyed earlier seemed completely different now. Frustration welled up inside, along with embarrassment and anger. Suze tiptoed and grabbed his hair, pulling him down while pinching his cheek with the other hand, his tone filled with frustration. Why do you secretly smell my clothes? And among them, there was one of his undergarments as well. With his tall figure forcibly bent down by having his hair pulled, his cheek also being pinched, their eyes locked onto each other. Ji Hanjun deeply looked at him, lifting his hand to grasp the one pinching his face. I like it. As soon as the words left his lips, the person leaned down and kissed him. Suze immediately let go and retreated to avoid the kiss, only for the person to press closer step by step until there was nowhere to retreat. The person in front lowered his head to kiss him, and Suze turned his face away. Seeming unsatisfied, he changed direction and tried to kiss again, but Suze turned his face away once more. Let me kiss you, wife. The voice was deep and hoarse, the lust in his eyes becoming increasingly intense. Suze absolutely suspected he must have done something improper just now. He should never have let Ji Hanjun wash his clothes. This time he caught him, but how many countless times before might it have already happened? Damn, too scared to think about it. Chapter 101, So Obedient. The moon hung in the night sky outside the window, while warm light filled the room. Suze's sullen face leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. The bite wound on his neck had been kissed again, causing it to bleed anew. Tuan Yuan, the cat, rubbed against his leg nearby. Inside the bathroom stood an automatic washing machine, but he insisted that Ji Hanjun wash clothes by hand instead. Ji Hanjuan's clothes had been soaked with water, his tall figure knelt on the floor as he scrubbed the laundry in the basin. His eyelashes were slightly lowered, and a bright handprint was visible on the side of his face. Being kissed by him made it worth getting slapped. Wife, can you not kick me out after finishing washing the clothes? Ji Hanjun looked up at him, his eyes deep and fixated on the man's lips. He wants another kiss. Impossible. Ji Hanjun had anticipated this refusal, but men who aren't shameless don't get wives. I'll go out the window tonight, and tomorrow morning you won't be able to get out of bed. Suze believed Ji Hanjun would actually do such a crazy thing. He hadn't noticed how Ji entered the bathroom earlier, now realizing that the door lock had been tampered with. The reason? To prevent Suze from locking himself in. I'll double lock the windows. Suze yawned lazily, watching Ji Hanjun finish washing and drying his clothes, then placing them neatly on the hanger. He walked past, kicking him in annoyance. Take these upstairs to dry. I'm tired, so leave my room immediately. After yawning, his voice softened slightly. Ji Hanjun glanced at him silently. His sleepy gaze carried a slight haze, clearly exhausted from all the yawning. Ji Hanjun took the clothes out, closing the door behind him. Almost instantly, the door slammed shut. Outside, faint sounds could be heard as furniture moved around inside. Realizing the door lock was already removed and likely blocked by some objects inside. A strange excitement welled up within him. Was this like a game of cat and mouse? After hanging the clothes, he went downstairs to the living room. The living room lights were still on, along with the TV, and there remained half-finished milk and uneaten fruits on the table. The milk had been prepared earlier by him, as had the cut fruits. Ji Hanjun picked up the cup, noting it was already mostly empty. It seemed much had been drunk. He slipped 2 sedatives into what was left. Once Suze fell asleep, not only would jumping through a window be possible, but even dismantling the door would go unnoticed. It was already quite late when the person in bed, holding a teddy bear, slept soundly. Only the sleeping kitten resting on the pillow noticed some noise. The bedroom door was shoved forcefully, making a loud sound that normally would have awoken anyone. But tonight was different. A cabinet had been placed behind the door, requiring much effort to nudge it open slightly, which proved enough for him to slip inside. Sure enough, the drug worked. The sleeper didn't notice his presence at all. He turned on the bedside lamp beside the headboard. The plush brown bear hugged close to his cheek revealed loose buttons on his pajamas, beautiful yet delicate looking. With closed eyes, it was clear he was fast asleep. Wife. Still no response. The tranquilizer meant for stuffed toys had been long ineffective, necessitating adding it to the milk instead. In the dark, the glimmer in his eyes focused obsessively on Suze. So obedient. The annoying bear got tossed aside, and the cat too was chased under the bed. Meow meow meow. Tuan Yuan fiercely protested Ji Hanjuan's actions, leaping onto the bed with claws ready to attack, only to be thrown off once more. Ji Hanjuan's gaze darkened. This cat annoyed him somewhat. Though purchased originally to make Suze happy, he refused allowing any pet to compete for his affection. Banishing the cat outside, Ji Hanjuan's furrowed brow eased. Climbing onto the bed, he tightly held Suze in his arms. Soft and fragrant, familiar scents flooded his nostrils, intensifying his infatuated gaze. Most favorite of Suze. This deep sleep left Suze waking up parched and sore. Especially his back felt odd. Still dazed, he shuffled to the bathroom, lifting his shirt at the back to see. Mosquito bites? But mosquito bites couldn't possibly leave tooth marks. He had no memory of last night. Could he have been so soundly asleep? The door opened again, revealing Ji Hanjun entering the room without spotting him immediately. Wife. The call at the door drew Suze's attention back. He let down his shirt, opening the door to see Ji Hanjun standing at the entrance. Hugging the cat close, there was some dirt on its fur, turning the white hair gray. What's wrong? Tuan Yuan mewed pitifully when seeing Suze, its voice full off as it flapped its paws to get Suze to hold it. Ji Hanjun restrained the cat in his arms so Tuan Yuan wouldn't struggle. Tuan Yuan rolled around in the garden and got dirty. Ace shouldn't hold it anymore. He couldn't tell Suze that it was actually him who secretly made the cat dirty. Ace is always holding the cat for no reason, it's quite annoying. Suze looked at him, finding it amusing, then immediately took the cat from his arms and hugged it. With interest, he observed Ji Hanjun. That's right, I'll wash Tuan Yuan clean. Suze filled the bathtub with water. He had noticed earlier while bathing that Tuan Yuan isn't afraid of water and even likes swimming in the bathtub. Most land animals should be afraid of water, but Tuan Yuan actually enjoys it. He got pushed out by Ace again. Standing at the door, Ji Hanjuan's expression was unreadable. He wouldn't be able to randomly bite Ace anymore, otherwise, Ace would ignore him, and that feels terrible. When Ace comes out later, he'd have to coax him properly. Ji Hanjun sat on the sofa deep in thought, even searching online for how to make a wife happy. But all those tricks have already been used. Ji Hanjun. Tuan Yuan threw up. Suze hurried down the stairs holding the cat. The wet feline lay limply in his arms. Upon hearing his worried voice, Ji Hanjun stood up and moved forward to take the cat. It was lively just moments ago, so why did it suddenly vomit? Did it lick its fur? Have you given it any hairball paste? Scared, Suze shook his head. Whenever I have time, I let it eat a bit. Cats like licking their fur because constant licking can cause hairballs, so they must consume something to help digest hair. It's all my fault, I must have fed it something wrong. The little kitten's stomach began to spasm, clearly still trying to throw up. Suze's eyes were red, and a large part of his clothes were soaked as Tuan Yuan wasn't dried yet after being scooped out from the water. Don't worry, we'll go to the pet hospital. They brought the cat to the hospital where a series of examinations found nothing serious with the cat, nor was there a hairball issue. It's cat gastritis. Thinking back, Tuan Yuan had vomited before and even lost its appetite. Leave the cat here. We'll feed it some medicine and observe it for 24 hours. Suze nodded, feeling heartbroken watching the cat in the cage, knowing he should have discovered this sooner. Tuan Yuan didn't know what happened, its pitiful eyes reaching out of the cage with a paw trying to grab onto Suze. Meow meow. Its cries were urgent, anxiously pacing inside the cage wanting to come out. Be good, Tuan Yuan. We'll come and pick you up tomorrow. Chapter 102, Going to Hell. The two left the hospital, and Suze's mood was even worse. Ji Hanjun held his hand, and the two walked by the roadside. The sunlight shining on them seemed to coat them in a layer of golden light. Don't worry, we'll pick Tuan Tuan up tomorrow. The warmth in the palm of Ji Hanjuan's hand was warm and firm, as if gripping for dear life. I hope there's nothing wrong with Tuan Tuan. The doctor said it was caught early, so it wasn't too serious. As long as there were no side effects from the medication, Tuan Tuan would be able to recuperate well. They could only wait until tomorrow to pick Tuan Tuan up. As the two walked to the crossroads amidst the crowd, they suddenly saw an acquaintance while waiting for the red light. Qin Shu and Jiang Mu came out of the internet cafe across the street, 5 boys walking together. They also waited for the red light and noticed Suze across the road. Suze. Qin Shu waved at him, his bright gold stood out particularly prominently among the crowd, youthful and lively. Suze similarly waved back at him. The green light lit up, and Qin Shu crossed over the zebra crossing to approach Suze. Suze looked at him, glancing down at his feet. How did you come out to play? Is your foot much better? It's already healed, I can run and jump. It was just a sprained ankle on the basketball court. After finding a private doctor to reset the bone and apply ointment, it had mostly recovered. Jiang Mu and a few others also approached. They were about to have lunch. A hot pot restaurant had just opened. On the first day, everything was unlimited and free, and this was a branch of a very delicious chain. Suze liked eating hot pot too, thinking that since they met, they should eat together. Ji Hanjun looked at Qin Shu with an unsatisfied expression. Qin Shu always secretly competed against him. He smiled brightly at Suze but rolled his eyes when he saw Ji Hanjun. There were quite a number of people in the hot pot restaurant. Everyone took their seats, passed the menu around, and waited to order dishes. Qin Shu, I heard Chu Chen is coming back. Approximately when will that be? I don't know. He just said that he has finished handling things and will return soon. That's great. Our basketball team captain is finally coming back. You're right, if Chu Chen were here, Pei Shen would have been beaten down first thing. I heard something happened to Pei Shen, he hasn't been seen around school. Not just him. Here comes the dish. Wow, there's my favorite enoki mushrooms. Enoki mushrooms? It clearly says tomorrow's special. When the hot pot arrived, it was with freshly stir-fried soup base by the server. Everyone was in high spirits, having a pleasant meal. These were all his friends, they usually went to bars, internet cafes, and ate meals together, they were all acquaintances. Su Zhe glanced at Ji Hanjun out of the corner of his eye. Ji Hanjun was peeling shrimp. These people were his friends, but not Ji Hanjun's friends. The peeled shrimp was placed into the bowl, followed by shrimp balls and marinated beef slices that were already cooked. After cooking, Ji Hanjun didn't eat anything but directly picked them out and put them on his own plate. Su Zhe felt mixed emotions inside. He had many friends, but Ji Hanjun only had him. You should eat more yourself, stop giving me food. Ji Hanjun liked eating beef. That plate of spicy beef was perfectly cooked now, so Su Zhe picked up a big piece and put it in his bowl. Qin Shu bit onto his chopsticks, watching all this, feeling a pang of sourness in his heart. Jiang Mu glanced once and lowered her head. Su Zhe, why don't you give me one too? The beef in the bowl was given by Zhe. Giving food in front of so many people, and what he liked to eat, made Zhe clearly like only him. Initially content, Ji Hanjuan's face suddenly turned cold upon hearing those words, twisting his head towards Qin Shu. The table was a large round shape, the center occupied by the hot pot, and Qin Shu had claimed the seat to Su Zhe's left as soon as everyone sat down. Su Zhe glanced at Qin Shu, treating it as a joke. He gave him some greens, but before putting it in the bowl, his hand was grabbed. His right hand was gripped by Ji Hanjun, and the clutched leaf was snatched away. Ji Hanjuan's eyes deepened as he shoved the greens into his mouth, glaring provocatively at Qin Shu. Tastes good. You bastard. Qin Shu was almost about to throw the chopsticks in anger, unable to suppress his rage. He tried to stand but was pulled down by Jiang Mu sitting next to him. In a voice both could hear. Su Zhe doesn't like people who get aggressive. Qin Shu scoffed coldly, mad enough to spend the whole meal picking out beef just so Ji Hanjun wouldn't eat it. Other people nearby were already accustomed to such scenes, they were all close brothers, and everyone knew the relationship between them. The current Ji Hanjun wasn't the same one who used to trail behind Su Zhe and got bullied. Back then, he couldn't provoke anyone mean-spirited, and now, he's even more untouchable. Some people were happy, some were upset, some watched the drama unfold, and others flaunted their affection. Qin Shu gritted his teeth in anger and parted ways with them after finishing the meal. Su Zhe left with Ji Hanjun. Jiang Mu and the others went to the mall to buy sneakers, but Su Zhe wasn't in the mood. Qin Shu headed to the underground garage to fetch his car, thinking it would be better to go home and play games. Ji Hanjun was truly detestable, once he made his move for real, he would stick to Su Zhe like glue every day. The underground garage was near the mall, not far away. No one was in the garage as Qin Shu took out his car keys from his pocket, unlocked the car remotely, and the distant lights flashed. Suddenly, the quiet garage echoed with the sound of an engine. Qin Shu turned around at the sound and saw a black car speeding straight toward him. Qin Shu's pupils contracted, and he quickly darted aside to avoid being hit. The car sped by fast, missing him, and the person inside quickly shifted into reverse and drove back rapidly. On the way back, it also collided with other parked cars, but the driver didn't stop for even a second. This person was deliberately trying to run him over, and each attempt was filled with malice. Qin Shu felt frightened, sweat broke out on his forehead. While dodging, he quickly ran to his own car, opened the door, and got inside. Just as he was about to start the engine, the black car rammed violently into his. Due to inertia, he was slammed to one side, his forehead hitting the steering wheel hard. The windshield at the front shattered instantly, fragments raining down on him. The red sports car had been smashed against a pillar, its hood already crushed and deformed. The person in the black car seemed unsatisfied yet again, reversed, then switched gears forward, aiming another collision at the sports car. As they prepared for the third crash, the noise attracted security personnel from the garage. Pei Shen was already mad with rage, fearing capture, and directly fled in the black car. His face bore a scar left behind when his father escaped. He now had nothing, no power, no background, no money, only countless creditors chasing him for repayment. Even those he once bullied were now retaliating against him, breaking one of his fingers. After enduring a night of torment from the debt collectors, he came out vengeful. If he couldn't live peacefully, neither would anyone else. Not just Qin Shu. Su Zhe, Jiang Mu, including everyone he looked at askance, all would suffer unrelenting pain before he was caught. He wanted everyone to descend into eternal suffering. Chapter 103, Malicious Retaliation. Su Zhe arrived home and was just about to head to the back garden when he received a call. Qin Shu had been maliciously attacked and was already in the emergency room of the hospital. There were cameras in the underground garage, but due to the angle, they didn't capture any faces. The car involved didn't even have a license plate. Suze was concerned and thought of going to the hospital to see him. Which hospital? I'll go there now. Wait until tomorrow. Weren't you saying during dinner that you wanted to pick up the cat? Come tomorrow. After the call ended, Suze sat dazedly looking at his phone. Qin Shu didn't really have any enemies who would do this. The idea of it being a deliberate attack made more sense to him. Ji Hanjun came over and saw Suze lost in thought in the back garden. He stepped forward and hugged him. His head rubbed against Suze's ear and neck, causing an itchy sensation. Suze couldn't bear it and turned his head away. What are you doing, rubbing around like that? Suddenly his ear was bitten, as if in a dissatisfied tone for punishment. Don't you dare avoid me. The tone was grumpy, completely lacking the usual obedience. Was it because Ji Hanjun was jealous while eating? Suze allowed him to hold him, feeling his earlobe being lightly nibbled on. You must not serve dishes to others, no one is allowed. It seemed clear that Ji Hanjun was jealous. But right now, Qin Shu was in the hospital and Suze wasn't in the mood to quarrel with Ji Hanjun. Understood, understood. The hand around his waist suddenly pinched him, and his neck was bitten again in what felt like a form of punishment, lowering the pressure for a moment. You're evading me. Was it that obvious? Suze turned around, extending his arms and taking the initiative to hug Ji Hanjun's neck, pecking him on the cheek. Don't be angry anymore. I wasn't evading you. All you know is how to use this trick to comfort me. Ji Hanjun lowered his gaze, pulling Suze into his embrace, and kissed his lips. Tomorrow I'll go pick up Tuan Tuan. You stay obediently at home. The weather forecast reported rain tomorrow, so he could go pick up Tuan Tuan, and Aze could sleep peacefully at home. Tomorrow I need to visit Qin Shu and pick Tuan Tuan up on the way home. Seeing Qin Shu. Ji Hanjun didn't know Qin Shu had an accident and felt dissatisfied again, his eyes darkening. Could it be that Aze actually has feelings for Qin Shu? What would he do then? Don't think too much. There's only you in my heart. He's injured, I'm just visiting him. The person before him held him, with shattered lights in his eyes, behaving exceptionally obediently, and spoke softly. Ji Hanjun sighed and eventually relented. Initially, they agreed that he wouldn't talk to him for 5 days, but now, he wasn't mad anymore and lay on the sofa letting Ji Hanjun massage his waist. Suze lay playing on his phone when he noticed a stranger sent him a friend request on WeChat. The profile picture was of a very cute anime girl, and the verification message read, Brother Suze, it's your sister. The strange verification message prompted Suze to accept the request. Just as he clicked OK, a video call came through instantly. Startled by the sudden ringtone in the living room, Suze quickly hung up. Ji Hanjun clearly noticed, his eyes darkened and unreadable as he gently kneaded Suze's waist from beside. Who called Aze in the middle of the night and why? Suze didn't expect her to call out of nowhere. Thinking it might be a prank, he immediately added the person to his blacklist. Hopefully Ji Hanjun didn't notice. Though the weather forecast reported rain for the next day, the stars tonight shone brightly and were incredibly beautiful in the sky. The bright stars gleamed brilliantly in the black night sky. In the quiet depth of the night, the two lay in the swing in the back garden watching the stars. Suze stretched out his hand, spreading open his palm and watching the dazzling moon through the gaps between his fingers. Ji Hanjun, will you always love me? Ji Hanjun similarly lay next to him, grabbing his hand, their fingers intertwined. With a gentle voice, he assured him definitively. I will always love you. A playful thought arose in Suze's mind. Turning around, his eyes shining brightly, he looked at Ji Hanjun. What if I fall in love with someone else? Would you still love me? The grip on his hand tightened slightly. Ji Hanjun's eyes turned cold, seriously locking gazes with him. The tone became obsessive. I would kill him, then lock you up. He loved Aze, and because of that, he changed. If Aze fell in love with someone else or even dared to leave his side, he would lock the person up again and never show mercy. This answer didn't anger Suze. Instead, he turned and hugged the person beside him, tightly encircling his neck and planting a kiss on his face. Do you have the heart to lock me up? No, he didn't. But Ji Hanjun couldn't tolerate Aze leaving him and even less could he accept him falling in love with someone else. The head resting on his neck was covered in soft hair, brushing against his cheek like a little cat seeking affection. But the words spoken were quite infuriating. What if I fall in love with 2 people at the same time, one of them being you? Ji Hanjun chuckled in frustration, pinching his chin. The aura around him grew heavy as his eyes carried a deep madness. You can only love me. You must love me. Say another word like that and I'll lock you up right now. Suze rolled his lips, slapped his hand away, and tilted his face back to continue stargazing. He believed it because Ji Hanjun truly would do such a thing. Ji Hanjun usually catered to all his wishes, but when it came to certain points, he became possessive and stubborn. The two quietly watched the stars for a while until they couldn't fight off sleepiness any longer. Ji Hanjun heard the steady breathing beside him, sighed softly, released their intertwined fingers, stood up, bent over, and lifted the person into his arms. No one loved Aze more than him. Anyone could leave his side, except for Aze. The next day, it indeed rained, but just a light drizzle from morning till afternoon. Suze stood by the window dressed and ready to go, carrying a cat bag on his shoulder, thinking about picking up Tuan Tuan. It was really quite cold today, the drizzling rain mixed with a cool breeze made it uncomfortable. The distance from the road to the pet hospital wasn't far, and not too far away was also the people's hospital. As they got out of the car at the pet hospital, they just happened to bump into Yang Mushin coming out of the pet store. Yang Mushin held Su Yu's hand, and in Su Yu's arms lay a fluffy rabbit. They had refused letting him raise cats or dogs due to the long hair issue, yet rabbits also had fur. Su Yu's eyes lit up upon seeing Ji Han-jun, stretching out his hands toward him. Brother. Raindrops gently tapped against the ground, and Ji Han-jun stood beside Suze under an umbrella, with black, unfathomable eyes refusing to let Su Yu catch him. A white rabbit. Even inside Suze, there arose a slight scoff as he looked away, trying hard not to glance at the rabbit in his arms. Still, something seemed to be lodged in his chest, as he could see how much importance Yang Mushin placed on Su Yu. Then why send him back? Mr. Ji, Mr. Su, what a coincidence. Ji Han-jun didn't respond, but Suze voiced the doubt inside him. I want to know, why can't I keep a cat, but he can keep a rabbit? This answer was clearly visible on the surface, yet he still wanted to hear Yang Mushin's explanation. Chen Chen likes this rabbit. So, Chen Chen liked it and got to keep it, whereas Suze himself couldn't. That discrepancy was glaringly clear. He was almost glad now that he wasn't her biological child, with such favoritism shown toward her younger brother, otherwise how much more hurt he would feel. Ignoring Yang Mushin, they took just a step forward when Su Yu started crying, shouting for his brother. Fortunately, it was raining, so there weren't many people at the entrance to the pet hospital. Otherwise, everyone would have turned to look. Big brother, don't go. To Ji Han-jun, there was no affection between him and his brother, let alone because of crying. Such tears wouldn't move him at all. Yang Mushin, however, did seem flustered. She squatted down to try soothing Su Yu, yet failed repeatedly. Han-jun, could you spend a little time with Chen Chen? It'll be just a moment. The little 5 or 6-year-old boy threw a tantrum, impossible to drag away, insisting on standing there wailing by the door. There are a lot of pets resting inside. Can you please keep quiet? The receptionist girl heard the crying, which grew too loud, and stepped out the door asking them to remain quiet. Suze felt bothered and looked up at Ji Han-jun. Who would have thought your younger brother is so attached to you? Since it's your younger brother crying, then go and comfort him. His voice seethed with jealousy, emphasizing the younger brother phrase, and Ji Han-jun knew it upset him. Annoyance swirled in his gaze. He figured the best approach would be handling his relationship with the Su family well. Chapter 104, Trouble. Madam, I've told you many times, I don't want to be master of the Su family, nor do I like being anyone's younger brother. This really interferes with my life and A's. Yang Mukun sat in the chair, head bowed, holding the spoon and stirring the coffee in the cup. So many people want to become master of the Su family. Why don't you? Ji Han-jun shook off the hand Su Yu had on his sleeve, his tone cold. They want it for money, but I am doing it for A's. The cafe was warmly lit with a very elegant and beautiful decoration. Outside, the sky was gray and the rain was getting lighter, seemingly heralding an enormous storm. Su Yu had stopped crying long ago. He sat beside Ji Han-jun, holding a bunny out for him to see. The phone vibrated, it was the default weather warning that there might be a heavy rainstorm tonight. They had been sitting here for some time, A should have picked up Tuan Tuan by now. Come home with me, Han-jun. I will give you whatever you want, and Suze can also go back with you. Just as Ji Han-jun stood up, about to leave without even a glance at them or intending to answer her question, Yang Mukun rose and grabbed his leaving hand, her tone carrying a hint of pleading for the first time. I really want to have a serious talk with you. Her hand was removed, but Ji Han-jun's face remained gloomy and cold, seeming only gentle towards Suze and icy towards others. As soon as he stepped out, a cool breeze rushed to meet him. Ji Han-jun walked into the pet hospital. He did not see Suze in the lobby, and there were no pets left in the cages either. Where is the boy who just came to pick up the cat? The girl at the front desk glanced at him, recognizing him as the other boy who had been waiting outside. He took the cat and left, it's been a while since he went. His phone had already rung 3 times, each call going unanswered. An ominous premonition rose within Ji Han-jun, so he returned to the pet hospital and demanded to check the surveillance footage. The surveillance clearly captured Suze walking in with the cat carrier, teasing Tuan Tuan inside the cage. The doctor had been speaking with him about precautions, even handing over the medicine to Suze. The video showed Suze leaving the pet hospital, heading right, which happened to be in the direction of the cafe. There was a blind spot in the surveillance, and along the way between the hospital and the cafe, there were several other shops where something must have occurred. Yang Mukun hadn't left yet. After sitting in the cafe for a while, she stepped outside just as she prepared to leave and spotted Ji Han-jun. The pressure around him seemed lower than ever before, and the darkness in his eyes was frightening as he entered the adjacent jewelry shop. Yang Mukun didn't know what had happened, but once inside, she noticed the salesperson mocking and refusing access to the surveillance. If your lover is missing, why don't you report it to the police? Regulations prohibit viewing surveillance randomly. Perhaps your lover ran away with someone else. Ji Hanjun clenched his fists tightly, staring at the shop employee, his aggressive aura almost reaching a breaking point. Ace would never run away with anyone. Ace had promised not to leave him. Yang Mukun thought surely something had gone wrong and immediately called to arrange for the steward to come and investigate the surveillance. Hanjun, don't get upset, we will find him for sure. The steward was instructing the newly arrived maids about etiquette inside the estate when he received the call and immediately dropped everything to come over. Several bodyguards from the Su family followed behind. Upon entering, they said nothing and immediately instructed the employee to check the surveillance. The shop employee was shocked by their intimidating appearance akin to a mafia gang. Footage from the few segments of surveillance along this road had been collected. In the computer room, recordings freshly gathered from other shops were being played. One recording clearly captured Suze carrying the cat bag stepping out of the hospital, right after leaving the hospital's blind surveillance zone, when suddenly a black car appeared nearby. The black car seemed to have waited quite a while, parked by the roadside quickly opening its door without even turning off the engine. Two individuals then forcibly dragged someone out, using a towel to cover their mouth and nose while dragging them into the car. You're asking for death. Touching his A's is asking for death. Ji Hanjun glared furiously at the surveillance screen, as if trying to burn a hole through the monitor. He clenched both hands tightly, filled with rage in his eyes. Under a dark night with a strong wind and rolling clouds stacked layer upon layer. The rain seemed heavier outside, pounding against this abandoned fisherman's shack, occasionally the sound of the waves could still be heard. Pei-shen sat on the chair, with fresh blood drawn from the scratches on his face made by Suze moments earlier, and puncture wounds on his wrist too. The chilling wind outside mixed with the howling sea, and the mobile phone on the ground indicated an incoming call, labeled puppy. Suze gritted his teeth as he was pinned to the ground by the two men behind him, lips tightly sealed while blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Can you still resist me now? A wound on his forehead, struck by a sharp heavy object, started bleeding, with some seeping into his eyes and preventing him from opening them. At the corner of his mouth, Suze had an ironic smile as he managed to open one eye halfway. If you've got guts, don't hold me down. Pei-shen clutched the wound on his arm. If those two hadn't returned after parking the car just moments earlier, he would have really struggled against Suze all by himself. The ringing of a phone continued incessantly, its melody echoing in the dim little room. Pei-shen stepped forward, picked up the phone, decisively turned it off, and threw it aside before seizing a steel bar nearby and smashing it hard on the phone. He already had other plans in mind to torture Suze. Let's record a video for you. If anyone misses you later, I'll send it to them. It'd be such a waste not to film this fine skin. As soon as the words were out, they all burst into mocking laughter simultaneously. The phone was set in the corner to record while Pei-shen, holding the steel bar, approached and squatted down, grabbing Suze's chin roughly. His face was covered in blood, reducing the usually handsome but rebellious person into the mess Pei-shen had made. He had just endured several kicks, especially to his chest and stomach. He knew bruises were forming there, and his internal organs throbbed painfully. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and play with our young master. His collar was suddenly yanked hard from behind, as someone began taking off their clothes. Suze's expression remained unchanged as he clenched the shard of glass tightly in his hand and swallowed the blood pooling in his throat. The pressure from behind suddenly lessened, and Suze swung his hand abruptly toward the person on his left rear. That person assumed Suze had no strength left and couldn't dodge in time, lifting their hands to block. A large gash was carved across their arm, spilling blood immediately. Ah, damn. Even though every inch of Suze's body ached, if he waited to die, that would surely lead to the worst outcome. Exerting his last bit of strength to swing at the target, he missed the vital spot and instead was struck on the shoulder by Pei-shen with the steel bar. The intense pain blurred his vision, almost rendering his right arm useless. Suddenly, his hair was grabbed violently, and he was slammed forcefully against the wall. A foot pressed onto his shoulder, twisting harshly back and forth. The injured man, infuriated, approached clutching his wounded arm and choked Suze's neck while reciprocating by cutting a similar wound into his arm. Rain-like punches and kicks rained down on his body, intensifying the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. Pei-shen heard a strange sound and glanced at the cat carrier near the door. Oh, is this your pet? The cat carrier was picked up. Inside, the cat kept puffing air, wanting to come out to protect its owner. The mewing sounds compelled Suze to lift his head and see the bag in Pei-shen's hand, almost rising with fury. Don't touch my cat. With all his remaining strength, Suze tried to stand, only to get struck on the head with a wooden stick, blacking out momentarily with loud ringing in his right ear. Pei-shen seemed to come up with an even more sinister idea and tossed a dagger in front of Suze, his tone full of mockery. If you stab yourself once, I'll stab your cat one less time. Chapter 105, Where is A's? It rained, thunder rolled outside, and the wind howled against the dilapidated house. Suze clenched his dagger tightly, his whole body convulsing with pain as he crouched on the ground, blood flowing non-stop from his nose and mouth. Look at you now. After I'm done with you, it's Jiang Mu's turn next. Unfortunately, Qin Shu wasn't run over in the underground garage. The wind was very strong outside, and the sound of sea waves could be heard, indicating there was definitely an ocean beyond the house. His right arm was struck by a steel bar. Even if he wanted to hold his dagger tightly, he didn't have the strength. The headache made his vision blur and go dark. Pei-shen noticed that Suze had no strength left. He walked forward with the cat carrier and effortlessly snatched the knife from his hand. Since you have no strength, I'll help you stab the cat instead. The sound of the zipper on the cat carrier being opened entered his ears. Though his vision was dark, he could still see the glint of the blade. It's just a doll. Meow. As soon as the cat carrier was opened, Tuan leapt out and bit Pei-shen's hand hard. Pei-shen cursed, grabbed the cat by its neck, and prepared to stab it. In the instant it fell, a blood-streaked hand caught it, gripping the blade firmly to prevent harm to the cat. The blade in his palm sliced open his palm as Suze used his remaining strength, grabbing the blade and charging forward, throwing someone to the ground. Though his arms couldn't exert much force, his eyesight was blurred, and he had tinnitus in his ears, but thankfully he could still run. He noticed earlier that this house was abandoned, not large, and the wooden door long and used had already rotted. If they broke out of the door, they could leave here. Upon noticing Pei-shen being thrown to the ground, the two behind him quickly moved to restrain him. As he was pushed down, Tuan was released and pounced furiously toward the two people behind them. Pet cats are different from wild cats, their fighting power is weak, and their claws are trimmed regularly. Moreover, this was a cat fresh from the hospital. Still, sharp teeth ensured they got bitten. Struggling up with effort, Suze ran for the door fueled by sheer willpower. The scene after pushing the door open filled him with disappointment. Beyond the rain curtain stretched an endless expanse of the sea. This little house was built on the reef. Outside the door lay towering cliffs above the sea, where crashing waves beat against the rocks below. Jumping would certainly lead to death. The rain washed over his body, mixing blood into the runoff, creating bloody water which stung when it hit his face. See. An infuriated Pei-shen chased out from inside the house. He watched as Suze stood on the reef clutching his bleeding arm, staring into the ocean below. Don't let your cat die, then come over. Tuan was grabbed, stuffed back into the cat carrier, meowing uncontrollably from within. They drew closer, one of them even picking up the phone by the door, muttering obscene words. Young master, don't do this. If you humor us, we won't harm you either. Yes, don't want your cat anymore. Listen nicely and come over. Retreat any further, and there's the sea. It was laughable. Even if jumping into the sea meant death today, he wouldn't beg them. What about Tuan? Would these bastards torture it? Pei-shen had anticipated Suze wouldn't jump. Holding the cat carrier, he walked up and delivered a harsh kick, landing square on Suze's chest, reopening his wounds. His hair was yanked up, forcing eye contact with Pei-shen. Rainwater washed away the blood on his face, revealing his once handsome features, bruised lips, but retaining a broken beauty. If only Suze hadn't been surrounded by those people, who knows what sort of abuse he might endure. Pei-shen coldly chuckled, annoyed at how Suze appeared like a fake young master with so many friends around. The cat kept meowing inside the carrier, irritating him. Pei-shen gave him a fierce look and hurled the cat carrier. Behind Suze was the sea, diving from there inevitably led to hitting jagged rocks below. Pupil constricted sharply, Suze stared as Pei-shen tossed his cat into the sea, a pain far greater than any wound on his body. He had nothing, except Ji Hanjun and Tuan. Fighting desperately, Suze forced himself up, overwhelmed by unbearable anguish, wanting nothing more than to tear apart the man before him. Ah! Give my cat back. Yet all struggle was futile. Overpowered, his face was slammed hard onto the ground. Pei-shen got up, the heavy rain washing over all of them. With a fiendish expression, he stared at Suze who was pinned to the ground and broke into malicious laughter. He didn't have much more time to play with Suze, he still had to go find Jiangmu. You guys can keep playing with this young master. I need to look for the next one. The rain grew heavier, and there were barely any people around the hospital anymore. Jiangmu had waited an entire day without seeing Suze, his calls unanswered, while Qin Shu had just woken up. Broken glass had grazed his neck, and some fragments deeply embedded in his leg from hard pressure. Mrs. Qin sat nearby, her eyes swollen red from crying, grateful only that Qin Shu had awakened. Suze hasn't come. Qin Shu's voice rasped hoarsely as he looked around on the hospital bed but found no trace of Suze. Jiangmu shook his head, thinking Suze might have been delayed by something urgent. You've worked hard. Go home and rest, Jiangmu. My mom being here will be fine. That's right. You've been here for hours. Suze probably has something that kept him from coming. Send him your well wishes when you see him. Jiangmu nodded, leaving space for Qin Shu and Mrs. Qin as he took the elevator downstairs to head home. Outside, the rain fell heavily, like a giant beast lurking in the darkness waiting to devour people. Jiangmu held up his umbrella and stepped out of the ward, disappearing into the rainy curtain. There were still a few people lingering on the streets. Jiangmu stood by the roadside calling his family chauffeur, unaware of the shadow creeping behind him. His voice was drowned out by the rain, and Jiangmu heard hurried footsteps approaching suddenly. Turning around in reaction, he noticed a knife lying beside his feet. A tall man pressed down a person wearing a black raincoat, delivering blow after blow. Each punch landed solidly, as if trying to beat the person to death. Jiangmu froze, shocked. Ji Hanjun. The rain poured down, drenching Ji Hanjun, who carried no umbrella. His movements were wild and frenzied, every hit fueled by fury. His gaze was merciless, his tone explosive with rage, and not an ounce of his strength faltered. Where is A's? A car pulled up beside them, and a butler rushed out to shield Ji Hanjun with an umbrella. Master, please calm down. We've captured 2 suspicious individuals near the seaside and brought them back to the Su residence already. Veins popped on Ji Hanjun's knuckles, his crimson eyes showing his distress as he soaked in the rain, disheveled and wild-looking. Hearing the butler's words, he threw another ferocious punch. Where is A's? Blows rained on Pei Shen, blurring his vision entirely as he failed to discern the figure above him, tasting only the metallic tang of blood. Ha 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 ha, Jiangmu. Lucky you today. The man on the ground let out a crazed laugh, driven more by bitterness than triumph. He'd almost succeeded in stabbing Jiangmu. Just a second before, someone unknown had grabbed his collar and hurled him away. The relentless punches hurt terribly, but every time he thought about Su Zhe suffering the same pain, his heart swelled with a strange joy. Ha ha ha, beat me to death, and even then, you'll never know where Su Zhe is. Chapter 106, Person Not Found. The 2 men brought back by the Su family were pressed to the ground, staring fearfully at the door. The sound of a car engine approached, and footsteps grew louder. Ji Hanjun, drenched from head to toe, arrived at the Su residence with an incredibly dark look in his eyes. The butler followed inside, holding a cell phone and a dagger in his hand. These items were found at the scene. Other than that, there was nothing else, and no third person was located. The people sent out by the Su family had not returned yet. A search was ongoing near that house. The 2 captured men had already been beaten to the point where their skin was torn open, and cries of pain mixed with pleas for mercy filled the air. Please, please, we really don't know where the person is. It was his own fault for falling down. The seawater was so strong, we couldn't save him. It's not our problem. Jiangmu clenched his teeth as he kicked them down. He had just found out and was also extremely angry right now. Qin Shu was hit by a car, Su Zhe was kidnapped, all due to Pei Shen's revenge. Go search by the seaside. A somber voice sounded. Ji Hanjun looked sullen, his gaze resting on the 2 men as if talking to himself. Search for him. The rain was too heavy, the seawater was so turbulent that anyone who fell here would have almost no chance of survival. Even if they didn't hit the rocks, they would still be swept away into the sea. The rain had stopped, and the seaside at night was brightly lit. The police, along with the rescue team, searched for nearly 2 to 3 hours but found no one else. The DNA from the bloodstains extracted from the room confirmed it belonged to the victim. The sea rescue team also turned up empty-handed. After all, the ocean's range was too vast. With the rain, the person might have been swept far out to sea long ago. The family should prepare psychologically. It has already surpassed the 24-hour golden rescue period. There's a possibility the person met with misfortune. Ji Hanjuan's eyes were pitch black, his pupils filled with red bloodshot veins. He hadn't slept all night, continuing the search with the investigation team until now. Many useless things were fished out from the bottom of the sea, including a familiar cat carrier. The zip of the bag was pulled open, and the cat was no longer inside. That particular cat carrier was bought online by Su Zhe while sitting in Ji Hanjuan's lap. Ji Hanjuan's clothes were already dirty and messy, his hair tousled and disheveled. Standing there, his gaze rested on the cat carrier. He refused to believe that Su Zhe had met with trouble. Su Zhe had clearly said that he wouldn't leave him, that he wouldn't abandon him alone. Su Zhe must be hiding somewhere, probably blaming him for not going with him to pick up Tuan Tuan. His vision began to darken. Lack of rest and food, combined with being caught in the rain, made his body almost feel like collapsing. His face turned unnaturally red. The captain of the search and rescue team noticed something was wrong with Ji Hanjun. Just touching him revealed how burning hot he felt. You are running around with a high fever. High fevers can kill you, do you know that? When Jiangmu arrived, Ji Hanjun was being dragged back against his will. He was no longer aggressive or brooding, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face pale as he struggled unwillingly. Thinking that Ji Hanjun would become furious, instead he just looked over with a crazed gaze, his tone carrying a hint of crying. I'm not sick. My lover's fate is unknown. Don't believe me? Ask him. Su Zhe knows how to swim. People haven't been found. That means he hasn't met with trouble. Jiangmu's eyes also turned red. Of course, he knew Su Zhe could swim. But someone with injured hands and feet, could they possibly survive in the sea during a storm? Ji Hanjun was driven mad with worry. He tried to break free again to run towards the seaside but was held tightly by several people nearby. Let me go. My Su Zhe is still there. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't break free. The pain in his chest and heart nearly consumed him. A wave of bloody taste surged into his mouth, coughed up heavily with another cough. Is Su Zhe afraid in the sea? Will he blame Ji Hanjun for not saving him? Seeing his state, Jiangmu grabbed him up from the ground and roared angrily for Ji Hanjun to calm down. If you collapse, I swear if I find Su Zhe first, I won't let him belong to you. Ji Hanjun seemed dazed, his eye rims red and hollow-eyed. He stared blankly at the distant sea. Jiangmu sighed deeply, suppressing the discomfort in his heart, then released Ji Hanjun. Although unwilling to believe it, the truth was clear right before their eyes. The waterlogged phone has been repaired, maybe we can find some clues. Yes, it's the phone that was brought back yesterday. That was the only thing left besides those two people. After Ji Hanjun went home, he only took antipyretics and asked the butler for the phone. He then returned to his room and used his computer to access it. The phone belonged to Pei Shen, with all sorts of chat records on it. It included plans about colliding with Qin Shu, abducting Su Zhe, and involving Jiangmu. But what he never expected was a video that turned out to be the last one before Su Zhe disappeared. Yet in the video, he wasn't pretty, his entire body covered in blood as he shrank into a corner, enduring and trying to bear the beatings of two men. The video wasn't short, clearly capturing the moment when he was almost dragged back into the wooden house. Rainwater fell onto him, washing away the traces of blood. Still struggling, he bit into one person's hand and kicked another down with his foot. This time, the force wasn't light. The small figure lost balance due to inertia and fell backward toward the sea. Tears plopped down drop by drop, staining his clothes dark with damp spots. After a long while, he slowly raised his hand to stroke the person on the screen, yearning to truly touch his beloved Su Zhe. The phone rang, and the rescue team found a white plush cat on a reef. This reef was deep, the cat was caught there. Could a person have been pulled even deeper? Ji Hanjuan's voice croaked as he spoke, hoping to hear the outcome he wished for in his heart. Did you find the person? Still searching. There was silence on the other end of the line. The captain glanced at the cat in the car and softly spoke. The cat is still alive. If the cat is alive, could that mean the person might also be alive? Though the stormy weather was severe, it's possible the person might have been washed ashore somewhere else. The video kept playing on the screen. In one scene, just as Su Zhe was being pinned to the ground, his gaze landed on the phone. His eyes were covered with blood, yet they remained bright, refusing to give up struggling. His bright and unyielding eyes looked at the phone. At that moment, Ji Hanjun felt as if he were gazing directly at Su Zhe through the phone. Don't be afraid, Su Zhe. I'll deal with the bad guys, and then I'll come to stay by your side. We will always be together. I miss you so much. Chapter 107, Missing A's. The kitten, Tuanchuan, had its right leg injured and lay inside the cage gloomily since waking up, neither eating nor drinking. The veterinarian could only maintain the cat's life within 4 drip. Ji Hanjun came to pick up the cat and immediately saw Tuanchuan lying there lifelessly. The once lively and playful ragdoll now seemed as if it were on its last breath, lying sideways listlessly in the cage. Seeing the familiar cat, Jihanjun's mind instantly conjured up images of A's hugging the cat. A pang of pain rose within him, and Ji Hanjuan's eyes watered, causing him instinctively to turn his face away. Mr. Ji, there's nothing serious wrong with Tuanchuan. It was just scared and hasn't recovered yet, which is why it refuses food and drink. Ji Hanjun was still wearing the clothes from that day, it had been more than 2 days since A's went missing. The exhaustion of the past few days showed clearly in his eyes, and he had grown some stubble, looking disheveled and crazed. His voice was low and hoarse. I'm taking my cat home. The search and rescue team was still looking for people, but how easy was it to find someone in the vast sea? As each day passed, more and more police officers came to persuade them to abandon the search. It has already been over 7 days without any progress. Qin Shu was unwilling to believe when he heard the news. They had just eaten together that day. Why did this happen so suddenly? Nearly half a month had gone by, and the police had already stopped searching. Normally, if someone wasn't found within 7 days, they wouldn't waste police resources further. Su Zhe may have already met with trouble. If not found for a long time, he might have been swept deep into the sea, sharks live in those waters. Ji Hanjun had had enough of hearing these words. Every time he heard such statements, he would lose control and even jump into the sea. He wouldn't believe such rumors until his A's was found. Tuanchuan could be found, so A's surely could too. They had promised not to leave each other. Yang Muxin forcibly took Ji Hanjun back to the Su family residence, urging Ji Hanjun to lead a normal life while she sent her people to continue searching that area of the ocean. From the moment Su Zhe disappeared, Ji Hanjun seemed like a completely different person. The Su family, living up to their noble lineage, held immense power, and Yang Muxin managed to bring Pei Shen and the 2 men involved back to the Su household using some unknown method. To those unaware, Pei Shen and the 3 men had already been sentenced and faced execution shortly. In a dim basement, walls were plastered with pictures of Su Zhe. The 3 men were thrown in a corner, their hands and feet broken. Ji Hanjun hung his head, idly playing with a snake in his hand, the snake coiled around his wrist, and he couldn't bear to let go. Although mildly venomous, the snake wouldn't kill, it induced intense pain throughout the body. The housekeeper stood nearby, directing his subordinates to splash salt water onto the 3 men to wake them up. Su Zhe was raised under his watchful eye. As a lifelong Sioux family butler, he'd long regarded Suze as his own child. Even after Suze's true identity was exposed, he never doubted him but worried every day about the master he'd seen grow up, wondering if he had enough to eat, or if he felt wronged. The flower he nurtured carefully all those years was abused and discarded at sea by despicable men. He grieved deeply. Once awakened, the wounds on their bodies had already inflamed and became infected, subjected to daily torture, leading them to prefer death over survival. When Ji Hanjun noticed they were awake, he stepped forward, standing high above them with cold, severe eyes. Please, please, spare me. We will never, really know we're wrong. Could you, give us mercy, please? The trio begged continuously, this unbearable feeling of life worse than death nearly driving them insane. Ji Hanjun lifted his foot and placed it firmly on one man's ankle, speaking in an icy tone. Does it hurt? Their cries of anguish answered his question. Being stomped on felt like having a limb snapped. It hurts. Please, kill me. Ji Hanjun increased the pressure underfoot and chuckled coldly, his gaze turning toward the photos on the wall. The people in the photographs were elegant and sweet-looking. In one photo, Suze sat on a swing holding a large bucket of ice cream, a spoon between his lips, his bright gaze fixated on the camera. Isn't his Ace in just as much pain? From a young age, Ace had a frail body and cried every time he received an injection. As an adult, although he no longer cried, he liked hiding and wiping away tears quietly. The video showed how they tortured his Ace, hence, he repaid them tenfold. His Ace was not dead, one day without finding the person, and he would absolutely refuse to believe that Suze met with harm. Ace had already accepted him, seeing his feelings clearly. They could have lived happily ever after, but all because of these three scoundrels. Ji Hanjun loosened his foot, looked up, and could see the giant picture frame on the wall no matter which way he turned his head. In the photo was his beloved. That day when Ace was beaten and curled up in the corner, it must have been incredibly painful. Even being pushed into the sea must have been extremely terrifying. A dense wave of pain surged in Ji Hanjun's heart, making every part of him ache. Staring at the person in the picture frame, his eyes reddened. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Continue torturing them, just make sure they don't die. He couldn't stay here any longer. If he did, he wouldn't be able to control himself and might end up killing them. Dying would be too easy. They needed to suffer as recompense for blood debts. The Sioux family had not abandoned the search after more than a month, joined by three prestigious families, the Qin, Jiang, and Chu families. Chu Chen returned that very day, having secured a collaboration deal with the Shen family, only to find that the person he had been thinking about constantly was gone. Some said Suze was dead, others claimed he was eaten by sharks. But the few of them, just like Ji Hanjun, didn't believe it. Until they saw the body, they believed he wouldn't die. For a whole month, the rescue personnel and divers worked tirelessly night and day. Ji Hanjun spent each day on the ship. Tuanchuan had been entrusted to the housekeeper for care. He wasn't good at raising Tuanchuan, he only knew how to raise A's. However, nearly a month and a half had passed, and some bodies were recovered, but either they were already bones, or they weren't Ji Hanjun's A's. It would be better if they weren't A's. 2 months had already passed, Ji Hanjun was almost driven mad. Even A's bothersome roommate said he had gone crazy. Ji Hanjun lay in his room, countless wine bottles and cigarette butts scattered around his feet. He stared at the ceiling with red-rimmed eyes. The little bear that A's loved most was clutched tightly in his arms, while in his hand he gripped a love letter. The love letter had been crumpled, and the tear stains had blurred some of the words. It was written by A's for him. A's would definitely return, maybe saved by someone else. There was also the possibility that he was punishing him, retaliating for keeping him locked up before. In the stillness of the night, the sound of Ji Hanjun breaking down in sobs echoed unnervingly. Home became cold and devoid of warmth, it didn't feel like home anymore. All he wanted was Suze. Thinking about A's made sleep impossible, even sleeping pills only brought nightmares where he woke up startled. He dreamt of A's covered in injuries and crying in his arms, saying how cold the seawater was, asking him for warmth. With blurred vision from tears, Ji Hanjun curled up and hugged the doll tightly, his voice hoarse. Sorry, A's, I can't hold you. Chapter 108, I will find him. Yang Muixin hadn't seen Ji Hanjun for 2 days. Normally, at this time, he should have come to the Su family to inquire about the situation. Her eyebrows twitched incessantly, and today she had an inexplicable sense of unease. Her eyes even stung, and as tears slid down from her eye sockets, the pain in her heart became more pronounced. Someone. She had been to Ji Hanjun's villa before, she once came here looking for Suze. She didn't love Suze, but why did she feel heartache when she received the news of his death? Therefore, she sent someone out to look for him as well. The door was kicked open by the butler, and the living room was spotlessly clean. As they went further inside, they could smell alcohol and hear water sounds. The pain in Yang Muixin's heart grew stronger. She clutched her chest. People always said a mother and child shared one heart, and that was why she came. When the bedroom door opened, the sight was overwhelming, water was everywhere, flooding from the bathroom. Yang Muixin's eyes reddened, and she stumbled past beer bottles, rushing into the bathroom. The bathtub had turned red with blood, mixing with the water as it flowed from his wrist. Ji Hanjuan's face was pale, his eyes tightly shut, his entire body submerged in the water. On the table next to the bathtub sat a brown bear, and beside it was an album holding a crumpled love letter. In his hand, the one that slashed his wrist, was a picture of Suze. On the way to the hospital, young Muixin had never felt such heartache, not just for Suze, but also for Ji Hanjun. Two children deprived of love, saving each other, only finding solace in each other. When Ji Hanjun woke up again, there were many people standing around, but he didn't see the person he wanted to see. Was he dead? Why couldn't he see Suze, but instead saw Suze's annoying roommates? Qin Shu, having healed from his wounds, originally planned to go to the beach that day, but Su family's boat blocked the path ahead. Upon making the call, he heard the shocking news of Ji Hanjuan's attempted suicide. Young Muixin, her eyes red, didn't know what to say. The doctor checked and confirmed he was out of danger. Drinking while running a fever, taking 4 sleeping pills, cutting your wrist and lying in the bathtub, if we'd come any later, you'd be dead. Ji Hanjuan's eyes were empty, not wanting to acknowledge anyone, blankly staring at the ceiling. The feeling of drowning in water was so suffocating. Young Muixin still worried, fearing if he might lose hope again. We found him. We found Suze. Jiang Mu ran over, drenched in sweat, his voice echoing throughout the ward. A glimmer suddenly arose in Ji Hanjuan's eyes as he yanked the 4-needle out and staggered off the bed, his eyes bloodshot as he shook Jiang Mu. Where? The body recovered from the sea was already bloated and beginning to rot, its features unrecognizable, and even DNA extraction proved difficult. At the morgue, several forensic experts stood nearby. Chu Chen stood to the side, soaked, his eyes fixed on the grotesque and repulsive corpse. Just as Chu Chen prepared to step forward, the door burst open. No one knew where Ji Hanjun had appeared from. He shoved the crowd aside and tightly embraced the corpse. The clothes, build, and characteristics matched. Even the wound positions corresponded perfectly. Ji Hanjun, let go. Those who rushed in were stunned because the corpse was truly horrifying beyond recognition. Gu Lisheng and Gu Qing also arrived, and upon seeing the body, they were shocked. Hanjun, release the body first, your wounds have reopened. Ji Hanjuan's eyes were red-rimmed as he held onto the corpse, refusing to let anyone approach, despite the profuse bleeding from his wrists. The clothing was exactly the same as that day, and the same ring still adorned the hand. This corpse checked out in all aspects except for the slow DNA confirmation process. Tears streamed down his face as he hugged the body tightly, refusing to let anyone get close. The forensic experts exchanged looks, and Chu Chen noticed, stepping forward instantly to control Ji Hanjun. As Ji Hanjun was pulled away, he desperately clung to the swollen hand, with Jiang Mu trying to separate the two. The ring slipped off during the struggle. Ji Hanjun suddenly panicked, he isn't my Suze. Many details matched, except for the DNA, how could Ji Hanjun tell? If the ring had always been worn on the finger, it would leave a deep groove due to swelling caused by water immersion, making it impossible to remove. That finger had simply swelled without showing any trace of having worn a ring, it fell off easily. The forensic experts paused, picking up the ring. Indeed, it slipped on effortlessly, and it looked like a hand that wasn't accustomed to wearing a ring. It meant that someone had deliberately placed a fake corpse there and put the ring on it. Qin Shu stood to the side, gazing at the ring. Is the ring real? He wouldn't be wrong, even if he hadn't checked the inner wall, that ring was real. It was designed by him personally, and he could tell at a glance. This meant Zhe was still alive. The desolation in his eyes turned blank, slowly filled with joyous tears, and drops of tears fell to the ground. Ji Hanjun suddenly burst into tears, and while crying, he started laughing. His Zhe being alive was more important than anything else. Too good. No matter who or how long it takes, he would definitely find Zhe. Back then, it was what he had said, if Zhe ran to the ends of the earth, he could still find him. When those around realized it wasn't Suze, they began to visibly become happy and excited. If he's not dead, then someone must have saved him. But why did the person who saved Suze throw a fake body to confuse everyone? The result is out, the DNA matches. The doctor outside stood helplessly at the door, as the detection was done using hair due to the body's decay. Though it required waiting, it wouldn't take too long, 2 to 3 hours for the results. The DNA matched again. Ji Hanjun shook his head, impossible. There must be a problem. The doctor was unsure and decided to retest with another strand of hair. Pass it over to me later, I'll handle it when I see the corpse. Chu Chen pulled out a strand and handed it to Gu Lisheng, saying, women are detail-oriented, you go ahead. They needed to stay here to prevent Ji Hanjun from going insane. Alright, let's go, Gu Qing. Even after retesting, the DNA matched again. In one night, Ji Hanjun became a different person. He no longer sought death. Rumors outside spread that Ji Hanjun had gone mad. Even though the DNA matched, he wouldn't make a mistake, he was certain that the person wasn't Zhe. Within a year, he took over all of the Su family businesses and companies, officially becoming the heir and master of the Su family. But he grew much darker and crueler. Among those 3 people, Chu couldn't endure the torture and died, leaving only Pei Shen. On a winter night, Pei Shen was mutilated, having his tendons severed, and thrown into the same sea. The winter sea was colder. After throwing him in, they left Pei Shen to his fate. Ji Hanjun stood by the shore, his profile more handsome yet sharp-featured, watching Pei Shen struggle in the water. Clad in black, almost blending into the night, but still unable to hide the dark mood on his face, deep in his eyes flowed a sickly madness. He will find Zhe. He will never let him go again, never let him leave his sight. Everyone said he went crazy, even thinking the corpse might be his beloved Su Zhe. Yet, he would never mistake his lover. Chapter 109, Deaf and Blind. This winter, as always, is extremely cold. For 3 whole years, he has become the perfect successor to the Su family. News and entertainment headlines are all about interviews with Ji Hanjun. Though not a celebrity, his popularity is higher than that of stars. Every interview is for finding his lover, hoping his lover can see him on TV. The night wind is so cold it makes one's heart quiver. Ji Hanjun returned home from the company, pushed open the door, and sat on the couch wearily. In 3 years, he has become even more mature and ruthless. The warm lights were on inside, and the decoration remained the same as it was 3 years ago. He massaged his temples, stood up, and his gaze fell upon the cake on the dining table. It seemed the assistant had already delivered it in advance. A fruit blueberry cake, it's Az's favorite flavor. With candles stuck in it but not lit yet, several gift boxes were placed nearby. Yesterday was his birthday, and today is Az. His and Az's birthdays are consecutive. The gifts on the table still haven't been sent out. Ji Hanjun walked up to the table, took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the candle. Turn off the lights. The room plunged into darkness instantly, leaving only the flicker of the candlelight. Half of his face glowed crimson under the firelight while the other half was submerged in darkness, casting a sharp, gloomy look over his eyes. The flame captivated his gaze, and it seemed as though he could see as in the faint flicker. Gloomy and icy eyes showed no focus, revealing cold emptiness at their core, accompanied by an oppressive and chilling atmosphere. Az, what are you doing right now? I miss you so much. Of course, anyone who loves someone would remember their birthday. Qin Shu and others are no exception. Familiar friends gathered in a familiar private room as in previous years. The cake rested on the table, with a few guys quietly staring at it, lost in thought. Music played softly in the background, and no one reached for the microphone lying on the table. It's been 3 years, after the end of this year, it'll be 4. They are no longer the naive students they used to be. They've taken over their families' businesses and pursued their own dreams. Qin Shu drank himself into a stupor, having dyed his golden hair back post-accident. Cut the cake. Jiang Mu felt dejected and went to cut the cake on the table. Without the person to make a wish, secretly he wished for Su Zhe instead in his heart. Even the music couldn't dispel the sorrowful ambience. A phone rang. Chu Chen took the call outside the room with his mobile. He's changed the most, once explosive in temperament, he's now the steadiest among them. He's continuously discussing collaborations. He came back to negotiate a deal with the Shen family, but Shen people are too cunning and malicious, unwilling to give up the plot of land. Mr. Chu, our madam has agreed to hand over that piece of land. After a melancholic birthday celebration, Chu Chen left the private room and was invited to the 6th floor of the tavern. There was also a girl named Xiao Zhao present. She was Ji Hanjun's assistant. Pushing the door open, the woman sitting in the middle exuded refined elegance and softness, her actions full of grace. Beneath the surface of her kind eyes lay disdain and coldness. Please have a seat. The server served tea to everyone and placed the prepared contract on the table. Lu Yuan glanced at Xiao Zhao with a smile. Why doesn't Mr. Ji come? Is it because I lack sincerity? Xiao Zhao apologized, explaining that her boss wasn't feeling well. On this day every year, Mr. Ji forbade anyone from disturbing him. If there were genuine intentions, why bring both parties together? Due to past unpleasant events, Chu Chen resented Ji Hanjun for not protecting Su Zhe properly. And now, even more so in the business world. Years ago, he lacked the power to snatch Su Zhe back, but now, he was determined to obtain that piece of land. Chu Chen sipped some tea and looked over the contract. To his surprise, the Shen family had made significant concessions, not only releasing the land but also actively investing 5 million yuan. The Shen family operates without sentiment, always managed by one woman said to be the main consort kept by the Shen household. The head of the Shen family was married for a year in what was reportedly a commercial marriage alliance, then divorced a year later, allowing the concubine to enter the house along with a daughter. After the death of the Shen household head, the concubine took control of the entire Shen family. And this concubine was Lu Yuan before him. Chu Chen scrutinized the woman before him, sensing an eerie resemblance between this woman and Su Zhe. Especially her eyes. Lu Yuan did not shy away from their gazes, a constant smile on her lips, looking directly at both men. Are you done reading? Xiao Zhao also found the Shen family's compromise excessive and was puzzled. Madam Shen, you're not only letting go of the land but also actively investing 5 million yuan. Don't you think it's a loss? The atmosphere was somewhat delicate as Lu Yuan gently tucked her loose strands of hair behind her ear, her tone soft and playful. Of course there are conditions. Lu Yuan took a sip of tea, placed the cup back on the table, and instructed her assistant to bring out some photos. Her voice was gentle yet assertive. The condition is that you marry my daughter. The girl in the photo was beautiful and cute, wearing a Lolita dress with a bouquet of flowers in her arms. Sunlight cast a bright and radiant glow over her. What was this? Marrying an unknown woman just for a piece of land? There were many competitors for this piece of land, but she had specifically given way to the Chu and Su families. What was this woman up to? Where's Miss yet? Hearing the mistress's voice, the assistant immediately nodded and stepped out to make a phone call. A pretty teenager, dressed in a princess gown, was playing with a newly made crystal ball in the back seat. As the phone rang, Shen Chi frowned and tossed it aside, ignoring it and continuing to play with the crystal ball. An abrupt screech of brakes sounded, causing Shen Chi's head to bump against the car seat, and the force almost made her drop it. What the hell? What's going on? A car suddenly changed lanes and hit us. The vehicle was forced to stop, and the other driver got out of his car, pounding on the window and cursing incessantly. Get out. Can you drive or not? The man was aggressive and burly, but Shen Chi wasn't the least bit afraid, opening the door and stepping out. Move aside, changing lanes on solid lines. Can you drive? Or should Miss teach you how? The defiant young girl had a flushed face, even shouting curses while making a phone call. I'll have someone deal with you right away. The road's cameras had been broken for a while, and at night there weren't many people around. Seeing only a teenage girl and a driver in his 50s, the man flashed a threatening look. Compensate me, without a few 10,000s, you won't get away. My car is new, your dress isn't cheap either. 20,000 yuan, can you come up with that? After finishing her call, Shen Chi laughed hearing the man's shameless words. The bodyguards of the Shen family usually arrived quickly. In less than 10 minutes, a black car pulled up. She would soon have this rule-breaking man beaten up. But the person who got out of the car wasn't one of her 4 bodyguards. The boy looked exquisite and handsome, his thick black tousled hair framing his face. A plain white shirt made him appear noble and cold, aloof and unapproachable. His beautiful eyes shimmered faintly but lacked focus. Sorry, my sister doesn't know any better. Here's 300,000 yuan, please take it. The handsome boy handed over the card to the man, a gentle breeze blowing through his hair, revealing a hearing aid on his right ear. So this is your backup, and he's disabled too. Are his eyes also blind? Deaf and blind then. Chapter 110, The Imposter Ji Hanjun. Shen Chi became somewhat angry, brother. The man took the money and left immediately, for fear of changing his mind. Before leaving, he still cursed, saying next time he would know better before driving. Shen Chi was shaking the man's arm, she was truly angry, more upset that why her brother didn't stay at home properly. His body was obviously still weak. He was like a frail beauty, who should stay at home. Shenzai watched as the man walked far away, then his expression turned cold, he pulled the girl's hand and got into his car. His eyes became icy cold, even mockingly curved his lips into an unpleasant smile, speaking in a scattered tone. He reached out to command his driver to chase after. Drive and hit him, 30,000 yuan for hospitalization and surgery is enough. Just now, he smelled a faint alcohol scent on the man. Driving drunk, what if he hit someone else? Speaking so rudely, he should crash into him, teaching the man a lesson. He wasn't deaf or blind. He just couldn't hear well from his right ear and could see poorly under nighttime conditions. He was still waiting to go home, waiting for Ji Hanjun to celebrate his birthday. When they got home, it was already very late. The room was pitch black, Shenzai saw the cake on the table as soon as he entered the door. Ji Hanjun. The person inside responded, the man's temperament was gentle, sitting on the sofa flipping through Su Zai's diary. Why are you reading my diary again? I clearly said I dislike others looking at it. Wednesday, sunny day. I dreamt today, dreaming that Ji Hanjun fell in love with someone else. I secretly looked at the phone and found a girl named Gu Lisheng. I'm unhappy. Sunday, partly cloudy. Didn't Ji Hanjun say he didn't want me to cry? I feel inexplicably sad today, he didn't console me. I think this Ji Hanjun isn't the same as the one in my memory. Monday, light rain. I am still unhappy. Ji Hanjun said not to let me look at the phone. I found someone online also called Ji Hanjun, a familiar feeling, but I have one here too. Tuesday, light rain. Ji Hanjun let me take medicine again, headache after taking it, memories are getting blurrier and blurrier, remembering his previous appearance less clearly because I sense that he's 2 different people. Sunday, heavy rain. I had a nightmare again. I dreamed that Ji Hanjun committed suicide again. I can see but cannot reach him, waking up and crying non-stop. Ji Hanjun was angry and asked me why I still dream about him. But aren't they the same person? Gu Qing's face twisted. Despite constantly taking medication, Ji Hanjun's original appearance in his memory has already become vague. Why do I keep having dreams like these? Why can't I forget the things that happened earlier? Seeing him get angry, Shenzai instinctively dared not to approach, retreating slightly out of fear. Come over. He knew Ji Hanjun loved him the most, and he didn't want to make Ji Hanjun mad. Shenzai stepped forward, his neck was suddenly gripped, cutting off his breath, painfully struggling. During the struggle, the hearing aid fell onto the ground. Pain. Why is he so angry and choking him? Ji Hanjun wouldn't originally use such force to choke him. Shinchichi came in from outside, furious when she saw the scene, pushing the person away and pulling Shenzai to protect him behind. She opened her mouth icily. Do you want to die? Miss Shen, you've misunderstood me. Get out of my house. Why does this deadbeat always come back to her house, despite having already kicked him out previously? When Brother Su was rescued from the sea, he was already unconscious. Though this man saved him. Why pinch her brother? Now, her brother's surname is Shen, not Su, he belongs to the Shen family. Who cares about some bogus Ji Hanjun, this guy's just an imposter. Gu Qing softened his tone and gazed warmly at Shenzai. Azai, I'm here to celebrate your birthday. Shinchichi was repulsed by his words, gripping Shenzai's hand tightly, stamping her foot loudly shouting. Someone. Throw this guy out. The Shen family butler outside was summoned, noticing Shinchichi's anger, immediately signaling someone to approach. Despite Gu Qing's calm exterior, internally he was seething with hatred, clenching his fists tightly. Back then, he put forth great effort pulling that person from the sea, fabricated a fake corpse, went to great lengths to change his hair for a DNA match. He thought Su Zai was finally his. After returning to their rented place, he was blocked by some young woman shouting to call the police to arrest him, demanding he release the person. He hadn't known that Su Zai's mother Lu Yuan was part of the Shen family, he was alone and unable to stand against the Shen family. Just as he couldn't resist the Su family either. He had done everything perfectly, only to be seen by Shinchichi, who intercepted him and brought him back home. Originally, the heavy blow to the back of his head caused memory confusion. The medication would blur memories, making him forget things from before. He forgot Yang Muoxin, whom he didn't love, and some people and events, but why couldn't he forget Ji Hanjun? Shenzai stood there, holding his neck. After waking up from the accident, the faces in his memories were blurry, but he didn't forget Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun was the one who loved him most in this world. He would never hurt him or make him feel wronged. But now feeling so aggrieved and upset, he looked at the cake with tears welling up in his eyes, turning away, he spoke coldly to Gu Qing. You actually choked me, get out. Gu Qing could barely stand Shenzai's terrible capricious nature, pondering how Ji Hanjun managed it before. The golden sparrow might look pretty. But it has an extremely aggressive temperament. Shinchichi took the person into her room, unwilling for him to be influenced by the imposter. Leading him into the room, Shinchichi cuddled in Shenzai's arms affectionately. Brother, he's a liar, don't let him in again. Shenzai shook his head, the hearing aid had fallen earlier, leaving his right ear somewhat unclear. His voice became quieter. Ji Hanjun is not a liar. Ji Hanjun isn't a liar, but Gu Qing definitely is. Shinchichi thought of something and grabbed the newspaper from the bedside. It clearly wrote about Su family's young master Ji Hanjun. Brother, this person also calls himself Ji Hanjun, if you like this one, stop liking that man. Shenzai accepted the newspaper, its portrait startling him with a wave of familiarity. Brother, this person is obviously much more handsome and suitable for you. You two are super matching. The figure on the report was outstanding and handsome, ruthless in his actions, his brows revealing a fierce illness-like gloominess. There was even exaggeration written, he was the ultimate dream guy all women wanted but couldn't have, the king of a certain zero circle. Ji Hanjun only has one. Besides, a man so many people can't get won't possibly like me. Shinchichi laughed joyfully, shaking Shenzai's arm. In a few days, mommy is going to hold a dance party for me, saying she wants me to meet potential suitors. Brother, will you go too? Please. She doesn't know her brother's past nor understands what kind of person Ji Hanjun was. But mommy said he deeply loved her brother. Please, brother, consider it as a welcome back after your illness. And maybe find her brother someone to bring back. Let that fake piece of garbage go and die somewhere else. Chapter 111, You've got the wrong person. On his birthday, he received countless gifts from his mother and younger sister. This month, he was just discharged from a rehabilitation center abroad and returned to his old place of residence, but still felt inexplicably lonely. The room decoration had a bit of a girlish touch, it was decorated by his sister and mother together. There were countless stuffed toys piled up. He didn't like it. Shenzai walked forward, finding a little bear in the pile of dolls and hugging it tightly. He remembered that there seemed to be one before. He also remembered having a group of friends and his lover Ji Hanjun. His mother said that after falling into the sea, he had been in a coma for too long, causing memory confusion and loss. Xiao Zai, Mom is back. Shenzai heard the voice, hugged the little bear and went out, seeing a gentle woman approaching him and pulling him into her arms. So cute, happy birthday, baby. The warm embrace, that was his mom's hug. After 3 years, he had become thinner, shedding his former baby fat and naivety. Now, he looked refined and handsome with an air of nobility all over him. Lu Yuan did not regret the decisions she made in the past. She had a bad reputation, and people who knew her thought she consorted with many men. But she only had one lover, Shin Yuemin. Thank you, Mom. Lu Yuan pulled Shinzai's hand, sat down on the sofa, and handed him the contract document she was holding. The flickering light made the signature somewhat dazzling. It was the construction contract for the resort villa, the villa Xiaozhe mentioned upon waking up. It was a bit secluded, but the scenery was great. The school they built there had added a new library and was now well known near and far. When you have time, Xiaozhe, go check out the villa. Grandpa village chief misses you a lot. Shinzai nodded and smiled at the thought of the villa. His mother said he was pushed into the sea by a bad person. Mom, why do you dislike Ji Hanjun? Xiaozhe, a person who truly loves you would never harm you. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on his neck side. White marks left by pinching made her eyes darken. She had already warned that person, yet they dared again. During treatment for memory confusion, he stayed unconscious for a long time. Even after waking up, he became somewhat mentally unstable, crying and searching everywhere for Ji Hanjun. He would have violent emotional outbursts and was injected daily with sedatives to keep him quiet. That's when Gu Jia's child impersonated him because she also agreed during treatment, but Lu Yuan wouldn't allow Gu Qin to do anything else. Ji Hanjun was from the Su family, Yang Muchuan's child. It wasn't that she didn't want them to meet, but she didn't want Xiaozhe to reconnect with unpleasant things from the past. Madam, we brought the person. Several bodyguards outside pushed someone inside, pressing him to the ground. Wasn't this the drunk driver from earlier? Lu Yuan gently caressed Shinzai's hair, patting his head with affectionate eyes. Xiaozhe, bullied people must be severely punished so they learn their lesson. The man in front had his eyes covered, mouth gagged, limbs tied, kneeling on the ground, whimpering in fear. They had investigated this person. He was the boss of a factory, exploited workers, harassed female employees, and even ran people over while drunk. The bodyguard told me, didn't this man say Xiaozhe was deaf and blind? Shinzai nodded. He believed letting the guard run into him was already punishment, but it seemed his mother's methods were harsher. Excitement surged in Shinzai's eyes as they brightened, looking maliciously at the man on the ground. His tone carried some joy. Mom, are you going to let me make him deaf and blind too? Lu Yuan's eyes were full of indulgence. Do whatever makes Xiaozhe happy. Xiaozhe isn't deaf or blind. If you hear such words next time, punish them directly. The Shin family is your support. Her Xiaozhe should have the same cruel and venomous temperament as Yumin. Yumin was born a rotten type. The children she and Yumin bore should be spoiled and unruly. Chi-Chi was like that, and Xiaozhe was the same. Shinzai didn't like beating people until they were covered in blood and was too lazy to act himself. After the woman left, he just kicked the man, stared coldly at him while holding the bear. Ugh. Ugh. The man begged in fear, twisting on the ground, hoping this person would release him. The handsome young man suddenly squatted down, took out what was blocking the man's mouth, and his bewitching eyes showed mockery. I need something. Do you want me to let you go? There was undoubtedly coldness in the deep parts of those eyes. His tone was teasing and relaxed. Little master, please let me go. I will. I'll do anything. Shinzai thought about it. He hadn't gone out to play yet. Can you take me around fun places right now? It had passed midnight. Shinzai stood in the lobby of a bar with his group of bodyguards. So this is what you call fun, daring to lead our young master astray. The bodyguard beside him grabbed the man's collar, his fist about to strike when Shinzai stopped him coldly. The grandeur inside the hall left no doubt of its opulence. The man was Su Jing. He and his friends also liked coming here. This bar combined leisure with business. It was popular among the wealthy and powerful who came to both play and discuss work. But because of its exorbitant prices, he had only been here once or twice. Shinzai looked up at the dazzling atmosphere of money and splendor, gold-edged clocks hanging on the walls. Su Jing had already been beaten to a bloody pulp, now bent over bowing in submission, moving closer to Shinzai and saying that this was the most entertaining place in the whole city. As the lights reflected off his eyes, they seemed like stars twinkling faintly. With red lips and white teeth, he appeared aristocratic and sophisticated, wearing the latest style of European clothing. This young master was indeed handsome, but his temper was truly strange. Let's have some fun here, you go ahead and guide us. Before heading out to play, he changed clothes and wore his hearing aid properly. With memory confusion, he felt something different about Ji Hanjun, perhaps his long coma had caused Ji to lose interest. Chi-Chi always said that he was a liar. If Ji Hanjun knew he had come to such a place, he would be furious. In his memories, Ji Hanjun got angry every time he came here, even though it wasn't easily expressed. Su Jing led Shinzai towards the elevator, but he noticed another one with better decoration. I want to take the SVLP elevator. Shinzai stared at it and walked directly towards it, causing the attendant to rush over immediately. Sir, this is for SVLP VIPs only. Charge it. One of the bodyguards interrupted the attendant, handing over a black card. Yes, please proceed this way to charge. One of the bodyguards went to the front desk, leaving 3 bodyguards and 2 people waiting for the elevator. Ding. The elevator doors opened, revealing a person inside. Shinzei glanced briefly inside and then returned his gaze to his shoes. The shoes were too big. Hadn't the butler prepared the wrong size again? Suja. A voice called from the elevator. Startled, Shinzei looked up into a pair of deep eyes as someone suddenly grabbed his shoulder. What are you doing? Release our young master. Bodyguards rushed forward, pushing the person away and shielding Shinzei behind them. Chu Chen was forcefully pushed aside, his wrist hurting, but he was absolutely sure he didn't make a mistake. That person was Suze. An odd emotion rose within Chu Chen, compelling him to step forward, but the robust bodyguards held him back. Director Chu Chen waved his hand, signaling them to leave first. Suze, I'm Chu Chen. Don't you remember me? Shinzei peeked from behind and moved forward, examining the man before him. He wasn't called Suze. Must have been mistaken identity. The man in front of him continued staring intently, with unrelenting emotions, almost misty eyes filled with tenderness. Shinzei spoke dispassionately, I'm not Suze, you've mistaken my identity. It couldn't be possible, he hadn't made a mistake. Shinzei frowned slightly, feeling a lump in his chest, staring at the stern and polished figure in the suit. A commercial aura impossible to hide, had he just finished a business meeting with some company president? He looked somewhat young. Chu Chen tried to approach, but Shinzei abruptly retreated, avoiding his touch. Irritation flickered across his brow, his tone icy cold. Don't grope around recklessly, or I might break your hand. Exactly the same. It was exactly the same as the first time he met Suze on the basketball court, same words, same tone. There couldn't possibly exist two identical people, much less down to their tone of voice. May I know your name? Chapter 112, I miss you so much. No. Shinzei rejected the suggestion outright, walking past and entering the elevator. The bodyguard quickly followed. Chu Chen wanted to get in, but Shinzei discerned his intent and kicked Su Jing out with a swift foot. Send him away, and you'll get 100,000. As the elevator doors closed, Chu Chen exchanged glances with someone inside. Shinzei's face remained cold, but there was mockery and derision in the depths of his eyes. He couldn't let Suze leave him again. Just as Chu Chen was about to press the elevator button, the man who'd been kicked out suddenly squatted down and tightly hugged his thigh. With a fawning tone, almost overly excited, he said. Goodbye, master. I promise to finish the task. Even after the elevator doors shut, the man hugging his leg showed no intention of letting go. Damn it. Chu Chen fiercely kicked him off, but less than a second later, the man clung back on like a stubborn. Chu Chen's teeth nearly ground themselves to pieces. He leaned down and grabbed Su Jing by the collar, his tone ferocious. Do you want to die? I don't, because I have to listen to this young master's orders. If I do, I can avoid getting beaten up and still make money. Plus, the amount is really substantial. Why should I work at some lousy factory anymore? Shinzei was taken to the 6th floor, and just as they entered, he was dazzled by the scene inside, various multicolored dark system spotlights illuminating couples dancing in the dance floor. Mr. Shen, please follow me. The bartender led Shinzei to a private booth and handed him a tablet computer. It displayed pictures of all sorts of people. Mr. Shen, whoever you like, just choose them. Is this a proper bar? Why does it start with making people order services? I don't need anything. The bartender was taken aback. Normally, people coming here were specifically for ordering their waiter services, especially VIPs brought to the 6th floor. There were too many people in the dance floor, each seemingly enjoying themselves. Shinzei took a sip of fruit wine and hid the sorrow in his eyes, feeling alienated and lonely among everyone else. He didn't want to forget what had happened before, but as time went by, much of what happened between him and Ji Hankuan became unclear. The taste of the fruit wine in his mouth felt familiar, he pressed his lips together. It tasted like lime. Beautiful and well-behaved people always drew attention, and some holding their glasses tried to approach, only to be frightened away by huge, intimidating bodyguards. How rare to see someone mix bars with bodyguards these days. Chu Chen arrived at the 6th floor and saw Shinzei sitting in the reserved area amidst the crowd. Recalling what that man earlier had said. Don't hit him. Don't hit him. He's the young master of the Shin family, Shinzei. He returned to the country a month ago and is playing out for the first time. That person must be Suze, he couldn't be wrong. Not only did the name match, but so did the appearance and demeanor. He might have met Suze first, though definitely earlier than Ji Hankuan. Otherwise, given Ji Hankuan's crazy nature, Suze would already be hidden away by now. How is it you again? Shinzei's voice carried impatience, and the strange look in his eyes pierced his heart more than dislike ever could. After concluding business negotiations with the Shin family and continuing working turned out to be a right decision, otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered Suze. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Mr. Shin seems rather unhappy. Let me take you somewhere fun. The 7th floor was a private club, where the rooms came equipped with various gaming facilities. Shinzei sat in the chair, controller in hand, and his character defeated another operators. I won. Ha ha ha. Let's drink. The formerly cold individual's laughter curved his brows, and the bright stars twinkling in his clear eyes truly dazzled, almost stunning Chu Chen. Suze liked playing games with him the most, but always lost. Eventually, he started letting Suze win. When he realized his feelings, he found out there was already someone else. The worst outcome would have been sharing. Actually, their trio back then was too timid, none of them dared to chase after him. If they had openly favored him back then, understood everything about him, and loved him more than themselves, maybe, just maybe a little bit of that love could have fallen on him. A bitter feeling welled up, making his chest heavy as he thought about the video he had watched. Being tortured must have been extremely painful back then. What's your name? I want to make you my friend. My name is Chu Chen. Once again, familiar words echoed in his mind, taking him back to the first afternoon when they met. The rude and spoiled young master stood arrogantly in front of him, his nose still red from crying after being hit by a basketball. Excuse me, are you alright? Chu Chen, somewhat embarrassed, stepped forward only to have his hand swatted away forcefully just as he got close. Stay away, or I'll break your hand. He had never seen a boy look so beautiful when crying, and for the first time, his usually irritable temper couldn't flare up at all towards this stranger. When he tried to get closer again, another tall boy was quicker and immediately squatted down to check Suze's knee. Master, are you alright? Ji Hankuan, my leg hurts. Master, don't cry. I'll carry you to the infirmary. In fact, on many occasions, the young master refused any touch from others. But there was one exception, Ji Hankuan, who always lurked in the shadows, somber and quiet. It turned out that Ji Hankuan had already surpassed him long before. 2 days later, there was a banquet. Held in the largest banquet hall, it was a masked ball orchestrated by Miss Shin Chi of the Shin family. The club's manager and staff lined up at the entrance. Attendees were required to wear masks that only covered the upper half of their faces. Every young lady and gentleman in the city was invited, it was an event exclusively for the youth. The hall was splendid beyond measure. Shinzei sat upstairs in a private box, where Shin Chi placed his mask. Brother, today I picked someone special for you. He's much more handsome than Ji Hankuan, that liar who stays by your side. I don't need anyone, Chi. How could Shinzei not need someone? Ji Hankuan from the Su family was personally invited by her, even if she'd been rejected twice. It wasn't until the third try, when she showed Ji Hankuan a photo of Shinzei, that Ji Hankuan came down to greet her personally. As expected, no one could resist Shinzei. With their masks securely fastened, they descended into the crowd below. From upstairs, they had a clear view of the entire hall. Girls wore dazzling evening gowns and princess dresses, looking graceful and elegant. Boys, without exception, sported tailored suits and tuxedos, with broad shoulders and slim waists. Shin Chi scanned the room but couldn't spot Ji Hankuan. With the masks on, she wouldn't have been able to tell him apart anyway. The two went downstairs and disappeared into the crowd. Shin Chi soon encountered a sister in a black evening gown, tall and with curly hair. Brother, you go wander around. I'll find you later. Alright. He didn't like champagne, but he did enjoy fruit wine. After 3 cups, he began feeling tipsy. Clutching his slightly drunken head, he headed upstairs, where the restroom was located at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. Shinzei hurried along, the dazzling lights momentarily blinding him. As he left the restroom after finishing his business, he straightaway collided chest first into a warm embrace. A man grunted softly, his voice strikingly familiar, especially with the faint scent of rose-white tea clinging to him. Sorry. Shinzei looked up to apologize, only to lock eyes with the man whose reddened gaze startled him. The moment their eyes met, everything changed. Obsessive. Manic. Possessive. Before he could react, his wrist was suddenly yanked tight, and a pair of arms wrapped firmly around his waist, pressing him hard against the man's chest as if trying to crush him. Towering above him, the man bent down, burying his face in Shinzei's neck. A hot tear slid down Shinzei's skin. His deep, hoarse voice resonated with boundless longing. I miss you so much. Chapter 113, Don't Cry, Young Master. A drunkard? Shinzei was hugged so tightly that he struggled a little but only felt even tighter. Let me go. Dead pervert. A familiar voice. He had just entered the hall and saw a figure in the crowd. It was a feeling, a sixth sense developed over years of secretly observing A's from afar. From the moment he caught sight of that figure, he kept his eyes on it until the person went to the restroom. Shinzei stomped and kicked fiercely at the person in front of him, trying to break free from their embrace. Let go of our young master. 4 bodyguards came up from the staircase. They saw an unfamiliar man hugging their beautiful young master and rushed over. As they pulled, Ji Hanjuan's mask fell off, revealing his entire face. An aggressive face came into view, with arched eyebrows, striking features, and piercing eyes showing deep melancholy. Wild and untamed. Shinzei was momentarily stunned, hadn't he seen this face in the newspaper before? Ji Hanjun, being restrained by others, lost the person in his arms, his eyes filled with fury. But when their gazes met, he immediately calmed down. A's. A slap followed instantly. Ji Hanjuan's face twisted as he got hit, the ferocity disappearing completely from his eyes, replaced with fervor and profound infatuation. Just like this. His A's had come back. The man before him wore a mask, obscuring most of his face, but those beautiful rippling eyes and troublesome temperament were unmistakable. This was his A's. He would never confuse his lover, not even by their mere silhouette. Shenzhe shook her hand slightly. With the bodyguards nearby, her foul temper immediately showed up. She approached the man before her, speaking rudely. How dare you call my name? Address me as, young master. Joy and fervor surged in his heart, his once icy heart now beating wildly. Shenzhe couldn't help but feel something odd about this man's gaze. Shouldn't someone who gets slapped feel anger or annoyance? Why did this person seem happy instead? His obsessive gaze felt like it was stuck on him, making him quite uncomfortable. Is this guy a psychopath? Don't look at me like that. Do you want me to gouge out your eyes? The young master's tone was malicious with deep threat. Her whole demeanor exuded spoiled arrogance. Though she might sound cruel towards others, to Ji Hanjun, her words carried no harm. Cute. He wanted nothing more than to pull her firmly into his arms. Young master is adorable when mad. The deep, raspy voice reached Shenzhe's ears, turning the tips of his ears red. How could this person dare call him cute? Freaking psycho. Shenzhe started losing patience, increasingly unwilling to stay any longer near this psycho, making her feel strange somehow. An inexplicable sense of familiarity. Psychopath, don't blame me for not holding grudges during my sister's party today. But if I ever catch you misbehaving again, I'll break your hands. And your mouth too. He's not cute. Shenzhe waved and walked away, the bodyguards following obediently, some even casting an angry glance back at Ji Hanjun. Back at the banquet hall, Shenzhe mingled among the guests once more. Among the crowd, he immediately noticed his younger sister, who had both arms wrapped around different people. Chi-Chi. Shen Chi-Chi heard the voice and hastily let go of the pretty lady, running giggling to hug his arm. There are rogues at the party, be careful. Arrange a few more security guards and have the waiters remind the other ladies to be cautious. Ah, brother, where could there be such troublemakers? All the guests here are from high society, invited exclusively through invitation letters. Shenzhe looked around but didn't see any trace of the rogue anymore, though he wouldn't let down his guard easily. The light in the grand hall flickered, landing on the men and women dancing pairs in the ballroom. Shen Chi-Chi went back to playing. The bodyguard's job was to protect the safety of the young master and miss, so they continued to keep watch from the shadows. Good evening, young masters and misses. The partner selection game for the masquerade ball has begun. The lights will go out, and in the darkness, you'll find your destined match. Wear your masks well, this is a bond between destinies. The host stood in the middle of the dance floor, microphone in hand, glancing at the watch on his wrist and snapping his fingers. The entire hall was plunged into darkness, with murmurs rippling through the gathered crowd. The game begins, everyone. Shenzhe disliked the dark and wasn't aware of such a game either. Being deprived of his senses made him feel somewhat scared. Exciting. Wow. Hotshot guys here, beware not to get captured by big sisters. Damn it, who just kicked me? Aw, someone kissed me. I'm a guy. Someone touched my butt. I'm a guy too, can the tough guys hold back a little? Sorry, I'm a girl, and it was me who touched you. As Shenzhe felt the crowd surging around him, he moved backward in the dark where no one could see each other. Suddenly, a large hand gripped his wrist tightly. The person behind him radiated familiar and strong energy. Who's there? The person behind didn't respond but released his wrist instead. Did they leave? That's what Shenzhe thought, until the next second when the mask tied around his head was untied from behind and dropped. As soon as the mask fell, something long quickly came from behind and covered his eyes. Before he could remove the object covering his eyes, everything spun as he was suddenly carried over a shoulder. What are you doing by carrying me like this? Who are you? I'll break your hands for this. With all the noisy chaos around, Shenzhe's voice was lost in the sea of sounds until he was taken away from the hall. On the second-floor corridor, the lighting was dim too. Under the faint illumination of the corridor, a tall man's eyes brimmed with excitement. Ji Hanjun ignored the cursing from the person on his shoulder as he directly kicked open a private room door. The motion was forceful enough that Shenzhe also heard the sound. Tied tightly over his eyes with a necktie, just as he tried to pull it off, he was abruptly thrown onto a sofa. You, MMPH. His unfinished sentence was cut off by a hard kiss while his hands were easily controlled by one hand of the man. It was rough and aggressive, lacking any tenderness, as if ready to devour him. The firm grip under his jaw wouldn't even let him close his mouth, filled with dominance and power. In the darkness, his five senses heightened, flooding his mind instantly with fragmented memories. Memories were messy, he couldn't recall clearly who it was, but he only remembered a pervert. Fear made tears well up, dampening the necktie around his eyes as soft cries escaped between sniffles. When the grip on his jaw loosened, neither his eyes nor his hands were set free. The man's large hand caressed his face, warm breath fanning across his cheek. His tone was both cold and filled with longing. Don't cry, young master, the more you cry, the more excited I get. This familiar voice, wasn't it the same one from the restroom earlier? With anger rising inside, Shenzei's muffled voice cursed hoarsely through his sobs, sounding delicate yet soft. Die, you freak. You dirty bastard. I will rip apart your mouth. Ji Hanjun stared at the yearned-for face, recognizing the familiar voice, his heart overflowing with boundless affection. To kiss till we're sore would be better, right, young master? Chapter 114, Can we? Wah. I'm going to beat you to death, you pervert. His vision was still blurry even though no one untied him. If Ji Hanjun were here, he would never have encountered such a pervert. The sobbing curses were what he had yearned for day and night, something he could only hear in his dreams. He didn't expect that upon their reunion after such a long time apart, he'd end up making Azay cry. Seeing Azay's nose turning red from crying, Ji Hanjun's heart raced as he gently removed the object covering his eyes. Those beautiful tear-filled eyes shimmered with ripples, both pitiful and captivating. Finally free, Shenzei looked up and indeed saw the same pervert who had been in the restroom. The sharp pain on his lips made tears uncontrollably flow down. Realizing his hands were still caught, Shenzei sat up and kicked at the man with great force. And this pervert seemed lost in thought, easily pushed away by the kick. His eyes even reddened slightly. Did he cry because of the kick? He deserves it. Ji Hanjun took a hit to his leg, but his chest felt fine while his heart ached. Grabbing Shenzei's ankle, he pulled the boy into his arms tightly, speaking in a low, gentle voice. Does it hurt? A warm hand reached toward Shenzei's right ear, carefully touching the ear bearing the hearing aid. Ji Hanjuan's eyes watered, seemingly lost in thought, as he released the person in his embrace and instead took his hand. The scars on his palm, left from when he had grabbed Pei Shen's blade years ago, stood out clearly against his soft white skin. It was bizarre to have someone examine his palms so closely, especially from such an outrageous family pervert. Good-looking, yet perverted in every sense. Let go. Shenzei used all his strength to pull his hand back, a wave of disgust flashing through his eyes as he spat icy words. I don't know you. You kissed me, and now you're pretending to be sad like I should feel sorry for you. Nothing could hurt him more than those words. Azay claimed not to know him and wouldn't feel sorry for him. In the past, whenever Ji Hanjun showed sadness, Azay would take his hand and lead him home. But Ji Hanjun wasn't upset, nothing could make him happier than knowing Azay was still by his side. Longing washed over him like tidal waves, submerging him entirely. It's fine. We can start over. Young master, my name is Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun. Was he the Ji Hanjun from the Su family mentioned in the newspaper? Before Shenzei could think further, the door to the private room was opened again as the bodyguards rushed in, particularly disturbed upon seeing the young master's swollen lips. You actually dared to slap the young master's lips? Turning around, Ji Hanjuan's gaze turned cold and menacing, showing his displeasure mixed with ferocity. These four bulky men were really getting on his nerves. Among them, the first bodyguard knelt down with concern to check Shenzei's mouth, eyes red. All because they had been too engrossed playing games in the dark earlier, allowing the pervert to take advantage. Their rising anger quickly brought them closer to Ji Hanjun. Don't hit him. Don't hit him. Shen Chi burst in, her legs aching from running in her dress. Miss, this pervert hit the young master's lips. You straight boys. Shenzei instinctively covered his mouth upon seeing Shen Chi enter, unwilling for his little sister to see he had been kissed by a man. Shen Chi had already seen everything and gave Ji Hanjun a meaningful glance, signaling for him to follow her out. But Ji Hanjuan's eyes hadn't left Shenzei since she came in. Ji Hanjun. Come out. Annoyance stirred within Ji Hanjun, prompting him to finally turn and look at Shen Chi, his expression icy and ominous. As they locked eyes, Shen Chi felt an unsettling chill. This man's demeanor was truly intimidating, perfectly suiting her brother's type. If you don't come with me, you'll regret it. Her threat was completely ignored as Ji Hanjun turned his face back toward Shenzei, who was still covering his mouth and avoiding his gaze. How adorable Azay looked, even prettier than before. He missed Azay so much, wishing deeply to lock him away and keep him all to himself. Azay should belong to him. Shenzei felt uneasy under the intense stare and the burning gaze nearby soon enraged him. What are you looking at? Do you want to lose your eyes? His fierce tone mimicked an irritated cat glaring daggers at him. How nostalgic. The deeper his gaze grew, the more possessive and obsessive it became. It felt as if a mad dog was fixated on him. Shenzei remained silent, feeling slightly afraid at the blatant aggression and ownership reflected in those eyes. His cheeks flushed red, Shenzei stood up, covering his lips, and walked away amidst everyone else. Seeing him leave, Ji Hanjun immediately stood up and followed closely. Shen Chi gave a look, and the four bodyguards moved forward to pin the man down. Liking my brother comes with conditions. My brother has a rather peculiar temper, so you have to. I can accept everything about him. The voice interrupting her was hoarse yet magnetic, filled with certainty. He's mine, and he can't escape. Shen Chi didn't expect this man to be so sure of himself, and for a moment, she wasn't sure if letting him chase after her brother was right or wrong. She had the bodyguards release him, and Ji Hanjun got up immediately, leaving the room in pursuit. This time, there was no way he would let Zhe escape again. Zhe found another mask, descended the stairs, and mixed into the crowd downstairs, intending to leave. With the bustling flow of people around him, Ji Hanjun's speed was fast, spotting a familiar figure at once. He'd already said it, for this lifetime, Zhe couldn't escape. Zhe exited the main hall and walked briskly into the garden in front of the entrance. The nighttime garden featured a fountain, with an open-air banquet nearby as part of the event. Couples who matched sat in the garden conversing, surrounded by flowers and fine wine, with the faint sound of water from the fountain audible. Master. Ji Hanjun stepped forward, blocking Zhe's path. You're sick, move aside, you freak. Zhe took a step back, clearly annoyed, disregarding the onlookers as he hurled vulgar insults. Ugh, disgusting freak, if you follow me, I'll break your legs, disgusting. I hate freaks the most. Not only will I break your legs, but I'll sew your mouth shut. The person before him paid no heed to his curses, closing the distance step by step with eyes brimming with an immense storm. Zhe was forced to retreat, his eyelashes fluttering lightly as panic showed in his beautiful eyes. What do you even want? Seeing the panicking young master, Ji Hanjun stopped advancing, thinking that scaring Zhe wouldn't do. Master, Ji Hanjun's voice was enticing, his eyes possessive and aggressive, I want to be yours. What? Though his voice wasn't loud, it was enough to shock the people nearby. Ji Hanjun hadn't worn a mask, and those in the crowd recognized him, their surprise evident. That's Master Su's son. CEO Ji. Holy cow, what's this about? That lunatic, crazy confessions like this, doesn't care if it scares the other person. Holy crap, now I feel all excited. Before, we heard he was wild, turns out his methods of love-chasing are even crazier. Ji Hanjun paid no attention to others' gazes or thoughts. His voice rasped severely, coaxing in tone. Master, can we? Chapter 115, I am the young masters. This person is truly a psychopath. He actually said such things. All eyes from the surrounding people fell on the two of them, but fortunately, he had just put on a mask. Ji Hanjun's gaze was fiery, deeply staring at him with an obsessive and lingering look in his eyes. Zhe dared not to look back at his burning gaze, yet in public, it wasn't possible to lose face. Pursing his lips slightly, Zhe opened his mouth. Then you mimic. The words Zhe didn't finish were stuck in his throat. How did he know that was what he wanted him to call? No, there are still so many people around. Seeing that Zhe wasn't responding, Ji Hanjun stepped forward and grabbed his hand, holding it reverently against his cheek. His sharp eyes fixed onto Zhe, directly meeting his gaze. Very seriously. The people around were stunned for a moment, then let out a gasp. From behind, Shen Chi emitted a sharp cry, and stood not far away with 4 bodyguards, highly excited. The imposter will always be an imposter. When the brother got angry and threw a tantrum, a few words about Gu Qing were mentioned, only for it to later be argued that the brother was being unreasonably moody. Zhe felt his face flush under this stare, and the teasing voices around grew louder. You. Come over here with me. It's enough already. There are too many people around. Zhe pulled and dragged Ji Hanjun by the arm to leave, going to the side of his car outside. The person next to him allowed himself to be pulled along, tall and slender with dark and aggressive eyes. Zhe opened the car door, took out several red bills and a credit card from the rear seat. Take it, take the money and go quick. Unresolvable emotions brewed in Ji Hanjun's eyes. He silently stood there without speaking or reaching out. His collar was suddenly yanked upwards, and the person before started rudely tapping his face with the bills. This amount is enough for you to buy a luxury car and a villa. Don't act arrogant when given a chance. Still no words. Zhe furrowed his eyebrows, some disdain creeping into his eyes as he gripped the collar even tighter, pulling the person closer. His tone had a hint of annoyance. Are you mute? What do you want if you don't want money? Suddenly, the person before grasped his hand holding the money, eyes filled with danger, gradually closing in. With the car behind him, Zhe, gripping his collar, was forced to retreat, while his other hand remained trapped. You. Ji Hanjun suddenly leaned down, his massive shadow enveloping Zhe. There was a maniacal madness in the smile at the corner of his lips. I want you. In a seductive voice, I want my young master. The gaze was like a predator's, Zhe had never seen anyone so crazily perverted before. And his name? Ji Hanjun. Zhe raised her eyes to look at him. Though doubts lingered in her heart, familiarity prompted him to say these words. Will you buy me teddy bears? A soft laugh echoed in his ears. The captured hand was released and stretched toward the back of his head, removing the mask from his face. Of course, not just teddy bears, but also me. A familiar face, handsome yet obedient. It had grown beyond its youthful innocence, becoming more alluring and refined, dignified yet rebellious. This face, he could only see it in dreams before. The intense gaze made Shinzei feel as though everything about him was laid bare. Hashtag 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 hashtag, stop looking. Shinzei loosened the grip on his collar, pushing him away, his expression turning cold with some disdain. And don't kiss me. Impossible. He didn't just want to kiss, he wanted to hug. Thinking of the old days, his throat tightened slightly, his voice hoarse. Besides kissing, can we do something else? Not. Mockery filled Shinzei's eyes. His eyes swept from top to bottom across Ji Hanjun and shoved the money into his collar. Arrogant and haughty tone. Hashtag 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 hashtag, unconditional obedience. Can you achieve that? He had been someone who watched his young master secretly from the shadows since childhood. Absolute submission came naturally to him. After all, if he desired, the young master could do whatever he wished to him. If he didn't, no one could control him. I'll listen to whatever the young master commands. I am the private possession of the young master. Was in the past, now, and forever will be. Shinzei shot him a glance, feeling strange about those words but also finding nothing inappropriate. Dayu Saiko, Chichi, let's go home. Behind the pillar near the main gate, that pink princess dress had already peeked out long ago. Even more noticeable were the 4 bodyguards, large and bulky figures who didn't even bother hiding. Annoying, we've been found by my brother. Shinchichi rose from behind the pillar, glaring somewhat angrily at those 4 bodyguards. How dare they not hide with her, deduct their salary once they return home. Shinzei got into the car and closed the door, ignoring Ji Hanjun. The 4 bodyguards also climbed into the car behind, one of them coming over to drive, giving Ji Hanjun a glance. Are all psychopaths this handsome these days? Shinchichi was about to get in too. As she passed Ji Hanjun, she brushed against him, turned back, and gave him a mysterious smile. The car started up, and after it drove off, Ji Hanjun reached out. It was something Shinchichi had slipped to him. There was also a note on it. To my future brother-in-law, this is my brother's room key. Back home, Shinzei felt a bit drowsy. The 2 of them had just entered the living room when they saw 2 people sitting on the sofa drinking tea and chatting. Chu Chen. How did you come here? Shinzei walked over, puzzled as to why Chu Chen would visit his home. Seeing Shinzei return, Chu Chen's eyes lit up as he handed him a gift box on the table. This is for you, Shinzei. The gift box was elegant and beautiful, clearly very expensive, with a black silk leather exterior. Shinzei opened it. Inside was a pendant necklace with a teddy bear pattern. It was handmade from black end grain hemp rope, with a sparkling diamond-encrusted teddy bear head pendant. A dazzling little bear. He liked it. I'll put it on you. Chu Chen was delighted, especially with the gleam in his eyes. He knew Shinzei would definitely like it. Carefully, the necklace was taken out and gently placed around Shinzei's neck. It sparkled brilliantly. Thank you. Shinzei couldn't help but touch it, unable to hide his affection. This necklace was something Chu Chen had purchased at an auction abroad. Though simple, its materials were rare. He had always wanted to give it to Shinzei, but upon returning, he only received terrible news. Shinchichi looked deeply at Chu Chen by her side. In her eyes, she saw her brother's figure. What's going on? Who is this person? Why does it feel like he has a special connection to her brother? Lu Yuan laughed joyfully on the couch. In her heart, her child's happiness was more important than anything. This kid should be Xiao Zei's friend from before, perhaps even a secret admirer. Shinzei looked up and met his gaze, thinking there wasn't any suitable gift to return. Chu Chen understood his thoughts and quickly explained. It's a present I wanted to give you, so you don't need to give me anything in return. We've only known each other for a short while, yet you've given me this gift. Thank you, I really like it. The necklace was too dazzling, wearing it would definitely draw attention on the road. Deep down, he felt genuine happiness, and Chu Chen's ears turned red. I'm glad you like it. He changed his explosive temper, learned how to manage the company, and started understanding his preferences. Starting anew, will he have a chance? Chapter 116, He is a fraud. Brother, wearing a necklace on the road will be unsafe for boys. Shinchichi had been in Shinzei's room, refusing to leave and not letting him wear the necklace. If only the man who gave this necklace had arrived earlier. She had already set her sights on Ji Hanjun. The girl beside him was making unreasonable demands, pulling his arm in coquetry to stop him from wearing it. Shinzei had no patience left due to her antics. She came in just after he finished bathing without even drying his hair. Chichi, stop being unreasonable. No, brother. A person can't be too timed. Don't you like Ji Hanjun? Then you shouldn't accept gifts from others. That's true. He only thought about Ji Hanjun. Thinking of Ji Hanjun, Shinzei picked up his phone and went to the balcony to make a call. On the other end of the phone, Gu Qing was tied to a chair, watching the phone ring but unable to answer. Sister. Let me go. Az is calling me. Tied too tightly, he couldn't break free, with his wrists chafed raw. Gu Lizing looked at him coldly, surprised by how bold Gu Qing had become, daring to do such a thing. Gu Qing, I am deeply disappointed in you. Gu Qing's eyes widened as he saw Gu Lizing press the answer button right in front of him. Ji Hanjun, are you busy today? The voice from the other side of the phone was familiar to her. Because it was so familiar and they were good friends, she didn't want Gu Qing to delay the other person any longer. I'm Gu Qing's girlfriend. Shenzhe froze, checking the phone number again and again, making sure he hadn't dialed the wrong number. I'm looking for Ji Hanjun. Gu Qing's eyes turned bloodshot. His mouth was tightly covered by someone else, leaving him no choice but to listen helplessly to the voice over the phone. The owner of the number you're calling is Gu Qing. Gu Qing is the person you call Ji Hanjun. He's pretending just to humor you. Do you understand? And I'm Gu Qing's girlfriend. Please don't call here anymore. The female voice was icy and decisive. The call ended, Shenzhe was dazed for a long time. The hearing aid he took off during his bath was placed on the table. For fear of not hearing clearly, he had taken it closer, pressing it against his left ear. It wasn't Ji Hanjun. It was someone named Gu Qing. So where was his Ji Hanjun? His heart felt constricted, his right ear losing its sense of hearing while his whole body went cold. When he woke up, Ji Hanjun was by his side. He accompanied him when he got injections, took medicine, and went for regular checkups. Although his temper seemed a little different and contrary to his memories, Shenzhe simply couldn't recall his face. Then who was Ji Hanjun? Had he been abandoned? The person beside him was an imposter, hence the strange temper, the hostility, and even Chi-Chi saying that he was a fraud. Shen Chi-Chi hadn't heard the content of the call and continued grumbling in bed. Discovering that her brother was ignoring her made her angrier. Bad brother. Shen Chi-Chi left, leaving Shenzhe all alone in the room. He had a headache. Thinking about past events made his head hurt. Shenzhe shook his head slightly, not bothering to dry his wet hair and diving into the covers, feeling heartache. Where was the real Ji Hanjun? Could it be that pervert with the same name? A sharp pain pierced through his chest, making him feel as if he'd fallen into a freezing ice cellar, something very important missing from his heart. By midnight, Shenzhe still hadn't slept. He'd stopped taking his medication, which was why his mother allowed him to return home. The night was pitch black, the room silent, yet nothing could fill the emptiness inside him. Shenzhe got up, rummaging through the bedside drawer for his diary, switching on the night lamp in the dark. Under the dim light, the diary was filled with accounts of what happened since he woke up, dreams he'd had, and even everything he could recall about Ji Hanjun. This was because he feared forgetting after taking the medication. Time passed slowly, Shenzhe sat on the carpet beside the bed and under the glow of the night lamp, reading from start to finish deeply and attentively. As he read aloud, tears fell. From the clear memories upon waking up, things gradually grew vague. What did Ji Hanjun look like? Why couldn't he remember? The more intense his emotions became, the worse his headache worsened, prompting him to quickly retrieve some medicine from the cabinet. Not knowing why, Shenzhe violently threw the medicine bottle away, letting it hit the ground and scatter. No. He wouldn't take it. It would make him forget. Even if it killed him from pain, he wouldn't take it. Shenzhe comforted himself, desperately clutching his head. Right now, he didn't have his teddy bear or the person who was once familiar to him. He just embraced the pillow and lay face down by the edge of the bed. Ji Hanjun, I've forgotten your face. Would you blame me? I miss you. In a daze, someone was kissing his face, tickling him. Shenzhe opened his eyes to find the room bright. He was lying in bed with his hand held by someone else. Lost in thought, he remained motionless. A warm hand touched his forehead gently as the person next to him stared deeply at him. Master, does your head still hurt? That pervert. How did he get in? Ji Hanjun looked at him with concern. He had been outside, and at 3 a.m., Shen Chi-Chi had opened the door for him. She sent a message saying that her brother was crying, she had heard it. His mind was still unclear, and the inexplicable emotions made his temper irritable, making him want to lash out. Get out. The person beside him didn't move, gazing at him deeply with tender and sympathetic eyes. Shenzhe sat up, grabbing the pillow and throwing it at him. His mood was unstable, and his face was pale. Get out. As long as you're happy, I'll accept whatever beating you give me. Thinking about how this guy had kissed him yesterday and today sneaked into his room, he felt angry. Shenzhe frowned, instinctively raising his hand to slap him but hesitated midair. He had been like this when he woke up from his illness, irritable, terrible, and unpleasant. No one could stand him. His chest ached tightly. Feeling powerless, he dropped his hand and glanced at his palm with an ugly scar. He should deal with his bad moods on his own instead of always lashing out at others. But he couldn't control himself. In the next moment, a sharp sound rang beside him. Shenzhe looked up in shock. Ignoring Shenzhe's shocked gaze, Ji Hanjun tilted his head slightly, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and raised his hand again with force. What's gotten into you? Shenzhe hurriedly extended both hands to grab his, preventing him from hitting again. Why was this person hitting himself? Ji Hanjun curved his eyebrows, reverently holding Shenzhe's injured hand and pressing it against his cheek. He rubbed it slightly. Master, you care about me. With deep devotion and endless love, he pressed his face into Shenzhe's palm. For a fleeting second, the image before him seemed to merge with a dream, disappearing instantly. Just an illusion. His heart pounded wildly, his nose tingled, and the misty haze blurred his vision of the person before him. Ji Hanjun moved closer, gently wiping away the falling tears, kissing and comforting him softly. Master, aren't you starting to care about me? As soon as the words were spoken, the person suddenly turned away, pridefully avoiding his gentle kiss, which landed by his ear instead. Please remember me quickly. Unfortunately, since it was close to his right ear, Shenzai couldn't hear anything at all. Sniffing, Shenzai dodged his kisses, and scolding him harshly came out in broken tones. Don't kiss me, you die-hard pervert, I hate you. The teary voice was soft, completely devoid of malice. Master hates me, and I'm so happy. The former master also used to say he hated him, and he had always liked that feeling of being hated by master. Because hating is also an emotion. Shenzai turned his face, confused why this man was still smiling even though he had said he hated him. I said I hate you, get out. I'll leave once you make me cry. Shenzai froze, wondering if he had heard wrong, his tear-filled eyes questioning. What did you say? The other smiled crazily, blood trickling down his lips, giving him a deranged look. His lips parted slightly, staring straight into Shenzai's eyes with endless possession. I said. Cry me out. Chapter 117, Tears Hurt. Why do you make me cry? Shenzai's eyes were red, the beautiful ripples in his eyes still holding back tears, as he genuinely couldn't understand what he meant. Outside, the sunlight shone on the two of them, a peaceful passage of time. Ji Hanjun gazed at him deeply. Because master used to enjoy watching me cry. In the past. A sudden memory surfaced, two figures facing each other in the garden. The handsome shorter boy looked down arrogantly at the person in front of him, his eyes red with resentment as tears fell. Why don't you cry when I tell you to? Didn't you say you would obey me in everything? The boy leaned down and wiped away his tears, coaxing gently. Why must you always make me cry? Does master enjoy seeing me cry? The little master sniffed and looked up at him. Because it says in books that boys' tears are aphrodisiacs. Poof, Ji Hanjun laughed, wiping away his tears with the pad of his finger, and then asked in return. Why does master cry then? Because you won't cry, so you make me cry. I don't like crying, but master's tears are my aphrodisiac. Shenzai was deeply moved inside, his gaze fixed on Ji Hanjun's eyebrows and eyes, trying hard to remember his face. He couldn't recall. Ji Hanjun knew it was hard for Ace to remember, and it wasn't his fault. It was his own mistake not to let him go alone to pick up Tuan Tuan. Ji Hanjun's gaze softened, and he got up and suddenly left the room, not knowing where he went. Watching him leave from sight, Shenzai felt an inexplicable sense of panic rise in his heart. As he just lifted the blanket to get out of bed, his legs went weak, almost causing him to fall, when someone outside came in again. The man was holding a box, looking at him getting out of bed. He approached, knelt down, and slipped slippers onto his feet. Seeing the person come back, Shenzai shouted at him loudly. Why did you go out just now? Were you trying to run away? Shenzai defiantly kicked off the slippers he had put on, stood up barefoot, and kicked the box he placed aside far away. The look of disdain and despair exploded with bad emotions. You're called Ji Hanjun, he's also called Ji Hanjun, seemingly respectful to me on the surface, but who knows how much they curse me behind my back. They say I have a bad temper, say I'm wicked, say people like me shouldn't exist in this world. I didn't ask you guys to save me, I should have drowned in the sea. My existence is a mistake. Forgetting isn't my intention. Did Chi Chi give you money to get close to me? Money, right? I'll give it to you, all of it. Shenzai bent over and opened the cabinet, pulling out stacks of banknotes, bank cards, and properties under his name. He threw everything on Ji Hanjun. With tears in his eyes, an overwhelming rush of emotion surged, and he strode past Ji Hanjun towards the table in the room filled with treasured items. He pushed the models on the table to the ground, scattering everything onto the floor. Several beautiful crystal models and glassware shattered, breaking into pieces. Sharp fragments littered the floor around his feet. Taking even a small step forward could drive a piece into his foot. His unstable emotions without medication meant that after losing his temper, he wouldn't eat for days, falling back into self-loathing. So when they woke up, they assumed Gu Qing disguised as Ji Hanjun to comfort him. Lu Yuan and Shinchichi stood by the door, stopping their steps upon hearing the sounds inside. Shinchichi wept as she looked at Lu Yuan, a question she'd long wondered about ever since she was young. Why do I have a brother but mother never brought him back earlier? Lu Yuan's eyes held sadness, clenching her fists tightly and then helplessly letting them go. If she had brought Xiaoza back to be with her, the old members of the Shen family would have taken action against Yumin and harmed their only son. Yumin was never able to truly see Xiaoza before his death. She thought Yang Muqing might at least treat Xiaoza well. In the end, all of this was entirely her fault. Shinchichi gripped Lu Yuan's hand. Mommy, did Daddy know about brother's existence? He knew, and Daddy loved you both dearly. The shards on the ground reflected the light. Ji Hanjun slowly approached him, soothing him gently. Master is the best in the world, please stay still, will you wait for me? Even though the person in front of him was so close, Ji Hanjun felt as if they were separated by a vast ocean. Without security or support, as lost his temper. Shenzei's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his cheeks as he stared at the broken pieces on the floor. The next second, he raised his foot. Don't move. I beg you. Ji Hanjuan's eyes reddened, and he shouted loudly for Shenzei not to step forward, as his heart ached suddenly. Watching the foot suspended in midair before retreating, Ji Hanjun was still shaken with fear inside. Ji Hanjun quickly walked towards the box that had been kicked far away earlier. Inside the box was a small brown teddy bear. It was the bear Ace had hugged for years, never replacing even after changing so many other bears. Tears splashed onto the brown doll, staining it with a darker color as Ji Hanjun hoarsely moved closer. Do you remember? I bought this doll for you while working part-time. You said it was as ugly as me, but you still hugged it every day. Your existence has never been a mistake. You are the light in my darkness, something I want but can't touch. If you don't like me, I can disappear. Please, just don't move forward. Let me come closer to you, alright? You're the best. You're the only reason I keep living. The desperate cries of the person in front of him caused a flood of tears to well up and stream down Shenzei's face as he gradually approached. Shenzei stared at Ji Hanjuan's tears, feeling them sear into his heart. As Ji Hanjun noticed Shenzei in a daze, he threw the bear onto the bed and rushed over through the shards of glass, tightly embracing Shenzei. The body in his arms was warm and soft. Ji Hanjun buried his head, hugging him tightly as he cried silently. Hot tears dropped one by one onto Shenzei's neck, rippling endlessly within his heart. A hand reached out beside his face, gently wiping away his tears. The voice sounded familiar, making him yearn. Ji Hanjun, you're crying. Shenzei raised his hand to wipe his tears, yet they only seemed to flow more abundantly. An inexplicable emotion became clearer within him. Shenzei also began to cry alongside Ji Hanjun, his tone filled with grievance. Turns out the book was wrong, your tears make my heart ache so much. Shenzei calmed down with Ji Hanjuan's comfort, stabilizing his mood. Outside, the doctor had already waited for a long time. Master, let's have an injection of sedative so you can sleep well. The man in the white coat bent down to console him, his syringe ready. Shenzei sat stiffly on the edge of the bed hugging the bear, confused and disoriented. He didn't protest when he heard about the injection as he usually would. Raising his head, he glanced at the group standing next to the doctor. Shenzei slowly pointed towards Ji Hanjun, his voice weak, his exquisite eyebrows misty. I want Ji Hanjun to hold me during the injection. The sedative worked the same as always, causing him to fall asleep within a few minutes with the usual heavy dosage. Ji Hanjun patted the bear in his hands, placing it on the bedside cabinet, then followed Lu Yuan outside. The living room was very quiet. Lu Yuan looked at him deeply. You've seen Xiao's condition. Emotional issues have always been a potential problem. I've made an appointment with a better psychiatrist. Perhaps I shouldn't have brought him back in the first place. Ji Hanjun remained silent, incessantly touching the ring on his finger, feeling distressed inside. How long can you wait for him, Ji Hanjun? I'll wait however long it takes. I'm willing to wait until death. Chapter 118, Caught the Light. He had done something bad again. The video on the computer clearly showed a person who was asleep, looking beautiful and obedient, yet with more signs of damage than before. This time, Xiaoxiong really had been fitted with a camera, along with an even more detailed tracker. The red dot on the screen was his final assurance, his lifeline. Ji Hanjun took a harsh drag on his cigarette, the gloominess and illness in his eyes growing stronger, becoming even crazier in the darkness. In the next moment, he pressed the unextinguished cigarette butt against a scar on his wrist. The burning sensation became increasingly painful, but it paled in comparison to the heartache and uncontrollable madness he felt. He couldn't bear to have Ace leave him. If he did, Ji Hanjun would really die. What if after the treatment, Ace wouldn't remember him at all, or worse, would never come back? Perhaps those living in darkness should not yearn for light. Ji Hanjun lay back, gazing at the bright and dazzling lights on the ceiling. He instinctively stretched out his hand. So warm, yet so unreachable. Shenzei woke up in the evening, finding himself lying inside a business car, Shen Chi sitting by his side. His head was dizzy, and the sky outside had already darkened. Where are we going? Where's mommy? Shenzei opened his mouth, his voice hoarse from disuse, receiving no response. He sat up and looked around. Where was Ji Hanjun? Shen Chi tightened her grip on her dress, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window as the car sped towards the airport. Shenzei's body felt weak, and he laid back down. His hand touched a soft object nearby. He picked it up. It was the plush teddy bear from that morning. Some fragments came back to him, though they were still scattered. While most were jumbled, he remembered a bit about how Ji Hanjun forgot about him. Did he get angry? Did he dislike him? He thought he caused trouble that morning again. Shenzei hugged the teddy bear tightly, clearly able to smell its fragrance. It smelled wonderful. He deeply inhaled several times and soon felt his eyelids become heavy, almost too heavy to open. The car raced down the road while the driver focused intently on driving, seemingly unaware of the few cars following closely behind. At a turning point, the car slowed down momentarily, allowing the two vehicles trailing them to zoom past and drift to a halt, cutting them off. These two cars blocked the entire road sideways. The driver was startled, quickly braking to avoid a collision, coming to a steady stop just before hitting the frontmost vehicle. Damn, does this person want to die? What do they want? Cursing under his breath, the driver stepped out of the car, only to be immediately pinned onto the hood by a group of people rushing toward him. Likewise, the bodyguards in the back were trapped inside the car by a force 3 times their number. Shen Chi saw so many people, so many cars, and instinctively feared that a mafia gang had arrived to hijack them. A figure stepped out from the leading vehicle, opening the rear door with a respectful bow. Ji Hanjun stood tall before the car, his eyes deep and shadowed with obsession and madness. His tall stature made him stand out in the night. The moon hung high in the sky. He lifted his hand, extending his palm, then tightly clenched it shut. Nothing was untouchable. He insisted on keeping someone within reach of his arms. Darkness may long for light. Those who choose to stay in the shadows either haven't met their light, or willingly remain entrapped. His light was right there beside him, why would he let go? Ever since he was 7 years old, he had been together with Ace. They grew up together, and Ji Hanjun wasn't about to give Ace up easily, not for anyone or anything. Shenzai, caught off guard by the sudden stop, almost fell off his seat. Dazed, he hugged the bear and opened his eyes. It was so quiet, had the car stopped. Suddenly, the car door was flung open. Shenzai turned his head, and their eyes locked. When their gazes collided, Ji Hanjuan's eyes were dark, fierce, dangerous, and completely obsessed with possession. Shenzai slightly startled as the person beside him bent down and lunged toward him. His breath was stolen, and the bear slipped from his hands as he tried to push him away but was firmly grasped. Instead of resisting, he faced even fiercer plundering. Wait. Shen Chi had been terrified earlier. Seeing this scene, she gasped, holding her breath and staring wide-eyed at the two people. Her fingers reached the phone, and she quickly raised it to capture the two individuals. Ji Hanjun noticed the phone, raising his hand to pinch Shenzai's chin more forcefully, glaring fiercely at the device. Shen Chi covered her mouth on the side, feeling a little embarrassed yet unable to look away. Especially after seeing Ji Hanjuan's eyes, she felt like she'd been targeted by a rabid dog. My goodness, this man is completely crazy. Shenzai's face flushed crimson, his head spinning even more. His eyes gradually clouded over with mist. Tears were wiped away, and the feeling of being plundered dissipated. Shenzai, tears welling up in his eyes, breathed heavily as his hands were still tightly held. We're going home, back to our home. Ji Hanjun loosened his grip, took off his coat, and wrapped it snugly around Shenzai. He bent down, cradled the back of his knees, and firmly carried him out of the car. Wait. You can't take my brother away. Shen Chi shouted urgently as Ji Hanjun was about to leave with her brother. She couldn't possibly explain this to her mom. Ji Hanjun tightened his embrace, stopped upon hearing her words, and turned slightly, his gaze crazed and dangerous, filled with ferocity. So terrifying. Shen Chi instinctively drew back her neck and picked up the teddy bear left behind in the car, stammering. Big brother. Forgot, the bear. Ignoring her completely, Ji Hanjun carried Shenzai away. Nearby, the butler tactfully took the teddy bear and smiled kindly. Miss Shen, don't worry. The Su family fleet will ensure your safe return home. But she wasn't worried about herself. She was worried about her brother. Then promise me he won't hurt my brother. Shen Chi grabbed the butler's sleeve, tearful eyes expressing an urgent tone. Don't hurt my brother, he's sick. Rest assured, Miss Shen, the young master was also raised by me. He had worked for the Su family his entire life, carefully attending to the young master since the day of his birth. A flower needs meticulous care to bloom extravagantly. The little master used to enjoy following him around when he first learned how to walk and talk, always calling him Grandpa Butler. Shenzai felt dizzy as he was carried and placed into another car. Being held, covered in the familiar-smelling coat, he rested his cheek against Ji Hanjuan's neck and could hear his heartbeat. So warm. Shenzai extended his hand, hugging his neck willingly and burying his face deeper before drifting off into a deep sleep. His breathing became even. Ji Hanjun held onto him possessively, clutching his shoulders even tighter, locking him in an unbreakable embrace. He truly was mad, he needed pathological love to heal his own diseased heart. He didn't know if this was selfishness or not, but he just couldn't let go. The warmth of light. Now, he had tightly hugged it close to his chest. They safely arrived at their home, Ji Hanjun and A's home, brimming with memories. Carrying Shenzai upstairs, Ji Hanjun entered the once cold room which now finally felt warm. He'd already sent someone earlier to purchase more bears, more flowers, and also a diamond necklace he'd bought 2 years ago. It cost a fortune, being one of a kind in the world. Shenzai might not like it, but anything unique belonged to A's. If A's didn't like it, he would take it apart and throw the pieces at him one by one, and he'd be willing. With bloodshot eyes, Ji Hanjun knelt by the bedside, trembling hands retrieving what he'd taken from the drawer moments ago. Cold, icy cool. Hands shaking uncontrollably, tears falling on his wrist where the bracelet clasped. I'm sorry, I can't lose you. Kneeling until his knees ached, Ji Hanjun then stood and went downstairs, stepping out to return to the Su residence to pick up the cat. Time ticked by slowly, the clock ticking loudly. Shenzhe gradually opened his eyes, waking up after some time. Instinctively raising his right hand to rub his eyes, the cold sensation startled him. Looking at the object around his wrist, Shenzhe reflected thoughtfully, realizing its connection to the bedhead. Next to the bedside table, the dazzling glow of the diamond necklace caught his attention under the lamplight. However, what caught his eye even more was a silver ring beside it. Attracted, Shenzhe sat up and reached out to touch it. Its shiny surface bore a small bear design. He liked it. Chapter 119, Why Are My Eyes Covered? The weather today was pleasant, but it was indeed a bit hot. The air conditioning in the room was set too low. Shenzhe dozed off again later and woke up feeling cold. Something on his wrist made a sound, but this time he found everything before his eyes pitch black. What? His eyes were covered by a piece of black fabric, depriving him of his vision. Cold. Let me hold you. A man's voice, deep and hoarse, deliberately slowed down its tone, restrained yet gentle. Shenzhe frowned. Not being able to see made him feel very insecure. When he lifted his hand in an attempt to take it off, it was caught. Hearing the movement nearby, it seemed like someone lay beside him, pulling the blanket and embracing him into their arms. Why is my eyes covered? Shenzhe was very confused. As he struggled a bit, he was embraced even tighter. The warm lips seemed to press against his ear, making him subconsciously turn his head. Do you know who I am? Left ear could hear the man's words, but they sounded faint without hearing aids. Shenzhe pursed his lips and quietly tried to remove the hand around his waist, his tone flat. You're a pervert. Ji Hanjun tightly hugged him, cradling him into his chest. After several years, the boy hadn't grown much taller, but had only gotten thinner. Calling him a pervert or insane didn't matter as long as the person was by his side. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet for a while. Shenzhe tried many times to take off the thing over his eyes, but all his attempts ended up in vain. What are you going to do? Locking me up is enough, why covering my eyes? Do you think I don't know it's you? Ji Hanjun. The person in his arms was getting a little mad. Ji Hanjun narrowed his eyes slightly, grabbed his waist, and bit his neck as if punishing him lightly. The tone of the person next to him was crazily dark, think ###. I always #########. Words filled with innuendo and obvious hints. Though his brain seemed to stall for a moment, unable to see anything, he still raised his hand to hit the person hugging him nearby purely based on sensation. His hand was easily caught. Ji Hanjun's lips curved with a smile. Although his eyes were covered and couldn't see him, if he could see, he would immediately look into the wildly possessive eyes of Ji Hanjun. His wrist was pulled to the mouth and brought under the nose where it was heavily sniffed. Smells so good. There was a tinge of arousal in Ji Hanjun's eyes. With fondness and intensity in his gaze. Master, do you want to ##########? Shenzhe could clearly feel the heavier breathing of the person nearby. Even what they said seemed to carry some kind of magic. Guiding him deeper and deeper into it. He knew there was only one Ji Hanjun. Though certain, his memory about their stories was still vague. I'll make Master remember, but even if not, it doesn't matter. I have plenty of time and energy, allowing Master to only remember me from now on. The warm breath sprinkled on his face, making his heart tremble, inadvertently adding a sense of panic to his tone. Shenzhe lowered his voice to calm him down. You're Ji Hanjun, I remember. Let me go first. The person next to him softly murmured, like whispers from hell, deeply obsessed. If I knew Master would forget me after something happened, I shouldn't have let go back then. Lock me up, seeing each other every day, how romantic that would be, Master. I live just to own you. Remembering was false, stabilizing him was the truth. While Ji Hanjun kept talking, leaning close to his left ear, again and again. It was passionate and seductive. Since Shenzhe fundamentally had no way to take off what was covering his eyes, deprived of his five senses, he could only listen through his left ear. As the words got more explicit later, becoming increasingly inappropriate, Shenzhe, his ears turning red, yelled at him angrily. Shut up. Stop talking. Hurry up and let me go. Or I will kill you. It seemed like the person beside him laughed. His wrist and waist were freed, and the person who was hugging him got off the bed and came around. Shenzhe hadn't fully grasped the situation when the quilt was pulled away and the person by the bed leaned over and picked him up. Hold me tight. The voice was somewhat soft, almost indistinguishable. The tall man, seeing his lack of reaction, curved his lips upward, then cruelly let go of his hands. Seeming like he was about to fall, the person in his arms hastily embraced his neck. Ji Hanjun's laughter was wild. It was effortless for him to single-handedly pick him up, while the other ######################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################## His arm tightened with effort, clinging to his shoulders, scared yet holding on firmly. Shense's heart pounded chaotically as he realized Ji Hanjun was deliberately trying to scare him. He hugged tightly and bit down hard on the other shoulder. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth as he bit with force. A hand reached from behind and gently massaged his head. Good boy. This sharp pain ensured that Shense could clearly feel it wasn't a dream. Unable to see, Shense angrily released his bite, finding blood staining his lips which were tenderly wiped away by Ji Hanjun's fingertips. The object around his right wrist was both thin and long, but it didn't prevent him from moving freely while Ji Hanjun carried him around the large bedroom for washing up. The blindfold covering his eyes had yet to be removed, making him dependent entirely on the person beside him for everything. After helping Shense wash up, Ji Hanjun opened the lock attached to the nightstand and clipped the other end onto his own wrist. If too long, he simply coiled it around his arm, carrying Shense downstairs without ever taking off the blindfold from his eyes. Despite the darkness, Shense felt himself being placed onto a chair, detecting an inviting aroma. Raising his right hand to remove the fabric from his eyes, his wrist was suddenly yanked, stopping his action. If master doesn't behave, I'll get angry. Ji Hanjun cheerfully played with the thing tied around his own wrist. His tone sinister, his eyes crazed and deranged. Knowing he couldn't provoke this lunatic due to his blindness and lack of leverage, Shense kept quiet. Miraculously, the breakfast suited his tastes perfectly, so he obediently stayed seated in the chair while someone patiently fed him spoonful after spoonful. Incapable of seeing, warm milk was handed to him, alongside dumplings skillfully fed into his mouth. All these dishes were flavors he favored. Each time, someone carefully blew on the food before feeding it to him. Ji Hanjun leaned down to peel a shrimp, dipping the ready shrimp meat into vinegar before offering it to Shense's mouth. Sniffing, Shense caught a whiff of dry mustard mixed with vinegar. Opening his mouth, he accepted the shrimp offered to him. Delicious. The shrimp was tender, slightly sweet, the mustard not overpowering, blending harmoniously with the sourness of the vinegar, greatly enhancing his appetite. Ji Hanjun knew Shense liked his shrimp dipped in mustard vinegar, a combination many disliked due to the pungency of the mustard. But ever since childhood, Shense enjoyed eating like this, a touch of mustard combined with vinegar. Ji Hanjun's fingers still retained the warmth of touching Shense's lips moments ago, so he picked up a napkin to wipe Shense's mouth clean. Is it delicious? With a piece of black cloth covering his sight, Shense's lower face appeared delicate and beautiful, sitting in the chair as he nodded quietly. The shiny silver bracelet around his wrist was padded with soft cloth, preventing any injury to his skin. Compared to before, Shense was undeniably much thinner, clearly having neglected meals properly. Gazing at him with increasingly profound eyes, Ji Hanjun eventually settled his gaze upon Shense's lips. After we finish eating, can master feed me as well? Chapter 120, Thoughts of the Young Master. Shense vaguely heard, catching the words but not quite understanding them. Ji Hanjun, seeing him ignore him, fed him a few more bites until the person on the chair turned his head away, claiming he could eat no more. The fruit served after the meal was also barely touched with only a couple of bites taken. There was still much food left on the table. Shense, having just eaten his fill, felt someone approach him. Ji Hanjun pulled him up from the chair, wrapped an arm around his waist, and drew him into an embrace. Feeling full, Shense didn't want to be held and struggled, but found himself gripped even tighter. His tone grew increasingly impatient. Don't hold me. Uncomfortable sitting on his lap, he squirmed, and suddenly his earlobe was bitten as if in punishment. Feed me. It was a demand, firm and unyielding. What was Ji Hanjun supposed to feed him with when he couldn't see and his eyes were still covered? A shrimp was brought to his mouth, but he had already eaten enough and didn't wish to consume any more. Listen to me, young master, open your mouth. Or I will lose my mind. Though his voice remained calm, it carried clear undertones of madness and menace. Blindfolded and his wrists bound, all Shense could do now was rely on Ji Hanjun. Was he angry because he had forgotten about him? After some thought, Shense opened his mouth and took in the shrimp, only for his chin to be lifted immediately afterward, breath hot and heavy above him. Like snatching food from the tiger's jaws. Not only did Ji Hanjun snatch the shrimp, but he kissed him passionately for a while before reluctantly letting go. It tastes good, what the young master feeds me is always the best. The deep, obsessive voice by his ear made the arms around his waist tighten even further. What a psychopath. Feeling movement beside him, Ji Hanjun seemed ready to press down again. Shense tightly shut his lips, freed his chin from Ji Hanjun's grasp, and angrily turned his head away. Even though his eyes were covered, Ji Hanjun could tell that Shense's eyes were blushing red, filled with anger. When kissed too harshly, those beautiful rippling eyes would glisten, and tears would make them even more enchanting. A black blindfold on that pure white, delicate face created such striking contrast, and his blush spread all the way from his neck to behind his ears, a tempting allure. Beautiful. Fingers pressed gently onto his lips, causing Shense's gaze to grow darker and more intense, never breaking eye contact. Inside, Shense was seething with rage, his face burning, especially recalling that kiss moments ago. It brought a flush of embarrassment. Hiss. Being suddenly bitten elicited sharp pain, making Ji Hanjun's eyes deepen even further. Like a cat. Bite elsewhere. So adorable. Temperamental like a little kitten. This was the lively Shinzei he knew. Once he had finished biting, Shinzei loosened his mouth and instinctively grabbed Ji Hanjun's collar. I order you. Untie me. Ji Hanjun chuckled softly, allowing Shinzei to clutch his collar while lightly squeezing the hand that encircled Shinzei's waist. For a moment, the atmosphere became quiet. Plead with me, young master. If I'm pleased, I'll grant whatever the young master wishes to do. Plead? He'd never plead with anyone, people had always pleaded with him since childhood. Dream on. If anyone pleads, it will be you pleading with me. Gripping the collar even harder, Ji Hanjun's expression remained unchanged, stubbornness evident as his voice grew hoarse. Please, young master, soothe me. Plead with me, okay? The person before him leaned closer, foreheads touching, tips of their noses brushing against each other. Shinzei startled momentarily and pushed him hard, trying to escape Ji Hanjun's embrace. In the process, the black blindfold suddenly loosened and fell. Dazzling light flooded in, blinding him temporarily. A hand gently covered his eyes, shielding him from the glaring brightness. Open slowly, take your time. Clearly, he could feel the light tremor of lashes fluttering, ticklish in the palm of his hand, but more so a peculiar itch resonating within his heart. Still adjusting to the bright light, his head was gently tucked into the crook of Ji Hanjun's neck, and he was suddenly picked up. Ji Hanjun carried him upstairs, where Shinzei blinked and looked up at the entranceway layout. Such a familiar feeling. Back in the bedroom, Ji Hanjun carefully placed him on the edge of the bed, once again binding his hand securely to the headboard. Shinzei frowned deeply, staring at the restraints with disdain. Why don't you untie my hands? Because the young master might run away. The person knelt down on one knee, gently massaging his feet before slipping socks over them. Zay disliked wearing shoes, but this way his feet wouldn't get cold. In his eyes twinkled mischief. Suddenly lifting his foot, he stepped on Ji Hanjun's hand, voice fierce. Untie me. Otherwise, I'll crush your hand. And indeed, beneath his foot, there was a subtle attempt to exert more pressure. Ji Hanjun looked up, excitement and love shining in his eyes. His lips parted slightly. Let me ### young master, and I'll untie you. What a psychopath. Shinzei's handsome face flushed with embarrassment and anger as he raised his hand and slapped Ji Hanjun across the face. Seeing Ji Hanjun's face turn from the slap, Shinzei narrowed his eyes maliciously and added more force to the foot pressing down on Ji Hanjun's hand. I order you to untie me. Not showing any anger, Ji Hanjun smiled happily instead. He gently caught Shinzei's hand and brought it to his lips. Azay. His gaze was filled with aggression and gloom as he stared straight at Shinzei before stealing a kiss. You. What are you doing? Let go. Shinzei's eyes widened in panic, especially at the piercing look that made him unable to meet Ji Hanjun's gaze directly. He tried to pull his hand back but it was held too tightly, feeling warmth spread over his palm. Young master. Ji Hanjun gazed at Shinzei intently, taking a deep breath. Is it okay, young master? Azay. Likes. Just like before. Watching this person become increasingly infatuated, Shinzei shouted in refusal. Not allowed. Even releasing his foot from where it had been stepping on Ji Hanjun's hand, Shinzei still couldn't pull his hand free despite using all his strength. All he could do was glare furiously at Ji Hanjun. This beautiful yet rebellious person stared at him with angry little eyes and red lips over white teeth. So enticing. Shinzei felt alarmed. Why were such thoughts filling his mind? How could he be so perverted? Why not, young master doesn't want to. Think of what? His illness treatment these past few years had left him without any mood for such things. Not even when the fake Ji Hanjun wanted to kiss him would he allow it. And now, this pervert had already kissed him at the banquet after he came back. I don't want to. If you're uncomfortable, go take a shower. Ji Hanjun sounded hurt, but his intentions were still set on not letting go. Since he'd managed to tie Shinzei up again and lock him away, how could he possibly worry about missing out? If Shinzei didn't remember him, maybe they'd recall everything during that act. Habits don't lie. Will you help me shower, young master? Do you even have hands of your own? Ji Hanjun laughed wildly, his tone urgent. Help or direct ###, young master knows how to choose, right? Threatening. If Shinzei refused to help with the shower, would he be the one suffering next? Shinzei kicked him furiously, crazed with rage as he struck Ji Hanjun's shoulder. You sick psycho. Lunatic. In the next moment, the man on the ground quickly rose and easily pushed Shinzei to the floor. His hands were seized, their fingers interlaced and pinned above Shinzei's head. Make your choice, young master. Since there's no escape, you should learn to enjoy it. Chapter 121, Say You Love Me. I don't want to choose. Shinzei indifferently looked at him, leaning close enough to feel his breath, even sensing the other's unusual condition. His eyes originally didn't want to glance down but unfortunately they did. Ji Hanjun stared at him with a sickly smile, his dark gaze fixated on Shinzei. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the sunshine was dazzling. Ji Hanjun stood up and walked over to the curtains, standing still as he looked outside. From the second-floor balcony, one could see the courtyard, where he had planted many flowers, now blooming beautifully. A few years ago, he never pulled back the curtains because he believed himself to belong to darkness. He was accustomed to staying in the shadows, where the world remained completely foreign to him. But now, Ji Hanjun turned around and looked at the person lying in the bed. Shenzhe was just sitting up, fumbling with something on his hand, even tilting his head to bite at the delicate buckle. His hair was tousled, looking beautiful yet rebellious. The warm yellow sleepwear he wore was what Ji Hanjun hugged every night before sleeping. Feeling a burning and invasive gaze, Shenzhe instinctively turned his head. Their eyes met. How exactly do I get out of this? Didn't you promise me before that you wouldn't tie me up anymore? Shenzhe froze for a moment. This unintentional sentence wasn't a lie, he must have just said something about before. This person was Ji Hanjun, but the Ji Hanjun in his memories always listened to him. Why was he acting so crazy now? Ji Hanjun noticed his daze, and reaching out, he pulled the curtain shut, plunging the room into dimness. Now, the world felt vivid and full of life. Seeing someone approaching, Shenzhe angrily raised his head and glared fiercely at Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun gazed from above at the person lying in bed, bending over to gently pinch his ear bone. Kids make choices, young master, I want both. Since as wouldn't choose, it was up to him to decide. The tall figure in front of him completely overshadowed him, leaving him no place to escape, like prey. That smirk playing at the corner of his lips was sinister and wild. Feeling uneasy inside, Shenzhe retreated further into the bed, his ankles suddenly gripped, with fingers lightly kneading them. A strong force pulled him back, lifting him over his waist and carrying him along with freeing his hands. I'll wash myself. I won't wash. Shenzhe clung tightly to the doorframe, anger flashing in his eyes, making his eyelashes tremble slightly. The room was dim, only the night lamp was lit. The weak light cast shadows over the man's profile, his fiery gaze frightening. Children have no choice. Hashtag 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 hashtag, Shenzhe, angry and frustrated, let go and grabbed at him. You let go, such a good boy. After letting go of the doorframe, Ji Hanjun smiled happily, walking in and slowly closing the bathroom door. Crazy. Perverted. Born without shame. Faceless. Shenzhe cried with tears streaking her face, powerless as she slipped down, supported steadily by an arm. Master, I'd love to hear you confess your love in English. Teardrops hung on trembling eyelashes, gently wiped away with sympathy. The handsome young master had been beautiful since childhood. Especially when crying. Those who liked him were merely attracted to his appearance. His bad temper deep within didn't show towards them, so they weren't aware. Only Ji Hanjun could tolerate As temper. And As was undoubtedly the wife predestined for him by heaven. If you don't say it, I'll be upset. Haven't I taught you how to say it already? Shenzhe clenched his fists, red corners of his eyes, quivering long lashes dripping with teardrops, appearing fragile yet beautiful. His voice was soft and coquettish with sobbing. I love you, I belong to you forever, I belong to you alone. Ji Hanjun's eyes glowed blood-red, his gaze intense and domineering. Gently coaxing. What else? Shenzhe was almost driven mad. Why was he so perverted and forcing him to say such things? I'm a good baby, and I want to spend my whole life with you until I die, and I will never leave. Young master is such a good baby. Honey, I'll think of you. This was his As. As was after all the best student in the English major. Despite being so one-sided in his studies, As has won numerous awards in English. As group project, back in the day, took first place. He had thought it was genuinely about family ties, until the final character revealed themselves, it was As, Guan, in the script. He never imagined that the character's name wouldn't be a pseudonym. Ji Hanjun's name was written clearly there. That was his real name. The group project was written by As and polished and detailed by Jiangmu. As, you're also my light. The sunlight outside the window was bright and clear as the sun hung high, then slowly descended to the west. Until darkness fell. Ji Hanjun returned to the room again. Seeing As hadn't woken up, he gently covered him with the blanket and quietly left. Downstairs, Shen Chi had been waiting for a long time. Her face was as red as a tomato. She was worried about her brother and called, but Ji Hanjun answered instead. Why would Ji Hanjun do such things and still answer her call? She heard everything on the phone and felt embarrassed. Is there something you need? Ji Hanjun approached, placing the brewed tea in front of her. His tone was cold and distant. Shen Chi couldn't help but look at his black silk robe, the bruises around his neck were obvious, things she didn't want to see at all. And what she heard over the phone earlier. Big brother-in-law, next time, don't answer my calls when you're like that. The silence lingered for a few seconds. Weren't you quite happy filming last time? Ji Hanjun asked, his voice filled with a satisfied allure. His hair was slightly damp, his eyes shadowy and melancholic, radiating an oppressive presence even while seated. Though his sharp and dominating appearance, paired with his handsome features and great physique made him look stunning, Shin Chi dared not look directly into his dark, predatory eyes. It felt like being devoured. I wasn't trying to interrupt your intimacy with my brother. After all, I'm just someone who reads fan fiction. I just like reading romance stories about them. But hearing those things from you, I start imagining things. She whispered nervously. There was little emotion in Ji Hanjuan's eyes as he sipped his tea. Then go ahead and imagine. It is the truth after all. He wished everyone knew that, as was his. If as agreed, Ji Hanjun would use a megaphone to make sure the whole world heard. Also, Mom knows you've taken my brother away, and she's not mad. And wants you to bring him to the Shin family dinner in 2 days because he's the heir, so he needs to show up at least once. Her mother had said she didn't oppose their love as long as they found happiness together. Brother-in-law, is my brother still asleep? Ji Hanjun nodded. Still asleep now? Crazy. He'd send this information to his friends soon. The phone automatically recorded the conversation. It wasn't her fault. Send me the address. In 2 days, I'll take him there. Chapter 122, Shin Family Banquet. Tuanshuan had already been bathed and was brought back. The white ragdoll cat had grown larger than before, and wouldn't let anyone touch it, especially Ji Hanjun. The big cat on the sofa strutted onto the table with its tail swaying back and forth. There were 2 teacups on the table. Tuanshuan, be a good kitty. Tuanshuan moved closer, sat next to the teacups, and poked them with its pink paw pads. Ji Hanjun watched coldly, fearing that if he approached, this mischievous cat would knock the cups off the table. Meow. Tuanshuan stood up, leaving the cup alone. Ji Hanjun sighed in relief, but the very next moment. Smack. The teacup was swept off by the tail and fell to the ground, wetting the carpet. That bad cat did it on purpose. Time seemed to freeze as Ji Hanjun took 1 step forward and the cat quickly darted upstairs. Shenzei was still curled up in bed rubbing his waist. He had been awake for some time, his eyes swollen. Meow meow. Hearing the cat's voice and the sound of scratching at the door. But he dared not move too much, as his wrist was held tightly and couldn't open the door. As Ji Hanjun came upstairs, hearing the loud cries of the cat, he went to grab it so as not to disturb Master Shenzei who was resting. Don't make trouble. Tuanshuan's fur was standing up and sniffing continuously, leaning towards the door. They say cats have an excellent sense of smell. Could it have smelled Master Shenzei? Ji Hanjun placed the cat down, and as soon as he opened the door slightly, the cat dashed in. Meow meow. It pounced into his arms, its furry head rubbing against his face, tickling him. It's the kitty. Despite feeling uncomfortable, Shenzei's bright eyes shone as he hugged the cat and got up. When he looked up and saw Ji Hanjun walking towards him, his mood immediately darkened. This damned dog. All because of this pervert. Making him confess in English was enough, but then he actually dared to answer when Chi-Chi called. And even made him greet Chi-Chi. Is there any place where you're uncomfortable, master? Ji Hanjun sat beside the bed and reached out to touch his face, only to get kicked hard in the stomach. He grunted, enduring the hit. Shenzei didn't feel good either, the pain pulling at him, tears almost streaming from his eyes. Get down and apologize to me. Shenzei hugged the cat, his eyes red and filled with grievance, and even kicked him again. In a domineering tone. Ji Hanjun paused for a second, left the bedside, and obediently knelt before him, looking deeply into Shenzei's eyes. His gaze sharp and gloomy. Mixed with affection and excitement, staring directly into his angry eyes. He didn't have any dignity left in front of Chi-Chi. All thanks to Ji Hanjun. Overcome with anger, Shenzei violently rose from the bed, bending down to grab his hair, #######. Apologize to me. Ji Hanjuan's breathing became heavy. Letting his hair be pulled, he extended both hands to grip the waist of the person in front of him. I'm wrong, I'm sorry master. Hearing the apology, the ill thoughts in his heart only intensified further. Where did I go wrong? Will you dare do it again? The Adam's apple of the person in front of him rolled once, unabashed in their gaze. Absolutely mad. Mistake in letting master go. Their mutual gaze burned with fervor, tightening the hand gripping his waist protectively. Won't dare do it again. Shenzei blushed, releasing his hold and slapping him directly. Shameless. The slap wasn't light, making his palm tingle. Turning his face after being struck off course, his tone was deep and somber. It doesn't hurt. Shenzei fumed, neither hitting nor kicking could upset him. During the assault, socks were slipped on his feet. Hitting him felt like hitting cotton, making the rage rise within his chest. Ji Hanjun laughed softly, kneeling and tilted his head with a smile. Are you done hitting? Shenzei lied down on the bed. Hitting had made his bottom sore, but Ji Hanjun hadn't even flinched. The thought pattern of a maniac was so hard to understand. Even hitting wasn't allowed. Crazy bastard. Made him so mad. With his hands wiping away tears stubbornly, Shenzei noticed the ring on his hand just as he lifted it. He never noticed before. How did this ring suddenly end up on his hand? Hearing faint sobs, Ji Hanjun rose from the ground. Who told you to touch it? Seeing his bloodshot eyes, Ji Hanjun frowned, realizing how infuriated he was. He disobeyed orders and stood up. Get down. Who said you can stand up? I'm here to console you, master. He would soften only for Master Shinzei. He would obey, yet sometimes not obey. Don't cry, master, I won't do it again next time. Ignoring him, Shinzei refused to pay attention even though Tuanchuan was rubbing against him gently nearby. In a couple of days, I'll take you out. We'll go see Shin Chi-Chi. Was he about to let him go home? Ji Hanjun stepped forward and hugged him, wiping his face and planting a kiss on the corner of his red, tearful eyes. Don't cry, or I might not be able to control myself again. Indeed, this statement was more effective than any other. Ji Hanjun was slightly puzzled. Was he that scary? He thought he was quite good. A still loved him too much, so he stopped crying as soon as he said not to. It absolutely wasn't because of that one phrase about being unable to control himself. The Shin family banquet started at noon. Shinzei was brought to the front door of the Shin estate. After opening the car door, he stepped out, with someone beside him following suit. You don't need to follow me. Do you think I can just run away? The Shin family banquet did not allow outsiders to attend, so Ji Hanjun could only stay outside. How scared was he that Shinzei would escape? Ji Hanjun had already changed into a bodyguard's outfit and was preparing to enter the Shin residence alongside Ace shortly. He had heard terrible stories about the elder members of the Shin family. He couldn't afford to be careless. He was also genuinely worried Shinzei might run off. Brother. Shinzei turned around and saw Shin Chi-Chi in her princess dress running towards him with open arms. Chi-Chi. I've missed my brother so much, wah. Just as Shin Chi-Chi was about to embrace Shinzei and almost made contact, someone grabbed her collar from behind. Tall and imposing, Ji Hanjuan's perfectly tailored suit exuded seriousness and sharpness, whereas the bodyguard uniform highlighted his broad shoulders and defined waistline. Though it was just a regular bodyguard suit, Ji Hanjun carried an aura of power and elegance. Untamed and wild. The four other bodyguards glanced at Ji Hanjun, then exchanged looks with each other. Same clothing, but why such a huge difference? Ji Hanjun dragged her like a little chick, pulling her away from Shinzei. His eyes glared menacingly as if warning her. No hugging. But he's my brother. Still no. Shin Chi-Chi was frightened, but she had her brother. Men are always afraid of their wives, aren't they? Look at him, brother. Shin Chi-Chi's eyes reddened, her tiny face full of grievances. Shinzei instantly turned cold, glaring icily at Ji Hanjun. In the next second, Ji Hanjun released his grip and obediently stood by Shinzei's side, his tone somewhat aggrieved. I don't want anyone hugging the master, I'll get jealous. Shinzei's tone remained calm, knowing how this green tea person was feigning sadness. Ah, so you're a greedy eater. Eating anything, including slaps and fists. A carnivorous yet fierce dog indeed. Ji Hanjun chuckled despite his anger, his tone shifting from aggrieved to low and husky as he leaned closer to Shinzei's ear. Whispering intimately. Since master has praised me so, let me have you when we get home, okay? Go to hell. Chapter 123, Apology. This was his first time returning to the Shin family. All of the Shin family's current businesses were under Lu Yuan's management, but others were not too willing at all. The Shin family could not simply hand over everything to a strange woman. Lu Yuan sat on the sofa in the living room with elegant demeanor. Her hair was tied up with a hairpin, and she wore a tight-fitting black mermaid dress. Even though she was over 40 and had 2 children, she still looked so young. Shin Use sat on the other side, constantly eyeing her with an ambiguous gaze. Sister-in-law, by reason, after my brother passed away without a son, the inheritance should have gone downwards. What good fortune the brother had, marrying such a smart and beautiful woman, with quite an excellent figure as well. She had long been accustomed to being scrutinized through these colored glasses, remaining silent. She waved her hand, signaling the female servant beside her to bring over a paternity test report. Who said I don't have a son? Or how else would I hide him so well? Shin Use clearly didn't believe it. He only knew there was a daughter named Shin Chi-Chi. How could another son suddenly appear out of nowhere? Several people quickly picked up the paternity test report to look, and there was even a picture attached. Isn't this the child from the Su family a few years ago? This is your son. If the Su family has an imposter, that's fine, but don't bring an imposter into the Shin family. You have a son, so why hide him? Lu Yuan ignored their argumentative topic, brushing her hair behind her ear and looking at them mockingly. A beauty's hooked lips were most enticing. Even if the paternity test was just for show, wasn't it obvious from the photo inside that he looks very much like her? I suggest all of you go to the hospital and check your eyes. Are there eggs hanging beneath your eyebrows? You never mention how much my son looks like me. He does look like her, indeed. Not only does he look like Lu Yuan, but more like the young Shin Yuejin. Everyone exchanged glances. The purpose of today's family dinner was to retrieve the inheritance jade seal of the Shin family. According to the rules, Shin Yuejin was the heir of the Shin family, but he was already dead and left no son, thus, it should be handed down to Shin Yuesi. Even if you have a son, hiding him for so many years without claiming lineage makes him unsuitable to inherit. An heir cannot be passed to outsiders. That's right, sister-in-law, please don't act rashly. If the entire family business fails, your brother-in-law won't rest easy in heaven. Shin Yuejin himself was originally ruthless and decisive, inheriting all the family matters during university. Perhaps heaven envied talent. Shin Yuejin was diagnosed with stomach cancer. How can my son be called an outsider? Eggs hanging doesn't matter, neither do their brains function well. Are you teaching me how to handle things? Don't forget, the Shin family is now under my control. The woman on the sofa sat right in the middle of the crowd, her appearance strikingly beautiful yet seductive, her mouth slightly curved, with indifference and coldness in her tone. Arrogant and domineering. Controlled by her. Lu Yuan, don't get ahead of yourself. Shin family affairs are not something someone surnamed Lu should meddle with, alright? The older man beside couldn't stand it, standing up abruptly, his face red with anger. Are you flushed? Uncle, at your age, be careful not to die of anger. You. Shin Yuesi pulled the person down, unwilling in his heart but always maintaining a smile, easing the atmosphere on the side. Beautiful women mostly have hearts as venomous as scorpions. Lu Yuan, a woman from a poor small county, was now managing the enormous Shin family. That was the example. What are you pulling me for? There's no way a woman can manage a family. Your brother is dead, so the position of successor should belong to you. Shin Yuesi almost couldn't hold him back, striving to balance the anger building up inside him. Do you know the difference between you and your brother? When he gets angry, all you do is comfort him and tell him not to get angry. But if it was your brother, he'd have already had someone beaten long ago. Beating such people once will keep them compliant. Mummy. Shin Chi-Chi came in from outside, seeing the main seat and running straight into Lu Yuan's arms. People around her drew their gazes toward the person at the door, momentarily dumbfounded. She was extremely similar to Shin Yuejin. With a beautiful and exquisite appearance, graceful features, only, she didn't seem as dark and introverted as the previous Shin Yuejin did. Instead, she seemed obedient, especially with the hearing aid on her right ear, which evoked a feeling of compassion. Little Zay is here. Lu Yuan waved her hand at him, and Shin Zay walked forward. Her gaze softened, lifting her hand to gently pat his head. Mummy. Lu Yuan pulled him to sit beside her, casting colder looks towards the surrounding gazes. Little Zay, greet your uncles. Shin Zay obediently greeted them, uncles, hello. My name is Shin Zay. Nothing is more shocking than seeing it with your own eyes, Shin Yuejin actually had a son. Shin Yuesi lowered his head, the hatred and anger in his eyes almost overflowing, distorting his face. What does this mean? After all the trouble, the person is dead but now there's a son who appeared out of nowhere. People around looked at them with indeterminate expressions, their probing gazes cutting through like knives. Everyone had ulterior motives, devious old foxes. The room remained filled with vague murmurs until nearly dinner time. Many sons and daughters of Shin family elders also came to the banquet, disdain evident in their eyes. Shin Zay and Shin Chi-Chi both ignored them, responding identically to any address. They didn't care much for anyone's attention or drink as their mother instructed. Mummy isn't here, don't talk to anyone or drink anything, their mom had told them. Brother, let's go find our mother. Shin Zay nodded, catching Ji Hanjin's gaze from afar in the crowd. Upstairs, bodyguards were not allowed. So Ji Hanjin could only wait downstairs. Lu Yuan was upstairs in a room packing things, holding a box that contained some photographs and old items. The photo showed a young boy standing shoulder to shoulder with a girl, brimming with the freshness and warmth of youth. Facing the camera, the girl smiled happily while the tall boy beside her tightened his grip on her hand, looking somewhat at a loss on his handsome face because he had autism. Lu Yuan gently touched the face of the boy in the picture frame, mist filling her eyes. Time flies so quickly. She tilted her head back to keep her tears at bay, then Lu Yuan left with the box, opening the door and meeting Shin Yuesi's gaze outside. Were you eavesdropping? Lu Yuan furrowed her brow, as if detecting a whiff of alcohol. Shin Yuesi looked at her, coldness appearing in his eyes, especially when he noticed the box she held. My brother abandoned you, why don't you remarry? You may have risen from nothing, but you're still without a man to protect you. Lu Yuan snorted with a cold laugh, saying nothing before slapping him right across the face. Her palm stung, but his thick skin didn't even change its color. Back at school, she had even slapped him in front of everyone. In your worldview, can women not survive without men? So what if I'm not protected by a man? Shin Yuesi's eyes flared with rage as he stared down at her from top to bottom. The only thing valuable about you is your face. Actually, I wouldn't mind if you're second-hand goods, but I do mind if you are promiscuous and cheap. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shin Yuesi was suddenly grabbed by the hair, pulled so hard his entire body leaned back. The light flickered slightly above, the slim and fragile figure behind him looming over. Shin Zay's face showed no emotion as his right hand firmly grasped Shin Yuesi's hair, slamming his head against the wall again and again. He'd grown taller now, he was a man standing firm between heaven and earth. As the only boy in the family, it was his duty to protect his mom and sister in place of dad. With every impact, the sound reverberated throughout the walls. Shen Yuesi hadn't expected someone who seemed so well behaved, even with an aid for hearing, to strike with such severity. Apologize. A soft voice entered his ears, carrying infinite chilliness, his eyes cold and dangerous. Lu Yuan felt deeply moved inside, as if seeing in him the Shen Yuejin from years ago who had once protected her in the alleyway. Her heart suddenly ached painfully, and at this moment, she truly missed Yuejin so much. Chapter 124, He Didn't Let Go. Worker M, let me go. Shenzai did not move, he just grabbed his hair and pressed him down, slightly parting his lips. Apologize to my mommy. Hack, nonsense, how could I possibly apologize to this thing? No way. His hair was suddenly yanked hard, with considerable force this time. Blood flowed down, staining the wall red, and some even splashed onto his cheek. Xiaozai, that's enough. Lu Yuan's eyes watered as she stepped forward and gently held Shenzai's hand, soothing him. Mommy is fine. Stop hitting him. His face is all dirty now. Upon hearing the gentle voice, Shenzai finally slowly let go of his hand, watching the person in front of him fall to the ground against the wall. Mommy taught me that when bullied, you must teach them a lesson they won't forget. He didn't have many valuable things, but right now, he just hoped that those around him would be alright. The commotion upstairs drew several middle-aged men and women who rushed in. Upon seeing the person on the ground, one of the women screamed first. Lu Yuan. How dare you hit him? He is your husband's younger brother. The Shen family has never had such incidents before. This wild child hits people as soon as he returns. I'm calling the police. I want to report this. In the crowd, a certain woman, seeing her husband beaten, leapt forward wanting to tear apart Lu Yuan's beautiful face. Shenzai saw her approach, wildly clawing at him like a shrew, then lunged toward her. People. Throw all these people out. Lu Yuan stepped forward and delivered a fierce slap to the woman, shouting downstairs, after which many bodyguards quickly appeared. The group was shocked as they looked at Lu Yuan. You wouldn't dare. The Shen family doesn't belong to you alone. We are all uncle and aunt of Yumin. Lu Yuan laughed coldly inside. The Shen family, wealthy and prestigious for generations, had seen its master and lady pass away when Yumin was very young. Shen Yumin and Shen Yushi grew up under the care of these so-called uncles and aunts. But they were too biased. They gave everything to Shen Yushi and locked the eldest son, Shen Yumin, in a derelict backyard to grow up, leading him to become withdrawn and moody. Because he hadn't eaten properly for days and had no one to take care of him when sick as a child, issues arose with his stomach later on. Later, the Shen family almost went bankrupt due to these people, leaving only an empty shell. Afraid of trouble befalling the Shen family, they returned the jade seal to Shen Yumin. Shen Yumin studied while working and managed the company all by himself. How dare they call themselves Yumin's real uncles? The bodyguards surged forward. Ji Han-jun just arrived and immediately noticed the blood stains on Shenzai's face. The group was roughly dragged out of the old Shen residence, cursing profusely before leaving. Ji Han-jun approached, lowering his head to wipe Shenzai's face with a tissue and then checked his shoulders. Are you hurt? Shenzai shook his head, lowering his eyes and pointing at the man lying on the ground. He's injured. The man on the ground was obviously unconscious, his forehead broken and bleeding, some of it had already started to dry. This was the person who had fought with his Xiaozai. Ji Han-jun frowned unhappily, squatting down to retrieve a tissue from his pocket and wiping the blood off his shoes. Shen Chi-chi stood nearby, still unsettled from what just happened. She had no idea her older brother was so good at fighting. Chi-chi, bring your older brother to the room. We'll stay here for the night. Lu Yuan, looking at the man on the ground, called 2 more bodyguards to pull him downstairs and followed afterward. Shenzai watched Lu Yuan's retreating figure. In his memory, Mom seemed to always be getting scolded. He couldn't remember Dad's appearance. It might be a memory problem. If he regains his memories, he can recall Dad's looks and everything that happened between him and Ji Han-jun. Yes, he'd look it up online. Shenzai took Ji Han-jun back to the room, letting him change clothes. Now, there's no need to pretend to be a bodyguard anymore. Seeing him enter the bathroom, Shenzai secretly took Ji Han-jun's phone and searched online. His phone had long been confiscated by someone bizarre. And he discovered that once Ji Han-jun's phone was in his hands, the facial recognition lock automatically opened. Photos, lock screens, wallpapers, sticky notes, they were all of him. A tremor ran through him. He must regain his memory to remember everything with Ji Han-jun. He focused intently on the phone. Memory confusion is generally caused by psychological trauma, central nervous system damage, or severe head injuries. Severe injury. Indeed, his head had been struck by a heavy object, causing nerve damage, and he also lost hearing in his right ear. After thinking it over, he decided to step out and discuss things with Chi-chi. Brother, recovering memories isn't that simple, and your case is special. Shenzai was a bit puzzled. Why am I so special? Shen Chi-chi stood in front of him and pulled out a package from her pocket. In those novels, the protagonists recover their memories after being with their partners for just a few days. Shin Chi-Chi. Do you take me for a fool? Seeing her brother getting angry, Shin Chi-Chi coquettishly pleaded and shoved the item into Shinzei's hands. The aphrodisiac drug. Believe me, brother, feed it to Ji Han-jun, and you'll definitely remember everything. Nothing could be more pleasant than eavesdropping directly. Shinzei scoffed coldly, he wasn't stupid enough to believe such nonsense. I don't want it, and you should read fewer of those things. Shinzei handed the item back, but Shin Chi-Chi refused to take it, instead wearing a face full of sorrow. I only regret not being born a man in this life. In the next, I shall surely become someone superior. It seemed useless trying to rely on Chi-Chi. He'd better wait and find a doctor later. Returning to the room, Shinzei noticed Ji Han-jun hadn't come out yet. He crawled onto the bed and continued searching online. Real or fake? Shinzei hesitated for a moment. That day in the bathroom, he remembered pressing Ji Han-jun into the bathtub. Did that count? The drug was still in his pocket. Biting his lip, Shinzei rose to tear open the packaging and prepare to place it in the glass by the bedside cabinet. But wasn't this too far-fetched? He couldn't help doubting its effectiveness. Click. The sound of the door startled Shinzei. Hastily, he tossed the thing to the floor and kicked it under the bed with his foot. Thank goodness. Thankfully, he hadn't lost his mind completely. What are you putting in your cup, young master? Shinzei didn't dare meet Ji Han-jun's eyes, scanning sideways as he stammered, no, nothing. Ji Han-jun had just come out of the shower, wrapped only in a bath towel, revealing his impeccable physique. His sharp gaze took it all in as he picked up the glass of water and drank it down in one gulp. After finishing, he licked his lips, his gaze never leaving Shinzei. Young master, behave and tell me what you put in there. He hadn't put anything in. He had only planned to do so. Shinzei raised his head to look at him, an undertone of irritation creeping into his voice. Are you giving me orders? Ji Han-jun drew closer, leaning down to graze his lips with soft touches. His voice was hoarse. Dare I order you? Please tell me, young master. Just as Shinzei opened his mouth, two female voices came from outside the door. Lord brother, you did put the aphrodisiac in the drink, right? Today, Chi-Chi and I will be standing guard by the door. If this doesn't work, beware the risk of exploding, gentlemen. Shinzei froze in shock. What? He hadn't put anything in. Before he could explain, he found himself suddenly embraced tightly. The person in front pressed down forcefully, both quick and rough. Lord brother, I already feel the effect of the drug, you'll have to take responsibility now. Looking straight into Ji Han-jun's eyes, Shinzei saw unrestrained passion burning within them. He opened his mouth again to protest but was immediately silenced once more, losing balance and being pinned down on the bed. Lord brother, now that we've reached this point, I won't give you any chance to beg. I'm not begging. I'm trying to explain. And I didn't put it in. Chapter 125, Spoil Me. He was not given a chance to explain. The ceiling became blurry, and along with it, his consciousness was pulled. He could only be helplessly restrained by someone else. Lead. No, we can't. Chi-Chi is listening outside. Shinzei used his strength to push the person away, trying to escape in the opposite direction, but was grabbed and pulled back. Suddenly, his ear hurt. When you put something down, you should be prepared for it to be overheard, master. A pair of deep eyes were filled with endless desire, looking at his shoulder. Outside the door, Shin Chi-Chi and Yin Yan Yan squatted there, looking at each other and smiling mischievously. Yin Yan Yan asked loudly. Chi-Chi, how long do you think the drug's effect will last? Shin Chi-Chi understood her intentions, speaking up loud enough for the people inside to hear clearly. 10 days. After saying this, the two covered their mouths and giggled secretly. In fact, the thing in that bag was just plain sugar. For 10 days. That would kill someone. Good thing he didn't actually put it in a cup. Shinzei almost got ruined by this girl. Held tightly around the waist and completely unable to escape. But good thing this time no one covered his mouth. Ji Han-jun, I haven't put it, I never did. It's under the bed. Wake up. The latter lightly smiled, got up, loosened his grip on his waist, pulling him off the bed. His expression turned dangerous. Shinzei was pulled up and sat on the edge of the bed, finally sighing in relief. Lowering his gaze, he saw the person kneeling on one knee before him, looking fiercely at him. There was no reduction in the fervor in his eyes. Really, master. That large hand, clearly outlined bones, gripped his foot. Beneath his porcelain white skin were smooth, strong arms. From this angle, the man's perfect body was clearly visible, broad shoulders, narrow waist. After several years, Ji Han-jun had matured more and now seemed even crueler and more dangerous. Shinzei, having his foot held, felt inexplicably anxious. Their eyes met, and seeing that he indeed made no further move, his heart, which had been hanging, was about to settle. It's true. I want to regain my memory and remember you. Chi-Chi said doing that might help. As he spoke, he felt his face heat up, but at least he hadn't believed her. I didn't believe her, and I didn't put anything in. Ji Hanjun looked at him with a smile while he explained, his eyes filled with endless madness. He had already seen out of the corner of his eye the package lying under the bed. Shenzai, being stared at by him, felt a little nervous and tried to withdraw his foot, but alas, the man was too strong. Can you let go now? The person in front stared at him, burning hot, but remained silent. I said, can you let go of me? Are you deaf? Let go of my foot. Still no reply. Annoyance surged in his brows. Shenzai reached out and grabbed Ji Hanjun's hair, threateningly. I've already explained. Hurry up and let go. Now. Being dragged by the hair, Ji Hanjun raised his head to look at him deeply, his tone full of woundedness. But master, my drug effects haven't worn off yet. But he hadn't put any down, so what drugs? Before Shenzai could speak, he saw Ji Hanjun's actions and instantly his pupils contracted. That package from under the bed had, unknown when, ended up in Ji Hanjun's hands. It was Shenzai himself who tore open the package earlier. He watched as Ji Hanjun, one hand gripping his foot, took the contents with another hand, opened his mouth wide and poured it in. After swallowing in one gulp, he tossed the wrapper aside. His gaze became gleeful. Shenzai was flustered. Are you insane? Don't act crazy in broad daylight. The small pack of substance was fully consumed by mouth, and the sweetness immediately revealed that it was sugar. Shen Qiqi's tricks really were numerous, to use sugar. Looks like having criminal intent without action after all. Not like him. He has both intentions and actions. Shenzai, feeling uneasy inside, let go of his hair and retreated backward, but to no avail as he was firmly held. Do you have a problem? You ate it yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Panic, at a loss. Pathetic, angry. Ji Hanjun looked at struggling A's, shortened name, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Please, let go quick, I can't handle you. There are two people outside the door. Shenzai began to beg for mercy, knowing fully well that various outrageous requests would surely come from him. After all, abnormal minds always differed from normal ones. Especially with certain perverse pleasures. How could you not bear it? Show your arrogant attitude from before, master. A voice filled with mad laughter entered his ears. His foot was hashtag. Shenzai hashtag, and he had changed into slippers when he returned to rest earlier. Please don't. What a pervert. Hashtag, I like it. Ji Hanjuan's hashtag. Especially his burning gaze. Unbearable. Do you remember, master, when we played hide and seek, I ate quite a bit then too. Hide and seek. A string in his mind snapped suddenly, as if he were instantly transported there. The massive 6-story foreign villa, with dim, flickering lights at night. Dazed, sudden scenes came back to him, that strange room. He remembered. He remembered that game of hide and seek. His face instantly felt scorching hot, he knew his ears must be red. Did you remember something, master? The person on the ground laughed wildly and crazily, their eyes filled with intense amusement. I'll make master remember more. He loved listening to A's words, would satisfy all his needs, and tolerate his endless bad temper. But he loved even more how A's became shy, stomped, flared up, yet could never escape his grasp. Suddenly, the person stood up, hashtag fell off, and the man looked down on him from above. Shenzai only felt his heart pounding, completely stunned. There were people outside. Now they were at the Shen residence, and there were 2 eavesdroppers outside. Shenzai forced himself to calm down, got up from the bed, and standing on it made him taller than Ji Hanjun by more than a head. He leaned down to embrace Ji Hanjun, rubbing his face affectionately against his, softly pleading. I will remember. There are people eavesdropping outside. I really don't want to be overheard. Please, can you not? The fuzzy head rubbing against his face faintly carried a whiff of fragrance. There indeed were people eavesdropping outside, and this wasn't the home of him and A's. Ji Hanjun held him tightly in his arms and raised his head to gently kiss his cheek. An arm embraced his waist, carefully protecting him, moving slightly, foreheads touching. Shenzai saw the restrained madness in his eyes, fearing he might become forceful. Calm me down this time and I'll let master go. The ear with the hearing aid was suddenly touched by a hand, tenderly massaging the earbone. The warmth seemed to spread from the earlobe throughout his entire body. Ji Hanjun gazed deeply at him, his voice strained and hoarse. Do you love me? Chapter 126, I am Qin Shu. Does he love Ji Hanjun? He does love Ji Hanjun. Before, he couldn't distinguish between dependence and infatuation, but in reality, it was both. He fell for Ji Hanjun within the habit of being favored and indulged. Suddenly, his hearing aid was taken off and thrown on the bed, his right ear gently and tenderly stroked. This time, he clearly saw the unrestrained love and pity in Ji Hanjun's eyes. Is he feeling sorry for his ears? Shenzei's nose turned sour, he tightly hugged Ji Hanjun, his eye rims turning red, his tone aggrieved. I love you. Ji Hanjun hadn't forgotten him, but he forgot Ji Hanjun. This sentence moved more than any sweet words. Ji Hanjun embraced him even tighter. I love you too, I will always only love you. Be it Suzei or Shenzei, they are all his Zai. He once thought that love is about domination, destruction, and possession by any means. Later he realized that compared to possession by any means, what he wanted more was Zai's love. The two people squatting outside the door listened for a long time without hearing any heart-pounding sounds from inside the room. Shenqiqi, puzzled, leaned down to peek through the door crack, and the next moment the door opened. What came into view was a pair of little bear slippers. Brother? How can you still get out of bed? The person who came out was unscathed except for redness and swelling around their neck and mouth. Upon hearing the sound from the bathroom inside the room, the two girls exchanged glances and looked at Shenzei together. Beautiful lips, pearly white teeth, delicate beauty, it seemed like those watery eyes had cried, with redness lingering at the corners of the eyes. Heartbroken yet irresistibly endearing. Even under such circumstances, how could Ji Hanjun have resisted so much? Shenzei looked at the two of them, his eyes slightly narrowing, a smile on the corner of his lips, but his words were utterly cold. Shenqiqi, I will move all the books from your room up to the attic, including all of your electronic devices. No, brother. I'm sorry. If you take my things away, what will I look at tonight? She already had less than a boy in one aspect, which was sad enough. If she lost all her electronic devices and books, how could she go on living? Shenzei ignored her, closed the door, circled around the two of them, went downstairs, and left. Shenqiqi watched her brother's retreating figure and felt an urge to cry inside. After leaving the front hall and going into the courtyard garden, Shenzei saw Lu Yuan discussing the company contract plan with her assistant. Seeing Shenzei come over, Lu Yuan hastily waved her hand and said let's talk another day. Mommy, are you working? Did I interrupt you? Lu Yuan shook her head and motioned for Shenzei to come sit down, looking gentle. There's no work more important than you and Chi-Chi. It was cool under the gazebo, beautiful flowers bloomed around, and there was a big fountain nearby. Where's Ji Hanjun? Shenzei started, glancing guiltily aside. It seemed this bath might need a very long time. I don't know. Lu Yuan softly smiled. Just now as she came downstairs, she saw Chi-Chi and Nian lying against the door eavesdropping. Xiaozai, if you like someone, be sure to cherish them. Shenzei nodded, looking expectantly at Lu Yuan, softly speaking. Mommy, do we have any photos of Dad? I'd like to see them. Of course, we can. Now she understood Xiaozai's longing for parental love, but unfortunately, only the belated maternal love could be felt. Lu Yuan took out her phone. The lock screen was a picture of a boy who appeared dignified, handsome, and elegant in his youth, wearing a school uniform while squatted at a snack shop door petting a Samoyed. Her eyes brimmed with warm feelings, and her voice was light-hearted. This is your father's photo when he was studying, quite handsome, right? Your dad used to be the school grass. She mingled with Xinyu at 17 years old, accompanied by Yumin until 27 years old, and has remained forever at 27. Shenzei felt a bit upset. People say mothers don't show their age easily, but wrinkles have started to appear on mom's face. He's very handsome, and mommy is very pretty. As twilight gradually descended, Yin Yanyan mentioned they could visit the night market where there was a place to release Kongming lanterns. Shenqiqi really wanted to go, but two girls going alone wouldn't be safe, and Shenzei wasn't at ease either. Come on, brother. I heard a lot of people are going. At the Lantern Festival, you can release your own Kongming lantern to symbolize wishes coming true. 4 people drove to the nighttime streets. The festival was crowded with people. It was in a small town with its Yangnan atmosphere, difficult to navigate. But it was bustling around, apparently indicating that the Lantern Festival indeed attracted a large crowd today. The crowd was bustling, and Ji Hanjun held his hand tightly to prevent them from getting separated. By this time, the sky was already filled with Kongming lanterns, and there were flower lanterns floating in the nearby creek. It was like an ancient lantern festival, rumored to have been passed down through the generations. Lanterns hung on all the surrounding trees, and there were stalls along the roadside selling cute little rabbit lanterns. Brother, I'm going to take Nian to that Hanfu photography studio. You two go wander around first. Don't worry about us, De Hu and the others are watching discreetly. Alright, be careful. The two of them disappeared into the crowd until their backs were no longer visible. Ji Hanjun tightened his grip on his hand, leading him further in. In the central open space, there were artisans striking iron flowers. This traditional artistic craft sparkled like stars when struck, shining brilliantly as if it were a golden starry river filling the sky. The atmosphere was lively and cheerful, leaving almost everyone awestruck and offering continuous admiration. Wow, it's so beautiful. Shenzei was captivated, his eyes lighting up entirely. It was clear he really liked this place. I'll take the young master to release a Kongming lantern later. I want to release 2, because I have 2 wishes. One wish was for his memory to return soon. The other wish was for those around him to live peacefully and well. The two of them weaved through the crowd hand in hand, heading toward the area where they could release lanterns. It was incredibly vibrant and crowded with people. Someone seemed to push past from behind and grabbed his arm. Shenze turned around and saw a man dressed casually in a racing suit. As their gazes met, both were startled. The unfamiliar man's eyes immediately reddened. "It really is you, I didn't see wrong." The distinctively boned hand firmly clutched Shenze's arm, the uncontrollable excitement causing him to pull the person into a tight embrace. "Let go." Ji Hanjuan's eyes darkened with anger, his gaze narrowing as he separated the two, then pulling Shenze close protectively. Qin Shu frowned after being pushed aside, his handsome face tinted with displeasure, standing tall with erect posture. "What did I say about hiding him? Here you've hidden him again." Under the dim light, Shenze's eyes showed no trace of emotion as he questioned, confused. "Why did you hug me? Do we know each other?" Qin Shu hesitated, feeling disturbed by his mood swings these past few days, indulging in racing which left his hands bruised. His arms were still bandaged, but the pain in his arm was nothing compared to what he felt in his heart at this moment. He came with Jiang Mu and some friends, marking the final day of the Lantern Fair. Moments ago, in the parking lot, Qin Shu had only seen Ji Hanjun. Subsequently, after looking closely, he recognized the person beside Ji Hanjun. "Aren't you familiar with me? I'm Qin Shu." Qin Shu sounded a little hurt as he moved closer, only to have Ji Hanjun grab his collar swiftly. Their eyes locked, carrying indescribably dangerous glares, ready to start a fight within the next second. A voice broke through the tension between the two. "Are you going to hit him, Ji Hanjun? He doesn't seem to like violent types." Chu Chen approached, removing his hand from Qin Shu's collar, directing his gaze toward Shenze. In just one glance, Chu Chen spotted the necklace Qin Shu had gifted Shenze. Joy instantly surfaced in his eyes. He was still wearing it. Ji Hanjuan's cold glare froze in place. These people truly wouldn't leave him alone, as always popping up everywhere before. Now, they wanted to snatch away his person again. TSK, so annoying. Chapter 127, Old Friends. The name Qin Shu sounded familiar. "Chu Chen, is he your friend?" Shenze's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at Chu Chen, wanting to know if this person was his friend or someone he had forgotten. Chu Chen nodded. His memory was confused, and he couldn't recognize people from the past, but those from the past could recognize him. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu felt even more wronged, staring pitifully at Shenze with a sad expression. "You remember Chu Chen but not me, my heart is broken." "He's Shenze now." "Don't worry, Jiang Mu doesn't remember either." Jiang Mu, who had just squeezed in late, was startled upon hearing this remark from Chu Chen. What does it mean by, "Don't worry, Jiang Mu doesn't remember"? It was supposed to be a happy lantern festival, but unexpectedly, they met these annoying people. Ji Hanjuan's eyes grew dark, and without saying anything, he hugged the person tighter, lightly rubbing their waist. With a dark gaze, he held the person close possessively, claiming ownership. The three pairs of eyes fell on the hand around Shenze's waist, wishing they could burn a hole through it. Not remembered. So then, if one dared to chase, would there be a chance? Qin Shu took the lead, grabbing Shenze's hand, looking deeply into his eyes with sincerity. "No, Shenze, I am your lover, your most beloved person." "Ah." Shenze was startled. "He has a lover." Ji Hanjuan's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "Why waste your effort? He's mine, and he has already clearly rejected all of you. Why can't you let go? People may like whom they like, but do these people truly understand A's temperament? Do they know what he wants?" Shenze pulled back his hand, lifting his eyes to look at the three people in front of him. They should be old friends, right? The warmth in his hand disappeared, leaving a sour feeling in Qin Shu's chest as he glared defiantly at Ji Hanjun. "Let go. We plan to pursue normally after graduation, like regular people. But what about you? Your methods are obsessive, haven't you forgotten what you did before? You said you liked him, didn't you? And yet, you still had someone kidnap him to make him fear and depend on you. Are your actions really that straightforward and honorable?" Indeed, these were facts. For once, Ji Hanjun made no rebuttal, merely holding tightly onto the person in his arms. Yes, everything they said was true. It was his mistake in the past. He had wanted love so badly, wanted to lock the person by his side so desperately, which led him to doing wrong things. Shenze could feel the tightening grip around him. These words clearly mattered a great deal to Ji Hanjun. The iron flowers continued blazing, illuminating everyone present. "Are you alright, Ji Hanjun? Your face doesn't look too good." Shenze was somewhat worried. On the side, Jiang Mu sighed. To him, they truly loved Shenze, but they couldn't compare with Ji Hanjun. Reaching out, he tugged Qin Shu gently and shook his head. "Don't say any more. Sometimes, the answer is obvious." "What answer?" "That love is clearly something Ji Hanjun obtained through manipulation." Chu Chen observed Shenze in Ji Hanjuan's arms under the radiant glow. Wrinkling his delicate brows, he looked concernedly at Ji Hanjun. In his eyes, there was always only one person. He has changed so much, shouldn't he have learned how to love Shenze? Shenzai, don't you want to know about the past? I know an excellent doctor who might help you remember. Qin Shu quickly chimed in to agree. Yes, you've forgotten the true nature of Ji Hanjun. He was undoubtedly a madman in the past. These words were too obvious. It meant letting him remember the past, remembering how Ji Hanjun had hurt A's in the past. If he hadn't resorted to kidnapping, Yang Muqing wouldn't have discovered the truth step by step. If it weren't for his confinement, A's wouldn't have developed psychological problems. If he hadn't existed, A's might have remained a carefree young master of the Su family forever. As unpleasant memories of the past surfaced, an uneasiness also surged toward his chest. All because of him. It was his fault. Strangely, Ji Hanjun now started to feel panic inside. He had originally thought of starting over, but when Lu Yuan sent A's away, he couldn't resist intercepting him. Shenzai looked at them seriously, and it didn't seem like a joke. It seemed to imply something unfavorable. The Ji Hanjun in his memories was kind to him, could the past version have been cruel? The nearby individuals stared deeply, their lips pursed in silence, their eyes filled with profound sorrow. Were they bullying Ji Hanjun? Shenzai looked earnestly at Chu Chen and sincerely thanked him. No thanks, I'll figure it out myself. After speaking, Ji Hanjun grabbed his hand tightly and pulled him out of the crowd, ignoring whatever was said behind. The youthful boy had long since shed his youthful naivety, and after returning to Shin's family, he seemed no longer troubled by emotions he couldn't attain in the past. Behind them, fireworks burst into flames, lighting up the surroundings. His hand was firmly held as they were led away from the group. Ji Hanjun appeared somewhat dazed. Chu Chen looked at the two retreating figures, following shortly afterward. Qin Shu glanced at Jiang Mu, who was looking down at his phone, seemingly sending a message. Are you giving up? Qin Shu asked. Giving up? But isn't loving someone about making them happy and content? I haven't given up. I just hope he always follows his own choice. Shenzai guided him toward the spot selling Kongming lanterns, speaking along the way. Were you really bad in the past? Why don't you defend yourself when they talk about you? Don't you fight back when people hit you? All around, lantern lights filled the sky, the surrounding area lively and beautiful. Yet he only thought the person holding his hand was the most beautiful. He remembered when he was locked in that storeroom in the Su family's backyard by Aunt Lu. The wind was so strong that the wooden house swayed dangerously. His cries for help were buried in the wind. Despair consumed his heart, even then, he was just a child. Terrified, he crouched in the corner hugging himself. Thunder started to boom outside when suddenly, the wooden door opened. Ace in his pajamas was drenched from the rain and upon seeing him there, scolded angrily. I didn't give you stickers, so you're hiding from me? Come out, next time I'll share everything with you. Despite being shorter than him, Ace still held his hand firmly and led him out of the wooden house. Even now, countless times, Ace would grab his hand and lead him out of hardship and darkness. Love. Big brother. Shen Chi spotted Shenzai and him among the crowd and hurried over. Brother, let's go release the Kongming lantern. Shen Chi was wearing an ancient princess costume, her waist-length hair tied elegantly in a pink Tang dynasty dress, cute yet pretty. Yin Yan also dressed similarly, both standing side by side, pink and yellow, like little fairies. Let's go release the Kongming lantern too, Yin Yan said. They turned around and noticed the three had silently followed, clearly intending to join in releasing the Kongming lanterns as well. Qin Shu approached, Shenzai, we used to have such a great relationship, let's do it together. Chu Chen chimed in, that's right, we also wanted to set off some lanterns, can we go together? Yin Yan and Shen Chi stared wide-eyed at the strangers. These tall and handsome men must be from wealthy families. One exuded a domineering and mature CEO vibe, another carried the aura of a lively and sunny wolf-dog type, and yet another presented as a refined gentlemanly scholar. As for Ji Hanjun, he fit squarely under the category of psychopath-obsessive madman. Shen Chi secretly whispered something to Yin Yan, the two avid readers of romance novels seemingly already comprehending the situation. Chi, your brother has so many admirers, why didn't you tell me before? I just found out today. Chapter 128, Love Me Again. Ji Hanjun knew what they wanted to do, it was nothing more than trying to take the person away from his side. His heart was so terrified that he was almost going crazy, and he wanted to take the person home immediately. But he couldn't. Love is not obsessive forced possession. Shenzai didn't want them to affect Ji Hanjun. He could feel the unease and panic coming from him. Let's all play separately. The rejection was very clear, they should understand, right? Chu Chen looked at Ji Hanjun, knowing that the past events bothered Ji Hanjun a lot, and he also knew it wasn't right. Shenzai, you only love him because you were forced by him, normal people wouldn't do something so crazy. Some of the injuries on your body were even left by Ji Hanjun hiring people to kidnap you in the past. These words felt like knives stabbing into his heart. Ji Hanjun knew what he did was wrong. At that time, he just wanted to scare Shenzai a bit and never intended to hurt Shenzai. It seemed that something felt different inside. Shenzai touched his shoulder and pondered. I've understood. Shenzai's voice was cold and lacked warmth as their clasped hands loosened. Shen Chi noticed something was off. That lunatic Ji Hanjun wasn't saying a word. Could it be that her brother actually took those words seriously? She sighed silently with pain. Ji Hanjun bowed his head resignedly, his eye sockets reddened. After a long time, he finally spoke slowly. Do you hate me now that you've remembered? I like you, why would I hate you? Shenzai stretched out his hands, took off the necklace around his neck, then went forward and grabbed Chu Chen's hand, shoving it into his hand. Chu Chen paused for a moment and could even feel the remaining warmth of the necklace. I seem to remember a little. There indeed seems to be such matters. We are friends, forever good friends. It feels like I mentioned this to you a long time ago. The things that happened before, that's all in the past. If I only focus on the past, I might never be happy again. Shenzai's gaze turned towards Jiangmu, their eyes met, and then Jiangmu smiled faintly. Among the three of them, Jiangmu understood most clearly and let things go easily. He knew that Shenzai probably remembered some things. Jiangmu, I'm going to light lamps with my boyfriend. You take my sister along, I'll treat you to dinner another day. Shenzai pulled Ji Hanjuan's hand again, let's go, little hashtag dot. Shenqi was stunned for a moment, she had been abandoned like this? She didn't know these men well. Could she chat with these people about P1? Yin Yan watched several of them and shook her head, giving a friendly reminder. Brothers, the worst thing to do when dealing with amnesia is mentioning unpleasant matters. Qin Shu looked at the necklace, raising his hand and slapping Chu Chen's shoulder lightly, displeased. You two-faced guy, did you know earlier without telling us, and even gave him a necklace? Normally we can't even summon you, yet today you unexpectedly came for the Lantern Festival. Isn't it because you already knew that someone would come? Chu Chen tightened his grip on the necklace and pondered, isn't it being returned again? Shenzai pulled him towards an empty corner, pushing the person forcefully against the wall. Ji Hanjun, you weren't like this before, when did you start to cry so much? The person in front raised a hand, pinched his cheek, his breath brushing against his face. Ji Hanjuan's heart raced violently as he felt the warm and alluring kiss land on the corner of his eye. A flicker of surprise tinged his eyes. Is young master comforting me? Isn't this a redundant question? Shenzai snorted coldly, reaching out to grab Ji Hanjuan's collar and pulling him down, lifting his head to block him. In the dim corner, their breaths intertwined. His waist was held by someone who hugged tightly, then after a turn, he suddenly felt icy coolness on his back. A towering figure enveloped him in the darkness, the hand at the back of his neck preventing him from retreating even an inch. Shenzai's eyes watered, feeling almost suffocated as the guest became the host. Breath, can't, breathe. Upon hearing his moans, Ji Hanjun unwillingly released his grip, breathing heavily, leaning his forehead against his. Aja, please love me again. I won't make you scared or hurt anymore. It's not Ji Hanjuan's fault. Even if he hadn't been kidnapped, the issue of his origins would have eventually been impossible to hide. He fell ill not entirely because of Ji Hanjun. It was because, being a fake young master, he desperately wanted Yang Muchuan's attention and couldn't withstand the abusive comments online. They would definitely think that he liked someone who once harmed him, believing him to be stupid and shallow. But life belongs to oneself. He will be happy. On the other side, several others were dragged to the photo studio by the two girls. They were reluctant, but had no choice. Chi-Chi, what do you think is the chance of me becoming your brother's little lover? Qin Shu sat on the chair, supporting his chin as he looked at the young girl who bore a resemblance to Shenzai. Shen Chi-Chi shook her head and threw the selected clothes onto him. Don't try to bribe me, I already have my brother-in-law. Not that, why am I wearing a blue silk gauze dress and it's even the same as yours? Why don't they two need to change? Yin Yan leaned in, smiling bizarrely, because both of us think you look good in it. The Kongming lanterns illuminated half of the sky, while Shenzai held a pen to write down his wish on one. There were many others around writing their wishes too. After Shenzai wrote his wish, Ji Hanjun helped him release it together. They lit the fire, the Kongming lantern slowly inflated, gently flying out of their hands, straight towards the vast night sky. The wish-carrying lantern flew far away, until it became indistinct. Ji Hanjun, why didn't you write a wish? The person in front had shining eyes, radiant and lively, full of vitality. Ji Hanjun grabbed his hand and pressed it against his cheek, love-filled and deeply infatuated. His voice was serious yet joyful. My wish is already right here beside me. Was he Ji Hanjuan's wish? Shen Chi-Chi released her Kongming lantern nearby and, upon seeing the two people, happily rushed into Shenzai's arms. Brother, those three were so boring. Next time, take me along to play. Shenzai couldn't see the three, did they leave? Yin Yan, munching on a sugar figure, slowly walked over and explained. One said he had company business and left, one met a friend to release flower lamps, and another was stuck behind. Shenzai followed her gaze and saw Qin Shu, dressed in a blue traditional gown with long hair, surrounded by a group of men and women. Seemed like he was still very popular. They found a tea pavilion to rest and played until late at night before each returning home. Ji Hanjun drove the two girls home first, then slowly drove back with Azay. The passenger in the front seat had already started nodding off, drowsily. When they got home, just as Ji Hanjun stopped the car, Shenzai woke up. Ji Hanjun got out first, opened the car door, and carried him out. He wasn't unable to walk but just tired, dissatisfiedly muttering. I can walk myself. Ji Hanjun wouldn't let go, carrying him back to the room. His gaze fell on the cabinet. Kneeling beside the bed, he reached out and took something, clenching it tightly in his hand. It gleamed silver, somewhat dazzling. His mind jolted, Shenzai stared in shock at Ji Hanjun, opening his mouth unhappily. I've made my feelings clear, I won't run away, and you're still going to lock me up. The orange-yellow lamplight shone on both of them, making him think it was the wrist thing from before. But when it came closer, he realized this was different. The man in front had deep, unfathomable eyes, but one could tell he was genuinely happy. Shenzai anxiously swallowed, wondering what the difference was from the previous item. And even more, there was an additional Su. The next second, his hand was pried open, and Ji Hanjun shoved the object into his palm, his voice low and seductive. #person, give #######. Shenzai was stunned, unable to speak from the abnormal request. The object in his hand was really that kind of stuff, and the person in front was looking at him with burning passion, even quite expectant. I love you. Ji Hanjun lifted his face seriously looking at him, ############. Azay, I will always love you. Chapter 129, Responsibility. The item in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 gold pieces, but it weighed nothing compared to the affection in his eyes. Weren't you angry when I didn't remember you? I love you. How could I be angry? Ji Hanjun looked deeply at him, lowering his gaze ###############################################################################################################& slipping something else into his hand. Shenzai was stunned, his eyes fixed on him. Under the warm yellow light, the person before him had bright eyes and a willingly exposed neck. His stunningly handsome face had an almost aggressive charm, with deep eyes under his lashes like vortices drawing one in. Please, Ace, care for me. That sentence had too much impact. Shenzai tightened his grip on the object in his hand #################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################His eyelids lowered slightly, interest flickering in his eyes as he reached out to stroke Ji Hanjun's face. Would you agree to whatever I do? Ji Hanjun pressed his hand against the palm stroking his cheek, rubbing gently. I'd agree to anything. In the quiet of the night, the faint lamplight cast their shadows onto the wall. Shenzai yawned, hugging a cat while sitting at the edge of the bed. He glanced sideways, seeing Ji Hanjun being ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### in his eyes as his foot pressure lightened. What's wrong? It's just a little hashtag dot. Ji Hanjuan's hair was slightly damp, hashtag tensed tightly. Looking down, just a glance made it feel like it was about to explode. Don't do this. Don't what? It was his words that allowed Shinzei to do anything, and he hadn't done anything overly excessive. I'm going to the company tomorrow. If you promise not to follow me, I'll untie you. Tomorrow, he would go to the company to start understanding everything about the Shin family. He didn't think it wise to let Ji Hanjun attend the shareholders' meeting. Otherwise, if Ji Hanjun clung to him all day, he would lose focus. Ji Hanjun, enduring, lifted his head with restless hands trying to loosen the ropes binding him. His voice was a bit hoarse. Why? Why won't Ace let me follow? I want to follow. Sticking by his spouse was normal. Not following Ace wasn't normal. Seeing Ji Hanjun arguing back, Shinzei furrowed his brow, earning a soft moan from the latter. With a raised eyebrow, Shinzei watched him struggle, withdrawing his foot and turning to pick something up, lifting Ji Hanjun's chin. Don't talk until you're good again. Ji Hanjun was really a pervert, the cabinet truly had all kinds of things. After yawning again, Shinzei placed the cat on the pillow, covering it with blankets before lying down. Holding the cat close, he turned his body to look at the person by the bed. So drowsy, his voice was already soft. I'm a bit sleepy. If you say something nice, I'll untie you. His voice grew softer, and after yawning again, a misty glaze appeared in his eyes. The bonds were already somewhat loose, and Ji Hanjuan's eyes gleamed deeply. Hooking his attention only to fall sound asleep afterward. Shinzei fell asleep, and as soon as he entered dreamland, the person tied to the chair broke free and stood up. Drowsily, he felt something fluffy. Was it Tuan burrowing into his clothes? Too tired, playing all day was indeed exhausting. Watching him sleep soundly, Ji Hanjun found him peaceful, his eyelashes curled, his face cute under strands of tousled hair. Under the dim light, the person on the bed slept quietly, leaving him alone. Ace, how can you sleep? You should take responsibility. No response. Shinzei had no idea what happened, only knowing that he didn't sleep well all night. Several times he woke up dazedly, seeing Ji Hanjun, but he lacked the energy to punch him. Extremely sleepy. Don't mess around. As a result, the next morning, Shinzei woke up to see Ji Hanjun still sitting on the chair. Startled, sitting up abruptly. Didn't he untie himself yesterday? Why was he still on the chair? Ji Hanjun lifted his gaze, a hint of in his eyes. You forgot to untie me. Was it a dream? Or did he get it wrong? Shenzai went forward to untie him, leaning down to kiss his cheek lightly, his post-sleep voice gentle. I forgot. Stay home obediently, and I'll reward you when I come back tonight. Lifting his gaze, Ji Hanjun's eyes were both deep and radiated happiness openly. All right. On his return, he would bring some food for Ji Hanjun and buy a gift to cajole him, considering it his reward. After freshening up, Shenzai retrieved his phone, refusing to let Ji Hanjun escort him. A call later, the bodyguards arrived to pick him up. Shenzai changed into a suit, a custom-made one that accentuated his every move with aristocratic elegance and rebellious grace, making him look beautifully sophisticated. As he stepped into the elevator, he entered the company. Wow, that's Mr. Shen's son, so handsome and elegant. Really looks like Mr. Shen when he was young. I wonder if the young master can drive out those old fossils who always bully others with their power. The company is going to change again. In the office, shareholders had already gathered, along with some managers from planning, strategy, and human resources departments. This was something he and his mother had discussed long ago. These people had worked for the Shen family for years, but after his father's death, they harbored thoughts of taking over the company. An assistant handed over some documents to Shenzai. They contained the financial flow records they'd unearthed over the past few years. Mom, you can come with me. No need, Mommy. Go to your office and wait for me. We've already secured all the evidence. They will surely return their shares quietly. Shenzai asked them all to stay as he walked in with Dahu. Lu Yuan's eyes softened with warmth as she walked away in the opposite direction. She believed Xiao Zhe would be as excellent as Yumin. When Shinchichi arrived at the company and got out of her car, she hoped her brother could take her to a bar for fun. She'd never been to one because Mommy didn't allow it, but Nian Nian said it was very enjoyable there. Good morning, Miss Shen. Everyone in the company greeted her as she passed by. Shinchichi nodded politely in return and headed toward the elevator. With the final person signing the document, Shenzai waved his hand, signaling Dahu to stop his actions immediately. The man had his nose and face beaten up and was now begging for mercy. Humans really did respond better to physical discipline. After all, this person had insulted him and his mother just moments before. Stock transfer papers, I'll have our lawyers offer you appropriate compensation. Additionally, the names I mentioned earlier must go to HR for resignation proceedings. You won't escape legal trouble unless you behave well. Seems beating you first was necessary for you to agree to sign. One middle-aged man stood up, somewhat dissatisfied. Fallacious reasoning. What do you know, little brat? Even your mother wouldn't dare speak to us like this. Where did you get such guts? If you dare hit me again, I'll report you to the police. Shenzai stared deeply at him, his impatience evident in his gaze as he lightly tapped the photo on the table. This man deserved the most punishment. He embezzled the most money and even openly harassed female employees. He used to harass them publicly until Mom scolded him and forced him underground. Go ahead and report it then. Let's see who gets arrested first. You. Afraid of being arrested, he dared not call the police. Lowering his eyes to check his phone, Shenzai saw Ji Hanjun had sent him a message. Ji Hanjun, I'm stepping out for something. Ji Hanjun, I'll miss you. Ji Hanjun, reward me * blushes star. Shenzai, you're such a childish idiot. From now on, he would learn more about corporate management, especially financial management, so as not to disappoint his mother. Meeting adjourned. Holding his phone, Shenzai left. Outside, Shinchichi was waiting for him at the door. Brother, will you accompany me to a bar tonight? I want to go. Frowning, Shenzai pinched her cheeks, his tone displeased. Girls should avoid places like that. Please, brother. Nian Nian and others have gone, each with their brothers accompanying them. I want you to come with me too. Well educated, she attended an elite school with private car transportation, living between home and school every day. Since childhood, she knew she had a brother, but she had never met him. She envied her friends who had brothers taking them out, protecting them. I've wanted a brother to accompany me since I was little. Please fulfill my wish. Seeing her shining anticipation, Shenzai sighed, lowering his head to tidy up her disheveled hair. This is the only exception. Chapter 130, Not Behaving. The car stopped at the bar they had visited before. After sending a message to Ji Hanjun, Shenzai accompanied Shinchichi and Yin Yen together inside. He didn't know why Chichi suddenly thought of coming to a place like this. Unexpectedly, Nian told him that today was an ex-senior's birthday. Chichi seemed to like her a lot. They were led into a private room where people were chatting. The table was full of wine glasses. In the center sat a girl in a purple long dress, her hair scattered over her waist, captivating eyes drawing people in. Since they came in, her gaze had been appraising the group. Senior, happy birthday. Shinchichi happily ran up, presenting the prepared gift with eyes brimming with anticipation. This was a handmade present she worked on overnight, a large gift box with a red ribbon tied in a bow on top. Uxin simply took it with a smile and set it aside casually. Shinchichi was stunned, wanting her to open it and see the effort she spent for a whole month out of her allowance, making it night after night. Senior, who is he? Realizing it was time to respond, Chichi quickly introduced them. This is my brother, Senior, once also from your school. Shenzai appeared indifferent, his first impression being that this girl wasn't anything close to pleasant. Big brother Shen, let's go sit together, Nian too. Feeling the stares around them, Shenzai automatically ignored them while ensuring neither of the two girls drank alcohol. Xin, will he really come? We invite him every year, but he never shows up. Yes, you said you would confess to him today. Today Xin has come well prepared. Shenzai stayed silent with his lips pressed tightly, then his phone in his pocket vibrated, noticed by Uxin just as he reached for it. Big brother Shen, don't answer calls during the gathering. Uxin even walked up willingly, leaned down, and extended her fingers toward his pocket, pulling the phone out herself. Her hair swept against his face lightly, carrying a strong scent of perfume. Oh my, what is goddess doing so close to our big brother? Ha ha ha. Shinchichi froze upon seeing her touch her brother, standing up abruptly. Senior, don't touch my brother. Uxin paused, raising her hand to grab Chichi's curly hair, her smile spreading. Chichi, you're like a rabbit, adorable. Yin Yan rolled her eyes on the side, the same comment from last year's banquet too. Praising women as cute and then going on to flirt with other men at the scene. Uxin sat back down, waiting patiently as usual. Half an hour passed and no one arrived. Does Ji Hanjun really dislike her so much? Does he prefer that fake lord instead? Focusing her attention on Shenzai now, doesn't he look extremely similar to Suzai? The call went unanswered. Ji Hanjun sat in his office, noticing the red dot on the computer screen indicating the location, a bar. His unruly bangs covered his shadowed eyes, the atmosphere pressing low around him as his fingers tapped lightly on the desk. Little Zhao stood nearby, nearly scared to death by the boss's intimidating presence, breaking into cold sweat. Little Zhao, what if the little kitten at home doesn't listen? Little Zhao, unexpectedly called on, was startled, wondering how the boss knew about her cat. The kitten is delicate. It's best not to hit or scold it, rather, be patient in teaching it. But does teaching even work? In the morning, Ji Hanjun said he would reward him in the evening, yet now there was no response via text, and calls remained unanswered. He noticed the location at a bar through the tracker. Ji Hanjun couldn't contain his anger anymore, his dark eyes locked intensely onto the computer screen. Not behaving. The atmosphere in the private room became somewhat strange. Shinchichi looked coldly at the woman fawning over her own brother towards Uxin. In her memory, her senior was not supposed to be like this. Yin Yan finished eating her fruit in front of her and reached to take Chi-Chi's. Catching her always staring at someone else, Yin Yan sighed, tugging on her hand gently. My turtle, we need to learn when to cut our losses timely. He truly couldn't tolerate any more, the smell of perfume was overpowering. Shenzai stood up, politely excusing himself to head to the restroom. Upon stepping out of the private room, he instantly felt he could breathe again. After getting his phone back, he discovered it already received many messages. Oh. As Shenzai walked, he tried making a call, but it showed unanswered. After washing his face, Shenzai waited a while longer, taking a deep breath before returning to the private room. Unbeknownst to him, someone had arrived and the atmosphere of the drinking session had become unusually lively. He overheard earlier about confessions being planned. However, he did not realize that the confession target was Ji Hanjun. In the dim light, he lounged on the sofa, idly toying with a belt in his fingers. The silver gleam coiled around his muscular, exposed arm. His gaze was dark and wild, penetrating through the crowd to lock onto Shenzai. His entire demeanor radiated untamed darkness and overwhelming intensity. Shenzai's back stiffened as he was terrified by the man's fearsome eyes, hesitating to take another step forward. It's my birthday today, you actually came. Are you thirsty? There's more to do tonight. Why have you been ignoring me? Uxin looked at him, unable to conceal her joy. Her thoughts were set on conquering this man. However, since Ji Hanjun entered, he hadn't spared her a single word. Instead, he walked straight to Shinchichi's side, pulling a boy who had just approached her away and throwing him out of the room. Seeing Shenzai return, Ji Hanjun spoke. Miss you, it seems there's been a misunderstanding, I'm here to retrieve a cat. Shinchichi couldn't look up due to her guilt, she had invited her brother, fearing they'd soon gang up on her. Ji Hanjun smiled faintly at Shenzai, amusement playing on his lips. Wife, why didn't you bring me along? How terrifying. It was even worse when he smiled. Shenzai didn't move. With so many people around, Ji Hanjun better not lose his mind. All noise around them had ceased, leaving the room eerily silent. Ji Hanjun gazed at Shenzai and patted his thigh. Come here, sit on your husband's lap. Most of these people were former classmates from the computer science department who knew Ji Hanjun, including Uxin. Previously, the incident involving Suzai had created a great stir, yet the main subject turned out to be perfectly fine, alive and well. Shenzai wasn't sure what Ji Hanjun intended to do as he tried to take a seat next to him but got pulled into his arms instead. A hand snaked around his waist, its warmth piercing through the fabric. Ji Hanjun embraced him tightly, burying his face into Shinzei's neck and inhaling deeply. Uxian observed everything sharply, utterly shocked. What's going on? They just look alike, right? It couldn't be some kind of body switch trope, could it? Shinzei pressed his lips tightly together, ticklish from Ji Hanjun's hair brushing against him. He whispered a warning. Stop fooling around, everyone's watching. Ji Hanjun raised his eyes, his gaze shadowy and profound, his tone calm. Let them watch. Is it wrong for me to hold my own wife? Their relationships with classmates while in school had always been rocky, and Ji Hanjun never attended reunions. Not to mention girls from the same major pursuing him, these he completely ignored. One of the boys finally broke the silence. You two, are that kind of relationship? Ji Hanjun glanced at the boy briefly. We're getting married soon. As he said this, he showed off his ring, matching the one Shinzei wore on his hand. Everyone already knew Ji Hanjun had followed a certain lord faithfully, never expecting that he had now successfully captured the young master. Another boy asked curiously. Ji Hanjun, isn't he Suzei? Then how is he Shinzei? Also, how did you manage to chase him down? Can you teach me? This boy had been after his neighbor for 3 months, eating meals with her daily, only to be rejected time and again. Ji Hanjun tightened his grip, lowering his voice into an ominous tone. Be their little servant wearing a mask, and slowly work your way up. Chapter 131, Reward Me. Back then, everyone knew that Ji Hanjun was like following people around all the time. Uxian never expected the person himself to be here, seeing the person in his arms made her grind her teeth with hatred. Her face turned frighteningly dark. But it was indeed a one-sided affection on her part. If it weren't for the cooperation between the Yu family before, he probably wouldn't even know her name. You chase after people, but I also have my ways. Is cooking so delicious that you lost your soul? That's right, to pursue someone, you need to have thick skin. My girlfriend is the one I pursued. The people around gave the young man suggestions one by one, and the atmosphere became less oppressive. Her waist was gently rubbed, Shinzei's ears turned red as she gave him a warning look. Stop pinching me. Her hand was caught and gripped tightly, the chain binding their hands tighter and tighter. Naughty bad cat. Shinchichi finally got to see Uxian's true colors today. She didn't believe it when others told her before. She didn't mean to say she liked Uxian, but Uxian had helped her when she was bullied by some small-time hooligans in the past. After investigating, she found out his name was Uxian, and she has remembered it until now. It's truly heartbreaking. Nyen, why do so many people not want to play with me, but you're the only one? Yi Nyen patted her shoulder seriously. Chi-Chi, even if you were poop, I would still play with you. Shin-Chi-Chi, you're so disgusting. Yi Nyen laughed, telling her what she said was true. If you were poop, I'd turn into a dung beetle and push you around every day. It was supposed to be a birthday party, but this time it turned into a class reunion, and quite a few people wanted to cozy up to Ji Hanjun. Who doesn't know that Ji Hanjun currently oversees everything of the Su family? He's a hard-to-approach figure in the business circle. A few of them didn't attend the dinner later, and Ji Hanjun took several people out of the bar. They went to a restaurant to eat, and Yi Nyen had already been picked up by the driver and went home first. Brother, this dessert is so tasty. Shin-Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled brightly. There was only one portion per person, so Shinzei pushed his towards her. Eat more if you like it. Ji Hanjun didn't originally enjoy desserts, so he also handed his over to Shin-Chi-Chi. Wow, double desserts, double happiness. Having an older brother is truly wonderful, so happy. After eating several bites of ice cream, Shin-Chi-Chi looked up at Ji Hanjun and remembered the words spoken in the room. What does getting married soon mean? It means I will officially marry him. Nowadays, the love between two men has gradually gained recognition and acceptance, and they should not be discriminated against. He and A's are not the crazy people described online. They are normally in love. They love each other deeply, and even gender becomes something they adore. Shinzei was startled by his words, showing some shock. When did I agree to marry you, and there are very few cases of two men getting married in the country anyway. There are many couples who openly express their love, but very few who openly get married. Ji Hanjun pursed his lips without saying anything. He will make the whole world know that A's is his. After finishing the meal, Shinzei said he would take Shin-Chi-Chi back, but was refused. Brother, go back first. I've arranged to meet Nyen, and I'll take her home afterward. I'll wait with you, it's not safe waiting by the side of the road. No need, brother, Dahu and others are still around. Go back, go back. Shin-Chi-Chi stood by the roadside, waving her hands to let them leave first. After sending them off, Shin-Chi-Chi waved goodbye. Only when they walked far away did the smile on her face disappear. She pulled out her phone and called Dahu to come over, returning to the original route leading back to the bar. After going back, sure enough, the people in the bar hadn't left, and even more people had arrived. Shin-Chi-Chi entered and immediately saw the gift box discarded on the side, which she painstakingly crafted night after night. She wasn't worthy. Uxian was already upset because her birthday celebration ended up being ruined this way, so seeing Shinchichi suddenly return, her face wasn't very happy either. Why did Chi-Chi come back? Did you forget to take something? Shinchichi always loved wearing Lolita dresses, but there were very few people around her who liked this style of dress. She has always felt quite alienated. Yes, I forgot something, I'll leave once I pick it up. Shinchichi stepped forward and among the pile of gifts found hers, dusted it off, and hugged it as she left. Uxian stepped forward to block her path, puzzled. Isn't this the present Chi-Chi gave me? Shinchichi looked up, her face icy cold. Rarely did she tear open her relationship with anyone like this, but Uxian's actions today made her quite angry. I'll remake it for the senior sister. This was handmade by me, and I don't want to give it anymore. Once a gift is given, there's no taking it back. Uxian reached out to grab it, but Shinchichi held onto it tightly. I don't want to give it to you anymore. As they struggled over the gift, Shinchichi tripped on an empty wine bottle lying on the floor. Watch out. A warm male voice sounded nearby. A man quickly rose from the couch and steadied Shinchichi before she could fall. Shinchichi looked up. In the dim light, she saw a face strikingly similar to Uxian's. It was almost identical if you couldn't see clearly. Twins. Yufei helped her regain her balance, pulled Uxian aside, and apologized to Shinchichi with a sheepish smile. Sorry, just go ahead and leave. Why are you taking her side, Yufei? How can you do that? Uxian tried to step forward again but was stopped by the young man who said, Sis, stop causing trouble. Are they siblings? Identical siblings even. But what did that have to do with her? Her image of senior sister had already been destroyed. Shinchichi let out a cold scoff, hugged the gift, and left the private room, slamming the door hard behind her. Back at the villa, as soon as Shinzei walked in the door, he was suddenly grabbed and pushed against the doorframe by someone who came in after him. Shinzei furrowed his brows. What's wrong with you today? Ji Hanjun glanced at him, obviously a little angry, and bit him lightly as a punishment. You have to tell me where you're going next time. What if something happens? Having a tracker isn't foolproof. He worried about the past incident happening again and then having them separated for years once more. He didn't want such a thing to happen ever again. And before Ji Hanjun could lower his head to kiss, Shinzei sharply turned his face away with equal annoyance. What about you not telling me when someone confesses to you? During all his school years, he hadn't received even a single love letter, and naturally, he felt jealous. If I don't get to kiss you, I'll ###. Ji Hanjuan's eyes darkened, looking deeply at those lips, which he had wanted to kiss back in the private room. Especially after drinking fruit wine, they shone brightly, leaving a glistening trail. You dare to? Shinzei glared at him, unable to free himself due to how tightly Ji Hanjun gripped his hands. Didn't you say you'd reward me tonight? What's one little kiss? One kiss will be enough. Ji Hanjun slightly furrowed his brow, tightened his hold around Shinzei's waist, and immediately pressed down for a kiss. Shinzei frowned and attempted to kick the person in front of him, only to be #########. I already told you not to do this. I hate you so much. Chapter 132, very much liked the gift. It's because Az is too cute. Ji Hanjun's eyes were deep, and he looked at him earnestly. He hugged his waist and moved closer to kiss him in an attempt to appease him. That's not a reason, this is abnormal. He was abnormal, but he was only abnormal for Az. As he saw the person on the door panel almost with reddened eyes, he felt itchy inside, tightening his hand around the waist again. He couldn't bear seeing his cry. What did Az say today? A reward? Ji Hanjun's voice was hoarse as he took off the hearing aid from his right ear and put it into his pocket. Opening his mouth slightly to speak. With the hearing aid taken off, he still had another ear to hear, but not a single word came through. All he saw were Ji Hanjun's lips moving, but no sound was heard. Shenja asked him with confusion, what did you say? Ji Hanjun opened his mouth again to repeat the sentence. Still, there was no sound audible. The person in front of him continued talking. Shenja watched his lips, reading what he said by the shape of his mouth. L. G. Please. Knife. W. After Shenja read out the last one, the person in front of him leaned down and kissed his cheek. That will satisfy you. Now he could hear again. It turned out he just spoke without making any sound, truly a crafty move. Brought back to the room, Ji Hanjun took something out and placed it on the table, just like what Chi-Chi gave him that day. How did you get this thing? Shenja sat at the edge of the bed, casually picking up a packet and feeling it. It was hard and coarse in texture. Isn't this the same as sugar? This isn't any different from that day. Chi-Chi had already told him earlier that it was all just sugar. When Ji Hanjun went upstairs, he already hid the stuff in his pocket, eager to use it. Watching the person sitting at the bedside scrutinizing the sugar in his hands. Ji Hanjun's eyes fell on his feet, noticing a red patch on the foot wearing slippers. Was it chafed? Were the shoes not suitable? Shenja moved his foot, signaling that there was no need to worry, it wasn't severe. When he was picking clothes to go to the company, there was only one pair of shoes that would match the outfit, but only one chafed his foot. You haven't answered me yet, why do you have this thing? Jihan-jun raised his eyes, as, dare you eat it? What was he afraid of? He already knew it was sugar. Why should I be afraid? Jihan-jun steadied his breath, preparing to pack the things on the table. Az is scared, because Az is a little coward. Mocking him? This is just a bag of sugar. Shenja furrowed his brows, gripping the item tightly in his hand, raising his eyebrows slightly and looking at him before speaking. If I eat it, starting from today, I will sleep in the guest room for a month. Dare you or not? Jihan-jun frowned, revealing a look of grievance in his eyes. Az, you know, I can't sleep without hugging you. Then who is the coward? Az is the coward. Alright, fine. Refusing and still mocking him. Upon hearing his words about not letting him into the room, Jihan-jun looked incredibly sad, gazing at him pitifully. Az, don't eat it. The cowardly Az is the cutest. Screw your cowardice. Shenja tore open the package and poured its contents directly into his mouth. As soon as it dissolved and revealed its taste. Pa pa pa. He spat out what he had just put in his mouth and hurriedly wiped his mouth with a tissue. Damn, how bitter it was. It was bitter straight to the core. Shenja angrily kicked Jihan-jun. Looking angrily at the person in front of him, he threw away the package. You tricked me, didn't you? What is this? It's not sugar. In the instant Shenja swallowed it, the look of grievance in Jihan-jun's eyes disappeared completely. His breathing became heavy. Punishing the disobedient little cat. He needed to find a way to make him obedient, so that he wouldn't have the strength to run around recklessly. Shenja froze, feeling a surge of heat rising in his throat, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. A familiar sensation. Enraged, Shenja glared at him, you tricked me. His vision started to blur, and he only felt the coolness of the hand holding his. Meeting Jihan-jun's gaze, Shenja saw the intense heat deep within his eyes. He knew Az too well, clearly aware of what methods could make Az comply with his thoughts. Az always said he was scary during these moments. He also scolded him as the ox from Xiaoying's family, eating little but having endless energy. But he didn't know who Xiaoying was. Shenzhe was breathing heavily, trying to get up and go downstairs for water when someone grabbed his hand. Chi-Chi is fake. Jihan-jun's is real. Az, will you be a good boy in the future? Sure, Shenzhe reluctantly said, Jihan-jun knew he would curse him, but Az had promised to reward him. Jihan-jun ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### saw that blinding red. Taking hashtag 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 hashtag. Like hashtag 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 hashtag. Standing on the side, Jihan Jun's eyes were burning hotly. Under the dim light, he looked at the person and spoke indifferently. Really beautiful. Freak. Jihan Jun was absolutely a madman without doubt. On the other side, the young man Duan Xingyan came home and found that the neighbor had not yet gone to sleep. Jihan Jun's method, he hadn't tried it. The English songs could still faintly be heard from inside the room, gentle and pleasant. The boy stood by the door, unsure whether or not to go in. He thought about smoking to help make the decision. As he reached into his pocket, recalling the day when he smelled smoke and instinctively frowned, he decided against smoking. Raising his hand to knock on the door, then thinking about how after drinking tonight, his breath must be awful, so he almost gave up knocking. Just as he was about to give up, the door opened. Jiang Mu opened the door to take out the trash and was startled by the sight of Duan Xingyan standing outside. In front of him, with gentle features, dressed in a warm yellow-toned pajama set, his eyelashes trembling slightly as if he was scared by him. Duan Xingyan just glanced once, and his whole face immediately turned bright red, eyes quickly darting away. Jiang, brother Jiang, what a coincidence. Jiang Mu smiled gently, it sure is quite a coincidence. Hearing the gentle laugh, Duan Xingyan's brain suddenly went blank. He stood at the doorstep, and yet said, what a coincidence. So late already, do you have anything to talk about? Duan Xingyan stood there unsure what to do, his hands shaking, his face turning red like a boiled shrimp. Stammering, not knowing how to answer. His gaze fell on the trash bag in Jiang Mu's hand, he leaned over quickly and took it. I'll throw the trash for you, brother Jiang, good night. Duan Xingyan walked away regretfully. He was so timid, he should have been shameless like Jihan Jun. If you're not thick-skinned, you won't be able to pursue anyone. He would strive to become more shameless. Chapter 133, Wanting to see A's. I'm about to faint. Shenzai's cheeks were slightly red hashtag 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 hashtag. The person beside him hugged him tightly, their arms possessively wrapping around his waist. Crazy hashtag. Shenzai pushed the person away with all his strength, but his hand was gently caught. Don't push me away. Yesterday wasn't like this. His voice was deep, and his eyes were shadowed yet filled with laughter. He didn't want to argue with him anymore. He would absolutely not randomly eat things given by Ji Hanjun from now on. Tiangong M has already lit up. So sleepy. Shenzai turned over, struggling to reach for the bear by the window, hugging it close, and closing his eyes. I'm so sleepy. Don't bother me. Seeing how exhausted he was, after simply tidying up, Ji Hanjun kissed his cheek and went downstairs to cook breakfast. While busy in the kitchen, the doorbell rang. Ji Hanjun walked out wearing an apron and saw the man at the door. The man respectfully called out, President Ji, and handed him the plan made these past few days. President Ji, here is the decorated hall and estate's actual scenery, please watch the VCR. The estate was the one he had abroad, where people regularly cleaned and tidied it up. He wanted to give Shenzai a surprise. After watching the plan, Ji Hanjun went upstairs to wake him up, got him ready, and came downstairs for breakfast. Give me a kiss, A's. Shenzai rolled his eyes and, feeling uncomfortable even sitting on the sofa, didn't think there was any face worth kissing. Hurry up, I still have to go to work later. Ji Hanjun, holding a bowl, knelt down by the sofa, the bright imprint of a slap on his face clearly visible. The man was tall, with a red silk ribbon wrapped around his neck from yesterday. The ribbon was tied into a bow at his neck. Obediently, Ji Hanjun fed him, wiped his mouth after feeding, then went to clean the cat litter. A nanny wouldn't be as useful as he was. Ace doesn't have to go to work, I'll support you. Shenzai lay sideways on the sofa and finished chewing the porridge in his mouth. I am a man, not a kept lover. I won't let you support me. Well, then I'm A's kept lover. Shenzai snorted and kicked him lightly with his foot. You're a pervert. Ji Hanjun smiled and let him kick, then grabbed his foot and slipped on his socks. Remember to think of little hashtag today. After leaving home, Shenzai took the car to the hospital. He remembered quite a bit, but some things were still foggy. He wanted to consult a doctor. Should he see a psychiatrist? Shenzai held his medical record form, and the bodyguard standing beside him had also brought back the medication he had taken before. Doctor, I've been injured before and want to recover my previous memories. I've remembered a lot, but I still feel something is missing. The doctor looked at his records and scans. Indeed, his head had suffered serious trauma. Can you tell me which specific memories are missing? Shenzai thought for a moment, some childhood events and certain dreams. Dreams. The doctor, resting his chin on his hand, seemed deep in thought. All his patients dreamt and experienced delusions, including paranoia. Mr. Shen, could you describe the specifics of these dreams? Confinement, death. After awakening, the events from his past started becoming increasingly blurred. Before, he would dream and experience auditory hallucinations, now, those stopped. This is a normal phenomenon. Some people suddenly remember things or inexplicably experience flashbacks and dreams. There's no clear explanation for this. To remember more, try interacting more with people around you and visiting places that jog your memory. The sea. He remembered clearly the area of ocean where he fell. It was the same sea from his pre-awakening memory where Ji Hanjun threw him into. Shenzai thanked him hastily, getting up to meet the two people outside the door. Gu Qin looked weary, every inch of his being exuding despair, dragged by Gu Lixing into the psychological consultation room. Upon seeing Shenzai, Gu Qin's eyes brightened and hurriedly tried to grab Shenzai. Even upon waking up, he still remembered Gu Qin. Shenzai frowned and stepped back to avoid him. Why are you avoiding me? Is it because you know I'm not the real Ji Hanjun? What's wrong with me? It was me who saved you. This retreating movement deeply hurt Gu Qin. He had already been diagnosed with mental illness and dissociative identity disorder. Shenzai remained silent, lips pursed, his expression cold. When he noticed the other trying to get closer, he sneered and punched the person down. Are you awake now? Gu Lixing stood to the side without intervening. Today, she came to pick up the diagnosis sheet and planned to send him to the hospital for treatment afterward. She knew her younger brother was different from normal people since childhood, but never imagined how much more different he would become as an adult. Go ahead and hit me, it's my fault. I should be nice to you and not lose my temper. He didn't want to listen. There was only one Ji Hanjun who could tolerate his temper. He didn't want to stay longer with them, so he looked at Gu Lixing. I have something to do first, let's meet another day. Gu Lixing nodded, signaling her assistant to pull Gu Qin inside. Alright, let's meet another day. When they were far enough, Gu Lixing looked down at Gu Qin on the ground. Did you see that? He has regained his memory. You need to focus on your treatment and face reality. Gu Qin stared at the retreating figure and laughed softly, his laughter growing wild. If I knew I would be doing someone else's dirty work, I shouldn't have saved him in the first place. I should have let him die in the sea. He should have given away Shenzai's location to Pei Shen much earlier. Shenzai returned to the company after leaving and made significant changes among the staff. A few department managers were dismissed, it was impossible without some supervision. Ding. The phone rang. Shenzai picked up the phone and saw it was a message from Ji Hanjun. It was just one word. Wang. Shenzhe chuckled, his bad mood vanishing instantly as he replied to the text. Shenzhe, I'd rather hear your voice. Just as he sent the message, a call came through. The voice on the other end was somewhat hoarse. The two calls warmed Shenzhe up. But why was he speaking in a low voice? In the meeting room nearby, there was an unusual silence. The shareholders and managerial heads below dared not look up. Even though they heard those two calls, they still did not dare to raise their heads for fear of the terrifying atmosphere. "Ace, do you miss me?" Shenzhe twirled the pen in his hand while looking at the computer screen, replying softly. "I don't miss you. But I miss you, I want to see you." Shenzhe coldly huffed, "I definitely don't miss you, I won't see you." After the call ended, Ji Hanjun pouted slightly, then smiled at his phone. When he looked up again, his eyes turned cold and shadowy as he threw the proposal book across the room. His tone became chilly and deep. "Revise it. Submit a proper plan within 3 days or everyone goes straight to HR. Everyone, damn it, oppressive capitalists." Thinking about Shenzhe incessantly, Ji Hanjun spent 2 hours after the meeting staring blankly at the computer. Addicted. Missed him so much. Ji Hanjun opened the locator on his computer. The red dot was quite prominent on the screen, marking a location in his own office building. Shenzhe had to ask for directions downstairs before taking the elevator upstairs. Missing Ji Hanjun, Shenzhe figured he might as well give him the face and share lunch together. As he walked toward the office, many employees looked surprised at this strikingly beautiful figure heading toward the president's private elevator and subsequently approaching the office door. He gently knocked on the glass door. Suddenly, the door swung open from inside and he was yanked in forcefully. In the monitoring room downstairs, senior personnel rushed to check the surveillance as soon as Shenzhe entered the elevator. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially those who had been in the earlier meeting. Is that President Ji's wife? President Ji also likes little hashtag dot. Shoo, look over by the window. Peeping on President Ji will get us killed. Chapter 134, I want to marry him. The scorching rain fell down, dense and chaotic. It seemed as if he had deliberately waited at the door for him. Did he know he was coming and waited all this time? Ji Hanjun buried his face in his neck, slightly raising his head to look. His breathing was disordered. Do you like the office? Shenzhe pushed him away, pulling off his own clothes, his voice slightly angry. I came here for you to have dinner with me. Ji Hanjun's eyes were deep, filled with madness and excitement. It seemed the office stirred him greatly. He carried unfulfilled desires. Azay. Shenzhe raised a hand to pinch his face, looking into his eyes without any warmth reaching them. If you keep acting like this, I won't come anymore. Already tired, he couldn't handle another bout of it. Ji Hanjun was truly powerful, with boundless energy. What does Azay want to eat? Ji Hanjun leaned down to press against his cheek, rubbing back and forth like a giant dog. Azay just liked having sharp words but soft insides. Mouthed that he didn't miss him, didn't want to see him. But still secretly came. Azay loved him so much. I want to eat strawberries. An assistant brought in strawberries and lunch for the office. This was Xiao Zhao's first time seeing her boss's beloved one. But it seemed like her boss's standing in this relationship was rather low. In her impression, the boss was handsome, rich, melancholic, cruel, and unsociable. No one in the company had ever seen the boss smile. Now. Ji Hanjun obediently knelt on the ground, hair in disarray, while the other person didn't look much better, with swollen lips. So, did he surrender right there like water? There were palm prints on his face. There was already one visible this morning, and now there was another on the other side. Just put it on the table. Alright, okay, boss. Xiao Zhao left the office and was surrounded by colleagues downstairs. Were they both improperly dressed? That's really the boss's partner, very tame. Did the boss get slapped again? Shenzhe sat on the sofa in the office, picking up his phone, and watched the recent trending topics. A strawberry was passed to his lips. He opened his mouth and took a bite. Ji Hanjun then shoved the rest of the bitten strawberry into his mouth. So sweet. Ji Hanjun fed him several more strawberries and thought about today's positioning. Did Azay go to the hospital today? The position showed he went to the hospital. Was he sick or something? Not really, just browsing around. Shenzhe didn't quite want to tell him that he went to consult about memory issues. If he told him he was once awakened, would he believe? Shenzhe didn't know what he was thinking about, but his gaze lifted playfully as he pulled Ji Hanjun closer by grabbing his collar. How do you know where I went? You haven't installed anything on my phone, right? There was no hint of disturbance or panic in his eyes as he looked up and kissed Shenzhe affectionately. No, it's called telepathy. Such lies came out effortlessly. He didn't believe in such telepathy. After finishing their meal, Shenzhe was about to return to the company when Ji Hanjun pulled him saying give him a kiss before leaving. Kiss your mom. Furious, Shenzhe stormed out of the door, his darkened face tinged with red, and even his earlobes turned bright red. The person following him behind all the way downstairs kept staring helplessly. Even as they descended the stairs, Shenzhe remained irritated. Shenzhe retaliated by punching Ji Hanjun on the shoulder. Through clenched teeth, he forced out a sentence. Next time if you don't listen, I won't come. Ji Hanjuan's tie was crooked, and he obediently followed from behind, but his eyes were brimming with unstoppable desire and fervor. All because of that earlier call, otherwise, he would have been stripped bare right away. I just couldn't hold back. It won't be like this next time. Ji Hanjun gazed at his moist, red, and swollen lips, with a shadow of darkness in his eyes. So much wanted to kiss. Everyone in the company had witnessed General Ji's submissive demeanor and kept their heads down, too afraid to speak. After sending him off, Ji Hanjun went upstairs and watched employees hard at work. Tomorrow, I'll give you all a day off, no overtime tonight, let's gather for dinner at my expense. Long live the boss. They never expected the boss to be a complete love brain, becoming more likable after the arrival of the boss lady. Take back those curses about the boss said before. Back at the company, Shenzai found Shin Chi had waited a long time in his office already. Brother. Why bring so many books if you're already coming? Shenzai stepped forward, picked up one of the books, and was shocked upon flipping open the first page by the intense poses inside. Why did you bring this kind of book to my office? Mom said I should study with brother. She will check, but I've been secretly reading these. Brother, please don't expose me. Shenzai put the book down, unable to believe his adorable sister liked reading things like this. Didn't he already hide this book? Did you buy more books? From Nian Nian. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside. Come in. Yan Nian walked in carrying a pile of books so large that she was almost completely obscured by them. Hello, Shin brother. The two of them placed the books on the table, their eyes gleaming with excitement, determined to read all the unopened ones today. These Japanese and Korean comic books were difficult to obtain, requiring much effort just to buy them. Brother, would you like to join us and read together? Shenzai hastily waved his hands. This wasn't quite suitable for him. Really, Shin brother, aren't you interested? The Taiwan editions don't have fluorescence, and they're educational too. No, it's alright. He didn't want to learn at all. Ji Hanjun had been playing around so recklessly, leading Shenzai to suspect whether Ji Hanjun had been sneaking off to watch videos to learn such behavior. Trying hard to ignore the two of them, why were they making sounds while reading? Chi, this one's good, it has many poses, super detailed. I have that one, this one is better, it's intellectually stimulating and arousing. Avoid this one, the two protagonists are unfaithful, continuing relations with others even after being together. Ugh, this one's disgusting, it's grotesque. I couldn't keep reading it. That one's ending was explosive. There was gore, intestines, and someone was tied to a Christmas tree. It took me days to recover from that one. Shenzai. Was it really appropriate to read such content in front of a guy? It was practically the same as undressing entirely and putting oneself out on display. On the other side, Ji Hanjun personally went to the flower shop and reserved countless roses and roses. Interwoven beautifully, red stood out as the most eye-catching color. Sir, are all these flowers for a wedding? Ji Hanjun picked up a rose, bringing it close to his nose for a whiff, his eyes lighting up with anticipation and affection. Yes, I'll send as many as possible. He wasn't joking, he intended to marry Shenzai. Marriages between men were still rare, usually occurring in places where no one else knew, allowing the couple to be happy privately. But Ji Hanjun wanted the entire world to know that Shenzai was his. If legal, they'd register right away. If not, they'd love each other for a lifetime. He'd already found countries overseas where they could register their marriage, all that was missing was a proposal. Your girlfriend must be so happy. He's a boy. Chapter 135, Wanting to Propose. Boy. The shop attendant was a bit surprised, as the man before her was already quite handsome, even if he didn't seem very approachable. His boyfriend must be even better looking. Then allow me to wish you early happiness for your wedding, sir. Thank you. Ji Hanjun held a bouquet of flowers, thinking about picking A's at work later that evening. He had been planning their wedding recently, soon they would go and get married officially. Gender has never been a shackle to his love for A's. If loving someone still required gender consideration, then love is too cheap. If it's not legal, then he will keep on loving A's forever. The surrounding flowers emitted a fragrance, and with a bunch of them in hand, Ji Hanjun left the flower shop. The attendant watched him walk away and thought of her boss. Their boss, Xiao Yanxi, also liked a woman, who used to visit frequently. But from an unknown time onward, the woman seemed to have stopped coming. Don't space out. The customer ordered a chamomile bouquet. Go prepare it. Xiao Yanxi emerged from the back carrying daffodils, she managed several flower shop chains throughout the city. In haste, the attendant went to fetch the chamomiles, and Xiao Yanxi sighed, hearing the words. How envious she was of lovers finally uniting in marriage. But alas, she was a coward. Heart exhaustion, truly exhausting. Shenzai couldn't even focus on reading contracts, feeling his ears ache after Shinchichi and Yunayan's incessant chattering. The shameless film company, it's almost making me grow up faster. You're exaggerating. Look at this. Wow, I can't hold on anymore. People live only for Shijiao Gaoren. He looks good even when breathing heavily. I like the plot so much, VVDS, video viewing does. Have you finished that story yet, Chi-Chi? Shin-Chi-Chi leaned forward, looking at the tablet in her hands, which displayed a long chapter novel. Knock knock. Come in. A secretary walked in. Mr. Shen, there's someone named Qin Shu outside looking for you. Why did Qin Shu come here? Qin Shu was brought into the office by the secretary, holding some blueberry pastries made by his mother, something Shinzei loved eating in the past. And today he was dressed particularly stylishly, having styled his hair as well, trying to exude charm. Thinking Shinzei would be alone, he instead saw two girls on the couch reading books, the table covered with various books. How were Shin-Chi-Chi and her friends here too? How did you come? Qin Shu stepped forward and placed the pastries on the table. Try these, they're your favorite. They indeed were his favorite, and they used to gather at Qin Shu's house to eat because Qin's mom cooked super delicious food. Shinzei picked up a piece and tasted it, the familiar flavor instantly brightening his eyes. Sweet upon entry, flavored with blueberries, soft bread, and caramel baked just right, delicious. Delicious. Isn't it? I specially brought it over for you. Qin Shu laughed softly, adjusting his hair while gazing at Shinzei. He definitely looked more beautiful and refined than before, the suit suited him well, making him look even more aristocratic. Shinzei, do you have time tonight? Can I take you to dinner? My brother doesn't have time. Shin-Chi-Chi came over, having noticed Qin Shu for a while now, perhaps wanting to dig up trouble while her brother-in-law wasn't around. Seeing the cakes on the table, she took one and put it in her mouth. My brother doesn't have time, he has to read books with us. Shin-Chi-Chi chewed thoughtfully, finding them surprisingly tasty, then took another bite. Qin Shu slightly frowned. Was it just books that needed people accompanying? What kind of books? Shall I join you? Yi Nian walked over with a tablet, also grabbing a piece of pastry to munch on. Why don't you read this? I'll lend you my tablet. Qin Shu accepted it, seeing that the book title on the tablet was in 2 characters. Look who. Is this a novel? What does it talk about? Shin-Chi-Chi snickered nearby. It was a pretty damaging choice, using this particular book to give him a dose of his own medicine. Yi Nian nodded. Just read it. After a while, silence enveloped the room. Kins observed the giggling pair, wondering what the fuss was all about. Isn't it just a novel? Could it possibly be a horror story? As the 3 settled down on the couch, Qin Shu gave up after reading only the first 2 chapters. Frowning, he handed back the tablet. He felt like his worldview had taken a beating. You didn't finish it. Kins felt his entire perspective ripped apart and pieced together again. From now on, he wouldn't dare to walk through dark alleys alone anymore. Is that even something a human can read? The 2 burst into laughter and shoved a few more books towards him, all of which were Taiwanese editions. Qin Shu flipped through a couple of pages at random and immediately stopped himself from going further. Are you 2 really okay reading such stuff? Don't corrupt me. Is this what today's girls enjoy? But it was just too explicit. Shin-Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. If you don't want to read, fine. These are the highlights. The knock on the door sounded again as the assistant walked in. Mr. Shen, someone else is here looking for you. He claims to be your husband. Shinzei waved his hand, thinking aside from Ji Hanjun, no one else could say something like that. Flowers entered the room before any person did. A's, I've come to pick you up, honey. Ji Hanjun took off the flowers after saying so and froze on the spot. He noticed how crowded the office had become. From the side, Qin Shu gave an eye roll. TSK TSK TSK. Shinzei stood up and stepped forward to take the flowers. How come you're here? Are you done with work? I let them finish early. I thought we could have dinner together tonight. Shin-Chi-Chi leaned in, shoving a book into Ji Hanjun's arms. Husband-to-be, read this. What kind of book? Ji Hanjun furrowed his eyebrows slightly, taking a few pages, but kept a neutral expression on his face. Not interested, it's not as big as mine. Then he returned the book to her, drawing both the person and flowers into his arms, leaning down to give a kiss on the lips. There will be a surprise tonight. There were still other people watching. Shinzei's ears turned red as he pushed Ji Hanjun's face. Don't hug me, there are people. Standing beside them, gritting his teeth, Qin Shu felt this person was deliberately flaunting affection right in front of him. How irritating. What's the surprise tonight? Isn't it another self-awarded reward for yourself? He no longer believed Ji Hanjun could prepare any surprise for anyone other than himself. Secret. Tonight. He wanted to propose. He desired a formal declaration, letting everyone know that A's belonged to him. Shin-Chi-Chi moved closer, tugging Shinzei's arm while pouting. Brother, I want to go too. Ji Hanjun pulled Shinzei back towards his own embrace. If you go, don't touch my man unnecessarily. The restaurant they booked was renowned throughout the city as an open-air dining place, beautiful and evoking romance. Most importantly, the rooftop terrace provided a prime view of the entire city. With myriad lights illuminating the night, one family would also belong here someday, his and A's. It seemed Shin-Chi-Chi and Yi Nian had already guessed what was about to happen. They exchanged a glance and communicated silently through their eyes. Your brother's going to get proposed to. My brother's getting proposed to. Chapter 136, Don't Do Something Foolish. The open-air restaurant was truly beautiful. At night, you could see stars all over the sky. From here, you had a clear view of the endless cityscape. The lights were dazzling, the music was beautiful, and the surroundings were decorated exceptionally well. Shenzhe seemed somewhat stunned, this place was too romantic. A few people walked to the central position, and several waiters were already preparing the food there. Wow, it's so beautiful. Shen Qi was captivated by the surroundings around her. When she got proposed to in the future, she would also want it to be at such a romantic and beautiful place. Ji Hanjun looked at Shenzhe beside him, with love radiating from his eyes. Soon, there would be fireworks lighting up the entire sky. As they took their seats, a waiter attentively pulled out Shenzhe's chair for him. After Shenzhe sat down and thanked him, the waiter had already left. Qin Shu just came along for the free meal and wanted to see what the surprise was. The presentation of the food was very exquisite as well, the steaks were freshly cut by the waiters. Shenzhe ate a piece of steak, and instantly his eyebrows slightly furrowed, something about the taste felt off. He then ate another piece at the edge. There was a strange taste. He grabbed a napkin, spat out the meat from his mouth, yet there remained an odd flavor on his lips. It reached all the way to his throat. Ji Hanjun noticed that his expression was somewhat wrong. What's wrong, Aze? Shenzhe shook his head, thinking perhaps this was an upgraded flavor of steak, a bit sweet and sour. Nothing, I'll go wash my face. It was kind of itchy. Just as he stood up, his vision was suddenly covered by pitch darkness, and he leaned sideways, falling. His shoulder hit the edge of the table when he fell, causing him sharp pain. Aze! A pair of strong arms immediately lifted him up, and swiftly his collar was pulled away. Red rashes appeared on his neck and chest. Big brother, are you okay? Dizziness and a feeling of suffocation surged from his throat. Shenzhe scrunched up his face in discomfort, his consciousness starting to blur. Ji Hanjun immediately sensed something was amiss, noticing the plate of steak on the table. Qin Shu also noticed and stuck a piece into his mouth before spitting it out. It's sweet. What kind of sweet taste is this? Qin Shu couldn't tell what it was. Yin Yan put a piece in her mouth and identified the sweetness almost instantly. Pineapple concentrated sugar. Shenzhe was severely allergic to pineapple. He usually avoided it and sometimes found it difficult to distinguish its taste. A few minutes later, Shenzhe was sent to the hospital. The diagnosis confirmed an allergy. When he fell, his shoulder had turned a deep shade of purple, contrasting sharply with the red rashes on his shoulders and neck. On his pale skin, the bruise and rash looked extremely severe and obvious. What happened? He had everything planned, it wasn't possible for pineapple to appear here. Pineapple concentrated sugar, severely allergic individuals could die from consuming it. Prepare for gastric lavage. Shenzhe grabbed Ji Hanjun's hand, shaking his head, I don't want gastric lavage. Having a tube forced into his throat sounded worse than death. If no gastric lavage was performed, there was only one other method, inducing vomiting. Ugh. By his side, Ji Hanjun patted his back and handed him more medicine, urging him to drink it. Shenzhe vomited profusely in the toilet, breaking out in cold sweat all over his body, even throwing up the anti-allergy medication he had taken. Almost done. I'll get some more. As Ji Hanjun left the bathroom, someone peered from the corner. Gu Qin lowered his hat brim. He didn't have handy tools. The easiest thing to get was the pineapple concentrated sugar he obtained from the cake store. This was knowledge he had gathered while impersonating Ji Hanjun. He tightly held the syringe in his hand. The needle was large and filled entirely with yellow pineapple concentrated sugar. If he can't obtain it, he should destroy it instead. Beside the toilet bowl, Shenzhe was retching himself into exhaustion, unaware of the shadow creeping up behind him. Gu Qin still wore the uniform of a waiter, his appearance twisted and terrifying, devoid of any charm he used to have. Don't blame him. Blame the blinding happiness. Holding the syringe, he approached carefully, aiming for Shenzhe's neck. He raised his hand and drove the needle down forcefully. Ah! His wrist was caught, gripped tightly, the force nearly breaking his hand. Ji Hanjun stood behind him, his gaze dark and foreboding, firmly gripping the needle that was about to pierce down. Fury soared within him. He roughly yanked the person towards the sink, threw him aside, and stepped on his head. He grabbed the needle from his hand and, following his original intention, thrust it forcefully into Gu Qin's neck. Ah! Ji Hanjun's expression was menacing, his whole body radiating a low-pressure atmosphere like an enraged wolf. Does it hurt? He had done so much planning, there was no way pineapple sugar could appear here. The staff list for the restaurant had just been sent over, clearly showing one extra person. This person was the one who cut the steak for Aze earlier. He had deliberately left, and indeed his guess was right, someone had taken the opportunity to target Aze. That deep needle prick must have been very painful. Gu Qin let out a scream as his head was stepped on, realizing he had been caught by Ji Hanjun. I will kill you. I will kill all of you. Ji Hanjun was filled with fury, pressing harder with his foot as he bent down to grab a handful of Gu Qing's hair, lifting him effortlessly. His eyes were cold and sharp, fierce and crazed. Then we'll see who dies first. A punch landed, each blow hitting flesh. He pulled on Gu Qing's hair and slammed his head hard against the sink. Blood splattered everywhere, looking like a demon straight out of hell. Still defying death, Gu Qing coughed, cough. Cough. Kill me, kill me. You don't know yet. I was involved in Pei Shen's situation too. Ji Hanjun froze for a moment, veins bulging on his knuckles as he suddenly lost control of his temper, beating Gu Qing until his face was covered in blood. You piece of trash. Ji Hanjun dragged and shoved the man into a stall, forcefully pushing his head into the toilet bowl. So you can feel what it's like to drown in water. He pressed firmly with his feet, preventing Gu Qing from standing up. The feeling of suffocation was overwhelming as water rushed into his mouth and nose. There was no escape from his struggle. Mixed with blood, the water turned the toilet crimson. If he continued to be submerged in the water, he would surely die from asphyxiation. Shenzai stood up, weak from vomiting, and staggered forward to hug Ji Hanjun. Don't do this. Don't break the law. Due to the intense vomiting, Azay's usually handsome little face was pale, trembling slightly as he hugged Ji Hanjun. Damn it, this man deserved to die. This time it was pineapple concentrated sugar, but what if it had been poison that could kill instantly with just a touch? He couldn't handle it. Shenzai could distinctly feel Ji Hanjun's loss of control, his entire body exuding danger and savagery. His voice took on a sob-like tone. Don't be like this, I'm scared. Hugging the raging Ji Hanjun tightly, his voice became pleading. He wasn't begging for mercy for Gu Qing, but rather trying to prevent Ji Hanjun from doing something reckless out of anger. Gu Qing's words were clearly intended to provoke Ji Hanjun. Azay was afraid. Azay isn't scared. Ji Hanjun yanked the nearly drowned man out and turned around to hold Shenzai in his arms. Don't be afraid of me. In the shadowy depths of the man's eyes remained traces of madness as he held Shenzai tightly, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of his eyes. It was Ji Hanjun who was scared. He couldn't bear anything happening to Azay again, refusing to relive any tragedies. Shenzai fought back the lump in his throat due to nausea, his eyes already red. Tears now uncontrollably streaming down his face, his voice trembling with genuine worry that Ji Hanjun wouldn't do something stupid. I'm not afraid of you, but I'm afraid you'll leave me behind. Chapter 137, I will definitely take you away, the forgotten dream. He was so afraid of being left behind now, and didn't want to be alone again. Shenzai sobbed as he clung tightly to him, unable to control his trembling. His eyes were red and brimming with tears. Isn't this what you said, that everything should give priority to me? Gu Qing seemed resigned, wanting to provoke him into anger so as to kill him. Once he really did something foolish, it would also achieve his goal. Ji Hanjun's breathing faltered, his emotions oscillating between anger and overwhelming affection, all manifesting in a suppressed shiver. His voice was low and gentle. He held him closer by the shoulders to comfort him. I'm sorry, Ace, for making you worry. Happiness felt so far out of reach. Even though he had received excellent education since childhood, getting whatever he wanted. Deep down, he still wanted to destroy others' happiness to achieve his own purpose. Gu Lixing arrived with tears in her eyes, this time genuinely extremely disappointed in Gu Qing. Gu Qing, you really shouldn't destroy someone else's hard-won happiness. A ruthless move followed. Severe pineapple allergy. Pineapple concentrate essence, which is extracted from pineapples, one drop could be fatal. Gu Qing was beaten until he was barely alive, supported by a group of policemen for bandaging, his gaze landing on the person in Ji Hanjun's arms. What had he done wrong? He just liked to, even without feeling love, he believed such feelings could be cultivated. Even after vomiting, Shenzai's complexion hadn't improved, rashes kept emerging. Ever since he came out of the bathroom, there was even a brief episode of shock. Now they could only rely on 4 drips to see how things went, diluting the remnants inside his body. The doctor handed the medicine to Ji Hanjun and informed him about dosages and precautions. Shenzai only felt that Ji Hanjun and the doctor had talked for a very long time. After that, what they said was no longer clear to him. His eyelids grew heavier. He turned his head and deeply looked at Ji Hanjun by the bedside. He wanted to reach out and grab Ji Hanjun. So sleepy. It seemed like he had an extraordinarily long dream. Perhaps it was a forgotten awakening dream. Trash, seeing people, taking over like a cuckoo. Yeah, Mr. Su himself, has become a rat everyone hates. How does it feel? Even if we kill you, no one will save you today. Shenzai, covered in blood, lay on the ground, with wounds all over his body. His left hand only had 4 bloody fingers. The intense pain almost made him wish for immediate death. The former young master, now unable to afford food, sleeping under bridges. In the dark and damp alleyways, those who once disliked looking at him were beating him. Unable to open his eyes, he quietly awaited death. Anyway, as a fake young master, nobody would come to rescue him anymore. He hadn't had a single sip of water for 2 days, living harder than a beggar. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Was he dying? Ace. Ji Hanjun got out of the car and saw the man lying there gasping for breath, his pupils shrinking immediately. A huge wave of fear swept through him. He charged into the crowd, followed closely by his security guards who restrained the others and pressed them to the ground. Don't be afraid. I'll take you home. Why did he come? Didn't he bully him before? Wasn't he also coming to revenge against this false young master? Ji Hanjun tightly embraced him, his gaze landing on the little finger missing from his left hand, causing him to suddenly pause. Looking around him, he immediately saw the severed, bloody little finger. Who did this? The group on the ground trembled in fear, looking towards another direction where Pei Shen stood. It's him. It's not our fault. He made us block him. Ji Hanjuan's eyes turned cold and merciless, his madness spilling over, as he took off his clothes and wrapped them around the wounded man in his arms. Chop all their fingers off. After speaking, the man's eyes welled up with tears as he tightened his hold on the person in his arms, his hands trembling. I'll take you home. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in his room at the Su residence, fully bandaged. There seemed to be noise outside. He quietly opened the door and through the crack, he saw a tall man kneeling. Kneeling at the feet of Su Han, desperately kowtowing. Bang! 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 Each sound louder than the last, blood flowing from his forehead, staining half his face red. Ji Hanjun, without his usual composure and melancholy, was disheveled and dizzy, yet still speaking continuously. Please don't hurt him, I'll be a perfect heir. Please, please don't touch A's, I'll marry Gu Lisheng, I will definitely marry her. I went abroad to study as you wished, and it's my fault that I came back. But if I hadn't come, he would have died. I promise to be obedient from now on, please don't kill him. I will marry Gu Lisheng as you wish, please let him live. As long as you don't harm him, I'll do anything. The man outside, who had never shown weakness to anyone, was now kneeling before Su Han for him. Shenzai's eyes were bloodshot, and the pain in his body paled in comparison to the ache in his heart. After his true identity was revealed, he was driven out and ended up wandering the streets. Just the day before, Ji Hanjun had been by his side, promising to always obey his wishes. But when the news broke the next day, Ji Hanjun disappeared. It wasn't until today that he finally saw Ji Hanjun again. Su Han kicked him down, you are my son, and yet you like men. He will absolutely not be spared. Ji Hanjun quickly hugged his leg, blood soaked through his shirt as he repeatedly kowtowed with red-rimmed eyes. Father. I will be obedient, I will definitely obey, please spare him. I will take him away and we won't ever show our face in front of you. Su Han sneered and threw a knife at his feet. Will you handle this yourself or let me deal with it? How could their Su family have raised someone else's child for so many years? And how could this child have influenced Ji Hanjun? Now, online, the rumors were spreading rapidly, about his son falling for the fake young master. He had originally sent Ji Hanjun overseas because he knew that if they stayed together, the two would run away without a doubt. So, did that child need to stay alive? I'll have people watch you, my son must be resolute. As the perfect heir, one must have a decisive and ruthless heart. Shenzai looked at his shadow and silently wept, thinking that Ji Hanjun no longer wanted him. Only then did he realize that Ji Hanjun had been taken away. The gleam of the sharp knife was blinding. Ji Hanjun's hands trembled as he gripped the knife tightly, enduring the immense pain. The blade pierced through his palm, blood gushing out immediately. Tomorrow, I expect you to do something satisfactory. Su Han left, leaving Ji Hanjun collapsed on the ground in despair, sobbing uncontrollably. Why? It wasn't his fault. Why can't you just give him a chance to live? Shenzai cried too, sliding helplessly down the wall, hugging himself tightly. Was his existence a mistake? Was his love for Ji Hanjun also a mistake? Footsteps sounded from outside, and Ji Hanjun entered, assuming Shenzai was asleep. However, he found him crying secretly. Feeling someone enter, Shenzai lifted his head from his arms and deeply stared at the person he yearned to be with. Pushing himself off the wall, he ran into Ji Hanjun's embrace and held on tight. Ji Hanjun, I miss you so much. Ji Hanjun knew how much suffering Shenzai had endured. The day his true identity was exposed, Ji Hanjun was forcibly taken away, leaving Shenzai alone to endure all the hardships. He didn't care about wealth or honor, all he wanted was Shenzai. I miss you too. I will definitely take you away. Chapter 138, I haven't loved the wrong person, the forgotten dream. The car was speeding so fast that on the coastal road at night, the tail lights were almost out of sight. Ji Hanjuan's gaze passed through the window into the vast night. There was no time to deal with the wound on his forehead, and the car behind also drove quickly in pursuit. Shenzai looked at him with concern, but no matter what, the driver did not slow down at all. Ji Hanjun, give me up. The speed reached its maximum, and the howling wind sounded like knives cutting past. Ji Hanjun had long stopped wanting anything, money, fame, power. He followed orders to chase after Gu Lisheng, the so-called arranged marriage partner abroad. The necklace he originally wanted to give to A's ended up being given to her under command. Ji Hanjun. Please, give me up. There's no one who loves me except you. I don't want to hold you back anymore. Shut up. This was the first time Ji Hanjun had shouted at him. In the past, no matter how much Shinzei abused Ji Hanjun, he would always obediently follow without a word. A tremendous roaring sound echoed throughout the entire highway, and looking out the window revealed an endless sea in the distance. Ji Hanjun tightly gripped the steering wheel, his gaze firm. Shinzei was now full of injuries, big and small problems accumulating on his body, leaving him frail and broken. It seemed as if closing his eyes would mean leaving Ji Hanjun forever. He and Ace had already affirmed their feelings for each other, why wouldn't they let them be together? At this moment, Ji Hanjun was completely driven mad, his whole body brimming with ferocity, carrying an inexplicable emotion in his eyes. Turning his head red-eyed to look at Shinzei. Ace, do you trust me? Shinzei lifted his misty eyes, turned to meet his gaze, and fiercely nodded in the next moment. If they could not accommodate Ace, then he would not live alone either. The car was forced to stop at the rocky cliff edge, where below was a tumultuous, boundless sea. Ji Hanjun tightly held his hand and walked toward the edge. The bodyguards behind panicked, yelling and urging Ji Hanjun not to get closer. Ace, this time I will absolutely not leave you behind. Shinzei could clearly hear the sound of the wind and the crashing waves below the cliff. He might even hear the beat of his own heart. He understood what Ji Hanjun's choice was going to be. Mutual death. His heart raced violently. Shinzei's vision blurred, yet the hand clasped in his was warm and large. He hadn't loved the wrong person. Master, don't come closer, we're not planning to do bad things, we just want to bring you back. Don't step back any further, master, it's dangerous. The group of people didn't dare approach, fearing that Ji Hanjun might get hurt. They were responsible for Ji Hanjun's safety, and from abroad until now, they never wanted anything to happen to Ji Hanjun. Tell Su-han to go train his youngest son, the successor has never been as important as Ace. Master. Behind was the sea, and the two bodies were already hanging midair. Ji Hanjun said this time he absolutely would not leave him again. But this time, he was about to leave Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun. Shinzei softly called his name, smiling radiantly against the ocean breeze. I want you to hug me. Ji Hanjun left him, even publicly announced good news online, buying Gu Lixing a diamond necklace worth hundreds of millions. Originally, those were all lies. He had never loved the wrong person, and Ji Hanjun had never abandoned him. With red eyes, Ji Hanjun loosened his grip and gently hugged him. Blame himself. If he were capable, then he could definitely protect Ace. Shinzei indulged in his embrace, lifting his eyes in his arms, filled with reluctance in his beautiful eyes. In the next life, you must love me again. In the next life, I. An enormous force suddenly pushed him away. Ji Hanjun's pupils shrank rapidly, not expecting Shinzei to suddenly push him away. Due to inertia, Shinzei fell into the sea, his tear-filled eyes gazing deeply at Ji Hanjun. In the fleeting moments before parting, their fingers barely touched. Ace. Ji Hanjun was pushed over and scrambled up immediately, only to be surrounded by bodyguards from behind who pressed him down. Ace. Let me go. The heart-wrenching cry was drowned out by the wind, tears pouring down uncontrollably. With his whole body restrained, Ji Hanjun went crazy, struggling forward, his fingertips scratching against the hard rocks, leaving bloodstains behind. Return my Ace to me. The heart-wrenching cries received no response, just like he couldn't catch the hand of the one he loved. He had been so obedient, only wishing for a way to exchange for a chance at survival. He wished for Ace's life. Ace wished for his life. One death, one life, how was that any different from eternal torture? After being forcibly taken home, Ji Hanjun was locked in a room. He tried every method possible, going insane, self-harm, and even losing his dignity to kneel. To them, the heir was nothing more than a perfect product for sale. He was confined for nearly over a month. Master, someone has come to see you. A voice sounded from outside as the door opened, and Gu Lixing immediately saw the figure slumped against the bed on the floor. How about Master Ji Hanjun giving you a gift? Ji Hanjun's eyes were filled with gloom, his hair disheveled, and countless scars marked his arms and hands. He looked like an undeniable lunatic, a madman. Gu Lixing pursed her red lips and pulled out a photo from her bag, throwing it onto him. The person in the photo was none other than the one he had yearned for day and night. Ji Hanjun glanced at it for only a second before freezing suddenly. He tightly clutched the photo, afraid that he might have misseen it. You're lucky, that day my friend's merchant fleet was fishing in those waters and fished up a person near the shore. The more I looked, the more they resembled the picture in your wallet. Gu Lixing squatted in front of him and forcefully pulled the photo away. You gave me a necklace, one worth hundreds of millions, so now I return you a person, it's even. But you should prepare yourself mentally, this person might be a vegetable. To leave the room, Ji Hanjun had to marry Gu Lixing. Now Ji Hanjun was willing to do anything as long as it meant seeing Ace again, no matter what he had to do. He agreed to the marriage and, on one night, secretly moved the person out of the hospital. The doctor said the patient was covered in wounds that had worsened from the seawater, and even after cleaning them, there was little hope of survival. Currently, the only thing keeping the patient alive was intravenous fluids. In fact, the patient was suffering greatly. The person lying in the bed was pale, and their breathing was barely perceptible. If it weren't for the heart monitor displaying a pulse, it would be impossible to tell that the person was still alive. Ji Han-jun kept delaying the wedding date while hiding A's in his basement. It was a place without sunlight where A's definitely wouldn't enjoy it, but it was the safest place. He intended to stay by A's side forever. Until one day, he noticed in the surveillance footage that the person had awakened. Shenzhe had been unconscious for too long, his whole body weak and unable to exert any strength. He barely moved and fell onto the floor. Shenzhe only knew this was a place without sunlight. When the door opened, polished new leather shoes stood before him, spotless. Their owner squatted down and gently grabbed his chin. Everyone knows you're dead. No one can take you away from me anymore. Stay with me forever. Shenzhe couldn't clearly see the person in front of him due to blackness clouding his vision and an excruciating headache. He only woke for a short while before fainting again. In the current state, he would occasionally wake up for just a few minutes after days of unconsciousness, only to fall back into a deep sleep. Being sustained by IVs made life unbearable. Especially later, when his moments of consciousness became shorter and shorter, and for the 3 months leading up to the wedding, he hadn't woken up once. He knew his time was running out. Chapter 139, Hug Me. On the day before the wedding, he dressed A's in a clean, expensive, custom-tailored suit. But on the morning of the wedding, the person was gone. Did you let him go? Ji Han-jun's body radiated with anger, those people said nothing, thus affirming the accusation silently. His A's was gone. In a frenzy, Ji Han-jun slammed the culprits to the ground, pounding relentlessly until only screams of agony remained. I told you to hide him, why didn't you watch over him well? Why did you let him escape? You intentionally set him free or intentionally allowed someone to take him away. Blood smeared his fists as if he wished to kill every one of these guards. It wasn't until the bodyguards rushed in that he dropped his arms as though devoid of energy. Master, Mr. Su has taken the person to the hospital. Ji Han-jun lifted his head, his dark eyes brimming with fury and madness. They were trying to abduct him, forcing him into marriage. Ji Han-jun sped into the hospital, pushing past the surrounding doctors under everyone's gaze, and embraced the still figure in his arms. Do you see? He's already gone. Of course, he knew. Breathing had stopped abruptly one night, and it was he himself who removed the oxygen mask so A's wouldn't suffer. Su Han furrowed his brows, signaling for someone to step forward to separate the two. Get out. Don't touch him. With red-rimmed eyes, Ji Han-jun clutched the lifeless form tightly in his arms, feeling the icy chill due to the cryo-coffin made for A's. Are you crazy? I am insane. You've driven me mad long ago. Ji Han-jun roared, cradling the person, insanity overtaking him when he saw A's beaten mercilessly. He no longer wanted to argue with these people. Carrying the body, he left the ward, drove home, and returned the individual to the basement. The basement was decorated by him long ago, complete with bears that A's loved most. Lit with lights illuminating the whole basement, dolls adorned the corners, and photos lined the walls, secretly captured by him. He repositioned the person inside the cryo-coffin, pulled out lipstick, applied some onto his fingertips, then gently colored the lips. It made it appear as if the person still held some vitality. As if A's hadn't died. Just asleep. Tears welled in Ji Han-jun's bloodshot eyes, dropping onto the person's face, choking back sobs as he whispered softly. Congratulations on our new wedding. 2 goblets sat quietly on the table, delicate, brimming with an unknown liquid. A's can't drink alcohol, I'll drink for A's. Silent tears cascaded down Ji Han-jun's cheeks as he raised the goblet, swallowing its contents in one gulp. The coffin is cold, isn't it? Let me hug you. Ji Han-jun climbed into the cryo-coffin, lying beside him, hugging him just as they used to. Bone-chilling cold seeped through his body, penetrating into every organ, causing pain almost numbing. A trickle of blood slowly dripped from his lips. Ji Han-jun knew the medicine was taking effect, immediately spitting out another mouthful of blood. Don't worry A's, I'll hug you, then you won't feel cold. Brother, wake up, if you don't wake up Ji Han-jun will lose his mind. Wah. Brother. I promise not to read pornographic books in front of you again. So noisy. Shenzhe was being disturbed by the person beside the bed and couldn't sleep, vaguely opening his eyes. Brother. Shinchichi saw Shenzhe awake and quickly hugged over, crying her eyes out. It was just an allergy, but how did he suddenly fall unconscious, staying unconscious for 5 days? Shenzhe massaged his temples, seemingly having experienced a very long nightmare. The ceiling above lit in a warm yellow tone came into view, only then realizing Shinchichi was not the only person beside him. Ji Han-jun sat by the bedside, holding his hand tightly, looking at him with reddened eyes. A's, you've finally woken up. Consciousness gradually returned, the surroundings familiar but different from the dream. Yi Nianyan leaned against the door, holding a basin of hot water. Mr. Shen has awakened. Putting down the water basin, Yi Nianyan similarly rushed to the bedside, gazing between the two. As I said, Mr. Shen will be fine. The both of you have been mourning for 2 days now. Since bringing him back from the hospital, Shinchichi and Ji Han-jun had spent every day around the bedside with red eyes. One stayed day and night, the other just during the day. Shenzai glanced at them and opened his dry throat to speak, realizing his voice was hoarse. You guys. Shinchichi wiped away her tears, wanting to say something more when she was lightly kicked. She looked at Ji Hanjun beside her with confusion, her red eyes glaring at him as she didn't know why he suddenly kicked her. Though it didn't hurt, kicking her little skirt was still wrong. Ji Hanjun's gaze met hers, his red eyes carrying a silent threat, the message clear enough. You. Next time I'll record you. Shinchichi stood up immediately upon hearing this, pulling Yin Yin out of the room together and closing the door behind them. Ji Hanjun helped Shinzai sit up from the bed and handed him a pillow to prop up his back. After lying down for so long, he still appeared somewhat weak. Beautifully refined, with pale skin, Ji Hanjun sat by the bed, lifting innocent eyes to look at him, making Ji Hanjun's breath hitch in a moment of tenderness. A's. Shinzai's eyes held no emotion, calmly watching him before softly speaking. Who are you? This question struck Ji Hanjun like a bolt of lightning, and he panicked, his eyes rimming red heavily. Could A's have forgotten him again? Suddenly feeling like falling into an icy dungeon, Ji Hanjun shivered all over. Ji Hanjun fought against the ache, not knowing how to respond. The next second, a white shadow abruptly plunged into his arms. I remember, you're my little hashtag dot. The warm and soft person smelled only of him, filling his nose with their unique scent. Ji Hanjun embraced him tightly, lightly nibbling on Shinzai's ear in a way that bordered on punishment. A's is so bad, tricking me. The strong arms around his waist hugged him tightly, providing warmth and security. Shinzai tilted his head upwards while in his embrace, circling Ji Hanjun's neck with his arms, and placed a warm kiss on his cheek. Hanjun, hold me more often. The beautiful delicate figure in his arms gazed up at him defiantly. His gorgeously sparkling eyes shone brilliantly, as if countless stars were scattered in his pupils. Ji Hanjun was momentarily lost in the sight. He tightened his arms, pressing the man's head down to hug him even tighter. In the real storybook ending, both he and Ji Hanjun had died. But luckily, it wasn't too late yet, both he and Ji Hanjun were still alright. Are you hungry, A's? Let me go cook you some porridge. Shinzai shook his head, burrowing into his neck, gently nibbling on it, like a little kitten. The man holding him groaned uncontrollably. Ah. A's. Shinzai lifted his gaze and whispered, call hashtag person. Hashtag person. Good hashtag dot. The proposal had been ruined. Now he dare not plan another one outside, instead, he decided to secretly prepare one at home next time. I love A's the most. The two people crouching outside the door exchanged glances with each other. It was already noon, and neither of them had eaten yet. What did you say to Ji Hanjun just now, Chi-Chi? Shin-Chi-Chi leaned her side against the door, squatting on the floor with her princess dress fanning out beautifully like a flower. Next time record it for me to listen. It was Ji Hanjun who offered this voluntarily, she didn't ask for it herself. How come you didn't let him record a video? Shin-Chi-Chi stared wide-eyed at her, reminding herself that seeing or hearing inappropriate things should be avoided, and besides, that was her brother. Listening in secretly was sinful enough. If he dares to record it, would we dare to watch it? That's true. Chapter 140, I Love You More. Ji Hanjun prepared a large table of dishes, bustling in the kitchen like a housewife. Tuan Tuan was sound asleep in Yin Yen's arms, with her little belly showing. Shin-Chi-Chi was holding the remote control, searching for anime to watch. Shinzai was on the phone in the study, as he had many things piled up over these days without handling them. Are you feeling better, Xiaozai? Lu Yuan sat in the office of the company, having been there all these days. I'm sorry, Mommy, for worrying you. It doesn't matter, Xiaoza. After I finish reviewing this contract, I'll go see you. When Mommy comes, dinner will be ready. He sat in the chair, tiredly rubbing his temples, unable to forget those dreams. Thought it was going to be a canon fodder role, but didn't expect to be the main character. Was it because the ending in the book wasn't good that he awakened to these memories? As Shinzai came downstairs, he saw that the dining table was already set with many dishes, and the living room TV volume was turned quite high. At first, he wondered what was going on, but upon walking closer, he was startled by the scene on the TV. Shin-Chi-Chi, are you sure you want to watch this? Shin-Chi-Chi had a grape in her mouth. She turned around and looked at Shinzai before glancing at the TV again. But, brother, Mr. Bear in the Forest is really interesting. Moreover, since we aren't allowed to watch such things at home, that's why I can only watch here. Since she couldn't watch certain things at home, she and Yen Yen secretly watched them in the office. Shinzai was speechless listening to the sounds coming from the TV, unsure how to respond to his sister. Mommy will be here soon. Ah. Hearing that Mommy was about to come, Shin-Chi-Chi quickly switched to something else, opting directly for SpongeBob SquarePants. My friendship with Yen Yen is just like SpongeBob's. I am the yellow square, and she is the pink starfish. The meal was ready, with almost all the dishes on the table being ones Shinzai loved. As they sat down to eat, Lu Yuan placed some food in Shinzai's bowl and also put a piece into Ji Hanjun's bowl. Ji Hanjun was somewhat surprised, not expecting her to place food in his bowl. I'm very sorry for swapping you and Xiaozhe back then. These apologies have come too late. I'm sorry. The woman's voice was soft yet gentle. It was a belated apology, switching the children back then was an unavoidable action. In any case, it was her mistake. Ji Hanjun swallowed the food she gave him and looked up toward Shinzei beside her. I don't blame you, and I'm grateful that the person who exchanged identities with me was A's. Shinzei's normally obedient face was red-rimmed as he raised his head to look at Ji Hanjun. Hey, we're eating. Don't talk about such emotional things. That's right, auntie. That's all history now. The ending is good. Yin Yen said aloud beside them, stuffing several pieces of meat into her mouth. Shinchichi also ate happily. It must be said, Ji Hanjun really cooks well. She thought she could discuss with her brother, clearing out a room for her, so she could freeload meals and even eavesdrop through the walls. Lu Yuan softly smiled. Then I won't say anything more, mommy just wishes that all of you remain well and happy, that's my biggest wish. After finishing their meal, Lu Yuan took Shinchichi and another person away, despite their intense unwillingness. Shinzei sent them off and slowly returned home. Just as he entered the door, he was pulled into someone's embrace. Ji Hanjun seemed to enjoy the scent on his body, always fondling and nibbling at him. His neck tickled from the bites, prompting Shinzei to twist his head away. Ji Hanjun immediately looked sad and aggrieved. Are you disgusted with me? A large hand clasped around his waist, pulling his entire body into the embrace, leaving Shinzei no choice but to laugh helplessly. He lifted his hand to cradle Ji Hanjun's face and kissed him gently. Yet, his gaze carried a mischievous gleam as one hand softly caressed his face while carefully observing him. What? Am I your? Ji Hanjun's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly aroused, grasping Shinzei's moving hands tightly. His voice deepened. No, A's is still recovering. Still, there was some humanity left. Shinzei kissed his face a few more times, then gently pushed him away to return to the study to finish reading the incomplete documents. However, before he walked far, he was suddenly embraced from behind with frightening strength. A hot sensation spread across his back. What are you doing? That pair of dark and profound eyes tightly locked onto him, breathing becoming heavier. Let me kiss you, just a kiss. Shinzei's ears immediately turned red as he reached to break free from his grip. No way. When you lose control, do you even care about just kissing? A hand snaked from behind to pinch his chin, turning his face forcibly, bending down and pressing. Dominant and assertive. This head-turning pose was really tough on the neck. The kiss ended. Shinzei finally struggled free, mumbling in a daze. Hate this, my neck hurts. Hate me? How did he hear that? When did he say he hated him? Ji Hanjun's thin lips were tightly pursed as he directly turned Shinzei around, pressing him into his arms with fiery eyes. Shinzei instinctively shrank his head, but it was caught and lifted by a hand. The person in front of him chuckled softly. Hate me, Ace talks tough, but when kissed, you become soft. Crazy, as if wanting to devour him. The handsome and pretty person had been kissed until his lips were swollen, his eyes filled with mist. He raised his hand and struck down on Ji Hanjun's face. Do you have to kiss so hard? Madman. Ji Hanjun endured the slap, pulling the person back into his arms. His voice remained hoarse, unsatisfied. Couldn't help it. Shinzei, red-eyed, returned to the study and sat down, only to find Ji Hanjun immediately following to apologize. Ji Hanjun knelt next to him, pulling his hand, his gaze submissive. Don't be angry, next time it'll be gentle. Compared to his teenage years, Ji Hanjun had matured significantly, calm and decisive outside, but in front of Shinzei, he was still that person willing to follow his every word. Seeing Shinzei silent, Ji Hanjun started from hashtag. And then hashtag. Shinzei pressed his lips together, quietly watching him. How sick. Don't use this method to coax me, we are equal. Ji Hanjun looked up at him, a strange emotion rising in his eyes. Not equal, because I love you more deeply. This is how it is between us, I like it this way. And it's only like this for A's. Up close, Shinzei noticed a faint dark shadow under Ji Hanjun's eyes. He must have worried about him all along and hadn't slept well, right? Shinzei tightened hashtag, bending down to kiss his forehead. Idiot. His eyes grew red-hot, and the kneeling man reached up to stroke Shinzei's face before kissing him again. Brother. The door was suddenly opened, Shinchichi rushing in with urgency. She froze upon seeing the scene. The broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, tall figure of her brother-in-law standing before her handsome and rebellious brother. A visually pleasing yet embarrassing moment. Shinchichi sucked in a small breath of cold air. Wow, she interrupted them again. So thrilling. Ji Hanjun was irritated by the interruption, he had already told this girl several times to knock. Brother, please save me, mommy says I need to go on a blind date. Shinchichi ran quickly to Shinzei, sitting directly on the floor in front of him. She acted like a child ready to make a fuss unless given her way. Mommy says I have to go on a blind date, brother, please plead for me, I don't want to get married. She didn't even dare to date. Obsessed with adult comics plus housebound plus fujoshi plus Lolita lover plus temperamental plus dirty mind. Her buffs were fully stacked. Would her boyfriend allow her to indulge in these hobbies? Would he accept the stares from strangers on the street if her skirts were too wide? Chapter 141, The Next Male in Speed Dating. Because of her eccentric fashion choices, Shinchichi had no true friends at school. Always dressing up in strange outfits, does she really think her little skirts look good? She's just a spoiled rich girl without a dad around. Speaking of which, how much money have you extorted from her? About 40 to 50,000 yuan. A single skirt of hers costs 20 to 30,000. Disgusting, who'd bother being friends with her if it wasn't for how easy it is to scam money off her. When walking with her on the street, with her wearing those clothes, people keep staring, probably because she's trying to seduce men. The insults never stopped. At 16, Shinchichi hid behind the screen in a restaurant, eyes red and tightly gripping her dress. Weren't they supposed to be her friends? Why say such things about her? It wasn't her fault that she liked princess dresses since she was young. Lu Yuan stood gracefully by her side in a black fishtail gown, here today to take Chi-Chi out for dinner. Unexpectedly, upon encountering her former friends, instead of greeting them, all she heard were those disparaging remarks. With an icy demeanor, Lu Yuan raised her hand, placing it lightly on Chi-Chi's shoulder. Only the weakest and most deficient person would speak ill of others behind their backs. Shinchichi clenched the bow on her dress, lifting her head towards her group of so-called friends. Mommy, they call me eccentrically dressed, but I don't feel that way. I like my little dresses. No wonder they suddenly decided to befriend her, it had been planned from the beginning. Lu Yuan tenderly patted her hair. She had never disapproved of any of Shinchichi's interests. Chi-Chi, wear what makes you happy, and spend time with people who don't tire you out. These girls, in the midst of a joyous conversation, noticed the pink-clad figure approaching. It was none other than the main subject of their talk, the overbearing young miss who loved Lolita-style clothing. Chi-Chi, what a surprise. Shinchichi stood before the one who'd insulted her as having only a mother but no father, her gaze frosty. Startled, the girl froze in shock, feeling an unexpected sting across her face. You dared to hit me? Shinchichi's beautiful face showed no emotion as she maintained cold eye contact. In the next second, she raised her hand again and slapped the other cheek. I'm right here. Do you dare repeat what you said, that I have only a mother and no father? No one among them dared to respond. With Shin Group being so large and influential, they couldn't risk getting their fathers into trouble. Accompanied by the manager, Lu Yuan walked over with a gentle smile on her face, yet her words came sharp and cold. Young ladies, I've heard everything you said. While I can overlook your words, I will not ignore the fact that you extorted money from her. My lawyers will handle that. The warmth disappeared from Lu Yuan's expression. In business circles, your parents cannot avoid dealing with me. Perhaps they can compensate with something else. Having been caught by such a merciless mother, there was no escape for them. Each girl apologized profusely, some even bursting into tears. Lu Yuan waved dismissively, please escort these individuals out. Security promptly threw them out. Sighing, Lu Yuan looked at Shinchichi. Chi-Chi, when you go to university, you'll make new friends. Later. On the second day after this incident, in her classroom corridor, Shinchichi met Yi Nian Nian from the adjacent class. Yi Nian Nian had been standing as punishment for reading novels in class. As Shinchichi passed by her, Nian Nian was hunched down writing furiously on the ground. The flash of pink made her raise her head instinctively and blurt out. Hey classmate, your dress looks great. Shinchichi paused in her step, looking down and meeting her gaze. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity and admiration. Shinchichi simply replied, thank you, noticing her writing and crouching down beside her. Are you writing a novel? Can I take a peek? Yi Nian Nian handed over her rough draft and adjusted her glasses, explaining. Not a novel. A few male classmates spread pornographic rumors about me, so I stayed up all night composing a multi-character story as retribution. And in the end, she became best friends with Yi Nian Nian and inevitably got influenced by her unconventional behavior. Listening to Shinchichi recounting the past, though simplified, still revealed much bitterness. That's why Chi-Chi now feared interacting with others, afraid they'd see her clothes as too eccentric. Touched, Shinzei affectionately patted Shinchichi's head. Nowadays, there's freedom in fashion, women can wear whatever they want. When did judging someone's character come down to just their clothing? Alright, tomorrow your big brother will accompany you for the blind date. The next noon. Shinchichi showed up at the restaurant as scheduled, wearing her favorite dress. The dress was called Shattered Diamond Starry Night. The shattered diamonds on it were genuine, and its main color was light blue-white. The diamonds shone like real stars in the night sky. Her hair was slightly curled and hung over her shoulders, adorned with a beautiful circular sunflower diamond hairpiece. Shinzei and Ji Hanjun sat on the other side acting like strangers but secretly observing everything here. The man facing them had a tolerable appearance, he held a cigarette in his hand and blew out a puff of smoke upon seeing Shinchichi approach. He chuckled lightly, a princess dress, isn't that a bit childish? The smile on the man's face deepened, casually flicking the cigarette ashes. After marriage, I don't want you to dress like this anymore. This outfit must be pretty expensive, right? Shinchichi discreetly rolled her eyes and said indifferently, 2.7 million. The man suddenly froze, not expecting her to spend so much money on a single dress, causing his expression to turn sour. I'm not particularly fond of princess dresses anyway. I prefer something more seductive. So after we're married, you won't wear these anymore. I also hope that our first child will be a boy. Of course, you can't have female friends either. We wouldn't want you gossiping about me behind my back whenever we fight. I own 2 mu of farmland back home, and now I'm the general manager of a company. In the future, you'll need to take care of both the house and the land. And you cannot keep long hair or do manicures because they'd make doing chores too troublesome. My mother will also sleep with us after we get married. She'll take the mat but it won't disturb our rest. Where did Mom find such a weirdo? Shinchichi awkwardly kept scratching at the floor, avoiding the fumes from the cigarette in his hand. She then retorted sarcastically. So after we're married, could my mom come over and sleep on the mat too? Oh, and I have a brother and his husband as well. The man became angry and immediately crushed out his cigarette. Absolutely not. How can the two of us live our lives while accommodating others? Are you insane? Did you eat dog poop? How could she meet someone like this? There was a fine dessert and small cake in front of her, and Shinchichi helplessly took a spoonful into her mouth. Meanwhile, the man was still chattering on. And, didn't you say you have a brother earlier? And a brother-in-law? Aren't you some fanatical otaku girl whose brother is gay? Shinchichi looked up at him. Keep your complaints to yourself. What? I don't allow it, absolutely not. It's disgusting for you and your brother to even think of such things. Slap. Fed up, Shinchichi stood up and threw a whole cake right into the man's face. Covered in frosting, the man angrily stood up, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain on his shoulder. Shinzei and Ji Hanjun grabbed him from each side and pushed him down forcefully. Ji Hanjun tightened his grip on the man's shoulder, his eyes dark and filled with menace, speaking icily. With such a foul mouth, looks like I should take you to the restroom to clean it. The man grew furious and tried to resist, but his entire body was pressed hard onto the table, unable to move an inch. What are you doing? Let go. You sick queer bastard. Ji Hanjun held him tightly, his gaze crazed and fierce, his strength terrifying. He ignored the man's screams. I've changed my mind. I'll punish you by making you scrub the toilet. Chapter 142, Wanting to See the Little Dress. The boy was pulled into the men's restroom. Shinchichi couldn't go, otherwise, she really wanted to take a look as well. Her hands were dirty now. A waiter came over to clean up the cake on the table and brought a new one. Sorry for being late. Did you get your hands dirty? Be careful not to soil your dress, let me wipe it off for you. She only heard the voice without seeing the person. Shinchichi instinctively looked up. The tardy boy had already squatted down first, gently pulling her hand. The boy's movements were very gentle, carefully pulling her hand as his tall figure knelt by her skirt. Who are you? The familiar face came into view, with a warm and handsome appearance, dashing and charming. Yu Fei, your blind date partner. Wasn't he the boy from Uxian's birthday party? Her younger brother. You look beautiful today. Like a princess. On the other side, the submissive male had been pressed into the sink and kept begging for mercy. Shinzei washed his hands, there was quite a bit of cake cream on the hands that had grabbed someone earlier. Mom has terrible taste in choosing people. Isn't this just the standard submissive man plus mom's boy plus chauvinist plus arrogant guy? Azay, compared to me, am I not a rare catch? Under the dim yellow light, Ji Hanjuan's eyes gazed at him seriously. Is there any comparability? Shinzei pursed his lips, your insanity is matchless. Azay called him insane again. Ji Hanjuan's eyes darkened, and his breath suddenly changed as he pushed Azay against the edge of the sink. He whispered seductively. Azay, I want to see you wearing a hashtag dress. That dress looks pretty nice. It would definitely look better on Azay. Shinzei tried to break free but was tightly held around the waist in a firm embrace. There was a faint fresh scent akin to dried jasmine surrounding them. As he watched, the fervent gaze fell upon his lips. Shinzei raised a hand to cover his mouth. I don't like it here. When they were pulled out, Shinchichi was already gone, and Ji Hanjun directly took him to the underground parking garage. Because their car was parked right here. In this narrow space. Harsh hashtag 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 hashtag. With a hoarse voice, Ji Hanjun lured softly. Azay, hashtag 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 dot. After recovering, Ji Hanjun wouldn't do anything heartless, so all he did was kiss to ease his addiction. Shinzei's gorgeous eyes misted over, looking enchanting. His fair beauty formed a striking contrast with the black leather seats. Completely filling his line of sight. Seeing that Azay wasn't moving. Little hashtag 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 dot. Shenzai's head was in chaos. He hugged hashtag 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 hashtag. Chi-Chi might come back soon, feeling a little anxious inside. Shenzai pushed him hard and slapped him. His hand was instead lifted and caught, kissing his wrist sideways. And kissed his palm lightly. Fiery gaze locked onto him, filled with boundless madness. Shenzai swore angrily, "Let go, stop. Ji Hanjun. Are you not listening?" He refused to let go, his gaze obstinate. "Listen." Even when he listened, he still acted like this. If he didn't slap him, then he would punch him. Punching hurt more than slapping. "Azay, help me hashtag open, okay? I'll untie you if you help." Chi-Chi doesn't know when she will return, and with such a big commotion, it's bound to draw attention. "Azay, promise me, if you wear it for me, I won't bully you anymore." Ji Hanjun softly coaxed him, rewarding him somehow regardless. The warm breath burned his ears, turning them red. Shenzai's ears turned red, his anger rising as he turned away, wondering how this person could act like this everywhere. Pervert. Brother. The car window was tapped. At this moment, it must be Shin Chi-Chi who returned. Ji Hanjun was interrupted again, unwillingly lowering his head to steal a fierce kiss before unlocking. "I'll send Shin Chi-Chi away sooner or later. Such an obstacle. Brother, look, that person just gave me a dress." Outside the car door, Shin Chi-Chi held an airplane box. The decoration of the airplane box was very pretty, and the patterns outside were cute and delicate. The dress inside was even more beautiful. No one had ever given her a wedding gown. In most people's eyes, the clothes she wore were unconventional. Shenzai was somewhat puzzled. Hadn't the submissive male been dragged into the restroom by the two of them earlier? The car started slowly until it drove out of the underground garage. After making sure she was safely with her brother as the car drove off, Yufei turned in the opposite direction to head toward her own car. Shenzai took Shin Chi-Chi back to the company. Sitting at his desk, he picked up the contract delivered earlier in the morning. His focus was entirely absorbed in flipping through the pages attentively. In a suit and tie with little leather shoes, Shenzai exuded an air of luxury and sophistication that couldn't be concealed, even when signing documents with lowered eyelids. Ji Hanjun sat on the couch captivated by him. Azay's diligent working demeanor was also alluring. "Stop disturbing your brother-in-law while he works, Chi-Chi. Why don't you read a book?" Shin Chi-Chi grabbed a random book from her stash of unread ones and shoved it into Ji Hanjun's arms. The book wasn't half as interesting as Azay himself. Flipping through the pages, Ji Hanjun's fingers revealed a faint pink hue. Even sitting on the sofa, Ji Hanjun's imposing figure was commanding. An aura of nobility surrounded him despite just reading. She had thought he wouldn't enjoy these types of books. However, she noticed Ji Hanjun remained completely unperturbed as he went through them without a blush or racing heart. As the person beside her finished yet another book, Shin Chi-Chi finally asked him. "Brother-in-law, are there any of those sketchbooks you like?" Ji Hanjun turned his head and spoke softly, "Of course, there are. Unfortunately, I lack hashtag hands." Wow, starting so heavy already. If he truly had hashtag hands, would the brother handle it? On the other side, Shenzai frowned as he examined the sample materials sent over, just a small bag. Why were they different from the usual ones? They felt slightly soft to the touch, and the weight was different too. Cutting corners is dangerous. Shenzai called his assistant to inquire about the situation. He learned this batch of materials was submitted by the technical department manager who sensed issues. "Send me the address of this metal materials factory." Having obtained the accurate location, he decided to check it out personally in the afternoon to see why corners were cut. Glancing at the time, Shenzai invited the two for lunch. "Ji Hanjun, go back to the company this afternoon. Didn't you say last night you still had work unfinished? But I want more time with Azay." Shin Chi-Chi shivered, biting her chopsticks and moving closer. "Brother, he wants to become a hashtag monster hand and bully you." Chapter 143, Yellow and Az. Likes hashtag hands. What kind of weird preference is this? He must have seen a lot, huh? Shenzai turned his head to look at Ji Hanjun, who was concentrating on picking the fish bones for him. Long fingers, the ring on the ring finger gleamed with silver light, gripping the chopsticks bit by bit as he picked them out carefully. His messy bangs covered his eyebrows and eyes, his side face was sharp, unable to hide his handsome features. Ji Hanjun removed all the bones from the fish meat and placed it in Shenzai's bowl. He noticed that Shenzai was looking at him. Could it be that Az doesn't like tentacles? Oz, don't listen to her nonsense. I don't only like tentacles. Shenzai. Az may not like that, but there are other things too. Just. A beautiful as wrapped up would surely look good. Shin Chi-Chi laughed aloud, startled by Ji Hanjun's shamelessness. Not to mention, do you have anything else in your mind besides pornographic waste? Yellow and Az. He was sure that Chi-Chi and Ji Hanjun's brains were definitely filled with the same junk. After finishing their meal, Shenzai let him go send Chi-Chi home while he went to check out the materials factory. Ji Hanjun grabbed his wrist, furrowing his brows as worry clouded his face. "I'm really not at ease with you. He used to be very busy, but after he returned, he had put all his focus on him. Sometimes, a lot of work had been piled up for a long time before he found time to handle them. Shenzhe gripped his tie, leaning over to peck his cheek. Dahu will be around, nothing bad will happen. If you listen well, you'll get to see the skirt. Ji Hanjun paused, desire coloring his eyes as he cupped Shenzhe's face, questioning. Really? Really? It was about showing him the skirt, but there was no promise of wearing it for him. Shenzhe consoled the person and got into the car heading towards the destination. The factory was located in the suburbs, consisting of several interconnected buildings, probably more than one plant. The boss personally came out to welcome Shenzhe, respectfully escorting him into the office. He bent over to pour tea for him, speaking softly, almost timidly. Mr. Shen, we didn't dare to cut corners. This is a big deal, we wouldn't dare. We're just small businesses, earning money isn't easy. It must be a mistake. The materials in your hand might not even belong to our factory. Shenzhe took a sip of tea, his gaze falling on the teaware. The tea was premium quality, and so was the newly purchased teaware. The exquisite sandalwood teaware with its delicate wood carvings was certainly not cheap either. He looked suspicious. Setting down the teacup, Shenzhe lifted his gaze, his expression void of emotion, his voice mild. I want to inspect your workshop. Startled, the boss quickly nodded, yet sweat had already started forming on his forehead. Shenzhe was led to the workshop. The ventilation in the workshop wasn't ideal, and upon entering, one could immediately feel the heat and the smell of corroded materials. Iron and aluminum. All had to be reheated and melted again for further processing and reinforcement. They had sent quite a number of materials here, iron and aluminum, all passed the qualified inspection before delivery. Shenzhe approached the stack of materials and tapped lightly on it. Highly stacked materials, he moved forward from start to finish touching each piece. This batch was recently sent after passing the qualification check for processing. No problems then, where exactly does the problem lie? Workers worked in this sweltering workshop environment, even with large cold fans still couldn't resist the heat. They had barely broken out into sweat on their foreheads after just stepping into the workshop. He remembered that in the photos he saw earlier, there were 2 ventilators installed on one wall. Why did he not see those 2 ventilators now? The factory boss stepped forward, sweating profusely, fearing being exposed. Mr. Shen, we absolutely did not cut corners. Just now, you also examined the equipment thoroughly, which went smoothly from beginning to end, without mixing anything in between. The assistant was a girl who had followed Mum for a long time. After glancing around, she discovered that there was no warehouse here. Generally, a workshop would have a small warehouse to store goods. Master, isn't a warehouse missing here? Upon hearing this, Shenzhe indeed hadn't noticed any warehouse. Could it be on the upper or lower floor? Glancing at the boss beside him, the man was trembling like a sieve out of fear. Master, I'll go check. Dahu walked along the staircase at the end and headed upstairs to check if there was a warehouse. Looking around, the workers appeared very young, possibly underage. Shenzhe walked up to a boy who was shorter than him, holding a hammer and striking aluminum and iron. How old are you? The boy glanced at the boss behind Shenzhe. Immediately, Shenzhe stepped forward to block his line of sight. His voice became severe. How old are you this year? Seeing his cold and serious face, the boy stopped his actions out of fear. 17. Nice one. Apart from cutting corners on the materials, they're even hiring miners. Dahu quickly came down from upstairs, quietly whispering into Shenzhe's ear. On the upper floor, he found quite a few substandard materials that had already been swapped, as well as a few people hidden deep in the warehouse. When questioned, they all admitted they were underage and had been hurriedly moved upstairs. This boy had just returned from the restroom and wasn't sent upstairs. Shenzhe's whole face grew colder as he stared at the man behind him, then lifted his foot and kicked him down. Is the money I give you meant for cutting corners here? Do you know how bad it would be if the building constructed with these poor materials collapses? If an accident happened, Shen family would have to pay for everything and bear all the consequences. Sorry Mr. Shen, I lost my mind. Give me one more chance, I promise it won't happen again. The man fell on his knees and pleaded for him not to terminate their cooperation. He couldn't afford the penalty for breach of contract. It was a momentary loss of judgment that made him think of profiting a little from this. They've been collaborating for so many years, there's no way he would come up with such an idea randomly. Shenzhe squatted in front of him, grabbing his hair. There must be someone inciting you. The boss didn't expect this to be seen through, terrified and bowing repeatedly while immediately exposing another person. Please spare me. He's in the repair garage now. How could it be him? Shenzhe let go of his hair, stood up, and called someone to drive directly to the nearby repair garage. It wasn't far, pretty close. Dahu kicked open the door, and they saw 4 or 5 people squatting on the ground watching videos and laughing pervertedly. As Shenzhe entered, his eyes caught Jiang Su among the crowd. Jiang Su's company went bankrupt 2 years ago, and he opened a repair garage with some previous business partners. That boss was one of them. When Jiang Su saw the visitor, for a moment, he thought he was seeing things. Then suddenly, he felt pain in his hand again. After I stabbed your hand last time, you still don't learn your lesson. And here you are again. His voice was full of mockery. But Jiangsu only felt chills running down his spine and trembled all over. Beside him, a burly man stood up sharply, looking at this young master oozing with wealth. That thing in his ear, it must be a hearing aid. Which street rat is it that broke my door? Pay for it. Jiangsu quickly pulled at the man's sleeve, extending his finger in a shu sign, urging him to keep quiet. Last time he didn't listen, his hand nearly got wrecked. As Shenzai approached the group, the sound of the video became clearer. A woman's voice. Shenzai frowned in disgust as he stood in front of them, finally noticing the phone lying on the ground. Beasts in human form. The leader was recently released from prison, big and muscular, having committed murder and rape. At first, standing farther away, Shenzai hadn't paid much attention. Now realizing this person looked beautiful, prettier than most women. Beautiful and exquisite, with perfect features without a single flaw, especially those bright, sharp eyes full of innocence and obedience. It was just his expression that wasn't pleasant. Laced with disdain and disdainful looks. Interesting. The leading man was called Brother Qi. Looking at Shenzai, he raised his eyebrows suggestively, showing a disgusting smile. You wouldn't be a new duckling sent up, would you? Chapter 144, A Zai Shouldn't Break Promises. Who are you calling little ducky? Shenzai stood in front of him with icy eyes, looking handsome yet defiant. He clenched his fists tightly, but it seemed to lack any real intimidation. Qi Ji's words were filled with malice, and he even took a step forward, closing the distance between them. He stood right in front of Shenzai. He kept leering, and people around whistled. Little ducky, did you come here specifically for us guys to play with? Play your M. After Shenzai finished speaking, he swiftly swung his tightly clenched fist and delivered a punch directly to the man's face. The man, who was a head taller than him, was suddenly struck on the nose. The force was significant, and a warm stream flowed down from his nose. Chi-gu wiped it, finding his hands covered in blood. Big brother. The man retreated after being punched, and the subordinates crouching on the ground rushed up to support him immediately. Jiangsu squatted down and quickly moved aside, fearing that he might get hit when they start fighting. Wasn't the previous punch obvious enough? Fortunately, only fists were used instead of knives. Damn it, you actually dare to hit me. Shenzai lifted his eyes and saw the man charging towards him again. But before getting close, De Hu kicked him far away with one foot, just like kicking away trash. Shenzai stepped back a few steps while Hu and San Hu walked forward smoothly on both sides. Seeing them there to cause trouble, those underlings instantly picked up tools, ready for a fierce battle. Shenzai and his assistant stood to the side, watching the actual scene of a gang fight. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a dark figure sneaking towards the warehouse. Soon, it would take just a little more to leave this place. Jiangsu was about to secretly move towards the door when he was suddenly kicked in the back. An unpleasant voice sounded from above, and the foot on his back pressed harder. Why are you running? Hand over my materials. 3 people had beaten the group until they couldn't get up off the ground, moaning in pain. Especially the one who called the young master, Little Ducky, whose mouth was stuffed full of all the subordinates' socks. Shenzai kicked one of the subordinates. Where have you hidden my materials? Where are the materials sold to us by the neighboring factory placed? Still stubbornly defiant, refusing to yield to death. With such a hard mouth. De Hu, light a cigarette for me. De Hu immediately moved forward, holding the cigarette with one hand, lighting it with a lighter and passing it to Shenzai. The lit cigarette carried a crimson flame. Shenzai squatted in front of him, moving the cigarette around his face as if preparing to press it against his face at any moment. Fear appeared on the subordinate's face, his voice becoming terrified. You. What do you want to do? Shenzai raised an eyebrow, revealing a faint smile, his ambiguous gaze landing on the man's nose. A refined and handsome expression graced his features, but his eyes revealed mockery. I'll stick it up your nostrils if you don't speak. As he spoke, that hand was already getting lower, soon to be shoved into his nostrils. Suddenly, the phone rang. Shenzai paused, seeing Ji Hanjuan's name on the incoming call display. Azay, are you done? I'll pick you up. Finished. Do you really want to lick my hand? Shenzai abruptly shoved the phone into his pocket. If he hadn't noticed quickly, this person had almost kissed his hand. He stood up and gave the person several strong kicks. Crazy bastard. The subordinate was kicked until he wanted to cry without shedding tears, his hands bound behind him, the cigarette ash about to fall into his nostril. Looks like it could only go into his mouth then. Hu, go interrogate them. Though he hadn't touched it, it still felt so disgusting. Shenzai hurriedly took out some tissues and wiped his hands. When he looked at his phone again, the call had been disconnected. Did he accidentally press the disconnect button just now? Shenzai called back, but it was already unconnected. The sunset gradually sank, and the warehouse also became dim. Shenzai directed everyone to move all the materials back, and he would no longer cooperate with this material factory. It was the video watched by those people earlier, and the phone seemed to be a few years old model. Shenzai waved his hand, ordering De Hu to delete these videos. Filming so many girls was beyond despicable. Who opened the album in front of him. Inside were individual photos of various girls' close-ups. Shenzhe was still looking on when he noticed a girl who looked eerily familiar. Familiar, but he couldn't recall her name at the moment. Delete them. As the moon rose, it was about time to head home. The sound of engines echoed outside the warehouse doors, car lights shining from outside into the warehouse. Ji Hanjun got out of the car, exuding an imposing aura, carrying a mysterious oppressive feel and air of hostility. When Ji Hanjun saw Shenzhe in the crowd, he walked forward and embraced him. Who touched you? Who saw this embrace, the brat actually dared to take advantage of young master's generosity. Shenzhe waved his hand from inside the embrace to signal that it was fine, then took the initiative to wrap his arms around the man's neck. His voice was gentle. No one touched me, only you. The hands around his waist tightened slightly as Ji Hanjun bent down to rest his forehead against Shenzhe's, their breaths intertwining. I heard something. If you don't behave, I will lock you in the basement. What did he hear? Who would dare touch him besides Ji Hanjun? Shenzhe raised his hand to pinch his face, annoyed, and said aloud. Don't get too full of yourself. These are people. Do you still want to see skirts? Yes. Very much yes. Shenzhe paired beautifully with skirts. After they got home, a beautiful pink rose puff skirt was taken out by Ji Hanjun. When had this guy bought it? Shenzhe ignored him and pretended not to notice, sitting on the sofa scrolling through his phone. The person beside him clutched the clothes and leaned closer, speaking in a deep raspy voice. Azay, don't go back on your promises. Shenzhe turned to look at him, an evil smirk curling his lips as he lightly patted his face. Are you going to be good? His eyes sparkled with mischief as he teased him further. Ji Hanjun breathed heavily, kneeling down in front of him and seriously looking at him. I will be good. If I lock the little one in the basement, will you be mad? Shenzhe hashtag 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 hashtag. The small leather shoes hashtag 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 hashtag. He was grabbed and pinned by the shoulders. I won't be angry at Azay. Lies, clearly earlier at the warehouse he mentioned locking him in the basement. He remembered there being an L-shaped thing in the basement. Even if locked up, he wouldn't have been mad. Ji Hanjun, why don't you show me your basement? Let's see if it's the same as the one in my dreams. It was truly dark, descending the stairs, one couldn't even see their own hand. Ji Hanjun tightly grasped his hand, carefully protecting him from falling. Reaching the wall and turning on the light, the pitch-black basement instantly lit up. The walls were filled with pictures of all sorts. Among them stood a giant L-shaped object. A large square block made entirely of pure silver, gleaming with a silvery sheen. Inside was a big bed, carpet, and many plush bears. Upon arriving, they hadn't turned on the lights, but now, looking closely, it was clear that Ji Hanjun indeed put a lot of effort into preparing it. Ji Hanjun had clearly intended to lock him up here, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so meticulously decorated. The figure behind approached him, casting a towering shadow over him. His voice was hoarse, softly enticing. Before you lock me in. Does Azay want to take a look inside? Chapter 145, Fortunately. Shenzhe, do you like it here? Shenzhe looked straight ahead, those hashtag strips spreading out, fixed at the highest point above. The light is bright, white bulb light, while the lamps at home have a warm yellow hue. Do you like it or not? A shadow loomed behind him, the voice deep and hoarse, filled with an oppressive feel. Shenzhe stepped back, and just as he took one step back, his waist was grabbed. A large hand held him firmly so that he couldn't leave. A chin rested on his shoulder, hugging him from behind and pulling him closer into an embrace. The voice was alluring and tempting. Shenzhe, won't you come in for a bit? Don't you want to touch your favorite little bear? The small hashtag will go in with you. Wife. Ji Hanjuan's eyes glinted passionately as he patiently coaxed, afraid Shenzhe wouldn't come in. It's like hashtag 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 hashtag. Lock hashtag 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 how beautiful it is. He really likes it. Baby Shenzhe, born to be his. He wanted to like. Ji Hanjun. What are you doing? Do you want me to cut you? The angry shout sounded nice, like a furious kitten trying to resist futilely. You don't let go of me, how can I go in? Open the door for me. Shenzhe slapped his arm, telling him to stop hugging and open the door quickly. Hard hashtag. Crying. Ji Hanjun let him go and moved forward to open the door. He unlocked it and pulled it open. As soon as it opened, someone kicked his butt. Kicked inside, the door was quickly locked again from the outside. He, idiot. That person outside mocked him without restraint. Ji Hanjuan's gaze burned brightly with excitement as he breathed heavily. Standing still, he turned his head to look at the person outside. His handsome ripple-like eyes made him seem docile yet mischievously spoiled. Shenzhe dragged over a chair, sitting directly before the L, crossing his legs. His neat little leather shoes tapped lightly. He teased him with mockery. As soon as Ji Han-jun came back, he kissed him repeatedly, too hurried even to change his shoes. The heel of the little leather shoes and the pure silver iron column made a crisp collision sound. The little hashtag should stay here. Shenzai raised his eyes, looking at the man gripping the iron column standing inside, staring at him intensely. Passionate, sticky gaze. The person says it right. I should be here. He certainly didn't want to go in, especially not to be tricked by Ji Han-jun. This man had bad intentions. He deserved punishment. What kind of punishment would be good? How about you dance for me? Shenzai sat cross-legged, his arms resting on the armrests of the chair, propping up his cheek to watch him. The mischief in his eyes couldn't be concealed, his gaze seemed to mock Ji Han-jun with amusement. Ji Han-jun's Adam's apple rolled, the veins on the hand gripping the iron column bulging. He liked it so much in his eyes. Ji Han-jun met his gaze, his voice rough and low. Do you want to see a strip dance? No need, where hasn't he seen already? Shenzai thought of the pink dress from earlier. You wait. Back in the living room, Shenzai picked up that dress, discovering it fit his size. Ji Han-jun couldn't wear it. Meow meow meow. Tuanchuan approached, rubbing against Shenzai's trouser leg, holding a fish treat in its mouth, wanting him to open it. Its fluffy tail curled around his calf, leaving cat hair on his leg. Tuanchuan is so cute, let me feed you canned food. Suddenly the doorbell rang, Shenzai touched Tuanchuan's head. Tuanchuan, be a good kitty, just wait a moment. Shenzai peeked through the peephole, surprised to see who was outside. Tightening his grip, he opened the door. Thinking it might be Ji Han-jun, but it wasn't. Yang Muxin saw the person in front of her and froze, her eyes welling up immediately. You're Xiao Zhe. Her voice carried surprise, not believing she'd see him again. She'd just returned from the US, bringing gifts along. One hand held a little boy, the other held a gift bag. And Su-han. Shenzai remained calm, stepping aside to let them in. He avoided their gazes at the sight of their family of three. Suyu stared at the handsome brother in front of him and pointed to the thing on his ear. Brother, what is on your ear? Hearing aid. Brother, are you deaf? Yang Muxin quickly covered Suyu's mouth, yelling at him for the first time, her voice severe. Suyu, shut up. Turning to Shenzai, her voice softened. Xiao Zhe, Chen is too young, he didn't mean it. She indeed loved Suyu more, always feeling that Xiao Zhe had been spoiled and wasn't qualified to be the heir. However, they left Xiao Zhe alone at home since he was little, there was no way he could have been spoiled. Suyu, on the contrary, was the one truly being spoiled. Shenzai felt indifferent, having long let go of any lingering emotions. Their words would no longer affect him. His mother is Lu Yuan, and his father is Shin Yumin. It's okay, strangers' words don't bother me. Shenzai politely made tea for them, planning to release Ji Han-jun later. Looking at the expressionless face, Yang Muxin felt a surge of sorrow. She shouldn't have overly doted on Suyu. Abroad, she wasn't busy, spending her time taking care of the child while Su-han handled all the work. She didn't bring Chen home for fear of disturbing Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe, this is the gift your mom brought back from abroad. Do you like it? The gift box was pushed over, containing small luxury items, ties, cufflinks, and a watch. These were intended for Ji Han-jun, not for him. Shenzai coldly pushed the gifts back. Madam, I only have one mother, her name is Lu Yuan. Please don't call yourself my mother. Ji Han-jun is busy, I'll go call him for you. Not necessary, I'm leaving soon. Ji Han-jun didn't enjoy being around them either. Over the years, they remained distant, with only occasional visits. Yang Muxin stood up, looking at his ear. Xiao Zhe, Mom, well, I know an excellent doctor. Maybe someday. No. Stop showing me charity. Shenzai sharply cut her off, confused about her intentions. Why did everyone suddenly show interest in his ears? If he can't hear, then so be it. It's just one ear. If necessary, he wouldn't wear the hearing aid anymore. Seeing Shenzai get upset, Yang Muxin lowered her gaze. The strained relationship was indeed her fault. After they left, only the still steaming tea and gifts remained. His good mood was completely ruined. Shenzai removed his hearing aid, sighed deeply, and then threw it into the trash bin. He's not without treatment before. It's just that those few hard hits severely damaged his nerves. Meow meow meow. Tuanchuan seemed to sense his owner's unhappiness, carrying a fur ball to him and placing it on his lap. Surrounded by something soft, Shenzai's eyes softened as he stroked Tuanchuan gently. As long as Tuanchuan is fine. Back then, Tuanchuan was thrown down, and Shenzai barely managed to find the cat cage amidst the stormy waves and strong current by a reef. After unzipping it, he placed the cat on the reef. Tuanchuan could swim, but survival under such severe weather conditions was highly unlikely. He couldn't save himself, so he could only pray for both him and Tuanchuan to be safe. Fortunately. Chapter 146, Then I am as wife. After giving Tuanyuan water to drink and taking a shower. She thought it should be time to let Ji Hanjun out by now. After all, the anger built up over such a long time should have subsided by now. Putting on his little bear pajamas, Shenja leisurely walked towards the basement. So dark, did he turn off the light when he left just now? Shenja frowned, not having his phone with him, it was very dark. He could only rely on feeling his way down the stairs against the wall, feeling for the switch. Would Ji Hanjun be scared in this darkness? Ji Hajuan, are you there? Shenja shouted inside but received no response, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. She shouted again loudly, still without a response. She hurriedly felt her way downstairs in the dark, unable to find the switch after a long while, she simply relied on her initial intuition to feel her way towards the iron cage in the darkness. Her hand touched the iron pillar, Shenja felt around a circle by the L character, walking into the darkness until she reached the entrance of the cage. The door seemed open. Shenja unknowingly walked inside, and the next second her back pressed against a burning hot chest. Ji Hajuan, do you want to die? Why don't you speak, you scared me to death. Her back tightly stuck to the man's chest, she could clearly feel his scorching breath on her shoulder. Ji Hajuan's interest grew greedily as he tightly hugged him in the darkness. It was him who turned off the light, and sure enough as would worry and come in by herself. As loves him so much. And smells nice too. I've caught you, As. Shenja paused, she was worried about whether Ji Hanjun would be scared, yet he plays these tricks. Fiercely struggling, Shenja's face reddened with anger, but alas, she couldn't break free. A hand came out from behind her and covered her eyes in the darkness. Turn on the light. A hoarse, magnetic voice rang out, and the next second the surrounding lights brightened. Afraid that the sudden brightness might hurt her eyes, Ji Hajuan kept his hands over her eyes for a while before removing them. However, the entire place wasn't lit, instead a spotlight, like stage lighting, directly illuminated the area within the #Z. Suddenly, her waist tightened as she was scooped up and placed on the side of the bed. With one hand pressing down on her shoulder, Shenja looked at him with an irate expression. Dare you to be disobedient? Her delicate, white face had turned red after her bath. Her gaze gleamed as if filled with moisture as she glared at him. He stared at her so hard, it made him #ed. Ji Hajuan's mind was already lost, that kick pushing him inside, he truly loved it. That mischievous kitten always stirred something deep inside him. A powerful thrust to her shoulder made Shenja's pupils contract as her whole body was pushed down. Lying on the pristine bed, her eyelashes were flushed red, her hair spread out, her pale arms rested beside her radiating a silver glow. Under the silver glow, her snow-white arms appeared even whiter, even more enticing. Ji Hajuan mounted the bed with one knee and grabbed her wrist. Then, he stood above her to admire his work. His eyes grew increasingly deeper and darker, laughing wildly. As is really beautiful. Shenja furrowed her brows and moved. The heavy thing on her wrist made her heart uneasy. But what frightened her more was Ji Hajuan himself. Wife, let's play a game. No, no playing, once it starts, it doesn't end. Shenja panicked and glared at him, complaining. Play your ass, quickly release me, I'm not your wife. Ji Hajuan took a deep breath, excitement overwhelming him. Then I am As' wife. Tirelessly, endlessly amused. As though a puppy had obtained its coveted bone, devouring it eagerly, savoring it immensely. When Shenja woke up again, she found that there was no one beside her, and she had already been returned cleanly to the room. Feeling weak all over. She didn't know what time it was now, all due to Ji Hanjun. At this moment, Ji Hanjun sat in the study and sent the wedding proposal plan to the planning department once again. He had taken over the largest doll shop in the city center, and this time, it was not about food. Mr. Ji, should the staff wear bear suits? No, I don't like strangers disturbing my proposal. Little Zhao looked at the planning document, then will the interactive bears be played by acquaintances? He was unwilling to allow outsiders to interfere with his proposal, but there would be many people in the mall unavoidable. For close interaction, he preferred familiar faces. Ji Hanjun thought for a moment, prepare several sets, you guys wear them. Little Zhao sat at his workstation, surrounded by a group of colleagues from the company, all here to listen to gossip. Is Mr. Ji going to propose? Wow, the biggest doll shop, super expensive. Mr. Ji's girlfriend is so cute and obedient, that day when I saw her, I almost fell in love. Be careful or Mr. Ji will fire you. Does it mean we can also go to see the proposal? Ji Hanjun faintly hummed on the phone, he had already heard the talking around Xiao Xiao. On the day of the proposal, all employees' salaries will triple, with paid leave. Everyone was shocked and covered their mouths, Mr. Ji was too damn good. We guarantee to complete the task, Mr. Ji. I'm naturally born to be a bear, I won't let Mr. Ji down. Need bear calls? My bear call's salary could double again, right? Mr. Ji, we love you, but we love your wife more. Ji Hanjun hung up the phone and looked at the plan on the computer, his eyes softened. As deserves the best, this proposal must succeed. He actually knew As had accepted him long ago, with or without the proposal, she would marry him. Back in the room, Shenja was already awake and brushing Tuan Tuan's fur. Husband, you're awake. Shenja suddenly looked up, her cheeks instantly turned red as blood, embarrassed and angry, she picked up the pillow and threw it at him. Don't call me husband. Especially from yesterday. Husband, the word husband is gone. New Jersey hashtag not hashtag dot. Husband, don't cry. Husband, you're really beautiful. There were a lot of these words, inappropriate ones flying around. Ji Hanjun caught the pillow and sat by his bedside, apologizing with a peck on his cheek. Then I'll still call you wife. In order to apologize, I'll take the wife to Teddy Bear Mall the day after tomorrow. Hearing Teddy Bear Mall, Shenja's eyes brightened, her voice filled with joy. Is the whole Teddy Bear Mall full of teddy bears? Ji Hanjun indulgently looked at her. Of course, every kind of bear is there. So she must go check it out. Are there super bears too? The flower shop received the call. Xiao Yanqi noted down the flowers needed to be delivered, including time and location. Alright, we'll deliver them on time the day after tomorrow. An employee approached. Is it that handsome guy who wants to propose? Xiao Yanqi smiled and nodded, reaching to tuck her loose hair behind her ear, unable to hide her envy. I'm so envious of them. Lovers will finally be united. But aren't we lovers? I've taken 99 steps toward you, why don't you take even one step toward me? A familiar voice paused her. Xiao Yanqi turned around and saw the person standing at the entrance of the flower shop. They hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Lily. Gu Lixing stood at the door, her eyes moist with tears, staring at her. Yanqi, what happened before is in the past. We need a good ending, don't we? Chapter 147, Spend more time with your parents. It's often said that nobles lack feelings and only aim to cultivate heirs. But in reality, most nobles are excellent at guiding their children, showering them with endless love and providing the best upbringing. Xiao Yanqi grew up surrounded by love, living a happy life from her childhood and blossoming into an elegant young lady. Gu Lixing was similar. Before her family went bankrupt, she had enjoyed boundless love and received the best upbringing and etiquette training. They had grown up together since they were little. With red eyes, Gu Lixing walked up to her and grabbed her shoulders, pleading in her voice, Yanqi. You're the best, and everything is still like before. Not the same. She and Lily were not the same anymore. She had once been kidnapped by enemies who threatened her family and even took those kinds of photos. Before those people could touch her, her brother arrived just in time. But the insults she endured were etched deep into her bones. After that incident, she would take many baths every day, yet always felt as if she still smelled. Things didn't proceed to the worst stage, but those shadows never left her mind. She couldn't get over the mental barrier and dared not approach Lily. Xiao Yanqi looked up at Gu Lixing, reached out to wipe away her tears, and smiled to comfort her. Don't cry, it's my fault. The white flowers were pure and flawless, beyond reach for defilement. She didn't know if her photos were still kept by someone. Although so much time had passed, she should have forgotten already. Her tears were scalding hot and fell onto her heart. Xiao Yanqi embraced her, gently patting her back with a soft voice. In a few days, we'll watch a proposal. Perhaps I also want to have one for myself. In the enormous toy supermarket, quite a few people had already begun setting things up. Qin Shu and Chu Chen stood on the second floor, feeling mixed emotions in their hearts, both seemingly lost in thought. Where do you think we lost? Qin Shu whispered softly. There were really a lot of toys. The air balloons floated high above, decorated beautifully. On the other side, there were huge boxes filled with mascot costumes. He hadn't figured it out before, but now he seemed to understand why he wasn't a match for Ji Hanton. His heart seemed to have space only for Shenzhe, no longer accommodating anyone else, as though others were merely accessories. Shenzhe could forsake everything for him. For them, apart from Shenzhe, they had the family business and other responsibilities. Moreover, public confession and coming out also require courage. We didn't lose to him, we lost to ourselves. Downstairs, Shen Qiqi and Yi Nannan sat in the corner inflating balloons, their hands almost going numb. Yi Nannan wanted to give up crying and finish all the balloons in one breath. Why didn't Ji Hanton ask more people to come help inflate these balloons? Besides, these small bear balloons were much harder to blow than regular ones. Are we the only two complaining? Shen Qiqi indicated behind her, and Yi Nannan turned around. She saw the elderly steward from the Su family, dressed casually, sitting on a small stool inflating balloons. What a lonely figure. Shen Qiqi and Yi Nannan glanced at each other and picked up all the balloons, moving closer and sitting in front of the steward. Uncle Steward, why did you come alone? The steward smiled kindly when he saw them, his voice warm and mellow. I've resigned. Both of them froze, exchanging glances. Hadn't he worked at the Su family for a lifetime? How could he suddenly resign? The steward seemed to understand their confusion. I've been the steward of the Su family since my youth. The entire estate used to be full of stagnant energy, devoid of laughter and joy, until the birth of the young master, which seemed to bring the manor back to life. Madam and Sir were both serious people, but their baby was lively and cheerful, with a character entirely different from theirs. The young master was far from malicious. He was well behaved from a young age. When he handed out candies at school, he brought some back to share with everyone. Whenever he missed his mother, instead of letting us worry, he would hide in the bushes or closets and cry. The grand estate was like a prison. There was only a delicate and handsome young master and a group of servants living inside with him. Most of the time, the young master would either hold a teddy bear in the garden talking secretly or read fairy tale books with the little bear. He had poor health and frequently suffered from fevers and stomachaches since childhood. Every time he ran a fever, it lasted until midnight, and they would hustle around anxiously taking care of him. When delirious from the fever, all he would ask for were his parents. Most of the time, they stayed by his bedside, holding his hand tightly while he asked them with wet, teary eyes. "Uncle, when will Mom come back? I miss her so much." It wasn't until little G arrived at the Sioux family that the young master finally had a playmate and no longer just confided in his silent little bear. The young master and little G had indeed swapped their lives. But ever since little G came to the Sioux household, the young master shared everything with him, splitting it all down the middle. Food, toys, clothes, pocket money, even the little bear. If they hadn't swapped lives. Even if little G were the young master, he would still have been left behind at home, locked inside the lifeless manor. No matter how healthy little G might be, what awaited him wouldn't be the love of a father or mother. It would be endless lessons, an unending stream of memorization, and the never-ending study of etiquette. Shinchichi and Yinan were both stunned. Was this what happened when someone went crazy trying to cultivate an heir? Yinan was also from a prestigious family, but her family had never opposed her doing anything she wanted. She and her two older brothers attended normal classes, studying what they liked, with etiquette lessons being taught by their mother during whatever spare time she had. The steward sighed deeply. Where did the spoiled, rude, and troublesome personalities come from? It wasn't from indulgence, it was because he and the other servants had pampered that weeping, frail young master since childhood. It was like nurturing a difficult-to-grow flower. Thankfully, the young master now has loving parents. My brother doesn't have a father, and neither do I. Shinchichi hung her head, punching the balloon in her hand while suppressing tears. My brother and my father passed away a long time ago. She was raised by her mother, who told her as a child that her father had turned into a star in the sky. One of those stars up there was her father, and he was always around watching over them. That lie worked when she was younger, but as she grew older, she realized her father would never return. Her brother never experienced paternal love, and she only enjoyed it for a few short years. Even their mother suffered. Whenever she missed her husband, she'd go watch sunsets by the sea. More than once, Shinchichi feared her mother couldn't handle it, but her mother always gently stroked her head. Mom will never leave you or your brother. People experience birth, death, and partings, and she was actually quite afraid of the day her mother might not be around anymore. She was scared that one day her brother would have to deceive her by telling her their mother had become a star too. Yinan's eyes reddened as well when her beloved grandmother passed away, and her family had similarly lied to her. Do people really turn into stars after they die? But even stars can fall. The steward set down what he was holding, stretching out his hands to gently pat their heads. You're still young, and you have plenty of time to spend with your loved ones. Death is inevitable, but spend more time with them. Chapter 148, I love you the most. Why won't you let me go out? I'm so bored. Shenzhe woke up from his nap and lay on the bed. The person next to him was sitting leaning against the headboard, reading some documents. He had finished playing games and was now very bored. In the 10v10 battle, special effects dazzled his eyes, and he couldn't even find Ma Chao's spear. Every time, Yao couldn't find people either, resulting in his almost bloodless death. Ji Hanjun watched him finish playing the game, then put down the documents, pulled him into his arms, and hugged him tightly with one hand around his waist. The person he held smelled so good, soft, with adorable ears and flawless white skin. There were still marks on his neck. Darling is so soft. Do you want to play with me, darling? Shenzhe was startled as his hand was suddenly grabbed tightly pressed against ##. His ear tips turned bright red instantly. Shenzhe glared at him, angrily trying to take his hand back. Why was he so shameless? Talking nonsense. Even the things he did were shamelessly weird. Ji Hanjuan's deep eyes were full of teasing and affection as he leaned over and kissed his reddened cheeks. His voice was hoarse and alluring, close to his ear. Let the darling play. Stray hair covered his brows, revealing excited black eyes. Sensing Ji Hanjuan's movements, Shenzhe's face instantly flushed red, the burning heat spreading directly to his neck. Shenzhe shouted at him, Ji Hanjun, you jerk. He was extremely embarrassed and wanted to leave but was caught by a hand that wouldn't let go. Darling, how about it? Can you feel something? Warm kisses fell onto his cheeks, raining down, with the voices around being conciliatory. Ding ding ding. The phone suddenly rang, and Shenzhe urgently pushed him, asking him to answer it. Don't fool around, there's a call. Ji Hanjun smiled faintly, letting go of his hands and picked up the phone to answer it, tossing it aside and pinching his chin before leaning down to kiss him fiercely. Mr. Ji has already finished work, do you want to come inspect the results? Xiao Zhao was sitting among a pile of stuffed animals, beside Shinchichi, Yinan, and several female colleagues from the company. Mr. Ji. Xiao Zhao couldn't hear any sound and quickly switched to speaker mode, turning up the volume to the maximum. Mr. G, are you there? Shenzei's eyes were filled with mist as he pushed against his chest, his struggles and dissatisfaction silenced. The sounds immediately drew Shinchichi's and Yunanen's attention since both of them had read many novels. Through the phone, two people's breathing could be heard along with faint sobs and curses. Holy crap, even answering the phone while making out, obviously Ji Hanjun. Don't hang up the phone, see if we can hear #moaning sounds. Xiao Zhao immediately understood what was going on, his face turning completely red, unsure whether to hang up or keep the line open. Until an enraged shout came through the phone. Ji Hanjun. Don't get too cocky with your job. The phone was violently hung up. Now there was nothing more to hear. Yi Nan Nan, hugging a bear, had already noticed a huge projection screen inside the mall. She looked at the employees of G Corporation and her voice became cheerful. Who among you is going to Mr. G's house to take pictures? We'll project them during the proposal. Other women hearing this waved their hands hastily. This shouldn't be projected. Otherwise, let's just put up something suitable for the occasion. One girl raised her hand. Both the boss and Mrs. Boss are boys. How about screening World's Greatest First Love? I love pure love stories. Shinchichi also chimed in with an idea. Happy Garden, hee hee. That goes a bit too far. I've read an obviously troublesome supporting role that was loved by the prince. It seems everyone here hides something deep. Let's watch some anime and recommend some to me. Yi Nan Nan laughed maniacally, sure that very few people present would be able to continue watching. Watch Berlin Drift and apologize to me after you return. Qin Shu pulled on the ears of the mascot costume, standing nearby, staring blankly at Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu, what are those girls discussing so enthusiastically? Jiang Mu held an air pump in his hand and didn't know either, probably they hit upon a common topic. You can't guess what girls are thinking. Unexpectedly, Ji Hanjun was really thoughtful, finding such a large mascot mall. Winning the proposal was certain. As for the two people at home. Shenzei's collar was pulled open, his eyes dim and broken. He lay on the bed, unable to focus properly. His palms were red, having just slapped someone's face. Tall and imposing Ji Hanjun obediently knelt by the bed, with a clear mark of a slap on his face. Darling. Idiot, I don't want to talk to you. Shenzei got up from the bed and the person by the bed immediately slipped shoes onto his feet as he headed towards the bathroom. My lips are swollen. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Shenzei had red-rimmed eyes and reached out a finger to touch his own lips. The other person quietly got up and came into the bathroom. The person in front of the mirror had earlobes red as if bleeding, with beautiful, shimmering eyes that were wet from being kissed fervently. A hint of darkness crossed Ji Hanjun's eyes as he stepped forward and pulled the person into his embrace. I love you so much. Being held from behind, the man leaned down, pressing over his shoulder with burning eyes. He could see Ji Hanjun behind him through the mirror. Fuming in his chest, Shenzei muttered, What used to be obsessive and dark has now become entirely abnormal and unpredictable nonsense. Do you believe I'll have your cattle pulled? Sure. If they're pulled, let them be. He'd endure some beating before pulling them. This really wasn't his fault. It's because his wife is too adorable. Before, all he could do was look, wicked thoughts hidden deep in his heart until Shenzei hugged a plush sleeping bear and fell asleep. Only then could he indulge freely. Asleep, Shenzei was quiet and still, waiting like someone who could be awakened by a kiss. But now, he doesn't need any medication. Whenever he wants to hold her, whenever he wants to kiss, he can freely do so without restraint. The dark thoughts in his heart have grown into towering trees, their vines twisting and consuming around the person tightly. Wife, I love you so much. His head rested on Shenzei's shoulder, closed eyes nuzzling affectionately against the scent of white tea coming off his body. He wanted too much to lock this person beside him, for this person to forever belong solely to him. Through the mirror, Shenzei looked at how Ji Hanjun clutched him tightly, his arms like iron clamps, binding him firmly. Ji Hanjun's embrace was indeed very warm. I love you too. Hearing the response, Ji Hanjun opened his eyes, instantly meeting the gaze in the mirror. Their gazes intertwined. Starlight rippled in their eyes, brightening gradually with love. Ji Hanjun embraced him even tighter, I love you more. Shenzei retaliated, no, I love you more, or else I'll have your bowl removed. Meow meow meow. Meow started approaching the bathroom, rubbing Shenzei's trouser leg. Ji Hanjun furrowed his brows, nudging it away gently with his foot, kissing Shenzei behind the ear. Then, between me and Meow, who does the wife love more? Shenzei. Even jealous of the cat. No wonder he's such a glutton. His ears suddenly hurt as Ji Hanjun's voice dropped lower, seemingly punishing his wandering thoughts. Don't daydream. Between me and the cat, who does the wife love more? Shenzei pressed his lips together, dogs. So I knew the wife loves me most. Chapter 149, The Proposal Scene. It was soon the day to go to the mall. The beautiful stuffed cat had pink paw pads. Tuan Yuan was the most obedient little kitten. Shenzei fed him some cat food at home, thinking that he must buy a lot of little bears today and stack them in the room. Before going out to play, he wondered if he should wear his hearing aid, for fear of not being able to hear clearly later. Shenzhe hesitated whether to wear it or not, but after considering, he finally chose to wear it. He went to take the new hearing aid from the table, turned it on, but before putting it in his ear, someone who came over took it away. He turned back, puzzled, and looked at Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun turned off the hearing aid and put it back in the box. What if he didn't wear the hearing aid and missed someone talking to him? Shenzhe looked at him in surprise. I might not be able to hear without it. Ji Hanjun leaned down and kissed his cheek gently, with a serious look in his eyes and a soft, confident tone. Clearly, my wife doesn't like wearing this. I will cure your ears. If they can't be cured, then I will be your ears as a wife. In the teddy bear mall, people were coming and going. Today everything was free, which attracted countless people. The mall was large, spanning 3 floors. A huge projection TV was playing SpongeBob SquarePants. Although the yellow square among the pile of teddy bears seemed somewhat jarring, it was clear that no one paid attention. Because after deliberating all day, they couldn't decide what to show. They certainly couldn't show any lewd anime. After all, there were children coming today too. They initially considered showing photos, but if they showed photos first, wouldn't it give away that it was a proposal? There were many brown teddy bear balloons, and even teddy bear ears that were so cute. They were tied in various places around the mall, and you could even see people dressed as teddy bear plushies upon entering. As soon as they entered, someone tied a balloon around their wrist. Shenzhe looked at the balloon on his wrist, then glanced inside at those people, confused as he looked at Ji Hanjun. Why is mine different from theirs? Everyone else's was brown, but why was his teddy bear warm yellow? Because my wife is too cute. This teddy bear matches you more. Ji Hanjun stood beside him, pulling his hand and intertwining their fingers, with an unmistakable ardor and affection in his eyes. It was true, his teddy bear was different from others, and that made it something very joyful. The mall was filled with bright warm yellows and colorful teddy bears, decorated just like a fairy tale book. Walking deeper inside, you could see a castle in the center of the mall, where a girl in a pretty princess dress sat sorrowfully on top of the castle. Below the castle, there was a fake tree. Beneath the tree, a man wearing a prince costume and a teddy bear headband sat. Both wore masks that hid their features. At the topmost level of the mall, cotton and white lace elements were added to create a cloud effect. All the staff were dressed in giant bear costumes, as if they had accidentally stumbled into a teddy bear kingdom. Shenzhe's eyes lit up. He loved all this so much, countless types and styles of teddy bears. So many teddy bear dolls and plush toys. All the decorations were like the palace stores in the fairy tale books he read as a child. In the exquisite display windows, various kinds of teddy bears were displayed, along with many other adorable kinds of dolls. Wow, look at that bear hugging a pink heart, so cute. Shenzhe looked toward the nearby display window and immediately spotted that warm yellow teddy bear among the numerous ones. The teddy bear was cute, with black round beads for eyes, and holding a pink heart, made of plush material. Ji Hanjun gave a nod to the person inside the costume, and the doll was instantly handed out to Shenzhe. Sir, all dolls in the mall are free today. This little bear is for you, sir. Shenzhe accepted the bear toy handed to him, his fondness evident in his eyes. Thank you. There were quite a few people in the mall, including many children and teddy bear enthusiasts, each hugging their favorite teddy bears. On the way, whenever he saw something adorable, as long as he showed even a hint of liking, the big bear in charge of that display window would immediately give the doll to him. Shenzhe hugged his beloved teddy bear and looked at Ji Hanjun by his side. I feel so lucky today. Ji Hanjun, seeing his happy smile, also smiled. After touring the entire mall once, the puppet show below the castle was about to begin. Seats had been set up beforehand below, and already many people had taken their seats waiting to watch the reunion of the princess and the teddy bear prince. Shen Chi stood inside the constructed castle. She was dressed in pure white wedding attire, while Yi Nan Nan behind her was zipping up her gown. Nan Nan, did you see my brother? I saw him. Yu Fei walked in, her princely white gold swallowtail suit matching perfectly with the wedding dress. Chi, don't worry about jumping. I will catch you from below. Gu Lisheng and Xiao Yanxi stood at the balcony on the second floor, from where they had a clear view of the grand hall on the first floor. What a romantic setting it was. Countless little bear balloons were tied to everyone's wrists, and around the palace were rose walls. Looking up, there were fluffy clouds, but upon closer inspection, a giant net bag was hidden behind those clouds. Once the bag is punctured, many ribbons and petals would fall like rain from the sky. Yanxi, I will always love you and help you walk out of the shadow. Qin Shu and Chu Chen squatted at a corner on the third floor, sitting on small stools and pulling the opening of the net bag with scissors in their hands. The only thing they could do now was to make some contributions to this proposal, hoping for his happiness. In Chu Chen's hand was still the old teddy bear necklace he used to own. Under the light, the necklace sparkled brightly. After thinking for several days, he finally decided to wear the teddy bear necklace on his own neck. In the surveillance control room backstage of the shopping mall, Jiangmu watched the information on his phone, waiting to turn off all the lights the moment the princess jumped down. The three of them voluntarily came to offer help, despite having an unspoken crush on someone, they wouldn't admit that they didn't like them. Like in love. Mutual feelings have the possibility, but the endings one longs for in unrequited love are often the exact opposite of what reality gives. Duan Xingyan stood beside him, impressed by the meticulously planned proposal. And he finally saw the person whom his senior often talked about loving. From the surveillance footage, he could clearly see the noticeable warm yellow balloon tied to that person's wrist. He felt a bit uncomfortable inside. He came from an ordinary family, not as wealthy as the person liked by his senior. Besides, that person smiled so beautifully, charming and mischievous just like the little prince. Senior, I will also passionately pursue you someday. Jiang Mu turned to look at him, seeing brightness and seriousness in his eyes, the affirmation and confidence that belonged to youth. Jiang Mu smiled at him gently, politely declining. I like peace and quiet, not this kind. But it seemed he didn't understand his meaning. I'll quietly and passionately pursue my senior then. Chapter 150, There has always been someone who loves you. Graceful and melodious music sounded throughout the mall. The central open space was like a huge stage for a play, where the princess atop the castle slowly appeared. Clad in a white and sacred wedding gown, her dress was adorned with flowers on the hem, a princess crown rested upon her head, and her curly hair extended to her waist. The hoop under her dress made it puff out majestically. Most people were drawn to this area. The prepared 2 rows of seats were filled with children and photographers. Others stood around, Shenzhe and Ji Hanjun also stood among the crowd. From the fairy tale book. The prince was cursed by a witch and turned into a stuffed bear. The bear was sold by passing merchants to the princess's castle. The princess adored it so much that every night when the bear would transform back into the prince, they developed deep feelings for each other. The princess promised to help the prince break the curse. The method to break the curse was for someone beloved to willingly sacrifice their life. The princess jumped from the palace but was caught in time by the arriving prince, lifting the curse at that very moment. In truth, the real way to break the curse was the courage of the beloved person willing to give up everything. Little Zhao wearing the toy costume squatted in the corner and noticed the conspicuous balloons had already entered the crowd. She held the walkie-talkie and communicated with Jiang Mu backstage from her spot in the corner. When the princess speaks her confession, all the lights in the hall will turn off, focusing solely on the princess. As she jumps off the palace, the lights will dim again, then shift onto the main character. Jiang Mu watched the scenes displayed in the control room monitor from various angles. He could clearly see the happy and cheerful face of Shenzhe. Received. The two stood among the crowd. Shenzhe held a bear in both hands, observing the romantic stage performance unfolding before his eyes just like everyone else. The princess stood at the high window of the palace, holding a warm yellow plush teddy bear. Instantly, all the lights went out, plunging the entire hall into darkness except for one spotlight above, shining on the princess standing at the palace. This scene drew even those from the 2nd and 3rd floors, as they gathered at the railings looking down. The white light shone like a saving grace, piercing through the darkness and illuminating her figure. My dear Erlefu, I am willing to become part of what breaks your curse. Please forgive me, your kingdom and subjects await you. I can't bear seeing you tormented by the curse. Forgive my presumption. The princess tightly hugged the little bear, affectionately rubbing it against her cheek before finally letting go and moving forward. Princess, don't jump. Don't jump. Wah! Adorable little kid sitting below shouted loudly, unwilling for the princess to leap down. Shen Qiqi looked at the height, with the full attention of the crowd focused on her, and though it was too dark to see the audience below. She jumped anyway, for her brother's happiness. The princess walked toward the tower ledge and leaped off. The second beam of light illuminated the prince below in the castle grounds. The beams intertwined and crossed. The prince stepped forward, catching the falling white figure securely. Erlefu. Lixinuowai princess, I've heard your words. Even if the curse is hard to endure, without you, princess, life feels meaningless. Gently placed on the ground, the prince piously held her hand and knelt before her on one knee. Princess, I beg you to be my queen. As the words faded, the lights of the whole city turned off again. When they came back on, the light shone on the crowd. Everyone could distinctly see the warm yellow small bear tied to the wrist of a specific person. Among the crowd, a brown bear stood out, evidently marking him as the true protagonist. A few days earlier, most people had already seen the mall's event offering a free stuffed bear giveaway, hearing from many that someone was going to propose inside. Caught off guard by this sudden spotlight, Shenzhe hesitated, unsure if it might have mistakenly landed on him. Ji Hanjun. Shenzhe wanted to hold his hand but turning around found he was already gone. People nearby clearly saw the light fall on a handsome and rebellious-looking boy. The protagonist was evidently a boy. Could it possibly be a girl proposing to a boy? It left him feeling rather disconcerted. There was no sign the light intended to go off or was mistakenly cast, it kept focusing on him. Shenzhe took a step back, bumping against something soft behind him. Turning around, he found it was a large warm yellow stuffed bear. Identical to the one on his wrist. Shenzhe froze as the large bear suddenly grabbed his hand, its palm hot through the fabric, making him feel its fervent warmth. It's Ji Hanjun. He was being led toward the palace by the bear, stopping steadily in front of the stage. As the lights in the hall lit up again, the massive screen that had been showing SpongeBob transformed into a photo display. It was all his photos, taken from Ji Hanjuan's perspective. The melodious and graceful music spread throughout the venue once more. The prince and princess on stage held hands as they walked toward Shenze. They stopped in front of him while wearing masks and handed the small bear to the large bear. Only when it came closer did Shenze realize there was a zipper at the back of the little bear, hiding something inside. He seemed to understand what was about to happen. A marriage proposal. Holding the small bear with both hands, the big bear immediately knelt down in front of Shenze, and a familiar voice emanated from inside the costume. "Ace, will you marry me?" Shenze's eyes welled up. Despite not being proposed to, he would always be with Ji Hanjun anyway. His beautiful, tear-filled eyes shimmered as droplets formed and swirled within their depths. He gave no verbal response but moved forward to remove the headpiece of the costume. "Idiot, aren't you hot?" It must have been unbearably warm inside the costume. His specially made suit was thicker than the previous brown bear costumes they had used. Ji Hanjuan's bangs were already drenched in sweat. The moment Shenze went in to watch the play, he slipped out quietly to put on the outfit. Wah 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 wah, it's two boys. So romantic. Renting such a huge space for a day must cost so much. He's so handsome and looks so disciplined. I'm dying here. Who knew I'd accidentally walk into such a romantic proposal at the mall today? Marry him. With earnest determination, Ji Hanjun turned his attention to the figure before him, unzipping the tiny bear and pulling out a box hidden inside. The box was exquisitely crafted, adorned with red silk lining. It's a ring, right? Say yes. Wow, I want to get proposed to. I envy them so much. Wah, I'm tearing up. But it wasn't a ring. Ji Hanjun had already gifted Shenze a ring, a plain band that he had personally designed and created. Ji Hanjun opened the box to reveal a pure gold key, its handle shaped like a bear's head. I've already given you a ring, Ace. This is the key to this bear-themed mall. I gift the entire mall to you. All the bears, including me, belong exclusively to you. Shenze's eyes glistened with moisture, reflecting an undeniable sense of grievance buried deep beneath. He sniffled silently and stretched out his arms without saying a word. Standing up, the tall frame of the bear leaned over and enveloped the person standing before him in a tight embrace. Don't feel wronged. You deserve to be loved. There has always been someone who loves you, Ace. Meanwhile, Jianmu and Duan Xingyan exited the surveillance room and reached the third floor to see Qin Shu biting nervously on the mesh bag in his hand. Chu Chen looked worried, beads of sweat streaming down his face as he continuously muttered curses under his breath. That damn Ji Hanjun, why did he use such high-quality material for the mesh bag? Why is it so hard to cut? Ah, damn it. At this moment, the butler approached with a specifically prepared blade. Try this. Chapter 151, Certificate. Bang. An inexplicable sound came from the top of the mall, and instantly petals rained down from above. The two malls were instantly submerged in a sea of flowers. A grand marriage proposal in the large shopping center. A castle straight out of a fairy tale book, full of roses, countless small bear balloons and dolls. Wow, petal rain. There are feathers too. My goodness, so thoughtful. In the future, my boyfriend must propose to me according to this standard. Ji Hanjun had always said that there would always be someone who loved him. Ace, I love you. The left ear could clearly hear the man's voice, filled with loving words and warm embraces, embracing each other in the rain of petals. Shenze buried his face in his chest, feeling an overwhelming sense of love, sobbing with a trembling voice as he replied. I love you too. I want to be with you forever. That day Ji Hanjun went to find him holding a bouquet of flowers. On that day at the outdoor restaurant, he must have also wanted to propose. Shenze looked up in his embrace, loosened his arms around him, picked up his face, and looked at him seriously. His eyes were shimmering like a starry river, his long eyelashes still hanging with tears, his nose red from crying. Shenze gently kissed the corner of his mouth, devoutly and happily. I agree to marry you. The people upstairs could look down and see the whole hall. In the moment the petals fell, it immediately caused a stir downstairs, and many people stretched out their hands to catch them. But most people's gazes were fixed on the embracing couple. Upstairs, dressed in pure black clothing, the person stood out among the crowd, especially with that serene and noble air. Holding a photo frame in his arms, the man in the frame was handsome and gentle, clearly a super cool person. It was just unfortunate that the picture was black and white. Lu Yuan wore a black fishtail waist-hugging dress, and a black silk women's hat concealed half of her face. A balloon was tied to her right wrist, and the shower of petals continued to fall. Lu Yuan reached out to catch one, and a single petal landed steadily in her palm. There had been such a shower of petals at her wedding with Yumin. Lu Yuan hugged the photo album tightly. Yumin, Xiaozhe, and Qi Qi have all found their home. Did you see, Yumin? She released her hand, throwing the petal in her palm downstairs, lowering her eyes as she tightly embraced the photo frame. A mysterious wind suddenly blew over, rustling her hair, and a petal flew and touched her cheek. How did a gust of wind come about? It made my back feel cold. Must be a hallucination. There's no way there's wind in the mall. A few girls standing nearby felt a chill wind just now, cool and brisk. The petal stuck to her cheek, giving an unusual sensation. At that moment, she seemed to hear the voice she had yearned for. Yuan, you've worked hard. What kind of aftermath does losing the person you love most entail? Perhaps it's wanting to die alongside him. Her personality used to be extremely weak, but Shen Yumin's love and confidence gave her arrogance. Many present were deeply moved by the scene, tearing up. This proposal was something so many people dreamed of. Shen Qiqi and Yinan cried the hardest. The CP they fangirled over were truly happy, leading to an he ending. Do you think if they get married today, would tonight count as their honeymoon night? Shen Qiqi wiped her tears. Yes, but we can't sneak listen. In the crowd, several famous streamers had already turned on their live streams when they entered, wanting to show their fans the little bears. They didn't expect it to be a grand proposal. This matter quickly spread and reached the internet. With two males coming out publicly, they inevitably attracted idle talk, yet online criticism was hardly seen. The streaming room was flooded with messages of happiness and 99 foot, and many people poured into these bloggers' streaming rooms to watch the proposal. You two must remain happy. Wah, I also received an invitation card, but I had affairs today and couldn't go. I am so envious of those present to witness the live proposal. Borrow your screen to confess. Times I like you. Someday we will be legal too. Times I like you too. Gender has never been an obstacle. In less than a day, this proposal became known to everyone, even sweeping across the screens on the internet. On the bright morning of the next day, 2 red certificates were printed out. Shenzai held up the marriage certificate, the small red booklet under the sunlight looking fresh and dazzling. Unable to conceal the excitement in his tone. It turns out that marriage licenses can actually be obtained domestically. It's impossible to get a marriage certificate domestically. This was something he had arranged days ago. The marriage certificate was printed abroad in advance. Ji Hanjun looked at his joyful brows and eyes, basking in the bright sunlight as if there was a golden halo around him. As though he himself was glowing, his eyes shimmered like starry rivers, with red lips against pearly teeth, being audacious yet beautiful. It wasn't just the marriage certificate, but during this time, their home should have been prepared too. Little Zhao and some colleagues from the company decorated the living room and house at their villa. Shen Qiqi also came over, bringing a box of small umbrellas and stuffing them under the bed. Yinan wasn't entirely on board with her idea. She thought Ji Hanjun wouldn't wear any. After finishing work, Shenzai didn't go home right away, and it was already dark by the time he returned. Ji Hanjun said he would wait for him to come back. Shenzai pushed open the door to a dimly lit home, without lights on, instead filled with candles and flowers. A refined dinner and wine were already set up on the table, with candles placed in the center resembling a candlelit dinner. Wife, happy wedding day. The wedding was planned for a few days later, where he had already chosen a church for a priest to witness their unbreakable bond. Shenzai changed his shoes, casually tossing his suit jacket onto the sofa, glancing at the dinner with a touch of surprise. All this is your preparation. But I ate my fill at the company. He had already eaten at work and hadn't known there was a meal waiting for him. Ji Hanjun smiled silently, gazing at him with deep and burning eyes. Can I eat my wife? That guy must be thinking about inappropriate things. Shenzai leaned against the table and directly rejected him, but before he could move, he was caught by the waist. Tall and imposing, Ji Hanjun closed in on him, firmly grabbing his chin and pressing down. He couldn't resist at all. Shenzai became dizzy from the kiss and almost fell over. If there hadn't been a table behind him, he might have crashed to the ground. As soon as his breath began to run short, he forcefully shoved him off. You're taking advantage, you don't follow rules. His eyes reddened at the corner as Shenzai leaned against the table glaring at him. Ji Hanjun let out a heavy breath. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### The person before him had sharp eyebrows and dazzling eyes, with sharp features. His narrow eyes carried endless affection. Shenzhe saw the mischievous gleam in his eyes, grabbed the wine, and splashed it all over his face. The red wine stain ruined the clean white shirt, drenching his entire face. The wine droplets slid down his cheeks. Drenched in the wine, there wasn't a hint of anger in him. In the dim candlelight, it rather added an air of wildness and desire. His hand was caught by Ji Hanjun when he was splashing the wine. The white delicate hands now bore red traces of liquid. Shenzhe, standing tall above him, brought his hand close to his lips, raising his eyes mischievously with a bold and spoiled tone. Behave #clean #. Chapter 152, The Wedding Night. Dim candlelight, the room filled with flowers. And on one knee, all he could see was his beloved. Ji Hanjun gently leaned forward, clearly able to smell the rich aroma of red wine. Zhuozhuo looked at him with excitement in her voice. Today is our wedding night, I want to play a role-switching game with my wife. Switch what roles? Shenzhe looked at him in confusion, not understanding what this role switch meant. Was it like that time before? Ji Hanjun as the wife, and he as the husband? Shenzhe lifted his hand and pinched his chin. Then say, husband, for me to hear. The person on the ground didn't respond but excitedly freed one hand to unbutton his clothes and pulled out the belt. Shenze's eyes widened as he was startled by this action. You. Why are you undressing? A bad feeling arose in his heart, and he hurriedly let go and tried to leave. But suddenly, the person stood up. Tall and imposing, trapping him in an embrace, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Shenze. Let's play the game where we switch roles. I'll be the dominant partner. The wife will be cute and obedient. Shenze felt disaster approaching, furiously trying to slap him, but his wrist was firmly grabbed. His wrist was pulled close, lightly bitten, and in the next second, he was picked up and pressed against the table. Things behind him were instantly swept to the ground, leaving only a pure white tablecloth. Shenze's eyes widened as he shouted instantly, "Are you crazy? I've always been a madman." Ji Hanjun laughed wildly, effortlessly grabbing both of his wrists and tying them securely. Looking down at the angered figure from above, this was the beloved person he had yearned for all along. You. Let go. I don't want to play. Ji Hanjun restrained him with one hand while the other reached for his tie, slightly hooking it, his voice tempting. You cannot disobey the master's order. As soon as those words were spoken, the hand holding the tie suddenly tugged forcefully, tearing the tie off and opening several buttons. How dare you defy your superior? From above, Ji Hanjun watched as the struggling figure smirked. Wrapping the tie around his palm, he extended a finger to make a shushing gesture. The game has just begun. Next to them, the bucket of ice overflowed with chilled red wine, 3 bottles already prepared. Before Shenze could shout another insult, a piece of ice was suddenly shoved into his mouth. Watching helplessly, Ji Hanjun took a bottle of red wine, raising it high, letting the crimson liquid fall. Chilled, Shenze arched his delicate, pale neck, his shoulders trembling slightly, mist forming in his eyes. He wanted to spit out the ice, but was pushed back with a hand. So cold, this lunatic. Cold drops of wine fell on his body, staining his white shirt red, the crimson liquid making his pale skin even more enticing and beguiling. With disheveled hair, eyes brimming with beautiful ripples carrying a watery glow, his body marked with fresh red wine stains, it looked as though diluted blood had tainted him. Truly beautiful. Ji Hanjuan's gaze deepened further, watching as his eyes turned red, removing the hand blocking his mouth. In the next second, Shenze angrily spat out the ice in his mouth, his lips wet with water marks. Isn't it chilly? Let me warm you up, husband. Kisses fell like rain, almost wanting to tear him apart and devour him. His hands were restrained. What's in his hand? #######. Wife. Happy new marriage. Meanwhile, in the Su family mansion, Lu Yuan sat across from Yang Muxin, a contract for the transfer of a holiday resort laid on the table. Xiaza said that the initial funds all came from the Su family. Replacing Ji Hanjuan's life would surely have caused Yang Muxin deep hatred toward their entire family. Regardless of the reasons, the holiday resort was still intended to be transferred to Yang Muxin as an apology. Xiaza has already signed it. I'm very sorry, Mrs. Yang. We swapped your child. Lu Yuan stood up and bowed deeply in front of her. Any mother whose child was replaced would be devastated and angry. Yang Muxin helped her stand. I don't blame you, it was my mistake. The Su family's educational issues went unnoticed. Xiaza was not well as a child, and she had chosen to abandon him. If the children hadn't been swapped, Hanjun might have also gone mad because of her. As long as they're well now, that's more important than anything. Xiaza probably doesn't want to see me either. In a few days, we'll leave the country and return to our home abroad. Chen doesn't like domestic China, she gave birth to the child abroad and raised him there. It was also possible that she had spoiled him, making him unaccustomed to Chinese cuisine. He wanted to return home to find his young friends and play. Yang Muxin pushed the contract book back, unwilling to accept the resort villa. As Lu Yuan walked out of the estate, she didn't go far before stopping and looking back at the manor. She had once secretly come here with Yuan Min, catching a glimpse of little Zay as a child, though only for a brief moment. Mommy, we should go. Who drove the car over? Shen Qiqi sat in the back waving at her, with Yin Yan beside her. Yin Yan also greeted Lu Yuan, Auntie, why don't you come to my place later? My mom made so much food and said she's always wanted to meet you. Lu Yuan lowered her eyes, her lips curved into a smile as she gently smiled at them. The Yi family was large and held a prestigious status, a noble household with 1 daughter and 2 sons. When they entered the hall, a woman who had been waiting for a long time sat there, dressed in a form-fitting cheongsam, every gesture exuding elegance. Mother, I've brought my friends back, and Auntie too. Mrs. Yi stood up, meeting Lu Yuan's gaze. The 2 women exchanged smiles. Lu Yuan spoke first. It's been a long time, Miss Ning. It truly has been a long time. It must have been hard for you to come this far after Shen Yuanmin passed away. Mrs. Yi stepped forward and glanced at Yin Yan. Darling, take Qiqi upstairs to play. Mother needs to catch up with an old friend. Shen Qiqi led the way upstairs, having no idea her mother had any friends. In her memory, her mother was always taking care of her, managing the company, and dealing with the uncles from the Shen family. Upstairs was Yin Yen's room, which had a separate small study filled with bookshelves lining the walls, all stocked with books. Stickers, wallpapers, models, and standing signs were countless. Nyen Nyen, your mother knows my mommy. Yin Yen picked up a candy from the table, popped it into his mouth, and then handed her another. They've known each other for a long time. My mother even knows your dad. Chapter 153, There's Only You in My Mind. The weather the next day was absolutely beautiful, with the warm sun shining on the flower room in the back garden. Shenzhe lay on a chair covered with a blanket, drowsy, while Tuan Yuan was sleeping soundly on his body. In a state of half-sleep, he felt a kiss landing on his lips, causing an itchy sensation. He reached out to push Ji Hanjun away. Shenzhe knew it was him without even opening his eyes. Stop fooling around. Ji Hanjun looked at the person on the chair. His eyes were slightly open, his eyelashes trembling gently, and his small hand weakly pushing against Ji's face. The sunlight illuminated his face, making him look gentle and soft, with traces still visible on the neck that was exposed. Wife, do you want to eat some cake? I'll make you a blueberry cake. Ji Hanjun leaned down to help him up from the recliner, using a big hand to gently massage his waist. Tuan Yuan was woken up, stretching lazily before jumping off Shenzhe and going inside to eat cat food. Blueberry cake, huh? I want some. Shenzhe wrapped his arm around him, leaning his head on Ji's shoulder and rubbing his neck, his voice soft after just waking up. Hold me. The blanket was pulled up a bit, and the next second, he was held tightly by strong arms beneath his knees, lifting him entirely. Ji Hanjun carried him out of the flower room and put him on the couch in the living room. He leaned down to give him a kiss on the cheek. Wife, watch TV, I'll go cook. Shenzhe yawned and nodded, realizing it was already noon since he had been asleep since morning. He didn't really like watching TV and decided to play a few rounds of games on his phone instead. But apparently, his luck wasn't great today, losing every game he played. His ranked status fell dramatically, he got eliminated immediately after landing in chicken dinner games, and his boxes might as well be on fire because the other team kept destroying them. How could my luck be so bad today? After they finished eating, the two went for a walk by the sea. It was the same stretch of coast where he once almost drowned, towering rocks looking down at the tumultuous waves below. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Shenzhe thought not about being pushed into the water, but about Ji Hanjun holding his hand by the cliff, promising forever together. The sea breeze blew through his hair, his bright and shimmering eyes reflected tiny starlights as he softly gazed at the ocean, his long lashes fluttering. By his side, Ji Hanjun tightly gripped his hand, worried that Shen was standing too close to the edge, fearful he would fall. Wife, let's go somewhere else, don't stay here. For years, he came daily to this area searching for his lost love. Even in his nightmares back then, it was all about A's falling into the sea, leaving him haunted. Though his hand was squeezed hard, even the howling sea wind couldn't cover the urgency and fear in his voice. Don't stay here, wife. Shenzhe stepped back, obediently moving away from the edge. This place, he probably wouldn't come again. They left the high ground and headed down to the beach. Shenzhe stepped barefoot into the azure seawater, pulling up his pants, bending over to find a shell in the waves. The shell's pattern was chaotic, a mix of white and blue. When he raised it up to the sunlight, it seemed to shine brilliantly. The boy's slender figure walked through the water, sunlight playing over his soaked white shirt, which clung to his thin waist intermittently. Ji Hanjun carried his shoes, the sleeves of his shirt rolled up, revealing strong arms and several crisscrossed scars on his wrists. He watched intently, as if the figure in the sea was glowing. Shenzhe turned around after raising the shell to the sunlight, his tone joyful. So pretty. This prettiest one is for our dog. Shenzhe happily ran over, grabbing his hand and stuffing the shell into Ji Hanjun's palm. His heart beat wildly, this wasn't the first time A's had captivated him. Ji Hanjun tightened his grip on the shell. He realized he finally understood what happiness felt like. Wife, I love you. Shenzhe didn't understand why he suddenly confessed, noticing his gaze slowly filling with moisture and his eyes reflecting deep affection. Sunlight shone on both their bodies, casting onto their intertwined figures. Shenzhe hugged his neck tightly and kissed him, their breaths intermingling. I love you too. When they returned home, Ji Hanjun redecorated the house and lit candles. He was baking a cake for her, his favorite flavor, blueberry cake. The man in the kitchen wore an apron, with cuffs of his dress shirt slightly rolled up. He wore disposable gloves and placed the cake layer on a circular plate, carefully rotating it while spreading cream. Shenzhe entered from outside, stood at the doorway observing for a moment, then approached, watching the rotating platter. Why are you putting so much cream? There was cream between the cake layers, several rounds of cream around the edges, and yet, he was still spreading more. As he looked at the person beside him, Ji Hanjuan's eyes darkened with unusual emotions, waves of feeling surging within. His voice carried a mysterious tone. It's a secret. You can take a guess, wife. Shenzhe thought for a moment, do you like eating cream? Very much so. After baking the cake and preparing yesterday's dishes again, since they didn't get to eat much because Ji Hanjun kept clinging, the white tablecloth was replaced with a black one, with roses in a vase sitting in the middle of the table. The dim candlelight in the room only lit up a small area of the living room. The ice bucket on the table held ice cubes and red wine, though Shinzei feared Ji Hanjun might lose control again. Was he secretly reading cheese books? There were many dishes on the table that Shinzei loved, including the blueberry sweet cake. Shinzei picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. It was perfectly roasted with caramel, the soft sponge bursting with sweet blueberry flavor, a familiar taste. Surprisingly looking up, he saw the man across from him. They gazed at each other over the flickering candlelight, Ji Hanjun's eyes brimming with stars and overflowing love. I noticed you liked it last time, so I learned how to make it specially. He had approached Qin Shu about it, but that guy was reluctant to tell him anything. So, Ji Hanjun had taken the time to visit Mrs. Qin instead. Feeling half full, Shinzei left some room in his stomach for the cake. A 2-layer blueberry cake was placed on the table, decorated with blueberries and fruits, with blueberry jam layered between the 2 layers. Shinzei grabbed a fruit piece and popped it into his mouth. It tasted sweet and fresh, while the cream melted smoothly upon contact with his tongue. Watching Shinzei enjoy himself, Ji Hanjun's eyes filled with desire as he sat there watching him eat. Being stared at while eating cake felt strange, especially under such fiery eyes. It was hard to ignore. Frowning slightly and lifting his head to look at Ji Hanjun, Shinzei asked, "Why are you always staring at me? Why don't you eat? I'll wait until my wife is full before I start." The excitement and burning intensity in Ji Hanjun's gaze were all too familiar to Shinzei. It reminded him of the red wine and ice cubes from yesterday. So today. Cream. Shinzei suddenly stood up, intending to leave the spoon behind and head upstairs, but his waist was grabbed from behind. Held tightly against him, Ji Hanjun's burning chest pressed against his back. "Why are you running away, wife?" Blushing furiously, Shinzei tried to break free from Ji Hanjun's grip, but his arms were too tight. He shouted at the man behind him. "I'm full, I'm sleepy, I want to sleep." At his waist, he could feel a hand softly kneading him. In the next second, he was lifted off the ground. Set back onto the chair, his neck was gently grabbed with one hand. "Ji Hanjun. Is there nothing else on your mind besides these things?" Lowering his gaze with a faint smile, Ji Hanjun dipped his finger into some cream on the plate and smeared it on Shinzei's lips. Leaning closer, he lightly licked it off, claiming Shinzei forcefully as their breaths intertwined. "All I think about is my wife." Chapter 154, Happiness Frozen in Time. "Let's play the game Ace likes today, okay?" What did he mean? Shinzei wasn't quite sure what he was talking about. The next second hashtag. He grabbed hashtag, and it fell hashtag. You. Stunned by this move, Shinzei froze for a moment, his face immediately turning bright red, with the blush extending all the way to the tips of his ears. Too embarrassed to look at him directly. He's got such a thick skin. Ji Hanjun is really a pervert, he fully deserves that label. Shinzei looked away, not daring to look at him or hit him, otherwise, Ji Hanjun would just hashtag. Wife. Ji Hanjun grunted softly, calling her wife in a low and seductive tone with a trailing sound at the end. Shinzei became flustered. What are you wearing Chuan for? Hot breath fell on her skin. Ji Hanjun raised his head to look at her, his eyes filled with aggression, with upturned corners. He was smiling contentedly. Do you like being called wife? Shinzei's face turned completely red, and she glared angrily at him before threatening, "Let me go, or I'll hit you." But instead, the person in front of her tilted their head innocently and looked at her. Didn't the wife used to love it like this? That was back then. Shinzei clenched her teeth, lifted her hand, and swung it towards him. Ji Hanjun. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. The man was hashtag. He kissed her cheek gently as she tried to push him away and looked into her eyes. The wife is right, I deserve to be hit. Don't be mad. Ji Hanjun gazed deeply at her, however, we can't waste the cake, wife. It's impossible to reason with a pervert because their psychology is often difficult to predict. Before, hitting him was purely out of ignorance. Now, while hitting isn't an option, sometimes it's truly hard to resist. Ji Hanjun's behavior when acting spoiled is truly infuriating and maddening. Lights flickering, dazzling. Shinzei couldn't see clearly, her vision blurred with mist. She lifted her arm to shield her eyes. She could no longer summon the words to scold Ji Hanjun. Where on earth had he learned these things? If she hadn't cried so hard, she might have ended up doing the same thing as yesterday again. Ji Hanjun kissed her cheek lightly, excitement evident in his voice. So sweet. Once the wife recovers, we'll continue playing. Hugging her like a big dog, his head rubbing against her neck, unable to be pushed away. Playing games. Was Ji Hanjun a gaming console in a previous life? Don't. Shinzei's eyes were listless, refusing him weakly as she softly pushed him, utterly without intimidation. She rarely hit him anymore. The slap just now was genuinely beyond her control. Pervert. Ji Hanjun held her tighter and nestled her into his embrace. Wife wants to. Lacking the energy to argue with him, Shenze pulled the blanket over herself, hearing the rhythmic beats of his heart as her face pressed against his chest. Suddenly, her hand was seized and raised, their fingers interlaced. 2 rings with silver gleams shone brilliantly, reflecting light even under the dim illumination. Ji Hanjun picked up the phone from the table to take a picture, sending the first post on his WeChat moments ever. A photo of holding hands and a wedding photo. Happy life. Shen Chi outside, playing around, spotted something amiss in the WeChat post. Nian Nian, check out the hand in this handshake shot. The marks are glaringly obvious. Yi Nian Nian only glanced once, and both girls exchanged looks and burst into laughter. Ji Hanjun hugged her and went to take a bath, washing her clean. Afterwards, like apologizing, he put out his hands for her to hit. His palms cupped together, holding a plate of blueberries. Shenze sat on the sofa hugging her waist while watching TV and eating blueberries, her eyes reddened at the corners, glaring furiously at him. If you do this again, I'll lock you in the basement for a few days. The wife likes the basement. Shenze. Seems like his brain is full of nothing but dirty thoughts. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang, and Ji Hanjun got up to open the door. Looking through the peephole, he was reluctant to open the door at the sight of the 2 women outside. Shen Chi stood at the door, pressing the doorbell a few more times. Frustrated, she lay down in front of the door and peeked through the peephole, seeing the man standing there. Brother. Ji Hanjun won't let me in. The sound outside reached inside, where Shenze frowned, still clutching her waist as she stood up and walked to the entrance. Seeing Ji Hanjun standing motionlessly by the door. Why don't you open the door? It wasn't that he didn't want to open it. Rather, he saw what was in her hand through the peephole. Shen Chi was holding a suitcase, wasn't she? What did she want to do, ruin his and his wife's private time? Shenze let him stand aside while she went to open the door herself, only for the girl to throw herself into her arms the next second. She just hugged Shenze briefly before being pulled by the collar away. Ji Hanjun dragged her with one hand gripping her collar at a distance. What are you here for? Shen Chi pouted, she came over in good faith to assist but he didn't even let her inside. When they finally stepped into the room, everyone noticed that the floor was scattered with numerous roses and candles. It was truly a romantic candlelit dinner. Ji Hanjun snorted coldly and walked into the kitchen. Shen Chi immediately followed dragging her luggage. Brother-in-law, when can I hear the recording you promised me? He had agreed on that day to let her hear the recording, yet so many days had passed and she still hadn't received it. Ji Hanjun eyed her enormous suitcase and felt that this person clearly intended to stay over. This little girl didn't know how to knock properly, her visit would surely disturb them. Seeing Ji Hanjun fixating on her suitcase, Shen Chi was somewhat surprised. Are you serious, brother-in-law, you already guessed what I brought? Shen Chi unzipped her suitcase, revealing discs, books, dresses, and various kinds of small items. It's your wedding gift. I don't know if you saw it because we shoved it under your bed. Since Nian Nian guessed you wouldn't like wearing rings, she swapped them for these instead. With lots of sincerity. The clothes seemed to all be made of thin chiffon material, and the book covers looked very explosive at a glance. Ji Hanjun caught sight of a black hashtag within the suitcase, deepening his gaze slightly. Today this girl actually did something that pleased him. After both of them had given their gifts, they left. Shenze sat on the sofa, unaware of what was inside the suitcase. Thinking about how Ji Hanjun had just officially announced on WeChat Moments, he also wanted to post something. Ji Hanjun, come take a picture. Shenze told him to come sit together with him, both were still wearing matching pajamas. Might as well hug Tuan Tuan too, Tuan Tuan should be included as well. With Ji Hanjun's long arms, he let Ji Hanjun hold the phone, while Shenze held Tuan Tuan, bringing their 3 heads close together. Their faces touched each other, smiling widely with love gleaming in their eyes. They would always be together forever. Their cheeks pressed against each other as Shenze cast a sideways glance and discovered Ji Hanjun was also looking at him. Their hands intertwined as the rings shimmered with silver light, and the marriage certificate on the table flashed an eye-catching red color. The camera clicked, freezing this moment forever. Happy life with the puppy. End of main storyline. Chapter 155, Ji Hanjun's narrative. My name is Ji Hanjun. From childhood to adulthood, my parents never really liked me very much. It seems no matter how hard I tried, they would never see it. But I didn't desire their love. I just wanted acknowledgement. I worked so hard to rank first in every subject, yet in their eyes, I was still not as good as the young master of the house. That was the first time I went to the estate where my mother worked. It was one afternoon when I met that young master who seemed to live in a fairy tale. The estate was grand and resplendent, adorned with countless golden embellishments. The garden bloomed with beautiful roses. And that young master looked fresh and radiant, exquisitely handsome, greatly beloved like a little prince who lay on the grass hugging a small teddy bear. He was obedient, so adorable, with large eyes sparkling like gems. But he seemed to have cried. No one was by his side, only a teddy bear in his arms while reading a fairy tale book. He began to cry as he read. I couldn't understand. Living in such a wealthy family, why was he crying? When I visited that mansion for the second time, I had scored full marks again, hoping to obtain my mother's signature for permission, for something. She tore up my exam paper right in front of me, and I felt nothing inside. It seemed I was born unable to feel affection for anyone, like a cold person devoid of feelings. The more my mother refused to let me study, the more determined I became. As I squatted down to pick up the pieces, someone suddenly squatted down before me. That person had delicate, white hands, holding a few pieces of the torn paper and handed them to me. Looking up, I saw the same young master I'd previously encountered lying in the garden. He wore high-end clothes, pretty, clean, all new, while I wore a school uniform that was washed almost completely faded and discolored. We were close enough that I could smell the sweet fragrance emanating from him. Since that day, it seemed like he wouldn't leave me alone anymore. Even when my mother attempted to drive me away, this young master stopped her. Everyone said he bullied me, but what I saw was different. He asked me to accompany him to school, to the garden to read books together, to any place doing anything with him. Even his beloved teddy bear he was willing to share with me. Things he didn't like eating all ended up in my stomach. Yet those things were all nutritious food. I didn't want to be a trash can. Until I personally saw him hiding his favorite meatballs under the rice, along with several pieces of braised pork. The butler nearby was confused about his action of hiding meat beneath the bowl. I clearly heard that young master say, "Ji Hanjun is too thin, I want him to eat more. Both him and my teddy bear are my friends." In his heart, the status of the teddy bear was quite high, and yet here I was, placed on an equal footing with the teddy bear. One day, I was walking on the street when some others bullied me, calling me the guy of the young master. I did not argue. I didn't think there was anything wrong with that statement, possibly due to my psychological issues. I couldn't differentiate these emotions. Until they insulted the young master as an orphan, neglected by everyone, then I fought back against them. Clearly living in such a wealthy environment, he lacked affection from his parents. I've seen Madame Sue and the others treat this young master coldly. I wondered, if he was so well behaved, why did his own parents also dislike him? As we spent more time together, I found out that he was really like a kitten. With any incident, he came straight to me. It seemed like I was the only one in his world. Just me, no one else. An unusual feeling lingered in my heart, growing stronger each day. That day, I had made plans with the young master to borrow books at the school library, but I detoured to the back courtyard. I overheard my mother making a phone call. It was the first time I learned about my true identity. No wonder they didn't like me. Turns out, I was actually the real young master of the Sue family. But I didn't feel much emotion inside. This identity meant nothing to me. I went to his room, finding him squatting on the ground crying, surrounded by a group of servants trying to console him. In his hand was a beautiful crystal ball, which we made together during our craft session. Being surrounded and comforted as though he was the apple of everyone's eye. This was the treatment given to the young master of the Sue family. I stood by the doorway looking at him, and he seemed to look up, seeing me. He stood up from among the crowd, rushing into my embrace. His small face was covered with tears, his body soft and fragrant, his eyes swollen red from crying. He held out the already cracked crystal ball for me to see. Seeing him cry made my heart filled with unknown emotions even deeper. This dirty and dark world, I've long been accustomed to it. But could this spoiled young master get used to it? Flowers grown in the greenhouse should stay in the greenhouse. Every night, he would ask me to sleep with him, always handing me a fairy tale book to read stories to him. I enjoyed it endlessly, as if I were raising a doll. He also liked to tease me by putting bugs in my books and calling me a little dog. He even liked making me cry. One day, he insisted on making me cry. I didn't cry, but instead, he burst into tears because of me. He was usually like a ferocious cat, yet when he cried, he resembled a rabbit. I consoled him, wiping his tears and asking why he wanted me to cry so badly. He said, "The book says that boys' tears are like stimulants." I believed what the book said. His tears excited me. I wanted him to cry and rush into my arms. We grew up together, inseparable since we were young. As we aged, I gradually understood what those indescribable feelings were. One night, I threw the doll he always hugged into the trash can. I bought him another similar teddy bear but filled it with calming medicine powder. His phone was also equipped with a tracker so I could know his whereabouts at any time. Every night, I would secretly sneak into his room, hold him to sleep, and do whatever I desired. I was like a peeping Tom lurking in the shadows. I intercepted and shredded all the love letters others wrote to him. Those who tried to get close to him were individually threatened by me with a knife, scared stiff not to approach him again. I wanted him. I wanted only me in his world. I wanted to lock him away. As he grew older, more suitors appeared around him. Dark thoughts inside me sprouted and grew into towering trees. I drove away all the people around him, all his admirers, willingly becoming his personal slave, indulging his temper. I loved him, I craved him so much. It seemed he had a girl he liked, named Song Chin Chin. That girl was no good, constantly deceiving his money, yet he actually learned how to bake a cake for her online. I got angry and threw the cake in the kitchen directly into the trash can. Sure enough, he got mad. He hit me, and my hands were covered with chocolate. I intentionally smeared it all over him. He dragged me to the bathroom to wash, pressing me into the bathtub just like before, lifting my chin with his foot tip. Spoiled, mischievous. He made me cry, but I wouldn't cry. I haven't cried from childhood to now. He wore a dress to go out to play, seen by me. The thought of other people seeing him made me want to lock him in a cage. When I heard there would be a power outage, I hid in the room beforehand and pinned him down on the sofa to kiss him forcefully. Awake, kissing him was much better than kissing him unconscious. After I kissed him, I acted as if nothing happened and went back to my room. I watched him hug me and cry, even having nightmares and being afraid to sleep without me. I was very happy. Until the day of his birthday when he gave me a gift, but all I wanted was him. From childhood to now, I have never been so longing for someone. On the day of his birthday party, I couldn't help but kiss him. He ran away because of the bad thing I did, but he came back. He surrendered to my confession in despair but discovered all the previous events were done by me. But I really didn't mean to hurt him, I just wanted to scare him, make him rely on me, I didn't want him to move away from me. He ran away again, and I completely lost control, grabbing him back. I imprisoned him, and that period was the happiest for me because he truly belonged solely to me. Until that day abroad, what he said made me furious, I hurt him, and I couldn't stop crying. Turns out, I prefer his love over keeping him locked by my side. Someone attempted to take him away from me, I turned a blind eye, watching him escape from me. The real and fake young master was revealed. Young Mushin kept searching for his whereabouts, and I feared something might happen to him, so I returned to the Su family. I saw him shedding tears while eating rice. My heart truly ached. I wanted to love him well, even willing to trade my life for him. Later, I finally made him fall in love with me. I gifted him a cat and diamonds. I knew everything about him, and I felt that the purpose of my existence was solely for him. Then something happened to him, and everyone said he was dead. I refused to believe it. I couldn't accept it. I had a dream where he fell into the sea, wanting me to embrace him. Missing him, thinking about death. I filled the bathtub with water, cut my wrist, and looked at his photo uncontrollably crying. I buried myself in the water, feeling the suffocating sensation of drowning. Later, I was rescued, and I knew he must still be alive, and I would definitely find him. Years later, I finally found him. He was as arrogant and wicked as before, lofty and superior. But it seemed like he had forgotten me. On the first night I saw him, I wanted to tie him up and take him home, but I restrained myself. I secretly followed his car back to his house and sat in my car all night until someone called me at 3 a.m. to tell me that. He cried. It turned out that he hadn't forgotten me, he even refused to take medicine so as not to forget me. He was self-abandoned and had an emotional outburst. I feared he would step on the glass shards, so I comforted him while crying and begged him not to hurt himself. He is my life. When he was on the way to the airport, I intercepted him and brought him home. I wanted to love him again. Fortunately, later on, he remembered me and firmly chose me. I planned a proposal, but due to someone, he got hurt and fell into a coma for 5 days. From childhood to now, I have only yearned for one person. That is Shenzei. In the end, I planned a grand wedding and proposed to him. We got married and finally gained his love. He loves me very much. I am so happy. Chapter 156, Lu Yuan x Shin Yumin, Part 1. The greatest pain is to love and not be able to be together. 1. As soon as the bell rang to mark the end of class, a girl quickly grabbed her books and left the classroom. A thick pair of black-framed glasses covered most of her face, while her heavy fringe obscured her eyes. This was not the first time she had been cornered like this. Her bag was thrown into the drain, her head pressed against the bathroom wall, and her glasses were shattered. Why do you run, Lu Yuan? Is being first in the grade so special? All you do is talk to people. Her whole body was soaked with water, but she didn't understand why students from her hometown should be bullied by these rich young ladies. Say something. Why didn't you come to the playground when I told you to? To meet people, if you dare not to listen next time, I'll post your pictures all over campus. You wouldn't want your pictures everywhere, would you? Ha ha ha, crying again. What are you crying for? Boring. This is just a warning. If it happens again, I'll send your photos to your relatives in the county. You want to get into university? Let me tell you, before we've had our fun, you won't get away. One by one, the girls left the restroom, leaving behind only a girl silently crying. They say beauty is a sin, she wasn't beautiful, she even avoided showing her face, always wearing thick glasses. Yet, why was she still bullied? Was it because of her grades? But even her family had emptied their savings to afford her education. The wind on the rooftop was cold, and the top floor of the school library was usually deserted. She seemed to have cried out all her tears. Her parents had passed away, and she had a younger sister, Lu Fang. But right now, she truly couldn't bear it any longer. Her arms, back, and calves bore wounds from long-term bullying. The wind howled around her, and below were passing students, none of whom looked up. It was really high, and falling down would certainly mean death. Lu Yuan's eyes were red and swollen, her gaze vacant and numb. Actually, if she just endured it, getting into a good university could help her escape. Voices whistled in the air. "Excuse me, classmate, can I jump first?" Behind her came an unfamiliar voice, and Lu Yuan turned around. The boy was dressed in the same school uniform as her, without a jacket, white shirt paired with casual pants, tall and erect. He was a handsome person with sharp features and a pleasant appearance. Lu Yuan froze. She recognized him. He was a famous figure at school, the young master of the Shin family, Shin Yumin. "Sorry for my rudeness." Shin Yumin approached her, his brow slightly furrowed, and gently lifted her down from the platform. "Don't mind me, jump after I finish." Seeing the girl trying to climb back up, Shin Yumin caught her wrist. In the struggle, Lu Yuan's student ID card fell out. Picking it up, he immediately saw the name on it. "You're the top student in the year, I remember you. Did something happen?" Lu Yuan burst into tears, quietly squatting on the ground hugging herself and sobbing. Why was even dying so hard now? The rooftop was incredibly quiet, and the girl's cries sounded especially sorrowful. Shin Yumin knelt beside her, pulling out a tissue and handing it to her. "Don't cry. Come on, our rankings are about the same. Can you tell me what's wrong?" Although it was her own business, she simply couldn't hold it in anymore and confessed that she had been bullied. Shin Yumin thought for a moment, then pulled out a pen and paper from his pocket. His voice was earnest and gentle. "My phone number. How about I protect you? As exchange, after I die, you bury my body." Lu Yuan looked up in shock. The boy in front of her was handsome, gentle, and radiant, though his complexion was indeed somewhat pale. Shin Yumin smiled at her, meeting her stunned gaze and pointed at the high platform. "I'm really here to jump. The paper and pen were for writing my will." 2. The new pair of glasses lay smashed on the ground, her hair chopped haphazardly. Terrified, Lu Yuan crouched in the corner. Her textbooks and exercise books were all thrown on the floor, marked with footprints. "It's getting harder and harder to catch you. Want to report us to the teacher?" "Go ahead." The girls shoved Lu Yuan by her shoulders, forcing her against the wall while holding a phone. In the dark alley, boys and girls surrounded her, hurling insults and curses. "Do you want to see those photos? Or shall we take some more for you? Ha ha ha. How about this time, we get the boys to take pictures with her?" Lu Yuan cried and pleaded, but someone yanked her hair and pushed her face against the wall, tearing open her collar. Why wouldn't they let her die? A pink bra, huh? Several people laughed and moved forward, cornering her in a narrow space, completely unaware of the young boy sneaking up from behind with a stick. Shin Yumin's face was cold as he approached with the stick. Hearing the girl's cries, his eyes grew darker. He swung the stick forcefully. "Ah, my head." The boy who got hit turned around, and the group was attracted by his scream. They saw Shin Yumin with a terrifying look on his face. "Do you want to die?" Some of them released Lu Yuan and moved toward Shin Yumin. A direct fight broke out. Lu Yuan looked at the boy she only met once on the rooftop, now 1-on-5. Though he had a stick, his poor health soon left him at a disadvantage. They snatched the stick away and pressed him down to beat him. Lu Yuan pulled her clothes tightly and stepped in front of Shin Yumin. "Don't hit him. It's my fault. Please stop." Lu Yuan begged for mercy through tears. She didn't want others to get hurt because of her, they would leave after bullying her enough. "Haha, begging already? Then take off your clothes." Lu Yuan froze for a second. In the next moment, before she could start unbuttoning her clothes, a long hand firmly grabbed hers. Her warm clothes fell onto her body and wrapped her back up. Shin Yumin stood up, shielding the girl behind him. "You retreat further, don't get injured." A flicker passed in Lu Yuan's eyes. This was the first time someone protected her, shielding her like that. Even her nose caught the faintly pleasant scent from the boy. Shin Yumin gritted his teeth and fought fiercely again, each punch filled with strength. 3 female bullies scared of causing trouble had already left. Shin Yumin kept fighting the 5 boys until the police came. Lu Yuan held him up, seeing him drenched in blood, and tears slid down her cheeks as she apologized. "I'm sorry." Shin Yumin raised a hand to wipe away her tears. "Don't cry. I promise to protect you." She thought he was just fooling her, but it turned out to be true. 3. After much interaction, those bullies indeed wouldn't bother her anymore. Moreover, she found Shin Yumin to truly be a good person. Yuan, check this math problem I solved." Shin Yumin entered the self-study room, seeing the girl reading. He placed the solution on the table. The solution process was clear, concise, and correct. "I couldn't figure it out for 2 days, but you did it overnight, amazing." Lu Yuan picked it up, feeling astonished. The boy sat across from her, turning around and propping his head on the desk with one hand, looking at her gently. They had been together for quite some time, and the college entrance exam would be in a month. No one dared to bully her anymore. Once she went to university, other boys might protect her. Shin Yumin lowered his eyes, holding the confession letter in his pocket sorrowfully. He was someone about to die, and he shouldn't delay a girl. "Yumin, I want to attend the same university as you." Shin Yumin startled, meeting her gaze. But his bangs and glasses hid his appearance and eyes. He knew Yuan Yuan had beautiful eyes, he saw them when he wiped her tears during their first encounter on the rooftop. Seeing Shin Yumin silent, Lu Yuan tightened her grip on the pen nervously. After such a long period of time, she knew Shin Yumin had autism, finding it hard to integrate with others. Do you not want to? Want? Shin Yumin responded hastily. I want to attend the same university as Yuan Yuan. Sunlight shone into the classroom, falling on both of them. Lu Yuan smiled as she saw his excitement and handed him a candy. The day after the exam finishes, I'll wait for you on the rooftop at 9 o'clock, no matter what. Shin Yumin accepted the candy, his ear tips flushing red, and he looked at her, nodding seriously. I will definitely come, Yuan Yuan. 4. The exam arrived as scheduled, and candidates gradually entered the examination hall. She achieved an excellent score and, full of excitement, shared that all the questions were the ones they had reviewed over and over again. Tomorrow, she would meet Shin Yumin, and her heart was bursting with anticipation. She liked Shin Yumin very much, really liked him. She cut her bangs, bought a dress she had been longing for, and adorned herself beautifully. But no reply came to the messages she sent late into the night. Was he busy handling company affairs? The rooftop was where they met for the first time. No reply to her messages, no pickup for her calls, even by the evening, he hadn't shown up. Her heart gradually turned cold. Of course, how could someone like him, a young master of a noble family, possibly like her, an ordinary girl from a small county? Classmate, what are you doing here? Lu Yuan turned around to see a few girls coming up with brooms. I'm waiting for someone. The girls were a little surprised. Who would still come here? The girls came to the rooftop in groups to enjoy the breeze and chat, as they wouldn't see each other often in the future. How did your exams go? Pretty well. Even if I didn't do well, my parents wouldn't scold me. I envy you. If I didn't perform well, I'd just go abroad to study finance and manage the family business. That Shin Yumin is such a pity too. But even if he doesn't do well, he'll take over his family's business. Lu Yuan listened carefully and hurriedly ran up. Shin Yumin. Is that the one who's ranked second in the grade? One of the girls nodded. There was only one Shin Yumin in the school. What happened to him? I was in the same exam room as him. He only took 2 exams before suddenly fainting. Before he fainted, he vomited a lot of blood. The invigilator was so scared at the time. Then he was taken away by people from the Shin family. He was covered in blood back then. The teacher forbade us from spreading rumors. You don't want to mess with the Shin family. Chapter 157 Bonus, Lu Yuan times Shin Yumin, 2. 5. The person on the hospital bed slowly opened their eyes and immediately saw a girl crying by the bedside. He had guessed correctly, Yuan Yuan was indeed beautiful. Yuan Yuan. Lu Yuan froze, and upon seeing that he was awake, burst into even more tears. Why didn't you tell me about your stomach cancer? Shin Yumin's face was deathly pale, as if he might leave at any moment. Seeing her cry, Shin Yumin felt deeply troubled. He reached up to wipe away her tears. Don't cry, I'm still fine for now. We'll get proper treatment. Medicine is so advanced these days, I don't want anything happening to you. I want you to stay with me. Lu Yuan cried until her voice was hoarse. She simply couldn't accept the fact of his stomach cancer. There had been talk about funeral arrangements before, but she had thought it was just a misunderstanding and had no idea it was actually stomach cancer. I don't want to keep treating this, it's too painful. You must. What will I do without you? Nothing could possibly make him feel worse than watching the girl he liked cry beside him. He believed that meeting Yuan Yuan was definitely a matter of fate. Shin Yumin, I like you. You're not allowed to die. His consciousness began to wane, his body ached unbearably with each treatment making him feel close to death. I like Yuan Yuan too, and I'll definitely be there for you. That day, they talked endlessly. It turned out that Yuan had suffered more than she did. He had been abandoned in a backyard by his uncle since childhood, neglected during illness, and left alone when eating. Even during times of sickness, he believed it was all due to his own misfortune. Because of this, he exhibited tendencies of autism and depression. 6. She took care of Shin Yumin until the school year started, and they both enrolled in the same university. Lu Yuan knew she shouldn't have done it, but she still went ahead with it. During their first year together, she got Shin Yumin drunk. Shin Yumin refused to touch her, holding back despite everything. Yuan Yuan still has a choice, I can't ruin your life. With alcohol mixed with drugs, she succeeded in having her way with Shin Yumin. But the consequences would fall on her, she became pregnant. News of her pregnancy and photos from her past where she'd been forcibly captured were simultaneously leaked online. Insults, bullying, and hateful words poured in. She didn't care. Her once pristine reputation shattered overnight, what was once admiration for the campus beauty now turned into scorn, labeling her as Yuan prostitute. Shin Yumin was furious. By then, he had already begun taking over the family business, with power reaching unprecedented heights. Those spreading malicious rumors were beaten severely by people he sent. The photos disappeared, though some copies had already been saved and were being circulated occasionally. During that period, Shen Yuemin was frantically busy dealing with company matters and personal affairs. Later, he was involved in a car accident. Shen Yuemin knew that it was orchestrated by his own family. Yuan, do you believe in me? Even though he was still a college student, his young shoulders bore great responsibility. Looking at his fragile and tired expression, Lu Yuan cried and hugged him tightly. I believe in you. Shen Yuemin's eyes moistened slightly as he crouched down, kissed her belly, and slipped an engagement ring onto her finger. He was powerless to protect his lover and child adequately. After years of treatments, he still felt weak. Shen Yuemin asked her to leave and start a good life somewhere else, telling no one that the child was his. Those elders in the Shen family would certainly harm her and the child. I love you. 7. Pregnant and returning home amid scolding, she never dared to reveal who the father of the child was. They called her promiscuous and criticized her for coming back with a baby before finishing her studies. But this was entirely voluntary on her part. If it weren't for Yuemin, she would have been dead long ago. Lu Yuan understood how difficult it was for Shen Yuemin to protect her. On the day of her labor, she was found by the Shen family. Unable to escape any longer, she pleaded with her sister to help raise the child, kneeling before her while holding the newborn. Lu Fang didn't know whose child it was, but she genuinely felt sorry for her sister. To ensure the child's safety, Lu Fang came up with the idea of replacing someone else's child with hers. Lu Yuan was reluctant, but Lu Fang said that as long as the child was claimed as Lord Su's son, no one would dare to harm him. She committed perhaps the worst act possible. After switching the child, she decided that if there were any repercussions, they should fall solely on her. The Su family took excellent care of him, naming him Su Zhe. She thought that Mrs. Su would surely be kind to him. Shen Yuemin brought her back home, making her his secretary to be by his side every day. I will definitely marry you, Yuan. Later, they had another child, a daughter named Shen Qiqi. But before the wedding could take place, she heard news of Shen Yuemin marrying a wealthy miss instead. She neither made a fuss nor cried. Because she knew all too well that Shen Yuemin would never betray her. 8. The Shen family grew stronger, and the year-long alliance marriage was drawing to an end. On the day the wealthy young lady left, she looked deeply at Shen Yuemin. To remain chaste for a woman with a tarnished reputation, Shen Yuemin, I really admire you. He gave Lu Yuan the grandest wedding ceremony, surpassing all their previous alliances. He indulged her to the point of being spoiled. Anyone who dared to scold her would be punished harshly by Shen Yuemin. Those who had once insulted or bullied her were tormented by him until they wished they were dead. Shen Yuemin showered her with endless affection, power, and money, but not with a lifetime of happiness. Shen Yuemin was admitted to the hospital again due to a worsening condition and had his hair shaved off. Shen Yuemin gently laughed as he wiped away her tears with a hand, speaking softly in a tone filled with his usual adoration. Why is Yuan crying again? Your makeup is all smudged. Lu Yuan sobbed until her voice became hoarse, and the little girl by the bedside cried breathlessly. Daddy, don't die, woo woo woo. Shen Yuemin's eyes welled up with tears. The torment of his illness had long since robbed him of his former vigor and confidence. He still had one wish. To meet his other child. Lu Yuan took him there. The lady of the estate looked impatient at the boy crying on the ground and coldly instructed the steward to take the young master back. I don't want to, I want mommy. Mommy, please don't go. I'll be good. The boy resembled Yuemin so much. Shen Yuemin frowned, reminded of himself as a child, thrown into the backyard, begging uncles and aunts not to leave. Yang Muqing eventually left. The small figure chased the car, stumbling and falling, tripping over stones and hitting the ground hard. Shen Yuemin rushed forward to help him up, but his hand was slapped away by a little boy running toward them. The little boy glared in hostility, his eyes full of darkness, and stretched out his arms protectively behind him. Nobody is allowed to hurt him. Unlike him. His child was someone being protected. That was good. 9. Chemotherapy sessions became more frequent, and Shen Yuemin could clearly feel his life slipping away. After each session, both his physical strength and vitality were gradually sapped away. Encountering Yuan when he wanted to give up and jump off the building was the luckiest and happiest thing for him. Yuan, let's watch the sunset together. It was a particularly beautiful sea. A stunning beach where the sunset painted half the sky orange, accompanied by the sound of waves. They wore their old school uniforms, and Shen Yuemin, fearing his bald head was too ugly, wore a wig. Even though Yuan told him he wasn't ugly at all. The sunset slowly descended, as if marking the countdown to the end of his life. Lu Yuan's eyes turned red, and she strained hard to hold back her tears. She even didn't dare to speak, afraid that if she opened her mouth, the floodgates would open. Their hands were tightly clasped together, just like many times before. But this time, it might be the last. Yuan, let's take a picture. Lu Yuan suppressed her tears, trembling with her fingers as she pulled out her phone and took a photo of the two. Yuan really looks beautiful. Shen Yuemin smiled faintly, lightly leaning on her, raising a hand to wipe away her tears. In the next life, I will definitely want to be with Yuan again. I hope I can meet Yuan earlier. I love you. His voice became quieter and quieter until his hand hanging limply fell down. Lu Yuan froze suddenly, her eye sockets turning bright red instantly. Unable to restrain herself, she burst into uncontrollable cries. Collapsing into tears, she tightly embraced the person beside her. Next life. I also want to be with you, Min. I love you too. 10. Shen Yumin passed away at the age of 27. On the day of the burial, the people from the Shen family arrived. They were there to claim the jade seal of the Shen family from her, something only the head of the family possessed. Together with them came Shen Yumin's private lawyer. Mrs. Shen, the following is the will Mr. Shen left behind. It reads as follows. I am Shen Yumin. After my death, I will transfer all my properties to the name of my beloved wife Lu Yuan. The jade seal, along with everything related to the Shen family and all my possessions, are to be granted to my beloved wife Lu Yuan. No one else will have any right to my assets, everything belongs to my wife. Lu Yuan looked at the coffin about to be buried and wept uncontrollably. Stupid Shen Yumin. Next life, I will no longer make any swaps with you. I don't want to be responsible for handling your remains anymore. I want you to live well. Chapter 158, The Little Prince Braves the Kingdom of Tentacle Monsters, Part 1. Your Highness, that place is too dangerous. Let the knight squad go instead. The captain of the knights bowed to the figure in front who was polishing a sword, earnestly imploring the prince not to venture into the lair of the monster himself. Outside the kingdom, there exists an infamous tentacle monster. Rumors describe it as terrifying. Passers-by are often ensnared by its tentacles and dragged into its stomach, eaten whole, bones and all. Even his father from the night squad had gone on a mission to defeat this monster, but none returned alive. Shenzai polished his sword until it gleamed brilliantly. He held the hilt and admired the blade, which was destined for the slaying of monsters. Clad in white and gold princely attire, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he looked handsome and delicate. Seated on a stone bench in the garden, he placed the precious sword on the table. I, the prince, am unafraid. If it has many tentacles, I will cut off every single one of them. He was confident he could subdue this beast, having sought out the most renowned magician. Moreover, the sword in his hand was a treasure of the kingdom, a magical blade that monsters dare not approach. Shenzai led a team of knights while the rest stayed behind in the kingdom. On horseback, more than 10 individuals headed toward the ominous forest. The forest indeed appeared menacing, it grew darker the closer they ventured inside. A dark mist surrounded them, and the trees were all withered. As Shenzai drew nearer, he increasingly felt a chill running down his spine. Even within the jungle, faint cries of anguish could be heard, like the weeping of some creature. Deep within the forest stood an abandoned castle, the very lair of the monsters. It was said that the tentacle monster resided within that dilapidated fortress. They rode their horses deeper into the woods. As they approached, the black mist grew heavier, and further ahead, more deadwood emerged. When the road became impossible to see clearly, they dismounted and chose to walk instead. The gnarled dead trees took on strange shapes, bent awkwardly, devoid of any leaves, resembling distant figures. They anticipated a long journey, yet surprisingly, after little time had passed, they spotted the dark silhouette of a structure in the distance. This abandoned castle was enshrouded in heavy darkness. Numerous bones lay scattered around the premises. Everything around, including the great wooden doors, appeared decaying and on the verge of collapse. Keep watch on all sides. Don't touch anything unnecessarily. After speaking, Shenzai directed the knights to open the grand gates of the castle. To their surprise, upon entering, the interior was splendid, warm yellow candlelight filled the entire hall of the castle. Inside was clean and well lit, adorned with intricate patterns carved into the walls. The throne was more exquisite than even the one in the kingdom. Walls were entirely covered in climbing roses, spreading across the entire surfaces. A massive mural hung on one wall, seemingly depicting a person. Shenzai arrived at the hall and dispatched knights to observe the surroundings, while he approached the large mural near the throne at the back of the wall. Painted in pigments, it portrayed a person standing with their back turned amidst flowers, only showing the silhouette, not the face, but Shenzai found the scenery within the painting somehow familiar. Around the mural grew countless rose vines, forming an ornate frame. It was evident that the owner must have greatly treasured this piece. Could the figure in the painting be someone cherished by the monster? Shenzai tightened his grip on the sword, narrowing his eyes as he lifted the weapon high. Monsters know nothing of affection. With a mighty strike, the blade slashed downward, creating a vast crack in the lower part of the mural. Sparks flew as the sword collided with the stone wall. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew through, extinguishing all candles in the hall. Protect His Highness the Prince. Do not let your guard down. The shouts from the knights echoed below. Moments later came cries of agony. Shenzai gripped his sword firmly, feeling something cold wrap around his waist in the darkness. The icy sensation sent chills down his spine. He swung his sword around toward the entity wrapped around his waist, only for his wrist to be caught mid-swing, allowing the attacker to snatch the sword away. More cries of distress continued below. Yet, Shenzai discerned an unfamiliar voice emerging. His Highness the Prince has destroyed my beloved mural. Now, you will compensate me with yourself. Amidst the darkness, all senses amplified. He felt numerous appendages lunging toward him. They were the monster's limbs. Wherever the slimy substance touched, it seemed to corrode through his clothes, although leaving no harm to him. An icy feeling coursed over his skin, moving about erratically, touching his sensitive spots and his sides. The despicable monster. This prince shall surely kill you. Shenzai fervently recited incantations. Instantly, the fallen sword zipped back to him, slicing through the dark to sever the limb gripping his wrist. Holding the sword firmly, Shenzai swiftly hacked off the limbs that had ensnared his waist and ankles. There was no longer any sound around, the others must have met with misfortune. It was pitch dark all around, and he could see absolutely nothing. Shenzai gripped the sword tightly in his hand and took a step backward. As soon as he stepped back, he felt his back press against a burning hot chest. I like it when you come to me willingly. In an instant, his waist was wrapped around, and the sword in his hand was forcibly wrenched away by tentacles coming from all directions. The precious sword was entangled and embedded into the wall. No matter how many spells he recited, the sword couldn't break free. The man behind him encircled his waist with his arms and pulled him into an embrace. He could clearly feel the person hugging him being soft and fragrant. He smelled of roses and white tea, even the waist was exceedingly slender. The man buried his face in Shenzai's neck and deeply inhaled. Shenzai seized the opportunity, striking backward immediately with his elbow to escape. Perverted monster, how dare you touch this prince improperly? Even though he couldn't see clearly in the darkness, according to legends, the monster looked extremely hideous. A creature as ugly as this dared to hold him, it simply asked for death. He knew this person was right behind him. At the moment of escaping, he clenched his fists and swung it towards the person behind him. His fist hit the man's face, causing pain, but that man didn't seem to dodge. At the same moment those words fell, countless tentacles came out in the dark and grabbed him. Led by these slimy things, he was dragged forward and finally pressed onto the throne. The liquid corroded his clothes, and the icy feeling sent chills through his heart. How should I punish your highness the prince? With hands and feet restrained, there was no way to struggle free. The more force he used, the tighter they became around his wrists. He felt a hand moving up to his face, its palm blazing hot, fingertips lightly brushing across his cheek. You. Ugh. Before he could finish speaking, someone forcefully sealed his mouth, and the hand on his face moved to his neck. The hand around his neck gripped his most vulnerable spot, forcing him to raise his head without applying excessive force, giving the sensation akin to being bitten by a venomous snake. The air in his mouth was plundered, breath intertwined as an intrusive force invaded, not even letting him close his teeth tightly. The bindings around his body grew ever tighter, leading to increasingly outrageous actions, silencing all his cries of resistance. The tentacles were cool. But the monster's hands were warm. The man's eyes gleamed in the darkness, caressing smooth and tender skin beneath his fingers, their breathing almost driving him insane. It was exactly the same as in his dreams, unexpectedly managing to trick the prince to come here, he could now lock him by his side forever. Such a beautiful and defiant person should belong solely to him. He liked it, so much so that he was fond of every bit of this beauty. So pretty. This was far more pleasurable than watching the mural every day. Warmth instead of cold sensations delighted him endlessly. The man gazed at him deeply, able to see clearly in the dark the delicate features of the youth. There wasn't a single feature that didn't allure him. Prince, I really like you. Chapter 159, The Little Prince Braves the Kingdom of Tentacle Monsters, Part 2. Let go of me. Shenzai struggled fiercely, but the more he struggled, ##########. It was pitch black all around him. He knew that person was standing right in front of him, watching him. He could almost picture a monstrous creature, shadowy and terrifying, with a vast mouth full of jagged fangs. This monster wouldn't have a revolting appearance, would it? Definitely disgusting. Shenzai's eyes were filled with disdain as he silently recited a spell in his mind. He had cast a spell on himself before coming here. He feared being ensnared by these creatures, so the necklace around his neck had been enchanted with an offensive magic by a wizard. As he silently chanted the spell, the pendant of his necklace emitted a faint purple glow. The light enveloped his entire body, but #####. However, the hand on his neck didn't let go. Instead, it tenderly caressed the side of his neck. The palm was broad and warm, its fingers gently rubbing his skin. Take your dirty hands off my neck. Enraged, Shenzai got up, and because of the magic, #hands dared not approach him. He stood up and violently grabbed the neck of the person in front of him in the darkness. The man grunted as he stumbled back, his neck tightly gripped. Your Highness, you can't harm me with your hands. With a low chuckling voice, the man reached out to embrace the waist of the person in front of him, pulling him close. His large hand traveled upwards until it reached the delicate necklace. Hooking it with his fingers, he pulled hard. The necklace snapped instantly, and the pendant shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. This necklace could only be touched by himself, so how could this monster touch it? It was too late for Shenzai to protect his necklace. In the dark, he was W again. His waist was #######. Totally under control, unable to escape, he could only let the monster take advantage of him. Until his mind became increasingly drowsy, almost unable to stand anymore. Just as he was about to fall, someone immediately held onto him and hoisted him up on their shoulders. "I like your highness so much. It's so dark. Can't see." Shenzhe could feel himself being carried over the shoulder, unaware where he was being taken. It seemed they were going down the stairs. When the narrow staircase was lit up by candlelight on both sides, illuminating the steps. He was sure his mouth must be swollen. Completely powerless, he could only be carried deeper by the monster. Click. The door opened, and the dim candlelight made the surroundings hazy, revealing it to be a gloomy basement. No wonder they had to descend stairs to reach this place. On the walls appeared some objects. Shenzhe strained to observe what was leaning against the wall. With just one glance, he saw what they were: human models. They had been created by molders he'd once invited. Using plastic, they could replicate a person's figure and even their form. It was similar to sculpting statues, except the material differed. It was made from soft silicone-like rubber. Those models were replicas of him, right down to hair and expression. They were incredibly realistic. However, each model was wearing different clothes. A gardener, a prince, a princess, a maid. All sorts of identities. Apparently, this monster was extremely deranged. The monster paused briefly, then suddenly threw him onto a bed. The bed was very soft, made of premium velvet material, the bedside cabinet beautifully and intricately carved. Surrounding the bed was a white lace curtain. Only then did Shenzhe clearly see the monster's face. It turned out the monster wasn't as horrifying as legend suggested, rather strikingly handsome, with predatory eyes under tousled hair. The monster stood at the foot of the bed, excitedly looking at him. "You've awakened, Prince. Do you like it here?" Body ############, utterly disheveled. Shenzhe glared at him, then noticed his surroundings, discovering they were exactly like the decorations in his own royal chamber. Even the bed was a 1:1 replica. "Monster. I will kill you." Shenzhe still concealed a dagger in the boot of his calf. He quickly rose, grabbed the knife, and slashed toward the man in front of him. The man stood by the window without dodging at all. As the person lunged at him, gripping the dagger, the blade stopped just short of the tip of his nose. Shenzhe stared at ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### also snatched away and fell to the side of the bed. Especially hashtag 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 hashtag. That disgusting hashtag 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 hashtag. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Being hashtag 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 hashtag. His throat hashtag 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 hashtag, something hashtag 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 winding around his snow-white neck. Shenzhe tried to struggle but was hashtag 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 hashtag. Hashtag 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 hashtag, making him hashtag 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 hashtag, tears instantly filling his eyes. The man standing at the foot of the bed watched this scene with dark, ambiguous eyes, staring at him intensely. He's alive, a breathing prince. The man had once been normal, but was cursed and couldn't leave this forest. He had admired the prince for so long, expressing his longing through the models he had stolen. How beautiful. So cute when crying. His vision blurred, his brain overheating until everything before him seemed doubled in a haze. Why didn't the monster just kill him? Could it be trying to make him submit this way? The sword is the kingdom's treasure, and the necklace has been enchanted with magic, both are things that should terrify the monster. But why was this person not afraid at all? Who are you? The man before him seemed to blur into multiple images hashtag 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 hashtag. At the foot of the bed and on both sides of the bed hashtag 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 hashtag. Pick one. On the left-hand side hashtag 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 hashtag. On the right hashtag 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 hashtag. And the one at the foot of the bed hashtag 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 hashtag. Get away. Laughter rang in his ears, increasing as he struggled hashtag 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 hashtag. Suddenly, his whole body hashtag 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 hashtag. The sensation on his face hashtag 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 hashtag. If you can't escape, then learn to enjoy it, my prince. Chapter 160, The Little Prince's Brave Adventure in the Tentacle Monster Kingdom, Part 3. This guy can split into clones. Is he crazy? Shenzhe was tightly restrained, unable to break free, and his sword was no longer by his side. Realizing what this monster intended to do, Shenzei became furious. He would rather die than let the monster succeed. You might as well kill me. Gross. Especially hashtag 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 hashtag. From childhood to adulthood, he had never encountered such a situation, and the perpetrator was a man. In this current predicament, it was far worse than being killed or even being devoured alive. Tears welled up in Shenzei's eyes, but all the curses he hurled seemed to fall on deaf ears. Every tear that fell was wiped away by the other. Don't cry. I can't stand seeing the prince cry. While he claimed he couldn't bear to see the prince crying, there was no trace of sympathy in his eyes, only burning intensity. The dim candlelight illuminated clearly the person glaring at him with tears rimming their eye sockets. The man gripped hashtag 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 hashtag. It burned intensely. And hashtag 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 hashtag. I like you, my lord. Shenzei grew up in the kingdom, and from his childhood, he had never been teased in this manner before. His face and ears turned scarlet instantly as he couldn't break free. I'll kill you, along with your clones. Struggling and cursing proved futile. For him, as long as it was the prince, he was delighted. He truly liked the prince. The man's gaze deepened more and more, while the smile on the corner of his lips expanded without limit. We will make the prince feel better. He had never felt so utterly despairing. This monster wasn't just depraved, it was insane. When he woke up the next morning, the person beside him was already gone. He wore clean white clothes, much like the white pajamas in his own room. This depraved creature not only replicated his room but also duplicated the clothes, including every little detail, such as the embroidered bear on the sleepwear. Shenzei moved laboriously, memories still lingering. Once he gets out, he won't forgive this monster. He reached out hashtag 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 hashtag. In their kingdom hashtag 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 hashtag. Shenzei fumed angrily at the sight of it, making him wish to flay the monster 1,000 times over. That person was no longer in the room. Shenzei swung back the covers and got out of bed, his legs collapsing beneath him as he landed hard on the ground, fortunately cushioned by a soft rug underfoot, sparing his knees pain. Instantly, mist clouded his vision, anger overwhelming him. Once he retrieves his sword, he will personally slay this monster. The door was pushed open, and the man appeared, carrying food. As his footsteps approached, finally stopping before Shenzei. Shenzei didn't need to look up to know who stood there. This man was a complete deviant. Does the prince feel hungry? The man squatted down before him, and the food in his hands was exactly what Shenzei usually ate in the kingdom. This pervert had not only replicated his room but even knew about his preferences. Shenzei furiously lifted his head and directly swatted the food out of the man's hand onto the floor. I'll kill you sooner or later. His eyes were red from crying too much, his throat hoarse, looking pitiful. But the more pitiable he looked, the more it seemed to evoke pity in the man. All right, we have plenty of time together. Slap. Shenzei struck with force across the man's face, the palm of his hand going numb from the power behind the slap. The man's face turned aside. Strands of hair from his forehead covered his eyes, obscuring his expression for a moment, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Shenzei showed no fear. If the man dared, then kill him. Now he was like this, surely people back in the kingdom would mock him. Shenzei glared furiously at the man, wanting nothing more than to seize his sword and kill this monster with his own hands. The man heavily hashtag 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 hashtag. Love overflowed in his eyes like an ocean, completely unhidden as his gaze focused on Shenzei. He continued to soothe gently, almost imploringly. Listen to me. Stop making trouble and eat first, all right? The man's gaze remained fixed on him as he reached out and took hold of the very hand that had slapped him. Holding it tenderly within his grasp, he massaged Shenzei's tingling palm. Prince Shenzei is the first one to ever hit me. Does your hand hurt? Shenzei gave a mocking laugh and withdrew his hand, his expression filled with revulsion as if he saw through everything. Don't lie to me. If you treat me this way, you must do the same to others too. It's not just me, surely, those people would want to slap you dead as well. The man was stunned by his words before finally realizing he had been misunderstood. I only have one lord, and I only like the prince. Nonsense. He had never met this person before, so how could that man say he liked him? Then what about the knights? And there were also many princes and knights who came to subdue this monster. Had they all perished? The man noticed Shenzei's disbelief and started fumbling through his clothing. There was a lining in his black undershirt where he kept a particular portrait. He handed the portrait to Shenzei. On it were two boys standing together in a garden. Judging by its appearance, this painting seemed rather old. Shenzei merely glanced at it and frowned. One of the figures was himself as a child. The man gazed at Shenzei. The person beside you is me. He had no memory of it, not even the slightest recollection. If there had ever been a monster beside him, he would surely have remembered vividly, but looking at the boy in the portrait, he couldn't recall anything. Shenzei pushed the portrait away and pointed upward with his chin, issuing an order. Open it. The man looked at him silently before carefully tucking the precious portrait back into his clothes. He wouldn't open it. He had waited for the prince for so many years and would never let him go now. Shenzei glared at him, his eyes flickering toward the shattered pieces of the dish on the floor. In a flash, he grabbed a sharp fragment and lunged at the man, gripping one hand tightly while pressing the jagged edge against the man's neck. If you don't open it, I'll kill you. You. Your Highness. Shenzei was startled, stopped chuaning. He applied more force slightly, causing the sharp fragment to pierce the skin, a hint of red already showing. Open it if you don't want to die. The man reached out to shield Shenzei's waist, his eyes shadowed, completely unafraid of having his neck cut. These won't hurt me. It might not hurt him, but it could hurt Shenzei himself. Narrowing his eyes, Shenzei repositioned the fragment against his own neck. Before it could pierce his flesh, a hand from behind caught hold of it. The large hand behind him held onto the shard tightly. The shard was so sharp that it cut into the palm of the hand holding it. The fragment was taken away, and the person behind him chuckled softly. Damn. He had forgotten that this monster had clones. The deep, hoarse voice from behind threw the shard far away. Prince, being disobedient will lead to punishment. Chapter 161, The Little Prince's Brave Adventure in the Tentacle Monster Kingdom, Part 4. Will you kill me or not? Can't you just make it quick? Why must you lock me up like this? The person behind him pinched his chin, their palm warm as they took a deep breath near him. Because I have waited for your highness for many years. You belong to me. Shenzei snorted impatiently. Last night, he had heard these 4 words countless times, but he didn't recognize this monster at all. In his memory, he had no recollection of this person. He was sure that the figure in the photo was him, but it was too long ago, and he forgot who the boy next to him was. The portrait was painted very realistically, even the paper used was of high quality, it seemed to be crafted by a royal court painter. Can you eat something first? The voice behind him softened, imploring him to eat the meal. No. He wouldn't eat. He would rather starve to death. The man sighed and sat up, pulling him into his arms. There were still streaks of blood on his neck. If his highness doesn't eat, then your knights won't be able to eat either. What? What do you mean? Shenzei looked up at him with confusion. Are the knights still alive? The man nodded gently, cradling him close as his voice softened. He grabbed Shenzei's hand, inspecting the hand that had recently clenched shards of glass. Fortunately, there were no injuries. They are all alive. For years, those who came to assassinate me haven't died. I haven't killed them. Even though they wanted to kill him, he spared their lives. He disliked violence. He merely wanted to use them to attract the one he cherished so dearly. If you don't eat, they will go hungry as well. Shenzei glared at him, eventually giving in because of the knights. He wanted to eat himself, but this person insisted on feeding him while hugging him tightly. Spoon after spoon, he fed him as if playing house, enjoying every moment without tiring. Actually, Shenzei thought this monster would be ugly and repulsive, but contrary to expectations, the opposite was true. After finishing his meal, Shenzei paced around the room, although his movement was restricted due to being shackled. Besides, the underground palace where he was held captive didn't have any windows. If he wanted to escape, he needed to free himself from his restraints and also retrieve the sword nearby. The only way out was through the main entrance. When the door opened again, the man entered cheerfully, carrying a vase with neatly trimmed rose branches inside. Your Highness, these flowers are blooming beautifully, just like you. Indeed, the flowers in the vase were lovely, vivid in color with large blossoms, as if freshly picked. An idea came to mind. I don't want to see the ones in the vase. I want to see the ones growing on the vines. Shenzei sat on the edge of the bed. In his white silk sleeping gown, he looked obedient and innocent, his beautiful eyes gazing at the man, void of the earlier hostility. The man's breathing became heavy. Then let me take you to see them. He had expected to be unshackled, but instead, the man wrapped another chain around his wrist. Isn't this excessive? Such restraints were usually only applied to criminals in the kingdom. He was the most noble prince. Please, your highness, don't be angry. Once I've crafted a better set, I'll replace it soon. Seeing that Shenzei remained motionless, clearly disliking this setup, the man directly walked forward and carried him in one arm. Your legs must feel weak. Let me carry you. This monster had great strength and a fine physique, holding him effortlessly. Instead of leading him to the wall covered with climbing roses he had seen when entering yesterday, they climbed higher away from the basement. At the back of the palace, an entire sea of flowers lay hidden. There were numerous clusters of roses along with other varieties of red flowers spread out endlessly, looking as red as blood. Outside, the forest was filled with dark mists, but within the walls of the palace, everything was splendid and grand. The weather was clear, and the flowers had been cared for meticulously. Shenzei frowned and looked at him. What exactly are you? Holding him in his arms, the man seemed delighted. The joy and affection in his eyes couldn't be hidden, He kept staring at him adoringly. This castle is mine. I am human, not a monster, but I have been cursed and cannot leave this castle, not even one step. A witch cursed him to eternal life and regeneration, making him incredibly powerful. However, he could not leave the castle, and no one would come to find him. The witch intended to control him forever alone in this place. What about your family? Dead. All of them were killed, leaving me as the sole survivor. Shenzai silently stared at him, trying to see sorrow on his face, but he found none. This man still maintained a calm expression. While speaking, the man held him a little tighter, as if afraid that he might leave. Shenzai continued to stare at him, searching in his memory for who this person could be. It was not until he seemed to recall someone, it was from his birthday banquet when he was young. People of renown from all over had been invited. Among them were several boys his age, but one stood out for his graceful demeanor and striking good looks. The boy remained in the shadows observing Shenzai quietly. He did not join in to play with him but instead stayed in the corner watching him. Wherever Shenzai went, the gaze followed. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, Shenzai asked the knights to bring this person out. The boy wore brand new noble prince clothing, exuding grace, but looked aloof, with a melancholic look in his eyes, showing no panic even when caught. Instead, he appeared delighted and excited as he looked at Shenzai. That person said, "I've admired your highness for so long. Could I have you paint a portrait together?" At this moment, Shenzai remembered who this person was. The man noticed Shenzai staring at him, raising his head to kiss his cheek. "Did your highness remember who I am?" To call this person a psychopath was entirely justified. When he was younger, Shenzai had also called him a psychopath because he always watched him from the shadows. Both being noble princes, all his family members and retainers had been killed, cursed with immortality and unable to step out of the castle even by an inch. Shenzai looked at him seriously. "Don't you want to break the curse? If you let me go, I will bring the most renowned magician to save you." The silver glow on his wrist, wrapped tightly around it, refracted light under the sun. "After leaving, surely you would escape far away. I don't want you to abandon me. I love your highness." The man's voice was deep as he embraced him, unwilling to let him go, seemingly filled with boundless sadness. He wanted to keep Shenzai locked by his side. He waited so many years and did not wish to let Shenzai go. What method could possibly break the curse? The true way was through his own death. He had tried various ways to commit suicide, but they all failed. Of course, the sword could injure him, but he had waited for his beloved prince to come. "I can swear I will return to save you. I will inherit the throne, and my word will count." The man said nothing, carrying him to sit on the stone bench in the flower sea. He casually plucked a flower and handed it to the person in his arms. Shenzai was hugged closely, sitting on his lap with a delicate flower offered in front of him. "Accept it, your highness. Don't think about escaping from me. Without my permission, the gate won't open. Why won't you let me go? What do you want?" "What I want is you." Chapter 162, The Little Prince's Brave Expedition to the Kingdom of the Tentacle Monster, Part 5. Without permission, the gate will not open. Shenzai did not say anything, but he had promised that if he said he would return, then he certainly would. However, Shenzai was reluctant to let him go. He thought the monster was lying, but unexpectedly, he really saw the missing knights in the prison. "Your highness, are you all right?" The captain of the knights didn't expect that the prince would also be brought back, but strangely, the monster hadn't harmed them. Shenzai looked at the people inside the cell. There were members of the royal knights, princes from various countries, and many unfamiliar faces. Were these people all here to kill the monster? As far as he understood, this monster couldn't leave its place, so it couldn't harm others unless they came close first. Shenzai walked over to another dungeon where prisoners from other countries who came to fight the monster were being held. Shenzai asked them, "Why have you come to kill the monster?" "Since you're asking, we might as well tell you. This castle holds treasures, incalculable amounts of gold and jewels. If we kill the monster, we'll definitely secure those treasures." "That's right. Otherwise, who would dare approach this forest shrouded in black mist? If we kill him, we'll obtain countless riches. Since you're not locked up like us, why don't we team up?" On their faces, Shenzai saw distorted malice and greed for treasure. "Do these things belong to him? Do you even deserve them?" Shenzai suddenly spoke, his voice filled with anger. "What is this nonsense about deserving or not deserving, prince? He's just a soulless, cursed beast that should die. Soulless. A doomed monster." But Shenzai knew that he was a living person forced to stay here under a curse. Shenzai left the dungeon. Outside, he saw a man who had waited for him for a long time. The tall figure held flowers at the entrance. Sunlight bathed him in gold, making him look like a gilded statue. The moment he saw Shenzai emerge, his lifeless eyes lit up with joy. "I didn't lie to you, they're all alive." Seeing his happy expression, Shenzai felt mixed emotions. He came here to save these people by punishing the monster, yet the reality turned out to be completely different. Shenzai seriously looked at him and asked, "What's your name?" "Ji Hanjun." Ji Hanjun stared deeply at him, handing the flowers over with an expression softened by warmth. I will release them all tonight, your highness. Can you stay behind and keep me company for a few more days? His eyes burned with intensity and sincerity. It seemed he was smiling, yet there was sorrow lurking beneath the smile. Sunlight fell on both of them, surrounding them as if it were that afternoon once again. A young boy was led to him by the knight, holding what seemed like a flower. I've long admired you, your highness. Could I draw a portrait of you? Mesmerized, Shenzhe silently nodded. That night, he watched from the tower as Ji Hanjun released the prisoners. His chains were removed, and he regained freedom of movement. Things seemed to quiet down. Ji Hanjun would take him to the garden to see flowers, bring precious jewels and diamonds from the basement to play with, and perform magic tricks to entertain him. It appeared he wasn't without humanity after all. He was a normal person. He had a heart. Shenzhe sat in the room reading, discovering that the castle housed a library full of books on magic. But he couldn't find a way to break the curse. Your Highness. Ji Hanjun entered, carrying pastries. After so many days together, the prince seemed to have let down his guard toward him. The dessert was blueberry pie. Shenzhe watched as Ji Hanjun placed the plate in front of him, noticing that his right hand was wrapped in a white cloth. What happened to your hand? Ji Hanjun tried to hide his hand behind his back, replying, it's nothing. Shenzhe frowned, standing up to grasp his hand forcefully. He found blisters from scalding on Ji Hanjun's palm. You said you wouldn't get hurt, does it hurt? Having his hand gently grasped, feeling someone sincerely and warmly concerned, Ji Hanjun caught his hand and pressed it to his face, saying softly, it doesn't hurt. Living alone in the castle, Ji Hanjun never needed fire to cook or consume anything, but the prince was different. Ji Hanjun reached out, pulling Shenzhe into an embrace. Intimately, he lowered his head to kiss his cheek, then his lips. Against his resistance, Ji Hanjun ignored the pushes and kissed him deeply. Shenzhe was held tightly, retreating until his back hit the nearby desk. Breaths intertwined, tender yet restrained. Shenzhe's heartbeat quickened, and his entire body surged with heat. This kiss was extraordinarily gentle. Compared to before, this one made him feel like he was being cherished as something sacred. Ji Hanjun's black hair was slightly disheveled, his pale face revealing affection and reluctance. He loosened his embrace and rested his forehead against the one he held close. Your Highness, if you wish to leave, I will let you go. Shenzhe froze, unable to believe his ears. Was this person truly willing to let him leave? But why did Ji Hanjun look so unhappy? Ji Hanjun panted softly, lowering his gaze to the face just inches away from his own. During these days, have you perhaps fallen in love with me? Or even just a little bit, do you like me? In those eyes, Shenzhe clearly saw his own reflection, and his heartbeat quickened suddenly. He admitted that during these days, he had been observing Ji Hanjun now and then. He discovered that Ji Hanjun was indeed a real, kind-hearted person with a good nature. Are you trying to send me away? Shenzhe reached out and grabbed his collar, his starlit eyes carrying a hint of anger. It's not like that. Shenzhe stood straight, moving closer to him and unbuttoning his shirt, his tone icy cold. If you say you love me, but now you want to chase me away, it's as if you don't take responsibility for what you've started, right? Ji Hanjun's breathing grew heavy as he watched Shenzhe's actions, his eyes instantly burning with heat. Your Highness, if you do this, I won't be able to control myself. Then don't control yourself. Last time, your 3 clones didn't seem to hold back either. The hand around his waist tightened abruptly, and the one holding him seemed to have already reached their limit. Shenzhe tiptoed and kissed him, whispering as though leaning close to his ear. I admit, I do like you a little. Like. Upon hearing these words, something inside Ji Hanjun snapped violently. He embraced Shenzhe tightly, reversing their roles and leaving no room for retreat. Shenzhe felt something cool and snake-like wrapping around his ankle and waist. Without hesitation, he knew it must be those same ice-cold appendages. Having stayed in the kingdom for so many years, Shenzhe had never met someone who put him at the center of everything. Nor someone who prioritized his happiness and feelings above all else. This kind of affection and initiative made Ji Hanjun's heart feel as though it would explode, as if the person he had loved for so long had finally begun to accept him. Being liked felt wonderful, but Ji Hanjun couldn't keep Shenzhe by his side forever. When Shenzhe woke up again, he found himself lying on a bed. Apart from some slight pain, there was no discomfort throughout his body. However, quite a few people stood beside the bed. The knight captain, the royal physician, the maidservant who served him, and the magician who crafted his necklace were all present. Blinking his eyes, Shenzhe suddenly sat up sharply. The sensation from his body caused him to hiss in pain, after which he grabbed the knight captain's collar. How did I end up back here? The knight captain urged Prince Shenzhe not to get too excited. The monster hadn't harmed them, instead, it released them. Yet the prince was still trapped there for several more days, and they had failed to come up with any rescue plans. Who would have thought that early this morning, they would find the unconscious prince at the entrance of the kingdom? This day, quite a few people went into that forest. They brought the most powerful magicians, saying it was necessary to kill the monster and claim the treasures. Chapter 163, The Little Prince's Bold Adventure in the Tentacle Monster Kingdom, Part 6. It shouldn't be like this. Shenzhe once again rode his horse back to the forest he had entered on that fateful day, but in the distance, he saw that it was already ablaze. Many people were gathered outside the castle, preparing bows and arrows. The tips of the arrows glowed with purple magical flames. What are you doing? He already let you go. Why do you still want to wipe him out? Shenzhe dismounted, grabbing the collar of the man leading the group. This person was the one he met in the prison. That man looked at Shenzhe fearlessly. Wouldn't you want the treasure? It's just a monster anyway, and its death would be a relief. The knights arrived one after another, as did the other princes who had been released. They surrounded these people to stop them from shooting arrows, unwilling to let anyone fire. They had heard that a monster devoured people and didn't even spit out bones, otherwise, who would come to such a place? In reality, they had been deceived by malicious rumors. The monster hadn't killed them but instead had let them go. You can't stop the arrows. As soon as the words were spoken, fiery arrows filled the sky and shot into the castle. Shenzhe watched these flames, his pupils suddenly contracting. Memories of past events flashed before his eyes. Thick smoke rose within the castle. Ji Hanjun, bound by the curse, couldn't leave the castle. Your Highness, don't go inside. Shenzhe tore off a piece of fabric, found a water flask on his horse, wet it, and covered his mouth and nose before rushing into the gate. All the flowers in the courtyard were being consumed by a sea of flames, and the air smelled scorched. The entire palace hall was already engulfed in fire, and under the high temperature, the window glasses began to crack. Shenzhe didn't know how hot the indoor temperature was, only knowing that breathing was difficult and his skin felt like it was burning. Basement. Magic flames had seeped into various parts of the castle, and Ji Hanjun sat beside the bed, holding a portrait in his hands. He could feel the scorching heat. Magic fire was something almost every monster feared. Fortunately, he had sent his highness back. For days, he had noticed suspicious people lurking around the castle, realizing that things were becoming increasingly unsafe here. Amidst the sounds of breaking and burning, the basement door was suddenly kicked open. In the haze, Ji Hanjun saw a shadow in platinum racing toward him without hesitation. Are you crazy? Aren't you going to take responsibility after having relations with me? The noble prince's body was covered in dust, even with flames reaching him, and some parts of his clothes were already torn. Ji Hanjun opened his eyes and found tears filling his eyes, his heart feeling more intensely burned than his body. His hand was caught, and Shenzhe pulled him up to the upper floors. The basement had poor air circulation, the smoke choking, and the temperature much higher than upstairs. When they reached the great hall, the area was already flooded with firelight. Shenzhe leaned against the wall, his red-rimmed eyes stung by smoke. His beautiful, delicate face was smeared with dirt. Suddenly, an overhead beam crashed down, and before Shenzhe could react, he was pulled into a warm embrace. The embrace was strong, protecting him entirely in a corner. Stunned, Shenzhe looked up and saw the man's clothing already aflame. Tears streamed down his face as Shenzhe looked up and realized the man was crying too. In the intense heat, he saw the man take off his ring and slip it into his palm. Among the crackling flames, he heard the man's low, hoarse voice. If I survive, I will definitely break the curse and find your highness. At that time, even if your highness dies, you'll still be mine. A cool kiss landed on his brow. I love you. More beams fell from the burning roof, and he saw that the purple flames had engulfed the man nearly entirely. Unable to hold back his tears, Shenzhe reached out to touch him but burned his own hand. Sobbing uncontrollably followed. Don't say nonsense. Step aside first, we can definitely make it out alive. I also love you. Shenzhe cried, wanting to bring him along, but was rejected and pushed away. Countless tentacles appeared behind the man, enveloping and wrapping around him in a familiar cold sensation. Faintly, amidst the chaos, Shenzhe heard the deep voice of the man. Your highness loves me, I am so happy. Being swallowed and submerged, his vision grew blurrier. The blazing fire lit up the entire castle, engulfing the courtyard full of flowers. Smoke billowed everywhere. The image of his beloved became ever more blurred, eventually being completely consumed by the flames, leaving Shenzhe to faint. With all his strength, the man safely delivered him out, feeling the flames consume his body, a first experience of death for him. Shenzhe could not suppress his tears as he reached out to touch the man. However, flames scorched his hands, making his cries of sorrow uncontrollable. You mustn't speak nonsense, step aside. We will surely escape. I love you too. Shenzhe sobbed and wanted to take him along but was refused again. Numerous tentacles emerged behind the man, encircling and enclosing him in their familiar icy grip. Lost in confusion, Shenzhe barely heard the man's deep voice. Your highness love fills me with happiness. The image gradually disappeared as the flames consumed everything. Fiery light illuminated the entire castle, flowers in the courtyard, smoke swirling in waves. The outline of his lover became progressively indistinct until ultimately obliterated by the fire, plunging Shenzhe into unconsciousness himself. He had attempted suicide so many times in the past because he truly wanted to die. But now that he didn't want to die anymore, he had no choice but to accept this fate. The portrait in his hand was burned, eventually turning into ashes. That day, The villagers nearby clearly saw the fire and smoke coming from the black forest that day. Shenzhe woke up after being unconscious for 2 days. When he came out of the sea of fire, there wasn't a single mark on his body. Mad with grief, he rushed into the ruins of the scorched castle, dispatching people who searched through the debris for 3 days and 3 nights but found no survivors. They said that after the fire died down that day, those who sought treasure ventured inside, but as soon as they stepped into the great hall, the flames erupted again. All those who went in search of treasure were burned alive, and the fire raged all night before dying out once more. The place seemed to have become forbidden land. Even many years later, no one dared to step foot within it. Shenzhe had another nightmare. Dazed, he woke in his sleep, gradually coming to recognize the ceiling above him. He rose barefoot and walked to the window. He pulled back the curtains, and winter sunlight streamed in, falling upon him. It snowed. A long time had passed since that fire, until this winter. He wore a necklace around his neck, with a ring as its pendant. Snowflakes drifted in through the room's open window, and the outside world was covered in white. After a heavy snowfall, spring would come anew. He dressed and left the castle, heading towards the forest that had become forbidden territory. The forest was also cloaked in white, with the black mist gone. Only the sound of footsteps on the snow could be heard. The deeper he went, the colder it became. Finally, he came upon the charred remains of that building, which looked just like it had on that fateful day. Amidst the pristine whiteness, he found something green in the garden. Shenzhe froze, his whole body stiff as he stumbled forward in a hurry, carefully brushing away the snow surrounding the green. It was like a newborn sprout, a sign of new life for flowers. Tears fell, scorching tears digging deep holes in the snow, and he knelt alone among the frost staring at the green. He murmured to himself. Spring is coming. Are you not coming back to find me? You slept and never took responsibility. If you don't return, I'll stop liking you. He searched the garden for a long time, his hands turning red from the cold, only finding this little green shoot. With great care, he dug it up from the ground, taking along the soil, bringing it back to the kingdom. He was afraid someone evil might sneak in and destroy this last bit of greenery. Carrying the flower alone back home, the snow grew heavier, freezing his face crimson. On his way back, he tripped over something underfoot, falling to the ground and snapping the root of what he held in his hands. This almost crushed the last hope in his heart. As snow landed on his body, not even his tears could melt the broken root anymore. Suddenly, an umbrella appeared above him, shielding him from the falling snow. A tall figure crouched beside him, draping their cloak around him. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. I have admired your highness for a long time. Could you allow me to paint a portrait of you? Shenzhe turned back in surprise, locking eyes with the person beside him, and instantly burst into uncontrollable tears, rushing into his arms. Spring is coming. Your lover has returned. Chapter 164 Bonus Chapter, Where's the recording you promised? Go Fu, when will I be able to listen to the recording you promised me? This was at least the 10th time he had heard her ask this today. Ji Hanjun stood in the kitchen wearing an apron, cooking sweet and sour baby back ribs in a pot. Shen Qiqi stood nearby. Go Fu, please. You lifted my skirt last time, and you said you would let me listen. She had been waiting for so many days, even giving him a suitcase full of good stuff, and still hadn't received the recording. People want to hear Big Brother cry too. Ji Hanjun served the sweet and sour ribs into a white porcelain dish. It's not that I didn't record it, it's just that only my wife can hear it. Ji Hanjun handed her the plate as he continued speaking. Take this over there. Okay. Cheater. I'm going to tell Big Brother you sent me the recording. Ji Hanjun paused in surprise. When did I send it to you? That depends on whether Big Brother believes me or not. You. Shen Qiqi humphed, took the plate, and walked away to put it on the dining table. She noticed Mommy and Big Brother sitting on the couch discussing their holiday village plans. Shenzhe sat on the sofa wearing a well-tailored black suit, his waist looking incredibly slim, handsome yet somewhat rebellious. Too bad she was a girl. If he were a boy, she'd fall in love with her big brother too. It would definitely have turned into a medical drama of some kind. Mommy, Big Brother, let's eat. Shenzhe sat down to eat at the dining table while Ji Hanjun also brought over the braised rib soup. Wife, try the rib soup. Ji Hanjun picked up a small bowl and served both Shenzhe and Lu Yuan a bowl each. What about me? Shen Qiqi looked eagerly at him holding a small bowl. Why don't you serve me any soup, Go Fu? Ji Hanjun coldly snorted. Serve yourself. So stingy. Shenzhe took a sip of the soup and found Ji Hanjun's cooking skills getting better and better. He felt like he had gained weight from eating at home. There was already some fat around his belly. Shenzhe bit into a piece of rib and suddenly felt a foot creeping toward him, subtly hooking his trouser leg. There was no need to guess who it was. Shenzhe raised his eyes to glare furiously at Ji Hanjun, whose gaze was filled with cunning and excitement. There are so many people at the table. You shouldn't be playing around like this. With reddened ear tips, Shenzhe refused to look at him but suddenly felt a hand reaching out. You've been too busy these days, and I've been neglecting Ji Hanjun. Anyone who looks under the table could see what's happening down there. Shenzhe quietly reached out to pinch the hand, but the hand showed no fear and instead grabbed onto his hand firmly. You pervert. After dinner, Lu Yuan received a work call and left first, and Shinchichi disappeared somewhere as well. Ji Hanjun was washing dishes in the kitchen. An angry Shenzhe grabbed his collar. Next time you touch me during a meal, I'll chop off your hands. Do you believe me? I believe everything my wife says. Ji Hanjun set down the bowl, wiped his hands on the apron tied around himself, untied it, placed it aside, and then hugged his waist. His breath was burning hot. Wife, the project is almost done. Shouldn't I get some time with you? Shenzhe knew what he meant, his face turning red as he loosened his grip on Ji Hanjun's collar. Well, wait until tonight. It's only noon now. We can start from noon until evening, and from evening until morning. The arms around his waist tightened, and Ji Hanjun pressed him against the countertop in the kitchen. Strong and scorching. Shenzhe pulled his neck away, feeling a hand grasp his nape more forcefully. Enough, enough. A hand wrapped around his waist, feeling the smoothness of his skin. The kiss ended, and Ji Hanjun exhaled deeply, his eyes blazing hotly. Wife, can you wear hashtag today? Shenzhe was dazed and confused after being kissed, unable to think clearly. Before he could speak, he was cut off again. Suddenly, his whole body was picked up and carried to the bedroom. Kissing and undressing as they went. Ji Hanjun panted as he opened the bedside drawer, revealing a transparent packaging containing black fabric. Do you want to wear it yourself, wife, or shall I help? This fabric was very thin, closely matching the skin tone, and felt silky smooth hashtag. Shenzhe's eye corners blushed red as he clutched Ji Hanjun's neck and breathed heavily. His suit jacket hung loosely around his waist. In a hazy state, it seemed like he heard something ringing. Wait a moment, didn't you hear something? Ji Hanjun paused in surprise, and the room became quiet. A faint sound came from the walk-in closet. Both looked curiously towards the walk-in closet. First, Ji Hanjun got up and walked into the walk-in closet. When he came out, he was holding a pink thing. Hello, big brother. Shenzhe couldn't believe his own sister had been eavesdropping. When Shinchichi was pulled out by her collar from the walk-in closet, she regretted making a sound just now. She was too bored. These days, Nian had gone to listen to lectures. No one was around to play with her, so she decided to bother her brother. The vein on Ji Hanjun's hand that held Shinchichi's collar burst, his collar still open, showing how angry he was about being interrupted. This is not the first time you've interrupted me. Shinchichi suddenly looked up and then turned toward Shenzhe with a pitiful expression. Big brother, I'm filing a complaint. Ji Hanjun promised me he would send me the recording to listen. Shenzhe straightened his clothes and smiled sarcastically as he glanced at Ji Hanjun. Really? Then did you record it? No. Did record. Big brother, he did record. Ji Hanjun gritted his teeth as he grabbed her without giving her another chance to speak and dragged her out of the room. As Shinchichi was pulled out, she said, Go Fu, go back in and properly console her. Damn it, this was like a stumbling block between him and his wife. Ji Hanjun closed the door and shoved her out, then realized the bedroom door was locked upstairs. Luckily, he had a key. Ji Hanjun opened the door to see Shenzhe lying on the bed covered with blankets preparing for a nap. Wife, don't sleep yet. Ji Hanjun sat on the edge of the bed, full of unsatisfied desire written all over his face. He leaned down and gave a quick kiss on his lips. Then he saw Shenzhe wiping his lips. Wife, you. I won't let you kiss me. I dislike you. Right after wiping, the person next to him leaned over again and pressed down for another kiss. Shenzhe pushed him off and immediately sat up, taking a tissue from the bedside cabinet to wipe his mouth. Humph. Ji Hanjun's eyes darkened watching his action. His gaze became unclear, and he directly grabbed the hand that was wiping his mouth and forcefully sealed it with a kiss. There was no use struggling, someone was clearly mad and held him firmly. If you keep wiping, I'll hashtag. Shenzhe snorted, his lips swollen, angrily lifting his eyes to look at him. Did you really record it? As his hand was pulled, something happened suddenly hashtag. Ji Hanjun's eyes were dim, breathing hot. With the time to record, we might as well hashtag. Chapter 165, bonus chapter, the one who got nosebleed. Jihan, you're something else. Stepping on hashtag. Long legs bent hashtag. Shenzhe sat at the edge of the bed and threw everything he had pulled out from the drawer onto the ground. He flung those messy items over Jihan. There's too much stuff. Work was always so busy, there wasn't any time to deal with Jihan. And now, Jihan was actually getting more audacious. There was nothing that Jihan wouldn't dare to do when it came to recording things like this. The top button of his shirt was undone, showing a glimpse of his throat and hints of muscles as viewed from above. Countless things were scattered all around, chaotically messy. All kinds of things. Speak. What do you plan to use these things for? Did someone give them to you? Chi-Chi perhaps. Jihan's forehead was sweating. He leaned forward, bringing his face close to Shinzei's calf, breathing heavily. Let go first, okay, honey. I'm uncomfortable. He shouldn't have listened earlier. Now, it was clear that Jihan was teasing him. Shinzei grabbed his hair, looked down at him, his eyes full of mischief as he refused outright. No. Forced to raise his head, with his hair being tugged, Jihan looked sharp yet intense in his gaze, his eyes dark and fiery. Honey. Calling me honey won't work. Shinzei chuckled lightly, picked up something from the bed and walked into the bathroom. It was a ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### Actually, he thought Jihan could also wear it well. His loose-fitting shirt covered his legs. His legs were wearing #### stockings. Sweat kept dripping from Jihan's forehead. He was extremely uncomfortable and wanted to break free. When his hands could move slightly, the door opened. At a glance to the side, his breathing stopped for a moment, scanning upward. The next second, his mind went dizzy, and a stream of heat flowed from his nose. Shenzhe was originally just trying to tease him. She didn't expect him to start bleeding from the nose. Scared, she hurriedly grabbed tissues to wipe it off. Are you trying to kill yourself? Are you overheated? The more she wiped, the more it bled. Shenzhe panicked. She quickly stood up in front of him and tried to drag him downstairs to find a medical kit. Suddenly, her leg was caught. Looking down, she saw Jihan with bloodshot eyes tightly hugging her. The red liquid stained their clothes. Strong arms wrapped around her legs as he looked up at her. Honey, before my blood runs dry, ###. Chi-Chi left the villa and headed to the pastry shop she often visited. Brother and cousin Fu are truly happy together. When will she encounter her own happiness? Because she doesn't interact with many people, she feels like she has no common topics with others. She only has one friend, Yin Yi. Miss, enjoy your meal. Her favorite strawberry ice cream scoop cup was placed before her. She used the spoon to dig in and take a bite. The sour and sweet taste of strawberries melted in her mouth instantly. She sat in the store, wearing a pink Lolita dress with its heavy skirt and petticoats, along with the flower in her hair. As some people passed by, their gazes naturally landed on her. Her heavy dress stood out starkly among the casually dressed crowd. Chi-Chi, what a coincidence. Surprised, Chi-Chi turned around to see Uxin and Yufei standing not far behind her. How did they come here? Recalling the sister's birthday party and the words spoken after the proposal to Yufei, Chi-Chi lowered her gaze, eventually choosing silence, picking up the spoon and shoveling several big mouthfuls into her mouth. Then, she rushed to get up and leave. Uxin looked puzzled at the departing figure and crossed her arms as she turned to look at the young man beside her. How is the pursuit going? Yufei glanced at the rushing back leaving figure, his gaze momentarily halted, then finally shoved the gift bag into her hand. She rejected me. Yufei followed, but I won't give up. Uxin watched her younger brother follow and shook her head. Her younger brother had a long way to go on his secret love path. She still remembered that gathering when Yufei lost the bet, forcing him to wear female clothing and tie up his long hair. That restaurant had many people back then. They all saw a girl in a princess dress sitting alone in the corner of the restaurant. Because her outfit was too eye-catching among the crowd, she was noticed right away. Being alone made her seem too lonely, so Yufei, carrying her dress, approached her. It was probably from that day. Yufei's gaze couldn't be taken off anymore. After leaving the pastry shop, Chi-Chi found that the streets were crowded with people, many of whom cast their gazes upon her. Some were admiring or envious. Others were scornful and curious. She usually went out by car, but today she wanted to walk on her own. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi turned around and found Yufei had followed her at some point. After the proposal that day, she had clearly rejected Yufei already. She didn't know how to interact with people, and even less did she want to get married. Just like what they said online, after marriage when you have children, household chores and child care all fall on the woman. You can't read your little books anymore, nor wear skirts. The guy caught up with her, sweat beading on his forehead, then looked at her seriously. I've carefully considered what you said to me that day. What I feel for you is not just a fleeting infatuation, it's been a long-standing secret crush. I've known you for a very long time, it's just that you didn't know me. You like wearing skirts, I could wear other things with you. I wouldn't mind the large hem of your skirts or worry about others' opinions. Like now. The street was full of passers-by, their gazes landing on the two of them. Chi-Chi clutched the edge of her skirt, unsure what to do as she looked at Yufei. Was this a confession? Growing up, many guys had confessed to her, and she'd heard these kinds of words often. But she was puzzled by that line, I've known you for a very long time. Chi-Chi raised her eyes to ask him, did we know each other before? Knew. But Chi-Chi had mistaken him for a girl, thinking of him as a sister. Few people paid attention to the mistreated scavenger in the corner. They were mostly homeless people with mental issues, and quite elderly. On a bustling street, he saw a girl squat down, handing over her money to a homeless person drenched in rain. And she gave her umbrella to that old man. Just as the girl walked away, a few delinquents came out from a nearby alley and snatched the money. He stood across the street, frowning at the scene, wanting to step forward and take back the money. Are you crazy? This money isn't yours. Shinchichi turned back, holding a bag in her hand, furious upon seeing this scene. She dug out the money from the hand of one of the boys. What dumb girl, once the money's in our hands, it belongs to us. Do you want to die? Clearly, those delinquents were more troublesome, angry, and ready to strike her, but four suddenly appearing bodyguards pinned them to the ground and beat them. Shinchichi, holding her skirt, kicked the lead boy several times with her feet. Such a cute girl. Chapter 166 Bonus Chapter, Shinchichi. A cute and pretty girl is always the center of attention wherever she goes. But his affection for her has never been merely because she's cute and pretty. It's due to her kindness. Yu Fei looked at her seriously, and he had never thought that what she called her dresses were bizarre or unusual. He didn't know what Lolita was, so he spent all night researching and understanding her preferences. On that day of the blind date, he wasn't the arranged partner, but seeing her on a blind date made him feel instinctively uncomfortable. When she saw her brother drag the blind date guy into the restroom and watched her wiping cream off her hands alone, something in his heart told him that if he didn't step forward, it might never start. Shinchichi stood in place looking at him, her eyes vacant with mixed feelings. The tall boy before her stared straight into her eyes while speaking, serious and confident. In that moment, she seemed to see the beautiful older sister who protected her at the street corner that day. It overlapped. If it wasn't Uxin, then that person must be Yu Fei. She gripped her dress, unsure how to respond to his feelings. She has always been slow when it comes to matters of love. Yu Fei noticed her dilemma clearly. I'm not asking for your definitive answer right away. I just want an opportunity to understand you. The dresses you love, I bought quite a few. The books you enjoy reading, I also studied. Just, those books seem a little inappropriate. But I am willing to read them with you. When Shinchichi went home, she still felt unfazed, as what Yu Fei said truly startled her. Growing up, this was the first time, besides mommy, that someone understood her dresses and preferences. By now, Yi Nianyan should have finished class. Yi Nianyan had just left school when she received her close friend's call. While listening, she walked towards her car. Hearing that there seemed to be a boy who liked her, this furrowed her brows. So, do you like him, Chi-Chi? Shinchichi lay on her bed, stunned by this question. To ask her directly, even she wasn't sure. Yu Fei invited her out for dinner tonight, so she planned to bring Nianyan along. Because, back in the past, whenever boys confessed to her or asked her out for dinner, she'd always bring Nianyan along. But nothing ever worked out. That evening, Shinchichi and Yi Nianyan were already waiting in a high-end restaurant for Yu Fei. She had always thought Yu Fei was rather low-key, yet today he appeared unusually dressed, wearing a white gold prince costume. It was practically the attire that matched a princess from a fairy tale. From far away, she spotted that handsome young man walking toward her, carrying flowers. His striking looks and demeanor attracted many women in the restaurant to glance at him, some even took out their phones to snap pictures. Before any of the girls could approach, Yu Fei shyly pointed to a table in front of him. My girlfriend is sitting there. Shinchichi could feel something wildly thumping inside her chest, her heartbeat almost spilling over. Many people around them cast their gazes in their direction. Yu Fei handed her the roses he'd bought. As she got closer, she realized his outfit was indeed a prince suit. Hello, Yu Fei. We've met before, haven't we? Yi Nianyan greeted him first, her outfit being the same style of Lolita as Shinchichi's, though different in style and color. Hi. Yu Fei politely greeted her, then turned his gaze back to Shinchichi, his eyes brimming with tenderness and softness. Chi-Chi still looks as beautiful today. Thank you. Throughout the meal, Yu Fei kept serving her food, chatting about the latest movies and interesting stories, as well as new little dresses. This electric bulb on the side was shining just a bit too brightly. Yi Nianyan sked and reached for the wine glass on her right, accidentally knocking it over. There was a loud clatter as it crashed onto the table. The wine flowed down the table, staining Shinchichi's dress. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, it wasn't intentional. Yu Fei stood up and wanted to help her clean it, but Shinchichi waved her hand dismissively. No worries, I'll wash it in the restroom. After she left, only the two unfamiliar individuals remained at the table. As the pink figure gradually disappeared, Yi Nianyan suddenly stood up and sat beside Yu Fei, quietly looping her arm around his. Yu Fei, she's a spoiled and haughty young miss. You liking her would be better suited if you liked me. Her arm was abruptly pulled away, and Yu Fei frowned, sitting further apart. His tone turned icy, and the warmth in his eyes turned cold as he stared disapprovingly at the girl beside him. You two are best friends. Is this really appropriate? Then what? I'm much better than her. Yi Nianyan reached out to stroke her hair, then handed him her phone. Add me on contact, Yu Fei. It wouldn't be good if she finds out. There are things she can't do but I can. Like, those things. You just want money, physical pleasure, or excitement from her anyway, right? You know it, girls like her are easy to deceive. I can give you a lot of money and accompany you in endless nights of revelry. Riot. The chair dragged across the floor with a harsh noise as Yufei stood up in obvious disdain. She's not like you. Please show some respect. Yufei wiped his arm with several tissues, feeling nauseated even through his clothes. He no longer paid attention to Yi Nianyan, frowning as he walked toward the restroom. Watching the boy walk away, Yi Nianyan pulled out her phone to send a message. Tested him and he seems fine, much better than previous guys. Past boys either wanted money or something fresh and exciting. As long as she played her tricks and lured them, they would bite the hook instantly. Shen Chi was standing by the corridor outside the restroom, holding her phone. Chi. Yufei suddenly appeared in front of her, catching Shen Chi off guard, who quickly shut her phone. The boy clearly looked furious, his usually handsome face now distorted with a deep frown. It was hard to ignore how obvious his anger was. Had he seen the messages? Shen Chi lowered her head, thinking that perhaps she should apologize first since testing people this way wasn't good. Sorry. Are you best friends? She said terrible things about you, but I think you're the best person in the world. In the future, could you stay a little further away from her? They were the best of friends and close confidants. There was no way Yufei's words alone could make Shen Chi believe otherwise about her friend. Yufei's voice softened as he gently pleaded for her consideration. Shen Chi was momentarily stunned, then shyly scratched her head, her voice timid. In fact, it's actually, where are you taking me? Before she could finish speaking again, the boy grabbed her hand, enveloping her smaller hand with his larger one, and led her away from the corridor. Yufei paid at the front desk first, then guided her away. I'll take you to another place for dinner, let you change your soiled dress, and then take you somewhere else to have fun. What was wrong with Chi? She was such a well-behaved girl. Chapter 167, What is Love? Yi Nianyan was waiting for the two of them to come back. After waiting for a long time and not seeing them, she could only leave the restroom. She sent messages that weren't replied to. When she stood up to go to the bathroom to look for them, she found they were both gone. They had left her behind. That boy might take Chi somewhere, one thing she said was correct, it's easiest to deceive those pure young ladies like her. She didn't want Chi to be deceived. Yi Nianyan called a waiter over and found out the bill had already been paid. Holding her phone while calling, she walked outside. On the other end of the call, someone was walking down the street being led by someone else's hand. Wearing such clothes on the street certainly drew attention. Her phone ringing must have been Nianyan looking for her, so she hastily hung up, replying to the message telling her not to worry. She looked up at Yufei as she asked, "Where are you taking me?" Yufei turned around holding her hand, his eyes filled with seriousness. "I've always wanted to give you something, I hope you will like it." He led her to a nearby mall. On the second floor of the mall was an enormous Lolita Princess boutique. She used to frequent this store before. Hand in hand, Yufei led her directly into the innermost part of the shop. The inner room was where employees and the boss rested, ordinary outsiders couldn't enter. "Master, are you here to pick up your custom-made clothes?" Yufei nodded and gestured for her to sit on the couch. Then he knelt down and took a tissue from the table to wipe off the wine stains on her skirt. After being rejected that time, he personally designed a dress. Lolita dresses all require professional design and fabric selection. A series of processes, frills, flowers, embroidery, hoop skirts, boning, fabrics, were all researched and chosen by him himself. The dress, carried out by a shop assistant from the inner room, was a white long gown styled like a wedding dress. Its waist was embellished with boning and binding, adorned with white roses that seemed to glow faintly. There appeared to be some sparkles on the surface of the dress as well. "Beautiful. Wear this one, I've always wanted to give it to you." Shen Chi looked at the dress, asking, "Did you design this?" Yufei scratched his head, embarrassed. He had previously known nothing about dresses but learned about them recently. The indoor lights flickered, casting light onto the beautiful dress, reflecting its shine. It seemed like the dress itself was glowing. The young masters and misses who grew up with golden spoons have superior conditions and the capital to act arrogantly. But most of them have received good education and wouldn't use family matters to oppress or belittle anyone. She has always been seeking someone who likes her, understands her, ideally knows everything about her. Like how Dad did. Dad understood everything about Mom, making her arrogant, spoiled, noble, and gentle. "Thank you, but I still need to think about it. This is too valuable, I can't accept it." It wasn't that she didn't like it, but she believed it would be impossible for anyone to like her so much. Since childhood, except for Nianyan, those close to her just wanted to gain something from her. Didn't you Xian also take advantage of her past fondness to profit from her? Shen Chi stood up and helplessly grabbed the edge of her skirt, fleeing the store without daring to turn back and look at Yufei. Just like that day, she fled in panic. Watching the girl run away again, Yufei lowered his gaze. The assistants beside him were also stunned. This handsome, wealthy man even personally designed the dress and came to have it customized. How could it be refused? Even though that girl looked beautiful, elegant, and aristocratic. They were confused. Sir, does your girlfriend not like it? Yu Fei shook his head. It's not that she doesn't like it, it's that she can't believe unexpected goodness. Chi-Chi still lacks confidence. But she is actually a wonderful person. In this world, there really are people who love her. Shen Chi-Chi ran outside, leaving the mall just in time to bump into someone outside. Chi-Chi. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Shen Chi-Chi saw her brother and another man walking inside. Jiang Mu glanced awkwardly at her. Sorry. How could her brother go out with another man? Isn't he afraid Season Hanjun will go crazy? Shenzai noticed her dress was wet in patches, frowning and stepping forward to pull her to his side with an urgent tone. Why is your dress wet? Why did you run so fast? Did someone bully you? Looking up at her brother with sadness, Shen Chi-Chi hugged Shenzai's waist, her eyes misty with tears as she asked. Brother, what is liking? Shenzai didn't understand why she suddenly asked this question. Was it because someone confessed to her just now? Being in love means your heart will beat for him, you'll be constantly aware of his every move, and a single word from him can make you happy or sad. You'll want him to be happy forever. The two looked at Jiang Mu, who had a calm and gentle gaze. His eyes turned sorrowful as he looked at Shenzai and slowly spoke. To like someone means the whole world seems to revolve only around him. He had come today to discuss business, having just finished a corporate gathering when he saw Jiang Mu outside. Jiang Mu's father was about to celebrate his birthday, and since they were all friends, they decided to visit and pick out gifts together. As Jiang Mu said these words, he stared directly at Shenzai. Shenzai turned away, realizing that when it came to love, no one could predict such matters. Once you're in love, it's often only with one person. And then there's no room for anyone else. Shenzai wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, consoling her softly. If seeing someone walk alongside another makes you feel angry or sad, then it means you care for them, even if it's just a little. This is what Ji Hanjun had taught him. When you become extremely attentive towards someone, it may likely develop into love over time. It was about to rain, so Shenzai had to take her home first. He gave an apologetic glance to Jiang Mu. We'll have to reschedule for another day. Jiang Mu nodded, watching the two of them walk away until their car disappeared from view. He unconsciously turned back and noticed someone hiding stealthily nearby. To like someone is like taking poison. You desperately want to forget him, but you can't. Knowing each other for so many years, they had already created memories. With his mind still cluttered by the past, there was no way for him to accept others. So he couldn't reciprocate Duan Xingyan's feelings. He went into the mall alone and picked out a tie. When he left the store, light drizzles had started to fall. Passers-by rushed to find shelter from the rain as fine droplets soaked the ground. Under the lamplight, the traces of the rain were clearly visible. A black car arrived, and the driver opened an umbrella to shield Jiang Mu as he entered the car. The engine roared to life, ready to depart. Just as the car began moving, Jiang Mu massaged his temples in annoyance. Stop the car. He grabbed the umbrella and slowly approached a boy who had been peeking behind a flower bed. Duan Xingyan, wearing an oversized hoodie, was drenched from the rain. Caught red-handed sneaking around, panic surged in his eyes. Be brother. The tall figure crouched on the ground while Jiang Mu stood over him with the umbrella, tilting it gently to cover him completely. Under the lamplight, the rain fell gracefully. The person holding the umbrella was soaked on his back, bending significantly towards the boy squatting down. Don't hide anymore. I'll send you home. Chapter 168, The Most Unforgettable Love. See, Senior. Duan Xingyan stood up with red eyes, his cheeks flushed crimson as he spoke in a tone filled with. I didn't know that liking someone would be a burden for Senior. I'm sorry, Senior. Please don't dislike me. The sound of the drizzling rain was very distinct, but it couldn't drown out the boy's voice. It's going to rain harder. Let's talk about this after we get back. Jiang Mu grabbed him by the arm and dragged him towards the car, completely unaware that his back was already drenched from the rain. The driver started the car, heading toward Nanyang neighborhood. He disliked living alone in a large villa and preferred the housing complex layout, so he bought a place in one of the city's complexes. Little did he know that his opposite neighbor would turn out to be Duan Xingyan. The atmosphere inside the car was silent. He wiped the water droplets off himself with a tissue and handed a few more sheets over to the person beside him. Duan Xingyan sat helplessly in his seat, sitting straight up, head hanging low, his fists clenched tightly on his knees. There's no need to be so tense. Stuffing the tissues into his chest, Jiang Mu turned his gaze towards the window. Liking someone was unpredictable. He couldn't forget. If he accepted Duan Xingyan before fully moving on, that would fundamentally cause harm. When the car reached its destination, they both walked into the neighborhood under an umbrella. Standing in front of the door, Jiang Mu sighed looking at Duan Xingyan who kept his head down. Aren't you home? Why not open the door? Have a cup of hot tea to warm yourself up, otherwise, you might catch a cold. After speaking, Jiang Mu pulled out the keys and opened the door. Suddenly, a powerful push came from behind at his waist. The door closed behind the person pressing him against the wall. A hand guarded his nape, while another was pressed between the door and the frame. Startled for a moment, the boy wearing a hoodie looked up at him with tearful eyes. Where am I lacking? I know I can't compare to the person senior loves, but I will work hard. I will work hard to support you financially. I graduate in a year. I know how to judge these things, I'm not a child anymore. The one senior likes already has someone special, and senior needs to start anew. If the boy he liked already had a lover, why was it still impossible to forget? With a calm gaze, Jiangmu gently pushed him away and stepped into the house. I'll tell you why. He usually came by to freeload on meals, knowing that one room was always locked, yet he had no idea what was inside. Duan Xingyan followed him in and opened the door. The layout inside was quite ordinary. It seemed like it was used for storing books, with various items placed on the shelves. Jiangmu approached and turned on the light. It was all memorabilia given to him by close friends. Among them was a painting, seemingly made in a flower field, with a signature in the bottom left corner. Shenzai. Jiangmu placed the painting in front of him, raising his gaze seriously. It's really hard to forget someone you've liked for such a long time. Qin Shu and Chu Chen were later met roommates, but he had known Shenzai since childhood. Shenzai and he should be the same way, attending countless tutoring classes ever since they could remember. Countless courses included English lessons. They both started learning from the moment they could understand because that's how they stayed ahead. In the future, this knowledge would allow better management and further learning. He was genuinely passionate about English, whereas Shenzai attended classes because his family wanted him to become an excellent heir. They shared the same tutor. Back then, when they were kids, there was no one named Ji Hanjun near him. As a child, Shenzai always carried a warm yellow teddy bear backpack and wore little leather boots, showing up to class through wind and rain. Little Shenzai was incredibly adorable, very popular. On his first day, many classmates and teachers instantly liked him. He still remembered their first day. The teacher led that cute little boy over to his spot. He smelled nice even then, looking at him with bright, clear eyes as he took a seat beside him. My name is Shenzai, and here's something for you to eat. The boy pulled out a pack of cookies from his pocket, transparent packaging, shaped like bearhead biscuits with filling. Back then, they were desk mates and good friends, sharing weekends together for their classes every Saturday, where he would always bring something for him. Shenzai always brought him cookies each time she visited, specifically for him alone. Even other kids asked for cookies from him, but he only gave them candies. The butler said I should befriend my desk partner. I have no friends, just a teddy bear. But once we're closer, you'll be my friend. He really liked Shenzai as well. Shenzai was like a little son, and all the classmates in his class loved playing with him. One afternoon during class, a student from the next classroom asked for his help to go upstairs to the equipment room to fetch some materials. However, as soon as he went in, the door locked behind him. He heard several people laughing outside but couldn't understand why they would lock him up. The light bulb buzzed and went out. He just furrowed his brow, he wouldn't cry or make a fuss because of this. He calmly thought about it and knew that the teacher would come looking for him once they realized he hadn't returned. So, he sat at his spot waiting for the teacher, but the teacher never came. The equipment room was filled with sports equipment, it was dark, small, and enclosed. He began to feel panicky. There was no response when he beat on the door, and it was so dark that he couldn't see anything. That's when he started to truly feel how frightening the darkness could be, leaning against the wall as he sniffled softly. In the dark, one's senses get amplified infinitely, especially in confined dark spaces where fear and dread arise. Then footsteps came from outside, and a ray of light flickered back and forth along the hallway. The door opened. Thinking the teacher had finally arrived, he saw it wasn't them but Shenzai holding a flashlight instead. Little Bear Superhero is here. A familiar voice. Idiot. Where in the world did Little Bear Superhero come from? Shenzai knew that there were always bullies in the neighboring class. While using the restroom, he overheard their secret conversations. Not seeing Jiangmu in the afternoon, he thought Jiangmu must have gone home for some reason. With the keys clutched in hand, Shenzai shoved them into his pocket and reached out his hand. Let's go, Little Bear Superhero will take you away from the darkness. That little hand was soft and white, its palms spread open. Jiangmu hesitated for a moment before reaching out to grasp it. Hand in hand, the two left the equipment room, the fading glow of the sunset falling on both of them. Jiangmu looked at the person beside him, gripping his hand tightly while his eyes still brimmed with redness. The person next to him had large eyes, rosy lips, pearly teeth, baby fat on their face, held Jiangmu's hand in one hand and the flashlight in the other. Seeming to sense his gaze, Shenzai turned his head and smiled at him. Shenzai, I've always thought you're kind of dumb, but thank you today. Don't mention it, we're good friends. Good friends. Actually, Jiangmu had only intended to focus on studying English and didn't plan to make any friends. But now he didn't feel that way anymore. Jiangmu nodded, thinking they would continue their tutoring lessons together and then attend the same school. But then one day, Shenzai didn't show up for class. And he never came again. Jiangmu had no phone number or contact information, so he could only ask the teacher. The teacher didn't know his exact address, only knowing that Shenzai's family was very wealthy. Jiangmu found this hard to believe since, regardless of the weather, he always saw Shenzai walking alone with a small umbrella, wearing little leather boots to come to class. All the students attending extra classes either had chauffeurs or were picked up by their parents. Only Shinzei walked home alone every time. He hadn't been a very qualified friend. He didn't even know where Shinzei lived. Chapter 169 Bonus Chapter, Senior. He could only go home and ask his parents if they knew which child was called Suze. The only son of the Su family is named Suze. He went to see Suze, but it seemed that he wasn't at home. It was said that due to poor health, he couldn't come back to class again. And he would never return. After going a few times without seeing anyone, all he encountered was a butler who told him that Master Su was recuperating and not convenient for visitors. Until his parents were about to take him to another city for school, this was his last visit. He still didn't see anyone, but met a boy he had never seen before. That boy stood in the garden, holding a teddy bear in his hand, looking somewhat melancholy with his messy hair covering his eyebrows and eyes, and no one knew what he was staring down at. Liar Super Bear. What about the promise of him being the only good friend? Later, when he returned, during his sophomore year, he sent people to investigate and transfer to Shinzei's school. But he already had other friends. One named Ji Hanjun. He reconnected with him as a friend from sophomore year through university, always being friends, yet strange feelings grew more intense each year in his heart. Shinzei's English was still great, he even took him to the flower fields at his house. It was during their freshman year that Shinzei began learning how to paint. He brought Shinzei to his family's flower field to find inspiration. In the flower field, Shinzei said he wanted to paint his first picture, but it didn't look good. Actually, in his heart, Shinzei looked better than the painting, better than the flowers. Duan Xingyan looked at the portrait on the table. Though the painting was indeed quite average, every stroke did capture the approximate colors of the sea of flowers. The azure sky. Colorful flowers swaying in the wind. The place of best friend has been replaced by someone else, and things are no longer as they were in childhood. Shinzei seemed to have fainted on the way to class when he was little and had a high fever for several days. After that, he never came back to class, and even memories of past friends became blurred. So, senior, have you liked him for many years? Duan Xingyan stared seriously at him with red eyes, pulling his hand to his chest. He sobbed quietly, hot tears dropping onto the back of his hand. But I like you very much too. He's already happy, so the senior should be happy too. Happiness. He's always been quite happy. Jiang Mu wiped away his tears with his hand. By telling him these things, he just wanted him to know. Decades of liking someone doesn't just disappear easily. With his clothes still dripping water, Jiang Mu looked at his rain-soaked hair, pulled him out of the room and closed the door behind them. You should take a shower, or you'll catch a cold. I won't wash, I don't want to shower. Duan Xingyan's eyes were nearly swollen from crying. After confessing and being rejected, he was almost devastated, but the senior wouldn't like a person who gives up easily. He didn't want to give up, secretly following him, observing every move he made. Why won't you take a shower? Do you want me to help you wash? Really? Can I? Duan Xingyan's eyes immediately lit up. Was the senior really going to help him bathe? Ji Hanjun said pursuing someone requires some shamelessness. He held back his tears, grabbed the hem of his shirt, and directly took off his hoodie and threw it aside. Revealing abs and a well-built body, the perfect figure suddenly appeared before everyone. And he had already started reaching for his pants. Wait. Hold on. What are you doing? Jiang Mu, startled by this action, quickly grabbed his hands and stopped him from continuing. Duan Xingyan, though looking youthful and carefree, revealed an incredible physique when undressed. He was even younger than expected but taller than him. Duan Xingyan could feel the warm touch of the hand pressing on his eyes carrying a hint of panic. Don't take your clothes off. His damp strands clung to his pale face, his eyes anxiously looking upward. This was the first time he saw such a flustered senior. Duan Xingyan instantly turned his head away, his blush spreading from his face to his neck and ear tips. Senior. Didn't you say you would help me bathe? He just said that casually. How could it really happen? Jiang Mu gripped his hand tightly, clearly seeing the redness on his face, knowing he loved being shy. You, go take a shower yourself. For a while, the atmosphere remained silent, strangely filled with subtle flirtation. Jiang Mu withdrew his hand, but just as he moved, someone grabbed him, preventing any movement. Senior, give me a chance to chase after you. I really like you too. Could you let me be your? I've also learned to be shameless. I'm not afraid of being rejected. Please, senior, give me a chance to be your. What? Jiang Mu felt his face burning, not just because of the touch of their hands, but also because of his last sentence. Duan Xingyan was a very well-behaved boy and would never say things like this. Jiang Mu tentatively asked softly, who taught you? Ji Hanjun. How could that person teach such inappropriate things? These things couldn't even be learned. Being shameless wasn't something one could learn unless they were already naturally thick-skinned. Looking at his slightly red eyes, Jiang Mu raised his gaze and seriously locked eyes with him, gently trying to guide him. I'm not as good as you think I am. What if I can never forget you? And don't you think we might both be on top? He didn't care. He had only ever cared about the senior. Senior can do anything, and I will comply with you. Ji Hanjun must have taught him bad things, or he would never have said something like that. And how did these two even meet? The person in front suddenly came closer, and as Jiang Mu tried to pull his hand away, it was tightly held onto. The person approached, pushing him against the wall. Xingyan, calm down a little. Jiang Mu sensed something was off about him because his palms were unusually hot. Even his breath was scorching. Duan Xingyan's face flushed, and with a pitiful look, he lowered his gaze to Jiang Mu's lips. In a piteous tone, he spoke. Senior, I want to give you my first kiss. No, definitely not. Jiang Mu forcibly pulled his hand away and pushed him back, discovering that his body was burning hot. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately touched his forehead. It was extremely hot, he definitely had a fever. When he first noticed Duan Xingyan hiding in the shadows, he could see the slight redness on his face. Thinking it was shyness, it was actually an early sign of a fever. Xingyan, you're running a fever, you're sick. I'm not sick, I just want to give my first kiss to the senior. Chapter 170 Bonus Chapter, Won't Give Up on Senior. Duan Xingyan, if you keep this up, I'll really stop caring about you in the future. The first kiss should be reserved for someone you like and who likes you back. Jiang Mu reached out to cover his mouth, pushing him away before walking to the living room to search for fever medicine in the cabinet. He didn't even realize he had a fever and kept wandering around outside while sick. Duan Xingyan stood where he was, looking at Jiang Mu with hazy eyes, flushed cheeks, and red-rimmed eyes that resembled a rabbit's. Senior pushed him away again. The feeling of liking someone, Duan Xingyan understood it. He also understood the pain of unrequited love. Senior, I want you to be happy. If you really like him, I can help you win him back. Unrestrained speech. Jiang Mu's hand paused as he rummaged through the medicine box, his gaze turning icy as he looked at him. Seeing his face, flushed with fever, Jiang Mu's voice softened slightly. I know what I want and how to make my own choices. Don't even think about him. For a while, he had wondered why he made other friends. Then he thought it was his own fault. If he had stayed strong and not gone to another school. If he had persisted in finding him, one day he would have found his way into that villa and seen him. A person like him would naturally attract many excellent people besides himself. As long as he could be happy, it didn't matter whether it was him or not. Jiang Mu placed the medicine on the table and urged him to quickly change out of his wet clothes. Senior. The boy stared at him with a look of grievance, focusing on his shoulder. Even though he gave him the umbrella, his own back was soaked more thoroughly than his. Yet, the senior still cared about him. How could such a person not be liked? Incoherent words came from him because of the high fever. Jiang Mu glanced at the thermometer in his hand, the fever had only decreased a little bit, even though he'd already taken medication and sweated quite a lot. He sat by the bed and called for a doctor to come over and administer an 4-drip. The person lying on the bed was confused due to the fever, sometimes babbling nonsense, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing. Senior, I won't give up. I really like you. Don't send me away. Duan Xingyan and Ji Hanjun were classmates in the same department. During their freshman year, a new student insisted on attending a speech session given by the seniors in their 4th year. Not only did they meet many seniors, but also several senior sisters. His first meeting with Duan Xingyan was in the medical room. A school doctor, familiar with him, asked for his help to watch over the medical room for a short while. Seated inside, he was reviewing vocabulary when Duan Xingyan arrived, claiming he fell while playing basketball and now his knees were covered in blood. Jiang Mu knew how to treat such minor injuries. He found the medical kit, crouched down, and carefully applied ointment to Duan Xingyan's wounds. However, he didn't notice that the boy had been staring at him all along, blushing intensely. Later, in their neighborhood, a new neighbor moved in opposite him. While disposing of garbage, they locked eyes. Sitting beside the bed, Jiang Mu sighed deeply, thinking that perhaps in the future, he wouldn't be able to return to this community. The person had a better future and bright prospects ahead, unable to focus solely because of simple infatuation. Especially when he couldn't reciprocate Duan Xingyan's feelings. Continuing this way would only make him fall deeper. Shen Qiqi went home and immediately called Nian Nian. Yi Nian Nian was standing on the 2nd floor of the mall, looking at the person in front of her. Her phone in her pocket kept ringing, but she didn't answer it. In front of her, a man was sitting in a cafe chatting happily with a girl. She said there weren't that many sincere men in this world. Just moments ago, he was dressed as a prince dining with them in a restaurant. Now, he had changed into a different outfit to enjoy coffee with another woman. Yi Nian Nian muttered a curse under her breath, picked up her phone, and snapped a picture of the scene. Afterward, she left without noticing that the man removed the wig on his head, revealing cascading waves of long hair and a stunningly attractive appearance. Xian, why do you always dress up as your brother? Xian took a sip of coffee. Isn't it because my mom keeps forcing him to attend blind dates? He has someone he likes, so I'm helping him out. They looked incredibly alike since childhood, being twins, a boy and a girl. Wigs turned out to be a great tool. They occasionally used them to take each other's place to accomplish tasks neither wanted to do. For example, Yu Fei might put on women's clothing and secretly deal with some boys behind her back who cursed and insulted her. She, on the other hand, would wear men's clothing to handle unnecessary troubles for her younger brother. The girl looked at her and couldn't help but marvel at having a twin brother. Where is your brother? He's on a date. Shinchichi looked at the unanswered call and was about to call back when she saw a photo sent by the other party. It was followed by several voice messages. The person in the photo made her pause. Was it Yu Fei? Yin Yen Yen was sending voice messages while walking, really on the verge of anger. It wasn't her fault for doubting men. Back in school, many boys confessed to Chi-Chi, but the girl couldn't see through their intentions. Anyone with common sense would know that boys they hadn't met wouldn't just suddenly claim to like them. Whenever any boy invited Chi-Chi out to eat, she would go and then find an excuse to leave her. Every time, it worked like a charm. Without exception, all those boys would ask for her contact information. She had thought Yu Fei was different, but it turned out he was worse than those boys. The photo clearly showed a man and woman seated at the cafe seats, talking happily. She had already rejected him, and logically speaking, she shouldn't like him. So why did she feel so uncomfortable looking at the photo? Shinchichi lay on her bed, staring at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Everything in the room was in a pink princess style. Her wardrobe was full of dresses, not even a single casual outfit. She stood up and entered the wardrobe, finding an airplane box among the clothes. It was a very exquisite and beautiful box. It was the wedding gown Yu Fei had given her during the blind date. The beautiful wedding gown, she had never worn it. She would return it. The next day, the rain stopped, and droplets from last night's rain still clung to the grass and trees outside. Yu Fei's eyes brightened when he saw the message Chi-Chi sent. He didn't expect that Chi-Chi would invite him out in the afternoon. He searched through many of his new outfits, finally choosing a white one. White, no matter what color dress she wore, it would always suit her perfectly. Uxin leaned against the door and rolled her eyes as she put the wig on her head. Come back early, I have to attend a drinking gathering tonight on your behalf, and I can't drink much. When Yu Fei arrived at the location, it was a garden by a small lake. Chi-Chi said she'd be waiting for him on the bench by the little lake. He searched through the crowd for a girl in a princess dress, but found none. Instead, he discovered a familiar box on a bench near the lake. The box holding the wedding gown. Yu Fei paused, looking around. He scanned the surrounding crowd back and forth. Chi-Chi. Anxiety flashed in his eyes. He was certain Chi-Chi must be nearby, perhaps even observing his every move. Not far from the willow tree on the right, a girl in a white summer dress stood by the tree. Her curly hair fell over her shoulders, and her white summer skirt made her look beautiful, tall, and exuding youthful charm. In casual wear, even if hiding behind a tree watching, it wouldn't draw attention from people around. But a princess dress would attract a lot of glances on the street. Chapter 171, Extra, I truly like Chi-Chi. The willow tree's branches swayed in the wind. For some unknown reason, she suddenly felt extremely sad. When Yin 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 got out of the car and looked around on the roadside, she didn't see Chi-Chi anywhere. In their hearts, they would always subconsciously search for that girl in a princess dress in the crowd. This was also the first time Yin 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 had seen her wearing an ordinary white summer dress. Chi-Chi, why aren't you wearing? Does it look good? Chi-Chi smiled as she twirled around in front of her, causing the white skirt to blossom like a flower. It wasn't as beautiful as the princess gown. But she was beautiful. The two left in the car. Chi-Chi lowered her head to text him, telling him that she had left earlier. The box in her hands was heavy, just like his heart. He sighed sitting on the bench, staying there for a long while, eventually getting up and leaving. Uxin had already gone to the banquet, dressed impeccably in a well-tailored suit with a wig, and no one doubted that she was her brother. A girl approached and held Uxin's arm in full view of everyone. Yu Fei, you seem different today. Uxin smiled brightly, leaning closer to the girl until their lips were almost touching. Don't mess with me here, there are so many people. More people were arriving at the banquet, and Uxin found the host, Yi Qi. The second young master of the Yi family. Yi Qi was chatting with a group of people about a new batch of wine when he saw Uxin and raised his glass to nod towards him. Uxin smiled back and they both took a sip from their drinks as a greeting. That counted as them saying hello. Outside, Yin 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 pulled Chi-Chi inside, scanning through the crowd for the silhouette of her second brother. Yin 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 was dressed in the latest elf dress, warm yellow in color, immediately becoming the center of attention upon entering. Seeing his sister approach, Yi Qi walked over. Yin Yin, how did you come? I brought good turtle to try your wine, brother too. Chi-Chi nodded politely from the side. Second brother, good evening. Yi Qi paused for a moment. He knew that Yin 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 had a close friend, but being busy with work, they never met. Today was their first meeting. The girl was remarkable in her pure white summer dress, pretty almond-shaped eyes looking sweetly charming, respectfully calling him brother too. A flicker of admiration passed across Yi Qi's eyes before calming down again. It's nice to meet you, I always hear Yin Yin mention you. Yin Yin told her second brother to go ahead with his business as she pulled Chi-Chi to the drinks table where they picked up 2 cups filled with rose-colored liquid. The pinkish liquid was a new strong alcoholic drink her brother had developed. It tasted somewhat of rose and lychee, lightly sweet, dispersing alcohol aroma in the mouth and followed by a mint-like coolness. Her brother said this kind of strong liquor was perfect for girls, with an excellent taste. Shin-Chi-Chi sipped lightly and her eyes lit up instantly. It really tastes good. Isn't it? Don't think too much about unpleasant things. Tonight we'll go to my loft at home to watch anime. Shin-Chi-Chi laughed aloud, remembering how loud they used to watch in the room, almost alarming Mrs. Yi. Thus, they converted the loft into a secret base, stocking it with books and discs, walls plastered with all sorts of drawings. Let's watch blseries tonight. Wow, Chi-Chi, you're really into heavy stuff. Shin-Chi-Chi laughed happily, then took another small sip, catching sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. She noticed Yufei embracing a girl, whispering secrets to each other. The girl in his arms was beautiful yet petite, leaning closely to the man who laughed contentedly. She couldn't help but stare. After returning the items to Yufei, the two ate desserts, played around a bit more before heading to the banquet. That girl was clearly the one in the photo. Uxian was chatting merrily when the phone in her pocket rang. She answered and learned that Yufei had arrived. My younger brother has come, I can leave the post, let's go to the bar. Uxian pulled the girl away from the banquet area, sneaking out from the crowd toward the gate. Was this considered liking her? Cheater. Shin-Chi-Chi's gaze faltered, she suddenly placed the glass on the table and rushed outside. Chi-Chi, where are you going? Yi Nyanyan's voice caught the nearby Yi Chi's attention. He saw that white silhouette leave the banquet. Shin-Chi-Chi. Why? Why? Claiming to like her and yet tangling with other women. Shin-Chi-Chi's eyes were rimmed red, and she felt betrayed. She ran into the night, her vision blurring as she suddenly collided with someone. The young man held her protectively and gently embraced her. Chi-Chi. She heard a familiar male voice. Shin-Chi-Chi broke free from his arms, looking up at Yufei as tears streamed down her face. Cheater. You've all deceived me, you're no different from those other guys. It wasn't for excitement or fun, did you think it was amusing to deceive me? All your claims of liking me were fabricated. I even thought, someone genuinely wanted to understand all my preferences. She had believed someone truly liked her. Her tears fell relentlessly, dampening her lashes as she voiced her grievances. Yufei didn't know what had happened. He quickly tried to wipe away her tears but was slapped away before making contact. Cheater. Is there some misunderstanding? My feelings for you have never been a lie. Yufei's expression revealed his sorrow. Having been rejected twice, the dress he designed for her was not accepted, and the gifts he sent were returned. I really like you, Chi-Chi. His words were sincere, he had never lied to Shin-Chi-Chi. He even understood that Chi-Chi might subconsciously reject him because she couldn't believe someone could like her this much. You little brat, how dare you make Miss cry, I'll be the first one to punish you. Erlang burst out from behind a stone pillar where Sanlang was trying in vain to restrain him. Their mission was to ensure the safety of master and mistress by observing in secret. If anyone dared harm either, they would act immediately. Still assessing whether this young man posed a danger, Erlang lost patience. Shin-Chi-Chi knew Erlang hit hard. Seeing him rush over, she hastily blocked him in front of Yufei. Wait, Erlang. What are you doing? Their attention was drawn by Uxian. Shin-Chi-Chi noticed a boy who looked exactly like Yufei, standing next to the girl she'd seen earlier. The voice from earlier was definitely hers. That person was Uxian. Uxian guessed tensions were high here. Had they been fighting for so long without resolving their feelings? Yufei, you forgot to give me the car keys. I've disguised myself as you countless times to help you cover up. And yet, you still haven't succeeded. Identical twins. Covers. Shin-Chi-Chi finally understood. The person in the photo might have been Uxian. And earlier, when Yufei rushed out, it was actually to switch back into the real Yufei. She had misunderstood. Chapter 172, Side Story, Truly Likes Chi-Chi. I've wronged Yufei. Shin-Chi-Chi stood frozen, at a loss, watching as Uxian left with the keys. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Chi-Chi, I'm not a liar. Can we have a proper chat? Yufei grabbed her by both shoulders, forcing her to look at him. Seeing that she was still crying, he tenderly reached out and wiped away her tears. Don't cry. Crying isn't beautiful. It must be me who made Chi-Chi unhappy. I'm sorry. Yufei didn't do anything wrong, it was her mistake, she had wronged Yufei. Why was he apologizing to her? She was evidently a capricious young miss, wanting to jump to conclusions based on hearsay without truly understanding the situation, thus rashly labeling others as liars. Shin-Chi-Chi looked up at him through teary eyes, choking on her words, you haven't done anything wrong. Why are you apologizing? I've done something wrong, I made Chi-Chi cry. Would you like to go eat some dessert? Then I'll take you shopping for a dress you like. Let's stop crying, and calm down. Girls when they're upset and crying absolutely shouldn't be lectured. They need to be comforted first, make them happy before discussing things seriously. Yufei took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped away her smudged face, gazing at her with a gentle smile. Chi-Chi has turned into a little flower cat. You're the little flower cat. Yu Fei held her hand and led her away in the opposite direction. Then I'm the little flower cat. This banquet was attended by quite a number of companies and people looking to negotiate contracts. Shen Chi felt uneasy being led away by him like this. The event inside hasn't ended yet, you haven't even gone in. Work is nowhere near as important as Chi. Yin Yen just happened to come running out, witnessing the boy lead the girl away, and immediately reddened her eyes. Chi, aren't you afraid of being scanned? Shen Chi paused her steps and turned back to Yin Yen, seeing the red rims around the other girl's eyes, she froze momentarily. Thank you, Yen, but this time, I want to judge for myself. She knew Yen always protected her, wanted her to avoid being tricked, but wasn't it possible that one just hadn't met the right person yet? As their two figures disappeared from Yin Yen's view, Yin Yen wanted to run after them, but Yi Chi pulled her back. Yen, don't go. I've checked out Yu Fei, he's a good person. Infuriated, Yin Yen shook off his hand, tears spilling uncontrollably. Both Han Du and you told me the same thing, that he's a good person. But didn't he leave me anyway? Yi Chi flinched slightly and then looked away. How could I trust men anymore? Didn't Han Du end up abandoning me too? Shen Chi was led away by someone. The boy's hand, large and warm, clutched tightly onto hers. The road lamp shone on the boy, as if casting a halo of white light around him. When she was little, the only person to hold her hand on the side of the road was her dad, but later, her dad never woke up again. Yu Fei brought her to a pastry shop, ordering cake, sweet egg tarts, and strawberry ice cream sundae. Even though the girl's eyes were still red from crying, minus the usual intricate embellishments, she now only wore a pure white dress. In front of her, the gaze was excessively burning. Shen Chi sneaked a glance at him. Aren't you going to eat? Yu Fei shook his head. Seeing her mood much improved, he extended his hand to wipe off the cream from her mouth. Chi, did you misunderstand my sister and me? He hadn't done anything improper, the only girl he liked was her. He was really confused about why Chi called him a liar, and the only explanation must be related to his sister. Being fraternal twins, they looked extremely alike and swapped identities many times when they were younger. I thought Xian was you, assuming you were saying you like me while also dating other girls. Sorry. Shen Chi bowed her head, knowing it was her misunderstanding, so she returned the flower bride to him. Don't apologize, I'm glad. Shen Chi was stunned, unsure why he was glad. The boy propped his arms on the table, resting his chin on his palm, and looked at her, his gaze filled with happiness and gentleness. Chi is angry because of me, does that mean there's at least a bit of care for me in your heart? His brother once said that liking someone meant getting upset and sad when seeing another person walking with the person you love, so that would mean there's at least a small amount of attention towards him. Shen Chi holding the spoon nodded slightly, and then earnestly explained. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit is enough. When he saw the flower bride given away being returned, he really thought Chi genuinely disliked him, hated him. It's fine, everything can happen slowly. It was getting late, so Yu Fei sent her home and handed the flower bride back to her before leaving. Did you see the dress, Chi? You would look very beautiful in it. The white delicate gift box was just like the day he had presented it to her. Shen Chi took the box, it felt heavy. She had only taken a glance at it and hadn't yet unwrapped or tried it on. Go home now, good night, Chi. Good night. Shen Chi went home with the dress. As soon as she entered the hall, she saw Ji Hanjun sitting on the sofa peeling an orange. Shenzai noticed that Chi had returned and stood up from the sofa, walking over and grabbing her shoulder to check if she was hurt from head to toe. What are you doing, big brother? Why did her brother come so late at night? Our mom has gone out with her friends these few days, and she's worried about you. Until she comes back, I'll be staying home to accompany you. Shenzai looked into her eyes, noticing they were still red from crying, and she wasn't wearing the dress she usually liked. Yen also said that she seemed quite unhappy lately. Seeing her brother's concerned expression, Shen Chi looked down at the gift box in her hand. Big brother, have you met that guy Yu Fei? It seems like I kind of like him a little bit. That young master from the Yu family? Chi, sometimes feelings cannot be hidden, and one must follow the heart's choice. But liking and loving can also be faked, which requires you to use your heart to observe, to listen, and to feel whether this love is real or fake. Listening to her brother's words, Shen Chi felt even more distressed. She had never been in love before, and neither her parents had taught her how to love someone. She simply didn't know what liking someone meant. Yen also once said, some guys were particularly skilled at lying and deceiving girls' emotions. They would do very considerate things, learn about the girl's preferences, show concern in small details, making the girl fall in love through those subtle attentions. I understand, thank you, big brother. Shen Chi went upstairs and returned to her room. She opened the gift box and took out the dress. A small envelope tucked inside fell onto the bed. A pink envelope. For so many days, she hadn't truly taken the dress out, nor had she seen the envelope inside. She picked it up and looked at the note written on the envelope before tearing it open and pulling out the paper. Dear Chi, my name is Yu Fei. I've known you for a long time, and I really like you. I hope you like this dress. The paper was full of words, as if the boy had written a love letter to the girl he liked. If Chi-Chi doesn't like me, I won't give up. Chapter 173 Bonus Chapter, I am not a player. The next day was sunny, with the sunlight shining through the window into the room. Duan Xingyan woke up with a headache. He looked around the unfamiliar room in a daze. This seemed to be the study brother's bedroom. Study brother? Duan Xingyan shouted his name hoarsely but received no response, leaving the room eerily quiet. He got up and pushed open the door of the bedroom, searching through the living room, bathroom, and kitchen but found no sign of the study brother. The scenes from yesterday were still replaying in his mind. He had said a lot of hurtful things. Had he angered the study brother? The clock on the wall was still ticking, it was already past 11 in the morning. Duan Xingyan found his phone, which turned on slowly due to water damage, making his heart race. Finally, after it turned on, Duan Xingyan hurriedly made a call. No one answered. Did the study brother dislike him now? On the other side, Jiangmu sat on the couch in the private room, his gaze falling on the phone's incoming call display. The loud music drowned out the sound of the phone ringing, and Jiangmu quietly finished the wine in his glass. Then, he picked up the phone and turned it off, placing it back on the table. Qin Shu noticed that there seemed to be something on Jiangmu's mind and rushed over to bump his shoulder. Jiangmu, you're not in a good mood. Who called that you didn't answer? Jiangmu softly laughed, it was a sales call. A sales call worth this much attention. Qin Shu didn't say more but poured another 2 glasses of alcohol for both of them. Don't dwell on bad things, have a drink. Qin Shu drank the strong liquor in one gulp, its concentrated taste irritating his throat and causing him to frown. He wasn't particularly fond of this kind of liquor that tasted so harsh and spicy. Shenzhe recommended fruit wine which was sweeter with fruity scents mixed with an alcoholic kick. Oh right, your dad's birthday is coming up in a few days. What does uncle like as a gift? Qin Shu asked while looking at Jiangmu because their friend's father's birthday was just around the corner, and they all planned to congratulate him. It doesn't matter what we get, the gifts you've given in previous years he liked very much, Jiangmu replied. Drinking too much can temporarily numb someone, allowing him not to think about anything else. But when drinking too much, certain memories would surface inevitably. Jiangmu's eyes were slightly red-rimmed, and he wouldn't return to that neighborhood. He only took some items from that room. The contents of the handbag felt a bit uncomfortable. Under dim lighting, he pulled out a pack of cookies from his pocket, transparent packaging with little bear-shaped cookies inside. Qin Shu was surprised, why did he carry cookies with him all the time? If only he had been brave enough, perhaps the little Superman's love should have been his. Jiangmu opened the bag with trembling hands and stuffed the cookies into his mouth, despite their bitter taste from sitting untouched for years. They long ago expired and changed flavor, not retaining the sweet taste they once held in childhood. Secret admiration always fell short compared to openly expressed preference and courage. Jiangmu looked over at Qin Shu with teary eyes for the first time ever. Qin Shu, he's married now and very happy. What are your plans? Qin Shu hesitated briefly as he raised his glass before gulping down the liquor. Sorrow clouded his eyes. What plans could there possibly be? There's only one person. And besides, he also didn't like girls. To this day, he refused blind dates and couldn't let any other girl down. After all these years, even his playboy image was gone. Amidst the noisy music, other guys continued drinking and chatting, while the two of them sat here lost in thought. Qin Shu gazed at the fruit wine in his hand, it was sweet and fragrant with a hint of lychee flavor. Everyone saw him as a playboy, but truthfully, he simply didn't know how to reject people. He wasn't a player. Whenever girls approached him, inviting him for meals, giving him love letters or confessing their feelings to him, he never knew how to properly respond, so he remained silent and accepted. Sometimes, going out for an ordinary meal would be twisted by rumors saying she was his girlfriend. Each breakup involved him handing out substantial sums of money, apologizing to them willingly. Back in his 3rd year of high school, a girl from his class confessed to him. She was beautiful, smart, and very popular. However, he truly didn't feel attracted to her. On the day she confessed, he directly rejected her. Later, she failed her exams and didn't get admitted to her dream university. Her parents were furious, forcing her to marry an older bachelor. Before her wedding, she sought him out again. That day, dressed in her wedding gown, she confessed once more to him. Her face lacked a smile, only showing worry. In her hands, she held a bouquet and once again expressed her love to him. She said that during the exam, she had been thinking about why he didn't like her, causing her to leave several big questions unanswered. He still rejected her gently but explained that he had no plans to date anyone. The girl in the wedding dress then jumped off the building right in front of him. He watched the white figure fall down, he even thought he had caught her hand, but it slipped away forcefully. The white figure crashed down and fell into a pool of blood. Every night since, he has suffered from nightmares. He thought, if only he had accepted that girl's confession back then. Later on, he learned that the girl had an extreme psychological illness, her original family being unhealthy with radical tendencies. That day's scene was unforgettable, lingering in his mind until college when he was assigned to a dormitory and had 3 roommates, Shenzhe, Jiangmu, and Chu Chen. He remembered that afternoon when another girl confessed to him, shyly lowering her head and presenting him with a blue love letter and some homemade chocolates. Fear instantly filled his heart, unsure whether accepting or rejecting would be better. However, there was clear expectation in the girl's eyes, and she even teared up as she looked at him. He accepted her advances. While dining with her, the parents of the girl from high school found them, accusing him of indirectly causing their daughter's death. More people gathered around to watch, and the girl ran away in fright. He sat there letting them blame him. He felt responsible for the girl's death and did not defend himself. They came to seek compensation from him. Shenzai happened to come by to buy blueberry tarts and saw the crowd surrounding him, mistaking it for bullying. Without hesitation, Shenzai pushed through the crowd, shoving aside a middle-aged man blocking him and shielding Qin Shu from harm. From the gossip around them, Shenzai grasped the gist of the situation. Why don't you say your daughter was forced to die by you? Pan Nan, how discriminatory is this against females? What does this have to do with Qin Shu? The police haven't blamed him either. Want me to call the police? The girl wasn't wrong, neither was Qin Shu. You are at fault. This was the first time someone stood behind him, protecting him, shorter but strong-armed as he stepped between Qin Shu and those people, speaking out for him. Their relationship wasn't good when they just started college. The words from the middle-aged man were vulgar, angering Shenzai so much that he threw a freshly bought egg tart in the man's face. Shenzai was known throughout school for having a short temper, a cruel air. It escalated to the police station where, as the officer recorded statements, Qin Shu wanted to take responsibility, but Shenzai suddenly stood up and claimed responsibility. It was me who hit him, it has nothing to do with my roommate. They forced their own daughter to die, discriminating against girls, and bullied my roommate. Shouldn't I fight back? No parent names their daughter Pan Nan without issues. This incident left an innocent person traumatized. They deserve to get hit. Chapter 174 Bonus Chapter, Blueberry Sweet Cake. He had never met anyone like Shenzai before. Despite being the notorious cruel young master of the entire school, Shenzai fearlessly stood in front of him as a shield. Qin Shu's eyes watered as he stared at the back of Shenzai. In that instant, it seemed as though he could no longer hear any sounds around him. All that remained was that thin back. Even though Shenzai wasn't taller than him, it felt as though his back was so broad and strong. That lean and frail figure stood before him with one hand reaching out backward showing a peace sign. How adorable. Not vicious at all. People from home soon arrived, and the two of them left the police station. Shenzai glanced at his own egg tarts, there was only one left. He divided the tart into 2 portions and handed it to Qin Shu. Try this, blueberry tart is especially delicious. The youth beside him was handsome and delicate, with crystal-clear eyes holding the half-piece of egg tart in his pale little hands. Thank you. You don't need to thank me. We are roommates, and we're also classmates in the art studio. So sweet. The flaky pastry was crispy with a blueberry flavor, slightly sour and sweet, far more delicious than other egg tarts. Shenzai chewed on the egg tart in his mouth, mumbling something. The police said the matter before has nothing to do with you, don't keep feeling it's your fault. Peng Nan didn't make a mistake, neither did you. The mistake lies with those parents who value boys over girls. Thinking about how that man got beaten until his face swelled up like a pig's head makes me laugh. Unfortunately, I didn't even get to eat a few bites of my egg tart. If I had known, I wouldn't have thrown it at his face. Walking ahead, the bright sunshine fell on the boy, creating a warm glow around him. Unable to help himself, Qin Shu stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Shenzai turned back startled. The two of them stood by the roadside gazing at each other. Bathed in the sunlight were these two youths, Shenzai looking confusedly at the tall boy holding his hand. Qin Shu was an absolutely sunny-type handsome guy, with beautiful passionate almond-shaped eyes. Many people had approached him for contact information during the freshman enrollment meeting. Qin Shu carefully spoke up. Shenzai, my mom knows how to bake sweet cakes. Would you like to come home with me? His hands were small yet warm. Breathless, Qin Shu stared seriously into Shenzai's eyes, blush climbing onto his cheeks. This tall boy blushed, cautiously grabbing Shenzai's hand. Okay. He knew Qin Shu was a good person, surely wanting to thank him. Qin Shu brought him back to his house where Mrs. Qin had already received her son's message and made blueberry-flavored sweet cakes. The Qin residence was also very beautiful. Shenzai had barely entered the courtyard when a golden retriever leaped and hugged him warmly. In the living room, Mrs. Qin took out the blueberry sweet cakes, kindly looking at Shenzai. Shenzai politely bent down and said, Auntie, hello. This is Little Book bringing a friend to our home for the first time. Try Auntie's craftsmanship. The sweet cake tasted soft upon entry, the caramel roasted exceptionally well. The circular white cake paired beautifully with the sweetness of caramel and blueberries. Delicious. After Shenzai bit into the cake, his eyes lit up instantly. He turned around to look at Qin Shu next to him. Boy, Auntie's cooking is so good, you've been keeping it hidden deep within you. His mom was the most famous pastry chef in the city center, and his dad couldn't forget the taste of mom's sweet cake after eating it. Qin Shu watched him with joyful brows, silently making a determination. He decided to learn how to make sweet cakes. And then prepare them for Shinzei. Shinzei enjoyed them heartily and noticed someone was calling his phone. He paused momentarily, picked up a few pieces of sweet cake. Auntie, Shu, I have to go first. Someone has come to take me home. Goodbye, Shinzei, visit us again if you have time. Okay, Auntie. He watched the youth running out. He wanted to see Shinzei off and saw an unfamiliar tall gloomy youth bending slightly at the gate. Shinzei was standing right in front of him, feeding a blueberry sweet cake into the boy's mouth. With radiant smiles, their relationship appeared close. Would he be able to become as good of a friend with Shinzei as that boy? It seemed like he had fallen for Shinzei. Every time in the art studio, his gaze couldn't help but linger on Shinzei. When the teacher asked for impromptu creation, he would always sketch 2 portraits, submitting one and keeping one. One was of a flower drawn casually. One was him drawing the portrait. One day leaving the art studio, a girl from the neighboring art studio gave him a love letter, and he instinctively looked toward Shinzei beside him. Shinzei stared intently at the girl's love letter and then lifted his eyes to look back at him. Shu, accept if you like her, reject if you don't. At the same time you protect the girl's feelings, don't hurt yourself. He heeded the advice and rejected several people who had confessed their feelings to him. He didn't reject those girls who suddenly burst into tears before even finishing a sentence. The school always spread rumors that he was a heartbreaker, claiming his girlfriends were never the same, even some freshmen from the same department were falsely rumored to be his girlfriends. As time went by, he realized that his 2 roommates also had impure thoughts about Shinzei. The 3 of them gathered in the dormitory, remaining silent for a while. They initially agreed to pursue Shinzei separately, then thought about pursuing him together and sharing, but this idea was quickly rejected. Ultimately, they decided to wait until after graduation to chase after him. But Shinzei had been pursued successfully by Ji Hanjun. He dyed his hair blonde and yellow, with new online buzz saying that girls don't like yellow-haired guys. For a while, he dyed his hair blonde, believing he still had a chance, still an opportunity to go after Shinzei. No one could bear seeing their beloved being owned by someone else. Reason and impulse intertwined, and eventually, the desire to make him happy prevailed. Shinzei had no idea that apart from the first sweet cake made by his mom, all others were made personally by Shu. If only Shinzei had a clone. Even if it was the worst version of Shinzei's clone, he still wanted one exclusively for himself. The karaoke box music was noisy, and Shu drank the fruit wine in the glass in one gulp. The unrequited love during adolescence was the most unforgettable, difficult to forget or let go. Jiangmu and Shu remained silent. It grew darker as the day wore on. Shu invited Shinzei out and suggested he could bring Ji Hanjun along if he wanted to. After all, that guy Ji Hanjun wouldn't let him come alone with them anyway. They stayed until evening when the door of the karaoke box was pushed open. Shinzei came alone and saw 2 people waving at them among the crowd. Shu looked behind him, slightly puzzled. Ji Hanjun didn't come. I didn't invite him. Jiangmu stared at that beautifully refined person dressed in a casual sportswear set, unable to conceal youthful charm. Just like the boy who drew pictures for him in the flower field back in the day. Shu handed him a glass and asked him to sit between them, pouring some fruit wine as they chatted about old times. Shinzei had quite a bit to drink, his face flushing red with beautiful eyes shimmering. Holding the glass, he mumbled unclearly, "Where is Chu Chen?" Jiangmu noticed him swaying and pulled his arm to steady him. He was too busy, didn't have time to come out today. Shinzei felt dizzy, the dim lighting making him see a familiar cookie packaging bag lying on the ground. He groggily reached out to pick it up, then looked at Jiangmu beside him. Having drunk too much, Shinzei squinted to look at the familiar package. Jiangmu tried to snatch the bag upon seeing it, but was narrowly avoided. Jiangmu. Shinzei drunkenly hooked the neck of the man beside him, his slurred voice barely intelligible, yet the following words were particularly clear. After I got well as a child, I went looking for you. But the neighbors said you were gone. Chapter 175, Afterward, What's Wrong with a Kiss? Jiangmu was stunned. The person holding him was still murmuring about other past events, but he could no longer focus on them. If he hadn't left back then, would the outcome have been different? The 3 continued chatting. Everyone around them had left, leaving only them reminiscing about old times. Shinzei's voice grew softer and softer until he suddenly collapsed, caught just in time by Shu. His alcohol tolerance was as bad as ever. If Ji Hanjun knew that he drank so much and got drunk under such conditions, he would probably go crazy. Shu helped him up and let him lean against the sofa, covering him with a coat. The 2 fell silent again. The person nearby clearly didn't look well. Shu touched Jiangmu's arm, puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you also drunk?" "I wish I were drunk." He always thought Shinzei had forgotten about him, forgot that he had made other friends. Actually, on the day he recovered, he went to find Shinzei, but by then, Shinzei had already left. Jiangmu bitterly smiled, picked up the glass of alcohol from the table, and drained it in one gulp. Only then did he realize it was Shinzei's cup. The fruity wine tasted stronger than before. He looked at Shu in surprise. Shu shook his head slightly. "I just mixed in a little brandy." No wonder he got drunk so fast. The person on the sofa slept quietly, looking completely vulnerable, having lost all traces of hostility in sleep. His cheeks flushed from the alcohol, his lips smeared with liquor stains, and his body curled small within the spacious coat. The pale, beautiful person lay sound asleep in the leather sofa, every bit of his presence enticing. Qin Shu leaned closer, but was pulled back by Jiang Mu, who frowned at him disapprovingly. "What's wrong if I kiss him? Don't you want to?" Qin Shu shrugged off his hand. His mind was hazy from the alcohol. Why couldn't he steal a quick kiss from someone he'd liked for years right in front of him? Jiang Mu stayed silent. In the private room, aside from the three of them, there was no fourth person. The person on the sofa had been thoroughly intoxicated. Even if something happened, no one would know. Qin Shu lifted his face with both hands, leaning in to kiss his lips, but stopped just short. He gazed at the sleeping person, softly opening his mouth. "Shenzai, in the future, someone else will make blueberry sweet cakes for you." Qin Shu, red-eyed, finally piously held his face, placing a warm, light kiss on his forehead. It vanished as quickly as it came. Having liked him for so many years, he managed to secretly gain only this single reverent kiss. Men are prone to evil thoughts when they see their love fall into someone else's arms, losing control easily. But long ago, making Shenzai happy took precedence. The two silently drank the remaining alcohol on the table until the door was pushed open. Ji Hanjun appeared, wearing a loose black overcoat. He opened the door and immediately saw the sleeping person on the sofa. Qin Shu saw him, sarcastically saying, Oh, you're late. If it were anyone else, you'd be worried about an accident." Ignoring him, the man strode forward, taking off the clothes covering Shenzai and picking him up waist deep. Carrying him out of the private room, he paused at the doorway, turning back to glance at Qin Shu. His lips parted. "Because he has no guard against you, and you wouldn't let anything happen to him." With those words, Ji Hanjun carried him and walked away, entering the elevator, then leaving the bar, carrying Shenzai into the car where he fastened the seatbelt. As he placed him carefully in the seat, Shenzai groggily opened his eyes. Seeing Ji Hanjun crouched beside him buckling the seatbelt, Shenzai hugged his neck and kissed his cheek. Caught off guard by the sudden kiss, Ji Hanjun's gaze darkened. He cupped his face and kissed him deeply. Breathing mingled, restrained yet wild. Panting for breath, Ji Hanjun asked him, "Do you know who I am?" Ji Hanjun. Ji Hanjun snorted coldly, removing his overcoat to wrap it around him and gave a punishing bite. "Don't drink so much next time. Sneaking out without me knowing, it deserves punishment." Sneaking out. He had sent a message. In the quiet private room, Qin Shu stood up, putting on his coat and looking at Jiang Mu. "Are we going or not?" "Let's go." Jiang Mu followed suit, taking his coat and draping it on his arm, grabbing his things as the two headed out together. Outside, night had fallen, and the family car had long been waiting outside. Qin Shu got in, noticing that Jiang Mu remained motionless where he stood. Lowering the window from the passenger side. "Get in, I'll drive you home." The man stood by the car, gazing into the distance. Qin Shu followed his gaze. They noticed a strange boy looking at them from afar, with a fever-reducing patch on his forehead and riding a bicycle. "Who is he?" "Your friend." Jiang Mu opened the rear door of the car indifferently and sat in the back seat, forcing himself to be resolute. "I don't know him." Duan Xingyan had a bright future ahead, boundless possibilities stretching out before him. There was no way Duan's family would risk all of this for someone like him. If his guess was correct, Duan Xingyan might even be an only child, and his parents would never allow their son to like another boy. The car slowly drove away. Duan Xingyan rode over, drenched in sweat, looking at the familiar figure and feeling relief. He had thought his senior had left far away, running off to avoid him. His senior would surely return to the neighborhood. After all, there wasn't anything missing at home. Qin Shu dropped him off at the Jiang residence, then returned to his own racing club where people were practicing for the upcoming race. Racing was an extremely dangerous yet exhilarating sport, pitting driving skills against each other on narrow mountain roads, with a slight error potentially causing catastrophe. Qin Shu had been drinking and couldn't train, standing there for half a while, ultimately deciding to practice another day. A few years ago, his leg had been injured in a collision with Pei Shen, just a bit deeper and it could have severed the main artery in his leg. During those years, he thought he'd never walk again, but proved himself wrong by insisting on daily training. He even created his own racing club to demonstrate that he could still race. Even now, his leg occasionally felt slightly painful. Leaving the track, he could clearly hear the roar of the racing engines and the cheers of some spectators. He mused, if he met with an accident during one of these thrilling pursuits one day, he'd accept it. Just as he stepped away from the racing car, he heard startled screams and shouts inside the premises. Qin Shu was shocked and quickly rushed back. He saw someone who lost control of the car during practice and crashed straight into the parking lot, smashing up his beloved car. Enraged, Qin Shu pounded on the car door. The girl inside rolled down the window, her familiar face surprising Qin Shu. "Auntie, why is it you again? You've damaged my car and must compensate." Gu Lizi got out of the car, a beautiful and seductive girl wearing a high ponytail and dressed in a racing suit. Xiao Yanqi ran over from the audience seats, panting heavily. She was nearly frightened by what just happened. Lily, let's stop engaging in such dangerous sports. Dangerous? If it's so dangerous, why do so many people love it? Chapter 176 Side Story, Who Did You Kiss? Unrequited love has always been bitter. That kiss marked the end of a once beating heart, turning it into a period. Qin Shu was already in a terrible mood today. Someone had collided with his car, his favorite sports car. If it had been a man, he would have jumped straight into a fight. But how could he lay hands on a woman? Pay for the damages, auntie. Gu Lixing rolled her eyes. We're about the same age, and you still call me auntie. Ah, then let's go with aunt. Xiao Yanqi awkwardly pulled Gu Lixing aside, bowing apologetically to Qin Shu. We will compensate you for this car. This car was a limited edition, there was no way they could afford to pay for it. Qin Shu sniffed and the annoyance in his heart only grew stronger, with no outlet for release. Never mind, you two can go. Qin Shu opened his car door. The door had been damaged in the collision. There would definitely be high repair costs. There was a race coming up in a few days, and he didn't know if the car could be fixed before then. As Qin Shu passed by the two of them, they smelled the strong odor of alcohol on him. Gu Lixing grabbed the man's wrist. You've been drinking, and you're still driving. I'm not getting on the road. I'm just driving to the repair station. If it wasn't for you hitting my car, I wouldn't have driven drunk at all. Gu Lixing frowned. She hadn't wanted to come here, it was Xiao Lanqing, that arrogant man, trying to make a show in front of her. She had originally pursued him just to make Yanqi jealous. Xiao Lanqing also knew that his sole purpose was to provoke some anger. The commotion over here had drawn a crowd. Among the onlookers stood a well-groomed man with slicked back hair, sharp and handsome features. He sat inside a sports car with his arm resting on the window frame. His white shirt highlighted his cold, unapproachable demeanor. Xiao Lanqing's eyebrows were furrowed so tightly, it looked like they could crush a fly. Loving his sister but making himself angry just to provoke her. He was being used as a tool. The rage in his heart refused to subside. He could only vent it through such actions. Unexpectedly, Gu Lixing and the other person followed him, insisting that he return home, and now they'd crashed someone else's sports car. But with his sister present, he couldn't ignore the situation. Xiao Lanqing stepped out of the car, walked to the damaged vehicle, and placed a black card on the hood. This is to cover the cost of your car. Qin Shu glanced at the unfamiliar man, pressed the horn a few times, and motioned for him to move aside. Uncle, move out of my way. He remembered this man, they'd met once while watching a movie. The constant honking only made his mood even worse. Xiao Lanqing picked up the black card and shoved it through the window into his clothes. Still recognizing that it was their fault, his tone softened slightly. My sister hit your car. This is money to repair it. I'm sorry. Qin Shu remained silent, rolled up the window, isolating the man outside. Then, he started the car and drove it to the nearest repair station to assess the damage. He usually drank heavily, but if it weren't for the smell of alcohol, no one would notice. Of all of them, Shenzhe had the weakest tolerance for alcohol. Shenzhe would surely be very happy in the future. He even questioned whether the stolen kiss earlier had been right or wrong, yet deep down, he felt an inexplicable pain. Driving into the repair station, he handed the car over to professional technicians and sat on a small stool, his head hanging low. His mind was a mess. People always said the best way to forget someone was to fall into a new relationship. But he didn't like girls and didn't want to waste any girl's time. Perhaps he should visit a GAV bar, he had never been there before. Rumor had it that it was filled with beautiful men. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. He didn't want to risk being drugged by strangers who might try to cut his kidney. Mr. Qin, your car's body has a deep groove, and the paint has been scraped off. The undercarriage also has some minor damage. It may be difficult to repair it before the race, and there might even be an accident. In a car race, high speed was necessary. Driving a risky car would certainly lead to disaster. Use mine. An unfamiliar voice rang out. Qin Shu turned back, seeing a man in white casual wear walking towards him. This man had the same kind of enchanting peach blossom eyes as him. Tall and elegant, his gaze was always filled with cunning and scrutiny. At a glance, Qin Shu quickly turned away, refusing to look at the man anymore. Tang Yun, back when his leg was injured, this man had been his attending doctor. He heard he was from the psychiatric department. A psychiatrist running over to the orthopedic department every day to check on his injuries. Weird. Tang Yun squatted down beside him, and as he got closer, the strong smell of alcohol wafted up, causing his eyebrows to instinctively furrow. You're drinking again. The tone always carried an air of familiarity, as if they were well acquainted. The tall man squatted down so that his eyes were level with Qin Shu's sitting form. When Qin Shu ignored him, the man reached out and grabbed his chin forcefully, making him face him. Answer me, Qin Shu. You're insane. Qin Shu forcefully swatted his hand away, already irritated beyond measure. Why was this man sticking around when his mood was terrible? During his recuperation in the hospital, this man seemed to take control of everything, eating, living, heaven, earth, acting as if Qin Shu were his son. Tang Yun's expression soured from being slapped away. Narrowing his eyes, it was evident that the man could sense Qin Shu's foul mood. Broken-hearted? That fiery temper is quite explosive. Qin Shu angrily stood up. His mood was already bad and had been worsened by Tang Yun's intrusion. Broken-hearted? He hadn't even started a proper relationship yet. It's none of your damn business. Who said I'm broken-hearted? I kissed the person I like today, I'm happy. Kissed someone. Tang Yun let out a cold laugh, then suddenly stood up and gripped the collar of Qin Shu's shirt tightly, pulling him close. His gaze seemed half mocking, half serious. Who did you kiss? Do you think I won't tear your mouth apart? No one dared to confront him head-on in his entire life. Tang Yun was the first one with a skin thicker than any ointment-plastered dog hide. With his collar still held tightly, Qin Shu looked up at the man. The pungent smell of alcohol filled his nose. Deep down, he just wanted to provoke something more. The alcohol clouded his mind. Qin Shu sneered slightly, clenched his fists quietly, and opened his lips to whisper softly. Dog crap. Then he threw a punch with considerable force. Being hit, Tang Yun loosened his grip instantly. A bruise appeared on his corner of his mouth, blood trickling out. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his eyes buried under fragmented strands of hair becoming incomprehensible. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, his breathing harsh. Seeing them start to fight, the repair station employees rushed forward, dragging both men aside to prevent another confrontation. Tang Yun's eyes darkened ominously, carrying an oppressive heaviness. His face turned grim as if he were about to devour someone. The young man before him was a natural attention magnet wherever he went, just with a touch too much fire in his temperament, often flaring up at the slightest provocation. Spicy. That punch really felt damn satisfying, clearing away most of his frustration. Qin Shu wanted to throw a few more punches. Qin Shu snorted and shot back with mockery. Are the patients at the psychiatric ward too obedient? Letting you out here to bite people? Chapter 177, Qin Shu, you're truly casual. A few years ago, in an underground garage, he was hit by a car several times and lay unconscious in the hospital for several days. When he woke up and recovered, he heard about Shenzai's accident. He sent his family to search at the seaside. Following Chu Chen's leads, they searched different places but never found him. Instead, his legs began to hurt more each day. Until the day they found the body, Ji Hanjun said it absolutely wasn't Shenzai, and he believed that too. He believed Shenzai must still be alive. The next day, though, he discovered no sensation in his legs. It turned out that after overworking himself without rest for several days, his previous injuries had resurfaced as complications. For days on end, there was no feeling in his legs, it was like they were gone. He stayed in the hospital for 3 or 4 months, during which time there was a bone doctor named Tang Yun who came every day. At that time, he thought this person was quite professional, helping him with rehabilitation training, massaging his legs, and telling him some interesting stories. But when the little nurse accidentally let it slip, he learned that this man was actually the head of the psychiatry department. Why would a psychiatrist say he is a bone doctor? Did he think there was something wrong with his mental state? So bizarre. Tang Yun knew he was criticizing him indirectly, wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth with his fingertips, and his deep gaze focused on his lips. Who did he kiss? They were pulled apart by employees, but Qin Shu still mocked him. If he hadn't been held so tightly, there's no telling if this person might have even punched him a few times. Qin Shu shook off the hand and didn't want to get tangled up with Tang Yun anymore, so he walked straight out of the repair station. The repair station was outside the racing club and required passing through a very dark road, beside which there was an alleyway. Parking area B was nearby. He called his driver to pick him up and return him to the old house. It seems like he still needed to nag his father a bit to get his father to buy him a new car. Footsteps came from behind, so Qin Shu stopped his pace. Impatiently turning around, fists clenched, he swung directly at the person behind him. His punch was easily caught, the grip strong enough to almost snap his hand. Tang Yun looked displeased, gripping his hand forcefully as his voice grew darker. Whom did you kiss? If you don't tell me, I will lock you inside the psychiatric hospital. This sentence he had heard countless times. He couldn't figure out what grudge this man had against him, pretending to be a bone doctor and deceiving him. Isn't your whole day just spent doing nothing? Is the psychiatric hospital not good enough for you? How? Are you trying to grab normal people into the psychiatric hospital? Tang Yun's face became dim, extending another hand and grasping his chin. The rough pads of his fingers pressed firmly against his lips. His tone turned dangerous. One last time, whom did you kiss? Qin Shu felt the hand pinching him painfully, wanting to peel off a layer of skin from his lips. Glancing at the figure nearby, Qin Shu pointed in that direction. Him, I kissed him, then what? While speaking, Qin Shu took out the black card someone had slipped him into his pocket earlier. Nowadays, anyone with a black card is rich. The golden embossed pattern on the black card shone brightly, revealing how extravagant the giver was. For every kiss, 1 million yuan, that man gave me a black card. Can you guess how many times I kissed him? Tang Yun didn't speak, but his eyes seemed to harbor a fierce storm. The person in front, with the black card clutched between their fingers, tapped it against his cheek. Smirking arrogantly. Do doctors earn 1 million yuan per year? Being a chief physician in a psychiatric hospital, are you even mentally well? He liked seeing Tang Yun angry yet powerless against him. The person opposite stared fiercely at him, with bruised spots obvious at the corners of his mouth. They stood in silence beside the parked car at the roadside. Qin Shu didn't want to waste any more time here. He tried shaking Tang Yun's hand off but couldn't, nor could he push him away. Coldly looking at Tang Yun with icy eyes, he said coldly, "Let go." Each kiss costs 1 million yuan, with no time limit. Tang Yun seemed to be muttering to himself. Qin Shu thought he had truly lost his mind. Suddenly, his collar was grabbed, his hand was released, and he was led towards the parking lot. "You're sick. Did you forget your meds today, you son of a bitch? My collar's going to tear under your pull, Tang Yun." The rear door was directly opened by the man, and Qin Shu was pushed by the waist onto the rear seat of the car. Before he could react, Tang Yun pulled out his phone, clicked on it, and a notification sound for receiving 5 million yuan through Alipay rang inside the car. 5 million yuan, 5 kisses. A scorching kiss was instantly pressed down, his nape gripped as the tall man's body pinned him immobile. With his hands not restrained, no matter how he pushed or struck, the man on top of him didn't budge. A hand pinched his jawline, preventing him from closing his mouth. In a frenzied manner, his lips were mauled, as if demanding something to be reclaimed. Qin Shu never imagined there would come a day when he'd be forcibly kissed by a man. He prided himself on being aggressive. This doctor looked gentle but possessed an unexpectedly enormous strength, a sly and calculating old fox. The kiss went on for what felt like forever, almost suffocating him, before the man finally released him. Qin Shu's eyes reddened, raising his hand, he attempted to slap the man's face but was effortlessly caught and once again pinned down. "I gave you one chance to hit me, but there won't be a second." It was his first kiss. He had been saving it for Shinzei. Yet, it was stolen by a damn lunatic. "Are you insane, Tang Yun? Release me now and see if I don't tear your mouth apart." Tang Yun emitted a cold laugh, looking down on him with disdain for his futile defiance. Before becoming a doctor, he was a boxing coach. "Why shouldn't I kiss you since I've paid? Qin Shu, 1 million yuan per kiss, you're quite promiscuous, aren't you?" The strong hand held onto his, fingertips lightly brushing against his wrist. Qin Shu seethed with anger, "Even if I am, so what? You're acting pretty low yourself by kissing someone like me. Aren't you ashamed?" Ashamed? How many times had he sought out Qin Shu, only to run far away after getting discharged from the hospital? He blocked all calls, blacklisted him on WeChat. Even when they occasionally met, Qin Shu treated him coldly, sometimes mocking him and other times acting as if they were complete strangers. What had he done wrong? "Regardless of whether I'm ashamed, I've still got 4 kisses left." Tang Yun's gaze grew increasingly fervent. "After all, the money has been paid. Who cares? Let go of me now. Do you think my father wouldn't believe me if I told him and shut down your lousy hospital?" There was no grudge between him and Tang Yun, and even now, he couldn't figure out why Tang Yun would pretend to deceive him. Could it be that he had offended him in the past? An idea crossed his mind, and Qin Shu sneered at him mockingly. "Tang Yun, could it be that you actually like me?" Tang Yun's passionate eyes narrowed slightly, showing no reluctance to address this question. "What if I say yes? Then you'd truly be beneath me." Chapter 178 Epilogue, Re-encounter with Duan Xingyan. "Qin Shu, you have guts." Tang Yun's face turned a mix of green and purple from anger, never having been outdone by anyone in his entire life. And it certainly didn't help that someone had the audacity to call him cheap. He was held tightly by the waist, unable to break free, which made Qin Shu feel invincible and taunting him all the more. As soon as he got home, Qin Shu planned to have his father shut down Tang Yun's hospital. "Let me go. Just wait. I will destroy your hospital when I get back." The loud noises and shouts caught the attention of someone who happened to pass by moments before. Xiao Lanqing walked to the car and saw the 2 men struggling. His brow furrowed, had he just heard a cry for help? Xiao Lanqing coughed lightly, drawing the attention of the pair. Tang Yun was the first to see Xiao Lanqing, the person Qin Shu had pointed out earlier. "Uncle, save me. This guy is crazy." Inside the car, Qin Shu screamed at the top of his lungs, he couldn't continue dealing with this madman any longer. His mood was absolutely foul. The feeling of unrequited love weighed heavily on him. "Let him go." Tang Yun didn't move, only giving Qin Shu a sneering glance. In a whisper, audible only to the 2 of them, he asked. "So, the man you kissed today was him?" Unpleased, Xiao Lanqing approached. Seeing no sign of Tang Yun letting go, he bent over and yanked the man out of the car. Infuriated, Tang Yun pushed Xiao Lanqing away. In his hand was a black card Qin Shu had slipped into his clothes earlier. "Does this card belong to you?" This card was the exact one given to Qin Shu for compensation of the taxi fare. Xiao Lanqing's tone was cold. "It's mine. Is there a problem?" Qin Shu knew that Tang Yun was trying to confirm if the man he kissed was Xiao Lanqing. Earlier, it was just a random guess, Qin Shu didn't want to escalate things further. No one could deal with Tang Yun. His surgical expertise knew exactly where to cut without pain but ensured maximum blood loss without affecting vital organs. Stepping out of the car, Qin Shu snatched the black card from Tang Yun's hand, shoved it into his pocket, and dragged Xiao Lanqing away. Xiao Lanqing was dragged out of the parking lot, appearing quite disheveled. He was confused about what was going on, catching his breath after the exertion. Once they were sure Tang Yun wasn't following, Qin Shu hurriedly took the black card out and returned it to Xiao Lanqing. Hurry, let's go. That person is crazy. Back home, Jiang Mu was greeted by a little girl as soon as he entered the door. Brother, carry me. Jiang Yan had grown taller these past few years and was now already in junior high school, pretty and cute. Jiang Mu rubbed her head. How old are you? Still wanting to be carried? Jiang Mu led the girl into the living room, where he noticed several people sitting on the couch. Were they discussing business? Seeing her son return, Jiang Mu's mother quickly gestured for him to come closer. Once seated, Jiang Mu realized none of them held any documents, and their ages seemed similar to his. He guessed what was happening. Years ago, when his mother had tried setting him up on blind dates, Jiang Mu revealed to his parents that he liked men instead of women, sparing any potential partner from being misled. Thankfully, his family accepted it well without much opposition. Mom, I'll find my own partner. There's no need for blind dates. Jiang Mu apologized to the group and then stepped toward the stairs upstairs. The day after tomorrow was his father's birthday. After celebrating, he intended to leave for an overseas art exhibition invitation from a friend. He wasn't sure when he'd return. With everything so unsettled right now, he couldn't stay peacefully in China. Especially not around Duan Xingyan. Duan Xingyan would graduate soon and would inevitably enter the management team of a major company. He couldn't let himself interfere with his future. Exhausted, Jiang Mu rubbed his temples and started packing his luggage, preparing to leave. Even though he often came home, he rarely stayed here. Living outside gave him peace. He bought a house in a neighborhood for work convenience. At this point, all his belongings should already be moved out. He hoped Duan Xingyan could meet someone he truly liked. The next morning, Jiang Mu sent Jiang Yan off to school and was about to leave. Brother, do you have something on your mind? Surprisingly, even his young sister noticed his troubles. No, brother has nothing on his mind. Jiang Yan looked up at her brother while carrying her backpack. I rarely see brother smile. Is that so? Maybe. After seeing her off at school, Jiang Mu was about to head home when he received a call. It turned out that Qin Shu had been beaten up after doing something wrong upon returning home last night. Qin Shu was currently drowning his sorrows in alcohol at their usual private room and had called him to join for drinks. When Jiang Mu arrived at the private room, he found quite a number of people there. This group had only just drunk the day before and were already drinking again today. Qin Shu was curled up pitifully on the couch, close to tears as soon as he saw his good buddy. Jiang Mu, my dad beat me with his belt. My butt hurts so much. His eyes were bloodshot, definitely having cried secretly. Jiang Mu sighed, sat down on the sofa, looked down at him, and asked. What did you do? I complained to my dad about some lunatic harassing me, but I didn't even get a few words out before he started beating me with his belt. He was already angry and sad, wanting his dad to help vent his frustration after getting home. Instead, he ended up being given a beating. The door of the private room opened, and Chu Chen entered, glancing at Qin Shu with a frown, while holding a phone. Your dad called me asking where you ran off to. Was I supposed to just sit there and let him beat me? Annoyed, Qin Shu sat up. His family always criticized him for not focusing on proper careers, despite the fact that he had opened a racing club, which wasn't unprofitable. He loved racing, there was nothing wrong with him enjoying adrenaline-pumping activities. Don't be mad. The guys are all here, even if we drink every day, your friends will stay by your side. That's right. Your dad jumped to conclusions and beat you without listening. Were you supposed to just stay home and get beaten? I heard a new batch of bartenders has arrived, each looking pretty and handsome. Shall I call a few over? Are they really bartenders? Do we even care? Let's invite more people to play cards instead. Bars often have hidden fees, with some bartenders only pretending to be such for show. If you had enough money, anything could be done. One of the boys directly went out to call the manager, coming back shortly after. The manager knocked on the door and then ushered a middle-aged man inside. Milords, take a look. Are any of them to your liking? Girls came in first, followed by a line of boys, around 20 or more. They stood in 2 rows, each looking quite attractive, wearing branded clothing. Because his butt hurt, Qin Shu had trouble sitting and slumped back onto the couch. Chu Chen sipped the brandy in his hand. Every time he attended social gatherings, the cooperating parties would send people to accompany him for drinks. He had always detested this practice of forced drinking companionship. Senior. The music around them was slightly turned down, making the young boy's voice especially clear. A premonition of doom arose in Jiang Mu's heart, and sure enough, upon looking up, he spotted Duan Xingyan standing at the far corner of the second row. Chapter 179 Bonus Chapter, I Want to Kiss You. He had been looking down, drinking silently, completely ignoring the group of people that just arrived. A familiar voice made him look up instinctively. The wine glass tightened in his grip as Jiang Mu glared at the boy in the corner with fury. What was this? Could it be that Duan Xingyan had come out to work as a wine companion? Among the men and women, Duan Xingyan stood tall, with a sunny and handsome appearance, his youthful charm impossible to hide. Everyone was waiting stoically for the young masters to choose, except for the person in the corner, who slightly curled his lips and smiled at Jiang Mu. Duan Xingyan, come here. As others were still looking around, Jiang Mu spoke first. It was quite unbelievable, considering their usual habits, even if they selected someone, Jiang Mu wouldn't have chosen anyone. Upon hearing his senior calling, Duan Xingyan happily ran over. If he had a tail, it would have been wagging all the way to heaven by now. Seeing his senior exit from here one day before, Duan Xingyan knew he could certainly meet him again here. When he heard about the hiring of waiters, he applied immediately. It was on his first day of work, and he already met his senior. Duan Xingyan happily approached, then squatted in front of Jiang Mu with bright eyes. Senior. Just after speaking, a person from earlier approached holding a glass of wine and slowly came close to him, ultimately pouring the alcohol over his head. The drink was cold, and as it slid from his hair down his face, it seeped into his clothes. The white shirt turned dark-colored. Don't call me senior. Jiang Mu's anger surged. It was the first time he felt so mad. His eyes gleamed coldly. Closest to him, Qin Shu's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that someone so calm and gentle usually would suddenly pour wine over someone else's head. The last person to do this was Shenzai when he directly poured a glass of red wine onto Ji Hanjuan's head. Senior. Duan Xingyan shrank his neck. There were still some ice cubes left in the cup. It was very cold alcohol. The man in front had a cold expression, unlike his usual gentle and kind demeanor. The gaze directed at him was icy and unfriendly. What are you doing here? The senior hasn't returned, so I came to find the senior. So obvious. Obviously, Duan Xingyan had been influenced by him. Today, it was them as a group, but what if it were another bunch of people? With Duan Xingyan's good looks, running away wouldn't save him from trouble. Jiang Mu placed the wine glass on the table and noticed a bottle of brandy. He gestured toward Duan Xingyan. Wanna be a server, huh? Then drink the alcohol on the table. Duan Xingyan couldn't handle alcohol well. In the past, during dinners, just a sip of beer was enough to make him dizzy. And yet he always complained that the alcohol was too bitter. Several people inside the private room exchanged puzzled looks, not understanding why Jiang Mu suddenly became angry. However, Duan Xingyan showed no reluctance, still gazing brightly at the person he liked. An entire bottle of brandy entered his mouth with a sharp spiciness. It was generally only suitable mixed with sweet wines for cocktails. Drinking it straight brought a slightly bitter aftertaste, followed by strong intoxication and a heavy alcoholic smell. Without hesitation, Duan Xingyan picked up the bottle, tilted his head back, and drank directly from the bottle. His throat burned, stimulating his eyes until they turned red from bitterness. Qin Shu leaned towards Jiang Mu. Is this your little obsessive fan? Wasn't he the one calling you yesterday? I don't know him. Jiang Mu replied coldly. Cough, cough. The boy was choked by the alcohol, his eyes and face turning red. Tears started flowing out. Before finishing the alcohol, Duan Xingyan lifted his eyes, his water-filled gaze fixing on the person in front of him. Sorry, senior, I haven't finished. Always like this. Despite having such a soft personality, these kinds of people would undoubtedly get bullied once they went outside. If told to drink, he drank without question. Would he also take off his clothes if asked? Survive first, then love. He wanted Duan Xingyan to build a career first. Maybe, over a long period of time, Duan Xingyan might meet someone more excellent than him. Rather than focusing all his energy every day on him, sneaking around, or even becoming a companion. Thinking more about this, Jiang Mu felt increasingly annoyed and glanced uncomfortably at everyone. I've got something, I'll go first. After just arriving for a short while, he left. Qin Shu stared at Chu Chen with confusion. Chu Chen didn't bother to look at any of them, his eyes fixed on a certain person among the crowd, the gaze dark and deep. Impossible. How could all these service staff be acquaintances? In the crowd, a male hung his head, slim and frail, with a faint scar visible on his cheek. It was delicate, not overly noticeable, but could be seen with close inspection. Chu Chen noticed this boy at first glance. He resembled someone else so much, especially around the eyes. Jiang Mu left the crowd, and Duan Xingyan, seemingly sensing his anger, quickly stood up to chase after him. Senior. Senior, wait for me. Are you angry? I will definitely finish it next time. Jiang Mu stopped in his tracks, standing in the corridor and turning back. He saw Duan Xingyan, with slightly damp hair and bloodshot eyes staring at him. His chest was soaked from the alcohol, and due to drinking, his cheeks and neck were red like a cooked shrimp. Seeing this, Jiang Mu's anger diminished a little. He looked at him softly and asked. Duan Xingyan, do you know what kind of place this is? It's a bar downtown. Senior always likes to stay in private rooms and drink with friends. This place has all sorts of people. They love coming straight into private boxes via elevators and never visit the main hall on the first floor. The bar harbors all kinds of individuals. There are even those who might slip drugs into drinks to knock someone out. How could Duan Xingyan be so foolish as to work at such a place? If anything happened, he wouldn't even have time to cry. Under the corridor lights, an inexplicable atmosphere enveloped the two. You mustn't come here again, nor should you follow me anymore. I don't like you. Don't like. Duan Xingyan had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, and his entire face was flushed. The tips of his eyes were tinged with red, and he grabbed Jiang Mu's shoulders. Haven't you forgotten that person yet? I like you just as much as you liked him, I can't quit. He had thought that the senior might never like him in a lifetime. But happiness has always required striving for. If he gave up, they would have even less of a chance. From the day when his senior lent him an umbrella, he knew that the senior couldn't possibly feel nothing for him. I just like my senior. Jiang Mu stared into his eyes, so obsessed. Where was this obsession? How could one simply forget their affection? Duan Xingyan felt his nose sting as silent tears trickled down. He looked at Jiang Mu with both a piteous and earnest gaze. He couldn't give up. He simply couldn't bear the thought of his senior being with anyone else. His gaze landed on those gorgeous thin lips, and Duan Xingyan's eyes sparkled with tears. He knew that if he did something inappropriate, his senior would surely hate him. Jiang Mu frowned as he attempted to pull away the hands gripping his shoulders. Despite knowing he cried, each tear made his heart increasingly unsettled and uneasy. As soon as he lifted his head, a face suddenly loomed larger before him. Warmth then instantly pressed against his lips. Their lips touched. Jiang Mu froze, his eyes wide open in disbelief, attempting to push off the hands on his shoulder, but those very hands tightly pulled him closer. I want to kiss you. Chapter 180 Bonus Chapter, Let's Give It a Try. The air was filled with the smell of brandy. He had never kissed anyone before, let alone engaged in such an intimate act as kissing. Jiang Mu's ears turned slightly red, and he couldn't move the hand resting on his shoulder. They tangled and intertwined, at an impasse. In the end, Duan Xingyan reluctantly let go, lowering his head in apology, looking at Jiang Mu with reddened eyes. His voice was filled with, Senior, you can hit me. I couldn't help but kiss you. Jiang Mu's lips were swollen and red, a sign that there was no skill in the kiss, just brute force. After all, Duan Xingyan had never been in a relationship or even held hands with someone of the opposite sex. Jiang Mu gave him a deep look. Don't come to places like this again. As he watched Jiang Mu walk away, Duan Xingyan hurried after him, chasing and crying behind him. I didn't mean to. Senior, don't be mad at me. I won't come to places like this again. I just missed you too much. Jiang Mu raised his hand to touch his lips, his cheeks flushed bright red, the blush spreading from his face to the tips of his ears, overcome with shame. He didn't say he was angry. It just shouldn't have happened like that. Duan Xingyan quickly grabbed onto Jiang Mu, tears streaming down his face, already affected by the alcohol he had consumed. Those who can't drink are most prone to drunkenness. I'm sorry, Senior, please don't ignore me. The right hand was tightly clutched, warm and scorching, refusing to let go. Jiang Mu stopped in his tracks, turning back to look at Duan Xingyan. He saw that he was still crying, his face completely flushed. It was as if he were a little dog abandoned and unclaimed, left behind. The hallway was empty, dim light casting over the two of them. Duan Xingyan cried, earnestly looking at the person across from him. He knew it must be because he was too young and hadn't accomplished anything yet. So the senior thought there was no future with him. I really like you. I will work hard to support you. I'll graduate soon. As soon as I do, I'll find a job immediately. I don't think liking the senior will delay my life. Compared to making a living, I want senior's love more. The passionate and serious words hit like a hammer against his heart. Duan Xingyan had often expressed his affection for him, but he always feared that it would cause him to neglect what he should be doing. Jiang Mu pressed his lips together, still hearing the boy's sobs. Liking someone is something very elusive and hard to forget. You might like someone in an instant, or you might dislike someone due to a single moment. The youth was at the peak of their prime, serene years. Senior, I really like you. Duan Xingyan, Jiang Mu interrupted him. Duan Xingyan froze, his tears flowing even more profusely as he lowered his head sorrowfully. He knew that the senior was about to give him a lecture and reject him again. No matter what, he would accept it. Let's give it a try. What? Duan Xingyan suddenly looked up, the tears almost blinding him from seeing the man in front of him clearly. But he had unmistakably heard it. The senior said they would give it a try. What did giving it a try mean? Did it mean accepting his confession? Does this mean I can date the senior? Yes. It was akin to being struck by a lucky lottery ticket, or rather, even better than winning one. Duan Xingyan sobbed even harder and pulled the person into his arms, overwhelmed with joy and crying. Wah wah wah. Senior. Don't cry anymore, I'll send you home. What is love? He could describe how love felt, but he didn't know what being loved felt like. Coming from a perfect family, he had always enjoyed the love of his parents. But he truly needed to move forward. When they returned home, Duan Xingyan was hit hard by the alcohol. He usually didn't drink, but he drank so much this time. Seeing Duan Xingyan curl up on the bed due to the pain in his stomach, regret and sympathy shone uncontrollably in his eyes. He shouldn't have let him drink. There were other ways. Jiang Mu gave him a stomach medicine, then got up to grab a towel to wipe his body. Just as he sat up, he was abruptly grabbed by the wrist by the person on the bed. The palm was even hotter than it had been at the bar. "Senior, don't go, I'm not uncomfortable." Liar, if it wasn't painful, why would there be so much cold sweat suddenly? Because of his tight grip, Jiang Mu could only sit back down next to his bedside, letting him clutch his hand and place it next to his face. Duan Xingyan smiled happily, gripping the cool hand firmly and brushing it against his cheek. The senior was willing to be with him. He was so happy. Jiang Mu sat quietly by the bed, watching him until he slowly fell asleep. After he was deeply asleep, she gently pulled her hand back. Tomorrow was her father's birthday, and she still needed to go home for a while. She carefully adjusted the blanket for Duan Xingyan and then got up to leave. This wasn't her first time coming to Duan Xingyan's residence. There were few pieces of furniture, mostly books about finance studies. Duan Xingyan really was a very hard-working learner. She placed the stomach medicine she had prepared on the bedside table and gave him a light kiss on the forehead before leaving. Sleep well. There were quite a few people at the birthday party, all some of her dad's business associates and friends. Jiang Mu saw Shenzhe and waved at them. Shenzhe and his group also saw her from afar. They gathered closer and smiled at each other. Qin shoes but hurt after being whipped with a belt, sitting made it worse so standing felt better. Shenzhe, my butt hurts so much, let me lean. Qin Shu pouted, just as she was about to lean into the handsome, delicate person beside her, an arm grabbed her. Ji Hanjun stood behind Shenzhe with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, pulling the person into his arms and grabbing the arm that tried to lean over. His voice was icy and somber. "Do you not want your arm anymore? Grumpy cat." That grip was too strong. Qin Shu angrily shook off his hand and rolled her eyes at Ji Hanjun. Shenzhe chuckled, just as he was about to sip the wine in his hand, it was snatched away by someone behind him. The person bent down close to him. "Honey, don't drink alcohol." Shenzhe frowned and looked at Ji Hanjun as his wine glass was taken away. "Why can't I drink? You were still complaining about stomach pain earlier today. Don't drink since your stomach hasn't been doing well lately." Qin Shu rolled her eyes again nearby, mocking sarcastically, "Don't drink since your stomach hasn't been doing well lately." Her tone was so exaggerated that it made everyone burst out laughing. Jiang Mu smiled, sipping her drink quietly, her gaze falling unconsciously on Shenzhe and Ji Hanjun. They were so happy. Good. In the Jiang family banquet hall, many people from the business circle gathered. The younger ones who came were mostly children brought along by their elders, giving them the chance to see how the world worked. Shen Qi came with her mom and brother and was now standing in the dessert area eating a little cake. She wore a beautiful white puffy dress, and the boy standing next to her was gazing at her affectionately. Yu Fei watched her with a smile, cleaning her face gently where the cake had smudged. "Chi looks really pretty today." Shen Qi hummed, her mouth full of cake but her meaning clear enough, clearly delighted. "Why do you say I look so pretty every time we meet? It feels like flattery." A girlfriend should be praised, sometimes even a simple compliment such as, "You look good," could make her very happy. Because Chi is really that pretty, like a princess. Chapter 181, Bonus Chapter, Boyfriend Duan Xingyan. Duan Xingyan woke up and didn't see his senior, instinctively getting out of bed to look around the room. Was it all a dream? He felt incredibly sad but then picked up his phone to see a message from his senior. So it wasn't a dream after all. A few people were chatting and catching up at the dining table when Jiang Mu spotted Duan Xingyan standing in the corner. He knew Duan Xingyan had read the message. Jiang Mu waved at him. Duan Xingyan was wearing a perfectly tailored suit, having shed his youthful vibe. He was tall and exuded an air of confidence. The group noticed the young man approaching and then saw him walk over to Jiang Mu's side. What a dolt, his tie was crooked. Jiang Mu casually placed the glass of wine nearby, raising his hand to adjust Duan Xingyan's tie for him. The young man blushed quietly, something Jiang Mu noticed with a faint smile as he tugged on the tie to make Duan Xingyan lower his head. Everyone paused momentarily as they watched Jiang Mu lean up and kiss the young man. "Let me introduce you all, this is my boyfriend, Duan Xingyan." Since he had promised to be together, he intended to take their relationship seriously. After being kissed, Duan Xingyan could still feel the soft touch on his lips, making his face flush red. Qin Shu looked at the young man and teased, "Jiang Mu, your boyfriend seems so pure, his face is so red." All present sincerely and genuinely blessed them, thinking about continuing to other places after the birthday party ended. Outside the hall, there was a bustling crowd and cries of astonishment could be heard from the outside as many eyes were drawn to the commotion outside. It was an open-air banquet hall, a very beautiful garden. The garden had been decorated, and there were many people gathered within. Wow, so romantic. My goodness. Is this what you call a focal point? Just before, a couple had been arguing when the girl jumped into the pool out of anger, and the boy followed her in. They continued arguing until eventually the boy gave in and hugged the girl tightly while apologizing. The girl was pretty and adorable, the boy charming and handsome. They seemed just like protagonists of a novel embracing in the pool, surrounded by onlookers who acted as bystanders. One girl standing in the garden watching this scene silently felt tears welling in her eyes as she clenched a shard of broken glass tightly in her palm. Yi Nian Nian shivered in pain. That day, her brother had told her that Han Du hadn't abandoned her. Instead, because of illness, he didn't want to hold her back, thus acting out a drama. From her perspective, she fell in love with her brother's friend, and they developed mutual feelings for each other. But one day, she thought she found her boyfriend with another girl being overly affectionate. The truth was her boyfriend was sick and didn't want to inconvenience her. And he kept it from her for nearly several years, until that day when her brother revealed the truth to her, adding that her boyfriend had returned after treatment. How ironic and absurd. Because of his love for her, he left the country for treatment, only to return and fall in love with a female doctor who treated him. It was dramatic and nauseating. Heartbroken and seething with anger, Yi Nian Nian shook as common friends hurried to check on her. Nian Nian, are you okay? Nian Nian dropped the blood-stained shards, looking at these common friends who now knew the truth with no feeling whatsoever. Her gaze was icy cold as she spoke calmly. So disgusting. Shen Qi had received a message from Nian Nian and knew she would be here today. She went out to the garden after not finding her in the hall. As Shen Qi made a phone call, circling around, the line finally connected. Qi. The voice on the other end was raspy. Qi immediately sensed something terrible must have happened. Running out to the villa gate, she saw Yi Nian Nian holding her phone and calling her. Nian Nian stood at the door, her eyes bloodshot, her right hand seemingly dripping blood. Shen Qi startled and quickly grabbed Nian Nian's right hand. She ripped off the decorative ribbon from her dress and tied it around her hand. What happened to you, Nian Nian? Did someone bully you? Yi Nian Nian shook her head. She suddenly just felt it all meaningless. Living in a cage of deceit, believing her boyfriend had betrayed her only to discover the truth, it was all for the sake of treatment and her. Now, having come back for nearly half a year, he had fallen for another girl. So disgusting. While pondering this, Yi Nian Nian suddenly felt a surge in her stomach and rushed to the wall to dry heave. Nian Nian. What exactly is wrong with you? Let's go to the hospital. Yi Nian Nian waved off the offer, her eyes vacant and filled with emptiness. As she lifted her eyes again, frost settled in her gaze. The birthday party hasn't ended yet. Let's go inside and have fun. The cake prepared this year was especially large, enough for everyone at the scene to have a piece. Everyone was in high spirits. Jiang Mu saw his father talking about work with some people. Until they were done, he took Duan Xingyan forward by the hand. Dad, I've brought my boyfriend to meet you. Even though the family knew about his sexual orientation and wasn't mad, in truth whether they were angry or not wouldn't make any difference anymore. Duan Xingyan bowed in front of the man, stood up and extended his hand, his eyes burning hotly yet assured. Uncle, my name is Duan Xingyan. There was always such fiery seriousness in the youth's eyes, an assurance towards the future. Zhang's father examined Duan Xingyan like a hawk, but the youth didn't flinch in the slightest, finally reaching out his hand to shake. Nice to meet you. Each of them found their own happiness as Qin Shu and Chu Chen held wine glasses standing in the corner together. They were drowning their sorrows in wine. On one side watching Jiang Mu introducing his boyfriend, on the other seeing Shenzai's group gathered around the cake happily. Chu Chen exhaled, Qin Shu, your dad keeps calling me. When are you going back home? Go back my ass. Every time I go back, I get beaten again. Chu Chen's gaze fell on Shenzai, deeply sighed, subconsciously looking down at the little bear necklace around his neck. But there was nothing there. Chu Chen suddenly startled, panic filling his eyes instantly, where did his necklace go? Qin Shu noticed that he seemed to be looking for something. What are you looking for? The necklace. It was still there yesterday in the karaoke room, and then after Jiang Mu left, one person who was playing cards disappeared. Yesterday, Chu Chen also acted strange when selecting a boy from the crowd and leaving with him. That boy looked delicate with beautiful spirited eyes but had a faint long scar on the side of his face. Under the light, the pale scar was more prominent against his otherwise white complexion. Chu Chen took a sip of wine, signaling for the boy to come over. In the dim lighting, Chu Chen raised his glass which covered half of the boy's face, revealing only those beautiful spirited eyes. Recalling the scene from yesterday, Qin Shu couldn't help but gasp in shock. You're not fooling around with a lookalike. Where did you take that boy last night? Chu Chen immediately countered, am I really that kind of person? The boy did somewhat resemble someone else, just the eyes resembled each other, but he went crazy at the moment and brought the boy along. After taking him home, he regretted it, drank a lot more at home. Later he got drunk and everything became blurry. He vaguely remembered that the boy cried, covering his scarred face while tearfully gazing at him. Are you disgusted by my ugliness? I used to be good looking too. Chapter 182, We Are Meant to Be Together. The two best friends had each found their own happiness. And there were only the two of them left. Chu Chen couldn't find his necklace and wondered if the guy from yesterday had slipped it away. If he did, wouldn't that make him a thief? Thinking of this made Chu Chen frown slightly as he put down his wine glass. Tell Jiang Mu I have something to attend to and I'm leaving early. You're always the busiest one among us. Normally, even when they tried to gather for drinks, Chu Chen was too busy to come. All the big and small matters of the Chu family were handed over to Chu Chen. Fortunately, Dad thought he wasn't reliable enough, so he still hadn't planned on handing over the family business to him. Even if in the end he might still need to manage the company, at least these few years he was free. Qin Shu took a few sips of wine, feeling annoyed and wanted to go out for some fresh air. He left the hall and came to the garden. He heard that someone just fell into the water, a couple of young lovers arguing. He sneaked into the crowd, wanting to hear some gossip. Just as he got close, someone grabbed the back of his collar, preventing him from taking another step forward. Who's there? Qin Shu angrily turned around and immediately saw Tang Yun, his half-lidded eyes smiling mischievously. And behind the man stood an older man, familiar as ever. Dad. This time, he was truly caught, dragged by the collar and thrown into the car. Qin Shu clutched his butt tightly, fearing that at any moment his dad would get angry again and take out the belt to beat him. Sitting in the car, Qin's father sighed heavily and then turned to look at his son. That day I beat you. Didn't it make you feel something? Did you not learn your lesson? Dad, how can you talk about me like that? Last time he told everything, but as soon as he mentioned Tang Yun's name, his father's expression changed. Immediately after, he was hit with the belt. Up until now, he didn't know exactly where he went wrong. Isn't Tang Yun just a lunatic? Qin Shu let out a cold snort and glanced outside the car window at the standing man. Lighting a cigarette, he leaned against the wall, smoking casually. That handsome and fiendishly charming face looked even more blurred and mysterious in the smoke. Indeed, he was just a crafty and scheming old fox. Qin's father felt that it was time to reveal the truth to him. When your mom had a close friend, the two of them arranged a childhood marriage pact between their babies before they were born. The year you were born, that aunt overseas also had a baby, and thus, the pact between the two of you was formed. It sounded funny at the time. They asked about both children's names, but they forgot to confirm their genders. Both assumed the other would have a girl. In the end, both were boys. Qin Shu jumped in shock upon hearing this and pointed a trembling finger at the man outside the car. Dad, please don't tell me that person outside is. No, that's Tang Yun's younger brother, Tang Qin. As long as it wasn't Tang Yun, anything else was negotiable. He could go and talk to that boy alone. But under no circumstances should that boy be Tang Yun. Relieved, Qin Shu took a deep breath and instantly started feeling sympathetic towards himself. But actually, Tang Qin got married a few years ago, and the pact was given to Tang Yun instead. Tang Yun also said he's willing to marry you. After pondering for a while, he couldn't understand how his son ended up being gay. Also, it was their fault for neglecting him. After that incident during high school, his son developed a shadow for girls. Rather than letting some outsider take advantage, why not give it to the daughter of mom's close friend? Although originally arranged in childhood, as both parties were males, this arrangement naturally became null and void. Who knew Tang Yun would suddenly show up one day with an old engagement memento claiming that people must honor their commitments? Thinking deeply, marrying a son was no different from marrying a daughter. If the deal isn't favorable for outsiders, then why not give it to someone closer? Qin Shu disagreed vehemently and clawed desperately at the locked car door trying to leave. Unfortunately, the car doors were locked tight. I won't marry him. He previously threatened to lock your son in a psychiatric ward. I refuse to be with him. How melodramatic. Tang Yun truly concealed a lot, especially since that person was several years older than him. You have to marry him anyway, I've already packed up all your things and sent them to his house. And as for the club, don't worry about it anymore, I'll arrange for someone else to take care of it temporarily. This wasn't how things were supposed to happen. Tang Yun was absolutely not his type. There's no way he could handle Tang Yun. With a furrowed brow, Qin Shu watched his father step out of the car and quickly followed behind him. Once outside, he began walking toward the opposite side of the road. What's the difference between what Dad did now and selling him off? Mom hasn't spoken yet. She has always doted on him. Walking on the roadside, a car trailed behind him. Tang Yun drove next to him, honking occasionally. Little Qin, get in the car. Qin Shu looked at the man driving the car and slowly raised his hand to flip him off. Go to hell. Tang Yun frowned when he saw Qin Shu giving him the middle finger. He was the same age as his younger brother. In theory, Qin Shu should have called him older brother, just like his own brother would have done. His brother was obedient and well-behaved, while Qin Shu was arrogant and domineering. Qin Shu, get in the car before I come and carry you up myself. You old fox are now threatening me. Wanting an old bull to eat young grass. Never. Pfft. Oh, that was rich. Tang Yun felt an uncontrollable surge of anger bubbling up inside him, but it wasn't nearly as bad as when he learned Qin Shu had kissed someone else. Tang Yun drove the car forward and abruptly stopped by the side of the road, blocking Qin Shu's way. He opened the door and got out. Seeing him approach, Qin Shu wasn't intimidated one bit. After all, it would be no different from getting beaten up as usual. Get in. No. As Tang Yun came closer, Qin Shu stood straight and glared back at him. The next moment, he felt a strange coolness on his face. A sharp scalpel grazed his cheek, its handle smooth and icy cold as it pressed against his pale skin. You. Qin Shu widened his eyes in disbelief. If the scalpel moved even slightly, it might slice his face. The blade trailed down his cheek and rested against the side of his neck. The man's voice was dangerous yet laced with amusement. Are you ready to get in the car now? This was exactly why Qin Shu didn't want to be with this guy. Every once in a while, he would behave like a lunatic and pull out a knife to scare him. Reluctantly, Qin Shu climbed into the car and began searching for where the man had hidden the scalpel. Who carries a surgical blade around with them? The car drove very slowly, and neither of them spoke for a long time. The cabin remained eerily silent. Tang Yin broke the quiet first. Are you hungry? Let's go grab something to eat. No, I don't need to. He had consumed plenty of alcohol and wasn't remotely hungry, nor did he wish to share a meal with this madman. He still remembered waking up groggily in the hospital one night and finding something cold and icy resting on his chest. That crazy man had used a scalpel to trace patterns on his body, especially near his heart. That night, he had been utterly terrified. Qin Shu, we're supposed to be together forever, so there's no need to act like enemies. Not enemies, just pure irritation. Qin Shu rolled his eyes and turned to look at him. Can I stab you with your own knife? Chapter 183, Special Edition, Qin Shu, stop arguing with me all the time. Who in their right mind would wave a scalpel around on someone else's body? Tang Yun looked at him deeply during a red light and absent-mindedly reached into her pocket for a lighter. Remembering that Qin Shu couldn't tolerate the smell of smoke, she hesitated and withdrew her hand, looking forward. Are you looking for something? A lighter? I have one. Qin Shu pulled out a lighter from his trouser pocket. The lighter was delicate and smooth to the touch. He handed the lighter to her, but she didn't take it. Do you want it or not? Tang Yun looked at the lighter in his hand and her expression grew cold. When did you learn to smoke? What? Qin Shu frowned, offering the lighter and deciding if she didn't want it, fine. He put it back into his pocket. Tang Yun's gaze turned colder, scrutinizing him as she spoke with a low voice. Qin Shu, are you asking for trouble? When did you start smoking? Don't always talk to me like my father. He didn't actually enjoy smoking, he found the smell unbearable. This lighter had been given to him by Chu Chen. Earlier in the banquet hall, Chu Chen had rummaged through his pockets for a necklace and handed him everything in them. Among those items was a lighter. Qin Shu, stop arguing with me all the time. The fiery-tempered girl was quick to flare up, but sometimes this really made him dislike her. Her words were always so sharp. But they felt soft when kissing. Tang Yun's eyes subtly fell on his lips, recalling the scene of their kiss. Counting it up, there were still 4 more kisses owed. As the car gradually drove away and stopped in front of a villa, Tang Yun brought him home. Upon entering, they noticed a few suitcases beside the entrance, packed with all of his belongings. Qin Shu paused, opening one and flipping through it. Not only did it include his things from home, but also the ones from the club apartment had been sent over. It seemed clear that Dad was determined to have him live here. That was harsh. Annoyed, Qin Shu tidied up his stuff. The unfamiliar environment made him feel agitated and frustrated. Pushing the suitcase directly into the house, he went downstairs and sprawled on the sofa, legs stretched onto the coffee table. Tang Yun brought over a few bottles of wine and placed them on the table. Have a few drinks. If I can drink more than you, I'll consider telling Dad to let you go home. Whose dad is it anyway? That's my dad. How shameless. Tang Yun already saw that he was unhappy, took 2 glasses and poured him some wine, handing it to him. It's all the same. Try this wine my friend bought for me. Reluctantly, Qin Shu accepted it, taking a sip. The taste was mild upon entry but heavy with alcohol. Neither sweet nor sour nor dry, it was like drinking flavorless soda water. But it was very alcoholic. Not bad. Since we have time today, let's sit down and chat. Qin Shu, don't you always wonder why a psychiatrist keeps running to the orthopedics department? Isn't it obvious now? Of course, it was for his future wife. He'd known since childhood that his younger brother had an arranged fiancée, always boasting about it in front of him. When he was young and shorter than his brother's knees, his little brother would always flaunt a jade pendant as proof of the engagement agreement. That was his brother's fiancée, not his own. Later, after returning to China, his mother took them to visit the Qin family. It turned out the fiancé was a boy. Short in stature compared to his younger brother, the boy wasn't as lively and cheerful, standing with an unpleasant look behind several adults. Adorable as he was, he held a small spade, covered in mud, as if he'd just been playing in the garden when dragged over. That was their first meeting. Their second meeting happened in the hospital. Years later, when his younger brother had a partner while he still didn't, he went to the orthopedic department to pick up some files. Rumors circulated that a young lord had arrived at the orthopedics department due to leg issues. Many doctors had come to check on the case, so he decided to take a look as well. What he saw was a male patient sitting on the bed with tear-filled eyes. Covered under the blanket were pale and slender legs, while a group of experts were carefully tapping at them with little hammers. Tang Yin stared intently, imagining what an interesting dissection that pair of legs might provide. He admitted he was different from normal people mentally. As a psychiatrist and also director of a mental hospital, specializing in anatomy, introductions for partners usually ran off when they learned about his work. Over time, he realized it wasn't just the legs, every part of the body was beautiful and alluring. Qin Shu often lounged on the bed chatting with some young nurses and doctors. He was good-looking and very popular among the girls. He had initially thought Qin Shu was just an ordinary rich young master, but after a checkup, he learned that Qin Shu was his younger brother's fiancé. The childhood engagement was long over, yet unexpectedly they met again after growing up. Since then, his attention had been firmly on Qin Shu. He found Qin Shu extremely attractive with a peculiar temper. Those seductive eyes reminded him of himself, promiscuous and having the air of a playboy. Perhaps from the growing closeness in their interactions, he found Qin Shu quite challenging, and his personality appealed to him in a way no one else ever did. As they talked more, they drank more. Qin Shu had already consumed quite a bit in the hall and now, with this wine he had never tasted before, his head spun dizzily. This wine was highly alcoholic, mild in taste but strong in effect. His face turned entirely red as he leaned against the sofa, sobbing and mumbling about his years of secret admiration. Tang Yun's gaze burned intensely upon his face, tempting him to open up. So, what's the name of the guy you like? Qin Shu sniffed, why should I tell you? Years at university failed to make the boy he liked fall for him. How could he compete with Ji Hanjun, who grew up alongside him? Although Ji Hanjun used to behave poorly, his madness was only matched by how well he treated Shenzai. Qin Shu poured himself another glass and swallowed the wine in one go. A trail of the liquid ran down from the corner of his mouth, slipping into his clothes. He carelessly tossed his suit jacket aside, leaving a patch of his shirt damp with wine. Tang Yun held her wineglass, her long legs crossed, her arm propped on the sofa as she side-eyed him. Her gaze traveled from top to bottom, scrutinizing and assessing the person before her. Qin Shu, do you want to try something with me? Go away. I don't lack admirers. I just need genuine love. Previously, he would have been content if Shenzai's love could be shared just a little with him. He wouldn't mind being subordinate or passive. Qin Shu felt increasingly sad as he thought about it, reaching for the wine bottle on the table before being stopped by a large hand. The person beside him moved closer, encircling his waist and pulling him into their embrace. A soft chuckle sounded in his ear. Love. I can give you a lot of love. Do you want to try? The voice was deep and enticing, the laughter clear in his ear. This was definitely a sly old fox. Qin Shu smiled, meeting the man's gaze, poking a finger at his chest. No thanks, we're too alike. Chapter 184 Bonus Chapter, Good Friends and Lovers. There's no such thing as an accident. Qin Shu clearly meant the other one, it was too obvious. The man's discreet gaze fell on his neck side, the pale neck very white, even the pulse of the blood vessels could be seen clearly. Qin Shu, dare to place a bet. Bet on what? Qin Shu looked at him with surprise, noticing that he had been staring at him all along. He reached out and pushed him away. What bet? To bet on your love. Tang Yun seriously looked at him, his voice earnest, to bet that one day you will truly fall in love with me. Love is a pretty mysterious thing. Many people say follow your heart's choice, but sometimes falling in love with someone is inevitable, completely impossible to forget. Qin Shu didn't want to talk too much with him, stood up and walked towards his room. He wanted to take a shower and have a good sleep. The banquet was over, a few people drove to grill by the sea. Unexpectedly, 2 people were missing. Qin Shu and Chu Chen disappeared who knows where. The barbecue grill and ingredients were already prepared. Jiang Mu and Duan Xinyan supported the barbecue grill while the 2 of them grilled the food. Shen Qi took Yi Nianyan not far away to pick shells. Yu Fei feared that the 2 girls might not be safe and went with them. Shenzai glanced at Jiang Mu and Duan Xinyan, finding that the heights of the 2 were actually about the same. One gentle and elegant, one sunny and pure-hearted. Wife, why are you secretly looking at others? Ji Hanjun approached unhappily, grabbed his shoulder, and twisted the person around so he wouldn't look at others anymore. You've been looking since we were in the car. It's not true, you're mistaken. Shenzai stretched his hand to pinch his face, pulling him to go to the car to fetch charcoal. It's rare to barbecue by the seaside with a few friends. Jiang Mu called Chu Chen, realizing that the sound there was chaotic, seemingly inside a concert hall. Where are you, Chu Chen? I forgot to tell you when I left, I have something here. Are you all there? That's good, I'll come over soon. Chu Chen ended the call, sitting inside the booth, his expression unhappy as he looked at the young man in front of him. The young man's clothes were in disarray, soaked with wine, standing in front of him sobbing with his head down. Why are you crying? Didn't I give you money last night? I told you not to come to places like this anymore, how did you end up coming? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Even though he gave him a large sum of money yesterday, today he came to another place. If it weren't for the saved phone number, he really wouldn't have found this person. If he had come any later, this person would have been dragged away by those people. The young man lifted his head, thinking of the scar on his face and instinctively bowed his head to cover it. I need money. Chu Chen absent-mindedly lit a cigarette, smoke swirling around his handsome and stern face. He knew that night that this person was very short on money. These many years, there had never been anyone beside him, even if someone tried to climb into his bed, he never got interested. The young man was slim and frail, tears dropping from his downturned head onto the floor, his body slightly trembling. Chu Chen exhaled a smoke ring, seeing him tremble, took off his coat, stepped forward and draped it over his shoulders. You didn't take the necklace, it's in the drawer by the bedside in my bedroom, right? Sensing the unexpected warmth, Zhou Qing instinctively covered his face and lifted his head, nodding. He didn't take the necklace. The necklace fell on the ground. Chu Chen didn't know, he could have secretly taken the necklace. But because of principal issues, he picked up the necklace and placed it in the drawer. Chu Chen looked around, then again at the person in front of him, his gaze fixed on his eyes. Those eyes were very beautiful. A double? Perhaps not. I heard you graduated from a key university, how much money do you need? I'll hire you as my assistant. Zhou Qing, shocked, lifted his head, tears instantly filling his eyes. Before Chu Chen could react, he instantly knelt down. What are you doing? Get up. Chu Chen was startled by his move, hurriedly trying to pull him up, only to find that he couldn't lift him. The beautiful young man's eyes were full of tears, tears dripping on the ground drop by drop. Small body kneeling on the ground, shaking violently, his cries full of fanned pity, like pleading murmuring. I need money for treatment, I want to live. Chu Chen was stunned, unbelieving at the young man in front of him. In order to investigate the necklace, he had already sent people to check everything about this person beforehand. Just graduated from a key university, without father or mother, lived in an orphanage, adopted at the age of 7, started making money himself at the age of 16 to support his schooling. Zhou Qing, what illness do you have? Zhou Qing looked at the person squatting in front of him, leukemia. I was an abandoned baby. My parents left me nothing except for leukemia since I was young. Perhaps it was detected at birth, that's why his parents abandoned him. Chu Chen's gaze was slightly stunned, and he looked at him with a tinge of heartache. The only treatment for leukemia is a bone marrow transplant. Get up. I will advance you a large sum of money first, just focus on working beside me. Qin Shu was woken up by a phone call, having consumed too much alcohol to drive, he could only take a taxi over. Tang Yun helped him walk unsteadily towards the sea, somewhat angry. You've drunk this much, how can you still come here? You wouldn't understand. It's not easy for good friends to gather. Jian Mu will go abroad to participate in an art exhibition in a few days. Ji Hanjun said he would hold his wedding in a foreign villa after half a month. Tang Yun also gave him sobering soup on the road, helping him walk towards the beach. Chu Chen simultaneously arrived at the parking lot by the seaside, opened the car door. Zhou Qing got out wearing the man's clothes. He was somewhat afraid, always trying to cover the scar on his face. Mr. Chu, I won't go further. I can wait for you in the car. Chu Chen frowned, having sold his rental unit due to lack of money, he couldn't possibly leave him in the bar. My friends are all good people, there's no need to be so secretive. Seeing Chu Chen and Qin Shu had arrived and brought new friends. Hello, my name is Tang Yun. All greeted each other. Chu Chen arrived later, noticing the food was already grilled, subconsciously thinking that someone with leukemia probably shouldn't eat barbecue. Chu Chen pulled Zhou Qing, this is Zhou Qing, my assistant. Zhou Qing politely bowed slightly before everyone, timidly leaning against Chu Chen, hello. Everyone noticed the scar on the young man's face, smiling as they greeted him. A group of them gathered around the bonfire grilling and eating barbecues, very harmoniously together. The sea breeze blew over them. In the distance, fireworks could still be seen, illuminating the entire sky, beautiful and magnificent. Qin Shu wanted to drink alcohol, but Tang Yun snatched it away with a frown, if you keep drinking, I'll dissect you when we get back. Senior, this chicken wing has just been grilled, Senior should taste it. Jiang Mu and Duan Xinyan sat in front of the barbecue grill responsible for grilling the meat. Jiang Mu brushed the sauce, opening her mouth to bite the chicken wing handed over to her. Apply spicy sauce, the extra spicy chicken wings are delicious. Shenzai sat on the side, chatting with Chu Chen about that village in the suburbs. He had been there before, and the economic situation had improved more than before. Zhou Qing ate the blueberries Chu Chen handed him, obediently sitting by his side, not letting him eat the barbecue. The surroundings were filled with harmony, this is friendship. Wife, here's the freshly grilled chicken wing, I just got it. Ji Hanjun handed it over, Shenzai took a bite and instantly furrowed his brows. So spicy. In the distance, the firework was brilliant, and everyone was joyfully together with their loved ones and friends by the seaside. Yin Yan Yan and Shen Chi Chi discussed taking a group photo with everyone standing together, the two girls in the front row stood ahead holding phones. Brother-in-law, stop staring at my brother, look at the camera. Fireworks sparkled behind everyone, exploding in the distance. Everyone focused on the camera lens, shouting slogans one after another. 1. 2. 3. Cheese. Chapter 185 Bonus Chapter, no longer wanting to treat the illness, Chu Chen x Zhou Qing. Today there was another social engagement. Zhou Qing struggled to support a drunken Chu Chen, opening the door and bringing him into the room. Chu Chen was thoroughly drunk from drinking alcohol during these events which were unavoidable. Every time he got drunk, Zhou Qing would take him home, help him change out of his dirty clothes, and use a damp towel to wipe his face. This had become routine, a habit by now. As Zhou Qing gazed at the handsome face of the man, he always thought that he himself lived in tragic darkness. It was Chu Chen who didn't disdain him, giving him work, taking him for treatment, and even setting aside a room for him. He heard from colleagues that Mr. Chu had someone in his heart. And it so happened that he somewhat resembled Chu Chen's beloved. That day on the beach, they had already met. But they only shared a slight resemblance in their eyes. He was glad that he bore some likeness to Chu Chen's beloved, perhaps it was this slight resemblance that allowed him to meet him. Under dim lighting, the man looked extraordinarily handsome, with slightly pursed lips and a reddish glow on his cheeks. Each time Zhou Qing looked like this, he couldn't help but feel drawn to him, he secretly moved closer. Stealing a kiss on Chu Chen's cheek. He kept his affection hidden inside. Zhou Qing used the damp towel to wipe his face, fed him a few sips of sobering soup, and placed the prepared medicine at the bedside in advance. After each hangover, Chu Chen would have headaches. Zhou Qing closed the door and went upstairs back to his room, heading to the bathroom with the towel. As soon as he entered, he felt dizzy, his vision blurring as the dizziness overwhelmed him, causing him to fall to the ground instantly. The chest pain nearly caused him to faint, he clutched his chest as uncontrollable dry heaves racked his body. As more red appeared on the floor, Zhou Qing froze. Normally he just felt pain and wouldn't cough up blood, since he'd been faithfully taking his medication for treatment. The bright red on the ground stung his eyes. Zhou Qing endured the pain, urgently finding a towel to clean the bloodstains on the ground. Mr. Chu mustn't find out. Otherwise, he would definitely worry. But as he wiped, tears kept streaming down uncontrollably. Would he die? After clearing away and handling the blood stains, Zhou Qing hastily called his attending doctor to report about the blood vomiting today. The doctor's voice was heavy. Mr. Zhou, you need to come in for an examination. Without finding a suitable matching bone marrow, surgery cannot proceed. Generally, parents could undergo testing to match bone marrow, but he was abandoned as an infant. So it was destined that he would die. Zhou Qing, enduring the pain, changed into clean clothes, took a taxi to the hospital, and underwent a series of tests. The doctor looked gravely at his reports, worsening, acute leukemia. Zhou Qing showed no reaction, he had guessed such a possibility on the way here. He had never exhibited symptoms when he was younger, but as he grew older, the signs became increasingly irregular. It was only the second year after being adopted that his adoptive parents took him for an examination, where leukemia was diagnosed. There was simply no way to raise the substantial sum required for his treatment. Mr. Zhou, we suggest looking for your biological parents or expanding the search area to find compatible bone marrow donors. No need. Zhou Qing interrupted him. I'm done with treatment. He grabbed the examination report, leaving the hospital in a daze, the cold wind blowing outside. Autumn had long set in. Living till now had already been enough. The next morning, Chu Chen felt a headache wake him from his slumber, groggily stirring awake. On the bedside table, water was ready, and he took a sip before swallowing the pre-prepared medicine with it. After getting up, washing up, changing clothes, and going downstairs, he could see someone bustling around in the kitchen. Chu Chen paused mid-step, realizing Zhou Qing seemed quite different today. He wore a very exquisite and elegant outfit, a high-end shirt paired with a tie, the white shirt contrasting against his pale complexion. When Zhou Qing saw him, he announced, "We can start eating." The dishes on the table were all ones Chu Chen liked. Watching the spread on the table, Chu Chen reached over to pull him near. "Don't work yourself too hard, let's eat together." Zhou Qing hesitated, then smiled, his eyes shining brightly, sitting next to him. Chu Chen also noticed that Zhou Qing hadn't covered his scarred face with makeup today. Afraid of making friends due to his scars at work, Zhou Qing always used foundation to cover them up. Every time he woke up, the breakfast ready for him, the clothes prepared, every matter at home managed by Zhou Qing. Previously, it was just him living alone, but now, living together with someone else felt quite good. After finishing their meal, they both headed to the company together. As they both stepped out of the car, Zhou Qing instinctively touched his uncovered scar. Today was the first time he had revealed his true self in front of everyone in the company. Zhou Qing was about to leave when someone grabbed his hand from behind. Chu Chen stepped forward, took out a scarf he always kept in the car, pulled Zhou Qing's hand, and wrapped the scarf around his neck. "You're not well, don't catch a cold. The clothes look good on you, but you still need to keep warm." He'd heard similar words of concern many times before. Zhou Qing's eyes watered up, and he reached out to embrace Chu Chen's waist. "Thank you." The sudden hug made Chu Chen feel bewildered, but it also caused some chaos in his heart because of their closeness. When they walked into the company, Zhou Qing returned to his workstation. Along the way, he inevitably encountered colleagues. Their astonished and curious gazes fell on his face, some approached him to ask about his facial scars. He simply smiled faintly without responding. Throughout the whole day at work, Chu Chen couldn't concentrate on anything. His mind constantly replayed how Zhou Qing looked wearing those nice clothes sitting beside him and staring at him. His eyes were filled with an unguarded sadness and yearning. Finally, lunchtime arrived, and Chu Chen waited for Zhou Qing to come find him so they could eat together. But all he received was takeout. He instantly became unhappy, sending messages to Zhou Qing which went unanswered. Losing his appetite, he decided to go downstairs to find him. In the employee cafeteria, he saw him sitting happily chatting with some colleagues, laughing cheerfully. He bit down on his chopsticks without any hesitation over showing his scarred face, laughing wholeheartedly with a curved smile. Chu Chen froze mid-step, unable to look away. Only when a passing employee noticed him and greeted him did he snap back to reality. Never mind, seeing him this happy. Today, he would just eat alone. During work hours, Chu Chen couldn't focus, watching employees work through surveillance cameras on his computer. His gaze fell upon that slim and lanky figure. It seemed like he didn't know when it had started, but he felt as though Zhou Qing was increasingly capturing his attention. By the time work was over, Chu Chen was tapping at his keyboard in the office when he heard a knock on the door. "Come in." Upon seeing it was Zhou Qing, Chu Chen quickly finished typing the last few words. "You're leaving? Please wait a moment." Zhou Qing pressed his lips together, stepping closer until he stood by the desk and pushed the item in his hands forward. A resignation letter. Was it another employee afraid to deliver it themselves who had asked Zhou Qing to help bring it up? Tell them to deliver it themselves. It's inconvenient to bother you for something like a resignation. This is my letter. What? Chu Chen froze mid-tap on his keyboard, startled as he looked up at Zhou Qing with trembling fingers. Your letter. Zhou Qing stood there, lowering his gaze to meet Chu Chen's eyes seriously before averting it and letting it land on the resignation letter. Mr. Chu, I am resigning. Chapter 186 OVA Leaving, Chu Chen x Zhou Qing. He had thought that everyone would resign. But not Zhou Qing. Chu Chen was stunned, at a loss for what to do, and opened his mouth to speak. Why? Zhou Qing clearly knew how good Chu Chen had been to him. He might not have much longer to live, so there was no need to make others worry or grieve. He always thought his illness was improving. Unexpectedly, it kept getting worse. Even after matching with so many bone marrows, the operation wasn't successful. He also heard surgery would be painful. Zhou Qing lowered his head, too scared to look up, more afraid to meet the eyes of the man in front of him. I want to go back to my hometown and take a look. The person in front of him was different from before. They didn't try to hide the scars on their face, instead bravely exposing them. He had asked about the origin of the scar, but Zhou Qing wouldn't say. When Chu Chen heard he wanted to return to his hometown, he sighed in relief and stepped forward to grab his hand. For some unknown reason, his heart felt slightly relieved. I'll give you a vacation. No more work, let's go home first. Anything is fine. After he died, someone would inform them of his death. As Zhou Qing watched the man grip his hand, he could even feel the intense heat in his palm. He planned to pack his luggage tonight and leave tomorrow. The longer he stayed, the harder it would be for him to let go. Especially letting go of Chu Chen. Once outside, a cool wind was blowing downstairs. Chu Chen turned his head to see the person beside him hadn't fastened their scarf from the morning. Zhou Qing was wondering why they weren't leaving yet when suddenly he saw the man loosen his hands, take off his coat, and drape it around him. It's cold. When we get home, take a few warm clothes. Once again, such tender words and gestures. Muttering silently, Zhou Qing tightened the clothing quietly, feeling the body temperature of that person. Today, he wore the best-looking suit he had ever bought, saving it for his birthday. But he didn't know if he'd make it until his birthday. He reached out quietly and grasped Chu Chen's hand, knowing it might not be right, but still looked at him pleadingly. I want to eat cake. Zhou Qing had never dared to make requests of him. He took care of all his daily needs but never asked for anything. This was the first time. Chu Chen chuckled and reached out to gently ruffle his hair. Okay, I'll buy one from the bakery along the way. There were too many things that leukemia patients couldn't eat, and he encountered numerous items he desired but couldn't consume. The man brought him into the passenger seat, buckled his safety belt, and then headed home, stopping by a cake shop on the way to buy a fruit cake. Laid out on top were blueberries, strawberries, watermelon, peaches, and cherries. Zhou Qing also secretly requested a few candles. Chu Chen curiously asked him, isn't your birthday not here yet? Eating cake requires a sense of ceremony. I want to light the candle as an early wish-making session, and I'll wish again on my actual birthday. So, I can make 2 wishes. You can only make wishes on your birthday day for it to come true, dummy. Zhou Qing smirked slightly and said, even if it doesn't come true, I'll still make the wish. Meeting Chu Chen during his breakdown was the happiest thing that had ever happened to him. Because of the scar on his face, even while working in a bar, no customers dared to approach him. They all thought he was ugly. But he used to be handsome too. Once home, they lit the candles and placed them on the table. Chu Chen inserted the candles. Zhou Qing sat across from him, resting his elbows on the table, hands cupping his face, and smiled. Each time Chu Chen brought something back for Zhou Qing, he sat obediently in his seat watching him. When the candles were lit, the room dimmed, and the candlelight reflected on both of their faces. Chu Chen silently watched him clasp his hands together and make a wish. He didn't know what kind of wish Zhou Qing made. All he knew was that his heart was pounding rapidly. As he looked at Zhou Qing's face, he had never thought Zhou Qing was ugly. With his hands clasped together, Zhou Qing hoped this time he could survive, enduring until his next birthday when he wished again. For the next birthday, he hoped Chu Chen would always be happy and content. Chu Chen. Opening his eyes, tears brimming in his eye sockets, Zhou Qing called out his name in a soft voice, trying hard to hold back the sobs. I really like you, meeting you has been the luckiest event of my life. Chu Chen froze, staring at each other through the candlelight across the cake, with emotions unspoken in their eyes. Zhou Qing liked him, depended on him. But he himself didn't quite know what his feelings were for Zhou Qing. Sometimes he would still sneakily care about Shenzai's condition, but for Zhou Qing, he indeed cared deeply. Seeing those red, teary eyes filled with grievance, Chu Chen felt a sharp pain in his chest. Meeting you has been lucky for me too. Liar. Zhou Qing raised his hand to wipe away his tears. He was crystal clear that Chu Chen liked him because he resembled the person Chu Chen had feelings for. Tears streamed uncontrollably, impossible to suppress. He had always wanted to live, but now there was no hope left for him to survive. Chu Chen didn't understand why he cried so hard, and hurried to his side, wrapping his arms around him to comfort him. I'm not a liar, you really are wonderful. Zhou Qing looked up at him from his embrace, grabbing his hand and placing it beside his face, letting him touch the scar on his face. This scar. I used to be good looking. My adoptive father tried to harm me, and when I struggled, I accidentally cut my own face. I'm not ugly. I just fear this face might hasten my death. I like you. I want to live. So that was the reason. Chu Chen tenderly stroked the scar with pain in his heart, then slowly leaned down to sincerely kiss the scar. His voice was hoarse. You're not ugly. You're the most handsome. He indeed felt something for Zhou Qing, but he hadn't yet sorted through all of his emotions. Zhou Qing, give me a few days, I'll wrap up my work and go back to our hometown with you. Zhou Qing nodded, he trusted Chu Chen the most. Night fell. The two returned to their respective rooms to sleep, one deep in thought while the other prepared to leave. His luggage wasn't much, just repacking what he had from before. By the time he finished, it was already very late, and he assumed Chu Chen must have already gone to sleep. Zhou Qing quietly pulled his suitcase out the door, careful not to make any noise with the rolling wheels. He stopped at Chu Chen's door. Goodbye. The person inside showed no signs of sleep, troubled by the tears he'd seen earlier and puzzled by Zhou Qing's strange behavior today. He decided it was necessary to visit Zhou Qing's main doctor. After tidying up, he prepared to leave, being light-footed to avoid waking Zhou Qing. Unconsciously, he ended up in front of Zhou Qing's door. He would certainly give Zhou Qing an accurate answer. Chu Chen drove to the hospital, where some staff were still working the night shift. He had already called ahead to say he was coming, and immediately upon arrival asked about Zhou Qing's recent treatment progress once inside. No improvement. It's gotten worse. Mr. Zhou said he won't continue the treatment. He hasn't answered any calls these last couple of days. Hearing these words, Chu Chen felt his hands and feet turn icy cold. He wandered out of the hospital in a daze, pulling out his phone repeatedly calling. No one answered. He quickly drove home and knocked on the door, but received no response. Worried that something happened to Zhou Qing, he directly kicked the door open. But the room was empty. Chu Chen felt suffocated, as if something important in his life had vanished. Zhou Qing, you're the liar. Chapter 187, Bonus Chapter, Getting Through, Chu Chen times Zhou Qing. Cheater. Chu Chen could hardly believe what he was seeing in the room. The clothes were gone, the items were gone, and the room was spotlessly clean, as if no one had ever been there. All traces of existence had been erased one by one. Chu Chen stumbled downstairs, opened the refrigerator, and found that the large half-remaining cake inside was also gone. Zhou Qing had asked for the cake to be bought. Even the cake was taken away. Zhou Qing sat by the roadside, the streetlight shining on him. In his hands, he held the cake, feeding it into his mouth spoonful by spoonful. After eating a few bites, he couldn't help but start coughing. Blood mixed with cream was spit out, and his condition looked pitiful. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, and while sobbing, he continued eating the cake. He was going to die. He had always thought that his end would be death, yet now he truly didn't want to leave Chu Chen. He even regretted telling Chu Chen about all the things he felt. He had nowhere to go, only wishing to find a quiet place. A quiet place where he could pass away peacefully. His tears couldn't be restrained, just like the pain in his body that made him uncomfortable. Leukemia made him increasingly gaunt, but staying by Chu Chen's side, he didn't look like before, he gained weight. If only he wasn't sick. Zhou Qing cried as he finished the cake, despite feeling very full. In great discomfort, until the bus stopped in front of him, Zhou Qing stood up and got on the bus. Sitting in the seat, he glanced outside through the window at what would be his final view. Goodbye. It was originally thought that 3 months later would see his condition worsen. But unexpectedly, within a month, he returned to the emergency room again. It hurts so much. It's unbearable. In your condition, without a transplant, you can't survive until the next surgery. It's not that he didn't want to, it's that there simply weren't any matches available. Lying there for half a month, most of the time he spent looking out the window absent-mindedly, counting the days waiting for death. Brother Zhou Qing, I heard that there is a chess competition in the county town. Let me take you to watch the game. The nurse taking care of him was a newly graduated college student, beautiful, cute, and lively. Sitting on the hospital bed, he picked up a mirror and looked at his reflection. He had become thin beyond measure, and the scars on his face were clearly visible. At this moment, he really didn't look different from an ugly person. No, it's going to rain today. Winter was approaching, the weather was getting colder, but still, there hadn't been any snowfall. Come with me. It won't take long. You've been cooped up in the room for too long, mushrooms will start growing on your head. He couldn't resist the energetic young woman and eventually decided to accompany her. Many older gentlemen surrounded the chess area. He didn't understand chess well, hearing that it was hosted by people from another province. Brother Zhou Qing, are you sure you don't want to sit closer instead? Tian wanted to bring him to the front row, but he chose to stay at the back, wearing a mask so that no one would see his scarred face. You go ahead. There are more people over there. Tian pouted her lips, took a book about chess, and squeezed her way to the front row. He adjusted the mask on his face, trying to make himself less noticeable. Mr. Chu, there's truly no one in the hospital. I've already checked. Gathered here are many people. Show them the photo. That familiar voice. He sat in the chair with the aisle right beside him. 3 men passed him by. Zhou Qing couldn't help but look up once. Just from the back view, he recognized the figure immediately. Chu Chen. It was like being struck by lightning, his heart froze instantly. How did he find this place? Chu Chen, who had been walking halfway, seemed to notice something. His steps faltered, but upon turning around, there appeared to be no suspicious individuals. His heartbeat had suddenly increased so rapidly just then, giving him a panicky feeling. He touched the necklace around his neck and prayed silently in his heart. Let me find Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing panicked, standing up abruptly and rushing toward the door while tightly holding onto his mask, blank thoughts racing through his mind. The man had changed out of his suit, dressed in casual outerwear, the usual sternness of his workplace demeanor softened. He didn't want to be found. He didn't want to look so wretched at the time of his death, allowing someone he cared about to witness it. He could no longer stay in the hospital. Returning to his rented little room, Zhou Qing hurriedly packed his luggage. But due to his emotional fluctuations, his body soon became unwell. He stopped packing, the pain forcing him to fall onto the ground, curling up into a ball. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his hands trembled. He had no strength left, and the darkness began to envelop his vision. Is this it? I'm dying. His consciousness became increasingly blurred, and he wanted to call 120. His fingers trembled, and in the end, he only managed to dial 2 numbers. It seemed like he saw Chu Chen again. That person was sitting in a booth, exuding an aura of elite sophistication from head to toe, strikingly handsome and strong among the crowd. You, come over. It was as if it were the first day he had met Chu Chen. A deafening roar filled his ears, and he couldn't hear anything. But he could feel his hand being tightly gripped by someone, warm and firm, making him feel attached. He faintly opened his eyes and saw the white ceiling moving quickly above him. Doctors surrounded him, and so did the person he loved. Chu Chen. Blood gushed out with every word. The man whose hand he clutched had red-rimmed eyes, reaching to wipe away the blood. Don't speak. Focus on getting well. I'm here. Why wasn't this a dream anymore? His consciousness pulled him in and out, leaving him unsure now whether it was reality or a dream. The person lying in the hospital bed struggled to breathe, his face pale without a trace of color, and blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. Zhou Qing touched his face. Not a dream. The man's eyes suddenly watered. Chu Chen's tears fell as he followed the doctors into the operating room, but just as he took a step closer, he was stopped. Family members, please stop here. Until the surgery light turned on. Chu Chen leaned against the wall, both his hands and clothes soaked in blood, sliding down the wall as if all strength had drained from him. He watched his trembling, blood-covered hands and tried to light a cigarette but remembered that smoking wasn't allowed in the hospital, so he put it down. With tear-filled eyes, he continued to stare at the illuminated sign indicating the ongoing surgery. Praying silently while clutching the pendant around his neck, he thought of how much thinner Zhou Qing had become in 1.5 months. If his people hadn't found the address, he might have missed it forever. Mr. Chu, Zhou Qing will be fine. The newly arrived assistant waited together, looking at Chu Chen's trembling form, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. They'd searched for over a month. And their first sight of Zhou Qing was finding him collapsed, covered in blood, inside the rented apartment. If he gets through this, I'll love him for the rest of my life. The surgery room light remained on. Time passed minute by minute, and the silence was deafening except for the sound of heartbeat. The longer it went, the more worried they grew. Until suddenly the lights went out, and Chu Chen shakily stood up. Before he could get near the door, the doctor came out. Emotions surged within Chu Chen. Was the surgery successful? The male doctor quietly looked at him without speaking, and the calm atmosphere instantly made Chu Chen realize something was wrong. Fear spread throughout his body, and Chu Chen desperately grabbed the doctor's shoulder. "Prepare for the funeral," the doctor said somberly. Chapter 188 Bonus Chapter, Missing You, Chu Chen x Zhou Qing. Winter brought down heavy snowfall. As soon as spring arrived, a few of them discussed going to the ski resort for some fun. Shen Qiqi fell twice, burst into tears, and clung onto Shenzai's leg, too scared to even stand up. "Look at your tiny little courage. And you insisted on coming to ruin my honeymoon with my wife." Ji Hanjun looked unhappy. There was always such a huge third wheel between the two of them. He grabbed Shinchichi by her collar and hauled her up from the ground. "Go play with your boyfriend." It wasn't just Shinchichi who fell face first, Qin Shu was in the same predicament. Climbing and falling repeatedly made her so angry she eventually fought with Tang Yun, beating her one-sidedly. On another part of the ski field, Jiang Mu and Duan Xinyan built an enormous snowman, painting all over it with their paints. Before they could finish, a child accidentally crashed into it, destroying it instantly. The pair exchanged glances, then couldn't help but laugh. "It's so much fun being with my senior." Chu Chen stood atop the highest peak, where he could clearly overlook the scene below. All the couples were truly blessed. Chu Chen instinctively reached for the necklace around his neck, only to remember he had long given it to his beloved. The joy of love didn't belong to him anymore. Alone in his figure, loneliness enveloped him. He exhaled lightly, casting his gaze towards the distance with a hint of sorrow, then stood straight and stepped onto the sled to slide down from the mountaintop. This was a dangerous high slope, designed to challenge limits. There were very few people here. Despite sliding downhill again and again, he still couldn't shake off the heavy emotions within his heart. Ultimately deciding not to continue, he said goodbye to everyone and drove home. On his way home, he couldn't suppress the oppressive feeling in his heart, the cold wind biting against his skin. Arriving at a store, he picked up something that belonged to him, a different kind of necklace he had crafted. He drove to a cemetery. Snow had fallen on the gravestone, but it was evident that someone had cleaned it recently. A bunch of gardenias rested there. His first reaction was that someone else had come. When he returned home, he opened the door and changed his shoes. Walking into the living room, he noticed a lump under a pale yellow blanket on the sofa, breathing steadily. He approached quietly. Lifting the blanket gently woke the person up. Looking into eyes still drowsy from sleep, Chu Chen found himself staring at a body dressed in a large pajama set. Around the neck, a shiny bear-shaped pendant hung. The other party hadn't expected Chu Chen to return so quickly after going out with friends. Seeing him, Chu Chen's eyes began to well up with emotion, and he immediately pulled the other person tightly into his arms, savoring the warmth emanating from his body. "What's wrong? I'm so glad, I'm not alone." Zhou Qing froze for a moment, then also hugged him tightly. "It was you who saved me." For a month and a half, Chu Chen searched frantically for him, not just him, but also for volunteers matching his bone marrow donor type. He eventually found one. But the person who agreed on the terms later refused to cooperate unless they received more money. It took daily persuasion, payment, and even kneeling down on his knees to make this donation happen. "Don't go secretly to the cemetery in such cold weather." Chu Chen clutched him tightly in a pitiful manner. "That doctor scared the life out of me when they said those words. When your body recovers, I'll take you and our friends out together, I won't be alone either." Zhou Qing nodded, understanding that because Chu Chen didn't join him to have fun and seeing couples everywhere must have been hard on him. "It was his bone marrow that saved me. He doesn't have any family left, so we'll visit him whenever we have time." Currently still in the recovery phase, Chu Chen pushed many of his tasks aside. Though reluctant at first to accept the skiing invitation, it was Zhou Qing's intention for Chu Chen to relax outside. Chu Chen's gaze landed on the pendant around Zhou Qing's neck. "I bought you a new one." When Chu Chen tried to remove the small bear pendant around Zhou Qing's neck, he stopped him. Zhou Qing smiled warmly at him. "I prefer this one. The proof of your love isn't added through jewelry, and I wouldn't stop loving you because of a necklace. Perhaps this necklace wasn't originally created for me, but now, it's uniquely mine." Chu Chen's heart softened. He leaned down, kissed his lips lightly, and embraced him once again. "You belong to me forever." End.